Chapter 1. Patey Reagan Locke Empire, the sovereign of the Eland continent, stands as the first empire established by humanity 3 centuries ago. During the Great War of the Three Races, humanity swiftly allied with the Orcs to decisively defeat the then dominant ruler of the continent, the Elven King of the Narain Forest. Subsequently, humanity covertly signed a truce with the Elves and secretly forged an alliance with the Dwarves hidden beneath the Loden Mountains, launching a surprise attack against the Orcish kingdom, annihilating the most formidable contingent of Orcish wolf cavalry at that time. Without the wolf cavalry, the Orcish forces were relentlessly driven back by the joint human-dwarven coalition, ultimately retreating to the desolate expanse west of the Loden Mountains. Over the ensuing 300 years, the Orcish army would periodically traverse the only route connecting to the eastern continent, the Black Wind Pass at the extreme north of the Loden Mountains, to invade the human empire. To thwart these incursions, the empire's first emperor, Locke Daindiv, dispatched his most trusted general, Cleis Zola, to guard the end of the Loden Mountains. Concurrently, a massive military fortress, Anka Fortress, was erected there. After 3 centuries, the Orcs ultimately failed to set foot on the eastern continent. "Unfortunate Orcs," a young man murmured softly, holding a tome entitled A Comprehensive History of the Empire, with his tousled brown curls and draped in a silk gray robe embellished with a family crest depicting a black bear wielding twin swords. He wore black knee-high military boots, complemented by a silver-trimmed deerskin belt adorned with a ruby-studded buckle. As he spoke, his pale pink eyes blinked with curiosity. The young man was named Patey Reagan, the Duke of Clue City and the second son of Prime Minister Nick Reagan. After 13 years on this continent, it seems there's no turning back? Patey pondered inwardly. The second son of the ducal family was originally an ordinary youth from Earth, running a modest photography studio. Although wealth was not within reach, life was manageable. Following his first experience as a best man at a wedding, he inexplicably found himself transported to this realm. The scene that greeted him felt dreamlike. Soldiers from identical factions clashing with spears and shields, while a boy stood protectively beside him with a short sword in hand. Later, Patey learned that the boy was his brother, Omar Reagan, the first heir to the Duke of Clue City. This incident occurred over a decade ago during the notorious Ascension War, which later turned out to be a misunderstanding, as the soldiers of their family's ally, Duke Jean of Feld City, mistook the Reagan brothers for the children of their political adversaries. This was his father's account. The precise details remained unknown and, frankly, uninteresting to Patey. At that time, to safeguard the Reagan brothers, a sorcerer invoked a complex spell that combined spatial and soul attacks under the protection of 2 paladins. However, the intricacy of the magic proved too taxing, leading to the sorcerer's demise. Patey's presence in this world was likely a consequence of that sorcerer's spell. Through subsequent research, Patey deduced that an unknown composite spell had extracted his soul from another dimension and exchanged it with his unconscious self. This unfinished magic, the sorcerer's death, and his own arrival in this world, coupled with fragmented memories, revealed the truth. These fragmented memories tormented Patey, leaving him unable to recall the name of his former world. Initially, this disjointed recollection nearly drove him to madness. Now, however, he had adapted, and new memories filled the void. Describing it as a soul may seem mystical. Alternatively, one could consider it the memories of a sentient being. The spell of soul deprivation had been realized in the hands of sorcerers, yet further research had been expressly prohibited by the Empire, as the act of stripping memories and bestowing them upon another could, to some extent, achieve a form of immortality. Such a notion was decidedly alarming. It must be said that the life of nobility in this world was far from the idyllic picture Patey had envisioned. While peasant children frolicked daily, the offspring of the aristocracy were engrossed in the study of letters and etiquette, and upon reaching the age of 13, they were mandated to undertake knightly education. Initially, this comprised theoretical courses on tactics, logistics, command, arithmetic, and so forth. At 15, they were required to engage in actual knightly training, encompassing swordsmanship, archery, physical conditioning, strength training, and equestrian skills. Thus, as a child of nobility, a true childhood was virtually non-existent. Furthermore, Patey had undergone training as a paladin at the Glorious Church. The sacred power, akin to the magical elements of the magic web, was described in text as omnipresent. To harness this energy, one must resonate with it and subsequently learn to control it. However, to achieve such resonance, one must trust it unconditionally and perceive its existence. Upon hearing this, Patey was filled with excitement. Was this not the paladin class from a certain game etched in his fragmented memories? His favorite class. Yet, The reality of paladin training proved exceedingly tedious. The official stance of the glorious church was simply prayer in essence. It entailed perceiving the presence of sacred power. Patey devoted 2 entire years to merely sensing this divine force, which was considered a brief period in comparison. 6 years had elapsed since he commenced his study of sacred power at the age of 13, and a month ago, he completed all paladin training. What remained was to practice independently. At that moment, Patey reclined on his deerskin sofa in his office, having cast aside a comprehensive history of the Empire after reading only half. He gazed out the window, soaking in the warm rays of sunlight, and succumbed to a comfortable drowsiness. It was his second month working at the security office, a position arranged by his father, the Prime Minister, security officer at the Southern Security Office of the Imperial Capital. He reminisced about his 13 years of a life that was both torturous and joyful. Now, he reveled in freedom, liberated from parental constraints. He could earn his own salary, pursue his desires, and purchase the things he had longed for. This feeling of freedom was simply sublime. Just as he was lost in thought, the distinctive sound of military boots striking the floor echoed in his ears. Upon opening his eyes, the door to his office rattled a few times before being forcefully swung open. His aide, Sergeant OWA, a stern veteran clad in standard security leather armor, entered. The pristine uniform of the security office bore the emblem of the watch. "Sir, there's a case that you may want to investigate personally," OWA remarked, his dark eyes rapidly surveying the office's interior. Patey was momentarily taken aback, then slowly rose to his full height, towering over most at over 6 feet 2 inches. The years of night training had rendered him impressively robust. "What case could possibly compel you to enter my office uninvited, Sergeant?" Chapter 2. The case. Patey felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension. A case, though uncertain of its nature, the monotony of the past decade had instilled in him a keen interest in all things unpredictable. Albeit with a measure of caution, Sergeant OWA stated, "A noble accidentally stabbed an apprentice blacksmith to death in a shop within our jurisdiction. Someone has died, despite the passage of time. The memories of his former world remained somewhat hazy. Yet basic common sense had not faded. He instinctively regarded this incident as a significant crime. What clues do we have?" "Clues?" The sergeant paused, then reiterated, "Sir, a noble accidentally killed an apprentice blacksmith." He emphasized the terms noble and apprentice blacksmith with notable weight. What do you mean?" Patey halted mid-stride, turning to face OWA, beginning to grasp the situation. "This case hardly requires investigation. That noble has already been apprehended. The blacksmith's employer notified us in a timely manner. No one dares to flee before the eyes of the security office," OWA replied. The security office and the court operated as independent entities, with the court's head and the security office's commander not appointed by the imperial family or the Prime Minister's residence. They were elected internally. The establishment of these two institutions was not solely for the sake of maintaining order. It was formed under the counsel of the Empire's first Prime Minister, Duke Patvid, with the fundamental duty of preventing the corruption and degradation of the nobility. Patey's position as the head of the security office was granted through his father's personal intercession with the director of the security office, a deal that had caused his father considerable distress. The day before Patey assumed his role, his father had even urged him, "Do well, and strive to unseat Sir Guzzle from the position of director. Since the individual has been captured, let us leave it to the judge." Patey maintained a cautious demeanor. Sergeant OW fell silent for a couple of seconds before stating, "That noble prefers not to face a judge, as it would subject him to at least 2 years of imprisonment." 2 years? Patey scoffed. "Only 2 years? Is this the extent of our empire's laws? In their bid to protect the rights of the populace, they shower the nobility with an array of unimaginable privileges, thus breeding conflict. Those who drafted the imperial laws are nothing but a bunch of nonsense." OWA shrugged. "The imperial laws were formulated by the empire's first prime minister, Duke Patvid, Sir Patvid, a true legendary figure. According to a comprehensive history of the empire, elemental magic, sacred power, and other mysterious forces were all discovered and put to use by him. Furthermore, the mathematics we now employ was also derived from his calculations. While astronomy and physics emerged and evolved during his era, even the relatively advanced manufacturing techniques of the empire were propagated by the esteemed University of Yun, established by this duke. In the comprehensive history, Duke Patwade appears to be omnipotent. Although Patey harbors skepticism towards the legends surrounding Duke Patwade, he dares not risk the accusation of openly defaming him. Thus, he lowers his voice and states, I merely suggest that this law seems somewhat unjust. You must understand my meaning, soldier. The scholars of the University of You never visit the security office, sir, so you need not worry that your words will reach their ears, OWA replied, a faint smile flickering across his stern visage. Oh, how curious. How shall I put it? Patty's expression turned slightly awkward. Let us return to the matter at hand. Where did we leave off? According to imperial law, that knight will face 2 years of imprisonment. I suppose such a duration of incarceration should teach him restraint. Sir, this, OWA hesitated, clearly aware that the perpetrator's identity was more complex than merely being a knight. Let us speak of this knight, Patty remarked, fully cognizant of OWA's discomfort. His earlier jest was simply a means to gauge OWA's reaction. Sir Scott Jean, I have heard he is a cousin of Duke Jean from the city of Feld, OWA informed. Is that all? Patty inquired. If it were merely that, it would be much simpler. He also serves as the bodyguard to Prince Cinda, a member of the Lion Fortress's Royal Guard, OWA explained. He wishes us to utter a few words before the mother of the apprentice, persuading that poor woman to accept his compensation, and then let the matter rest. OWA, soldier. As they exited the security office, Patty gazed at the bustling crowd on the street and remarked, Are you asking me to threaten a mother who has just lost her child? The blacksmith shop and the security office were both located on the main street of the Southern District, Phoenix Street, with the blacksmith shop situated at its entrance. OWA parted the throng. Patty's attention was immediately drawn to a middle-aged woman clad in a cotton dress, crouching beside the furnace, for the crimson stains surrounding her were alarmingly conspicuous. The frail youth in her arms was drenched in blood. Tears remained on her face, and though she continued to sob, no more tears flowed. With bloodshot eyes, she fixed her gaze on a shadowy corner within the blacksmith's shop, murmuring curses under her breath. Following her line of sight, Patty discerned a figure standing in the dim corner. The lack of illumination rendered it impossible to ascertain the person's features. Meanwhile, the guards stationed throughout the blacksmith shop were positioned to prevent any escape. Gray approached the woman, crouching beside her. Who are you? She inquired suspiciously. This is our officer, madam, OWA replied from behind. I am the officer of the Southern Security Office, madam. If you do not mind, may I examine your son? The pool of blood did not faze Patty after turning 12. He had accompanied his father during executions, and he had long since grown accustomed to such sights. Holy Knight. The woman's eyes fixated on the crystal necklace signifying Gray's status as a holy knight. By the goddess, you must be sent by her to save my son. It is said that holy knights possess the ability to resurrect the dead. You must help me. Her face radiated a mix of excitement and anxiety. A flicker of hope amidst despair. However, resurrecting the dead was utterly impossible. The abilities of a holy knight were limited to healing and could only address injuries caused by external factors. The objective realities of aging, illness, and death were beyond remedy. Organ failure, severe blood loss, brain necrosis, viral infections, elemental damage, and specific poisons could not be mended by holy power. Not at present. Faced with the woman's desperate plea, Patty remained silent. Not wishing to dishearten the tear-streaked mother, the young apprentice's face bore smudges of soot and blood, the loss of blood rendering his once fair visage ghostly pale. Patty routinely checked the apprentice's heartbeat and breath. The young man had passed away, devoid of any hope for survival. This was the conclusion Patty reached after his examination. He stood and addressed the shadowy corner. Sir Scott, did you kill this man? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a low growl emerged from the dark corner. Hey, could you keep it down, sir? Chapter 3. Perhaps Sir Scott wished to avoid the day when rumors in the taverns of the imperial capital would circulate about a royal guard stabbing a blacksmith's apprentice. Thus, he lurked in the shadows, hoping to remain unnamed. After all, when a noble becomes the subject of mockery among common folk, his honor is rendered as worthless as refuse. Sir, you are facing a routine inquiry by the officer, Patty stated in a formal tone. If you do not wish to incur an additional charge, it would be wise to watch your demeanor. As he spoke, he approached the corner, where the figure gradually came into focus. It was a face Patty recognized well. He would wager he had seen it on several occasions. I apologize. Officer. Sir, Scott responded, evidently recognizing Patty as well. He glanced at the family crest emblazoned on Patty's chest. If you are referring to that apprentice, indeed, I killed him, for he insulted a member of the Royal Guard. I intended merely to teach him a lesson. Who would have known he would attempt to draw his sword? You must understand the consequences of drawing a weapon in the presence of a royal guard. Correct? You lie. The woman cradling her child's corpse suddenly shouted, her voice grating and jarring, reminiscent of the wails of a specter in a forsaken manor. He wanted to buy a dagger that Xiao Kongbei found. When Xiao Kongbei refused, he resorted to theft, and ultimately, he killed him. It all happened so suddenly. At that moment, did you witness this with your own eyes? Patey inquired, a glimmer of interest in his gaze. Of course. I was delivering lunch to Xiao Kongbei and happened to be right at the door. Patey's eyes lit up at her words, and he turned to OWA, who immediately nodded. And what of the dagger? Patey asked. A nearby guard hurriedly approached, retrieving a square purplewood box from his leather satchel and presenting it to Patey. The unique fragrance of the purplewood invigorated Patey's senses. As he opened the box, a rather fine dagger came into view. Gray furrowed his brow and looked at the woman. This is not a dagger befitting a blacksmith's apprentice, madam. This is what my son found. Found? Indeed. It was in a refuse pile not far from our home, the woman asserted. It was lost to me. When I saw it in the apprentice's possession, I intended to reclaim it. Who would have thought he would refuse, demanding payment? I had initially agreed, but that wretched fellow asked for 50 gold coins. Scott interjected hastily. 50 gold coins, officer, is practically extortion. So you killed him? Patey asked. Why did you not say so earlier? I had no intention of killing him. Sir, he drew his sword first. Scott shook his head. I think it amounts to the same thing. The apprentice spoke quite rudely. If it were you, I believe you would feel compelled to teach him a lesson as well. You were trying to steal from my Xiao Kongbei, of course. He would resist, the woman shouted. Drawing a weapon against a noble is tantamount to seeking death. Enough. Patey interrupted, not wishing to complicate matters further with an additional case of insult against a noble, which would only serve to vex him. He turned to Scott. You claim this dagger is yours? Indeed. Scott's gaze shifted momentarily before he affirmed his statement. Patey scrutinized the dagger. The clear patterns on the blade testified to its exceptional quality, and the inscribed magical array further attested to its worth. Patey extended his right hand, aglow with holy power, as if in contemplation. I wonder what would transpire should I touch this magical array. OWA's eyes widened in alarm. Sir, that would activate it. Officer. Scott attempted to interject. However, Patey paid him no mind. Upon gripping the dagger's hilt with his empowered hand, the magical array on the dagger was instantly activated, transforming the previously lustrous blade into a pitch-black hue, accompanied by a nauseating stench wafting through the air. Elemental poison? OWA exclaimed in shock. Yet Patey's gaze remained fixed on Scott. A fine dagger, perhaps truly worth 50 gold coins. Perhaps, Scott replied, somewhat taken aback. You just claimed this dagger is yours. Gray reiterated. Yes. Scott nodded again. A gift from a friend. Patey regarded him earnestly for a moment before saying, a generous and magnanimous friend. Indeed, the knight concurred. Patey smiled, and then suddenly inquired, how much do you intend to compensate that poor mother? What? 20 gold coins. That should suffice for her to live comfortably for the remainder of her days, Scott answered. Patey smiled faintly. 70 gold coins, plus the value of this dagger. This, the knight hesitated, instinctively wanting to refuse. But upon seeing the guards surrounding him and Patey's unwavering gaze, he pondered for a few seconds before conceding. Very well, but the dagger must be returned to me. I do not seek gold. I merely wish for him to receive his just punishment, the woman shouted once more. OWA. Patey cast a sidelong glance at his adjutant, feeling somewhat exasperated. How could this woman fail to comprehend that a 2-year imprisonment was utterly inconsequential for this nobleman before her, while 70 gold coins would suffice for her to live a life more opulent than that of an average minor aristocrat? After receiving the officer's permission, OWA approached the woman. What do you intend to do? If you dare to show favoritism, I will lodge a complaint with the guards. As OWA drew near, the woman's previously piercing shrieks echoed once more. Silence. OWA spat out the words through clenched teeth, a flash of menace flickering in his eyes. The woman instantly felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, goosebumps prickling her skin, and an urgent need to relieve herself surged within her. Her thin lips instinctively sealed shut. Patey was quite pleased with OWA's efficiency, albeit the methods were somewhat harsh. The dagger can be returned to you, he declared, much to the astonishment of the nearby guards, as he acquiesced to Scott's demands. However, you must first prepare 70 gold coins. Until then, this dagger shall remain in our custody. No, the dagger must be given to me first, Scott replied instinctively. Oh, is that so? Bang. A fist imbued with holy might suddenly struck Scott in the abdomen. Patey's speed was remarkable, and no one expected his abrupt attack, leaving them largely unresponsive, including Sir Scott himself. Ugh. The forceful blow to his abdomen sent Scott reeling, the turmoil in his gut inducing waves of nausea, prompting him to double over and expel a pool of bile. My apologies, sir, but for the time being, I am in charge here. However, I shall take your opinion into consideration, Patey said coldly, fixing Scott with a steely gaze. Do you still insist on taking the dagger? The guards, now aware of the situation, began to disperse the onlookers gathered outside the blacksmith shop. The woman followed OWA towards the rear of the establishment, with the blacksmith leading the way, trembling. Scott forcibly stifled his urge to vomit. Standing rigidly, anger etched upon his face, his gaze icy, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. Do you intend to draw your sword? Patey mocked. The pain in Scott's abdomen and the discomfort in his stomach ignited a blaze of fury within him. And Patey's mocking smile only exacerbated his distress. Yet ultimately, the nobleman managed to regain his composure, releasing his grip on the sword hilt and forcing a strained smile. You are correct. Here, you hold the authority. Officer. Chapter 4. Andy Barrett Rain was slender, his black hair cropped short, a year younger than Patey. He was the son of a carpenter in the castle of Clue City at the tender age of 10. He had been chosen by Duke Nick to accompany Patey to the imperial capital. When he first began working at the law enforcement agency, the guards referred to him as the young master's nurse from Clue City. Before long, the news reached Patey's ears, prompting him to inquire with OWA about who had labeled Rain in such a manner. OWA reported truthfully. The following day, a third of the guards were suspended for various reasons. And thereafter, the guards at the Southern Law Enforcement Agency dared not speak ill of their officer, at least not openly. Patey spoke without interruption when Rain was present, merely nodding in silence. Within minutes, Patey had finished his instructions, and Rain took his leave. Upon returning to his deerskin sofa, Patey found his coffee had grown cold, yet he paid it no mind, lifting it with feigned seriousness to savor slowly. As he perused the files, a striking magical photograph caught his eye. An exceptionally youthful face. The deputy minister of the military was named Gordon A. Eyre, a baron without a fief, merely 32 years old. He was a talented young man, his father-in-law being the wealthiest merchant in the imperial capital, Marquis Fit. If all went as expected, he would likely ascend to the position of Minister of Military Affairs before his 40th birthday. Serving alongside the emperor, however, all of that had now turned to naught. Gordon A. Eyre was murdered on the afternoon of March 28, 1215, fatally stabbed within his own carriage, alongside 2 attendants and a coachman. Astonishingly, the crime scene was right at the military headquarters entrance. The guards on duty and passing officials failed to notice anything amiss at first. As the area was inundated with carriages, it was only when blood began to seep from the carriage that the guards recognized something was wrong. Subsequent investigations revealed that when the guards arrived, Baron Gordon A. Eyre had already been dead for a full 45 minutes. The emperor summoned Sir Gus A. Eyre, the head of the guard, granting him authority to mobilize 5,000 troops from the City Defense Battalion to conduct a thorough search of the entire city of Sook. Even half a month later, the entire imperial capital remained in a state of heightened alert. Yet to this day, there have been no breakthroughs. Investigators questioned the guards on duty and officials who had passed by during that time. They all claimed to have noticed nothing unusual. Thus far, the only leads in the case were a set of large footprints, the fatal wounds on the 4 victims' necks, presumed to have been inflicted by a dagger-like weapon, and the presence of deadly elemental toxins in the victims' bodies. The initial list of suspects was extensive. Investigators began sifting through officials who had been in the vicinity, but no new information had emerged. Ultimately, the search parameters were broadened. But this method of investigation was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After perusing the case files, Patey casually tossed a stack of documents onto his desk and reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes for a moment of respite. This was a rather troublesome case, truth be told. Patey had no desire to plunge headlong into it. He was well aware that such a case was beyond the purview of a mere officer like himself, yet now that he possessed a lead, he felt an irresistible urge to investigate. Hand it over. Who could bear to part with it? Patey. It was unclear how much time had passed when a familiar voice called from outside. Patey smiled wryly. Quickly stashing the case files into his desk drawer, the door was pushed open without a knock, and in strode his cousin, Andy Barrett, the youngest son of Duke Barrett of Tevik City, ever since Patey's brother Omar returned to Clue City to manage family affairs. This cousin, Andy, had become Patey's childhood companion. They had even trained together as paladins at the Radiant Church, both disciples of Bishop Jeffrey. However, unlike Patty, Andy had not applied himself diligently, even now. He struggled to wield holy power proficiently and had yet to receive the crystal denoting his status as a paladin, thus he could not publicly declare himself as such nor utilize holy power outside the church. Hey, Patty, remember our promise to watch the play at the Sacred Radiance Theater tonight? You must have bought the tickets in advance, right? Andy exclaimed loudly as he entered the office, immediately seizing a pastry from the desk to indulge. Delicious pastries. They must be from Marjorie's patisserie, right? How much do you earn? Can you afford such treats every day? Andy asked between bites, suddenly lowering his voice with a conspiratorial grin. You haven't started accepting bribes. Have you? I've heard rumors about the guard's black income being quite substantial. Can such delectable pastries not silence your chatter, dear cousin? Patty replied with a smile. We agreed not to call me cousin in public, Andy said earnestly. His golden curls glistening with the fragrant oil of their highland pastures, adorned in a flowing white silk robe, with a vividly embroidered steed rearing on his chest, the emblem of their Barrett family. What about your ticket? Andy pressed again. His expression filled with anticipation. Patty shook his head. I haven't bought it yet. I've been busy, unlike you, who has nothing to do after your daily training. Busy. Andy scoffed. Busy napping in the office? I kindly remind you that tickets for the Sacred Radiance Theater are always in high demand. If you don't queue up early to purchase them, your two younger sisters will be left waiting in vain. Isn't that your own anticipation? Patty chuckled helplessly. You promised that after receiving your first paycheck, you would take us to see a play. I have been dreaming of the moment I enter the Grand Theater since I was 10. At this, Andy lowered his voice. I wonder why Duke Patwade insisted on stipulating in the noble decree that children from noble families under 18 must pay for their own entertainment. Doesn't he realize that we have no source of income before turning 18? And who decided that watching a play is considered entertainment? The most absurd part is that our two esteemed fathers still adhere to this decree as if it were gospel. Do they not realize that no one cares about the so-called noble decree anymore? Father and uncle are not wrong. This law effectively curtails the corruption and moral decay of the nobility, Patty remarked. Finding merit in the decree. What good is that? How many families in the empire still believe in the noble decree? Andy replied, shaking his head, teeth clenched. Aside from our fathers. Hey, enough of that. Hurry and buy the tickets, or they will truly be gone. Is it really that serious? Patty shrugged. It is. Andy's earnest expression resembled that of a holy prayer being offered at the Radiant Church. You should heed my advice if you don't want to disappoint your two younger sisters. Fine. You win. Patty relented, swiftly locking the desk drawer. Chapter 5. The Sacred Radiance Theater was located in the heart of the city, very close to Lion Fortress. Standing in the square outside the Grand Theater, one can distinctly gaze at the regal banner adorned with golden edges, fluttering high atop the Lion Fortress. This banner, intricately outlined with crystal, depicts the majestic lion symbolizing the royal Daindiff family, surveying the entirety of the imperial capital like a sovereign. A serpentine line of patrons, eagerly awaiting tickets, stretches from the theater's ticket counters all the way to the nearby Central Avenue, while the open-air CAF in the square is filled to capacity with guests anticipating the theater's performance. It took Beatty nearly an hour to procure 4 tickets, each costing 5 silver coins, amounting to nearly half a month's salary for him, and they were for the rearmost seats. Andy was quite dissatisfied with these distant positions. Grumbling that Beatty was a miser, Beatty's 2 younger sisters had already secured seats at the CAF, and Andy played the role of their gallant protector. Penny, at 15, inherited her mother's golden locks, complemented by a white velvet high-neck gown and sparkling azure eyes, radiating an enchanting beauty. During the hour of waiting for Beatty, several waves of noble youths approached to flirt. Oh, dear cousin Penny, you are simply too beautiful. Your betrothal to Prince Cinda is the greatest regret in this world, Andy quipped as he watched another group of departing noble youths. Penny smiled gracefully, offering no response, her gaze fixed upon her approaching brother. Beatty nodded with a smile, which only enhanced her radiance. That is Prince Cinda's misfortune. My dear sister, aside from her looks, knows nothing at all. Not even simple arithmetic. I hope Prince Cinda has a capable steward, or it will be quite dreadful, truly a misfortune for the entire Locke Empire. 12-year-old Felice pouted. She was Beatty's youngest sister, an apprentice mage. Clad in a gray gown, her fluffy brown hair casually tied back, her cherubic face adorned with a hint of baby fat, a sprinkling of freckles, and sparkling eyes that reflected her charm. Felice, if you wish to avoid your books mysteriously disappearing, it would be best to keep your mouth shut, Penny whispered fiercely in Felice's ear. Beatty chuckled as he approached and tousled Felice's fluffy hair. It's not polite to speak of your sister that way in front of outsiders. Little sister, I am not an outsider, Andy protested, setting down the coffee he had nearly brought to his lips. You are an outsider. Both Beatty and Felice retorted simultaneously. Andy's mouth fell agape, feigning sorrow, while Penny merely smiled down. Felice clutched her brother's arm and asked, How much money do you have left? Not much. For this play, I've spent 2/3 of my salary, Beatty replied, shrugging. You truly are wasteful. What is so fascinating about a play? It would be better to help me craft a magic wand, Felice pouted. Madame Nancy tells those stories every night, and I am utterly tired of them. Madame Nancy tells fairy tales, which are entirely different from plays. Penny couldn't help but interject. They're the same. They are merely storytelling. And every time I hear one, I feel like sleeping, Felice lamented. Andy chuckled. Aren't fairy tales meant to lull children to sleep? Hearing this, Felice stood up, glaring at Andy. I am not a child. I am a mage. An apprentice, Penny corrected. I will become a mage one day, Felice insisted. Penny elegantly sipped her coffee. That is a matter for the future. You. Felice resembled a cat about to explode. Her tiny fist clenched as she glared at Penny. After speaking, Penny nonchalantly continued sipping her coffee, as if the previous exchange had not occurred. You will become a mage, I swear. Beatty continued to ruffle Felice's hair, but Penny is right. That is a future matter. Apprentices cannot call themselves mages. Have you forgotten? Beatty acted as the mediator. But Felice wanted to argue, yet upon meeting Beatty's gaze, she fell silent. Penny looked at Felice with a hint of envy, or perhaps jealousy. In her memory, Beatty had always addressed her by name and had never referred to her as little sister, nor displayed any affectionate gestures towards her. This was not Beatty's fault. He believed that Penny's temperament would not appreciate such familiarity. While Felice was different, she was carefree and unconcerned with others' opinions. In their father Duke Nick's words, Penny was destined to be an excellent wife and a qualified queen, whereas Felice would become an extraordinary mage. Why is there a statue of Duke Patwade at the entrance of the theater? Andy, eager to assert his presence, sought a topic, instinctively asking upon noticing the statue at the theater's entrance. Every iconic building in the capital features his statue. There is no particular reason, Beatty replied. Even behind the golden throne in the Lion Fortress, there is a statue of him. Penny looked at the two with curiosity. You both cannot possibly be unaware of Duke Patwade's deeds? It's hard not to know, Beatty replied reflectively. The first prime minister of the empire, the greatest paladin, author of numerous doctrines, and so on. Duke Patwade was an extraordinary mage, Felice asserted, her small face serious. No. Penny shook her head vigorously. His studies in holy power and magic were merely hobbies. What truly makes him remarkable are his literary works. Andy immediately countered. But my father said that Duke Patwade was a military expert and diplomat. It was his assistance that enabled Emperor Locke to establish such a vast human empire. He was a mage. He was a literary figure. Hey, there's no need to be so serious about this, is there? Beatty asked with a wry smile. There is. The two sisters turned to look at Beatty. Felice blinked her eyes. Beatty, brother, tell Penny that Duke Patwade was an extraordinary mage. Studying magic was merely a hobby. No. It cannot even be called a hobby, just a reluctant choice. Duke Patwade studied magic to write better works. Even serving as the empire's prime minister stemmed from his creative pursuits, Penny asserted, embodying the essence of a literary young woman. Is there such a viewpoint? Beatty exchanged glances with his cousin Andy before asking. Of course, many of my friends agree with this perspective. Penny insisted on this matter. Don't listen to her. Beatty, brother, her friends are just a bunch of, Felice frowned, clearly searching for the right words, a bunch of unreasonable folks. How can you be so rude? Penny frowned. Felice wanted to say something more. But Beatty stood up, placing himself between the two. Ladies, I believe it would be wise to pause your quarrel if you do not wish to miss the play. At his words, Penny glanced toward the theater entrance, where the audience was beginning to be admitted. She adjusted her expression, then elegantly rose to link her arm with Beatty's right arm, while Felice, seemingly sulking, firmly grasped Beatty's left hand. Chapter 6. The play The Stage of the Sacred Radiance Grand Theater was alive with the unfolding play. The hall, accommodating at least 1,000 people, was remarkably devoid of any commotion, despite the absence of an enforcer. The play, naturally, was a melodramatic romance favored by handsome men and beautiful women. Reminiscent of a certain work from Beatty's previous world, a brief tale of young lovers from opposing families. Thwarted by their parents, Penny watched the performance with rapt attention, her azure eyes misty and brimming with tears, clearly moved by the narrative, yet she held back her emotions in the public setting. Meanwhile, Felice, who had previously scoffed at the play, had forgotten her earlier disdain and mirrored her sister Penny's demeanor. Beatty found the situation quite amusing, instinctively ruffling Felice's hair again. Felice instinctively shook her head. But upon realizing it was Beatty's hand, she embraced it for comfort. The play's conclusion unfolded as Beatty had anticipated. Such stories are destined for tragedy. Ultimately, the heroine perished in the hero's embrace. Who wrote this story? I want to duel him. As the curtain fell, Andy gritted his teeth. Felice's soft pink eye sparkled as she gazed at Andy. I support you, Cousin Andy. Penny silently linked her arm with Beatty's. Such an ending is quite normal. Young man, do you truly believe your elders would permit you to marry the daughter of their political adversary? A middle-aged noblewoman chuckled, her gaze falling upon Penny with a look of surprise. Oh. It is Miss Penny. Ah, Lady Lillian, Penny acknowledged, then turned to Beatty, saying, This is Lady Lyle, wife of the Baron of Tealtown. After introducing her brother and sister, she conversed with Lady Lillian with a subtle air of superiority, unlike her demeanor with Beatty and the others. Oh, the Baroness's eyes brightened. What a stroke of luck today. My lady, Beatty interjected, not wishing to waste time on social gatherings. We have a matter to attend to. What a pity, the Baroness replied. Betraying no sign of embarrassment, however, next month I shall host a birthday soiree at my estate outside the city. I hope you will be able to attend. If time permits, I shall attend, Penny responded promptly. The Baroness smiled faintly upon hearing this, then scrutinized Beatty before taking her leave. The social circle is of utmost importance. Dear brother Beatty. If you have no desire to attend her ball, do not outright refuse her. Simply send a subordinate in your stead. This way, you provide your subordinate an opportunity to mingle with other acquaintances while also preserving the dignity of Lady Lillian, Penny advised gravely. Beatty was taken aback, unexpectedly lectured by his own sister. When the hired carriage arrived at the Prime Minister's residence, it was already 9:15 in the evening. In the hall of the residence, Duke Nick was seated on the sofa. Engrossed in paperwork. As Beatty and his companions entered, he casually glanced up. Father, uncle. The four greeted him. Duke Nick, clad in a comfortable robe, bore the unmistakable marks of fatigue. His brown hair showed hints of gray at the temples. Upon hearing the calls of his children and nephew, the weariness in his expression seemed to dissipate significantly. He smiled at Beatty and remarked, You bear a semblance of an elder brother. I recall my first salary was entirely extorted by my younger siblings. In the end, we barely had enough for the carriage fare. That was quite an unforgettable day. Father, it was not extortion. It was voluntary on Beatty's part, Felice protested, clearly displeased with her father's characterization, feeling as though she were the villain. Duke Nick smiled slightly. I shall have the kitchen prepare some refreshments for you. I suspect Beatty's salary, after expenses, would only suffice for a theater performance. As he spoke, the Duke organized the papers on the table, evidently planning to relocate his work to the study. Upon hearing about food, Felice's eyes sparkled, and she darted towards the dining room at an astonishing speed. Penny, abandoning her demure demeanor, matched her pace, with Andy trailing closely behind. Beatty intended to follow suit when Duke Nick stood and addressed him. Rain has matters to report to you. I have asked him to wait in the anteroom. I shall attend to it. Father, Beatty replied. The Duke nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to his study. In the anteroom, Rain was perched on a small stool beside the visitor's sofa. The instant the door swung open, he instinctively stood. Have you been waiting long? Beatty glanced at the cold tea beside Rain. Would you like something to drink? Not for long. Rain resumed his seat at Beatty's gesture. Anything but tea will suffice. Then let us not trouble the servants, Beatty said, rather bluntly. Rain smiled nonchalantly. I don't mind either way. So what's the situation? Gray inquired, sitting directly opposite Rain. Rain replied, As you surmised, Officer OWA has gone to the headquarters archives to investigate Sir Scott's records. And it appears the matter regarding the blacksmith shop was arranged by the officer well in advance. What do you mean? Beatty asked eagerly. This was a trap set by the officer. He had long been fixated on the dagger belonging to the blacksmith's apprentice, Rain articulated carefully. On the day after the headquarters issued the order to assist in the investigation of the vice minister's assassination, Officer OWA deployed nearly half the police force to search for the suspected weapon, ultimately targeting the blacksmith's apprentice. Beatty nodded. In the imperial capital, all items that could be classified as weapons must be marked with signatures. If the murder weapon could be traced, it would lead to a series of individuals behind it. If an unmarked weapon were used, it would be even simpler, as the black market was virtually under the control of the guards, making it far easier to investigate than to search every blacksmith shop individually. The time lost in this case is considerable. The assassin had ample opportunity to destroy the weapon. Patey frowned. Rain's face bore a hint of mockery. Perhaps the culprit underestimated the intelligence of the military. He likely planned his escape route in advance, discarding the weapon as he fled. At this point, Rain paused briefly. I had someone inquire with the blacksmith's apprentice's friends. They claimed he found the dagger on the day of the extensive search, and it still bore clear traces of blood. So, is it possible that dagger is indeed the weapon used in the vice minister's assassination? Patey's eyes brightened. Then he inquired, when did Officer O.W.A. discover the dagger in the apprentice's possession? According to a guard near the officer, approximately a week ago. Patey raised an eyebrow. So today, his men were already lying in wait around the blacksmith's shop, merely watching as the apprentice was murdered? It seems likely, Rain affirmed. Phew. Patey exhaled deeply, reflecting for a few moments before commenting. Quite ruthless, cunning, and evidently quite capable. Chapter 7. The Orcs. On April 15th, another sunlit morning dawned. Patey was roused from slumber by the chime of the magical clock. With half-closed eyes, he glanced at the wall clock, which indicated it was already 7 in the morning, a time he dreaded facing each day. Reluctantly, he rang the bell at his bedside, by the time Patey descended the stairs, assisted by a servant in his morning routine. Duke Nick had already left, Felice was engaged in learning new magical knowledge under her mentor's guidance, and Penny was studying embroidery in the anteroom. All of this imbued Patey with a sense of familial warmth, a feeling he cherished. Daily night training commenced at 7:30 and continued until 8:30. That after each noble's night instructor departed, they would remind their students, unless one was too old to wield a sword or faced something more pressing. Daily night training must be diligently completed. In the northwest of the island continent, within the grand hall of the twin-headed clan, one of the 3 major orc tribes, the aroma of roasted meat and wine filled the air. The elderly chieftain Batu reclined languidly in his chief's chair, his face etched with wrinkles resembling layers of cedar bark, and the beastly teeth protruding from the corners of his mouth were stained black. His hair and beard almost completely white. Batu gazed at the goblet in his hand, filled with the rich, fermented milk wine, though his thoughts were evidently not on the drink, as his eyes were vacant. The wine untouched since it was filled. Clearly, he was contemplating a matter of great significance. Flanking Batu were the young chieftains Shurkan of the Northern Clan and Aesmin of the Maple Frost Clan, seated at the same level as him. Below the 3 chieftains were the commanders, priests, and advisors of the 3 major clans, presently engaged in silent drinking of milk wine, the atmosphere heavy with gloom. In contrast, the ordinary orc commanders were more relaxed, devouring roasted meat with greasy mouths, drinking heartily from their goblets, and boasting of their exploits on the battlefield and in the arena. How goes the negotiations with the goblins? Chieftain Batu seemed to have come to a realization. Downing his goblet of milk wine in one go, and squinting as he inquired, the 5 pairs of silver rings woven into his long beard jingling as he spoke. We are nearing the conclusion, an equally aged orc commander replied, his face marred with numerous red scars from his youth when he was burned by a human mage's spell during an assault on Anku Fortress. As he spoke, the scarred left eye twitched oddly. Batu's eyes, which had been half closed, suddenly widened, his aged body leaning slightly forward, resting against the armrest of his chair, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on his old commander, asking, Then tell me, what conditions do those greedy goblins propose? Commander Hallahan. Old Commander Hallahan wiped his greasy hands with a dark cloth, pausing for a few seconds before responding. A 20% share in the mining rights of the entire orc tribe's gold mines, along with a 10-year exemption from their goods and trade taxes. That is out of the question, exclaimed a priest seated across from him. The trade and goods taxes are our primary source of revenue. If we exempt them, it would be tantamount to handing over the lifeblood of our tribe's economy to the goblins. 10 years from now. Don't even mention 20%. 99% of the gold mines would belong to them. Batu's chief advisor, Doku, immediately interjected. If we agree to the goblins' terms, an entire fleet belonging to one of their princes will serve us and assist in establishing a long-distance supply line at no cost. By the gods, the cunning of the goblins exceeds your imaginations, great chieftain. The priest stood, addressing Chieftain Batu. The greedy goblins wish to send our warriors into battle on their behalf. High Priest Hapu, in just a few months, we could acquire vast fertile lands in the eastern continent, and at that time, everything would be under our control, Commander Hallahan asserted confidently. You have said this for decades, my friend, each time with unwavering confidence. Decades have passed, countless tribesmen have perished, yet you and I. High Priest Hapu shook his head, not continuing. We must prioritize the survival of our tribe over those intangible ambitions. Upon hearing this, Bada nodded slightly, then gazed towards the lively scene of the young commanders, quietly asking, Chieftain Shurkan, what are your thoughts? Chieftain Shurkan, the leader of the northern clan, stood out prominently in the stone hall, towering over the average orc by a considerable margin. Seated there like a small mountain, he possesses not only boundless martial prowess and courage, but also remarkable wisdom. In a mere 3 years, Chief Shurkan has brought an end to over 2 centuries of chaotic strife among the northern clans, unifying the entire northern tribes just 6 months ago. 2 months prior, in the presence of 2 other great chieftains, he ascended to become the 3rd great chieftain of the orc tribes. Chief Shurkan gazed down upon all assembled in the hall and proclaimed, War is akin to gambling. To emerge victorious, one must be willing to wager, and the greater the stakes, the more substantial the rewards. Yet we have already lost this gamble for 300 years, esteemed Chief Shurkan, replied High Priest Hapu. Shurkan's eyes, resembling those of a colossal beast, bore into Hapu as he thundered, What if we were to lose another 300 years? Indeed, orc warriors can surmount even the direst of conditions, cried Hallahan. Chief Aizman also voiced his agreement with resolute conviction. We must possess the courage to burn our boats. The beast god shall safeguard his people. Then it is settled. Badu, having long since made up his mind, set down his goblet and steadied his thoughts. Esteemed ones, let our warriors prepare. Once the snow near Black Mountain Pass has melted and the sheep have given birth, the forces of each tribe must swiftly gather at the foot of Ankler Mountain near Black Mountain Pass. Great Chief, Bada fixed his gaze upon Hapu, his demeanor unyielding and impervious. High Priest Hapu, the beast god will bless us. Now, begin inventorying our supplies. This time, I intend to wage a great war against humanity. High Priest Hapu's mouth opened slightly, and after a quiet sigh, he responded, Yes, Great Chief. Hallahan, you may now contact the goblins. Acquiescing to all their demands, inform them that I shall require their fleet by mid-May, Badu instructed, his eyes fixed on Hallahan. He then turned back to Hapu. High Priest, reach out to the tribes in the wild mountains. They have reaped many benefits from us over the years. Let them know it is time to fulfill their duties as allies. Yes, Great Chief, Hapu nodded. Esteemed ones, Bada arose, with Shurkan and Aizman rising alongside him. Victory will ultimately belong to the orcs, and glory shall descend upon each of you. Chapter 8. Clue. The working hours at the Public Security Office commence at 9 in the morning. Soldier OWA had been waiting at the entrance since 8. Anticipating Patey, however, he did not foresee that this wait would extend to 2 hours. Otherwise, he would not have remained there like a foolish gatekeeper, eliciting eye rolls from passers-by. When Patey finally ambled into view, the clock was nearing 10. With a grim expression, OWA reminded him, Sir, the stipulated working hours at the Public Security Office are 9 o'clock in the morning. I have been patrolling our jurisdiction since 8:30. The guard at the security booth can attest to that, Patey replied nonchalantly, fabricating an excuse. Upon hearing this, OWA's face contorted with displeasure, akin to swallowing a fly, and he managed to utter, Very well, but we have matters of greater importance than patrolling today. What matters? Patey inquired casually as he stepped through the office door. The case of Sir Scott. He and the apprentice's mother arrived at 7 o'clock and have been waiting here for you for a full 3 hours. OWA followed him inside. Why must they wait for me? Patey strode directly to his office, since Sir Scott has already agreed to compensation. Only one officer needs supervise him. There is no need for you to be involved. However, OWA cast a glance at the passing guard, hesitating to continue. Once Patey entered his office, OWA promptly followed and closed the door behind him. Sir, we need to discuss something. I am at your disposal, soldier, Patey said, taking a seat on his deer leather sofa and gesturing for OWA to sit as well. OWA shook his head, refusing Patey's offer of a seat. Standing resolutely beside the office door, I require your authorization, sir. I wish to investigate that dagger, but with only the authority of the Southern District, it would be challenging to uncover any useful leads. I personally support your endeavor. Soldier, Patey began, but OWA interrupted him. I need this opportunity, sir. Unlike you, I do not come from a respectable family. I am merely the son of a farmer. You must understand that, given my background, without a significant contribution, I cannot advance further. Indeed, holding a high position is not always advantageous, soldier. Yet poverty and hunger are no blessings either, sir, that I merely wish to progress a little further. OWA's face revealed a fervent obsession, a stark contrast to his usual calm and stoic demeanor. Observing OWA's current state, Patey set aside his jesting demeanor, straightened in his chair, and gazed intently into OWA's eyes, asking, "Are you certain you wish to investigate?" "Absolutely," OWA responded promptly. "Then, soldier, you have what you desire," Patey stated. "However, for now, we shall classify this case as an ordinary murder, based on the death of that apprentice. Of course, that is my intention as well." OWA's face flushed with embarrassment. Patey casually picked up a nearby book, flipping through its pages, and said, "Remember, I do not wish for this case to implicate me." "Understood." OWA nodded in agreement. "Thank you, sir. I am not finished yet, soldier." Patey located a bookmark and reclined in his chair. "Do not forget to compose a report. I wish to review it daily. Furthermore, if any significant leads arise, it would be prudent not to act hastily. That I trust you comprehend my meaning." "Of course, sir." OWA was no fool. He understood that if he truly uncovered a lead, it would be time to report it. Acting independently was not the act of a wise individual. Tales of a lone savior rescuing the world are found only in dramas and fables. Moreover, even if successful, the higher-ups would not be pleased, but failure would yield severe consequences. After exiting Patey's office, OWA headed directly to the room where Sir Scott and the apprentice's mother were being received. The night was in an uproar. The apprentice's mother appeared visibly frightened, her hands trembling incessantly, fearing that the guards had accepted a bribe from the nobleman and were planning to dispose of her. Although the guards assured her that she could still receive a sum of money, she remained unconvinced until 50 gleaming gold coins were laid before her. The guards OWA had arranged were experienced elders. While they were tempted by the substantial amount of money, they feared the disciplinary actions of the security office. Having witnessed too much in the past, OWA's gaze was primarily fixed upon Sir Scott, a member of the Royal Guard. Although he was a distant relative of the Jean family, the ability to gather 50 gold coins in a mere half-day while being absent for 2 consecutive days was enough to raise suspicion. OWA had already prepared an identical dagger when he presented it to Sir Scott. The nobleman merely glanced at it before tucking it away and hastily departing. The soldier did not intervene, as the exchange of daggers had already spoken volumes. This nobleman was simply a fugitive. Although he valued the dagger, he showed no concern for its specifics and could not even discern its authenticity. A strange smile flickered across the soldier's face as he quietly instructed the nearby guards. Then his attention shifted to the apprentice's mother, who was currently at a loss, staring at the pile of gold coins on the table. "Madam, if you wish to avoid any complications, I suggest you hire 2 bodyguards. And your payment would only be a small portion of this pile of coins." Perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt towards the mother, OWA intended to have 2 guards protect her for a time. After resolving that dispute, OWA took the dagger to a tavern named Manweir located on Hanlu Street in the eastern part of the Imperial City. The tavern's proprietor, a man named Akir, was a clan leader and a covert agent trained by the security office. He also held another identity as one of the snakeheads in the underground black market of the Imperial City. After OWA had consumed 2 silver coins and 33 copper coins, he found himself unable to pay the tab, prompting Akir's piercing roar to echo throughout the tavern. "Damnable pauper. This is not a place for free meals." Moments later, a lean middle-aged man entered the booth. Upon seeing OWA, he lowered his voice and said, "Hey, kid, you're a regular. There's no need to make a fuss every time. You can come directly to me. That's 2 silver coins." "Just 2. He gestured with his jewel-laden right hand to emphasize the amount. "What you possess would fetch at most 20 copper coins outside. You wouldn't lose much, Mr. Akir," OWA replied with a serious demeanor, provoking a frustrated response from Akir. After a moment of exasperation, Akir sighed and said, "Very well, soldier, what assistance do you require this time?" OWA wasted no time and opened a purple wooden box from within his cloak. A finely crafted dagger immediately captured Akir's attention, but he did not take it in hand to inspect. Instead, he frowned and asked, "Are you also here to inquire about the case of the assassination of the deputy minister?" "Not at all." OWA discerned something else from his words. "What? Can a dagger lead you to think of that case?" Recently, many agents have been coming here with various types of daggers, asking about their origins, even more frequently than the patrons themselves. I am concerned that this hideout may be compromised, Akir replied. His eyes fixated on the dagger, displaying signs of discontent. I am not here to investigate the case concerning the military department. I lack the necessary authority. This dagger is the weapon used in a murder case in the southern part of our city, where a poor blacksmith's apprentice was tragically stabbed to death. His mother has been causing a ruckus at our precinct for an entire day, which compelled my presence. Ova stated, half-truthfully. Is that so? Archer replied, clearly skeptical, yet unwilling to press further. Then, for the sake of that unfortunate apprentice and his mother, let us examine this dagger. As he spoke, Archer picked up the dagger and retrieved a magnifying glass from his belongings. Scrutinizing the blade's edge and material. Excellent steel, dwarven craftsmanship, of remarkable quality. Such fine weaponry is a rarity on the black market. The enchantment is quite impressive as well. It is evidently beyond the capabilities of some mere apprentice mage. Crafted instead by a true sorcerer. I merely wish to ascertain the identity of the weapon's owner. Where can I find the smith who forged it? Ova expressed indifference toward the dagger's craftsmanship. Teartown, Archer replied, holding the dagger up to the light. There is a blacksmith named Yavis. He likely knows where this dagger originated. After all, such exceptional contraband is seldom seen that I am certain the perpetrator must be a novice. Seasoned criminals rarely resort to using such weapons. Chapter 9. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. On the morning of April 20th, around 10 o'clock, Patey opened the door to his office, just as he did every day. Upon entering, the guard, Grant, approached him with a stack of documents, saying, Sir, here are the cases you need to review today. Please be diligent, for once you confirm and sign these documents, it signifies the case's official conclusion. Should you require evidence or wish to summon witnesses, I will arrange it immediately. Understood, place them there, Patey replied, accustomed to Grant's incessant chatter. The guard repeated this same phrase every time he brought documents, to the point that Patey had nearly memorized it. He had no intention of urging Grant to alter this habit, for his reminders were indeed necessary. After all, Patey occupied a position that served as the final checkpoint for all cases. If he were to sign his name without due consideration and forward the evidence in the accused to the court, any oversight could mean that an innocent individual might lose years, if not decades, of their freedom or even their life. While Patey was not directly investigating the cases, he bore the responsibility of oversight, making it paramount that no detail be overlooked, particularly in matters that could result in a death sentence. He would meticulously review such cases from beginning to end. After Grant departed, Patey casually flipped through 2 cases, both minor disputes. The only reason they had made it to Patey's desk was due to the involvement of nobles, so he unhesitatingly signed his name and affixed his sheriff's seal. When he turned to the 3rd case, he paused. Today, he lacked the inclination to deal with such matters. 5 days prior, on the afternoon of the 15th, Soldier Ova had requested several passes and investigation orders from Patey before hastily departing the city towards Teartown, located northeast of Sook City. Since then, he had not returned, nor had any news been received. Patey even entertained the troubling thought that Ova might have absconded with the gold coins belonging to the blacksmith's mother. Yet, after a brief inquiry, he discovered that his suspicions were unwarranted. What weighed most heavily on Patey's mind was that Soldier Ova had taken with him what could potentially be the murder weapon in the case concerning the military undersecretary. If only he dared not let his thoughts wander further. Since the day before yesterday, over 5 Blood Eagles had been dispatched to the precinct in Teartown, yet none had received any response. Under normal circumstances, the precinct there had an obligation to reply promptly, particularly to communications from the Sook City Guard Department. The silence following 5 inquiries was unprecedented. Patey had initially considered dispatching other guards to Teartown, but upon reflecting, he opted for silence. He did not wish to draw attention to his investigation into the military undersecretary's case. Even a fool could sense the turmoil this case was causing among the Empire's elite. Rumors circulated that the court had been embroiled in heated arguments or, at times, terrifying silence during several meetings. Although Patey outwardly feigned indifference to the case, he remained vigilant. Shortly after Soldier Ova's departure, he had accessed Sir Scott's personal files at headquarters. The records revealed that this nobleman had joined the Lion's Fortress Guard a decade ago. Within 3 months of his appointment, he had been assigned as a personal guard to Prince Cinda, alongside another individual from the Field family, the Lord of Sarek Fortress, Rob. Reggie's brother, Simp, Reggie. This indicated that Queen Dibel trusted her family more than her own marital ties to Emperor Danev XVI. Their union, merely a political arrangement to balance power among prominent families. Sir Scott was not a man of restraint. Over the past decade as Prince Sinda's protector, he had amassed a record of no less than 20 incidents documented at the guard office, 3 of which had been homicides. However, Patey did not believe Sir Scott to be the murderer. It was even possible that the nobleman was entirely oblivious to the situation. If that dagger truly was the weapon in the military undersecretary's case, then Sir Scott was merely a scapegoat, albeit one of many. But who could compel a royal prince's guard to act on their behalf with such fervor? Prince Sinda. That was utterly implausible. He had no motive or need to do so. Members of the Field family might be a possibility, but the likelihood was slim, for they would never allow a member of their own family to be implicated in such matters. Moreover, given the current circumstances, they had no reason to do so. Patey longed to request updates on the case's progress, such as the military's internal investigations or the social circles surrounding Baron Gordonal, but these were merely fleeting thoughts. After all, he was the second son of the Empire's prime minister. If his intentions were too obvious, others might perceive it as his father's directive. He did not wish to become a pawn for the head of the guard. Guziel. Patey possessed enough political acumen to recognize this. Thus, the only course of action left to him was to trust Soldier Ova and await any promising news. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid series of knocks interrupted Patey's contemplation. Come in, he called, closing the files. Sir. The guard who entered was Morin, the head of the criminal investigation team, a capable young officer. Morin seemed to have nearly sprinted to the office, grasping the door handle as he caught his breath. The Blood Eagle has returned with news from Soldier Ova. What news? Patey sprang up from his seat, alarmed. Damn it, speak quickly. After regaining his breath, Morin replied, he claims to have obtained crucial leads but appears to be encountering some trouble and requires our assistance. Where is he? And what sort of trouble? Patey's eyelids flickered. His previously relaxed demeanor tightened abruptly. 50 miles east of the city, at the ancestral cemetery, he was ambushed by a group of unidentified individuals equipped with military crossbows. Numbering between 10 to 20, Morin reported swiftly. Who would dare to assault the guards of our precinct? Patey's expression darkened. He swiftly commanded, prepare 2 teams from the action department. He would not shy away from any battle. As a paladin, he had known no fear since acquiring his divine power. Should he exhibit cowardice or a lack of self-confidence, that sacred power would abandon him. As he spoke, Patey exited his office, with Morin heading towards the action department's rear yard. Morin. Patey called out just as Morin was about to leave. You stay behind and request support from headquarters. Do not mention that case for now. I will personally explain the situation to headquarters. But this is an order. Patey offered no further explanation and hurried towards the armory. Chapter 10. The sudden battle in the imperial capital of Sook City, within the courtyard of the southern precinct. Patey donned the noble armor of Krull City, gripping a silver-white, solid 2-handed war hammer in his right hand. The armor was one of 13 sets passed down through the Reagan family, while the weapon had been gifted to him by his mentor, Bishop Jeff Reed. Upon completing his paladin training at the Holy Radiance Cathedral, the armor bore his name, the Sigh of Heron's Highlands, commemorating its first owner's battles against the native tribes during the establishment of the Heron's territory. Though this armor was well maintained, its age had rendered the abdominal piece a dull gray, exuding a sense of historical gravitas. However, the magical runes and leather segments remained pristine, and all the scales, even on the inner thighs, were intact. The silver warhammer, with its handle and head seamlessly connected, was adorned with a series of mysterious holy inscriptions that glimmered with divine energy each time Patey gripped it firmly. Resting the warhammer on his shoulder, Patey assessed the assembled 20 guards and 2 hired mages, the entirety of the action department's strength in the southern precinct, now fully armed. Mount up. There was no rousing speech to stir their spirits. Patey simply issued the command with a calm demeanor. He took the helmet from Rain and donned it before mounting his horse. Let us depart. As everyone mounted, Patey lowered the visor of his helmet, gestured grandly, and led the charge out of the courtyard's main gate. Outside the rear entrance of the security office lies a narrow path, designated solely for official use. Periodically, specialized mages attend to its upkeep. This path is just wide enough to accommodate 2 riders side by side and leads directly to the central boulevard. In a mere 2 minutes, the troop led by Patey emerged onto the main thoroughfare of the central street. The neighing of war horses and the thunderous sound of their galloping caused the citizens to instinctively turn their heads. A battle flag, emblazoned with a white emblem on a black background, snapped in the breeze, The white design of a guardhouse and two crossed spears was strikingly prominent against the dark backdrop. The laws of the Empire explicitly state that upon encountering the black and white battle flag of the security office, all individuals and vehicles must yield unconditionally. Failure to do so grants the guards the right to trample through. Consequently, upon witnessing this display, the citizens, including passing nobles, began to retreat to the sides of the street, with carriages halting to allow the troop to pass. Thus, the procession swiftly traversed the central avenue and entered the outer city. Having exited the city gates within 5 minutes, the journey of 50 miles is neither particularly short nor excessively long. The warhorses assigned to the security office are the Clury warhorses from the Reagan family's territory. Known for their impressive stature and remarkable speed, though they lack the endurance of the Highland horses from the Tuac territory. However, Patey currently requires speed, as the Clury warhorses' velocity would enable them to reach the ancestral graveyard in the northern part of the city within an hour. Commander, listen quickly. After an unknown passage of time, the squad leader Haruz shouted to Patey, his ears perked up. Yet, Patey, positioned ahead, could not hear a word as the wind carried Haruz's voice away, with no other option. Haruz turned to the mage Taipu, riding alongside him. There's a sound of a magical whistle, Commander, and it employs our security office's secret code. Taipu used a unique spell to allow Patey to hear his words. In truth, Patey had already heard it. After all, the sound of the magical whistle is exceedingly piercing. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the flag officer beside him, signaling for them to halt. In the next instant, the hastening troop abruptly came to a stop, their movements remarkably synchronized amidst the fluttering of the military flag. How far are we from the ancestral graveyard now? Patey inquired. 20 miles remaining, Haruz replied, consulting the map to compare the terrain. Where is the sound of the magical whistle coming from? Patey asked again. Due north, less than 5 miles away. Taipu had already calculated the direction and distance. After pondering for a few seconds, Patey commanded, prepare for battle. If we encounter hostilities, I will charge from the front, while Captain Haruz will lead a small team to encircle from the sides. The two mages will assist with the remaining personnel. Understood. Understood. The group nodded in affirmation. Taipu, take the lead. Patey's warhammer thrummed with holy power. Rest assured, I am right beside you. The Holy Knight always simplifies battle. Taipu replied with a slight smile. The troop resumed their rapid march. However, this time, the military crossbows were already loaded, and the spears gleamed with a cold glimmer. With a distance of 5 miles, at the speed of the Clury warhorses, they would arrive in 4 to 5 minutes. Thus, Patey dared not allow even a moment of complacency, as his warhammer glimmered with an enchanting golden aura under the influence of holy power. I smell blood. Commander, it should be nearby. Taipu whispered in Patey's ear using the earlier method. Patey's expression hardened as he made an attacking gesture to the flag officer beside him. That moment, a squad of black-clad warriors wielding short swords appeared on the horizon, surrounding a balding man in a security uniform. It was evident that the balding man was on the verge of being overwhelmed and slaughtered. Patey bellowed, Taipu. Without uttering a word, Taipu gestured, casting a wind magic spell upon Patey's mount, while holy power surged through the horse's body. In the next instant, propelled by his steed, Patey surged forward like an unleashed arrow. Bang! Crack! In the blink of an eye, Patey closed the distance of several hundred meters, colliding with two black-clad warriors, sending them crashing to the ground. The sound of breaking bones echoing in Patey's ears that a glance from the corner of his eye revealed their chests caved in, blood bubbles escaping their mouths, indicating their insides had been damaged. This tactical charge was one Patey had practiced countless times in his Holy Knight training, so it was not unfamiliar to him. However, previously it had always been against straw dummies, and now he was facing living beings. The violent charge left Patey's mount exhausted, and sensing that his steed could no longer endure, Patey leaped towards the nearest black-clad warrior, raising his warhammer high above his head. With a sharp crack, another black-clad assassin fell. His shoulder shattered, fragments of bone and blood splattering onto his comrades nearby. In a matter of seconds, 3 black-clad warriors had been dispatched by Patey. It's a Holy Knight, be cautious, one of the black-clad warriors realized, shouting at the top of his lungs. Humph. Patey did not engage in conversation, for the opposing group did not seem inclined to exchange pleasantries either. The drawn crossbows signaled their intent. Thus, Patey swung his warhammer at one to his right. Meanwhile, holy power flowed over the balding guard, healing his wounds. Clang. The black-clad warrior reacted swiftly, using his round shield to block Patey's warhammer. However, He greatly underestimated the strength of a holy knight empowered by holy power. The moment the shield shattered, he was sent flying, landing on the ground with a groan. Whoosh! The arrows from the crossbows flew towards Patey, yet he did not even glance in their direction. He refrained from using holy power. As the magical runes on his armor activated instantly, deflecting the arrows and creating a beautiful arc in midair before they fell harmlessly to the ground. Are you fools? He is a holy knight. Delay him, exhaust his stamina. A commanding black-clad warrior shouted in exasperation. I think we should retreat, another suggested, having noticed the large troop of armed guards rapidly approaching from behind. Chapter 11. Interrogation outside the Imperial City. A small-scale battle quickly came to an end, as the black-clad warriors besieging the guards were swiftly dismantled before the fully armed 20 security cavalry. Within moments, the assailants collapsed like a house of cards, leaving only 3 survivors. In the distant thicket of banyan trees, 2 middle-aged men, also clad in black, peered through binoculars, squinting one eye to observe from afar. There is still one left. What should we do? Moreover, they've captured one of our men, one asked. The other man glanced at the more than 10 black-clad warriors behind him. They have a holy knight, 2 mages, and 20 fully armed guards. What do you suggest we do? Retreat. If you have a better plan, feel free to share. The balding middle-aged guard, named Jianong, weakly crouched on the ground, half closing his eyes to stare at Patey. I'm a guard from Teal Town. We were escorting 2 important witnesses to the capital when we were ambushed by these people. Guards from the capital? Patey inquired. Is one of them named OWA? Yes. That's him. Our officer refers to him as Sergeant OWA. Are you certain? Absolutely. Where is he? I don't know. We broke off to escape. Jianong replied. Does anyone here know Sir Patey, the officer from the Southern Security Office in the Imperial City? I am he. Patey responded, momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing this, Jianong's gaze shifted to the identity crystal pendant hanging from Patey's chest, which bore 3 insignias, that of a holy knight, a security officer, and a noble title. Once confirming Patey's identity, he shakily retrieved a blood-stained cloth strip from his pocket. What else do you know? For instance, about the 2 witnesses, Haruz inquired from the side. Jianong shook his head. During our breakout, Sergeant OW gave each of us one of these cloth strips. And the instructions were the same, only Sergeant OWA himself and our officer are privy to the details. Patey unfolded the strip. It bore an unusual design that he did not recognize and had never seen before. After contemplating, he presented the strip to Haruz. Members of the Action Department generally receive specialized reconnaissance training, making them very familiar with the internal markings of the security office. This is a temporary marker when our guards encounter an emergency during a case. They typically hide important items in a location and leave a sign that only our internal personnel can comprehend, Haruz explained. Can you decipher it? Patey asked. Haruz shook his head. This is a temporary marker. I believe if Jianong is not lying, it should indicate the hiding place of some item. Interrogate the 3 survivors as quickly as possible. You have half an hour. We leave in half an hour, Patey commanded. Haruz nodded and approached the 3 captives alongside Mage Taipu. I ask. You answer. Understood. Haruz said to one of them. The man turned his head away, clearly unwilling to cooperate. Thud. A dagger plunged deep between the man's shoulder and collarbone. Ah. The criminal writhed on the ground in pain, blood gushing from the wound. Commander. Haruz looked at Patey. Patey frowned. Although he was somewhat unaccustomed to this approach, he said nothing and nodded. As Haruz grinned and withdrew the dagger, Patey's controlled holy power began to flow gently over the captive's wound. Moments later, the injury healed. I ask, you answer. Understood. Haruz repeated, playing with the dagger. Each movement of the dagger caused the captive's body to tremble instinctively, yet he bit his lip and remained silent. Oh, quite stubborn. Are we? As Haruz sneered disdainfully, the dagger suddenly thrust forward. This time, it directly pierced the joint on the inner thigh of his opponent. Ah, ah. The cries echoed like the wails of malevolent spirits in the dead of night. Moments later, the man convulsed twice, a foul stench emanating from his lower body. Haruz grimaced, withdrew the bloody dagger, and wiped it on a clean spot, muttering to himself, is he really so fragile, fainting so quickly? With that, he made a swift cut across the man's throat. The specter of death jolted him awake, but at this moment, he could only engage in his final struggles before demise, stepping through the viscous blood. Haruz fixed his gaze on the 2 remaining captives and asked, I will pose the questions, and you shall provide the answers. Understood? Understood. After a brief silence, the 2 men fervently nodded in response to Haruz's impatient demeanor. It was evident that Haruz and Taipu were accustomed to such interrogations. The agents of the Action Department were not responsible for case handling. they prioritized efficiency and, thus, would employ any means necessary to achieve their ends. Within just 5 minutes, the remaining two divulged all the information they possessed. Unfortunately, their knowledge was limited. However, their identities became clear. They belonged to a group of mercenaries who took payment to alleviate others' troubles. The Iron Tooth Mercenary Corps. Patey found no information regarding this mercenary group in his mind and instructed Harus, send out the Blood Eagle to have headquarters assist in the wanted notice for all members of the Iron Tooth Mercenary Corps. Additionally, have someone check at headquarters for any records on a guard named Gino. Understood, Harus nodded. The land surrounding Sook City was ancient, tracing back to the era of human nomadism. It was the resting place of ancestors. Rumored to be the birthplace of human civilization, scattered blood tainted the nearby standing monuments. While dozens of lifeless bodies recounted a recent minor skirmish, the gentle breeze swept through, granting Patey a fleeting chill that penetrated to the marrow. As if countless vengeful souls swirled around him, the body of a soldier from OW lay quietly atop a grave, his fatal wound located in the chest, presumably pierced by a spear-like weapon. His eyes filled with an expression of unyielding defiance. Patey gazed at the scene before him in disbelief, almost convinced he was dreaming. Yet the hollow gaze of the OWA soldier and the silent scream reflected in his agape mouth rendered it all too real. From the surrounding footprints, it was evident that the OWA soldier faced an onslaught from at least 5 assailants, and the several black-clad corpses lying beside him testified to the valor he displayed in his final moments. At the very least, your death validates that your pursuit was not in vain, Patey murmured to himself. With that, he extended his hand to close the soldier's defiant eyes. 31 bodies in total, 11 of which belonged to our guard department. Their identities confirmed by the crystals still intact. Of the remaining 20 bodies, 18 belonged to those black-clad warriors we just fought, while the other 2 should be the witnesses mentioned by Guard Gino. Harus, fixated on the OWA soldier's corpse, reported the preliminary findings, a hint of regret evident in his eyes. Secure the scene. Patey sighed, and no sooner had he spoken than a group of swift horses galloped forward. It was the guards stationed on perimeter duty. Approaching, one of them announced, "Headquarters has arrived," with Commander Hanina leading the team. Patey was taken aback, suddenly recalling that he had summoned reinforcements from headquarters. Chapter 12. Hanina, over 50 years of age, was a veteran of the guard department. Her hair a mix of white and gold, with pronounced wrinkles on her face. In her youth, she underwent training as a paladin, and decades later, the holy power had never left her. Rumors circulated that she was the illegitimate daughter of Duke clan's noblemen. Yet the nearly 80-year-old Duke had never confirmed or denied such claims. Commander Hanina arrived with a small squad of fully armed cavalry guards and 2 experienced agents. "Sheriff Patey, you need to explain," Hanina inquired directly upon seeing him. Although she had received Patey's distress report indicating that guards had been attacked, witnessing so many guard corpses firsthand still shocked her. In her decades-long career in law enforcement, she had rarely encountered such a mass casualty among guards. "As you can see, Commander, our guards were assaulted. I rushed here immediately upon receiving the distress signal, but could only save one. We have interrogated the captives, and they claim to be members of the Iron Tooth Mercenary Corps. However, we must capture the leader of this mercenary group to ascertain the full details," Patey succinctly explained. "I have dispatched the Blood Eagle to request a wanted notice from headquarters. I believe no one can escape under the scrutiny of our guard department." The position of district sheriff in the imperial capital was akin to that of an assistant director within the guard department. Thus, in terms of rank, Patey stood 1 level below Hanina. "And the captive? He bled out and died." Patey shrugged, expressing his regret. Hanina was momentarily stunned. "Are you implying that an unknown mercenary group attacked our guards and eliminated nearly 2 of our squads?" "Yes," Patey replied, steeling himself. "Were they all from the southern district?" "No." Patey shook his head. "Only my deputy. The others were guards from Teal Town, including their sheriff, Ulai." "Was your deputy and Sheriff Ulai among the deceased?" Hanina's expression darkened considerably. The deaths of 2 high-ranking guards in the department constituted a major case, especially since one was the highest local official. "Yes, Commander." Patey's expression mirrored her concern. "Huh." Hanina exhaled deeply, then signaled to her 2 accompanying agents. They immediately began searching the surroundings for useful clues. Hanina herself wielded a dark crimson one-handed paladin warhammer as she surveyed the area. During her inspection, she remained silent, while Patey followed closely, silently observing the scattered blood and the chaotic ground. "They will pay for this, I swear it." Hanina declared solemnly. What was your deputy investigating at the time? He was tracing the origin of a dagger, Patey answered candidly. He had requested assistance from headquarters to preempt any unforeseen complications. Having headquarters personnel present would simplify subsequent explanations. However, he had not anticipated that headquarters would dispatch an agent of deputy director rank to lead the team. In Patey's mind, they would likely send an agent of group leader rank at most, thus allowing him to maintain control. Although Hanina's arrival deviated from his plans, Patey had no intention of concealing anything. For lying in front of the Empire's most experienced agents was tantamount to courting death. What kind of dagger? Similar to the one involved in the incident with the deputy minister. Hanina paused. What became of that dagger? It was taken to Teal Town by my deputy. He needed it for a comparison with a blacksmith. Are you suggesting that this dagger may have fallen into the hands of those claiming to be from the Iron Tooth Mercenary Corps? Hanina interjected. It is a possibility. Patey did not deny it, but I believe that with the experience of the OWA soldier, he must have sensed the impending danger and left me a mark. Clearly, he had a contingency plan. What mark? A temporary mark. I have already instructed the mage to investigate. I will have my agents join in. Hanina fixed her gaze on Patey. Have you registered this dagger? Of course, but it went unnoticed. After all, such daggers have been scrutinized excessively of late. My deputy discovered it during a minor case. And he merely intended to conduct a test, but never anticipated. I believe it is necessary to formally investigate this dagger, even establishing a special task force that I will personally lead it and propose to headquarters that you serve as deputy leader. I trust you will not refuse. Hanina interrupted Patey once more, clearly uninterested in his sentimental musings. Of course, Commander, Patey nodded. He would not falter at such a moment. Commander Hanina, one of the cavalry guards she brought with her rode closer. Presenting a small envelope marked with the seal of the guard department, a message from the Blood Eagle, just flown in from headquarters. Hanina, puzzled, accepted the still-drying ink letter and began to read it before Patey. This. Upon seeing the contents, her expression changed drastically, her eyes narrowing to the size of pinholes, a chilling aura emanating from her. What has happened, Commander? Patey sensed Hanina's shock. The Teal Town Sheriff's Office has been attacked by an unidentified force. And all guards have perished, Hanina murmured. How is that possible? Since the establishment of the Imperial Guard Department under Duke Patwade, no one had dared to openly assault their stronghold for hundreds of years. At 8 p.m., Patey and Hanina hurried to Teal Town. After receiving the notification from headquarters, Hanina decided to personally inspect the situation in Teal Town. Everything that had transpired today indicated that OWA must have uncovered some crucial lead. The methods employed by the assailants to eliminate witnesses were so decisive that they dared to strike even the highest local sheriff's office. In the past, who could have imagined that someone would audaciously resort to such extreme measures to obliterate any potential evidence once issues arose within the guard department? At this moment, the entire town was under martial law. After Patey and Hanina presented their identity crystals, they were finally permitted entry into the town by the commander of the city defense forces. Baron Liar, the agents responsible for investigating the situation in Teal Town, had been dispatched from the nearby town of Hades via the Blood Eagle, led personally by their sheriff, Peruse. Commander Hanina, it's been a long time, Peruse remarked. Appearing quite youthful, around 30 years of age, clad in fitted leather armor, with short black hair. This is Patey, the sheriff from the southern precinct of the Imperial capital, Hanina casually introduced. He is Peruse, the sheriff of Hades. Peruse was momentarily taken aback, having initially thought Patey was merely an ordinary agent. Do you have any leads? Hanina inquired directly. Chapter 13. A few hours prior, as Patey and Hanina were en route to Teal Town, Sir Guzzle, the head of the security department, received detailed intelligence regarding the ambushed guards and the assault on the security station in Teal Town. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he suppressed this information and instructed his assistant to contact Duke Nick, the Imperial Prime Minister. Before reporting to His Imperial Majesty, he deemed it necessary to exchange opinions with Duke Nick. An hour later, in the meeting room of the Prime Minister's office at Lion Fortress, Duke Nick and Sir Guzzle sat facing each other, with an iron table between them devoid of tea or pastries, and not a soul accompanying them. This meeting room belonged to the secret section of the Prime Minister's office. Its walls adorned with iron firwood from the Kron region, intricately carved with magical runes capable of thwarting all eavesdropping attempts. My secret agent was eliminated while investigating the case of the military undersecretary. And alongside him, 11 guards perished, including a local high-ranking officer from the security station. Without the usual pleasantries or formalities, Guzzle confronted the matter head-on, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames of the candles atop the iron table. His voice low yet laced with anger. So, your secret agent may have uncovered something, perhaps even touched upon the truth? Duke Nick leaned forward slightly, his fingers massaging his temples. Perhaps, Guzzle replied. Moreover, the security station in Tier Town he visited was attacked at the same time by the same group. And all the guards in the town fell in the line of duty. Even those on patrol outside or resting at home were secretly assassinated. Are you jesting? Duke Nick set his hands down. The news was too grave to allow for any relaxation. They are openly challenging the authority of the Empire. Set aside that absurd notion of imperial authority for now, Duke Nick, Sir Guzzle interjected. Listen to me, my time is limited. In half an hour, I must report to His Majesty, and there are internal matters within the security department that require my attention. Our time is constrained, Duke. Guzzle spoke firmly, not allowing Duke Nick to interject. There is something I must convey to you. Before Baron Gordonale was assassinated, he sought me out to provide some information. What kind of information? The Duke inquired. Not information per se. What I mean is, he mentioned certain matters to me. Guzzle instinctively lowered his voice. He informed me that there are individuals within the Empire conspiring on a plot capable of overturning the entire Rock Empire. No one can overthrow the Empire, sir. Our rule is as solid as a rock. Duke Nick could not restrain himself from interrupting. Of course, I once shared that sentiment, but now I find myself somewhat swayed. Guzzle leaned back on the sofa. Prior to this, I would never have anticipated anyone would dare to openly challenge the authority of the security department. Do you comprehend what that implies? The Duke unconsciously leaned back against the sofa, understanding Guzzle's implication that these individuals had no fear of any imperial measures and possessed ways to counter them. Baron Gordonale claimed he was once a member of this organization, which refers to itself as the Tower of Dawn. The Baron's swift ascension to the position of military undersecretary was facilitated by this organization from the shadows. Imagine the power of such a group. They could even dictate the position of the deputy secretary of the military. Guzzle shook his head with a wry smile. Their plan is nearing execution. The Baron indicated he was on the verge of uncovering all the details of the organization's scheme. Yet he was assassinated the day before he intended to report to me. At this juncture, Sir Guzzle fell silent. Did Gordonale leave you any hints while he was alive? Duke Nick began to take the matter seriously. Regarding the war with the orcs, the Baron warned me that the initial phase of the Tower of Dawn plan might involve the conflict with the orcs. The war with the orcs. Duke Nick frowned. How could they be entangled with the orcs? Sir Guzzle nodded. He likely spoke the truth, according to intelligence. The orcs may launch a large-scale attack against the Empire between May and July, and this group may intend to exploit that battlefield for their purposes. This brings something to mind. Wait a moment. Duke Nick swiftly exited the meeting room, returning 5 minutes later with a stack of documents. This is my work schedule from half a month ago. Duke Nick lowered his head to examine his agenda. On the afternoon of the 29th, I was supposed to meet with Baron Gordonale, and we were to discuss the war with the orcs. Duke Nick reflected. After the Baron was assassinated, my assistant informed me that he had sought me out on the afternoon of the 27th. But I was occupied at the Yekjil military port investigating a corruption case involving the fleet, hence the meeting was rescheduled to the afternoon of the 29th. He may have discovered certain secrets by then, realizing he might have been exposed, and thus I became a subject of his suspicions. Sir Guzzle analyzed the situation. Per Gordonale, he must have felt utterly helpless at that moment, uncertain of whom he could trust. Perhaps, Duke Nick mused. His brow furrowed. I believe I should take my leave. The Emperor's envoy should be searching for me by now. I need to appear before His Majesty before he reports back. Sir Guzzle stood. Perhaps by the next time we meet, I will have been dismissed from my position as head of the security department. I trust you understand what I mean by that. I will be vigilant. Duke Nick nodded. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention. That secret agent was the deputy to Sir Patey. He is likely overseeing this case in Tier Town now. A smile graced Guzzle's face. Duke Nick was momentarily taken aback before responding. That is his duty. Sir Guzzle smiled slightly before hastening his departure. He was correct. His Majesty Emperor Danediff XVI, Robert Danediff, had been informed by Bailey, the chief of intelligence for the Rock Empire. Immediately upon receiving the news, the Emperor had initially been disinclined to heed the matter. But Bailey cautioned him. If he wished to avoid a day when Lion Fortress was besieged by a group of unknown assailants akin to the security station in Tier Town, it would be prudent to listen to Sir Guzzle's briefing. Though the Emperor perceived his chief as somewhat alarmist, he summoned Guzzle nonetheless. Meanwhile, Duke Nick, after Guzzle's departure, quickly perused the documents brought along. which contained detailed intelligence regarding the case of the blacksmith's apprentice, including various reports on Patey's handling of the matter. Herman, Duke Nick called for his assistant. The heavy door of the meeting room swung open, and a capable young man entered. Contact the Minister of Military Affairs, Marquis Eden, and the Chief of Lion Fortress, Bailey. Have them come to my conference room. Duke Nick intended to test these two individuals first. Chapter 14 New Doubts outside the ruins of the Teartown security station. Clusters of towering bonfires crackled and blazed, illuminating the surroundings brighter than daylight. Hanina circled the remnants of the security station several times, while Patey inspected the debris within. After half an hour, the two reconvened. Hanina, uncertain amidst the heavy scent of smoke and the nauseating stench of charred bodies, remarked, "My holy power senses fluctuations in magical elements, though not very pronounced. Can you perceive it?" "Commander, you should not doubt your holy power." Patey furrowed his brow. "I have never doubted it." Hanina's eyes flickered. "It's just that the magical elements here seem peculiar. They are not very intense. And upon closer inspection, they don't resemble magical elements. A strange form of earth elemental magic," Patey asserted confidently. "I have instructed the mages to conduct a thorough investigation. I believe results will arrive soon. I hope we receive results promptly." Hanina fixed her gaze on the distant city defense soldiers. "The uncertainties surrounding this case are too significant." "You seem to have inquired with the city defense commander. What did he divulge?" Patey understood what she was referring to and nodded. According to Baron Lyer, he mobilized the city defense forces for support at the moment the conflict broke out at the security station. He claimed that what he witnessed is precisely the current state of affairs. "Is that so?" Hanina smirked coldly. "I remain skeptical. If his city defense forces had truly arrived in a timely manner, I believe it would be impossible for not a single survivor to be captured." A soft click interrupted their conversation. Both turned toward the sound, noticing Peruse, who had deliberately made the noise to announce his arrival. Hanina continued, "The standard staffing configuration for the security office in Teartown is approximately 25 personnel, excluding the logistical support and the guards escorting two witnesses, along with those on leave, night shifts, and patrol duties. There should be at least 5 guards on duty when the security office is attacked, according to regulations, along with 1 combat mage. To swiftly eliminate 5 guards with basic tactical training, and a formal combat mage would require the assailants to deploy at least 2 to 3 times that number. Simultaneously, the guards on leave and those on patrol were ambushed almost concurrently. Can you imagine what sort of individuals these could be?" Hanina's expression darkened ominously. "What is most perplexing is that not a single corpse of the attackers was left behind. Only traces of body removal remain. What does that indicate? It suggests they had ample time, enough to carefully dispose of their fallen comrades." "Baron Lyer is lying," Peruse interjected from the side. "When I arrived in this town, the scene was entirely different from what you see now." "Oh," Patey turned to look at Peruse. While Hanina fixed her gaze upon him as well, Peruse beamed, glancing at the city defense soldiers guarding them not far away. "A few hours ago, when we first arrived in Teartown, the townsfolk were frantically storming the town hall. The city defense forces were barely able to manage the mob, let alone attend to the security office." "Storming the town hall?" Hanina asked, puzzled. "Why would the townsfolk attack the town hall?" Patey inquired. Peruse chuckled at Patey's curiosity. "It seems a tax official from the town hall had an incident while collecting taxes in a nearby village, which involved a girl from that village." He paused, glancing at Hanina, then gave Patey a knowing grin. "Naturally, the villagers were outraged and rallied together to besiege the town hall. What should have been a matter easily resolved between one village and the officials somehow escalated. As the townsfolk of Teartown joined in the uproar, did the villagers not report to the security office?" Hanina's confusion deepened. Such incidents, if not documented at the security office, would be deemed illegal, allowing the town hall to label them as traitors and suppress them forcefully. However, the current atmosphere in Teartown did not resemble a place that had just quashed traitors. Perhaps they did, but otherwise, the city defense soldiers would have already resorted to force. Peruse shrugged, gazing at the ruins of the security office. But it might no longer be an option. The laws of the Locke Empire were rather peculiar, at least from Patey's perspective after living 2 lives. Although the nobles enjoyed numerous privileges, they were equally bound by certain restrictions. Nobles could not exercise absolute power over commoners, as the empire had institutions like the guard office and the court to oversee them. In Patey's view, the intent of Duke Patweed and Emperor Daindevi in establishing the imperial laws and systems was to foster a relative equality between commoners and nobles. However, due to the formidable power of the nobility. A significant portion of the imperial laws was designed to protect nobles, while another considerable part aimed to uphold the rights of commoners. This meant that commoners possessed the right to accuse nobles when sufficient evidence was present. Yet, even if a noble were convicted, they could pay fines or negotiate with the victim's family for forgiveness through monetary compensation to mitigate or eliminate the punishment. In summary, this was a world that had somewhat distorted in its development. Both nobles and commoners held certain rights, leading to conflicts when unpleasant incidents occurred. Such events transpired almost daily within the empire, where the eventual victor of these conflicts was often the nobility. As commoners lacked the luxury of time to squander on feudal confrontations, send someone to investigate that village, the girl, and her family, as well as that tax official, Hanina instructed Peruse. Ask the townsfolk why they joined the uproar and if anyone organized it. Rest assured. Commander, Peruse replied with a smile. I have already set things in motion, and I believe we will have results by tomorrow morning. First, report to headquarters, Patey suggested. Hanina nodded and turned her gaze toward Patey's back. It seems our dinner will be quite sumptuous. Patey followed Hanina's gaze and noticed Baron Lyre approaching with a jovial demeanor, deliberately making a commotion to announce his arrival. Baroness Hanina, Sir Patey, and Officer Peruse, the mayor, and a number of officials from the town hall have organized a delightful gathering. I believe the three of you joining would certainly enhance the festivities. Baron Lyre cradled his iron helmet in his arms, his smile causing his small eyes to narrow to mere slits. Of course, Hanina readily agreed, her enthusiasm momentarily stumping Baron Lyre. Chapter 15. The banquet was held at a private estate just outside Baron Lyre's town. Upon Patey's arrival, he quickly realized that this was not a gathering hosted by the town hall, but rather a private affair of Baron Lyre. The estate steward, having received the master's orders, awaited at the entrance. Baroness Hanina. Sir Patey, my master, Baron Lyre, has prepared evening attire for you. There is no need for that. It is merely a meal, Hanina stated, surveying the elderly steward from her mount. Patey similarly declined. The steward appeared momentarily taken aback, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face before being replaced by a smile. Hanina was correct. For Patey and herself, this banquet was simply a meal. As the servant opened the villa door, an overwhelming laying of aromas assaulted Patey's senses, the scent of meat, wine, and women's perfumes mingled together. While the fragrance was not unpleasant, it was enough to make one frown upon entering from the outdoors. Sir Patey, what a pleasant surprise to see you again so soon. A middle-aged noblewoman beamed at him as he stepped inside. Then turned to Hanina. Baroness Hanina, it is truly an honor to have you at our banquet. Patey recognized the familiar visage and quickly connected it to the noblewoman he had spoken with at the Grand Theater that day. Baroness, Patey nodded in acknowledgement, though without excessive warmth. Indeed, Hanina responded coolly. The noblewoman, however, appeared unfazed by the lack of awkwardness. She drew a young girl standing nearby closer. This is my niece, Lucia. As she introduced her, she gazed at Patey. The girl named Lucia stepped forward, effortlessly linking her arm with Patey's, smiling as she introduced herself. I am Lucia. A pleasure to meet you, Sir Patey. Patey Reagan, he replied. I must apologize. I left my evening attire at home. Had I known I would encounter such a lovely lady like yourself, I would have ensured my attendant brought my outfit. Patey offered a smile, complimenting the girl's beauty, for he wished to avoid the rumors circulating in the upper echelons of the capital that the Prime Minister's son is an uncouth barbarian. Indeed, Lucia was exceptionally beautiful, with long red hair cascading down to her waist and fair skin that invited a kiss. When she smiled, her slightly pointed canines peeked out, enchanting those who beheld her. Upon hearing Patey's compliment, a faint blush spread across Lucia's cheeks. Yet, the icy sensation of his armored arm made her wish to withdraw her hand, though she refrained, acutely aware of her aunt's gaze. It is an honor to accompany a paladin. My lord, she remarked. The noblewoman maintained her pleasant demeanor, suggesting, shall we take our seats? With that, she gestured invitingly towards Hanina. The number of attendees at this banquet far exceeded Patey's expectations, and the atmosphere was exceedingly boisterous. Particularly around the long wooden table in the corner, where a group of individuals spoke with voices loud enough to shatter the hall ceiling. Those are the officers of the city defense forces. They always behave like that, the noblewoman explained. Sensing Patey's scrutiny, she was keen to showcase the good rapport between her husband and his subordinates. As she spoke, a group of elegantly attired individuals approached. At this moment, Peruse, who had remained silent until then, leaned closer to Patey and quietly introduced the newcomers. The man in the red attire is Mayor Rod, a cunning politician. You should not trust his words. Moreover, the one in gray wool is the town's clerk, Ebeli, who is not on good terms with Rod. Next to the clerk is Peruse, having already discerned that this banquet was hastily arranged, realized that the true reason for Baron Lyre's considerable efforts was not to honor Commander Hanina, but rather the young man beside her, who was under 20, the Prime Minister's second son, though not the first in line for the Reagan family, held enough stature to command respect from these minor rural nobles. Rod, currently the mayor of Tier Town, he introduced himself after a brief handshake with Hanina. Quickly turning to Patey, Sir Patey, it is my honor to make your acquaintance. Rod's smile radiated sincerity as he then turned to Lucia. Miss Lucia, you look lovely today. Thank you, Uncle Rod. Lucia smiled faintly, dressed in military attire. Patey nodded in acknowledgement. Good day, Mayor Rod. Rod smiled and stepped aside, and then there was Secretary Ibelai. In less than 10 meters, led by the Baroness, Patey took nearly half an hour to walk, during which Lucia remained by his side. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Baron Hanina and Sir Patey. As the host, Baron Lyre took his first sip of red wine. Subsequently, everyone took their seats in turn. The dining table was a wooden square table, with Baron Lyre and his wife seated at the positions of the male and female hosts, while Patey and Hanina were arranged together, sitting opposite Baron Lyre, with Lucia sitting close to Patey. The finest sunset red wine from the Feld territory. Esteemed Baron Lyre, I trust this banquet will not lead you to bankruptcy. Peruse jested after sampling the red wine. Baron Lyre chuckled humorously and turned to his wife, saying, My family's fortune is managed by my wife. I believe she would not let me go bankrupt. I've always been good at arithmetic since childhood, rest assured. Sheriff Peruse, Baroness Lillian replied with a smile. Oh, is that so? My arithmetic is a complete mess. Do you have any tricks? Mayor Rod's wife looked on enviously. Our family's wealth is managed by the steward, while it's convenient. I always feel somewhat uneasy. You needn't worry about that, madam. No one dares to violate the laws of the Empire. Peruse interjected, clearly familiar with everyone present. But, Mayor Rod. Hanina fixed her gaze on Rod, seemingly oblivious to the fact that her sudden interjection interrupted the conversations of the others. Let us discuss the matters of the town today. I find this quite intriguing. A young tax collector, a child just departed from his parents, can sometimes be rather impulsive, especially after a few drinks. Rod responded nonchalantly, a serene smile gracing his face. However, today our law enforcement office was assaulted, resulting in the deaths of 25 guards and 2 extremely important witnesses. His Majesty summoned Sir Gus Sale a few hours ago, specifically inquiring about this case. I wonder what consequences your statement would have if presented to His Majesty? Hanina squinted, her raised wine glass obscuring much of her face. Chapter 16. The banquet. 2. Mayor Rod's smile instantly froze, a flicker of annoyance or perhaps anger crossing his brow. Although he quickly suppressed it, the surrounding guests, upon hearing Hanina's words, instinctively paused their utensils, staring at her in shock. The atmosphere abruptly turned exceedingly awkward. No one anticipated that Hanina would broach such a disheartening topic at this moment. Baron Lyre displayed a bitter expression as the host. He felt compelled to say something, yet each time he attempted to speak, he was thwarted by his wife. Baron Lyre, thank you for the dinner. It was splendid, Patey expressed with a toast towards Baron Lyre as a gesture of goodwill. The troubled Baron Lyre promptly raised his glass. It is my honor, sir. And you, madam? My heartfelt thanks. Patey turned his gaze to the Baroness, then scanned the gathering. In appreciation for this lavish dinner, I propose we raise our glasses. The awkward guests hurriedly lifted their glasses. Even Hanina complied. After a drink, Patey's attention shifted back to Mayor Rod. Mayor Rod, it is imperative that you clarify today's events. The death of 25 guards is no trivial matter. It is not Baroness Hanina attempting to put you in a difficult position. Rather, His Majesty requires a reasonable explanation. Patey's voice suddenly grew louder. Do you still not comprehend the gravity of this situation? Aye. Beads of cold sweat formed on Rod's forehead as he struggled to articulate his words. It is an honor to receive His Majesty's attention. But regarding the case itself, his bureaucratic rhetoric elicited a frown from Patey, while Hanina regarded him with an icy stare. Baroness Hanina, Sir Patey, Baron Lyre stood up, interrupting Mayor Rod's rambling, and with a resolute tone raised his glass. You shall receive a satisfactory response. Thank you. Hanina raised her glass as well. When? Tomorrow afternoon. However, Hanina set down her glass, surveying the assembly. I require neither your assistance nor your answers. What I need is cooperation. Baron Lyre blinked in realization. If I am not mistaken, you mean to say you want our city defense forces to temporarily take orders from you? Hanina nodded. You are more astute than some. Baron Lyre, I believe that intelligent individuals make wise choices. That contravenes imperial law. Mayor Rod instinctively countered. Imperial law? Hanina fixed her gaze on Rod. According to imperial law, in the event of an emergency, the Guard Department has the authority to mobilize any local administrative agency, including city defense forces below the town level. Imperial law explicitly states that it must be a case of the highest level, or directly authorized by His Majesty and the Prime Minister for the Guard Department to exercise this privilege. Secretary Ibalai remarked leisurely, toying with his wine glass. The death of 25 officers and the assault on the highest local law enforcement office, according to Guard Department regulations, is sufficient to define it as a case of the highest level. Moreover, considering the ranks of Sheriff Peruse and myself within the Guard Department, we are authorized to define this matter's level. Hanina smiled sweetly at Ibalai. This. Hanina then disregarded Rod and turned to Baron Lyre. After the banquet concludes, the security level in Teal Town should be elevated by 1 notch, and thereafter, including town government officials, they shall not step out of the town without higher departmental authorization. Higher departments? Secretary Ibalai firmly restrained the oncoming outburst from Mayor Rod. Pardon me, esteemed Baroness Hanina, but the higher department you refer to cannot possibly mean your Guard Department, can it? As it stands, in Teal Town, my authority is the highest. Hanina shot a sidelong glance at Ibalai. Humph. Rod coldly remarked, you have no authority to restrict our freedom. Oh, is that so? Hanina's voice, as she set down her glass, was jarring. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Baron Lyre, Patey, who had been engrossed in his meal, suddenly raised his head and set down his knife and fork. The mushroom soup prepared by your cook is delightful. You certainly know how to indulge. He commented on something entirely unrelated to the previous topic. Oh. Baron Lyre was taken aback, and everyone at the table immediately shifted their attention to Patey. If you fancy it, I can have some more brought to you, the Baron said while waving to a servant attending to the diners. The tense atmosphere eased slightly. That one tea be necessary. Patey halted the servant's actions. I do not wish to trouble others for my enjoyment. It is their honor, sir, Baron Lyre replied with a cheerful demeanor. The Reagan family has never troubled others for enjoyment. That would be an abuse of power. Patey shook his head in repetition. Not even a single servant should be burdened. That is my father's teaching, which I have never dared to forget. How very. Baron Lyre attempted to offer praise. However, Patey pushed a piece of roasted meat aside. If someone errs, I would not hesitate to wield my privileges. For instance, this roast meat is overcooked, and I cannot eat it at all. Patey fixed his gaze on Baron Lyre, then glanced at Mayor Rod and Secretary Ibalai. I trust you understand my point. Of course. Baron Lyre nodded. Signaling the servant to replace the beef, you shall soon receive a plate of delectable roast beef. Patey again shook his head to stop the servant. No need. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and raised his glass, fixing his gaze on the Baron. In truth, this roast beef is quite decent, but my assertion of its inedibility stems from it not suiting my palate. I find the mushroom soup rather unpalatable, Hanina interjected with a smile. I think both the roast meat and mushroom soup are quite good. Sheriff Peruse joined in on the conversation. Patey surveyed the guest once more and raised his glass. To the roast meat and mushroom soup, let us drink a toast. The atmosphere once again brightened, and Patey's intended message was conveyed. Mayor Rod and Secretary Ibalai exchanged discreet glances before lifting their glasses in unison with Patey. Shortly thereafter, Patey engaged in a quiet exchange of amusing anecdotes with Lucia. Meanwhile, Hanina refrained from revisiting earlier topics and focused on enjoying the delightful meal. After the meal came the ball, during the brief interlude while the servants cleared the tableware. Lucia returned to her room to change into a light red gown. What a pity today is. I truly regret not preparing a formal dress, Patey lamented as he gazed at Lucia. I recall my uncle prepared a gown for you. Sir, Lucia blinked innocently. Is that so? Patey replied regretfully as he caught sight of Haru's approaching him. Though I would love to change into a gown and dance with you, I regret to inform you that I must take my leave now. Chapter 17. Radiant Power. The inn closest to the ruins of the Teal Town Law Enforcement Office was entirely booked by Hanina to serve as their temporary office and resting place. All individuals unrelated to the guard department were cleared from the inn, including the innkeeper, who, however, was quite pleased, clutching a small bag of gold coins with a beaming smile. After Patey returned from Baron Lyre's manor, he first inquired about the investigation results at the scene. Upon receiving the answer that it was still ongoing, he turned to Hanina and Peruse and remarked, "It seems we still have time to rest." Without waiting for their responses, he casually chose a room and walked in. "Oh, our Sheriff Patey appears to be utterly exhausted." Peruse shrugged, his previously humble demeanor now upset. "Do not underestimate him, Peruse. His holy power is even purer and stronger than mine." "And you?" Hanina shook her head. "The holy power has long since departed from you." Peruse replied coldly. "That is because the faith I once fought for was Peruse." Hanina interrupted him. "No one can choose their own fate. Not even His Majesty the Emperor. The succession were 13 years ago. Never mind. What use is there in discussing that? It has been so long. To me, it feels as if it occurred merely yesterday." "Commander," Peruse said solemnly, "that is not your fault." The wrinkles on Hanina's face tightened. "Indeed, none of us are at fault, yet my conviction has crumbled, and thus the holy power has forsaken me." Peruse's smile was grim. "Are you not in the same position? Since that war, your holy power has lost its former strength. Yet I remain steadfast in my beliefs." Hanina replied coldly. "Is that so?" Peruse mocked inwardly. "I know you are ridiculing me." Hanina seemed able to see through Peruse's thoughts. "The divine radiance will validate my words. While you have long since succumbed to the decay of a comfortable life, at least a decaying life feels authentic." Peruse glared at Hanina, lowering his voice. "Tell me, was the recent incident at the garrison the work of the Radiant Force?" "No." Hanina immediately shook her head. "The Radiant Force would never assassinate any citizen of the Empire." "But..." Peruse clearly remained skeptical. "There are no buts," Hanina interrupted him. "I know what you wish to say. Although Baron Gordonal's ideologies and organization are contrary, the Radiant Force would never assassinate anyone in the Empire, not even at the Emperor's command. Baron Gordonal's ideology is correct. Orcs and humans should have engaged in meaningful peace negotiations long ago. Look at the Elven Kingdom. Look at the Dwarven Kingdom. They coexist harmoniously with humans." Peruse retorted, "Your outdated dogmas from centuries past should have been discarded. You are no longer one of the 12 council members of the Radiant Force. Your words carry no weight. Your gravest error was to withdraw from the organization, and now..." Hanina shook her head with a sigh, her face filled with resignation. "You have forgotten the original intent of our ancestors in founding the Radiant Force," Peruse said, shaking his head. "You understand nothing. I have no desire to argue with you, Commander. Some issues were discussed a decade ago." Peruse gazed at Patey's room. "Perhaps I should learn from Sir Patey and take some time to rest." With that, he opened the nearest door and stepped inside. Hanina sighed as she watched Peruse's retreating figure. He could be considered half of her disciple. A decade ago, Peruse was a remarkably talented paladin, one of the youngest council members of the Radiant Force. However, all that came to a halt with the succession war 10 years ago, that cursed order, and the unspeakable slaughter. The Radiant Force was the successor to humanity's mightiest legion, the Holy Radiant Legion, which was disbanded 200 years ago by Emperor Daendif VI following a failed coup. Subsequently, all high-ranking generals of the Legion were exiled. In the wake of this, Emperor Daendif VI re-established a military force entirely under his control, the Ironwood Guard, which would later be led by the Holy Radiant Church's Paladin Legion. The high-ranking officers of the Holy Radiant Legion, exiled to Anka Fortress and Colin Fortress after enduring a dark period, took up their hammers once more under the leadership of a paladin named Fistel. They laid aside their noble identities as paladins to join the lowest ranks, willingly becoming the first line of cannon fodder. Fighting against orcs and barbarians, they swore to cleanse their shame, using holy power to purge every enemy of the Empire to demonstrate their loyalty. However, at that time, the Empire did not recognize their organization, ignoring their contributions. It was not until 100 years later, with the ascension of the 12th Emperor of the Daendif family, that the legitimacy of this organization was formally acknowledged. 10 years ago, the leadership of the Radiant Force violated their tenets and became embroiled in the Empire's internal strife, mirroring the mistakes of the Holy Radiant Legion 200 years prior by participating in a succession war. Yet, unlike 2 centuries ago, this time the Radiant Force emerged victorious. At that time, Peruse, as one of the council members, vehemently opposed this course of action, but his opinion was disregarded. He was merely a newcomer among the council. When he looked to his mentor Hanina with hope, she remained silent. Subsequently, Peruse withdrew from the Radiant Force. When the council announced their decision, nearly half of the organization chose the same path as Peruse. However, The coronation of Emperor Leobold revitalized the beleaguered Radiant Force. In just a decade, the organization's influence spread throughout the empire, yet they also became a sword wielded by the imperial family. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Patey was awakened by Haruz. By the time he stepped out of his room, Hanina and Peruz were already in the hotel lobby. The assailants on the garrison were evidently searching for something, Taipu reported from the side, though the scene has been processed. A trace of earth element magic did not escape our scrutiny. IT is a form of exploratory magic that utilizes the connection between soil and space. Sir, you need only tell me the investigation results. Hanina displayed little interest in magic. They likely did not find what they needed at the garrison, Haruz added. Is that considered good news? Peruz glanced at Patey, who was coming down from the second floor. What about the backgrounds of those two so-called witnesses? One is a blacksmith, and the other is an apprentice mage residing at the blacksmith's home. One of the agents Hanina brought replied, according to the earlier investigation by Soldier OWA. The blacksmith is most likely the forger of that dagger. Chapter 18, The Audience Meeting in the Hotel Lobby. A brief analysis of the case continued. A blacksmith, an apprentice mage. Hanina furrowed her brow in thought, her expression impassive as she focused on the agent. So, have you thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of the blacksmith and the apprentice mage you mentioned? The agent nodded. The blacksmith's name is Avis, and half of the high-quality weapons in the capital's black market are crafted by him. The garrison has his file. The apprentice mage likely assisted him in inscribing the magical runes on the weapons. The weapons he produces in the black market are not something a mere apprentice mage could inscribe. Peruz interjected. Indeed, the agent agreed. Thus, it is highly probable that the apprentice mage is a disciple of a collaborating mage. Then we must locate that mage. Hanina cast a glance at Patey. It seems your deputy's investigative direction was correct. We need only follow his lead. But now the people are dead. Peruz raised his hands in exasperation. OWA left behind clues. We need to find them. Patey reminded everyone. The scope is too broad. We lack sufficient personnel. Haruz shook his head. Do not worry about that. Headquarters has approved the establishment of a special task force. With me as the leader and Sheriff Patey as the deputy leader, Headquarters is very concerned about this case and will dispatch at least 100 guards to assist. Hanina surveyed everyone. You will all be part of the special task force. I must say, that is good news. Patey shrugged. No, it is not good news. Hanina's expression turned grave. His Majesty the Emperor is already paying attention to this case. He demands that our garrison solve it within half a month. Moreover, the garrison is already preparing to impeach Director Jessel. If we cannot resolve this case within half a month, just imagine the consequences. Hanina's words sent a shiver through everyone present. The impeachment of the garrison director was no trivial matter. Let us assign tasks. Patey looked at Hanina. We have no time to waste. In the capital city of Suk, beneath the golden throne of Lion Fortress, all members of the imperial cabinet were present. This was an important quarterly meeting that should have been convened over half a month ago, but had been postponed due to the case involving the military undersecretary. Sir Yale, the commander of Colin Fortress, has informed me that the 1,000 repeating crossbows requested by the military have yet to be delivered. Duke Nick stared at the Minister of Military Affairs. Marquis Eden. The barbarians are gathering their forces at the border. Marquis Eden, you need to provide an explanation. Marquis Eden, with his well-groomed mustache glistening with oil in the lamplight, always liked to stroke his mustache while speaking. Duke Nick. The journey from field to Colin Fortress spans nearly the entire continent of Aelan. It requires time. I recall this matter has been pending for half a year, has it not? Duke Nick cast a glance at the Minister of Finance. Count Tuscala. To be precise, it has been 9 months and 13 days. I possess records from the transactions, Count Tuss articulated in a formal manner. It is all the fault of the weather. Duke, the artisans of Feld refuse to work through the winter, claiming their tools have frozen solid. Marquis Eden chuckled nonchalantly. Bang! Duke Nick hurled a stack of documents before Marquis Eden. This issue has been discussed previously. I recall we offered triple the price to expedite the artisans' work. Has your memory been devoured by dogs, or have you been bewitched by sorcerers? But Duke Eric Jean responded that the artisans declined to commence work. Marquis Eden humbly bent down to organize the papers on the table while smiling at Duke Nick. Eric Jean, brother of Queen Deborah, Lord of Feld, and guardian of the southern territories of the Empire. Are you insinuating that Duke Eric is embezzling that portion of gold coins? Duke Nick questioned loudly. No. No. Marquis Eden shook his head fervently. The repeating crossbows from Feld require precise calculations, yet they cannot be crafted in winter. Thus, the triple price did not yield the desired crossbows. Perhaps we should have inquired with the artisans of Feld beforehand, so as to avoid wasting a substantial sum of military funds. Marquis, Duke Nick's voice suddenly boomed. I do not require your explanations. I merely ask you, as Minister of Military Affairs, do you comprehend what it signifies if this batch of crossbows fails to arrive at Fort Collin on time? If such a delay results in catastrophic losses during the barbarian assault in spring, can you take responsibility for that? I understand warfare better than you. The barbarians cannot venture from their desolate mountains in such a season, Marquis Eden replied. Shaking his head, Marquis Eden, Emperor Labat halted his idle play with the wine goblet. Tell me, how much longer until 1,000 crossbows reach Fort Collin? At most a month and a half, Your Majesty. As initially the agreement was not properly signed, and Duke Eric of Feld refused to provide transportation services, and, a dishonorable parasite of the Empire, the Prime Minister interjected bluntly. My old friend, Emperor Labat fixed his gaze upon Nick. Do me a favor. I must share a bed with the women of the Jean family each night. With that, he turned once more to Marquis Eden. If any issues arise at Fort Collin during this time, you shall face charges of dereliction of duty and lose your position as Minister of Military Affairs. Yes, Your Majesty, Marquis Eden responded with indifference. Then let us move on to the next topic, Emperor Labat declared. Upon hearing this, Duke Nick furrowed his brow, while Marquis Eden maintained a humble smile. Shortly after, Duke Nick discreetly exchanged glances with Finance Minister Count Tuss. The hall fell into a brief silence. Ahem, Count Tuss cleared his throat. The next topic still pertains to the military. I have received a letter of complaint indicating that the 1st Legion, which was originally comprised of 3 corps, now has less than 2.5 corps remaining, with nearly 3,000 vacancies, and this situation allegedly began 5 years ago. Marquis Eden hastily explained. Those 3,000 were transferred to serve at Yekjir Naval Port 5 years ago. I still have the transfer orders in my filing cabinet, bearing the Prime Minister's signature. I trust, Duke Nick, you haven't forgotten. I have not forgotten. At that time, the Imperial Navy was restructured, and the naval port required garrison troops. Thus 3,000 men were urgently dispatched from the 1st Legion, Duke Nick stated. However, since 3 years ago, that unit has been reassigned to the Navy, and their military pay has long been administered by the Navy, while the 1st Legion continues to draw the pay of those 3,000 men. Count Tuss chuckled. The monthly salary for a common soldier is 80 copper coins for 3,000 men. That amounts to 24 gold coins per month, totaling 288 gold coins a year, which sums to 864 gold coins over 3 years, adding maintenance for weapons and equipment, supplies, and training expenses. It amounts to at least 2,000 gold coins over 3 years. However, 2,000 gold coins is merely the standard for an ordinary legion, calculating by the training standards of the Imperial 1st Legion. The financial expenditure for 3,000 regular soldiers over 3 years is at least 5,000 gold coins. Then, Marquis Eden, tell me, where have those 5,000 gold coins gone? Duke Nick asked with an expressionless gaze directed at Eden. Chapter 19. The Audience Meeting, Part 2. Esteemed Duke Nick, you should direct that question to the deceased Baron Gordonale, who was promoted from the Supreme Commander of the Navy to Deputy Minister of Military Affairs. And it was he who trained the 3,000 soldiers transferred from the 1st Legion, Marquis Eden coldly replied, his smile fading as he faced Duke Nick's accusation. Moreover, the military budget of the Empire has always been the responsibility of Baron Gordonale. Duke Nick observed Eden's cold demeanor while a smile crept onto his own face. He idly toyed with the ruby ring on his finger and remarked, Are you attempting to shirk responsibility? That is indeed a clever excuse. Perhaps I should suggest to the guards that you be placed on the assassination list of the Baron. What do you mean by that? The Marquis questioned loudly. Did I not express myself clearly enough? Duke Nick replied casually. Marquis Eden, it would be best for you to clarify the whereabouts of that money. Finance Minister Count Tuss also pressed for answers. Eden was taken aback. He stared at Count Tuss, trying to discern something from his expression. But the sagging flesh obscured everything. That a sense of foreboding began to creep into Eden's mind. That he thought to himself, what is happening? 2 consecutive motions targeting the military have been raised before His Majesty, if he remains oblivious. Then his years of service as Minister of Military Affairs have been in vain. Marquis Eden discreetly surveyed all present. Prime Minister Duke Nick and Finance Minister Count Tuss were both coldly regarding him, while Grand Scholar Paul observed with indifference, and Court Mage Boy a tree toyed with his magical staff. Steward Bailey seemed half asleep, his eyes half closed. while the emperor appeared disinterested in their dispute, focusing instead on his wine. A thin sheen of sweat began to form on Eden's forehead. He organized his thoughts. Duke, Count Tuss, our military budget reaches $1 million annually, and the officials of the finance department supervise the various levels of military officers as closely as one would a lover. Marquis, Count Tuss interrupted him sharply. It is precisely due to the internal investigation of the finance department that certain officials' embezzlement has been uncovered. This conversation was initially intended to take place in the Prime Minister's office. At this point, Count Tuss glanced at Emperor Danedev 16 before continuing, but you have been exceedingly busy lately. My assistant and the officials from the Prime Minister's office have attempted to contact you over 10 times. Yet you have not provided a definitive response. Steward Bailey can attest to that. Indeed, Bailey opened his eyes and uttered 2 words, then seemed to drift off again. Count Tuss continued, Respected Marquis Eden, perhaps you should consider changing your assistant or delegating some less important matters. This issue need not wait for a formal audience. Marquis Eden recalled that indeed there had been such a matter. But he thought it was merely a routine briefing. He had not anticipated the significance of it. You should have informed my assistant of the importance of this matter. Perhaps he would not have been so careless. He would not admit that he knew about it. This case is confidential, as the amounts involved are exceedingly substantial, Count Tuss explained, and the implicated officials are nearly ubiquitous throughout the empire. Marquis Eden, do you realize the current state of the Imperial Army? Duke Nick resumed the conversation. You ought to visit the barracks instead of lingering in your office entangled with your little lover. My desk is already piled high with your scandalous news. Marquis Eden, Steward Bailey, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Duke Nick is correct. You indeed should examine the state of the Imperial Army. Presently, the Empire's 4 regular legions comprise a total of 60,000 soldiers. And aside from the 2 corps of the 1st Legion maintaining some combat readiness, the other 2 legions have not changed their equipment in nearly 5 years and have not undergone a proper training exercise in over 2 years. Yet their military funds are allocated punctually each year. Bailey's voice grew louder. What is even more infuriating is that even the equipment allocated to the Empire's most elite 1st Legion is mostly damaged. Some spears are so decayed that only rusted tips remain. Inquiring about the whereabouts of your 5,000 gold coins is the kindness of Duke Nick and Count Tuss. Your crimes, under Imperial law, are sufficient to warrant the permanent exile of your family. Speak up, Marquis Eden. Emperor Labat, seated upon the golden throne, interjected. What has happened to the once bold Legion commander who dared to take responsibility? Now reduced to the demeanor of a peasant girl. Your Majesty. Marquis Eden was already drenched in cold sweat from Bailey's words. He understood that such statements would not be made in this setting without thorough investigation by the court steward. He was filled with trepidation. I genuinely do not know about the matters that the Prime Minister and Count Tuss have mentioned. Then do tell, why did you recommend Baron Gordonale for the position of Deputy Minister of Military Affairs 5 years ago? Duke Nick shifted the topic. His capability, Marquis Eden replied. Surely no one would question the Baron's abilities. What was the state of the Imperial Navy 5 years ago? I believe all present are aware of the transformation it has undergone. However, the current level of corruption within the Navy is no less than that of the Army. Duke Nick remarked, last month, I personally visited the Yekjil Naval Port, where I spent a week investigating the corruption within the Navy alongside the Guard Bureau. The documents are in the archives of the Guard Bureau. Would you like to see them in person? Yet, no one can deny the merits of Gordonale. Marquis Eden interjected, moreover, at that time, none of you uttered a single word of dissent. Who recommended Gordonale to you? Duke Nick inquired, his patience waning. My chief of staff. Sir Fector. And where is he now? He left 2 years ago. Where did he go? I do not know. The exchange between Duke Nick and Marquis Eden was swift. Marquis Eden, is this your chief of staff? Bailey asked, producing a magical photograph from his pocket, which displayed a brief image of a slender figure clad in Twake Highland attire, mounted on a pack horse. That's him. Marquis Eden nodded. How do you have information about him? Are you investigating me? The Marquis stared incredulously at Bailey, then turned to Emperor seated upon the golden throne. He is currently in service to Marquis Fit, Duke Nick coldly stated, disregarding Marquis Eden's outburst. I assume you are familiar with Marquis Fit? Over the past 3 years, you have attended a total of 53 of his hosted banquets. Earl Tuss continued. Furthermore, all military procurement equipment has been handled through Marquis Fit's trading company. Am I correct? Marquis Eden's complexion turned ashen. Are you suggesting I have been played for a fool? Let me inform you. During the course of our meeting, Marquis Fitch Trading Company has been raided by the Guard Bureau, Duke Nick stated coldly. If you know anything, it would be prudent to disclose it now. Chapter 20 on April 21st. 12:15 of the Continental Calendar. Following the court meeting, Prime Minister Duke Nick, along with Court Chancellor Bailey and Imperial Finance Minister Earl Tuss, launched an investigation into military corruption, personally supervised by Sir Gus Ale, the head of the Guard Bureau. Within 2 hours of the meeting's conclusion, Prime Minister Duke Nick signed nearly 50 exile orders. Nearly 100 individuals were secretly arrested. Nobles lingering in the imperial capital for various reasons were also expelled by the guards. In Tyr Town, after analyzing the case, Patey and Hanina divided the special task force into 2 groups. The first group, led by Hanina, was assigned to remain in Tyr Town to investigate the specifics of the attack. The second group, naturally, was led by Patey, tasked with tracing the incident involving the ancestral grave guards and the lost dagger of the Ova soldier on the way back to the ancestral grave. Patey encountered reinforcements heading to Tyr Town from the Guard Bureau headquarters. Their captain informed Patey that the agents stationed at the ancestral grave had discovered some clues. This news thrilled Patey, as he had been inundated with distressing reports lately. At 3 in the afternoon, Patey and his team arrived at the ancestral grave. What is the situation? Patey inquired of an agent assigned to the ancestral site, based on the clues left by the Ova soldier. We found a box in a thicket 2 miles from the crime scene, replied a young agent with reddish-brown curls, his gray clothing shimmering under the scorching sun. Have you opened it? Patey asked coldly, eyeing the purple wood box. Of course, I have that authority. The agent, brought by Hanina, continued. Inside, there is a fine dagger and a note containing a cipher that requires matching with the appropriate code. Can you translate it? Not at the moment. The agent shook his head. As I mentioned, it requires the corresponding code. Perhaps we could search the Ova soldier's home or office for it. Patey nodded. What else did you find? As for the dagger, let's set the dagger aside for now. Patey closed the purple box. Your task is to decipher the cipher left by the Ova soldier as quickly as possible. Harus, you will partner with him. Patey needed Harus to monitor this agent, as he had reason to believe that there were hidden threats within the Guard Bureau based on recent events. Yes, sir. Harus quickly responded. The young agent shrugged. It's your call, sir. What is your name? You can call me Buck. The young agent replied. 5 miles southeast of Tyr Town, in a wheat field on a farm, Hanina and Peruse stared grimly at a pile of charred corpses in the center of the field. The reinforcements and town defense officers maintained order. The acrid smell and smoke made Peruse frown. There must be at least 20 to 30 corpses. This was no small operation. Most likely, it was an attack on the law enforcement. That possibility cannot be ruled out, Hanina frowned. But why would they do this? To destroy evidence. A common tactic, Peruse casually replied. But why the urgency, and so brazenly? Hanina frowned. This is not the behavior of a wise individual. There must be a compelling reason for them to act this way. Peruse remarked. What reason? These individuals cannot be discovered. The people of Tyr Town recognize them. Peruse's thoughts became cleared at Hanina's cold gaze fixed on the charred pile of bodies. Quickly notify the reinforcements to investigate the recent missing persons in Tyr Town. She spoke this for her assistant's benefit. Are you suspecting the people of Tyr Town? Or are you implying the nobles? Peruse asked, watching his departing assistant. Hanina nodded. That would be accurate, but she shook her head, evidently struggling to articulate her thoughts. After a few seconds of silence, she asked, having spent 10 years in Hades Town. You should be well aware of the powers in this area. Think carefully, who could organize an armed force of at least 50 individuals in such a short time, and have them completely obedient? Are you suggesting the nobles or bandits? Do you think bandits would dare to assault a town's law enforcement? Peruse chuckled, perhaps. Hanina shook her head noncommittally. Let's discuss the nobles of Tyr Town first. Peruse paused. Tugging at his belt adorned with white trim, his gaze fixed on the foul-smelling, darkened corpses, just tell me who you suspect. We need not beat around the bush, ma'am. Hanina's face wrinkled slightly at his words, then smoothed out. Baron Liar, she declared. Peruse displayed a look of realization. He is indeed the most suspect. After all, a half-squad of armed forces entered the town, and as the town defense commander, he was unaware. This is unacceptable. However, it is also possible these individuals were already positioned within Tyr Town. I will investigate each one, but currently, Baron Liar is the prime suspect and the easiest to examine, Hanina asserted firmly. From what I know, Baron Liar is a decent man, relatively upright among the officials in Tyr Town. At least he retains a sense of noble honor. At last night's banquet, you should have noticed his esteemed reputation in Town. Not merely due to his position, but because of his reputation and fair treatment of others, Peru summarized. Hanina gazed at the nearby town defense officers, almost as if speaking to herself. Baron Lyre's family is quite affluent. Of course, half of the farms surrounding Town belong to their family, Peruse explained. Hanina replied coldly. In the eyes of these traditional nobles, family interests outweigh the sense of honor. I truly cannot fathom how attacking the law enforcement would benefit his family, Peruse remarked. We should focus on the origin of this case. Namely, that dagger you mentioned, which could very well be the weapon used to assassinate Baron Gordonale. What are you implying? Peruse gestured at the surrounding chaos. Many matters cannot withstand scrutiny. Look at what lies before us. The more they attempt to conceal, the more actions they take, thus increasing the likelihood of revealing flaws that we need not act proactively. We can merely wait. Wait? We only have 15 days. If we cannot solve the case within that time, Sir Gusale might lose his position. Do you understand what this means for the Radiant Force? Peruse shook his head. I do not know, nor do I care. But for now, we must wait, awaiting the agent's investigation regarding the girl's echo and the townspeople's motivation for storming the town government. I have a hunch that there is a connection. Trust me, ma'am. With such a large-scale operation, and with our substantial deployment of guards, we will have results within 3 days at the latest. As he spoke, he fiddled with the dagger at his waist. During this time, we can deploy covert surveillance on the suspects, such as the Baron Lyre you just mentioned, but we must not use our overt forces. He gestured toward the uniformed guards. Chapter 21. That evening, Patey, accompanied by his retainer Rain, returned to his private apartment in the inner city of the imperial capital, dragging his weary body. This apartment was allocated to him by the Guard Bureau, a benefit of his position as a law enforcement officer. He was utterly exhausted. The events of the past few days had been overwhelming, leaving his mind in disarray. Hence, he returned to the official residence, seeking a moment to reflect and gather his thoughts. 13 years have passed since his arrival in this world, yet his life has remained tranquil and orderly, whether in his previous realm or in the present one. Patey has grown accustomed to this serene existence. The mingling scents of iron and blood serve as a stark reminder. He has taken a life. Although his father had taken him along to witness the exercise of power since he turned 10, acclimating him to the gruesome scenes, it is an entirely different sensation to extinguish a living soul. That was a vibrant life, not merely a wooden target from nightly training. My lord, perhaps you should remove your armor and indulge in a warm bath, suggested his attendant, Ryan, as he brewed coffee. This apartment, a modest 2-story building, primarily serves as Ryan's residence. Thus, even if Patey visits every few weeks, it never appears unkempt. Certainly, just as I thought, Patey mused, his gaze cast down upon the cumbersome armor that encased him. As he shed the armor, he felt an immediate wave of relaxation wash over him, compelling him to hasten toward the bathroom. In the warm confines of the bathing chamber, the acrid scent of blood gradually dissipated, and everything seemed to revert to its original state. The violence in those vexing cases began to recede from him. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted into slumber. Brother. Patey, brother. Time passed unmeasured until the familiar calls jolted Patey awake from his deep slumber. He opened his eyes to the comforting sight of the ceiling in his apartment. Patey, brother. It was the voice of Phyllis. Instinctively, Patey rose. The sound of flowing water and a sudden chill made him realize he was still in the bathtub. Patey, brother. Phyllis continued to call, her tone tinged with urgency. Phyllis, I'm fine. Patey replied with a wry smile, quickly donning his undergarments and a soft gray-white bathrobe before opening the door. What brings you here? Patey asked, pinching Phyllis's cheek playfully. I waited in the living room for nearly half an hour. Do you always take this long in the bath? It's more exaggerated than Penny. Phyllis replied earnestly. Patey glanced at Ryan. Miss Phyllis heard of your return to the capital and rushed over, Ryan explained. My lord, you have been in the bathroom for almost an hour. Perhaps I was a bit fatigued. I've been traveling for the past few days. Patey smiled at his sister. Are you investigating a case, brother? Phyllis inquired, blinking her eyes inquisitively. Patey instinctively ruffled Phyllis's hair. Of course, and it's quite a significant case. He gestured dramatically as he spoke. Is that so? Cousin Andy said you merely need to doze off in the office every day, Phyllis teased, a hint of mischief dancing on her face. Patey paused, then sat down with his sister on the living room sofa, asking, what else did my dear cousin say? He claimed you take bribes from your subordinates. Indulge in the finest pastries in the capital, sip coffee brought by your secretary, and peruse tedious books, Phyllis recounted, having forgotten her earlier vow before Andy, leaning closer to Patty as she spoke. Patty shook his head with a pained smile. It was true that whenever Andy visited him, he always appeared to be doing nothing, but he quickly changed the subject. What brings you here so late? Have you quarreled with Penny again? Ugh, I have no time for silly arguments with her right now. Upon mentioning this, Phyllis's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she sprang from the sofa. I've completed the fireball spell array. My mentor said I can now cast this spell independently. As she spoke, she produced a gray-brown wand from her robes. With a flick of her wrist, a faint white outline formed a complex array before her. Suddenly, Patty felt an intense heat slicing through the air, scorching his cheek. Whoosh! A small flame erupted from the array before Phyllis, flickering erratically. Oh no! Phyllis exclaimed in panic. The tiny flame quickly expanded to the size of a fist, hurtling toward the nearby sofa. A minor conflagration seemed imminent. Bang! Just as the fireball approached the sofa, a teacup glimmering with a golden aura intercepted it. Brown tea splattered as the cup landed safely on the sofa, and the fireball fizzled away with a hissing sound upon contact. Who? Phyllis exhaled sharply, murmuring, "That was terrifying. I must remember not to cast magic indoors next time." Patty shook his head with a wry smile as Ryan approached, expressionless, to wipe the damp cushions. Brother Patty, was that holy power? I could sense a strong yet comforting energy. Phyllis's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can I learn it? Patty smiled gently. Anyone can learn holy power, but are you sure you wish to pursue it? You should understand that the training of a paladin can be even more tedious than that of a mage. And before you become a fully fledged mage, you likely won't have time for paladin training. Upon hearing this, Phyllis's expression shifted to one of profound distress. She pondered for a moment before sighing, if only I didn't need to sleep. That way, I could train as a paladin during the day and study magic at night. That's a splendid idea. You might want to give it a try. Patty laughed heartily. Phyllis paused, then seized a nearby cushion filled with cotton and hurled it at Patty. Brother Patty, show me that holy power again. That won't do. Holy power is not for display. This isn't a performance, it's research. That still won't do. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in Tealtown, Baron Lyre was engaged in discussions with Mayor Rod and Secretary Ibelai in the town hall's meeting room. This meeting was convened by Baron Lyre himself. Let's get to the point. What transpired yesterday? The security office is serious this time. I've received word that His Majesty the Emperor has personally inquired about this case, and they have mandated that the security office solve it within half a month. Baron Lyre's cold gaze swept over Rod and Ibelai. Those lunatics would do anything to crack this case. We truly do not know, Ibelai replied with a bitter smile. We were too busy dealing with those damn villagers yesterday. We had no time to manage the security office's affairs. Moreover, if the security office didn't have backing, would those villagers dare to storm the town hall? That's why I'm asking you, what exactly happened? That tax collector and those dozens of corpses on the farm today. Baron Lyre continued, lightly tapping on the table with his fingers. Don't tell me you were unaware. Chapter 22. The meeting. Rod and Ibelai exchanged silent glances, then fell into a heavy silence. As the candlelight flickered in the room, Baron Lyre's expression darkened, his fingers rhythmically drumming on the wooden table. Thud, thud. Though the sound was soft, each echo struck like a hammer against Rod and Ibelai's hearts. Let's start with that tax collector. Baron Hanina took him away. Baron Lyre's gaze remained icy as he regarded the two. But I know he's merely a scapegoat. He won't last long. Tomorrow morning, you will find yourselves in trouble. The Baron rubbed his temples vigorously. I truly don't know whether you are genuinely foolish or merely pretending to be so, to concoct such a feeble plan. If we can just make it to tomorrow, I assure you we will both be safe, Rod said in a hushed tone. Is that so? Baron Lyre shook his head. If you are referring to those assassins you arranged, I suggest you do not hold out hope for them, by now. Their bodies have likely been reduced to mere chunks of flesh. If you wish to see them, you may visit my farm. Rod's expression darkened suddenly. Were it not for my intervention in your foolish actions, you would already be languishing in those makeshift cells dug by the guards. Baron Lyre regarded Rod as one might a simpleton. Rod, feeling guilty, glanced at Ibelai, then declared, they have no right to apprehend me. You are as foolish as a pig. No, you are even more foolish than a pig. Baron Lyre trembled with rage, seizing a teacup from the table and hurling it at Rod's head. Thud! The sound resonated heavily as tea splashed everywhere, and Rod's forehead was left bloodied. Ah, damn it, what are you trying to do? Rod clutched his injured head, the pain causing him to shout, "Help! Someone!" Secretary Ibelai quickly rose, desperately restraining Rod, who was intent on confronting Baron Liar, and asked the cold-eyed Baron, "What do you want us to do?" That tax collector was arranged by Marquis Fit. He is far more formidable than the security office, and taking our lives would be far easier for him. Marquis Fit. Baron Liar paused, taken aback. "You two imbeciles." He contemplated revealing the current predicament of Marquis Fit, but ultimately decided against it. After a moment of silence, the Baron said, 25 guards, including Officer Yulai, and a senior investigator from the security office, as well as the two so-called important witnesses they speak of. This is a case that even His Majesty the Emperor is concerned about. The Emperor's envoy and officials from the Prime Minister's office will arrive tomorrow morning. Is it that serious? Rod exclaimed, stunned into silence. According to my intelligence, the two deceased witnesses were involved in the case concerning the Undersecretary of the Military. Baron Liar gazed at Rod as if he were a simpleton. This. Mayor Rod's hand trembled. Is that truly the case? Baron Liar, unwilling to elaborate further, stated, "Today, 35 more individuals perished outside the town, and the guardhouse is frantically searching for those missing. And regarding that girl, there are matters that cannot withstand such scrutiny. First, you must tell me what exactly is going on." Rod and Abelai fell into silence once more, their heads bowed, their eyes flickering nervously. Baron Liar surveyed them coldly, having already made his decision. If he could not extract any useful information, he would hand these two fools over. He sensed that the guardhouse was investigating him. Although he harbored no fear of their inquiries, he was acutely aware of the shamelessness of the two before him, knowing they might very well turn on him later. Thus, this meeting had been convened. To facilitate it, he had mobilized half a company of city defense troops to send other town officials home. Alas, Mayor Rod sighed, in truth, neither of us knows what is truly happening. Seeing Baron Liar's anger rekindle, Rod hastily added, "By the gods, I swear I genuinely don't know, but I will share what I do know." "Then speak swiftly," the Baron commanded sternly. Initially, it was merely a trivial matter. The tax collector named Tabor was said to be the brother of a lover of Marquis Fight, just having come of age, while Janice is the daughter of the village scribe. Their relationship is not as the rumors suggest. Tabor did not assault Janice. They were already engaged. Rod wiped the blood from his face, a throbbing wound on his forehead causing his eyelids to flutter. However, for reasons unknown, Tabor's parents suddenly opposed the marriage that should have received their blessing. At this juncture, Mayor Rod paused for a few seconds before continuing. The day after Tabor's parents called off the engagement, Janice tragically died in her room. Janice's father believes this to be murder. He claimed at the security office that Tabor had killed Janice and demanded an investigation. Wait, I recall that the girl was still alive. Merely assaulted, not dead. Baron Liar furrowed his brow. That is merely one version of events. Once the guardhouse wastes a considerable amount of manpower uncovering the truth, we can claim ignorance. They will have no means to act against us, Rod replied. Baron Liar was momentarily taken aback. Then, after a serious appraisal of the two, he nodded and said, "Continue." Rod exhaled. Later, investigators from the security office employed magic to detect traces of Tabor's presence in Janice's room at the time of her death. Janice's parents erupted in fury, demanding the security office punish the perpetrator severely. At that moment, Tabor held no title, yet according to imperial law, he would face execution by hanging. But that very night, Tabor's parents secured a noble title for their precious son and reconciled with Janice's parents, for which they paid a hefty sum of 100 gold coins. Mayor Rod's eyes gleamed with envy. That is indeed a significant amount. What transpired in the town yesterday certainly does not resemble the outcome of a reconciliation. Baron Liar stated coldly, "Do you take me for a fool? This is precisely the source of my confusion." Mayor Rod, unwilling to lie further, asserted, "I was present when the reconciliation occurred. Why did you not mention this sooner?" Baron Liar pressed, "Were the assailants at the security office brought in by you?" "No." Rod hastily shook his head, "But I know who they are." "Who are they?" "They are an organization that calls themselves." At that moment, a dagger, reflecting the flickering candlelight, plunged into Mayor Rod's throat. The truth Rod was about to reveal transformed into a spray of warm blood. Baron Liar's complexion changed dramatically. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Abelai, the secretary beside Rod, who had struck. Chapter 23. Baron Liar was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Drip. Blood fell from the dagger in Abelai's hand, the sound echoing like ghostly footsteps. Rendering Baron Liar's body paralyzed with fear, Rod clutched his gushing throat with both hands. his eyes wide with terror as he stared at Abelay's frigid face. He opened his mouth to scream, but blood gushed forth instead. Moments later, his body began to weaken, collapsing to the ground, convulsing in his final struggle against death. Was this all orchestrated by you? After a fleeting moment of terror, Baron Liar forced himself to regain composure, stepping back a few paces to draw his sword. Guard, the Baron bellowed to the sentinels outside. Abelai regarded Baron Liar coldly, the instant the door swung open. He drove the dagger into his own heart with a swift motion, then yanked it out forcefully. The intense pain caused Abelay's body to tremble, and then, as if liberated, he gradually sank to the floor, casting a strange smile at Baron Liar as he fell, as if mocking his impotence and folly. At that moment, 2 soldiers from the city defense force entered. My lord. The soldiers were visibly shocked. Quickly summoned Baron Hanina from the guardhouse. Baron Liar struggled to maintain his composure. Additionally, have the men seal off the town hall and surround Secretary Abelay's residence. He gazed intensely at the 2 corpses on the ground, recalling Abelay's eerie smile as he fell, sending chills down his spine. The deaths of the 2 left Baron Liar, the only one present, in a precarious situation. What should be done? Within 20 minutes, Baron Hanina arrived with a small contingent of guards and Perus, upon witnessing the 2 bodies on the ground. A flicker of astonishment crossed her calm visage. Let our investigators examine the scene. Hanina commanded. An investigator stepped forward, and by the dim candlelight, he discerned the condition of the 2. It is elemental poison, the investigator exclaimed. He quickly donned gloves and, after the mage sketched the scene, picked up the dagger from Abelay's hand. This dagger is identical to the one shown to us by Officer Petey, Perus interjected, seizing a torch from a nearby guard to inspect further. You should clarify this. Baron Liar, Hanina fixed her gaze upon him. Perhaps you should accompany us for a while. Of course, I am willing to cooperate, Baron Liar replied, grasping the arms of 2 nearby soldiers. If your officers are adequately staffed, it would be prudent to first investigate Secretary Abelay's residence. There may still be some clues. Hanina nodded thoughtfully. Rest assured, I have already arranged for that. Even your splendid villa has been earmarked for a search. The flesh on Baron Liar's face twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. I understand you have questions to ask, and I believe we should not squander time. Should we return to your temporary office? If you don't mind, you should instruct your soldiers to return to their barracks first. Hanina subtly gripped the hilt of her sword, and then you will accompany me. How does that sound? Baron Liar's eyes flickered, and he firmly grasped the arms of the 2 city defense soldiers. After a moment of silence, he declared, They will comply. Until ordered otherwise, they shall not step out of the barracks. My lord, this is an order. Do as I say. For Hanina and the guards of Teal Town, this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. At midnight, Hanina, who personally interrogated Baron Liar, observed him drifting into slumber, while she convened her team members for a brief case analysis meeting. Surely you have all reviewed Baron Liar's interrogation report? Hanina leaned back in a wooden chair. Any thoughts? If it is true, then this case, along with the attack on the security office and the 35 corpses outside the town, should all be orchestrated by Secretary Abelai. Perus remarked while perusing the report in his hands. Based on our analysis of the scene, Baron Liar has essentially not lied. When we arrived, the time of death for Rod and Abelai was less than 20 minutes prior, and in such a brief period, Baron Liar could not have arranged such a meticulous scene. An investigator reported. He had 2 companies of city defense soldiers assisting him. That would only leave more flaws at the scene. If what Baron Liar says is true, then the investigation into the assaulted girl is no longer necessary. The assailants at the security office have now been silenced, and the young man named Tabor and his parents have vanished. An investigator frowned. And what of that girl's parents? Perus inquired. If all goes as expected, they have likely taken that substantial sum of money and fled far away, making it difficult to locate them. They may have already been silenced. Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions. We shall wait for news from the investigative team returning from the village. The investigators voiced their opinions. What of the searches conducted at Abelai, Rod, and Baron Liar's homes? Hanina asked. No results have surfaced. The investigator shook his head. But there is something peculiar about Abelai's residence. What is strange? In his residence, I found no servant, yet the entire villa was impeccably clean. I have investigated this secretary. He is not typically a diligent individual. Moreover, numerous rooms in the villa bear signs of previous occupancy. The agent searching Aboli's residence should have uncovered something, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Furthermore, The larder in the villa's kitchen is stocked with an abundance of provisions, sufficient to sustain 40 to 50 individuals for an entire month. Oh. Perlis's eyes brightened as he gazed at Hanina. Commander, focus your investigation on Secretary Aboli, his background, social circle, daily habits, and who has visited his villa in the past month. In essence, I wish to know everything about him, and you have only 3 days to accomplish this. Hanina issued her orders. Additionally, what progress has been made regarding the missing persons in Teal Town over the past fortnight? As soon as she finished speaking, an agent responded, there are no leads as of yet, primarily because the records at the security office were destroyed. We need to verify the archives at the town hall, but they have not kept records of such cases as mandated. However, our notices have been posted, and we expect results within 2 days at most. Understood. Hanina nodded. Everyone. I can almost foresee the day we solve this case. Let us all exert ourselves a little more in the coming days, and once we crack this, I shall request a fortnight of leave for you all. Chapter 24 at 7 in the morning. Beatty made his way directly to the safe house after arriving at the security office. Halis had kept watch outside the safe house throughout the night, while Agent Buck was inside deciphering the clues left by the soldier OWA. Having already identified the corresponding code in an ordinary ledger from OWA's office. How goes it? Beatty inquired of Halis, who was stationed at the door. Halis signaled to the guard beside him to open the door. It is complete. Agent Buck is currently resting, while I would prefer not to disturb him. Time is of the essence. Beatty entered the safe house and picked up a translated note from the desk, where Buck lay sleeping. Halis stood at the door, attentive. Commander, you should have someone prepare a bed for me, along with some food. Buck stirred awake at the sound. Beatty turned, his expression impassive, and said, Certainly. Those will be arranged shortly, but you are to remain here for the time being. Of course. Buck shrugged, seemingly prepared for this outcome. I require a particularly soft mattress, as my back has been bothering me. He punctuated his statement by rubbing his lower back. Beatty nodded, then quickly tucked the translated note and the original cipher into his pocket before striding out of the room. Just as he was about to close the door, he called to Halis, Prepare a hard bed for Agent Buck. His back requires some toughening up. Also, he is not to leave this room without my explicit orders. Understood. Halis nodded, intending to follow Beatty out. You will personally guard this location. Beatty placed a finger on Halis's shoulder. From now on, you are my adjutant. A formal appointment will be issued within a day. Yes. Commander. A fleeting look of joy crossed Halis's face. Beatty, however, paid him no further heed and swiftly moved towards the end of the corridor. Have you reviewed the translated content? He suddenly turned back and asked as his figure began to fade into the shadows. No. Not yet. Within the gray-hued Rose CAF on Central Street of the Imperial City, Beatty reclined on a soft leather sofa in a secluded corner, leisurely sipping his coffee. Halfway through his drink, he retrieved 2 silver coins from his wallet, placing them upright and inverted side by side, then pressed a spoon atop them. Subsequently, he took out a book titled Whispers of the Elves and began to peruse its pages. Time slipped by gradually. 10 minutes. Half an hour. An hour. Yet there was not a hint of impatience on Beatty's face. As he turned to the 20th page, a pungent fragrance wafted into his nostrils, followed by a dimming of the light before him. Beatty lifted his gaze to find a heavily made-up woman seated across from him. Sir, may I trouble you for a cup of coffee? Her voice was melodious but carried an air of somberness. Saying this, the woman flipped over the inverted coin and ordered a cup of black coffee with milk from the waiter. The coffee was promptly served. Why the change? Where is Soldier OWA? He had made me a promise. Her tone was tinged with dissatisfaction. What Soldier OWA assured you, I can equally guarantee. Beatty slowly set down his book. Now, tell me, how has the task he assigned you progressed? The woman, named Martha, was an operative developed by Soldier OWA. Having established a modestly sized gang over the years with his assistance, OWA, in turn, manipulated her by holding her child's future as leverage to compel her service to the security office. Martha's husband, a former veteran, had been forced by circumstances to work as a thug, rising to the position of second-in-command due to his skills. However, perhaps out of jealousy, the gang's leader arranged for him to be murdered one fateful night. The investigating officer for Martha's husband's case was none other than Soldier OWA. During the investigation, OWA recognized Martha's capabilities. Her husband's ascent was largely due to her strategic planning. Thus, an idea took shape in OWA's mind. Leveraging a mother's love for her child, Soldier OWA promised me early retirement, He would ensure my safety and my son. Martha looked at the young Beatty, clearly not fully trusting him. Beatty subtly furrowed his brow. Soldier OWA is my adjutant. He is currently occupied with other cases, and I am responsible for those he previously investigated. Oh, Martha's eyes brightened. You are the young son of the Prime Minister? The one who spends all day napping in the office. Is that how Soldier OWA described me? Beatty was taken aback, surprised that someone as meticulous as OWA would share such personal remarks with Martha. No, no, no. Martha raised an eyebrow, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepening, her thin foundation revealing her age. Those are merely rumors on the streets. You must have offended some people at the security office. She added, Is that so? Beatty raised an eyebrow, intuitively knowing these rumors were likely spread by the guards he had dismissed. Nonetheless, he was indifferent to such baseless gossip. He fixed his gaze on Martha again and inquired, How has the task Soldier OWA assigned you progressed? I wish to leave the Imperial City. Anywhere would suffice, but Martha's right hand gripped her left wrist tightly. I assure you, the personnel from the security office will not disturb you again. Your file will be personally destroyed by me once this case concludes. Beatty promised. Martha bit her lip, aware of the case's significance. Before departing the Imperial City for Teal Town, OWA had instructed Martha to use a hound to track the marked fake dagger. She was astute enough to realize the case's importance from reports from her subordinates. Yet she also understood she had no leverage to bargain with. Very well. A bitter smile crossed Martha's face. Based on the scent provided by Soldier OWA, I had my subordinates search with a hound. The item went straight to the guards' barracks after leaving the security office, and then was taken by a young man to a villa in the inner city Queen district. She stirred her coffee slowly. Subsequently, our investigation revealed that the young man is an ordinary guard from the guards, named Moja, that if necessary, we can employ certain methods to interrogate him while ensuring no one is aware of any issues. What of the villa's owner? Beatty asked. There is no owner. The previous owner passed away years ago, and the villa currently belongs to the military. Martha replied. And afterward, the trail of the dagger went cold. It seems the other party employed some method to sever its connection with the outside world. A look of helplessness crossed Martha's face. Chapter 25 Prince Shinda Soldier OWA had set things up meticulously, but their adversaries were evidently more cunning, rendering the clues Martha had gathered inconsequential. Beatty sighed, inwardly acknowledging that it was not going to be an easy task. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Use your methods to interrogate the guard named Moja, while dispatching astute individuals to investigate the villa used as the transaction site. The death of Soldier OWA made Beatty skeptical of the agents within the security office. Martha wasted no words, silently noting Beatty's directives before stating, I believe I should take my leave. As she spoke, her gaze drifted to a group of her most loyal subordinates standing by the street corner outside. Beatty nodded in agreement and fell silent. Upon receiving his tacit approval, Martha rose without further ado and departed. Beatty observed her keenly as she left, noting that she was more cautious than he. After exiting the street, she deliberately left two individuals behind to ensure they were not followed. Beatty lingered for another half hour before settling his bill and leaving. Upon returning to the security office, he changed into a plain cotton short-sleeve uniform, discreetly exiting through the back door. This time, he intended to visit the Manweir Bar, a place OWA had frequented before leaving the Imperial City. He did not bring anyone along, planning to investigate the case personally. For certain signs indicated that there was a criminal network within the security office. The only entity that Beatty can now rely on is himself, the Garden of Lion Fortress, the largest and most exquisite in the Empire. This is the place that every girl in the Empire dreams of possessing. In the central courtyard of the garden, Prince Shinda and his mother, Queen Daipier, bask in the sun after bidding farewell to two visiting noble women. Seated comfortably in soft armchairs, the prince turns slightly, lifting his teacup. Amidst the steam, a handsome visage emerges, his crimson eyes shining brightly like an enraged lion, while the golden hair inherited from his mother glimmers under the sun's rays. Every day after night training, I have to entertain these sycophantic nobles. Divine beings, spare me. The expression on Prince Shinda's face is unmistakably one of exasperation. It is your duty, my child. Queen Daipier gazes lovingly at her son. The families of these nobles are the foundation of the empire. The royal house requires their support. No, the prince evidently has his own perspective. The nobles are draining the very roots of the empire. like parasites clinging to its body, greedily consuming its sustenance. We are interdependent, my child. You will soon grasp this truth. Queen Daipier neither rebuts nor endorses the prince's viewpoint. How is the investigation into Baron Gordonel's case progressing? The prince clearly wishes to divert from this topic with his mother. Turning to inquire of his guard, Semp. There are some leads, but little progress. The culprit appears to be rather elusive. Semp promptly responds. I heard that the guard suffered significant losses while investigating this case. Even the highest local law enforcement was uprooted. Oh, Prince Shindao expresses surprise. When did this occur? Semp replies, just a few days ago. It is said that His Majesty has given the guard a deadline to resolve the case. This is no mere murder case. Prince Shindao cradles his chin in his hands. Queen Daipier chuckles softly. But for now, you need not concern yourself with such matters. The ministers of the Empire will handle it. The ministers of the Empire, aside from Duke Nick and Earl Tuss. The rest are nothing but a pile of dung. They should have vacated their positions for more capable young individuals long ago. Prince Shindao is quite aware of the current state of the Empire. Sir Guzzle of the Guard must be in quite a predicament now. I wonder if he can retain his position as director. If he is ousted, the investigation will undoubtedly prolong. You seem rather invested in this case, the Queen observes curiously. I am only concerned about Baron Gordonel, the prince replies, gazing at a cluster of roses in the garden. He proposed substantive peace negotiations with the orcs. And I believe that is a commendable suggestion. Just look at the elves and dwarves. Have we not coexisted peacefully with them for over 300 years? There is a subtle shock on the prince's face. Rumor has it that the walls of Anku Fortress have been stained red over these 3 centuries of war. And the surrounding land has turned pitch black. Whenever the sun scorches the earth, crimson blood seeps through the ground. How many lives, how much blood must have been spilled to create such a hell on earth? We must prevent such tragedies from continuing. The prince implores his mother, moreover. The Empire invests 500,000 gold coins annually into Anku Fortress. If we could achieve a genuine ceasefire with the orcs, we would not only save a substantial amount each year, but we could also exchange trade with the orcs for tons of gold from the western continent. The prince speaks as if delivering a speech, growing more animated as he envisions a harmonious coexistence between orcs and humans. Perhaps Baron Gordonel's proposal truly warrants consideration. A familiar voice and footsteps approach. The prince and queen rise hastily. Emperor Leobold has drawn near as they turn. However, the animosity between orcs and humans cannot be resolved by mere negotiations. Leobold places a hand on his son's shoulder. Our ancestors endeavored over a century ago, only to be met with a bloody massacre. There is nothing that cannot be resolved through negotiation. It is merely a matter of leverage, the prince retorts. Indeed, it is a matter of leverage, the emperor nods. But the empire cannot afford to pay such a high price. Until the deep-seated hatred between orcs and humans is alleviated, it is best to prevent the orcs from stepping foot beyond Anku Fortress. There will come a day when reconciliation is possible. The prince persists in his viewpoint. Leobold shrugs. Then I leave it to you, future emperor of the empire. Me. The prince is taken aback, furrowing his brow, clearly having never contemplated this question. Haha. Leobold laughs heartily, giving Shindao's shoulder a firm pat. Even pondering this for 100 years may not yield an answer. Go, seek out your knight instructor and learn anew. You should take a page from the second son of the Legan family. He is merely 19 and has already become a formal paladin. Are you referring to Patey? What good is becoming a paladin if he can only save those within his line of sight? Prince Shindao aspires for greater things. To save more people, one must first save those within reach. Leobold's gaze turns stern. Remember my words. Arrogance and pride will exact a toll. The prince bristles at this. Though he shares a good rapport with Patey, his father's words unsettle him. Even if Patey becomes the mightiest paladin, he remains my vassal. Leobold's brow furrows. After you marry Penny, he will be your brother, you. The emperor falls silent at this juncture, sighing inwardly. Some truths can only be comprehended through personal experience. Go find your knight instructor and inform him that your knight training will increase by double each day. Emperor Leobold ultimately declares. Chapter 26. After Prince Shindao departs the courtyard, Emperor Leobold walks over to a nearby cluster of flowers, casually plucking a pure white ice lily. The pure white ice lily, akin to a sacred goddess, murmurs Queen Daipier. The emperor chuckles, tossing the ice lily into the soil among the flowers. Yet it shall never be that sacred goddess. What brings you here today, your majesty? The queen gazes at the ice lily, a glimmer of compassion in her eyes. What? Did your little lovers not come to seek you today? Leopold disregards his wife's jibe, surveying the empty courtyard as he states, have your brother, Duke Eric Jean, come to the capital. He will not heed my summons. The queen's gaze flickers slightly. Then extend an invitation to him in the name of the Empire's queen. I believe he would not refuse the invitation of the Empire's queen, Leopold intones gravely. Queen Dipier smiles faintly. What has transpired? In half a month, Duke Chester of the Cliff family in Karen City, the old Duke Boge of the Zola family in Kron City, Duke Gna of the Barlett family in What City, and Duke and Shi of the Ella family in the Hoko Islands will all arrive in the capital. Does the Jean family intend to miss this meeting? Leopold squints at his wife. Oh, with our Prime Minister Duke Nick. All 6 dukes of the Empire will gather in the capital. What do you intend to do? The queen takes her seat. I do not intend to do anything. I merely wish to ask a few questions. Emperor Leopold claps his hands, which are dampened by the ice lilies' dew. I have heard that the barbarians and orcs are amassing their armies. Are you not concerned about their arrival in the capital? There is nothing to fear. Emperor Leopold interrupts his wife's words. Some individuals are far more terrifying than orcs and barbarians. They can undermine the very foundation of the empire, such as that Marquis Fit. Fit has long been expelled by the Jean family. Everything he does in the capital is unrelated to the Jean family. The queen asserts resolutely. Why the rush to distance yourself from him? Dear, he is your own brother, Leopold shrugs. The mistakes he has committed are unforgivable. The Jean family has long since disavowed his bloodline. His title of Marquis was conferred by you that I opposed it at the time. He is unworthy of noble status. I hope your brother feels the same. Leopold remarks with a shrug. It is my brother who personally exiled Fit. You should not doubt my brother. Dipier grits her teeth. Ha ha, King Leopold chuckles lightly. I hope to see him in half a month. With that, he does not linger, swiftly exiting the courtyard. Soon, his figure vanishes down the corridor. Semp, Dipier calls out. Your Highness, is Fit still in contact with the Jean family? That, I am not quite sure. What about Scott? He likely does not know either. We rarely leave the prince's side. The queen glares coldly at Semp. Do not let me uncover the truth. Otherwise, I shall make you fertilizer for these flower clusters. I truly do not know. Semp's tall frame collapses to the ground, his face pressed against the earth. Do not feign pity. The queen admonishes. Inform my brother that he must arrive in the capital in half a month. Stating that the Empire's queen invites him to the banquet. Time passes swiftly, and 2 days soon elapsed. At 10 o'clock on the morning of the 24th, Patey arrives at the headquarters of the guard to meet with Sir Guzzle. The head of the guard. In the lounge outside the director's office, the director's assistant, Sean, warmly welcomed Patey but barred him from entering, making him wait for nearly an hour. The furnishings in the director's office had not changed since Patey first reported to the security office over a month ago, a simple desk set and a reception sofa. After Sean brought a cup of black coffee, favored by all the guards, he discreetly exited the office. Speak up, what brings you here? Gussair set down his quill and looked at Patey, who was seated across the desk. After the demise of Sergeant OWA, his family received a special allowance. Patey pushed the coffee aside. Gussair chuckled. He was one of my informants. I had already tasked him with covertly investigating the case of the Deputy Minister of the Army. Do you truly believe it is mere coincidence that a lowly deputy officer from the Security Bureau stumbled upon such significant clues? Patey shrugged, a look of realization crossing his face. Gussair stood, pushing the coffee back towards Patey. You must have uncovered some leads by now. Is that your intention? Patey took the coffee cup. Is there truly a mole within the Security Bureau? This is the Security Bureau. Chief, the Empire, after 3 centuries of development, is rife with decay in every department. The Security Bureau and the courts are no exceptions, Gussair replied matter-of-factly. Then, have you succumbed to that decay, Chief? Patey gazed intently into Gussair's eyes, seeking something in his gray pupils. What do you hope to discern from the eyes of the director of the Imperial Security Bureau? Gussair laughed self-deprecatingly, pulling a cigar from his drawer, expertly trimming and lighting it. As the familiar scent of tobacco filled his lungs, Patey frowned. Care for a try? Gussair inquired. No, thank you. I fear my salary cannot accommodate it. Patey declined with a shake of his head. The old gentleman shrugged. That is indeed unfortunate. Inhale, exhale. The tobacco glimmered brightly as the old gentleman indulged. Patey fell silent, awaiting another inquiry from him. Yet, Gussair remained quiet, silently indicating that the case was nearing its truth. That a few minutes later, Gussair asked again, "So, what have you discovered?" "I have tracked down the last owner of that dagger." A surge of holy power emanated from Patey as he scanned the surroundings for potential eavesdropping devices. A pure and serene holy power. It's been ages since I've witnessed such formidable holy energy. Young man, I hope you can maintain your conviction. I possess no convictions. Patey shook his head. I simply believe in the divine power. The holy power never deceives. You will find the belief for which you strive throughout your life, Gussair remarked with a smile. Now, might you share the identity of this last owner of the dagger? A magician, a disciple of one of the 12 counselors of the Mage Tower, although it seems he has been expelled from the Mage Tower and, prior to the murder, was mingling in the black market of the imperial capital. Intelligence suggests he worked for Marquis Fight for a time. Where is he now? In a gathering place on the outskirts of the city. Can you confirm this? Have you made contact? These past few days, I've been inundated with more rats than there are in the sewers, making it impossible to verify personally. But I have my methods, Patey said with a grin. Chapter 27. Near the eastern gate of Teal Town, there stood an inn named Roman. Due to the town's martial law, coupled with the patrolling guards, the inn had seen no business for several days. Passing merchant caravans no longer stopped at the inn, opting instead to proceed directly to the nearby Hades town. The innkeeper's wife was busy cleaning the lobby, while the owner, Roman II, dozed at the bar. And the staff had long been dismissed. Suddenly, the heavy wooden door of the inn was flung open with a loud bang, allowing a few beams of light along with a figure to flood into the dimly lit lobby. Roman II, irritable by nature, assumed it was his wife causing the ruckus and muttered, "Damn it, can't you be more careful? Do you want me to sell you to a trafficker?" However, upon discerning the source of the noise, his expression shifted from anger to a grin as he recognized the newcomer. The young man entered the inn, draped in a gray cloak, beneath which a pristine leather hauberk peeked through, a short sword hanging from his belt eliciting a furrow from Roman II. Though it was a mere furrow, the young man strode through the dim lobby to the bar. Any official from the town government present would undoubtedly recognize him. Tax collector Tabor, the young man infamous for the assault on the daughter of the clerk from Bianchi village. "Do you have any rooms available?" "I prefer a decent one," Tabor stated, tossing a handful of silver coins onto the bar. The clatter of the coins drew Roman II's attention. Initially, he scrutinized Tabor with suspicion, then picked up a coin to bite it before holding it up to the light for inspection. "Light up the lobby. Can you see we have a guest?" Once the authenticity of the coins was confirmed, the innkeeper promptly signaled to his wife to light the oil lamps in the lobby. "No need." Tabor declined the owner's offer. "Just take me to my room. Right this way." "Esteemed guest." Roman II's smile widened as he discreetly gestured to his wife not to bother with the lights. He led Tabor to a spacious and well-ventilated room, the best part being he did not inquire about Tabor's identity. "Honored guest, would you care for some food? My wife's roasted meat is unparalleled in Teal Town." The innkeeper displayed a toothy grin, exposing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Tabor nodded. Of course, the sooner the better. As he spoke, he retrieved another silver coin and handed it to Roman II. "No more than half an hour, please wait." Roman II bowed and quickly exited the room. Tabor watched the owner leave, and once he was alone, he hastily shut the door. As he turned to survey the room, he instinctively grasped the short sword at his waist, seeking some semblance of security. Exhausted, Tabor had walked for 3 days from his sister Kara's estate outside the imperial capital to this place, and he leaned heavily against the wooden table, his gaze drifting through the window's crevice towards the distant dome of the town hall, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. "Janice," he whispered, invoking the name of his beloved. Yet, no one was destined to respond. Tabor and Janice had grown up together in Bianchi village, their families acquainted, thus naturally fostering their affection. Had fate not intervened, they were meant to unite. However, all changed when Janice's family began to prosper. 3 years prior, Janice's father became wealthy through a successful investment in a farm. 2 years ago, he ascended to the position of clerk in the village. A year ago, Tabor's proposal was rejected by Janice's father, who was striving to elevate his family status and sought a more prestigious match for his daughter. He had already set his sights on a young nobleman of a fallen house, whose family was equally enamored with Janice's father's wealth. The two families quickly reached an agreement, even holding an engagement banquet. Subsequently, Tabor was barred from seeing Janice, and he feared losing her for the first time. He harbored resentment and envy towards the nobility. He fell into despair, spending his days languishing under a large sycamore tree at the village's edge, gazing vacantly at the sky. This state persisted until half a year ago. On that day, Sir Andre, the captain of Marquis Fide's guard, passed through Bianchi village and was immediately captivated by Tabor's sister, Kara, for she bore an uncanny resemblance to another woman, the one for whom Marquis Fide had been exiled from his family, the one he would willingly sacrifice his life for. However, Kara was already married, much to Sir Andre's dismay. Nevertheless, upon overhearing the villagers mock Tabor, he envisioned a nefarious plan. Tabor vividly recalled that moment, seated beneath the sycamore tree, the cold ground beneath him still fresh in his memory, when a well-dressed man approached him from above and asked, "If you wish to marry the clerk's daughter, heed my words. I assure you shall achieve your desires." As Tabor gazed up at the man, sunlight streamed through the tree's branches, casting a warm, almost holy glow upon him, reminiscent of a legendary paladin's holy power. Without hesitation, Tabor agreed. Soon after, a horrific conspiracy descended upon Kara's family. 3 days later, Tabor's brother-in-law fled due to gambling debts, and his sister Kara was sold into the hands of traffickers. A month later, she became the mistress of Marquis Fide, acquiring the title of Baroness, known henceforth as Baroness Kara. 3 months ago, when Tabor arrived with a contingent of Imperial City Defense soldiers to confront Janice's father, he readily accepted Tabor's proposal. The two lovers seemed finally destined to be together, even planning their wedding. Yet, everything changed once more. Tabor's beloved sister personally selected a new bride for him. The daughter of Lord Lance. It is rumored that the entire eastern region of Aluk Castle belongs to the estate of this Lord Lance. Moreover, Lord Lance has but one daughter. This implies that should Tabor marry Lord Lance's daughter, he would inherit a vast hereditary domain in a few decades. Tabor's parents, much like Janice's, obstructed their relationship and annulled the wedding that was in preparation. This infuriated Tabor, who sought out his sister Carla, declaring, "My wife can only be Janice." Carla, instead of expressing anger, even bestowed her blessings upon Tabor's love for Janice. However, when Tabor joyfully approached Janice to share this delightful news, he was met with the chilling sight of her lifeless body. Strangely, he found himself accused of Janice's murder. Tabor was oblivious to how he exited that room, and when he regained his senses, he discovered himself in a manor near Aluk Castle that a messenger from his sister informed him that he must marry Lord Lance's daughter, and that it was to occur next month. With clarity returning, Tabor finally comprehended the orchestrated nature of these events by his sister. That very night, he returned to the imperial capital to confront his sister about her motives for such actions. It was a night fraught with terror. Chapter 28. The roasted meat prepared by the innkeeper's wife was indeed delectable, and when complemented by the sauce crafted by Roman II's grandfather, it could be deemed a unique delicacy of Tyr Town. Yet, Tabor found himself devoid of appetite, tears silently streaming down his face as he gazed at the golden brown roasted beef. Meanwhile, memories from days prior began to encroach upon his mind. It was a night when Tabor rode alone from the estate of Aluk Castle straight to Carla's private villa on the outskirts of the imperial capital. He confronted his sister, demanding to know if she had sent someone to murder Janice. Carla paused momentarily before confessing, "Indeed, it was I who orchestrated it. We are even now, my dear brother." Upon hearing this, Tabor's rage erupted like a volcano, consuming him entirely. He instinctively reached for the dagger at his side, only to be subdued by two servants standing beside Carla. That was Janice. "How could you commit such an atrocity?" The cold wooden floor scraped against Tabor's left cheek as he struggled and shouted with all his might. Carla gazed down at him impassively, saying, "Think of your brother-in-law. Dear brother." The mention of this, Tabor's pupils dilated in shock, and he attempted to rise, yet the seemingly ordinary servants possessed extraordinary strength. Tabor shouted, "Before this, I had no knowledge he would die. May the goddess bear witness. Sir Andre assured me that my brother-in-law would receive a substantial sum, enough to live a life of nobility for the remainder of his days." Carla turned a deaf ear, retrieving a length of rope from the room's storage cupboard and tossing it to the floor, signaling the servants to bind Tabor. "What are you planning to do?" Tabor's expression shifted dramatically. "Are you intending to dispose of me as well?" Fear flickered across his face momentarily, quickly replaced by defiance as he shouted, "Come on then. Bring it on." Carla regarded him coldly, and once the servants had secured him, she waved them off, saying, "You may leave now." The two servants exchanged glances before retreating toward the door. Tabor, watching them exit hastily, turned to his sister and coldly remarked, "So, you wish to personally eliminate your brother?" Bang! Without uttering a word, Carla delivered a forceful kick to Tabor's abdomen with her sturdy-soled shoe, then pressed her foot down hard upon his left pinky. Ah! The searing pain compelled Tabor to scream, cold sweat breaking out all over him. His voice trembled as he attempted to articulate something, but the agony momentarily rendered his mind blank, leaving him unable to form a coherent sentence. Slap! Carla struck him again, and then forcefully yanked his hair, pulling his head toward her as she whispered, "Listen, you fool. I have secretly placed some money by the apricot tree southeast of the estate. Take it and leave the imperial capital. Never to return, nor to set foot in a luck castle again." "What do you mean?" Slap. Another blow silenced Tabor, rendering him unable to continue. "Be quiet. Listen to me." Carla lowered her voice, a hint of panic evident in her demeanor. "Marquis fight is finished. The assassin I arranged to be by his side has informed me that a group calling themselves the Tower of Dawn is eliminating anyone associated with Marquis fight. I cannot leave, but you can." Carla struggled to convey her point. "In any case, do not return, and above all, do not seek out Sir Andre. It was he who caused Janice's demise. They are plotting something in Tyr Town." "What do you mean?" Tabor was utterly confused, yet he distinctly heard the names Janice and Sir Andre, staring blankly at his sister, desperate to say something, but a blow to the back of his head rendered him unconscious. When Tabor awoke again, 2 hours had passed. He found himself beside the apricot tree Carla had mentioned. It was just after 4 in the morning, still shrouded in darkness. Groggy, Tabor gazed toward the distant flames shooting into the sky. Realizing that they were in the direction of his sister's villa, hastily, he climbed to the treetop, peering toward the inferno, and his body quaked as he beheld the entire villa and surrounding grounds engulfed in flames. The towering blaze accompanied by billowing smoke consuming everything in its path. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves jolted Tabor from his stupor. He focused, noticing several flickering torches advancing slowly. His expression changed abruptly, fear coursing through him, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. The direction of the moving torches indicated that these individuals were approaching his location. What to do? Tabor's limbs turned to jelly, nearly causing him to tumble from the treetop as he recalled his sister's warning. Elimination? The word surfaced in his mind, but he knew nothing. What should he do? Tabor screamed inwardly once more. Slap! He struck his face hard, the pain jolting him into greater awareness. Yet fear still loomed large. Huff! Tabor took a deep breath. Forcing himself not to glance at the rapidly approaching torches, he began to survey his surroundings, under the faint moonlight. A river was gently rippling a few meters away, the reeds along the bank swaying softly in the luminescence. Just as Tabor was about to slide down from the treetop, the moving group altered their direction. Startled, he suppressed the urge to flee and remained still atop the branches. The flames drew closer. The group brushed past the small path just beyond the apricot tree, heading toward the nearby river. Concealed in the inky shadows of the tree, Tabor caught sight of a familiar figure among them, none other than Sir Andre, the very architect of this chaos. On his horse, a bloodied figure trembled. Pointing shakily in a certain direction, toward the river, Sir Andre discarded the bloodied figure and loudly interrogated the individual, who was cowering on the damp bank, responding submissively. Subsequently, a troop of riders crossed the river to search the opposite bank. Minutes later, frustrated by their lack of findings, the group stabbed the bloodied figure and swiftly departed. Tabor witnessed this scene, his teeth clenched around a branch, the bitter taste of bark mingling with the salty flavor of his tears. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking roused Tabor from his reverie, and he stared at the now-cold food, silently wiping away his tears. "Who is it?" Once he regained his composure, he inquired. "It is I, Roman II," came the gruff voice of the innkeeper. The innkeeper, accompanied by his wife, entered to clear the dishes from Tabor's table, for the astute proprietor had already discerned Tabor's wealth and sought his gratuity. The door swung open, and Roman II, bending slightly, stepped inside, glancing at the untouched food and feeling a surge of happiness, musing, "If this young master orders more food, perhaps my wife could recook this portion for resale." Tabor was oblivious to the innkeeper's calculations. Sitting numbly on the only sofa in the room, watching the busy couple, once Roman II and his wife departed, he approached the window, leaning out to gaze outside. The bustling street was alive with pedestrians and squads of patrolling guards. Tabor instinctively felt for the short sword at his waist. He did not understand why he had returned to Tyr Town. It was an instinctive action. and he had successfully passed through the guard scrutiny thanks to the identity his sister had prepared for him in advance. In this familiar town, the image of Janice filled Tabor's mind. The mere thought of his beloved caused a flicker of wrath to cross his face, and his thoughts turned to the shadowy figure, Sir Andre. His sister Carla had informed him that Janice had been executed at the behest of Sir Andre. Suddenly, a plan formed in Tabor's mind. Gripping the hilt of his short sword, he strode purposefully out of the room. He intended to surrender to the guards, for he had learned before entering the town that the guards were actively investigating Janice's case. He knew that if he identified Sir Andre, the guards would surely summon him. Then, he tightened his grasp on the sword at his waist. Chapter 29 The House of Warriors 20 miles southeast of the imperial capital lies a camp for adventurers. The adventurers' camp has existed for 2 decades, known as the House of Heroes. Initially, it served as the base for a mercenary group, which ultimately met its demise in a singular mission, leading to the camp being occupied by a collection of beggars, impoverished souls, and bankrupt individuals. Over time, this area transformed into a rudimentary gathering place. Typically, the Empire's officials would only dispatch 1 or 2 tax collectors and local clerks to such locales, thereby allowing the local gangs to wield substantial control over the management of the settlement. With the Empire turning a blind eye to the situation, Patty and Sir Guzzle, accompanied by the notorious leader of the capital's largest gang, Hank, approached this legendary haven for adventurers. Following Patty's report, Guzzle resolved to personally oversee the apprehension operation. Patty had previously refused on the grounds of safety, understanding that a large contingent could not enter the settlement without risking their chances of capturing anyone. Nevertheless, Sir Guzzle remained resolute. Before Patty and Guzzle could enter the House of Heroes, the guards had already severed all surrounding routes, and nearly 2/3 of the operational police force was stationed nearby, with a heavily armed cavalry unit on standby to support the entry of Patty and his companions into the settlement. Patty, Guzzle, and their 5 attendants, along with their guide Hank, quickly arrived at the entrance of the gathering place. However, they were unexpectedly halted by a group of muscular men with bare torsos. Patty furrowed his brow slightly as he observed Hank stepping forward. He shook his head at Harus beside him and began to scrutinize the settlement known as the House of Heroes. The periphery of the gathering place was cluttered with dilapidated wagons, forming a circular barricade, while 2 earthen watchtowers flanked the simple wooden gate, within which several archers coldly regarded Patty and his entourage. Hank, his expression grim, approached without uttering a word and with the force of a hammer. He struck the nearest brute squarely in the face. Bang! The punch landed with considerable force, sending the man crashing to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth. The sudden altercation drew the attention of nearby guards stationed at the gate. What is it? Hank unsheathed a gleaming curved blade from his waist, looking for some excitement. With that, he seized the collar of the man he had just felled, raising him effortlessly, the blade gliding menacingly across the victim's face, leaving a stark crimson line in its wake. Hank coldly warned the approaching guards, "Don't move." As Hank brandished his blade, Patty instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist, watching cautiously as several guards atop the watchtower knocked their arrows. "Do not be alarmed," Sir Guzzle said with a smile. "The people here would not dare offend Hank." The old nobleman's words rang true. Scarcely had he finished speaking when a stout, short man in a silk short-sleeved shirt rushed out from within the gate, his jiggling flesh bouncing as he ran, a silver collar around his neck glinting in the light. "Oh, for heaven's sake! Everyone stop, stop!" the rotund fellow shouted as he ran, showing no signs of breathlessness. Clearly a warrior of considerable skill, upon reaching Hank, he bowed deeply, a broad grin on his face. "Hey, Hank, what brings you to our little backwater today? Clear your people away. My guests wish to enter and procure some goods." Hank tossed aside the trembling guard he had intimidated, then tugged at his shirt, speaking in a condescending tone. "Otherwise, I will have someone else manage this place. Of course, if you doubt my capabilities, feel free to test me." "Huh?" The short man laughed heartily before striding over to the dazed guard on the ground, pointing at him and asking Hank, "Are you referring to him?" "If this is not your idea," Hank glared coldly. The stout man quickly took the cue. "You and your guests shall receive a satisfactory response." He gestured to his nearby subordinates and then bowed to Guzzle and Patty. Boss, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. How should we deal with him? The decision is yours." The stout man seemingly ignored the guard's pleas for mercy, smilingly inquired of Hank, "I detest hands that impede my progress." The stout man responded, "Then take off his hand." Hank smirked faintly as he sheathed his blade, saying, "You had better not go back on your word." With that, he nudged the stout man aside with his shoulder and turned to Patty and Guzzle, declaring, "My friends, you may enter now." Guzzle disregarded the stout man's bow and did not even glance at Hank, making his way directly towards the gate, while Patty studied the stout man carefully, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon entering the gathering place, an overwhelming stench assaulted Patty's senses, a nauseating blend of excrement and decay. Such a locale is a breeding ground for infectious diseases. Are the officials in this city completely oblivious? Patty surveyed the chaotic surroundings, noting the disorganized structures, devoid of any proper streets, and the muddy pathways resembling those of a rain-soaked trail. Rest assured, those who enter here rarely find their way back out, Sir Guzzle shrugged. Hank elaborated. The inhabitants here are predominantly illegal residents. The nobility disdains having too many of such individuals in the empire. Thus, the city officials have cast them away to this place. However, underground gangs and certain merchants find them quite appealing, for they can be employed at a quarter of the wage of regular laborers. Consequently, few possess the means to escape from here. Patty was momentarily taken aback before the realization dawned upon him. This was not an adventurer-esque camp, but rather a den where merchants exploited illegal labor. "Are your men in position?" Guzzle inquired in a hushed tone. "Fear not, Commander. My subordinates have confirmed their readiness," Patty assured. "They have already infiltrated the vicinity, and they are not from the guards. In the dirtiest and most chaotic corner of the House of Heroes, a place so vile that even the local gangsters shunned it." Patty had previously arranged for a small dwelling to be rented on the periphery of this area, knowing the department head would never personally partake in the apprehension, near a public latrine on the western side of the gathering place. Patty's operatives had begun their actions, and with Guzzle's permission, Patty hastened towards them. Chapter 30. The Mage Callier. After traversing several dimly lit alleys, a low-burning shack came into view, where a group of men armed with short swords surrounded a frail figure clad in rags. Nearby, more men with short swords were dispersing onlookers, while critical positions along the street were barricaded. These were the individuals Patty had prearranged. They were not guards, but mercenaries, commanded by Patty's attendant. "Rain, my lord." Rain's face lit up upon seeing Patty's arrival, and he pointed to a man beside him. "This is Luke, the leader of this mercenary band." "Sir Patty, the Luke Mercenary Company is at your service." Luke removed his round helmet and bowed respectfully. Patty nodded. "I greatly appreciate your assistance, Mr. Luke. While I would love to share a drink with you, we must first resolve the immediate predicament." As he spoke, he surveyed the scene. The surrounded figure was not keen on surrendering, preparing an arcane missile in hand. Of course, Luke donned his helmet once more and instructed several mercenaries wielding iron shields to advance cautiously. Patty slowly approached the mage, unperturbed by the spell in the man's grasp. "Callier, surrender your resistance. No mage can withstand a holy knight at such close range." As he spoke, a faint golden aura began to emanate around him. "I assure you, your magic will be rendered futile." The holy power radiating from Patty's steel sword shimmered with an enchanting glow. Such potent and pure holy power. The mage's expression shifted, and he instinctively dissipated the spell he had been conjuring. "Are you from the Tower of Dawn?" "Tower of Dawn?" Patty was taken aback. "What is that?" "Not from the Tower of Dawn?" Callier, momentarily stunned by Patty's reaction, uncertainly queried, "Could you be an agent of the guards?" "I apologize for disappointing you, Lord Callier." Patty shrugged, producing a crystal pendant from around his neck. "I am Patty Reagan, the security officer from the southern precinct of the capital, a senior investigator of the guards." "Oh." The mage's expression shifted once more. "The second son of the Reagan family?" He regarded Patty with newfound scrutiny. "A formidable holy knight." "I did not realize I was so renowned," Patty replied, somewhat surprised. "The priests of the Church of Sacred Radiance propagate your genius while spreading the faith." Callio observed Patty intently. However, they were not mistaken this time. "You are indeed powerful, under the influence of your holy power." "My spells have been diminished to their barest potency." Patty paused, then came to terms with the situation. His holy knight mentor, Bishop Jeffrey, had informed him of this phenomenon, though he had never given it much thought. "If you wish to continue the standoff, the outcome will not be favorable for you." Patty paid no heed to the flattery directed at him. However, Callier, with a chuckle, scrutinized Patty earnestly, the hostile holy energy surrounding them causing a slight prickling sensation on his skin. Yet he remained utterly unfazed. Are you truly intent on resorting to violence? Patey asked, his patience waning. Kaelier ceased his examination, sensing Patey's resolve, and hastily replied, I can accompany you, but before that, I need to speak with you privately. That contravenes regulations, Patey thought momentarily. Yet instinctively refused. The mage Kaelier scoffed. Let those regulations go to hell, you scion of the Reagan family. Surrounded by mercenaries, you stand alone as a guard. I am merely a penniless old man at present. Indifferent to everything. If you insist on adhering to your rules, you shall receive nothing but my corpse. Do not doubt the word of a magician. Kaelier produced an intact magic scroll from his robes. You. Patey's expression hardened, the holy energy around him coalescing as if it were tangible. Just a few words. The mage stood tall, unafraid of Patey's might. Are you trembling in fear? You have 2 minutes. Sir. Rain expressed concern. Patey shook his head, signaling Rain to remain untroubled, and turned to Luke, commanding, have your men withdraw 10 paces. Yes. Luke would never defy his employer's will. Soon, only Patey remained near Kaelier, who casually inscribed a magical array. Subsequently, a sensitive wind-based detection spell subtly stirred in the surrounding space, and he candidly stated, Esteemed Sheriff, do you truly believe I can walk out of here alive? Patey raised an eyebrow. My men have encircled this area. No one can threaten your life. His tone bore confidence that brooked no argument. You refer to those mercenaries? Kaelier shook his head, suddenly adopting a gentlemanly demeanor, imbued with a hint of the magician's essence. Your arrival took me by surprise. How shall I put it? The organization known as the Tower of Dawn is the most meticulous group I have ever encountered. You could not possibly have reached my hiding place first. The only explanation is that you have been utilized by someone. So this is your reason for not intending to accompany me? Patey said coldly, No. Kaelier waved his hands. You misunderstand my intentions. I am most eager to accompany you. For I require your protection, but not in this manner. Oh. Patey paused, indicating for him to continue. I have a stand-in, a perfect substitute, who will... Excellent. Patey interjected, preemptively agreeing. A commendable idea. You? Patey chuckled. I am equally curious about what transpires next. I shall have my retainer accompany you. Should you dare to mock me, you will learn the consequences. I swear it. Kaelier looked at Patey, unfazed by his smile. Time will validate my oath. Wait. Patey had no intention of prolonging the discussion. Casting aside 2 words as he turned to walk towards Rain's location, leaning in to whisper in his ear. Rain never questioned Patey's decisions. Once Patey had finished his instructions, he exchanged glances with the vigilant Luke. And the two approached Kaelier once more. This time, Kaelier offered no resistance. Remaining still, Patey surveyed the surroundings. The vicinity was filled with low shanties, the stench from the nearby cesspool rendering one dizzy. Luke's subordinates stood guard at several critical points, while the local residents had all been driven to another area. Everything appeared normal, devoid of any suspicious elements. Clang. Drip, drip. Suddenly, the sounds of clashing weapons and piercing magical alarms reached Patey's ears, causing his expression to change abruptly as he spun to look towards Kaelier. Yet, nothing seemed to have occurred there. Chapter 31. Tactical charge. The sounds of combat and shouts came quite unexpectedly. Akin to a sudden downpour following a clear sky, Patey's heart tightened, beads of cold sweat forming on his palms unconsciously. This was not fear, merely a reflexive response to the encroaching unknown danger. The din grew louder and more frequent, and Patey distinctly heard his newly appointed deputy, Haruz, along with several other guards, crying out, only to be swiftly drowned out by a cacophony of battle cries. The mercenary stationed at the street's edge turned to Patey, gesturing to inquire if they should provide support. After a brief contemplation, Patey shook his head, signaling them not to advance recklessly, but to regroup and secure advantageous positions in the vicinity before holding their ground. Rain and Luke also looked to Patey, while the mage Kaelier's face shifted in urgency. Hurry, come with me. Patey glanced at Rain, do as he says, and protect the witness. However, Kaelier did not wait for Rain. Sprinting towards a shanty to the right of the cesspool, upon hearing the commotion, Rain's expression changed, and he pursued at the fastest possible speed. Captain Luke stood frozen, awaiting orders from Patey. Gather your men. Soon you will know what to do. Patey commanded, and without waiting for a response, he turned and swiftly retraced his steps that he needed to ascertain what exactly was transpiring. As a paladin, he was undoubtedly the finest investigator, after barely a few strides. A faint scent of blood weighed heavily on Patey's heart, and the sounds of combat became increasingly distinct. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on his steel sword, his powerful legs propelled by holy energy. Each step covering at least 2 meters, leaving a series of clearly defined footprints in his wake. At that moment, the previously deserted alleyway was suddenly filled with burly men wielding short axes. Standing in pairs at intervals, effectively blocking the already narrow passage. Recognizing their attire, Patey surmised they were likely henchmen of some underground faction. The henchmen clearly had no intention of yielding, and the nearest among them charged at Patey the moment he entered the alley. However, such lowly thugs posed no threat to Patey. He advanced boldly, executing the paladin's most conventional tactical charge, and before the assailants could react, he cleaved them open, blood spraying forth amidst their shrill screams. Patey paid them no mind, his steps unwavering, breathing in accordance with the rhythm he had cultivated during his training, calming the tension brought on by the act of killing, and continuing to charge at the remaining thugs obstructing the alley. In less than 2 minutes, Patey burst forth from the alley, emerging onto the street where Sir Jessel and several guards were stationed. Shadows flitted about, the din of battle escalating, the scent of blood growing more potent. Before him lay 2 distinctly opposing factions engaged in fierce combat, armed with an array of weapons including spears, short swords, and axes, as blood spattered the muddy street, with each clash to be precise. A large group of unidentified underground thugs was besieging Patey and the few attendants accompanying Sir Jessel. The scene was utterly chaotic, primarily due to the overwhelming number of thugs lacking unified command, mindlessly charging forward. Yet they were being systematically slain or injured by Haruz and his comrades. However, the advantage held by Haruz and his team was gradually dissipating, as the thugs were on the verge of encircling them. Patey did not rush in immediately to break the encirclement, as his line of sight was limited, and he had yet to locate Sir Jessel and Hanko. A reckless attack could inadvertently harm his own commander. Haruz soon spotted Patey on the street, shouting hoarsely, his voice akin to that of a wretched spirit. "The director is injured. Hurry, over here." Haruz's terse words clarified for Patey. Sir Jessel was wounded and in their vicinity, yet he had simply failed to see him due to his restricted view. Without further hesitation, he amplified the holy energy surging around his steel sword, doubling its potency, and then charged forth like a galloping warhorse, causing debris to fly in his wake. This was an even more formidable tactical charge. A radiant golden holy light flashed, limbs and blood scattering like confetti, screams ringing out like a symphony of despair. Patey's charge pierced through the encirclement of the thugs like a colossal golden spear, sending their bodies flying in a gruesome display. When Patey steadied himself and gazed back, he was taken aback by the carnage before him. Remnants of flesh lay strewn about, limbs severed, injured men retreating while desperately searching for their dismembered parts. And those with gaping wounds in their chests and abdomens lay upon the blood-soaked ground, struggling in their final moments. Patey had not anticipated that his tactical charge would wield such devastating lethality. During his training, his targets were merely wooden posts, and at the time, he found it exhilarating. In this moment, confronted by the stark reality of lost lives, he stood momentarily paralyzed. In that instant, both Haruz and the guards, as well as the thugs besieging them, were equally astonished by the scene unfolding before them. On the street, aside from the cacophony of screams, silence reigned. The residents peering from their homes clamped their mouths shut, not daring to utter a sound. In the next moment, a foul stench mixed with the scent of blood began to permeate the air. A demon, a demon. A number of henchmen gazed in terror at the blood-soaked Patey, their bodies involuntarily retreating, yellow liquid trickling down their heels and pooling on the street. They were so frightened that they lost control of their bladders. Patey's stomach churned, yet he forced himself to suppress it. For he had discovered Sir Gusair, who lay at that moment on the back of a guard, drenched in blood. "What is happening here?" Patey inquired, as his holy power flickered gently around Gusair, sensing the old lord's lingering vitality, causing a flicker of fear within him to dissipate somewhat. Halis and the guard stared blankly at Patey, their eyes betraying a hint of fear. Patey furrowed his brow and repeated, "What on earth is going on?" Hanko ambushed the director. "These men are his subordinates." Halis managed to respond hoarsely. "Sheriff Patey." A familiar voice called out. Patey turned to see that most of the crowd attacking had fled in fear, and Hanko's figure appeared before him, showing no concern for those who had run away. Chapter 32. Hanko regarded Patey coldly and declared, "Hand over that sorcerer and Gusire, and I will allow you and these guards to leave unscathed." "Silence, you wretched traitor." Before Patey could respond, one of Sir Gusire's attendants, trembling, pointed a short sword at Hanko. "You beast! Without the director, you are nothing but a despised mongrel in the imperial capital. How dare you? Dare you?" As he spoke, his body shook not from fear, but from rage. "You describe me aptly. I am indeed a mongrel. And I am also a vicious dog fostered by you." Hanko replied expressionlessly, "Since you know I am a wild dog, you should be prepared to be bitten back." You beast!" the guard shouted in fury. "Do you understand the consequences of your actions?" Patey's tone was chilling. "Consequences? Isn't your guard office fond of using my family as leverage?" Hanko's voice was nearly deranged. "They are all dead. I personally arranged for their demise. Now, you have no leverage over me. That old relic Gusire is merely a small interest I have collected." At that moment, those who were meant to flee had mostly escaped. Hanko retrieved a double-edged battle axe from a chest beside him, surrounded by 13 men clad in leather armor, wielding massive axes and spears. These men all sported shaved heads, their skin exposed to the air etched with crimson magical patterns. "This is a blood magic array," Patey thought, recognizing that those who employed such sorcery were known as warlocks, a practice strictly forbidden by the Rock Empire. The difference between warlocks and traditional mages lies in their medium. Conventional spells consume a mage's mental energy, while warlocks draw upon their blood. These were a group of death warriors. "I have complete trust in you, Hanko." Sir Gusire's voice suddenly emerged as he regained consciousness under Patey's holy power, though he appeared extremely weak from blood loss. The old lord indeed had great faith in Hanko. His bold entrance into such a perilous gathering was due to Hanko's presence, which meant Gusire never suspected Hanko would betray him. But it's too late to discuss this now. Let us address the matter at hand. Who instigated you to do this? Gusire fixed his gaze on Hanko, his expression devoid of anger, replaced instead with a hint of regret. "Or perhaps you would tell me who informed you of today's operation." Cough, cough. The old lord coughed softly. "You must have had plenty of opportunities to assassinate me. Why wait until today? A spur-of-the-moment decision? Or was it due to the latest intelligence I grasped last night?" Gusire, being an experienced investigator, quickly contemplated these critical questions upon awakening. "Director?" Patey frowned at Gusire, sensing his life force slowly waning. Gusire waved his hand, fixing his gaze on Hanko, and demanded, "Speak. Do you take me for a fool?" "My lord, your cavalry will arrive in 20 minutes. Before that, you must die." Hanko shook his head and commanded those beside him, "Finish off Gusire." Upon hearing this, the death warriors remained silent, charging directly at Patey and the others. "You seek death." Patey's holy power surged once more. Although engaging these foes with holy power felt akin to slaughter, he would not hesitate to unleash violence in this dire moment. As his words fell, the steel sword in his hand radiated a tangible golden glow. "Your opponent is me," Hanko bellowed, leaping suddenly, his body shooting towards Patey like an arrow, the battle axe cleaving towards Patey's face. Clang! Patey gripped his steel sword horizontally, parrying Hanko's strike. The two weapons clashed and recoiled instantly, Hanko being thrown back, while Patey unexpectedly staggered 2 steps. Patey's expression shifted slightly. Just as Hanko's double-edged battle axe met his steel sword, Patey felt an overwhelming force strike him, far stronger than he had anticipated, leaving him momentarily numb and causing searing pain in his right hand's grip. Patey glanced at Hanko's arms, muscular as steel, and a sinking feeling filled his heart. Such explosive muscles, as solid as iron walls, were the hallmark of a practiced warrior. Their strength rivaled that of any paladin empowered by holy energy. "Be cautious. Hanko is a fully formed warrior," Gusire warned from the side. Patey silently utilized his holy power to mend his numbed waist, inwardly lamenting, "Could you not have mentioned this sooner? Leave him to me. You all focus on eliminating Gusire." Hanko shouted, "Halis, take the director away from here," Patey commanded, simultaneously using holy power to heal the wounds sustained in their recent skirmish while thrusting his steel sword into the ground. With a dull thud, the 13 charging death warriors felt the ground beneath them tremble, their bodies involuntarily halting, allowing Halis and the others to swiftly escort Gusire towards the exit. "Your opponent is me." Hanko's gaze sharpened as the battle axe bore down with ferocious wind, with no time to block. Patey evaded by a slight turn, the gust grazing his cheek and leaving a wound the size of a thumb. Seizing the opportunity, Hanko pressed the attack, not granting Patey a moment's respite. Clang. This time, Patey met the blow head-on, his steel sword, empowered by holy energy, successfully warding off Hanko's strike. Clang. Clang. Patey launched 2 consecutive strikes, forcing Hanko to retreat 2 steps. Sizzle. Following this, Patey's 3rd strike came, his steel sword, under the influence of holy power. Cutting through the air with a piercing iron scent, Hanko recoiled, his grip on the battle axe loosening slightly, his body tilting backward from the momentum. Patey seized the moment, his gaze turning icy as he lunged forward, thrusting his steel sword directly at Hanko's heart. Clang. Yet, surprisingly, the blade did not pierce Hanko's heart, merely parting the leather armor to reveal skin as tough as steel, etched with a myriad of crimson magical formations. Patey's heart sank with a sense of impending doom as he quickly retreated 3 steps, narrowly avoiding Hanko's sweeping battle axe. Steadying himself, Patey gazed at the slightly panting Hanko and remarked, as a warlock, "You are burning your life force. What purpose does this serve?" Chapter 33. The struggle. You nobles, born to privilege, can never comprehend our suffering. Hanko retorted coldly, his body trembling from the continuous clash with Patey's holy energy. "What are you trying to convey?" Patey replied, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Look at all that you have done. Countless innocent lives have been sacrificed in this endeavor. All of it is worth it." Hanko's face bore a steadfast expression. "What does it matter if a few hundred more die? Is that so?" Patey wiped his steel sword against his pant leg. "What if one of those lives were yours?" Even though Hanko was a cultivated warrior, adorned with blood magic arrays, to challenge a paladin in a direct confrontation was merely a matter of time before defeat ensued. "I have long considered myself a dead man, with Gusire accompanying me to the grave. I find it worthwhile." Hanko's face twisted into a grimace of delight. Mentioning Gusire caused Patey to pause, his brow furrowing as he said, "Perhaps we can discuss the mastermind behind your actions." Let me think. Is it an organization called the Tower of Dawn? How do you know this?" Hanko's expression shifted, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Patey. "What have you uncovered? Or did that old relic Gusire inform you?" Observing Hanko's reaction, Patey's smile broadened. "It seems I have struck a chord. So, Baron Gordonire was also one of your targets." Hanko chuckled eerily. "Gordonire's death was inevitable. He was merely a small cog in our grand design. Even your struggle here is but a part of the plan." "Oh?" Patey was taken aback. "Then, is your demise also a part of the plan?" "I have stated that my death is of no consequence." "Then, shall we discuss your organization?" Hank laughed heartily, shaking his head, and then, with a surge of power from his feet, launched another attack. Meanwhile, Gusire and the others, fleeing towards the gates of the Braves' home, had already engaged in combat with the 13 Death Warriors pursuing them. Prior to this, they had successfully evaded several of the Death Warriors' attacks by utilizing the complex architecture of the gathering place, the dense local populace, and the chaotic alleys. Ultimately, the enraged Death Warriors ruthlessly slaughtered all the residents within their sight. Under the threat of death, even the most numbed individuals instinctively sought refuge. Thus, the residents began to scatter, retreating to their homes to pray in silence. Soon, Gusire realized they had nowhere left to hide. The 2 factions clashed in close quarters. At this moment, the old noble and his party were less than 500 meters from the entrance of the gathering place, and they could even hear the thunderous hooves of cavalry charging from outside. As Gusire became distracted searching for an escape route, a guard was pierced in the abdomen by a spear during his skirmish with a Death Warrior, blood spilling forth as he collapsed. "We are surrounded, sir." Halis swallowed hard. As a former action guard, he knew this day would come, but he did not expect it to arrive so abruptly. "Long live His Majesty the Emperor." One guard, unable to endure the terror within, shouted and charged at the encroaching Death Warriors with his sword, managing to slash the belly of one before being pierced through himself. "Stay calm." Gusire grasped another guard who also intended to trade his life for theirs, leading the remaining 3 guards into a narrow alley. "Smash the door," the old noble shouted at the entrance of a house within the alley. Halis wasted no words, kicking with all his might against the door. With a resounding crack, the door burst open, and Halis rushed inside. In the dim room, a faint light filtered through a small window on the left wall. And by this meager illumination, Halis noticed a middle-aged woman cowering in the corner, trembling. Additionally, a gaunt man stood in the center of the room, clad in tattered pants, wielding a stick resembling kindling above his head, evidently intent on ambushing the intruding Halus. However, upon seeing the bloodied steel sword in Halus's hand, he wisely discarded the stick, crouching down and pleading, "Do not kill me. Stay aside." Halus threatened fiercely, dragging him to the corner where the woman was. At this moment, Guzir and the other two guards also entered the house. "Quick, block the door," Guzir shouted. Thankfully, without needing to be told, Halus and the other 3 surviving guards were already at work, moving a square wooden table and a storage cabinet away from the wall to brace against the door, pushing with all their might against the trembling entrance. Crack! The guard bracing the door felt a surge of force, and in the next instant, the wooden door was cleaved in two, sending him stumbling back. As light flooded the room, the silhouette of a death warrior appeared. Thud! Halus seized the opportunity, hiding in the shadows by the door, and as the death warrior emerged, his steel sword precisely pierced the warrior's throat. Just as Halus reveled in his triumph, an inexplicable chill compelled him to instinctively withdraw the sword from the death warrior's throat and retreat swiftly. Meanwhile, the death warrior, despite the mortal wound, did not fall immediately. The blood sigil etched upon him flickered with a flash of crimson light. In the next moment, he swung his massive axe down with ferocity. The sound of crack echoed as the axe struck, cleaving the wooden table and cabinet into halves. Clatter! Simple utensils and tattered clothing spilled from the cabinet onto the ground. Thud! Alongside the utensils, the death warrior collapsed, and the onlookers instinctively turned their gazes towards his body, repulsed by the horrific sight. The corpse appeared as a desiccated husk, drained of all flesh and blood, oozing a foul black liquid from its orifices. "Be cautious. This is the work of a sorcerer," Guzir warned loudly while quickly surveying the crude room, its mud walls surrounding them. With a small window on the left, this moment, 2 death warriors were circling the window, clearly intent on breaching it. Clang, clang. Meanwhile, fierce combat raged at the door. Halus and the other 2 guards picked up larger splintered pieces of the table to fend off the encroaching death warriors, using it as cover while they engaged in combat. Perhaps due to their advantageous positioning, Halus and the 2 guards quickly dispatched another death warrior. This time, they acted wisely, severing the warrior's head before the blood sigil could activate. Chapter 34. We can go to the rooftop. The couple in the corner perceived Guzir's intentions, the man trembling as he spoke, revealing a rudimentary wooden ladder behind him. Sir Guzir's eyes brightened as he glanced towards the entrance where the battle raged, declaring, "You go first." The couple's faces lit up with hope, and they began to scramble up, but overwhelmed by anxiety, they struggled to find the strength in their limbs. Moments later, in their desperation, tears began streaming down their faces. "Halus, you go first, and then pull them up," Guzir urged, his own heart racing. Halus nodded. Although he was fighting at the door, he remained vigilant of everything happening in the room. After receiving Guzir's command, he exchanged glances with the 2 guards beside him, then swiftly exited the fray, scaling the rooftop in a matter of moments. Just as Halus pulled the couple onto the rooftop, one guard, lacking Halus's cover, lost an arm to a death warrior's axe. In a dire moment, he exerted all his strength to charge at the death warriors invading the room, forcing them out. As that guard fell, Guzir successfully reached the rooftop as well. Halus and Guzir, disregarding the remaining guard, exchanged glances and leapt to the nearest rooftop with utmost urgency. The couple, however, collapsed in an embrace upon the rooftop. "The target has shifted. Hurry." The death warriors quickly detected Guzir's presence, and within 5 seconds, 5 of them scaled the rooftops of nearby buildings. They divided into 3 groups, encircling Guzir from 3 directions. The pursuit continued. 2 minutes later, Guzir suddenly halted, gazing at the approaching cavalry in the distance. Despair etched upon his face. He could run no longer. His lungs felt as if they were being sliced. The old noble's pallid visage resembled that of a corpse as he gasped for air. The loss of blood from his earlier injury combined with the exertion leaving him utterly exhausted, his heart racing as if it might cease at any moment. You should go." After catching his breath, the old noble, drenched in sweat, addressed Halus, who was supporting him, saying, "They are after me. You could still escape." But the glimmer of hope in Halus's eyes flickered, and he felt tempted, yet he suppressed the allure. Thud! Thud! The sound of advancing cavalry could be distinctly heard from outside the gathering place. Guzir's gaze met Halus's, and he understood the latter's resolve. He could only manage a bitter smile and shake his head. Clearly, Halis did not wish to spend the remainder of his life in the shadow of his colleague's humiliation. He had his own dignity. Clang. The death warriors closing in on the rooftop wore cruel smiles, their weapons deliberately clashing, producing an unsettling noise. Halis had no intention of waiting for death. He inhaled deeply, coldly fixing his gaze on the approaching death warriors. Guzier straightened his posture, drawing forth the sword he had not wielded in earnest for some time. The old noble gazed at his sword, smiling wryly as he remarked, "I never expected there would come a day I would need you." Whoosh! At that moment, an arrow whizzed past the corner of Guzier's eye. Thud! The arrow struck the throat of a death warrior encroaching upon the rooftop. Evidently the work of a skilled archer. Guzier narrowed his eyes, scanning the direction from which the arrow had come. "Esteemed guest, it seems you are in need of assistance." A familiar voice echoed, and Guzier realized it was the short, stout man with whom Hank had clashed at the entrance. "What are your terms?" Guzier inquired without hesitation, his gaze fixed on the visible cavalry beyond the gathering place. "Everything that Hank possesses and that which he has yet to acquire," the stout man replied. Bowing humbly, "As you wish." Guzier made no attempt to negotiate. The stout man shook his head. "How can I trust you?" "I swear by my title as the head of the guard that you shall receive what you desire," Guzier declared. Whoosh! At that moment, another arrow flew, striking a death warrior close to the old noble, who fell from the rooftop to the ground below. "Thank you for your generosity." The stout man bowed once more, and the deal was swiftly concluded. "Arno, is this Hank's business, and you dare to intervene?" A leader among the assassins evidently recognized the short, stout figure. "From this moment forth, Hanko has become history. Everything will be dictated by me, Arno," he replied coldly, while not forgetting to humbly bow once more to Gusel as his words resonated. A flurry of arrows shot forth from the shadows. Meanwhile, the battle between Patey and Hanko had reached a conclusion. Hanko lay on the ground, drenched in blood, his face contorted in agony, yet with a flicker of relief in his eyes. Cough, cough. He violently coughed, expelling foamy blood that trickled down his cheek onto the street. In his moment of excruciating pain, a soothing warmth suddenly enveloped him. Patey's divine power was mending his mortal wounds. "Now, tell me, what on earth is happening?" Patey inquired, gazing down at Hanko, who appeared quite disheveled. His standard leather armor slashed open in numerous places, his face smeared with blood-streaked mud. "You will not obtain what you desire from me. Abandon your hopes." Hanko's blood-colored magic circle seemed to animate, pulsating with life. Then, a distinct sound akin to flowing water reached Patey's ears, causing his expression to change. "Stop," he commanded. Barely had the words left his lips when a faint, muffled thud sounded, followed by Hanko expelling a torrent of warm blood from his mouth. His once glimmering eyes dulled in an instant. The blood magic circle had forced the last remnants of his blood to burst his heart. Patey inhaled deeply, his gaze indifferent as he stared at Hanko's corpse. Murmuring, "The Tower of Dawn. What manner of organization are you, and what is your purpose?" At that moment, Patey felt that the assassination of Baron Gordonale was nothing to fear, the ambush at the ancestral tomb, the attack on the security office in Teal Town, and all that had transpired today were far more than a mere assassination. What was the true objective of this organization? Simply to eliminate one or two individuals. What drove them to undertake such actions? Drip, drip. Just as Patey's mind wandered, the sound of the dedicated magical whistle from the guard office echoed. The cavalry squadron had already arrived at the gathering point. As for Guzzle's safety, Patey could only pray for the goddess's protection. Shaking his head, he treaded along the blood-soaked street and slipped into a narrow alley, arriving at the place where Kaeler had just been apprehended. To his surprise, nothing seemed to have occurred here. The mercenary leader, Luke, was simply reporting that Kaeler was bound, being watched over by a group of mercenaries. As for Ren, his whereabouts were unknown. Chapter 35. Dialogue that evening. Weary from fatigue, Patey returned to his private apartment. The place was brightly lit. Evidently, Ren had returned early. "My lord." Just as Patey pondered, Ren appeared before him. "Where is Kaeler?" "Inside." Nodding, Patey quickly walked a few steps to eye in the apartment's hall. A man in his 50s sat on the sofa, dressed in a well-fitted silk robe, his brown and white hair neatly tied back, a gaunt face impeccably clean, his small eyes crinkling into a smile upon Patey's entrance. "Sir Patey, I am delighted that you have taken me in." Kaeler rose to bow. "Life at the House of Warriors nearly drove me to despair. Had I remained there much longer, I believe I would have chosen to end my own life. Even if you had not found me. Then enjoy this time well, sir. Patey replied, his expression unchanged. Once it is safe, you will face charges from the guard office. Kaler chuckled nonchalantly. I have not broken any laws of the Empire. My lord. Patey settled onto the sofa opposite the mage. Then why did you hide? There are those who wish to kill me. They are a group of madmen. Tell me about these madmen. I find them quite intriguing, Patey casually asked as he accepted the red tea Ren offered. How to say it? I do not know much about these madmen. I only know that they are from the Tower of Dawn. A group of lunatics dreaming of overthrowing the noble rule to establish a realm of equality and freedom. Oh, quite an interesting ideal, Patey remarked, momentarily taken aback, for these were akin to the so-called revolutionaries of his past life. Not merely a dream. They are taking steps to realize it. Kaler's gaze flickered. I was once employed by them as a hired mage for their caravan. Later invited to train their battle mages. Patey was taken aback. While training battle mages was explicitly prohibited by imperial law, and those qualified as mages were required to register with the Empire. Many organizations and guilds had ways to circumvent official inquiries. Kaler continued. About 2 years ago, an apprentice mage intending to flee disclosed some of their plans and events occurring within their organization to me. What kind of plans? Patey instinctively inquired. Kaler smiled slightly. Let us first discuss some of the events that have transpired within their organization. 5 years ago, there was an internal conflict among the high-ranking members of the Tower of Dawn. The original leaders were ousted by a new group of successors. These new successors implemented a plan, one that purportedly could topple the noble rule of the Empire. As for the specifics of the plan, that is beyond my knowledge. Kaler shook his head, then jested. Perhaps. It would not be so bad if they succeeded. The current human empire gives me a sense of oppression, an urge to vent my frustrations. Patey remained silent, understanding all too well the kind of oppression Kaler spoke of, the thick tome entitled Imperial Constitution, often recited by the common folk as the law of the Empire. Originally intended to protect the rights of all classes, it had become twisted over centuries. It now served as an excuse for the noble rule over the commoners, a shackle binding the lower classes. Yet, Patey's allegiance had been determined at birth. If conflict were to erupt, he could only stand beside his father and brother. As their conversation reached this juncture, the two fell silent for several minutes. There are some things we cannot change. So let us not dwell on them, Patey ultimately said. Let us instead discuss the case. What case? Kaler seemed equally lost in thought. The case of Baron Gordonale. Already, half a squad of guards have lost their lives in service to this case. Patey exhaled a heavy sigh. Let us conclude this matter swiftly. So my life may return to what it once was. The days of dozing off every day? Kaler teased. That is what they say in the taverns. Patey laughed heartily. Indeed. Is there anything wrong with that? Is such a life not enjoyable? Let us return to discussing the case. Patey pressed on. The weapon used to assassinate Baron Gordonale was purchased from you, was it not? Yes, Kaler nodded. I only learned later. The day after the Gordonale incident, someone attempted to eliminate me. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance. A teleportation circle I had set up saved my life. During my escape, I heard rumors in the black market about the guard office searching for a dagger inscribed with a deadly elemental poison circle. And I immediately guessed that my dagger had brought about this calamity. The person who purchased your dagger was from the Tower of Dawn, correct? Patey inquired further. Yes, I frequently collaborated with them. Many of the magical items in their organization were crafted by me. After all, the creations of the mages from the Derrick Mage Tower are generally well received, and since they dare not acquire certain items through official channels, working with me becomes their preferred choice. Kaler's face gleamed with pride. Tell me about the person who bought your dagger. His name is Murray. I know him well. He has visited numerous times. A low-ranking officer from the military, Kaler answered swiftly. I suspect that the one who carried out the deed is this officer. Murray, that is troubling news. Patey frowned. This Murray can easily take on all the blame. That is the most suspicious aspect of this case, Kaler shrugged. They had already prepared a scapegoat. Yet they have taken many unnecessary actions. Patey was startled by this revelation, his body jolting as he began to recall all that had transpired today. The capture of Kaler, Hanko's betrayal, the assassination attempt on Guzzle. And the gang leader Arno. Reflecting further, there was the attack on the ancestral tomb, the incident in Teal Town, and the sudden appearance of the dagger. Kaler was right. They did not need to take all these actions. Nor did they need to silence Kaler. Their goal was for the guard office to locate Kaler, compelling him to reveal the officer named Murray. Then, The case could be concluded without implicating anyone. What on earth did these people intend to achieve? Patey suddenly fixed his icy gaze upon Kaler. To my knowledge, your substitute remains unharmed to this day. It appears you are not as significant as you imagined. What? Are you doubting me? Kaler, perceptive, inquired. Perhaps the cellar of this apartment would suit you better. Patey abruptly stood. Kaler's expression shifted, yet he quickly regained his composure. If that brings you peace of mind, I would gladly accept. After all, this cellar is far superior to a slum. Chapter 36. Bang, bang, bang. In the stillness of the night, such sounds were always jarring, startling Patey from his slumber, his eyes snapping open. Bang, bang, bang. The annoying noise persisted, and Patey, still groggy, began to awaken more fully. Patey instinctively thought, that is the sound of a knock, and it is the door to my bedroom that is ringing. He gazed towards the door, shrouded in darkness, with no flicker of light illuminating the room. Only faint outlines could be discerned, for at Patey's current salary, it was impossible to keep candles lit throughout the night. This indicated that it was quite early, most likely still evening. Who could be seeking me at this hour? Sir, came the familiar voice of Line. Patey gently patted his cheek and inquired, what is the urgency? Line lowered his voice deliberately and explained, it is Mr. Kelman, the Duke's assistant, who is looking for you. He is currently in the hall downstairs. The only one he could refer to as the Duke was the master of Kalu City. Patey's father, Duke Nick. Kelman. Patey certainly recognized his father's assistant. He quickly got out of bed, groping for the flint to light the candle on his bedside. Please ask him to wait a moment. By the time Patey arrived in the hall, 10 minutes had already passed. Mr. Kelman, disturbing other sweet dreams is hardly a commendable act. Patey did not engage in pleasantries, nor did he wear a pleasant expression. Anyone would be irked when awakened at such an hour. The Prime Minister wishes to see you. Kelman, donned in a black court official's uniform, stated. Patey was taken aback, thinking he had misheard, for he did not believe his father would summon him at such an hour. Only when Kelman reiterated did he come to his senses. Now, indeed. As he spoke, Kelman rose, grabbing a gray cloak draped over the nearby sofa and donning it. The carriage is prepared outside. As he said this, Kelman moved towards the door. He turned his head to glance at the impassive Patey, as if suddenly recalling something, and said, my apologies. He then produced a letter sealed with wax from his pocket. Patey fixated on the family crest embossed on the seal, taking a small knife from Line. He deftly cut through the wax. The handwriting was familiar. Patey had received training from his father in this regard, and he quickly recognized it as his father's handwritten letter, closing with a family code that the two had previously agreed upon. Now assured, Patey hesitated no longer, but cautiously picked up a one-handed war hammer from the weapon rack in the hall, simultaneously exchanging a discreet glance with Line. Kelman cast a fleeting glance at the war hammer in Patey's grasp before turning and disappearing into the darkness beyond the door. And Patey promptly followed with the hammer in hand. Meanwhile, in the temporary jail of Teartown, 2 guards who had just completed their shift extinguished all the lights in the cell and stealthily entered the innermost cell. Here, they held Tabor, who had surrendered the previous afternoon. After being personally interrogated by Baron Hanina and Peruse, he had been confined here. Upon entering the cell, the 2 guards approached Tabor, expertly gagging him with a cloth. Then binding his hands and feet tightly with sturdy rope, the pain from the binding stirred Tabor from his stupor, and aided by the moonlight streaming through a small window, he could discern the actions of the 2 men. MMM. He began to struggle desperately, but the guards were too powerful, and he could not break free. In Tabor's terrified gaze, the 2 guards hoisted him up and carried him out of the cell. Tossing him onto a prepared pack horse, they then led the horse towards the outskirts of the town, to facilitate their journey. They rendered Tabor unconscious. The streets of the small town at night were nearly devoid of passers-by, and the guards' route easily circumvented patrolling sentries. By the time they reached the town's gate, not a single guard was in sight. Before long, the 2 guards arrived at their destination, the town's graveyard. Under the moonlight, gravestones were scattered all around, and as the wind brushed past, a low buzzing sound echoed, reminiscent of wailing spirits. In the center of the graveyard, a bonfire blazed brightly, shining like a lighthouse amid the vast expanse of graves. Standing beside the fire was Baron Hanina, the deputy chief of the guards, clad in a formal officer's uniform, wielding a one-handed war hammer, the crystal necklace around her neck glimmering in the firelight. The guards roughly threw Tabor to the ground, which caused Hanina to frown, yet she did not intervene. Perhaps it was the pain from the fall that roused Tabor. Or perhaps he had merely been feigning unconsciousness. He let out a muffled grunt as he turned to gaze at the figure by the fire. The familiar face of Hanina turned his complexion pale and caused his pupils to constrict. MMM. Tabor began to struggle anew. Hanina frowned and addressed the two guards who had brought Tabor, saying, "You two go to Psycha Town. The Radiant Force has a branch there. Remember, you must not leave the town until ordered." The guards nodded, one of them stating, "Commander, we can handle this matter without your direct involvement." He clearly understood what Hanina intended to do next. "Leave this place." At once, Hanina's expression turned frigid. "My apologies, Commander. I shall depart immediately." The guard, bewildered by his well-meaning suggestion inciting such fury from his superior, nonetheless offered his apologies. Hanina watched the two shadows dissolve into the darkness before removing the gag from Tabor's mouth. By this time, Tabor had ceased his struggles. "Speak your last words," Hanina stated impassively, her tone somewhat harsh. "Was it that old dog Andre who sent you to kill me?" A wave of bitterness and chill washed over Tabor just before sleeping. He had fantasized about a mutual demise with Andre, yet now he found himself on the brink of death this moment. Hanina clearly did not wish to engage in further conversation, but Tabor's question compelled her to respond. "What authority does he have to command me?" "Speak your last words," she reiterated. A look of resignation on her face. Prior to this, Hanina had never contemplated executing Tabor. She had been brimming with confidence in solving this case. However, 2 hours ago, she received orders from the Council of the Radiant Force to secretly execute Tabor. Since the internal strife 13 years ago, such absurd directives had become increasingly common. Hanina had long grown numb to them. Initially, she had opposed them, but it had proven futile. She understood that even if she were unwilling to carry out such orders, there would be others willing to do so, much like that young man earlier. Last words. Tabor lay on the ground like a corpse, reminiscent of lying beneath the sycamore tree at the village entrance. He gazed up at the myriad stars in the inky sky. They shone so brightly, yet appeared so insignificant. With a tone of mockery, he replied, "My last words. I wish for all of you to perish. But can you grant me that?" Chapter 37. Hanina merely inquired out of routine. After Tabor's response, she fell silent. She would relay the last words verbatim to Tabor's family, provided he had any family. Hanina inhaled deeply. The night air was refreshing. The crisp breeze brushing against her lungs was invigorating. She regarded Tabor with the gaze one might reserve for the deceased. Buzz. The warhammer in Hanina's grasp emitted a soft hum of holy energy. Radiating a golden glow, she held the hammer with both hands, resting it against her chest, her eyelids gently lowered, resembling her usual posture in prayer at the church. Peruse. As the holy energy enveloped her for several seconds, she abruptly opened her eyes, casting her gaze towards a shadowy area, while the holy energy dissipated around her. "It is I." Peruse emerged from the shadows, locking eyes with the mentor he once revered. Hanina returned his gaze. Likewise, the prostrate Tabor observed the two, quickly realizing from Hanina's change in expression that Peruse was not of the same faction. His heart raced suddenly, for he understood that he had a slim chance of survival. "Is your holy power meant for the slaughter of innocents?" After a few minutes of standoff, Peruse spoke first. "Has the Radiant Force fallen to such depths? What are you doing here?" Hanina's expression shifted. "Did you orchestrate this series of events?" Peruse drew his sword, pointing it at Hanina as he demanded answers. "Did you track those two guards? Was it you who assassinated Baron Gordonal?" The two exchanged questions, yet neither answered the other. "Was it your doing in Tyr Town?" Peruse repeated, his voice rising to a roar that echoed through the air. "No." Hanina shook her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yet you seek to conceal the truth." Peruse fixed a penetrating stare upon his former mentor, slowly moving towards Tabor. "This is an order from the upper echelons of the organization. I am powerless to refute it." Hanina's eyes dimmed, revealing her own confusion. It seems the Radiant Force is no longer content to be the Empire's lapdog. "What grand scheme are you plotting now?" Peruse scoffed. "Some sacrifices must be made. All of this is for," Hanina began. "For the Empire." "Ha." Peruse roared with laughter, simultaneously drawing a dagger from his waist and, with a swift motion, hurled it toward the darkened corner to Hanina's left. Clang! A metallic sound echoed as the blade clashed against another weapon from the shadows. "Step forth. Let me see who you are," Peruse said coldly. "You remain as naive as ever." "Peruse," came a voice from the darkness. The faint sound of footsteps approached. Moments later, a figure emerged, illuminated by the firelight. Yalman, it is you. Peruz's gaze sharpened, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the sword. Hanina displayed no hint of surprise on her countenance. Her eyes brimmed with resignation. Tabor, bound to the ground, seemed to grasp something as Yalman emerged, curling his body towards Peruz's feet. "Do not be anxious, my friend," Yalman said, his raven hair and golden eyes glinting like gold in the flickering firelight. Clad in the standard issue of Imperial soldiers' hard leather armor. "We are no longer friends, Yalman." Peruz responded coldly to Yalman's golden irises twinkled. "You shall always remain my friend. You are now facing the constable of Hadestown." Peruz shook his head. "You must elucidate the current situation." Yalman shrugged. "The latest news is that the organization known as Dawn Tower has been exposed. Whether this individual lives or dies is of no consequence. If you wish to spare his life, take him away from here." Dawn Tower? That organization that claims to overthrow the aristocracy. A thread of understanding began to weave itself in Peruz's mind. "You are aware." Yalman expressed surprise. "Such organizations can only deceive you lofty nobles. Those of us who dwell below are privy to far more knowledge." Yalman nodded thoughtfully. Peruz gazed at Yalman in astonishment. "How is it that Radiant Power is collaborating with such a third-rate organization?" "Third-rate organization?" Yalman laughed heartily. "It appears you are utterly ignorant of Dawn Tower." "What?" Peruz stammered. "Very well, my friend, if you wish to save this man, then take him away and never set foot in the vicinity of the Imperial capital again." Yalman evidently had no intention of prolonging this discussion. "Leave." Peruz's expression shifted dramatically. "What? You are reluctant to forsake your current position for the sake of an unrelated individual?" Yalman's face bore a smirk. Peruz raised an eyebrow. "The position of Constable of Hadestown? Is that your condition?" "Indeed." Yalman chuckled mockingly. "What? Are you loath to part with it?" Peruz turned his gaze towards Tabor at his feet. "Please, I implore you." Tabor whispered, his voice raspy. He could not die now, for he had matters to attend to. Vengeance against Andre and those of Dawn Tower whom he had vowed to confront. Peruz met Tabor's pleading gaze, a tremor of emotion coursing through him. That look mirrored those from the massacre 13 years prior when people had similarly beseeched him. Yet back then, Peruz had chosen to stand by. Now, 13 years later, he was faced with a similar choice. "Is this your conviction?" Yalman maintained his smile. "Is this your conviction?" Yalman reiterated. "You hypocrites! Radiant Power is a hypocritical organization. It is I who have made it strong, powerful enough to alter the Empire's fate, while you understand nothing, merely shouting slogans. But are slogans truly effective? Are they effective?" Yalman roared, echoing Peruz's earlier inquiry towards Hanina. Peruz stared blankly at Yalman, a sudden clarity dawning upon him. "Hypocrites, perhaps. What? Have you made your decision? If you do not save him, do not hinder our efforts. He is now a fugitive from the guard, and Baron Hanina has every right to execute him on the spot." Yalman resumed his gentlemanly demeanor. "Of course. If you are willing to abandon everything and leave with him, both Hanina and I can pretend we have seen nothing." "Very well," Peruz replied with an air of ease. "Everything I possess is of no significance." Yalman was taken aback as Peruz discarded his long sword and forcefully tore off the crystal necklace from his neck. Chapter 38. Peruz cast aside the crystal pendant. Clink. The crystal necklace, emblematic of Hadestown's constable, was thrown at Hanina's feet. "Long ago, I yearned to venture forth, to witness the borders of the Empire, to observe our brethren who fight there." At that moment, Peruz felt an overwhelming lightness in his body, followed by a familiar sensation surging within him, a faint aura of divine power enveloping him. Hanina's gaze flickered with surprise as she looked at Peruz. The holy power is gathering anew? Peruz was also taken aback. The sensation he had just experienced was unmistakable, the feeling of holy energy coalescing. He lowered his head, staring incredulously at his hands. He sought to reconnect with the holy power, yet it yielded no response. Holy power is not so easily attained. Yalman's golden eyes suddenly dimmed. He took a few swift steps back into the shadows. "Go and seek out your lost conviction." "My friend." Peruz stood in stunned silence, watching the spot where Yalman had vanished. "Take care of yourself," Hanina advised, bending down to retrieve the crystal necklace Peruz had discarded, casting a glance at the prostrate Tabor before making her way down a side path. "Baron Teal has been released by me. He may go to the Imperial capital to find his cousin." "Who is Duke Nixade?" Just as Hanina's figure was about to fade into the darkness, Peruz suddenly interjected, "At this juncture, none of that matters. The case in Teal Town will soon be resolved. In a few days, someone will step forward to take the blame. Even the Prime Minister of the Empire will be unable to prevent it." Hanina paused, taken aback, and spoke casually. "It seems the Guard has its own plans." Peruz shook his head bitterly. "I was unaware beforehand. It was only 2 hours ago." Hanina turned slightly, her words trailing off abruptly as she fixed a determined gaze upon Peruz. "But all we do is for the Empire." "Let us hope so." Peruz shook his head, squatting down to untie the ropes binding Tabor. Tabor, lying on the ground, had been listening intently to the conversation between the three, looked at the departing Hanina, and croaked. "Where shall we go?" "Anka Fortress." "In Duke Nick's study within the Prime Minister's residence." Patey carefully placed the war hammer on the weapon rack. The room was thick with the scent of paper and ink. However, this world's ink and paper were entirely natural, exuding a distinct and refreshing aroma. Duke Nick was still poring over documents, and the candle holder beside his desk was adorned with at least 20 flickering candles, creating a dizzying atmosphere for Patey as he entered the room. "Father." Patey approached Duke Nick's desk and stood beside him. "I have been waiting for you." Duke Nick was immersed in his work, only responding when Patey called out. He quickly closed the document he had been reviewing and rose to his feet. "Have a seat on the sofa, although it is quite late. We have much to discuss," Duke Nick said as he moved to the coffee machine to ignite the fireplace, while Patey, perplexed, settled onto the guest sofa. "Summoning you at this late hour. I hope I haven't disturbed you. I intended to discuss this with you a few days ago." "But you were not back," as Patey attempted to explain. The Duke waved his hand. "When I was your age, I too enjoyed living independently, even if the surroundings were less than ideal, so there is no need for you to explain." Patey was momentarily at a loss for words. Duke Nick had never raised his voice at his children. At least Patey had never witnessed it. He always managed to communicate with them from different perspectives that a fleeting look of nostalgia crossed the Duke's face before he adopted a serious demeanor. "But today, we must talk, for I need to understand certain matters." He fixed his gaze on his second son, speaking with a teasing tone. "Some individuals wish for you to relay certain information to me. But it seems you are not cooperating." Patey was momentarily taken aback. "What?" Duke Nick chuckled. "I hear you are investigating the assassination case of Baron Gordonal." "Indeed, if given a choice, I would not have taken on this case," Patey replied earnestly, his mind retracing the entire case. "So, how goes the investigation? Have you found the culprit? How shall I put it?" Patey attempted to assist his father with the cup, but was declined. "As for the direct perpetrator, I believe I have a suspect." But Patey found himself at a loss for words. "But what?" Duke Nick inquired, a smile playing on his lips, his wrinkles accentuating his expression. "Are you suggesting that even capturing this perpetrator would bear little significance?" "Yes," Patey nodded. "This is not an ordinary murder case. I suspect a larger conspiracy is at play. There is an organization known as Dawn Tower that seems to be orchestrating something. If my deductions are correct, they may even influence decisions made by high-ranking officials in the Guard." "Oh." Duke Nick, however, showed no surprise, nodding as he said, "I would like to hear about your investigations over the past few days. The more detailed, the better." Patey glanced at his father in astonishment, and seeing the earnestness in his father's eyes, he began to organize his thoughts. "On the morning of the 14th of this month, my aide, Sergeant Ova, suddenly walked into my office." Patey began recounting the proceedings of the case over the past few days. Duke Nick moved to the desk, retrieving a sheet of paper and a pen, listening attentively while brewing coffee. Occasionally, when significant events were mentioned, he would pause Patey, asking detailed questions and jotting notes. Thus, the father and son engaged in a question-and-answer exchange that lasted over an hour. "Is it true that Sir Gussair insisted on personally overseeing the capture of the magical witness at the warrior's home?" Duke Nick inquired, his gaze fixed intensely on the parchment he had filled with meticulous notes. "Indeed, I advised him against it, as did his assistant, yet he remained resolute in his decision that he likely holds great trust in Hanko, if Hanko poses no threat. The old lord should be quite safe, at least within the confines of the warrior's home. No one there would dare harm him," Patey affirmed with a nod. "Who suggested that Hanko accompany him?" Duke Nick pressed further. "It was likely a decision made by the department head himself. Hanko's operations have always been under his direct control." "How peculiar," Duke Nick murmured, his thoughts deepening as he scrutinized the paper in his hands. Patey instinctively asked, "What is so peculiar about it? Do you not find it odd that the head of the security office feels compelled to personally apprehend a witness? This is a witness, not a perpetrator. Moreover, we do not even know if this witness possesses any valuable information." Duke Nick's gaze grew profound, and what a coincidence it is that Hanko chose this moment to strike. He has had opportunities in the past, yet why now? In Chapter 39, the conversation between Patey and his father continued in the study. Duke Nick shifted the topic to Gus Eyre, which caught Patey off guard. Reflecting on his father's inquiry, Patey mused. In their brief exchange, Sir Gus Eyre seemed to mention a certain secret. At this point, Patey's expression shifted slightly, incredulity etching his features as he looked at his father. "Are you suspecting Sir Gus Eyre?" Duke Nick, engrossed in his scribbles, did not respond to Patey's question. The sound of his writing amidst the flickering candlelight was particularly pronounced. After a couple of minutes, Duke Nick rubbed his temples and said, "Do you believe that Hanko's strength would allow him to ambush Gus Eyre and leave the old lord with a chance of survival? You ought to ascertain precisely what transpired during your brief absence." "I will." Patey recalled the survivor, Halis. "If you make any significant discoveries, do not disclose them to anyone. You can come to my office at any time. Or use a visit to Prince Shinda as an excuse to enter Lion Castle. It remains relatively safe there." The Duke instructed while organizing the documents he had just penned. "Is that truly necessary?" Patey pondered silently, yet instinctively responded in the affirmative. "Furthermore, there will be developments within the security office in the coming days. It would be prudent for you to refrain from involving yourself." Duke Nick rose, patting Patey on the shoulder. "This time, they have exploited not just you, but even I have been used. I can only hope my suspicions are unfounded." With that, he turned towards his desk. "You should rest. I imagine you have much to attend to tomorrow." Patey observed his father, now engrossed in work, and chose not to disturb him. He quietly departed the study at this moment. He refrained from bothering the servants and returned to his room, only to be surprised to find his youngest sister, Phyllis, lying on his bed. He could only shake his head in resignation before lying down beside her. His father's words echoed in his mind as he reflected on the events of the past few days. The headquarters of the Imperial Security Office was situated apart from Lion Castle, centrally located in the Patway district of the inner city. The entire headquarters occupied a vast expanse, complete with its own barracks and training facilities. An hour prior, Duke Nick's assistant had awakened Patey. The guards had just completed their shift change at the temporary dungeon in Tier Town. Nearly 50 agents, 2/3 of the capital's operatives, had gathered outside Gus Eyre's office, awaiting orders. Meanwhile, in the office of the head of the administrative division of the security office, Chief Bernie perused a report for the third time, his serious and aged visage illuminated by the flickering firelight. Bernie was robust, resembling a bear, and even in his 50s, no one doubted his strength. Within the human empire, only a handful could stand against him in combat. After reviewing the report once more, Bernie tossed the document onto his desk and addressed his assistant, Kix. "Has the order just issued from the Director's office been communicated?" "It has been conveyed," Kix replied, adjusting the candlewick, "but many aspects do not comply with regulations." "You see." "No matter," Bernie said with a smile, his eyes fixed on a list in his hand. "Look at these individuals. They are all of senior agent rank or higher. Do you know what their greatest authority is?" "What is it?" Kix asked instinctively. Bernie reclined on the plush leather sofa, staring at the ceiling. "The right to elect and impeach the head of the security office. Someone seeks to eliminate dissenting voices." "Are you suggesting that the director intends to utilize this assassination incident to?" Kix began cautiously, then glanced at his superior. "Then you cannot sign these orders. Without your command, the operatives cannot be mobilized." "Ha ha," Bernie scoffed, shaking his head. "Is it true that Gus Eyre was actually attacked?" "It appears to be true, after thorough verification. If not for that gangster leader named Arnold, the director could have already been eliminated," Kix replied carefully. "What a pity," Bernie remarked, raising an eyebrow, then seriously looked at his assistant. "Though Gus Eyre may lack capabilities, he remains the head of the security office. We must not mock him in such times. The authority of the security office must not be challenged." As he spoke, he picked up a neatly arranged stack of documents to review, which contained personal files of assistant-level agents and above. "What progress has been made regarding the organization Tower of Dawn? We are beginning to see some clarity. Their organizational structure is exceedingly tight-knit, with peripheral members primarily linked through single lines of communication. Moreover, it seems that mid-level management are almost brainwashed. No matter the interrogation, not a shred of information can be extracted. Even from accomplished soul mages, Kix reported as he presented a batch of materials. There will always be a way, Bernie replied unperturbed. Drawing on his experience in dealing with such organizations, after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly inquired, what position did Gussair hold 13 years ago within the security office? Kix paused, quickly flipping through Gussair's file. 13 years ago. The director's position was that of a liaison officer at the Yekjul Town Public Security Bureau. He certainly climbed the ranks swiftly. Bernie mused, his eyelids drooping slightly as he thought for another 10 seconds. Investigate who cast votes in favor of Gussair during the internal elections 6 years ago, and have our people focus their investigations on those individuals. Remember, this is classified. The agents in charge of the investigation must not disclose information to one another. Do you suspect the director? Kix's eyes flashed with surprise. I suspect everyone, Bernie shot back, glaring at his assistant, then rose to stand by the window, gazing down at the brightly lit barracks, where a squad of guards had already assembled. Have them operate in civilian attire. Remember, do not disturb the populace. Understood. Sir. Kix acknowledged, recognizing his superior's disinterest in further conversation, and bowed as he exited the office. After the assistant departed, a hint of fatigue crossed Bernie's face. He had scarcely slept in over half a month, and the exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Watching the spirited young men within the barracks, Bernie recalled the oath he had taken upon joining the administrative division. Nearly 30 years had passed in the blink of an eye, transforming him from a youth into an elder, evolving from an ordinary investigator to the chief of both the administrative and operations divisions. Downstairs, Kix had relayed the orders and instinctively glanced toward the window of Bernie's office. But it was shrouded in obscurity, revealing only faint glimmers of light. Bernie paid no heed to the gaze directed his way, retreating to the adjacent lounge once the operatives were prepared. He truly needed to rest for a few hours. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed when Bernie was startled awake by a cacophony of noise. He abruptly opened his eyes, squinting against a bright glare of light that caused him to scowl. Bernie, you are suspected of embezzlement by order of Sir Gussair, the highest official of the security office. We are here to arrest you, and we hope for your cooperation. In Chapter 40, the youthful voice reached Bernie's ears, and he cast a cold, scrutinizing glance towards the source. There stood a young plainclothes agent, steel sword in hand, his expression austere. Surrounding him were 5 others, similarly attired and armed. Bernie pivoted, and the 6 agents barely registered the movement before his formidable figure loomed before them, his authoritative gaze and notorious reputation causing them to instinctively take a step back, though they only retreated a single step. Arrest me. Bernie felt a surge of disbelief, his expression remaining impassive. You 6 plainclothes agents, armed with an uncertain warrant, think you can detain me? I could crush you here and now, and Gussair would not dare utter a word. Sir, it would be wise not to resist. Otherwise, we may be compelled to execute you on the spot, one agent warned, stepping aside to reveal the brightly lit office beyond the lounge, where over 20 similarly armed plainclothes agents stood ready. Do you comprehend the consequences of arresting me? Bernie cast a sidelong glance toward the military camp outside the window. Although it remained brightly illuminated, it was already devoid of life. He had been deceived. This was Bernie's instinctive reaction. We are merely following orders. The consequences of your arrest are not for us to ponder, said the lead agent in a formulaic tone, brandishing an arrest warrant that bore the signatures of 6 assistant directors. That a mere glance was sufficient for Bernie to discern its falsity, for at that moment, the capital could boast no more than 4 such assistants. Nevertheless, Bernie understood that even a counterfeit warrant could serve to detain him temporarily. The ultimate confrontation awaited at the high-level meeting of the Guard Bureau a mere 10 hours hence. Bernie had initially brimmed with confidence regarding the meeting. Yet now his heart plummeted. He had not anticipated that Gussair would act so swiftly and directly target him. At this moment, he had already lost the initiative. In such struggles, often, the first step determines the outcome. Step by step, as Bernie's heart sank further, he still clung to a flicker of hope. I only hope you have prepared a cell befitting my status, Bernie finally declared, half an hour later. In the dark, shadowy dungeon beneath the Guard Bureau's military camp, in the innermost chamber of an exceedingly comfortable cell, Gussair and Bernie sat facing each other. Gussair donned a pristine uniform of the Guard Bureau, the gold stars on his epaulets glimmering in the flickering light of the dungeon. Conversely, Bernie was shackled to the wall, seated on a wooden bed with his back against the wall. The once pristine uniform had long since faded. Now, he sat barefoot and bare-chested, his disheveled black hair falling haphazardly around him, eyelids drooping, eyes void of life. "Who are you, really?" Bernie inquired in a low voice. "What is it that you, or you all, intend to do?" "I wish to do nothing," Gussell replied nonchalantly. "You can only blame yourself. The Internal Oversight Department of the Guard Bureau exists to prevent officers from abusing their power, not to incite infighting among the upper echelons of the Bureau." "Inciting infighting among the upper echelons?" Bernie scoffed coldly. "You overestimate my influence. I am merely conducting a routine investigation, and indeed, there are issues that require addressing." Gussell shook his head. "The Guard Bureau cannot afford to be chaotic at this juncture. I have never intended to disrupt the Guard Bureau." Bernie retorted icily. "Spare me the grandiloquent justifications. It is just the two of us here." "Heh." Gussell chuckled softly, then fell silent. Bernie raised his head, his gaze fixed intently upon him. "What? Are you afraid to answer my question?" Gussell chuckled again, then, with a serious demeanor, looked Bernie in the eye and stated, "The Guard Bureau can only have one voice." "Your voice," Bernie mocked. "That is only fitting, and whether you like it or not, in 3 days, all opposition to me within the Guard Bureau will be extinguished." Gussell's tone brooked no dissent. "For the sake of those who follow you, you should acknowledge your guilt sooner rather than later." "My guilt?" Bernie glanced at Gussell. "What charges do you intend to pin on me?" Gussell straightened his back. "What charges do you desire? Embezzlement, murder, or perhaps treasonous regicide?" "You seem quite prepared," Bernie observed, his gaze piercing. "Was this planned all along?" "Perhaps. Are you affiliated with the Tower of Dawn or the Radiant Forces?" Bernie queried. "Does it truly matter?" Gussell smiled faintly, gazing through the iron bars at the pitch-black sky, bright stars reflecting in his pale blue eyes. "It does matter. Do you yearn to know?" "You may choose to remain silent." Gussell's eyelids drooped slightly as he wiped his face with his wrinkled palm. His gaze fixed on his polished military boots. In a tone tinged with weariness, he said, 24 hours ago, I was unaware of my identity. A part of my memory has been sealed through a peculiar method of sealing that allowed me to evade all selection processes of the Guard Bureau. I personally do not wish to awaken that memory, but I have no choice. You seem quite significant. The Guard Bureau's selection methods are the most advanced in the Empire, and all sealing magic documented by the Imperial University cannot escape their scrutiny. Bernie's expression darkened. "You have been in the Guard Bureau for precisely 30 years. Have you not?" "Indeed, not long ago, I hosted a celebration for my 30th anniversary in the Bureau. You were in attendance, if I recall correctly." The old noble toyed with the ruby ring on his thumb. "I am affiliated with the Tower of Dawn, 13 years ago. My memory was unsealed during the Emperor's Ascension War, only to be sealed once more." "I see," Bernie mused, exhaling slowly as he asked, "What is it that you truly seek?" "The Danedev family has long since decayed. The rule of the aristocracy must come to an end, and humanity is on the brink of a new empire." Gussell's countenance was resolute. "A noble ambition," Bernie responded unexpectedly calmly. "Then tell me, who shall govern this new empire?" "The people." "The people?" Bernie scoffed. "The nobility of the people?" Gussell remained unfazed by Bernie's derision. "Look at the current royal family, since the 12th generation of the Danedev family. Who among them has genuinely cared for the fate of the empire? They have long since been eroded by a life of decadence." Gussell fixed his gaze upon Bernie. "The Empire's war with the orcs is gradually turning unfavorable. The elven kingdom of Narain Forest is stirring restlessly, and the goblin commercial empire is also watching with keen interest. Yet the majority of the nobility remain oblivious, lost in the nostalgia of past glories. The empire needs new leaders." The old noble's murky gray eyes were bloodshot. Chapter 41. What will be the consequence of the empire losing the rule of the royal family? Have you considered this seriously? Have you become intoxicated by immediate gains? Bernie retorted coldly. "Do you think we are merely pursuing personal gain?" Gussell suddenly stood. "Do you know what we have sacrificed for this? You, of all people, cannot comprehend our ideals. You will only lead the empire into civil war." Bernie interrupted the old noble's words coldly. "The 6 great dukes will fight to the death over the vacant golden throne. At that moment, the orc army will surge forth, and elves, dwarfs, goblins, and other ancient races will emerge to contend for this rich eastern continent. When that time comes, The entire continent will revert to the era of chaos from 300 years ago. Bernie took a deep breath. War means countless innocent civilians will perish, and innumerable families will be shattered. Is this what you seek? Is this your dream? The old rules must be dismantled. Gussel's tone was imbued with an unassailable conviction that he steadied himself and then spoke with an air of fantasy. As for when the new order will arrive, let that be determined by the goddess. You are all madmen. Gussel smiled noncommittally, then took a couple of steps forward, standing close to Bernie. Many have described us thus. I have said all that I needed to say. The Prime Minister's office and the Treasury are currently investigating the embezzlement case involving Marquis Fate and the military. Perhaps you might seize this opportunity to admit to your own embezzlement. I sense your murderous intent. I know what you are thinking. Perhaps you can give it a try. Gussel stepped back, now less than half a palm's breadth away from Bernie. Clang. Suddenly, a crimson glow ignited in Bernie's eyes, his skin turning pitch black in an instant, muscles hardening like steel, and the chains binding him rattled violently under his newfound strength. Swish. His right fist sliced through the air, producing a faint sound of friction. Clang. Alas, the chains locked in the corner thwarted his strike from reaching Gussel. You. Bernie gazed at Gussel in shock. Surprised, are you? Gussel retreated a couple of steps, wiping the trickle of blood seeping from his skin. Broken by the gust of wind. These chains are quite sturdy, aren't they? For the first time, Bernie looked down at the chains binding him, their engraved magical runes glowing faintly purple under the pressure of his strength. You think you are clever? That you can control everything? Gussel shook his head. I have long been aware of your plans. You were too careless, trusting others too readily. It was Quix. Bernie realized. Indeed, your assistant Quix. Gussel nodded, slowly retreating a few steps to resume his previous seat. When did you begin to suspect me? Know that even I only discovered my identity 24 hours ago. I suspect everyone. It is my duty, but I never anticipated that Quix would be one of you. The iron chains creaked ominously under the strain of Bernie's outburst of power. 6 hours prior, when Gussel activated the Internal Investigation Agency to probe potential issues within the upper echelons, Bernie, realizing the severity of the situation, had initiated the emergency protocol of the Oversight Department. His duty was to monitor the abuse of power by the bureau chief. Indeed, Bernie had even contemplated the possibility of being secretly apprehended by Gussel. Thus he had ensured that the defensive forces within the dungeon were comprised of his own men from the very beginning. In his mind, the chains binding him should have been swapped out long ago, yet the reality was disappointing, with only his assistant Quix holding the key to change everything. Commander, you ought to confess at your earliest convenience. Quix emerged from the shadows outside the cell. Silence, Bernie retorted coldly. You are in no position to speak to me. Quix chuckled nonchalantly. I merely wish to remind you that we possess ample means to control the personnel of the operations and inspection departments, albeit through somewhat extreme measures. They will make you understand what it truly means to be a lawman. These two departments will always remain under our control. Commander, you should consider your family. It seems your grandson just celebrated his first month last month. Did he not? A sinister smile crept across Quix's face. You. Bernie's body tensed, veins bulging, as the muscles like steel dragged the faintly glowing iron chains, which clanked ominously. You will acquiesce to my demands. Commander. Quix's figure slipped back into the darkness. I would rather not resort to such methods. The old knight, burdened with dual memories, felt a conflict within. Hypocrite. On the morning of April 27th, or perhaps it was still the forenoon. Sleepy and dazed, Patey felt a chill brush against his face, and reluctantly opened his eyes. Amy, stop it. What greeted him was a petite dog's face, belonging to his sister Phyllis's pet. Patey, brother, it's time to get up. Phyllis stood behind Amy. Upon seeing her, Patey realized that further sleep was an impossibility. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and instinctively glanced towards the window, where the sun's rays had already crept into the center of the room. He paused, realizing it might already be quite late, and asked, What time is it? Phyllis cradled Amy. It's 10:30, my dear brother. What time did you return last night? You startled me this morning. Also, Penny has some friends over, and I heard them giggling about you in the backyard. She spoke her thoughts as they came. What were they mocking me about? Patey smiled faintly. They said you sleep more soundly than their pets. Phyllis puffed her cheeks. But then her expression shifted, and with a mischievous wink, she added, If Instructor Connors were still here, you would be in serious trouble today. Patey froze, the stern visage of his knight instructor Connors immediately surfacing in his mind. For 6 years, beginning at the age of 12, Patey had been under Connors's tutelage. One could say his entire adolescence was intertwined with memories of that instructor. Over a month ago, after completing all his nightly courses, Connors had departed the Prime Minister's residence with his family. Duke Nick had informed Patey that the instructor had returned to serve in the 1st Legion. Unfortunately, he has already left. Patey ruffled Phyllis's hair. Why are you so free today? What about your wizarding classes? Patey's inquiry brought a mixture of disappointment and excitement to Phyllis's face, emotions flitting across her features and prompting amusement from Patey. She perched on the edge of the bed, cradling Amy, and whispered, "My mentor said I am now qualified to study magic arrays independently. She has responded to the military's call and gone to Anka Fortress, explaining that the orcs are amassing troops along the border." How did she put it? What was it? Phyllis struggled to find the words to describe her mentor's demeanor at that moment, before jumping off the bed and mimicking her instructor, exclaiming, "The Empire needs my strength now." Seeing his sister's adorable antics, Patey couldn't resist pinching her cheek. "However, you haven't followed your mentor's instructions to study magic," he remarked. "Nonsense." Phyllis swatted Patey's hand away like a feisty kitten. "I've been studying diligently since 7 this morning. It's all Penny's fault. Her friends are always so loud, with endless jokes that they're too noisy. I need a separate magic laboratory. That requires Father's consent, and even with his approval, it's not feasible here at the Prime Minister's residence. You can't just renovate." Patey's face fell with regret as he rang the bell beside his bed. "Your apartment is quite nice. You could convert a room into a magic laboratory." Phyllis stroked Amy's small head, her face alight with hope. Patey looked at his sister incredulously, realizing that was indeed her true intention. "And what about the funds for the renovation?" "I have none. Father said if you wish to build a laboratory, you must pay for it yourself." "I have no money at all." Phyllis pouted, pushing Amy away. "Then you must work hard to earn some. I've heard that helping others with magic arrays is quite lucrative." Patey stepped down from the bed and gazed out the window towards the backyard, where a group of noble girls surrounded Penny, laughing and chatting. "But with my current abilities, it takes at least 3 days to sketch a magic array," Phyllis said, her face contorted with concern. "How much can you earn?" Patey inquired. Phyllis frowned. "Only 10 silver coins. 3 days for 10 silver coins." Patey was taken aback. "My dear sister, that implies you could earn a gold coin in a month." "Good heavens, as the highest commander of the southern district of the Capital S Guard, I only earn 50 silver coins a month. That's merely theoretical. In reality, I must rest for 3 days after each array I draw, and I still need time to study magic and deduce the arrays." Phyllis shrugged, mimicking an adult's demeanor. "That is still quite good." Patey beckoned to the maid Lena standing at the door, then turned to Phyllis. "Please check what food is left in the kitchen." "TCH." Phyllis rolled her eyes at Patey, who was pretending to undress, and then left with Amy. While enjoying breakfast, Patey's attendant, Rain, unexpectedly appeared at the Prime Minister's residence. He seemed hurried, as if he had urgent news, but upon noticing Patey dining, he stood by patiently. "What brings you here?" Collier isn't known for his adherence to rules. When their father was away, Patey did not mind foregoing formalities. He could conduct affairs while eating. "I've rendered him unconscious. He won't awaken for a while," Rain said, glancing at the servants behind Patey. After a moment's hesitation, he approached Patey and whispered in his ear, "Lord Guziel's assistant, Sir Sean, requests a private meeting with you. I believe this matter may be of significance." Hence, Sean. Patey's mind immediately conjured the image of a rigid young man who seemed older than his years at that moment. The surrounding servants had already exited the dining room at Patey's gesture, and Phyllis, seeing her brother in quiet conversation with Rain, turned up her nose before returning to her room. "Yes, he mentioned it was of great importance, and the meeting is set at the safe house in the northern district of the outer city. He specifically instructed that no one should be informed of this meeting. There are codes and signals he left behind." Rain continued, producing a small wooden box from his pocket, roughly the size of a palm. "This box requires a designated key, if forced open. Its contents will be obliterated instantly. Sir Sean indicated that you would receive the key to open the box upon exiting the inner city through Central Street." Patey paused, toying with the wooden box in one hand. "What did he want to discuss with me?" "Uncertain," Rain replied cautiously, shaking his head. "Then let's go see," Patey said nonchalantly. "I believe it would be prudent to exercise caution. The Luke mercenary group is still in the capital. It might be better," Rain suggested. Is it really that serious? Patey chuckled at Rain's concern. My lord, I must remind you that numerous events transpired at the guard last night. Lord Guziel, in his capacity as director, arrested many individuals, including even Chief Bernie, who has been secretly imprisoned in the dungeon. At this moment, the director's assistant seeks to meet with you in such a manner, and I worry. Rain expressed his unease. Chief Bernie, are you certain? This can't be mere hearsay, Patey said, taken aback, as he set down his spoon and scrutinized the wooden box with a serious expression. Who informed you of this? The chief's position in the guard was nearly equivalent to that of the director. His arrest was of utmost significance. By standard procedure, at least half of the assistant-level agents in the guard must be present during such an arrest. Patey knew that the current number of assistant-level agents in the capital, including himself, was insufficient to meet even half of that requirement, indicating that Chief Bernie's arrest did not adhere to protocol. Patey fell silent, the steaming porridge wafting a mist that enveloped his somewhat grave features. His silence was fleeting. Soon, he set the wooden box aside and picked up his spoon again. I find myself increasingly intrigued by Sean's invitation, despite the inherent risks. Patey smiled gently. The Luke mercenary group has been exposed. Do not seek them out any longer. But I hold a favorable impression of Luke. Have him introduce a few new faces. An hour and a half later, around noon, Patey arrived in the northern district of the outer city. He had already opened the wooden box given to him by Sean. The key had been handed to him by a child playing at the city gate upon his exit from the inner city, who had also requested a few copper coins as payment. The outer districts, often referred to as the commoners' quarters, are home to nearly 90% of the population in the imperial capital, in stark contrast to the opulence and tidiness of the inner city. The outer city is characterized by practical and densely packed wooden structures. Apart from the main thoroughfares that connect to the central avenue of the inner city, the remaining streets are mere muddy paths. Coupled with the high density of residents, these roads are mostly treacherous and muddy except during particularly fine weather. Patey, dressed in simple leather scale armor and wielding the most commonplace iron sword typically favored by mercenaries, had long since stowed away the crystal necklace that symbolized his status. As he traversed the muddy paths, he observed the bustling crowds, the children frolicking by the roadside, and the merchants bargaining with customers over their wares. This scene felt hauntingly familiar, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Gradually, a peculiar sentiment welled up within Patey's heart, one he had never experienced in the 13 years since his arrival in this world. It was an indescribable feeling that enveloped him in warmth. As Patey merged into the throng, memories surfaced of his childhood in his previous world, accompanying his parents to the market. The earthy scent of the soil and the tang of sweat rendered the atmosphere palpably real. He gazed at the modestly clad citizens around him, their smiles and expressions radiating sincerity. After a while, Patey couldn't help but reflect inwardly. Perhaps this is what true living feels like. In a moment of reverie, he followed the shifting signals by the street and arrived at his destination, a bustling general store. Chapter 43. The file of Sean. Patey was somewhat taken aback to find himself in a general store. The shop was situated in a high-traffic area, directly facing a moderately sized square where the sounds of children playing and adults scolding were distinctly audible. Next to the store lay a market, filled with the lively shouts of vendors and the spirited haggling of customers. Positioned at the market's entrance, the general store was bustling with patrons selecting items. Patey surveyed his surroundings, noting that the mercenaries he had hired had followed him. He then turned his gaze back to the store, casually glancing at a signal on the step outside, while idly examining a product displayed there before stepping inside. Esteemed customer, how may I assist you? The store owner, a short and slender man, approached Patey immediately, his attention drawn instinctively to the sword hanging at Patey's waist. I wish to purchase a short sword, Patey replied without looking at the owner, his eyes wandering throughout the shop. You ought to visit a weapons shop, sir, the owner suggested. But they do not have what I seek, Patey smiled, adding, I have heard that you possess the finest ironwood from Clan, and I require it for a sword hilt. The owner paused, taking a moment to appraise Patey before responding. Please wait a moment. He then turned and hurried to dismiss several other customers. Patey took the opportunity to scan the store's merchandise. Noting that the goods were quite impressive, with prices marked at least half lower than those in the inner city. In less than a minute, the owner returned and said, Please, follow me. With that, he made his way to the back door of the shop, deftly retrieving a key to unlock the rusted iron door. The door creaked unpleasantly as it swung open, releasing a rush of cold air. The owner gestured for Patey to enter, quickly slipping inside himself. Patey, momentarily cloaked in a flash of holy power, surveyed the room, ensuring it was relatively safe before stepping in. After passing through a narrow passage, Patey was led to a staircase, where the owner pointed to a dimly lit hallway and said, "Mr. Sean is just up there." He then retraced his steps. That moment, faint footsteps echoed from above. "Sir Patey," Sean's voice called from the stairway. "It is I," Patey replied, gently unsheathing the iron sword from his waist as he ascended step by step. The room above had no windows, requiring the dim light of an oil lamp. Even in broad daylight, a musty odor pervaded the narrow space, piercing Patey's nostrils. "Let us keep this brief, sir," Sean said. Seated at a dark square wooden table, gesturing to the chair opposite him for Patey to sit, Patey approached slowly, taking a seat and resting the sword across his knees. "I am all ears." Sean's eyes sparkled under the flickering light as he inquired, "Have you heard about the events that transpired at the headquarters of the Guard last night?" "Indeed." Patey nodded. "It was quite unexpected. I never anticipated that Chief Burney—" "Sir, we need not meander around." Sean interrupted Patey's tentative line of questioning. "Guzzle is using this assassination incident to purge dissenting voices within the Guard. According to information from the dungeons, he has openly admitted to being affiliated with the Tower of Dawn. This—" Patey faltered, clearly taken aback. There have always been their people within the Guard, and at this moment, the true officers within the upper echelons of the Guard are facing a purge instigated by Guzzle and his faction. Sean's gaze bore into Patey. "This is inconceivable. Though the Guard is an independent entity, if Sir Guzzle dares to disregard the rules and apprehend senior officers, the Cabinet and His Majesty the Emperor will intervene," Patey remarked, furrowing his brow. Such actions would not only fail to achieve his aims but could also cost him the position of Guard Captain, or even lead to his exile. Yet, he is indeed doing so. "The Cabinet and His Majesty have remained unresponsive throughout the morning," Sean replied gravely. "He must have the backing of Lion Fortress." "His Majesty?" Patey instinctively queried. "Perhaps the Cabinet," Sean responded. Patey was taken aback. The Cabinet was under the stewardship of his father, Duke Nick, and he quickly realized that Sean was probing him. Consequently, Patey maintained a stoic silence. Sean, observing Patey's demeanor, let out a rare chuckle. Placing his hands on the table and gently pushing forward, Patey instinctively glanced toward the center of the table, where a sealed dossier began to emerge from the shadows under the lamp's glow. Guzzle will never truly control the Guard. Since its inception, no one has ever managed to exert genuine control over it, for there exists a group of individuals who steadfastly uphold the oaths sworn by their ancestors centuries ago. They and their descendants will ensure that those who attempt to meddle with the Guard pay a heavy price. Sean whispered, as if reciting an incantation. Patey's grip tightened unconsciously around the iron sword, a faint holy power gathering about him. "It seems you do not trust me." Sean's own aura shimmered with divine energy. "Why should I trust you?" Patey countered. Sean paused, contemplating for several seconds before responding. "But I trust you immensely, and I must rely on you. The challenges facing the Guard this time are more brutal than those encountered in the past 3 centuries. I have no interest in such matters." Patey recalled his father's words from the previous evening. "I implore you as a humble officer, Sir Patey," Sean earnestly stated, "if you have not forgotten the glory of your ancestors, you should not refuse my request." Patey scoffed. "Glory has long since faded. All I perceive now is the stench of decay. Decay too shall pass, and glory will return. Let us discuss the matter at hand. You mentioned that your time is limited," Patey interjected. Surprised by Sean's insistence on this topic, which he personally found distasteful, Sean faltered, his gaze instinctively drawn to the sealed dossier on the table, his eyes dimming with the fervor of his earlier excitement. "This contains the secret files of the Inspection Department's agents embedded within the Guard. They are the true strength of the Inspection Department that I have commanded them, through coded language, not to take any action until instructed otherwise. I wait." Patey had to interrupt Sean, realizing what he was about to propose. "You wish to hand these individuals over to me?" "Indeed. Do you believe it appropriate for me to oversee them given my standing?" Sean probed. "Are you a citizen of the Empire?" "Of course. Then there is no issue." Patey shook his head. "Every human on the continent of Aeland is a citizen of the Empire. But there are distinctions," Sean asserted. "Why seek me out?" Patey maintained a wary demeanor. Chapter 44. Patey Reagan. Patey must exercise caution, for the secret agents of the Guard's Inspection Department represent the backbone of the organization. Now, before him, Sean claimed he wished to place this formidable force under Patey's control. a proposition that would naturally provoke skepticism. Furthermore, this could very well be a trap set by Guzzle. Reflecting on Guzzle, Patey's mind began to wander back to the enigmatic old lord, who had always exuded a vague, elusive presence, visible yet intangible. When Rain informed him that Guzzle had apprehended Chief Bernie under the pretext of his position, Patey, though surprised, felt a sense of inevitability, as if everything were unfolding as it should. At this moment, with Sean presenting this dossier, Patey could not accept it. After all, Sean was Guzzle's assistant, ostensibly one of Guzzle's most trusted individuals. Yet, there was a flicker of anticipation within Patey, for these were the secret agents of the inspection department. It was precisely this that allowed Chief Bernie to claim equality with the captain. As he wielded authority over all the agents of the inspection, this alone was enough to ignite Patey's curiosity. As Patey pondered, Sean gazed at him and continued, "This is an order from Chief Bernie. And I believe you are the most suitable person to lead the entire Guard Bureau at this moment, for you are the least likely to be affiliated with the Tower of Dawn. Moreover, your rank within the Bureau is quite high, and most importantly, Gus L. dares not lay a finger on you." Patey silently added, "Most importantly, I am a direct descendant of the Reagan family." He fixed his gaze upon Sean. "Are you also one of the secret agents in the inspection department?" "Indeed," Sean admitted. "Gus L. believes he can control the Guard Bureau. But he is sorely mistaken. A century ago, even the 10th Danedav failed to seize control over the Bureau. I have already stated." Patey interrupted Sean once more, his voice gradually rising. "I have no intention of joining your conflict. Furthermore, do not preach to me about lofty ideals. During my 6-year training as a knight, my instructors incessantly lectured me on so-called honor, responsibility, and the empire." Sean faltered, exhaling a heavy breath. "I understand that you do not trust me." He directly addressed Patey's doubts. "In truth, whether you trust me or not is irrelevant. As I mentioned before, Gus L. would not dare to act against you. You can entirely decide this matter according to your own will." His words, laced with both flattery and a hint of sarcasm, were nevertheless enticing to Patey. Sean continued, "You could do nothing at all. Merely endure this period. That I believe that at some future time, we will regain control over the Guard Bureau, and you shall be their leader. Why do you not take the position yourself?" Patey inquired, as Sean's rank was sufficient to lead these individuals. "I haven't had the chance to retrieve my files from the inspection department. Gus L. will soon discover my predicament. Bernie's assistant, Quicks, is one of their people. Do you think they would let me go?" Sean's tone was akin to that of someone insignificant. "Please." He placed his hands atop the dossier. Patey lowered his eyelids, fixating on the dossier that appeared somewhat shadowy in the flickering firelight. He understood that accepting this dossier entailed significant implications. Sean was indeed correct. He need not concern himself with the internal strife within the Bureau, nor worry whether this was a trap. He felt a stirring within, recognizing the immense power he could wield for himself or his family. Yet, he was equally aware that it signified an unavoidable responsibility. Patey yearned to seek counsel from his father on how to choose. Having said all that needed to be said, Sean's expression grew anxious. "Sir Patey." Patey took a deep breath, employing the training methods of a holy knight to steady his racing heart, which was stirred by temptation. He silently regarded Sean for a moment, gripping tightly onto the iron sword resting on his knee, before finally stating, "I shall give it a try." Sean's expression brightened. He cared little for Patey's reasons for acceptance. Merely seeking a temporary ally in these uncertain times, Patey and the Reagan family behind him were undoubtedly the best choice. And with Patey's current rank in the Bureau, he could effectively lead these individuals. "I may have them undertake other tasks," Patey declared. "That is of no consequence. These agents are accustomed to dealing with unsavory matters, no matter how disgraceful or sordid." Sean clearly misunderstood Patey's intent. Patey considered explaining, but ultimately swallowed his words. At that moment, Sean solemnly pushed the dossier towards Patey, saying, "In a few days, someone will bring the magic scroll to unseal it. For the Empire." Sean rose and bowed. Having said that, he did not wait for Patey's response and swiftly made his way towards the staircase. Just as he was about to vanish into the corridor, he turned back to Patey and said, "Take care." Patey wished to say something, but Sean had already disappeared from the stairwell. Accompanied by Sean's departing footsteps, Patey stared at the dossier in his hands, sighing inwardly, realizing that he had ultimately succumbed to temptation. The allure of power struggles is a temptation that no man can easily resist. Many merely lack an opportunity. Patey longed for a life of tranquility and warmth, Yet he would not shy away from excitement and adventure. After Sean's departure, Patey lingered in the room for quite some time, lost in thought until the shopkeeper's voice called from below. Rousing him from his reverie, Patey hesitated not, departing the grocery store and heading straight for the Prime Minister's office at Lion Castle. He understood that this matter must be clarified with his father. He was not so arrogant as to believe he could handle it alone. Moreover, Sean's interest in him was not due to personal regard, but rather the Reagan family he represented. However, upon arriving at the Prime Minister's office, Patey was informed by his father's assistant, Kerman, that his father was currently dining with His Majesty the Emperor. Thus, he was left to wait. In the imperial dining hall, a dozen maids busily scurried about, tidying the remnants of a lavish meal, while the hosts had already finished dining and exited the room. The traces left upon the table indicated a sumptuous repast. In the adjoining lounge, Emperor Labat and his Prime Minister, Duke Nick, engaged in casual conversation. Your Majesty, last night, 5 guards at the assistant director level within the Guard Bureau were imprisoned, including Chief Inspector Burney. The cabinet did not receive prior notice from the Bureau. Gus L's actions are a violation. This was Duke Nick's voice, the primary purpose of his lunch with Emperor Labat being to inquire about this situation. Emperor Labat appeared utterly oblivious to the words of his Prime Minister, swirling the wine in his glass, the liquid, akin to blood, swirling rhythmically as he watched, captivated by the movement of the red wine. Your Majesty, Duke Nick called out, raising his voice slightly as he noticed the Emperor's lack of response. Labat seemed to snap back to reality, lifting his gaze to glance at Duke Nick before lazily reclining, his eyes peering through the grand window at the azure sky. My brother, do you recall that great battle 13 years ago? Duke Nick was momentarily taken aback, clearly perplexed by the Emperor's sudden reference to that war, as he had seldom heard his childhood companion mention it since ascending the throne. Following the Emperor's gaze towards the limitless sky, the two men found their thoughts drifting back to that fateful conflict. Duke Nick replied, I certainly remember. My 2 sons nearly perished in that war. Crack, crack. The Emperor rotated his stiff neck, retracting his gaze from the sky to refocus on his glass of red wine, speaking in a low, somber tone. At that time, the false Emperor commanded the Guard Bureau to apprehend us, which was indeed a violation. However, the local constabulary in Yekjil followed the false Emperor's orders and conducted a citywide search for the 2 of us. So damn the violation. But you are now the Emperor, the ruler of the Empire. Duke Nick asserted, your duty is to ensure the Empire operates effectively under its laws. That is your responsibility and authority, my Prime Minister. No, all of this is yours. I am merely here to assist you. Duke Nick declared earnestly. Labat smiled ambiguously. Do you recall who saved us during that incident in Yekjil? Duke Nick paused, suddenly seeming to piece something together as his brow furrowed slightly. He did not immediately respond to the Emperor's question, and Labat showed no sign of urgency. After a few moments of silence, Duke Nick finally stated, I shall not forget. It was Sir Gus L. who rescued us. He was then the liaison officer at the Yekjil Port's constabulary, and he lent us the Guard Bureau's liaison vessel, which allowed us to escape by sea back to Crew City, leading to the subsequent war between the false Emperor and the Zola family of Kron City and the Jean family of Feld. But that is a different matter. You cannot. It is indeed the same matter, my brother. The Emperor interrupted Duke Nick with a laugh, draining his glass of red wine. After my coronation, I secretly summoned Gus L., and under the witness of the gods, he pledged his loyalty to me. 6 years ago, I facilitated his rise to the position of highest commander within the Guard Bureau, and this time, I merely seized the opportunity to assume control of the Bureau through the Gordon L. case. Duke Nick's heart sank at this revelation, although surprised. He was not entirely taken aback. He had suspected such a scenario when Gus L. ascended from a mere liaison to the highest commander of the Guard Bureau 6 years prior. Observing the Emperor, who had practically grown up alongside him, Duke Nick noted that, while others saw Labat as indulgent, constantly surrounded by women and wine, few recognized that he held the vital reins of the Empire, its financial income and the intelligence network overseen by Bailey. Now, he had also gained control over the Guard Bureau. You remain as stingy as ever, Duke Nick remarked with a sudden chuckle. I have always been this way, Labat acknowledged, returning his gaze to the endless sky beyond the window. Duke Nick too reclined on the sofa, savoring the summer breeze, half closing his eyes as he gazed outside. The two men shared a moment of unspoken understanding, enveloped in silence. After a prolonged silence, the Duke spoke. Your Majesty. The case of Gordon Iyer is far from simple. It involves a wide array of implications. Even Marquis Feet is merely a pawn in the hands of others. Are you implying those who call themselves the Tower of Dawn? They are nothing more than a troupe of jesters. The guard will manage these issues, Gus Iyer reported to me yesterday afternoon. Robert declared, exuding confidence and arrogance. These individuals will pay dearly for their foolish notions. Duke Nick turned his head, gazing at the self-assured emperor, and respectfully stated, Your Majesty, the members of this organization are exceedingly dangerous. Gordon Iyer even claimed to be one of them prior to his demise. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, he would have ascended to the position of the highest military officer, suggesting that the Tower of Dawn has already begun to influence the promotions of cabinet officials within the empire. Robert leisurely stretched his arms, his eyes fixed on the opulently adorned ceiling. Gordon Iyer indeed possesses talent, as everyone can attest, and he is the husband of the Marquis Feet's adopted daughter. His rise within the imperial military is merely attributable to that fool. Marquis Feet and Marquis Eden are but inconsequential pawns. We must identify the true mastermind behind this, Duke Nick insisted. Robert noncommittally glanced at the Duke before comfortably shifting his position. Then you should investigate it, as the Prime Minister of the Empire. It is your duty to address such matters. Your Majesty, Sir Gus Iyer. Gus Iyer is of great utility at present. Do not disturb him for the time being. But he poses a problem. Do you have evidence? Not at this moment. Then let it be for now. Robert displayed a hint of impatience. Your Majesty, the guard cannot be dictated solely by Sir Gus Iyer. This department is distinct from other imperial institutions. It operates independently of Lion's Keep and the cabinet. If there is no one within to restrain Gus Iyer, even if there are no immediate issues, long-term complications are inevitable. Duke Nick's gaze was piercing as he fixed it upon Robert. He commands 3 fully armed squadrons, all of whom have received formal military training, and they are stationed in proximity to Lion's Keep. But I require such a guard at this moment. Robert remained unmoved. I am in need of such a guard. Duke Nick was taken aback, repeating the phrase silently to himself, his heart racing uncontrollably. His right thumb trembled slightly as he instinctively toyed with the ruby ring upon it, fixing his gaze on Robert as he inquired, The meeting of the 6 great dukes? Indeed. Your immediate priority should be to prepare for this gathering. Robert closed his eyes, feigning slumber, clearly uninterested in continuing the conversation. If it were anyone else, they would have taken their leave, but Duke Nick would not relent. He would persist in his persuasion. Chapter 46 Duke Nick continued, Your Majesty, the orcs are amassing their forces in the Anklor Mountains, and they will launch their attack by the end of May at the latest. Our garrison at Anku Fortress numbers fewer than 20,000, and simultaneously, the northern barbarians are also stirring due to Eden's folly. The military provisions at Corin Fortress are severely lacking, with fewer than 5,000 troops stationed there. To convene a duke's meeting at such a time. Robert shook his head dismissively. I will merely allow them to remain in the imperial capital for a day. If there are no pressing matters, they will depart the following day. This will not delay our war with the orcs. Moreover, even with just 10,000 troops, Anku Fortress can withstand tenfold or even 100-fold the orc forces. History has proven this fact over the past 3 centuries since the Empire's establishment. But our internal enemies are constantly scheming to unseat me from the Golden Throne. Duke Nick was momentarily taken aback, involuntarily exclaiming, Your Majesty, your rule is as solid as a rock. What could possibly lead you to such a peculiar notion? The daughter of the false Emperor Barrett, Farola. The Emperor's eyes glinted with malice. Come now, Your Majesty, she is merely a pitiable young girl who has long forgotten her identity. Yet some will not forget. Your Majesty, Duke Nick interrupted Robert, you currently possess the entirety of the Locke Empire. While Farola is simply an ordinary girl awaiting marriage. What do you have to fear? What should concern you? But her intended is the heir of the Cliff family of Kalen City. They are challenging my limits. Have you forgotten how your brother met his end? Robert's countenance darkened ominously. My brother died for honor. That was his destiny. Duke Nick involuntarily rose from his seat. Enough. Look at your reaction. Damn the notion of honor. Robert scoffed. Duke Nick disliked any mention of his brother, as it was a lifelong wound. But when Emperor Robert brought it up, he could only maintain silence and feign composure. After Duke Nick regained his composure, he silently sat down again. The two fell into another silence, this time for an extended period, each lost in their own recollections. It was not until more than 10 minutes had passed that Duke Nick finally spoke. Farola is nothing more than an ordinary girl at present. The Cliff family must not marry her, Robert asserted. Is that what concerns you? Duke Nick remarked. What do I witness? The Emperor of the Empire is afraid of a defenseless girl. She may be defenseless now, but what about decades from now? Her son will inherit Kalen City and the command of the most elite heavy infantry corps on the alien continent. The Emperor's voice suddenly rose. His neck and face flushed with agitation. Duke Nick replied, Your Majesty, she and her children will be loyal subjects of the Empire, bound by ancient oaths to forever pledge allegiance to the Daindiff family. You remain so naive. Can you guarantee her loyalty and that of her children? The Emperor retorted noncommittally. Duke Nick urged, Your Majesty, she is your niece. 13 years ago, she was merely a little girl, an innocent one at that. Her wedding should have received your blessing, yet you are here to cast blame upon her for something that may never transpire. You are her elder and the ruler of the Empire. You just accused me of being petty. Robert remained steadfast in his views. Her father has long been expelled from the Daindiff family. She is not my niece. Duke Nick was taken aback, gazing earnestly at Robert, the one to whom he had sworn fealty. Your Majesty, I reiterate, if you have plans, you should disclose them to your Prime Minister rather than plotting in secrecy. This serves no benefit to the Empire. My brother, how could you harbor such thoughts? Robert likewise looked at Duke Nick. Do you doubt my trust in you? I have entrusted the entire Empire to your management. That is my utmost confidence in you. Your Majesty, Duke Nick's voice suddenly escalated. Enough. My brother, do not let such matters jeopardize our friendship. Robert's brow furrowed. I will not alter my convictions. Furthermore, if you have doubts concerning Gus Iyer, let him retire from his position after this meeting of the 6 great dukes. He is of an age for retirement. As for Farola, her issues can be addressed later. The Emperor gazed at Duke Nick, who still wished to speak, adding in an unyielding tone, This is my bottom line. My brother, you cannot question the Emperor's decisions any further. Duke Nick sighed inwardly before respectfully stating, If that is the case, then let it be for now. However, I will reserve the right to investigate within the cabinet. That is your prerogative. Emperor Robert once again closed his eyes. Feigning slumber, Patey waited in the Prime Minister's office reception room for nearly an hour before his father, Duke Nick, finally returned. However, Duke Nick did not meet him first. He attended to the pressing matters that had accumulated over the past few hours before having his assistant, Kerman, notify Patey. This too took nearly another hour. Patey had long been prepared, having honed his skills as a paladin to effectively quell his restless spirit at T3:30 in the afternoon. Patey finally met his father as he had wished. Without hesitation, he immediately produced the dossier entrusted to him by Sean and faithfully recounted everything Sean had told him to his father. What a surprise! Duke Nick appeared disinterested in the dossier, and the surprise he referred to was regarding Gus Iyer's identity. After speaking this, he fell into silence, leaning slightly forward with closed eyes, gently massaging his eye sockets. Duke Nick was evidently fatigued. Patey observed his father's lack of reaction with some astonishment. He believed this news should be of utmost importance to the Empire. Yet his father, the Prime Minister, remained indifferent. Patey recalled Sean's warning. Gus Iyer had the backing of either the Emperor or the Cabinet. Could this truly be the case? Did his father already know about this matter? Duke Nick, of course, was unaware of his youngest son's thoughts. He was preoccupied with reflecting on his recent conversation with the Emperor. From the Emperor's tone and demeanor, Duke Nick sensed that the Emperor held immense trust in Gus Iyer. And for the time being, no one could undermine that trust unless incontrovertible evidence were presented before the Emperor. Father, Patey could no longer contain the silence, unwilling to indulge in errant thoughts. Chapter 47. The old Duke stirred from his reverie upon hearing his son's call. He gazed at Patey and whispered, His Majesty the Emperor places great trust in Jessael. He contemplated his son for a moment before candidly stating, He is merely a pawn in the Emperor's control over the guard. The unsubstantiated claims of one individual cannot pose a threat to him. You must present irrefutable evidence. Patey was momentarily taken aback. His father's words sparked a multitude of thoughts. The Emperor wishes to control the guard. An image of a languid, rotund middle-aged man surfaced in his mind. This was Patey's impression of the imperial sovereign. After a brief reflection, he replied with a hint of uncertainty, But this pawn may have switched allegiances. Father, things are not as simple as you imagine. Duke Nick chuckled softly. Patey countered, Yet they are not as complex as you suggest. The position of the guard commander seems significant. yet anyone could fill it. However, the situation is now different. The Emperor requires Jessael, at least for the time being. Duke Nick smiled kindly. His Majesty is more stubborn than you might think. He has made his stance clear. Unequivocally so. If I were to broach this matter again, or even directly address Jessael's identity, what do you think the Emperor would do? Patey frowned at this, instinctively wanting to speak, but suddenly finding himself at a loss for words. What may seem to you a matter of utmost importance is merely a nuisance in the eyes of our Emperor. He has his plans, and this issue disrupts them. He will instinctively overlook it, or worse, seek to obliterate it. Duke Nick leaned slightly forward, resting on the edge of the table, determined to have a serious conversation with his younger son. You have not substantiated Jessael's identity, and you cannot do so in the short term. If I were to inform His Majesty of what you claim to be the truth, he would not only dismiss it, but also deem us selfish and petty. He would think I am attempting to frame Jessael, but Patey attempted to interject, only to be interrupted by Duke Nick raising his voice. Of course, if the cabinet were to forcefully intervene, it is possible to halt Jessael's current actions in the guard, even to remove him from his position. But this would offer us no benefit. We would consequently lose the Emperor's trust. When he spoke of us, he referred to the Reagan family. Patey stubbornly insisted, once Jessael is removed, I am certain we can swiftly uncover the truth behind the series of events from the assassination of Baron Gordon to the present when the truth is laid before His Majesty. He will have no choice but to believe that what you think. It seems you have not grasped my point. Duke Nick smiled nonchalantly, gesturing to himself. This matter cannot be addressed by me. Then he pointed at Patey. Nor can you. Must we simply stand by and do nothing? Patey frowned. What if everything Cian said is true? The Empire's guard is being controlled by a cabal of ambitious individuals. Right now, that is merely the assistant's perspective. Patey, the truth of the matter still requires your investigation. Jessael has many questions to answer regarding this incident, but Duke Nick smiled, opting not to elaborate further. Internal strife within the guard has always been brutal. Do not allow yourself to be exploited. Exploited? Patey was taken aback, his mind racing with thoughts of Cian, followed by Jessael and Bernie. Then, he recalled other high-ranking members of the guard. These individuals were indeed the source of the internal strife. Yet, this was merely the surface-level cause. Duke Nick continued, when others present you with what they claim to be the truth, the distinction between reality and falsehood becomes irrelevant. What matters is whether you wish to believe it or not. If what that fellow Cian asserts is advantageous to you, you might consider collaborating with him. It could be mutually beneficial. Though these words were jarring and starkly contrasted with the teachings of Patey's knight instructor, they were undeniably pragmatic. That I understand. Father, Patey felt a tinge of disappointment within, yet maintained a facade of understanding. He fixed his gaze on the folder in his hands and asked, what about this dossier? Keep it. Although it presents some complications, these individuals may still prove useful to us. However, for the time being, it would be wise to avoid contact with those mentioned within. Duke Nick advised. Understood. Patey tucked the dossier away, eager to depart. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Jessael is to convene a so-called high-level meeting in 2 hours. Remember, it is best to observe the current internal strife within the guard with a detached eye. I know your character well. Although you may appear indifferent to worldly affairs, at times, you are filled with an unusual sense of justice. However, this situation is exceptional. Heed my words. Duke Nick spoke earnestly. I will take care. Patey's momentary embarrassment vanished. He understood all too well what his father meant by a sense of justice. It referred to an incident from years past in the private lounge of Lion Castle. Having just departed, Duke Nick was soon met by Jessael, who rushed in. Is it all settled? In the presence of Jessael, Laubert was far less cordial, reclining casually in an armchair, his tone authoritative and devoid of emotion. It will be resolved shortly. The inspection department lacks the power to impeach me in this afternoon's high-level meeting. Jessael replied cautiously, standing by the sofa, feeling somewhat out of place in the room's cool atmosphere after being exposed to the blazing sun outside. Laubert shifted his position, turning slightly towards Jessael, and lazily remarked, you handle the specifics as you see fit. Just remember to keep your actions discreet. If the cabinet presses for answers, I cannot assist you. They will uncover nothing, nor will they find any issues, Your Majesty. Then that is for the best, Jessael added. Bernie has already confessed to his embezzlement. I wonder embezzlement. What charge is that? Laubert turned to face Jessael, his eyes fixed on him. Do you wish to spare him? Clearly, Jessael was reluctant to confront the inspection department directly, as it would not bode well for his future control over the guard. Yet, Emperor Laubert had no intention of allowing him such leeway. In his eyes, the guard merely needed to be compliant without requiring undue stability, for the more internal conflict there was, the easier it was to manipulate. Given his position, he would face exile for embezzlement. Jessael continued. Upon his public confession, he would immediately be subject to execution. The Emperor's tone left no room for doubt. This Jessael's heart sank. He looked at the seemingly slumbering Emperor and promptly nodded. Yes, Laubert was quite pleased with Jessael's obedient demeanor. He reclined comfortably on the soft sofa. In truth, since his coronation, his desire to control the guard had diminished with each passing day. After all, the guard effectively diverted and mitigated the existing conflicts within the empire. At this juncture, seizing control of the guard would not be favorable. Yet, who could resist the allure of power within their grasp? Is there anything else? Laubert glanced at the group of women frolicking in the adjacent room, his expression revealing a hint of impatience. What should be done about Officer Patey? Jessael murmured. Laubert suddenly opened his half-closed eyes and scrutinized Jessael. What? Do you wish to act against him? Chapter 48. A Genius. Jessael paid no heed to the Emperor's gaze, stating plainly, he is currently the only uncertain factor. His rank within the guard is quite high. The implication from the old lord was unmistakable. However, Laubert merely smiled enigmatically and began to fiddle with his red wine, as though he had no intention of pursuing the topic further. Jessael quietly observed the Emperor, stubbornly awaiting his response. Nearly 2 minutes passed before Laubert finally spoke in a low voice. Do not touch Patey, and moreover, you cannot. Then, as if recalling something amusing, he smiled lightly and added, do not be fooled by Patey's seemingly languid demeanor and apparent indifference at times. He dares to undertake actions you could scarcely imagine. I assure you. If you were to order his arrest, he would charge into your office wielding a paladin's warhammer and crush you. The Emperor, much like Duke Nick, recalled the amusing yet infuriating incident that transpired years ago in Lion Castle. This Jessael was momentarily stunned. What? You doubt it? Perhaps you should put it to the test. I would be quite curious to see how Nick would react then. Laubert teased, gazing at Jessael with a playful glint. Straightening his posture, Jessael asserted, Sir Patey remaining in the guard ultimately poses a problem. No one within the guard dares to offend him. The secret agents of the inspection department are adept at inciting unrest. What if they were to approach Sir Patey? Are you afraid he might usurp your position? Laubert fixed his gaze upon Jessael. That I merely fear he may obstruct your Majesty's plans. Jessael replied respectfully. Laubert chuckled warmly at Jessael, his eyes glinting red in the reflection of the wine he held. He will soon vacate the guard. The Emperor suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. However, the high-level meeting of the guard is in 2 hours. Sir Patey Jessael feared Patey might disrupt the meeting. What exactly are you worried about? Laubert observed Jessael with bemusement. I simply wish to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Your Majesty, after all, we have prepared for this for 13 years. Laubert chuckled. Do not underestimate the wisdom of the Reagan family. He will not emerge at this moment to question your decisions. The Emperor has always been so confident and proud. For you now represent me. Guzzle's face displayed concern. However, if Sir Patey wishes to forcibly rescue Bernie from the dungeon, no one could possibly stop him. Once Bernie escapes the dungeon, the inspectors and the action department will immediately spring into action. And all our efforts over the past decade would have been in vain. From then on, do you have guards in the dungeon that are akin to swine? Laubert retorted scornfully. Guzzle replied candidly. Sir Patey is a formidable paladin. Even the strength of Baron Hanina pales in comparison to his divine power. Oh, Laubert appeared genuinely surprised. Is that true? Guzzle replied solemnly. Not long ago. I witnessed his combat prowess firsthand. To be frank, if his battle experience were even slightly more extensive, perhaps, there would be no one in the entire Locke Empire capable of facing him. Really, I always thought the Church's promotion of Patey was merely symbolic. After all, he is one of the Regans, Laubert murmured, clearly still skeptical. Guzzle quickly interjected. Is Sir Patey not to participate in the upcoming meeting? No. Laubert's eyes flickered. Let him be involved. Then, the Emperor spoke with a stern tone. What you should be cautious of is not Sir Patey. I have said that neither he nor Duke Nick behind him would question your decisions. You must be wary of those lurking in the shadows, seeking to deliver a lethal blow, such as the secret agents of the inspectors you just mentioned. These individuals are even unknown to the royal family. After observing the Emperor's serious demeanor, Guzzle swiftly lowered his head. a faint smile gracing his face. His bow was merely a guise to conceal his amusement. The old lord's objective had long since been achieved. It seems the emperor's trust in the Reagan family is limited. He thought that he now sincerely hoped that Petey would make an impression in the forthcoming meeting. After all, opportunities to sow discord between His Majesty and the Prime Minister are few and far between. Even if it requires some sacrifice, it would be worth it. Then, may I take my leave, Your Majesty? Guzzle bowed. I must return to prepare for the high-level meeting in 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Labote immediately waved his hand. The old lord bowed and exited the room, casting a discreet glance at the group of women in the adjacent room, a strange smile momentarily flitting across his otherwise impassive face. After Guzzle left the hall, the emperor quickly beckoned to the singers and dancers in another room. 2 minutes later, the once solemn hall transformed into a stage akin to that of a tavern. Chief Butler Bailey appeared silently behind Labote. What news? The emperor inquired languidly. Guzzle mentioned the Tower of Dawn during his conversation with Bernie in prison, but our spies have not been able to ascertain the specifics. However, Bernie must be aware of some secret about Guzzle, for after their conversation, the entire dungeon was placed under the watch of Guzzle's most trusted confidants. Bailey reported succinctly, but it seems Guzzle does not wish for Bernie to perish. He only charged him with a corruption charge. Labote murmured. Merely a means to prolong his life, Bailey scoffed. Labote's eyes glinted coldly. It appears I should have readily agreed with him to exile Bernie on corruption charges. Indeed, Guzzle seems quite adept at negotiation. He has ensnared even you. Bailey remarked. He was not mistaken. Guzzle had long desired Bernie's demise, yet he understood that such matters could not be openly articulated, hence the earlier probing. Upon hearing this, the emperor chuckled as he toyed with his wine glass, a fleeting glint of coldness flashing in his eyes before he returned to his languid demeanor. What are the reactions of the dukes regarding this meeting? All have clearly responded that they will attend punctually. However, Duke Bargold from the Zola family has sent his son to represent him. The old duke is already 80. This is understandable. As a supporter of his ascension to the throne and his knightly mentor, Labote was quite forgiving. Yet, he soon pondered, murmuring. However, the absence of his support does pose some complications. Bailey, well aware of the troubles the emperor spoke of, feigned ignorance. Labote suddenly inquired, is young Petey truly that formidable? So much so that Guzzle holds him in such high regard. Bailey paused, then responded, yes, Sir Petey's divine power is exceptionally pure. If he unleashes it fully, he can restore a dying person in an instant, of course. I refer to external injuries. Furthermore, according to the paladins who have battled him, his divine power exudes an uncomfortable sense of pressure, akin to the burning pain inflicted by a sorcerer's magic. Moreover, according to the church's records, Sir Petey was able to manifest his divine power at the tender age of 16, controlling it to envelop a fragile piece of paper. Labote was taken aback and then remarked, a true genius. In that regard, indeed, Bailey concurred. Chapter 49. The meeting on April 27, 1215, at 5:15 in the afternoon, Petey arrived at the headquarters of the guards. Rarely did he don the uniform of the chief of the guards, which resembled a banquet attire, fitting tightly enough to restrict even arm movements. Thus, he would only wear such formal attire when absolutely necessary. Why now? Dozens of guards, similarly clad in uniform, had gathered nearby, conversing softly in small clusters. The guards responsible for security stood fully armed in the vicinity. When Petey appeared at the headquarters, the conversing guards instinctively turned their gaze towards him, but upon noticing the golden lion emblem on his epaulette, quickly averted their eyes. Petey strode directly towards the headquarters at this moment. The lower-ranking officers had already been cleared from the building, and the corridors and stairwells were nearly filled with guards wielding steel swords. Thud! Thud! The sound of Petey's sturdy military boots, made of tough cowhide, striking the marble floor echoed rhythmically. The noise soon attracted a security team in the first-floor hall. A guard clad in a captain's uniform hurried over to verify Petey's identity crystal. While several divination mages scanned him to confirm his identity, the meeting room was on the 3rd floor. Petey knew the way, yet the guards responsible for building security still assigned 2 individuals to escort him. Minutes later, Petey stood outside the meeting room door. After the door guards reconfirmed his identity, the steel door creaked open with a piercing sound. The moment the door swung open, a thick scent of tobacco invaded Petey's nostrils, prompting him to wrinkle his brow. Officer Petey, we've been waiting for you. The voice was familiar. It belonged to Guzzle. Petey glanced towards the source of the voice. In the vast room, a long rectangular conference table capable of seating around 10 was centrally placed. Its surface polished to a high sheen, reflecting the figures of those seated beside it. This moment, several individuals were already seated on the sofas flanking the conference table. Guzzle reclined on a black leather sofa. Positioned at the forefront of the table, with a silver crystal carving of the Guard's sentry emblem adorning the wall behind him, the old lord gazed at Petey, continuously puffing on a cigar. Petey returned his gaze, smiling as he said, "I don't believe I am late. Am I?" "We simply arrived too early," replied a burly middle-aged man. Petey turned to face him. It was Zimp, the officer of the Northern District of the Imperial Capital. Click. The conference room door closed once more. Petey calmly surveyed the room, quickly identifying his seat. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, he made his way over, inwardly noting, not everyone has arrived of the 3 deputy directors of the guards. Only Hanina, who had rushed back from Tealtown, was present. Neither Deputy Director Gerald nor Deputy Director Hado was in attendance. Among the 4 highest-ranking officers, only Petey and Zimp were present, the officer of the Western District. Ivanth and the officer of the Eastern District, Lunin, were also absent. Naturally, the most conspicuous absence was that of Bernie, whose seat was conspicuously empty across from Guzzle. However, since Guzzle stated that all were present, Petey did not contest it. "Since everyone is here, let us not squander time," spoke the deputy president of the court, nozzled that in such high-level meetings of the guards, the court usually dispatches 1 or 2 senior judges to observe, who possess both advisory and veto powers. "That is precisely my intention." Guzzle placed his cigar in the silver ashtray on the table and fixed his gaze on an elderly man across from Petey. "Sir Malak, please share the progress of your investigation on the case at hand." Malak, the most senior officer in the guards, had a longer service record than anyone present. He currently held the position of head of the Special Cases Investigation Unit, on par with Petey's rank. Ahem. Malak cleared his throat gently, slowly organizing a stack of materials before him under the scrutiny of the assembly, taking a considerable time before managing to utter, "You are all likely familiar with the recent thorough investigation into the corruption case involving Marquis Fit and the military by the Cabinet and the Ministry of Finance." The old man had a tendency to be verbose. "Get to the point." Hanina could not help but interject. Malak's eyelids lifted slightly as he cast a fleeting glance at Hanina, yet he chose to disregard her entirely. He continued to languidly peruse a document pouch. "Just the afternoon before yesterday, we received a confidential notice from the Ministry of Finance, the contents of which took me by surprise that I reported it to the director immediately. Coincidentally, the director was about to initiate an internal investigation within the Guard Bureau at that time." Sir Malak. "Speak of the notice from the Ministry of Finance." Gasser could no longer restrain himself from interrupting. "Very well, Director." Malak replied with a respectful nod. "According to the notice from the Ministry of Finance, our Chief Inspector Bernie is suspected of embezzling nearly 10,000 gold coins allocated by the Ministry for the military expenses of the Operations Department within the Guard Bureau. 10,000 gold coins. That amount represents the total budget for the entire Operations Department over the past 5 years. I believe I need not elaborate on the nature of the Operations Department's tasks. It is the most perilous among all departments within the Guard Bureau, with at least 100 officers from various precincts sacrificing their lives each year." Malak's expression grew grave. "And our chief Bernie, the man we once held in utmost respect, has audaciously embezzled the entirety of their budget over 5 years. Imagine, everyone, what equipment our officers in the Operations Department have been utilizing for their missions these past few years." Malak's words reverberated in the conference room, his serious tone lending credence to the notion that Bernie was indeed the officer guilty of misappropriating funds. However, Petey furrowed his brow, for in his recollection, the equipment of both the headquarters and the Southern Precinct's operations officers had always been brand new, thus contradicting Malak's claims. Malak, as was his habit, squinted slightly as he spoke, scrutinizing everyone present, including Gasser, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Petey. Moreover, during a covert operation commanded by our officer Petey yesterday morning, there was a leak of information, and a plot to assassinate Director Gasser was orchestrated. Petey's heart skipped a beat, and as the eyes of the assembly turned toward him, he lowered his eyelids, keenly observing Gasser from the corner of his eye, who was puffing on a cigar. His entire visage enveloped in a cloud of white smoke. Malak continued. "Evidence obtained from the residence of the principal offender, Hanko, indicates that this leak and assassination plot is connected to Chief Bernie. Hanina, upon hearing this, displayed evident impatience, letting out a soft, disdainful huff. Deputy Director Hanina, do you have any queries? Malek's wrinkled eyes fixed intently on her. None. Hanina snapped curtly through clenched teeth. That moment, the deputy president of the court, Nozel, seized the opportunity to interject. As per regulations, Bernie is entitled to defend himself. Patey couldn't help but cast a few more glances at the elderly high-ranking judge. Chapter 50. A sudden turn. Nozel's words drew the attention of all present, their gazes converging upon him. Gussair looked at Nozel, preventing Malek from expounding further, and personally clarified, Bernie's right to self-defense will be preserved for the time of his sentencing. His case involves the corruption investigation currently underway by the Cabinet and the Ministry of Finance. And officials from the Prime Minister's office have already conducted an interrogation of him. Moreover, Bernie has confessed to his crimes. This does not conform to regulations. Bernie must have at least 6 officer assistants present during his interrogation. Your interrogation will not be admissible as evidence, Nozel retorted coldly. There are reasons for this. I trust you have already heard, esteemed Judge Nozel. Malek bowed respectfully, acknowledging the embodiment of imperial law. Among our officer assistants, including Bernie, 5 individuals are implicated in the corruption case involving Marquis Feet and the conspiracy to assassinate Director Gussair, and they were secretly apprehended around 4 o'clock this morning. I have here the notice from the Ministry of Finance, as well as the Cabinet's cooperative investigation order. Malek produced 2 documents inscribed on fine parchment. Our court will handle this case according to the regulations of the Imperial Constitution, and your interrogation report cannot be used as evidence, Nozel stated with a frigid demeanor. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. I am merely reminding you that I hope you understand, the imperial law does not permit anyone to trample upon it. Of course, Malek replied with a smile. The very existence of the Guard Bureau is to uphold imperial law. Yet Bernie has already confessed. The case against Bernie must undergo rigorous examination in court. Until then, you must ensure his safety, Nozel reiterated, clearly defending Bernie. Patey, however, subtly shook his head, quickly surveying everyone present. Hanina appeared to loathe the meeting. Yet she listened intently to the discourse. Zemet reclined nonchalantly on the sofa, seemingly indifferent. Malek was singularly focused on solidifying the case. Gussair's stance was unmistakable. That as for Sean, seated at the far end, he had been concealing himself from the outset, causing everyone, including Patey, to subconsciously overlook him. Nozel sighed inwardly. Originally, the purpose of this high-level meeting was to impeach Gussair and force his resignation, subsequently pushing for an early election of a new director within the internal structure of the Guard Bureau. Yet now, the principal architects of the plan had been imprisoned, while the impeached retained the true power within the Guard Bureau. The Guard Bureau will ensure Bernie's safety until his formal sentencing, Gussair vowed. Nozel murmured, that would be for the best. Well then, let us table this case for now, Gussair said dismissively, concluding the matter regarding Bernie. Now, let us discuss the case of Baron Gordonal and his affairs in Tier Town. Knock. Knock. At that moment, a sudden rap echoed from the conference room door, causing everyone within to momentarily freeze, their gazes instinctively shifting toward the entrance. Outside, Kick stood, his forehead glistening with sweat, panting heavily, his attire somewhat disheveled. Clearly having run a considerable distance to that moment, his right hand clutched a dossier tightly, while his left hand pounded vigorously against the door. His demeanor prompted the guard on duty to glance at him warily, with a hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Who is it? Gussair's voice came from within, tinged with impatience. It is I, Kix, Director. There is an urgent matter, Kix exclaimed, relief washing over his face, after a brief silence within the conference room. Gussair's voice rang out again. Come in. The guard, under Kix's assertive gaze, reluctantly opened the door as soon as it cracked open. Kix swiftly slipped inside, clearly anxious. The conference room was brightly lit and filled with a refreshing atmosphere, prompting Kix to involuntarily squint and shiver with a pleasant chill upon entering. After a brief moment of acclimatization, he began scanning the room, and when he laid eyes on Sean, his expression subtly shifted before returning to neutrality. Instinctively, he intended to approach Gussair. What is it? Gussair inquired. I have a document here that you seem to have forgotten to collect, Kix replied, halting his advance toward Gussair at the words, deliberately lowering his voice while raising the dossier in his right hand. Gazer's interest peaked. Then bring it here. Kix felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thud. Thud. The room had fallen silent due to his sudden entrance, making his footsteps resonate. Gazer's gaze was fixed on the dossier in Kix's hand. Hanina appeared to hold a disdainful view of him, adopting a condescending demeanor since his arrival. Zemet exhibited indifference, while Malak, perhaps due to professional instinct, seemed more intrigued by the dossier than Gazer. Sean kept his head lowered, maintaining his low profile. Patey observed Kix as he stepped closer to Gazer. But suddenly, he sensed a strangely familiar force, the power of the holy force emanating from the surrounding space. Instinctively, Patey enveloped himself in the holy force. Boom! Almost simultaneously with the emergence of the holy force around Patey, a deafening crash resonated through the conference room, sending dust swirling throughout the space. Everyone felt a golden figure suddenly materialize in Kix's path, and in the blink of an eye, Kix's body was violently propelled back, slamming into the wall. Crack, crack. The wall on the side of the conference room began to fracture, centering around Kix's body. Cough, cough. Kix gasped violently, blood bubbles emerging from his mouth, his remaining breath fleeting as his eyes turned to his wounded form. Now a gruesome mess. Drip, drip. Blood began to drip onto the floor, slowly staining the surrounding soil and stone. The assembly was struck dumb by the unfolding scene. Instinctively adopting defensive stances, Zemet's skin hardened instantaneously, kicking aside the nearby sofa, while Malak rolled to the ground, taking refuge behind the holy force-infused Patey. Sean! Gazer sprang from his seat, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury. Sean, expressionless, wiped the blood from his fists onto Kix's lifeless body. The holy force surging around him as he clutched the bloody dossier in his hand. In his final moments, Kix caught a glimpse of Sean's face, and a strange smile crept upon his lips. A blend of satisfaction tinged with schadenfreude. If you wish to see it, take a look. Sean tossed the dossier toward Gazer. Chapter 51. Sean hurled the dossier towards Guzzle, only for it to be intercepted by Zemter, who stood resolutely between them. Yet, Zemter did not peruse its contents, showing no interest whatsoever. Hurry, hurry! At that moment, the guards outside, alerted by the commotion, hastily organized a small squad to storm into the conference room. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, they were utterly bewildered and unsure of how to proceed, thus remaining at the doorway, gazing at Guzzle, awaiting orders. Meanwhile, Hanina had quietly maneuvered herself beside Guzzle, ensuring his safety, while Malak stealthily approached Guzzle's side. Hand it to me. Guzzle spat the words through clenched teeth, his gaze fixed intently on Sean, his hand reaching out towards Zemter. Zemter did not refuse. He merely let out a quiet grunt. Cautiously on guard as he approached Guzzle, seizing the moment, Sean retreated back to his original position, his demeanor composed. Were it not for the bloodstains on his attire, onlookers would scarcely suspect him of having murdered Kix. He had sensed the animosity from Kix the instant he entered the room. As a covert operative, he was particularly attuned to the hostility of certain individuals that in an instant, he deduced that his identity as a secret agent of the inspection department had been compromised. He understood all too well the dire consequences that awaited him should Guzzle discover his true identity, given his current standing within the guard. Thus, he acted decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Eliminating Kix would serve the dual purpose of avenging Commissioner Burney and excising a malignant presence from the inspection department. On the other side, Guzzle swiftly perused the contents of the dossier, his expression morphing into one of incredulity as he regarded Sean, the assistant he had always placed his utmost trust in. When did this occur? Guzzle inquired. From the very beginning. Sean responded promptly. At this, the old noble's gray eyes dimmed considerably, and he apathetically resealed the documents. He was not foolish enough to disclose the dossier's contents, for Sean's identity as a covert agent was beyond question. It was his own identity that posed a problem. Fortunately, Sean had exposed himself. Guzzle placed the dossier on the brightly lit conference table and remarked, "Your target is me, isn't it?" "Of course, but regrettably, I had no opportunity to approach you throughout the day," Sean candidly admitted. "After this meeting, you shall have your chance." Rising from the couch, Sean added, "You should thank Kix for his timely appearance. He died in your stead." Their exchange captivated the attention of the assembly, with many presuming they had discerned the contents of the dossier. Naturally, this was Guzzle's intent. With Sean's intellect, he would have grasped Guzzle's purpose the moment he uttered his first line. However, at present, he was indifferent. "I trust you implicitly," Guzzle declared through gritted teeth, his expression one of profound sorrow. Unmistakably genuine. I can feel that. Sean slightly inclined his head in a gesture of respect, but our paths diverge. Paths can be chosen. There is no need for further discourse. Once again, Sean's holy power surged around him, and he executed a swift somersault, deftly snatching a steel sword from the hands of an entering guard. Then charging fiercely towards Gusel. It was a flawless tactical sprint. The frenzied holy energy emitted a sizzling sound as Sean surged forward, warping the hardwood floor beneath him as it buckled and splintered under the force. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed, accompanied by a burst of sparks. His advance was halted by Zemter, whose muscular form glistened with exertion. A magical array illuminated the surface of his massive fist, effectively blocking Sean's blade. "Oh, he has a magic array inscribed on his fist," Malak remarked, his small eyes shimmering with intrigue. "This is a common tactic among the officers of the Empire's First Legion." His casual comment revealed Zemter's origins. Upon hearing this, Patey's mind raced, connecting his father's words, and he realized that Zemter was likely the Emperor Robart's agent embedded within the guard. Clang! Clang! In the span of mere breaths, Sean and Zemter had exchanged several blows. The guards who had rushed to assist had already discerned the gravity of the situation, yet they found themselves unable to intervene. Quickly, deploy nearby guards to surround the entire headquarters. Malak bellowed at the guards at the entrance. "A prudent decision. You assist Zemter." Guzzle commanded Hanina, who was apprehensive for his safety. Guzzle offered a faint smile, glancing at Patey. "Do not worry. With Commissioner Patey present, I am quite safe." As they spoke, the battle between Zemter and Sean had shifted from offense to defense. Zemter's initial surprise attack had been neutralized by Sean's holy power. Ultimately, no matter how formidable a battle-hardened warrior might be, he could not withstand the frenzied onslaught of a paladin. Hanina assessed the situation with clarity. After a fleeting glance at Patey, she darted past the combatants, seizing a steel sword from a guard at the entrance, preparing to flank Sean from behind. Yet, Sean, already aware of Hanina's intentions, suddenly bellowed, his corporeal holy energy flaring dramatically as he disregarded Zemter's full-force punch to his abdomen, propelling himself forward with reckless abandon. Thud! A dull thud resounded as Zemter's fist connected solidly with Sean's midsection. Thud! Following that was a more thunderous sound, as Sean unleashed his holy force, toppling Zemter, who was sent reeling. Several ribs likely broken. In that moment, Sean's resolute gaze was solely fixed upon Guzzle, whose figure now loomed tantalizingly close. Perhaps, within a heartbeat, he could obliterate his adversary with a single strike infused with holy energy. "Patey!" Hanina's voice rang out, laced with urgency and desperation. She had not anticipated that Sean would resort to such desperate measures. Acknowledging her underestimation of his determination, she felt the surge of her own holy energy erupt as she pursued Sean's retreating figure. Fully aware that she was too late to intervene and thus sought Patey's assistance, Guzzle, too, had not foreseen that the situation he had believed to be firmly under control would spiral into chaos in an instant. The gust generated by Sean's charge rendered him breathless. Instinctively, he glanced toward a corner of the room, where all was still. Death seemed to descend suddenly. An extraordinary sensation enveloped him, as Guzzle envisioned his own body, bloodied and mangled. In that moment, he felt an odd sense of liberation intertwined with his fear. Guzzle bore two entirely distinct memories and beliefs, and in that instant, it felt as though his two lives converged, the friends he had made in both flashing through his mind. Yet, at this critical juncture, a faint sting blossomed upon his cheek. Chapter 52. The Sacred Flame. Bang! In an instant, the old noble felt a blur before his eyes as Sean, in his reckless charge, was pinned to the ground by a towering figure. As Sean's head struck the floor, the sturdy surface yielded beneath him, creating a vast crater. The tremor nearly unseated Guzzle, forcing him to step back. Once the old noble steadied himself and regained focus, he found Patey had timely interposed himself, thwarting Sean's assault. "Be careful." At that moment, Hanina, who had been charging in from a distance, could not halt her momentum. Patey's mood soured, his gaze icy as an aura of tangible holy energy enveloped him. Clang! Hanina's sword, imbued with holy power, met Patey's protective barrier with a resounding clang, sending vibrations through her arm and forcing her to stagger backward from the recoil. Patey, however, paid no heed to Hanina. His eyes were fixed intently upon the corner of the wall behind Guzzle. Although it appeared unoccupied, Patey's holy energy sensed the presence of an individual concealed behind it. Someone whose very essence caused his holy energy to quiver. This was the crux of Patey's mission to thwart Sean. Cough. Cough. Sean lay on the ground, violently coughing, though he was not severely injured. The blood he expelled was merely a consequence of Zimter's earlier blow, but the instant Patey intervened, he had shielded Sean's head with his own holy energy. Sean turned his head, locking eyes with Patey, silently uttering a few words that Patey's heart jolted. Sean had said, "Kill me." A rare smile graced Sean's face as he gazed at Patey, as if to convey, "Now you should trust my words." Cough. 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 A more intense coughing erupted nearby as Zimter, enduring the pain, rose from the ground. "Get me some healing and bring that damned fellow to me." Zimter's visage was ablaze with barely contained fury. "Are you ordering me?" Patey's holy energy surged, doubling in intensity, his tone becoming decidedly unfriendly. Guzzle and Malak, standing closest to Patey, felt an invisible force emanating from him, compelling them to retreat several paces. Immediately, the distant figures of Hanina and Zemet felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. A pressure so intense that it caused Zemet to swallow back the words on the tip of his tongue, gazing at Patey with a look of astonishment at that moment, beneath Patey's feet. A divine power began to envelop Sean's body, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, the tangible holy force surrounding Patey transformed into golden flames. Holy flames! Hanina gasped in disbelief, while Zemet stepped back in fear. The holy flames, known as one of the legendary techniques of the paladin, possessed the terrifying ability to incinerate all. Most horrifyingly, those engulfed by the flames feel no pain. Instead, they experience a comforting sensation as if wrapped in holy power, leading many to perish without even realizing it. Once a common technique among early paladins, it has become increasingly elusive in modern times, as the purity of holy power has waned over 3 centuries of human development. Though paladins have gained prominence, many powerful techniques are now beyond their grasp. The Church concluded that this was due to the impurity of their holy power. However, Patey's understanding of holy power diverged from others, as he had expressed to Guzier. He simply placed his unwavering trust in the divine force, which in turn bestowed upon him the strength he deserved. Yet, this trust, while seemingly simple to articulate, proved exceedingly difficult to actualize. The very nature of intelligent beings lies in their capacity for independent thought, making it profoundly challenging to unconditionally trust anything or anyone, especially for the affluent and indulgent noble knights. In the fleeting moment of collective bewilderment, the holy power that filled the room suddenly vanished. However, Sean, who lay on the ground, had disappeared, along with the surrounding bloodstains. Were it not for the grotesque deep pit in the floor, the onlookers might have doubted whether Sean had ever been subdued by Patey. "Is this the power of the holy flames?" Hanina murmured. "Did you kill him?" Guzier furrowed his brow. "Why not?" Patey's faintly crimson eyes shifted to fixate on him. "Sean attempted to assassinate the highest-ranking officer of the Guard Bureau. As an officer present, I had the right to execute him on the spot." Malak chuckled as he stepped between them. "Holy flames!" Zemet regarded Patey with a serious expression before reclining on the remaining sofa in the room. While Hanina approached to heal his wounds with holy power. In truth, the holy flames serve not only as a technique of the paladin, but are primarily used for the cremation of fallen comrades. As paladins believe that their comrades, once dissolved in the holy flames, will merge into the divine power, eternally guarding them. "Why did Sean do this?" inquired Nozel, the vice president of the court, who had remained silent during the altercation. His tone bordering on interrogation as he addressed Guzier. "He is a pawn of Bernie. After his scheme was exposed, he intended to orchestrate my assassination following this meeting, but Quix discovered his plan in advance," Guzier explained. "Is that so?" Nozel clearly struggled to accept this. He should have had every means to escape. "If your allegations of embezzlement are valid, I imagine with his current wealth, he could live in seclusion for the rest of his life without worry. Yet, what I see is a warrior unafraid of death. It is difficult for me to reconcile him with those greedy and corrupt officials." Guzier smiled faintly. "But, esteemed Vice President Nozel, this is the undeniable truth, an immutable fact." Nozel's expression darkened. "Shall the meeting continue?" Zemet interjected, his injuries having been somewhat treated. "There should be no need," Sir Malak replied. "The case concerning Teal Town should be nearing its conclusion." "Correct, Baron Hanina?" Hanina responded softly, "Indeed, only the final touches remain." "And what of the case involving Baron Gordonal?" Malak inquired, directing his gaze toward Patey. The culprit has been identified and is already under surveillance by our officers. My new deputy submitted the report to headquarters this morning that if you believe it is time to act, you may proceed as you see fit. Patey spoke with a hint of irritation, his mood not particularly favorable. The culprit he alluded to was, of course, the low-ranking military officer. Moreover, the imposter posing as Collier had not faced the anticipated attack, and he had even implicated that low-ranking officer, indicating that this was a strategy prepared in advance by Collier. Guzier regarded Patey for a couple of seconds. In that case, instruct your deputy to hand the entire case over to the Special Case Investigation Unit. Patey raised an eyebrow, casting a cool glance at Malik. I just granted them leave. If you require it, you may retrieve it from the archives at the Southern Security Office. I shall do so, Malik replied with a smile. Chapter 53. Sentencing on May 3 RD, within the execution grounds of the Guard Bureau headquarters of the Locke Empire. Today, nearly everyone in the capital, aside from the patrolling officers on duty, had been summoned here. For the day prior, they had received an imperative order from Director Guzier to attend the sentencing of former Director Burney at the headquarters execution grounds. In early May, the capital was gripped by oppressive heat. Even at 9 in the morning, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, causing the guards to sweat profusely, yet they dared not move an inch. The location of the sentencing had been decreed by His Majesty the Emperor, a decision that had faced protests from many senior judges in the court, even prompting the cabinet to convene a special meeting. Ultimately, however, the sentencing was still to take place here. The officials of the empire were once again witness to the stubbornness of the current emperor. This also implied that upon the declaration of Burney's crimes, he would likely face immediate execution, with a significant probability of being hanged, for Burney's offenses had, after clandestine plotting by a group, escalated from embezzlement to the grave accusation of assassinating a high-ranking official of the empire. Following the high-level meeting at the Guard Bureau on the 27th of last month, Burney was transferred to the court that very night. Burney's temporary supporters, the senior judges, had initially intended to delay the case until they could find reasons and evidence to acquit him. However, this maneuver was swiftly met with accountability from His Majesty the Emperor and summons from the cabinet. Even within the court, there were lower and mid-level officials eager for a prompt trial of the case. It was only at this juncture that those self-proclaimed human elites among the senior judges began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Ultimately, Burney's embezzlement case was scheduled for trial on the morning of the 29th. And that very afternoon, the cases of Marquis Fitt and former highest-ranking military officer of the Empire, Marquis Eden, were also set to be heard consecutively on the morning of the 30th, with a plethora of evidence and witnesses surfacing. Under the orchestration of certain individuals, Burney's case was merged with that of the Marquis Fitt, leading to a retrial on the afternoon of May 1 SD. During the final hearing, His Majesty dispatched his Chief Guard Baron Kemp as a special envoy to attend. On the morning of May 1 SD, less than an hour into the court session, confronted with an array of evidence and witnesses, Burney publicly confessed to all the accusations pursued by the Guard Bureau, including his involvement in the conspiracy to assassinate Baron Gordonel. Also confessing alongside him were Marquis Fitt and Marquis Eden, who were being tried in the same courtroom. This hearing lasted the entirety of the day, an occurrence rarely seen since the establishment of the Empire's court, the last being 2 centuries prior during the trial of the High Command of the Holy Radiant Legion. Everything reached a conclusion on the evening of May 1st. The month-long case of the assassination of the Deputy Minister of the Military was resolved. As for the flaws within the case, no one cared to address them. Regarding the imprisonment and trial of Marquis Fitt, Marquis Eden, and Burney, the nobility lamented, yet their thoughts were more focused on the losses they would incur following the downfall of Marquis Fitt's commercial empire. The officials of the military secretly reveled in the outcome, as 2 positions of the highest military official had suddenly opened up, one of whom was even a cabinet member. As for Burney, the iron-fisted investigator of the Guard Bureau, the nobles celebrated his imprisonment. For many among them had, to varying degrees, transgressed the empire's laws, meaning that numerous individuals had faced punishment at his hands at the execution platform. Burney, clad in prison garb, had his hands and feet bound tightly with specialized leather cords, the skin engraved with arrays suppressing his power, shimmering with a faint azure glow under the sun. Despite this, the fully armed guards behind him remained tense, vigilant against any potential mishap. 950. Just moments before Burney was to be sentenced, Patey appeared in formal guard commander's attire beside the execution platform, standing quietly in the sunlight alongside the ordinary guards. His presence attracted considerable attention. For aside from Guzier, most of the high-ranking officials of the Guard Bureau had evaded attendance under various pretexts. Guzier on the platform sent his new assistant to invite Patey up, but Patey resolutely declined. In response to Patey's refusal, Guzier showed no anger. Instead, he graciously nodded and smiled at Patey. Patey, thoroughly weary of Guzier's bureaucratic demeanor, could only respond in kind. The court dispatched a newly appointed young judge. As those of higher standing steered clear of this sentencing task, the young judge appeared visibly nervous, his voice quaking as he delivered the verdict. In light of the aforementioned evidence, and in accordance with the provisions of the Imperial Constitution, as well as the decree of His Majesty the Emperor, I hereby sentence Bernie to execution by hanging, to be carried out immediately, with his family exiled to the borders. The young judge, trembling with trepidation, completed his reading of the verdict and raised the judgment document and the Emperor's decree high, signaling the guards at the execution ground to take note. He deliberately pointed to the court seal and the Emperor's signature. To affirm the legitimacy and authority of the ruling, the guards gazed impassively, and apart from the sound of breathing, the atmosphere was suffused with an eerie silence among the hundreds present. Next came the execution of Bernie. Gusser intended to carry it out himself, standing with a rigid posture in his official uniform before the bound Bernie. He inquired from his elevated position, "Do you have any final words?" Bernie, in a state of despondency, slightly lifted his drooping eyelids upon hearing Gusser's question, but the blinding light compelled him to lower them once more. Patey observed Bernie's eyes. The once vibrant gaze had long since faded, revealing instead the sorrowful eyes of an elderly man in his twilight years. "The goddess will protect me, while you shall descend into hell," Bernie finally whispered, his voice nearly inaudible. As he spoke, a nearby guard, under Gusser's direction, slipped a noose around his neck. Gusser, upon hearing his words, smiled faintly. "May your final words come to fruition." With that, he accepted a small axe handed to him by a guard. Crack! The axe severed the rope tied to the wooden post. Clatter! The wooden stake beneath Bernie was dislodged, and his body was instantly suspended. In that moment of death's arrival, a flicker of crimson returned to his eyes, yet this was merely the instinctual struggle of the body against its impending demise. Patey sighed inwardly, preparing to leave, unwilling to witness further. "Sir Patey," Gusser's assistant hurriedly called after him. "The celebratory banquet this evening, the director hopes you will attend." The banquet he referred to was, of course, to commemorate the resolution of this case. Patey glanced at Gusser atop the platform and replied coolly, "I shall complete the handover procedures this afternoon. Soon, I shall no longer be an agent of the guard. Thus, that banquet belongs to you, not to me." His refusal was unequivocal. Chapter 54. The outsider Patey regarded this celebratory banquet as nothing short of a mockery, and he had no intention of attending. "What a pity," the assistant replied with a smile, fully aware that this invitation was merely a token gesture of courtesy from Gusser, as expected from his noble standing. Indeed, Patey would soon resign from the guard service, just yesterday afternoon. His father had urged him to relinquish his position. Revealing that it was the Emperor's desire, Patey had initially considered refusing but instinctively acquiesced, as he found no grounds for objection. Furthermore, his appointment to the guard had always been a temporary measure. In a flash, the tensions among the guard's higher-ups seemed to erupt, catching Patey off guard. He felt like a mere spectator, an outsider within the very realm he inhabited. Even a child with a modicum of understanding could discern that Bernie had been wronged. Yet, everyone, including Patey's father, seemed indifferent to the case itself. They were solely concerned with the outcome and the implications of the case on their own interests. This case profoundly affected Patey, as he realized he was no longer a sheltered child, but would henceforth face many such predicaments alone, needing to pierce through the fog to uncover the truth and discern right from wrong. On the platform, after confirming Bernie's death, Gusser commenced his speech. Listening to his address made Patey more reluctant to remain in that place. He quietly merged into the crowd, hastening to depart with his attendant, Rain. Upon exiting the headquarters of the guard, Patey turned back, earnestly inquiring, "How is Coriel's arrangement progressing?" "He expressed a desire to follow you." Rain shrugged. "A commendable notion." Patey paused, not overly surprised. "Tell him I shall consider it." After a moment, he added, "It seems you and he have conversed well. One could say, he is quite the conversationalist." "My lord," Rain replied, suddenly recalling something, "by the way. A woman named Martha wishes to see you. Her subordinate has already located the apartment." Patey was taken aback. then remembered the guard service's external line he had nearly forgotten on the same afternoon that Bernie was sentenced. Within the private court of Emperor Leopold, an important guest arrived, his wife's brother, the protector of the Field Duchy, one of the 6 dukes of the Rock Empire, Eric Jean. Eric possessed a mane of silver hair. A testament to his noble lineage, the Jean family was known for their strikingly handsome features, or perhaps one might say beautiful. Legend has it that the nobility of the Field Duchy are a branch of the elven race, a group spurned by the forces of nature, unable to attain the eternal life characteristic of traditional elves, their lifespans resembling that of humans 300 years prior, during a great war. This group chose to separate from the then most powerful elven kingdom on the continent, aligning themselves with humanity and becoming a principal force in the war against the elves. Their valor in combat surpassed human expectations, and soon they earned the trust of Dane Defy, who entrusted them with significant responsibilities. After the war, the troops led by this group voluntarily stationed permanently outside the Nayland Forest, confronting and battling their former kin. Consequently, at the suggestion of Prime Minister Patvade, Dane Defy bestowed the vast lands beyond the Nayland Forest to the leader of this group at the time, Horace Jean, the ancestor of the Jean family. Over time, that land evolved into what is now known as the Field Duchy. Within the emperor's private parlor, a maid cautiously served fine wine and pastries to the hosts. Leopold and his wife, Empress Dipere, sat together, while Duke Eric quietly occupied a lower position beside them. The trio appeared to engage in pleasant conversation, with the emperor occasionally erupting into hearty laughter, to which Duke Eric would nod in agreement. "I regret the matter of Marquis Fit, but he must die," Emperor Leopold abruptly stated, fixing his gaze on Duke Eric, envious of his handsome visage. "Your Majesty, the reasons for Marquis Fit's actions stem fundamentally from your indulgence." Before Eric could respond, Empress Dipere interjected, clearly disapproving of her brother, yet still hesitant regarding Fit's execution, for he was, after all, her sibling. Her smile vanished, and she coolly remarked, "He could have lived out his life quietly as a commoner. It was you who pushed him step by step into this predicament. I did not instruct him to embezzle military funds. That amounts to several million gold coins." Although Leopold was addressing his wife, his eyes remained fixed on Duke Eric. The Empress retorted with sarcasm, "You are more aware than I of where those funds went, and thus, this is the fundamental reason why Fit must die." "Oh, come now, the Jean family has profited handsomely as well," the Emperor bluntly pointed out. It seemed this couple frequently engaged in such disputes, as the head maid had discreetly dismissed all other servants during their quarrel. Retreating carefully to the doorway, "Your Majesty, the Jean family's dealings with Fit are merely the most basic commercial exchanges." Duke Eric could no longer remain silent. Before Fit's arrival, the military had established habits of procuring repeat crossbows from the Field Duchy, heavy armor from the Kalen Duchy, war horses from Clou and Twack cities, and longbows from the Kron Duchy, with each family earning a portion of the fees, a perfectly normal transaction. But what of the equipment? The Emperor's fury began to surface. "Your Majesty, we have not received military orders for quite some time. The autonomous territories are nearly alike. Fit deceived you, and you." Eric's words trailed off, yet his meaning was abundantly clear. For 5 years, the Emperor had lived extravagantly, utilizing the substantial wealth provided by Fit. This was no secret. Fit is no longer a member of the Jean family. Since I expelled him from the territory, his life and death bear no relation to me, Eric stated in an icy tone, not appearing to lie, for the Jean family's intrinsic coldness was more renowned than Emperor Leopold's tabloid scandals. Upon hearing this, Leopold's eyes flickered with a fleeting chill, yet he nonchalantly chuckled, his stern demeanor dissipating as he reclined languidly on the sofa. "However, the Empire's nobility will not view it in such a light. Fit's veins still run with the blood of the Jean family, and moreover, many nobles from the Field Duchy are implicated in his case. Daily, the guard service and the courts are inundated with requests for investigations piling up on the Prime Minister's desk, while those obstinate guards even threaten to forcibly question related parties." Chapter 55. The Barbarian. The Emperor spoke these words with apparent languor, yet his dark eyes were filled with the image of Eric. "Oh, is that so?" Eric smiled slightly. The members of the Jean family always moved with such grace. He lifted the red wine prepared for him and declared, "A toast to our poor Prime Minister." Leopold was taken aback, then chuckled along, though his laughter bore a hint of coldness. "By the way, who is our Prime Minister? It wouldn't he still be that coward Nick, would it?" Eric remarked casually. "Coward? Ha." The Emperor suddenly erupted into laughter, his mirth causing the wine in several goblets to quiver slightly. The coward you speak of fought valiantly beneath the walls of Fort Coulomb for 10 days and nights, to the point where his right arm, wielding a weapon, became numb. And you, at that time, were, Your Majesty, Duke Eric was merely jesting. He served alongside Duke Nick in the Imperial First Legion back in the day and often exchanged such banter. Queen Depere interjected, fully aware that the Emperor still harbored unresolved feelings about the Jean family's hesitant stance 13 years ago. It was a splendid siege, and I apologize for my earlier words, Duke Eric said, raising his glass in a gesture of contrition. Save your apologies for Nick. Lord Labert waved his hand dismissively. What I mean is, before convening the Duke's Council, it would be prudent for you to meet with Nick. Indeed. That is precisely what I was thinking, Duke Eric replied, setting down his goblet after a sip of red wine. Lord Labert was pleased with Eric's demeanor, as the latter outwardly displayed a measure of respect. The trio then appeared to forget their earlier unpleasant conversation regarding Fit and began discussing the standoff between the Feld territory and the Elven Kingdom of Nalen, with the Queen occasionally interjecting to chat with Eric about the beauty of their homeland. As evening approached, Prince Cinda, having completed his nightly training, was arranged by the Emperor to meet with his uncle. Duke Eric remained at Lion's Fortress until after dinner before taking his leave. No sooner had he departed than the steward Bailey requested an audience. What is it? The Emperor, clearly fatigued, inquired. A military report from Fort Coulomb indicates that 30,000 barbarians have gathered, and the numbers continue to rise. Sir Yale, the fort's commander, has sent 3 consecutive pleas for assistance, Bailey replied. A look of concern etched across his face. Oh, the Emperor felt a jolt of alarm. The drowsiness that had begun to creep and evaporating instantly. Blast it, I just forgot to inquire with Eric about when that batch of crossbows will arrive at Fort Coulomb. Your Majesty, those crossbows will not save Fort Coulomb. We must dispatch Sir Patey to Fort Coulomb as soon as possible. Only then can Duke Jinne potentially send reinforcements with the utmost urgency, Bailey articulated. Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile played across the Emperor's face as he reveled in the cunning plan he had devised. The corruption scandal within the imperial military had rendered the Emperor unable to muster sufficient forces to reinforce Fort Coulomb, as the Treasury had informed him that the Empire's finances could not quickly organize a fully formed contingent. Thus, the Emperor conceived of utilizing Patey, convinced that once Patey took office at Fort Coulomb, Duke Jinne of Tevik, being Patey's uncle, would certainly provide as much assistance as possible, and even Duke Clu would not forget the direct kin of their family, the Reagans. However, it is also possible that Duke Jinne might completely disregard the situation, Bailey added. The Emperor laughed heartily. The friendship forged over 3 centuries ago between the Barlett family of Tevik and the Reagan family of Clu, established during the wars against the barbarians, is not easily dismissed. Even if Duke Jinne is reluctant to assist, he will have no choice but to do so. And furthermore, the Emperor smiled mysteriously. Do you suppose Sir Patey is a fool? Bailey knew the crux of the matter all too well. In truth, he yearned to suggest to the Emperor that he withdraw the garrison from Fort Coulomb, allowing the people of Tevik to confront the barbarians on their OW. In recent years, many had advocated returning the land to the Barlett family. Yet Labert's stubbornness was well known, for beneath the wild snow mountains lay a vein of amethyst. Amethyst, a rare and highly sought-after mineral, was favored by nobles for adorning their attire or decor with a value ratio of 100 compared to gold. Most crucially, amethyst powder served as a natural spell-casting material and was indispensable for mages in drawing magical circles. This was the key reason the imperial family was intent on retaining control over Fort Coulomb. However, as the royal family increasingly found itself powerless in the war against the barbarians, many mining operations were forced to cease due to the barbarians' escalating activities, leading to a dire fiscal situation for the Empire regarding Fort Coulomb. Abandoning it had become the most prudent choice. The Barlett family had long desired to regain control over this region, a source of torment for them for nearly a century. Thus, whenever Fort Coulomb faced barbarian assaults, the Barlett family's support was always woefully inadequate. They even hoped for the fort's defeat, allowing them to take over the stronghold openly. Once they occupied Fort Coulomb, the Barlett family would hardly care for any royal sanction. The Emperor, observing Bailey's hesitance to speak, discerned the implication of his silence. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Your concerns are not without merit. Very well. Is not Duke Jinne's youngest son undergoing paladin training at the Holy Radiance Cathedral? Let him accompany Sir Patey to Fort Coulomb. Bailey hesitated, wishing to caution the Emperor that such a move was far too conspicuous. After a moment's thought, he rephrased, Sir Andy's training is not yet complete. Given the temperament of those at the cathedral, it may be difficult to secure his release. They will acquiesce, the emperor replied with a confident smile. A thick skin was a fundamental requirement for any emperor. Fort Cologne, a massive fortress built by the human empire at the base of the northernmost wild snow mountains, existed to defend against the incursions of the barbarian hordes from the northern rugged mountains and to safeguard the nearby royal amethyst mining operations. The barbarians, known as the Rock Empire, once referred to themselves as the Kingdom of Dogage, calling their leader the King of Kings. In truth, they bore many similarities to humans, save for their relatively primitive civilization. 3 centuries ago, they inhabited the northeastern highland plains of the Elon continent, which now encompasses parts of Tevic and Klid territories. However, as the human empire expanded, the living space of these self-proclaimed nomads dwindled. The Rock Empire sent envoys 5 times, demanding their surrender and subjugation to the rule of the Daindiff family, yet only a small fraction of the Dogage people acquiesced or became inevitable. And the Dogage kingdom suffered devastating defeats in nearly every conflict against the overwhelming might of the Rock Empire, ultimately being driven to the far north of the continent, into the wild snow mountains, from which they could never escape, signaling the kingdom's demise that a century after that war, the Dogage, now trapped in the rugged mountains, caught the attention of the Orc tribes, who began supplying them with weapons and assisting in military training. 2 centuries ago, a well-equipped army of 30,000 surged from the wild snow mountains, wreaking havoc in the northern regions of Tevic and even threatening the rear base of Fort Clan. This army claimed to be the Kingdom of Baru, established by the Highland survivors, vowing to reclaim their ancestors' lands. Unfortunately, their offensive was swiftly countered and repelled by the human forces. Fort Cologne was constructed by the royal family under the pretext of safeguarding the empire, forcibly reclaiming much of Tevic's fiefdom. At that time, the Barlett family's territory had just suffered from warfare against the barbarians, leaving them unable to attend to that land. Moreover, the Barlett family was embroiled in internal strife, as their duke had fallen in battle, and the heir designated by the duke was accused of being a bastard. Although such accusations may seem absurd in retrospect, enough people were willing to believe them for it to matter. The royal family, capitalizing on this, discreetly supported the youngest son of the Barlett family, with the condition of acquiring the land containing the amethyst vein. Ultimately, the royal family's objectives were achieved. Another noteworthy aspect is that 3 centuries ago, a segment of the Dogage who chose to join the Rock Empire and settled in the northwestern territory of Borum Castle in Tevic suffered near total slaughter when the barbarian army of 30,000 invaded the Rock Empire. From that point on, this group ceased to identify as Dogage, declaring their intent to avenge their kin with the blood of all barbarian tribes. Former kin became sworn enemies in the wake of that massacre. Currently, nearly 90% of the soldiers in Fort Cologne are those vengeful former Dogage. And now, a new war looms on the horizon. Chapter 56. The situation surrounding Fort Cologne has grown tense as barbarian forces continue to amass in the wild snow mountains, with scouts ceaselessly entering and exiting the fortress, gathering intelligence. Sir Yale, the commander of the fort, has been patrolling the fortress walls day and night since the 25th of last month. This battle is of utmost significance for him. Now over 40 years of age, as it may well be the last of his military career, having served at Fort Cologne for 10 years, he is due to return to the imperial capital soon, where he could secure a respectable position within the military and begin to enjoy the latter half of his life. The nature of that position would depend on his family status and the merits he had earned. Though his family is a traditional noble lineage with roots tracing back to the nomadic era 300 years ago, they possess little more than the pride of their noble blood and a hereditary title of knight, along with a modest estate outside Hadestown. Thus, Sir Yale places tremendous importance on the impending conflict. Since receiving news from scouts last month, he has been on high alert, and his temper has soured, causing the soldiers within the fortress to instinctively avoid him whenever he is spotted. Sir Alfred, the knight and adjutant to Sir Yale, hailing from humble beginnings, had served at the fortress of Colin for over 2 decades. Only 2 years prior had he attained the title of Imperial Knight, thus considered a half-nobled AT this moment. The knight, who had just crossed the threshold of his 40s, displayed an unmistakable sense of urgency upon his countenance. Since Sir Yale had retreated to his chamber 2 days ago, utterly fatigued, he had not reappeared before the soldiers, although Sir Yale was known to sequester himself for several days of rest in the wake of exhaustion, especially in such dismal weather, where basking by the hearth was indeed a most delightful reprieve. This was a critical juncture, an ever-growing pile of military reports amassed upon the desk of the fortress commander, many of which surpassed the capacity of Alfred to manage. Furthermore, he felt compelled to remind his superior that should the military situation be delayed as a result, the repercussions he faced would be no less severe than those of his commander. Yet, he hesitated to knock on Sir Yale's door alone. Fully aware that the knight's temper was currently less than amiable, he had no desire to risk his own knighthood over such a trivial matter. Thus, he gathered 2 of the 5 captains from his battalion and sought the counsel of the fortress's mage captain, Raven, and the chief of staff, Sir Ike, inviting them to accompany him to Sir Yale's chamber. Knock! Knock! The sound of the knocking escalated from a gentle tap to a forceful pound. Alfred could swear he had not felt such anxiety in a long time. The patience he had honed over 20 years of military service was crucial to his knighthood. Yet now it seemed to have slipped away from him. With his gloved hand encased in chain mail, he struck the wooden door of Sir Yale's chamber with fervor. "Let us simply burst through," suggested Sir Ike, his breath misting in the frigid air, a touch of impatience lacing his tone. The weather in Colin was far from the mild climes of the imperial capital. Alfred had contemplated such an action, yet understood it was not his place to propose it. Thus, when Sir Ike made the suggestion, he immediately turned to gauge the opinions of the others. "Agreed," nodded Captain Raven. However, the 2 captains present averted their gazes, evidently reluctant to voice any opinion on the matter, even in agreement. Bang! Crash! Alfred's forceful collision sent the wooden door crashing open. Bolstered by the support of his companions, he felt justified in his actions. As the door swung ajar, a chilling draft rushed forth. The hearth had long since extinguished, the room lay in a dim gloom, and Raven hastily ignited a torch at the entrance. Crackle! The sound of the torch igniting was jarringly loud in the silence, and an unsettling premonition began to creep into the hearts of the group as they hastened towards the edge of the bed. They moved swiftly, one of the captains inadvertently colliding with the stool in the corner. Upon the bed, Sir Yale's pallid visage revealed the grim truth that he was lifeless. His form had frozen into a solid pillar of ice. The onlookers stared, their expressions shifting dramatically, rendered speechless by the shocking revelation. Though they had speculated on this very outcome, even wishing for his swift descent into hell, the sight of the fortress commander truly deceased instilled a deep-seated anxiety and fear within them. "Quickly, seal the information. Dispatch a blood eagle to the capital," commanded the chief of staff, his countenance as pale as that of the deceased Sir Yale. "Send out double the scouts to gather intelligence on the barbarians." "How did Commander Yale meet his end?" inquired Alfred of Mage Captain Raven, his concern palpable. After all, the silent demise of the fortress commander was a matter of great significance. "It remains unclear for the moment. However, the body exhibits no signs of injury or poisoning," Raven replied, employing magic to conduct a careful examination. "Allow me 2 hours. After speaking, he turned to Sir Ike, the highest-ranking officer present. Ike wasted no time in responding. "We must act swiftly. We are at a critical juncture." "Understood. Let me reiterate. Until we receive verified information from the capital, the circumstances surrounding Commander Yale's death must remain undisclosed to anyone outside our circle." Ike's cold gaze swept across all present as a warning. "The soldiers have not seen their commander for 2 consecutive days. It is unlikely we can conceal this for long." One of the captains spoke cautiously. "We shall conceal it, even if it proves difficult." Ike's eyes narrowed. Meanwhile, in the capital, as dusk approached, Patey returned to the Prime Minister's residence with a young boy, his new squire. Earlier that afternoon, prior to completing the handover at the guard office, Patey had met with Marcia at their prearranged location. The woman had no leads to offer. The guard named Moja knew nothing. Patey felt no disappointment. After all, any clues at this point would be futile. Especially with the watchful eyes of the guard office lingering over them, it was nearly impossible to overturn a case they had just solidified. His meeting with the woman was merely a matter of initial promise. Nothing more. However, when Marcia requested to be released from the guard office, Patey instinctively almost acquiesced, but the words caught in his throat that he suddenly considered that retaining her in her current position might be a prudent choice. Patey could sense the unutterable rage and helplessness within Marcia when she was denied. Perhaps, in that fleeting moment, she contemplated rebellion, yet ultimately, after a quiet curse, she chose acceptance. Nevertheless, Patey did not intend to simply keep her. He aimed to have her and her gang serve his interests. "Thus," he added, "I am still in need of a squire, and I believe your son would be suitable." Perhaps he could serve as my apprentice squire. A spontaneous, experimental notion, a seemingly charitable offer of a squire's position. Although this was merely a rough idea from Patty, Marcia, however, perceived it as a treasure. Despite her control over a gang, her humble origins constrained her prospects for advancement, transitioning to a legitimate merchant. Absurd, at best. She would merely be a high-ranking laborer serving the nobility, and no matter how extensive her holdings, she remained a fat sheep, one that could be hunted at any moment. Her decision to leave the capital in this circle stemmed from a fear of the future. She was astute enough to recognize that she was merely a dog kept by the guard office. A dog that could be discarded at will. She cared little for herself, but her child was another matter. The second son of the empire's prime minister and a direct descendant of the Reagan family. Patty was destined to become the lord of vast lands. If her son could become Patty's squire, it would open the door to the possibility of becoming a noble knight. Marcia was eager to seize this opportunity. Yet the thought of her son potentially following Patty into battle filled her with trepidation. She desired nothing more than for her son to live a peaceful life, yet she also yearned for him to one day become a true knight. Perhaps even a noble one. Her mind raced with countless considerations, though outwardly she maintained a demeanor of trepidation. Initially taken aback, she soon responded with surprise, then humbly inquired, "Are you serious, my lord?" "Oh, forgive me. I'm not questioning you. I merely wish to confirm, this is truly an astonishing piece of news. Please give it some thought. I expect your answer by 6 this evening." Patty, however, had no interest in further idle chatter with this woman and departed after delivering his message. Marcia remained momentarily stunned, lost in thought until her subordinate found her. By then, 2 hours had passed. She instinctively glanced at the time, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Patty was engaged in the handover process with several agents dispatched from the guard office, a straightforward procedure that involved the tedious transfer of numerous documents. It was not until nearly 7 in the evening that Patty exited his office at the southern precinct. Rain, who had completed his handover earlier, awaited him outside. From this moment onward, Patty was no longer an agent of the guard office. As he stepped through the gates of the southern precinct, a boy named Eden appeared before him. This was Marcia's son, a robust and healthy lad, his eyes reflecting a mix of uncertainty and fear about the future. Along with a childlike excitement and curiosity, Patty had no intention of speaking directly with Eden. He left all interactions to Rain, as he was eager to return home, seeking rest to forget the tumultuous events of the past days. It had been far too long since he had returned home this early. As the hired carriage rolled towards the Prime Minister's residence, the evening glow cast a nostalgic light upon the familiar facade, a sight reminiscent of his nightly returns during his training as a paladin. The most delighted of all at Patty's early arrival was Phyllis. Upon learning of his return, she abandoned her magical experiments and rushed to the hall, eagerly recounting her amusing experiences with her magical trials. Patty, more than willing to listen, found himself enchanted by her tales. Unbeknownst to him, this routine of sharing stories upon his return had become a cherished ritual. He would recount the amusing incidents from his paladin training, while Phyllis would share the joys of her magical research. Patty could perceive the solitude of his younger sister, who spent nearly the entire day in her room immersed in the study of magic, rarely finding peers to engage with. Meanwhile, their father was preoccupied with the affairs of the empire. Patty was diligently learning the intricacies of court etiquette, and their mother along with brother remained in the Kulu territory managing estate matters. It was a rare occasion for dinner to be shared with both sisters at the table, during which Patty delighted in discussing the opinions of noble young ladies regarding Patty, even hinting that some of her friends held affection for him. However, such conversations were invariably interrupted by Phyllis's mischievous antics. After the meal, they naturally transitioned to tea time, indulging in fine black tea and pastries. "Hey, Patty brother, I heard you solved the case of Baron Gordonel?" Phyllis inquired, holding a piece of sliced melon as she sat beside Patty on the sofa, while Patty sat across from them sipping her tea, and the servants had discreetly excused themselves. Upon hearing Phyllis's question, Patty paused momentarily, her curiosity piqued as she looked at Patty, clearly interested in the topic. "Is that what everyone is saying?" Patty replied, taken aback. Patty smiled lightly. "The folks from Lion Castle say so." Prince Cinda seemed a bit unconvinced, claiming it was merely luck on your part. "Indeed, it was luck," Patty said with a wry smile, uncertain how to explain the matter. Suddenly, Patty seemed to recall something. She set down her teacup and, gazing earnestly at Patty, said, "However, I heard from Prince Cinda that you might be sidelined from the guard." Is that true? Phyllis scoffed at her sister. What does he know? Patty chuckled, ruffling Phyllis's hair. I've already resigned from the guard, starting tomorrow. I shall no longer need to rise early for work there. Really? Phyllis blinked in surprise, while Panny nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. That is splendid news. Phyllis exclaimed with unrestrained joy, bouncing on the sofa. However, she hesitated and turned to her brother. A hint of awkwardness on her face as she said, this means I can see you every day. I understand. Patty replied with a nonchalant smile. Phyllis, with her large eyes fixed seriously on Patty, seemed to feel he needed comfort. She straightened her back, mimicking their father, and patted her brother's shoulder, declaring, The guard loses out by letting you go. Patty couldn't help but laugh at Phyllis's earnestness, playfully pinching her chubby cheek, which prompted Panny to join in the laughter. You are all here. Duke Nick suddenly appeared at the door of the tea room, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he gazed at his 3 children. It seems I have interrupted your gathering. Of course not. Father, would you care to join us? Panny rose gracefully to curtsy. Duke Nick chuckled lightly. While I would love to partake, my time is limited, and I must borrow your brother for a moment. What a pity. Panny's expression darkened, while Phyllis pouted, clearly displeased. Chapter 58. Seated across from Duke Nick in the study sofa, Patty faced his father. Have you completed the handover of your duties at the guard? The Duke inquired. Yes. Starting tomorrow, I will no longer need to report to the guard, Patty replied in a neutral tone. This time, the headquarters responded rather swiftly. Huh. The Duke laughed heartily. You seem somewhat dissatisfied with the Bernie case. Patty paused. I hold no dissatisfaction. Merely a few thoughts. Do you believe Bernie has been wrong? Duke Nick's expression turned serious. I, however, do not share that view. I believe it stems from his own weakness or rigidity. Weakness? Patty questioned, perplexed, for while Bernie was indeed rigid, he was by no means weak. What I refer to as weakness has a different connotation. Duke Nick's tone slowed as he scrutinized Patty for a few seconds before continuing. Let me put it this way. If I were Bernie, I would have acted much sooner than Jessel instead of adopting a defensive stance that I am confident that, with Bernie's strength in the guard, it would have been quite easy for him to force Jessel out. Even if it meant offending the royal family, he lacks the decisive and resolute courage. Thus, from this perspective, Bernie is too weak, and that is the crux of his failure. He may be an outstanding agent, but the position of chief of the surveillance department is evidently not suited for him. But, Patty, the Duke interrupted his attempt to speak. Sometimes, victory or defeat hinges on a fleeting moment. If you possess the strength to deliver a fatal blow to your adversary, do not hesitate, for that is your enemy. To forfeit the chance to vanquish an enemy is a foolish course of action, and Bernie serves as a prime example. Patty stared blankly at his father. Having always believed Bernie to be unjustly treated, yet he had never contemplated the matter from the perspective his father presented in Duke Nick's worldview. There was no notion of right or wrong, only victory or defeat. He cared little for the case itself, nor would anyone else. That he was imparting to Patty the survival principles of nobility. The Duke fixed his gaze on his silent son and said, You will inevitably face such dilemmas in the future. I hope you can make the right choices. I understand, Patty murmured softly. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. The Duke composed himself. The spies you oversee in the surveillance department remain quite valuable. Your absence from the guard will only enhance your leverage. Of course, you must also bestow upon them certain benefits. How you navigate this is entirely up to you. Understood. Now, let us discuss your new appointment. A new appointment? The Duke's face bore a peculiar smile. Indeed. It has been personally arranged by His Majesty the Emperor. You are to be appointed as Deputy Commander of the Coron Fortress Command. Oh, Patty was taken aback. The Deputy Commander position was the second in command at Coron Fortress. The position has been vacant for nearly 5 years. Do you know why His Majesty has chosen you? Duke Nick asked. War. A war with the barbarians. Patty's expression changed, as he had anticipated stepping onto the battlefield, but not so soon. Precisely. The Duke nodded. The royal family can no longer bear the burden of this war. Aside from the 1st Legion's 2 corps, the remaining 4 legions are practically non-existent. As for the Paladin Legion, if we were to mobilize the Paladin Legion for a conflict of this magnitude, the Empire would be in dire straits. Thus, the royal family seeks to leverage the strength of the Barrett and Reagan families. Patty's mind raced. Will Uncle G&A agree? He will, if he desires to reclaim the land of Coron Fortress. Duke Nick's smile broadened. Patty was astonished. Does His Majesty intend to use this war to rid himself of the burden that is Coron Fortress? Duke Nick shook his head. I cannot speak to His Majesty's thoughts. But I am aware of GNA's intentions. Shortly after your appointment, Sir Yelu will receive orders from the military to report, and thereafter, Coron Fortress will be under your command. So how to proceed is your decision. But Patty felt a tinge of insecurity. Have confidence, my child. No matter the choices you make, no one can harm you, for you are a member of the Reagan family. Duke Nick spoke with a calm yet authoritative tone. Yes, Father. This war may last a long time. Duke Nick suddenly lowered his voice. Remember, you must not allow the barbarian forces to invade the Kron territory from the flank of Coron Fortress. For I have received word that the orcs will simultaneously attack Anchor Fortress. If the barbarians disrupt the rear of Kron territory, I need not elaborate on the consequences. I will do my utmost, Father. In his father's presence, Patty refrained from uttering empty slogans. Good. Duke Nick smiled. Go and spend time with your two sisters. Your appointment documents will be issued tomorrow. And you may need to depart the day after. That quickly. Warfare is no trivial matter. Perhaps while we converse here, a minor conflict has already erupted at Coron Fortress. Duke Nick returned to his desk, signaling the discussion had concluded. Patty exited the study, and Phyllis, as usual, awaited him in the corridor outside. Is the tea party still ongoing? She asked. Of course. Patty approached and ruffled her hair. Happy moments always pass swiftly. Patty and his two sisters had yet to implement their plans for an outing when the military appointment arrived. On the morning of May 4th, His Majesty the Emperor directly ordered the military to draft the appointment documents, designating Patty as the Deputy Commander of Coron Fortress Command, with orders for him to arrive at Coron Fortress by the 15th of this month. 10 days to journey thousands of miles to Coron Fortress. It was feasible, but it would mean galloping on horseback nearly every day. And just as Patty's appointment was finalized, the orc tribes on the western continent had begun their advance. At the Ankler Mountains, the northernmost range of the continent, overlooking the vast Loden Mountains that stretch across the land, lies the narrow passage known as Black Mountain Pass. As May approached, the northern weather gradually warmed, and the snow at the foot of the Ankler Mountains began to melt. This period was favored by the orc tribes, for they no longer needed to endure the cold, confined within their foul-smelling tents. In the extreme north of the Aeolian continent, at the only point of connection between the western and eastern continents, near Black Mountain Pass, battles between organized orc reconnaissance squads and human forward outposts occur almost daily. This heralds the imminent arrival of a large-scale war. Chapter 59, ANS. Zora. Though the orc tribes of the western continent occupy nearly half of its territory, the land is exceedingly barren, predominantly comprised of deserts and arid wastelands. Their living conditions are harsh, allowing for only the raising of a few cattle and sheep, and the cultivation of a solitary crop known as sand beans, while suffering from a dire lack of salt and sugar. 3 centuries ago, when the orcs were driven to the western continent by humans, they nearly faced extinction due to the inhospitable environment. The orcs who survived not only inherited the valor and fearlessness of their ancestors, but also gained unimaginable resilience. Eventually, the orcs discovered an abundance of mineral resources in the western continent, particularly strategically valuable iron ore and other rare veins, even including rich deposits of precious metals. Word of this reached the goblin merchants, who swiftly established a trade agreement for ores with the orc tribes, desperate for aid at that time. Unbeknownst to the orcs, these clever goblins signed long-term trade agreements with humans for the high-quality ores, which humans then traded with the dwarves of the Lodenshan Mountains for a plethora of weapons and equipment. In fact, nearly half of these weapons and supplies made their way back to the orc tribes via goblin intermediaries. Initially, the goblins intended to trade directly with the dwarves, but ancient grievances led the dwarves to expel the goblins from their territories, and the taxes imposed by human towns along the route further deterred the goblin traders. When the orcs learned that nearly half of their exported ores had fallen into human hands, they temporarily halted trade with the goblins. However, they could not maintain this stance for long, as the aridity of the western continent compelled them to accept the goblins' trade. Moreover, the orcs had long lost the knowledge of their forging techniques in the chaos of war. Even with the ores, they could not craft decent tools or equipment. The rich mineral resources allowed the orcs to recuperate, and with an indomitable spirit, they passed down their legacy through generations, leading to the robust and prosperous tribes of today. As their circumstances began to stabilize, the orc tribes began to dream of returning to the lands of their ancestors, thus launching large-scale incursions against the Loke Empire at regular intervals. Yet, each attempt ended in failure. Nonetheless, the orcs did not lose hope. They firmly believed that one day they would reclaim all that was rightfully theirs. Now, having glimpsed the dawn of victory against the decaying human empire, they prepare for the most significant war in 300 years. On the morning of May 4th, as the sun slowly ascended to the peak of the Angkluo Mountains, dispelling the darkness that enveloped the continent, a colossal military camp stretching 20 miles revealed itself from the shrouding mist. Following a joint conference of several clans held mid-last month, warriors from the orc tribes gathered here. After 2 weeks, the assembled orc warriors exceeded 30,000. Today, this force would serve as the vanguard, launching an assault on the human defenses at Black Mountain Pass, clearing the path for the main army that would follow. Buzz! Buzz! As sunlight bathed the land, the resounding call of horns echoed throughout the central camp, followed closely by the horns of every barracks sounding in succession, the immense noise reverberating as if to shake the very Angkluo Mountains. The once relatively quiet camp erupted into a cacophony, with centurions in each barrack brandishing their whips and shouting, "Quick! Thoroughly inspect your weapons, helmets, shields. Any oversight could cost you your life." The orc warriors exhibited commendable discipline. Even the new recruits executed their commander's orders with precision, for their forebears had instilled military commands and rudimentary drills in them long before enlistment. Minutes later, the horns fell silent, and the camp returned to tranquility. All soldiers had formed ranks, gazing quietly at the hillside where a massive battle standard fluttered in the warm spring breeze. This was the battle flag of Chief Shurkan, adorned with 3 colossal battle axes and a silver tree. Shurkan gazed back at them, surveying the seemingly endless army within the sprawling encampment. In that moment, the scene, the formidable presence of over 30,000 orc warriors and the boundless ambition of their youthful chief, radiated a force that could rival the majestic Angkluo Mountains, their heavy breaths quickening the melting of the snow atop the peaks. "Let us depart. The warriors are eager," declared Shurkan's silver axe to the standard-bearer beside him. The standard-bearer merely nodded coldly in response before waving the flag in his hand. Simultaneously, Chief Shurkan, escorted by his guards, stepped out of his quarters, proceeding slowly along the main thoroughfare of the camp. As his procession passed through the various barracks, the assembled soldiers joined the ranks under the guidance of their respective centurions. The army set forth, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Meanwhile, the human scouts who had long observed the orc encampment changed their expressions upon detecting this movement. They swiftly mounted their steeds and galloped towards Anku Fortress. The current commander of Anku Fortress is Count Ans Zora, whose father is the younger brother of the venerable Duke Borga. Count Ans inherited the command of the fortress from his father, and together they have defended it for over 50 years. Following the birth of his son, Ans was reassigned to the fortress. Remaining there for 3 decades, he vowed he would not allow his son to endure the same fate. Thus, he sent his son to study magic at the Derek Mage Tower, forbidding him from ever setting foot in the clan territories again. While Count Ans's actions may seem selfish, none dared to reprimand him. This situation traces back to a war that occurred 11 years ago. 11 years ago, shortly after Emperor Leobot ascended to the throne, the orcs sought to exploit the weakened state of the Lok Empire, which had just endured a civil war, by launching a large-scale invasion. However, before the orc offensive could commence, it was swiftly quashed, forewarned by intelligence. Count Ans seized the opportunity to lead his fortress troops in a proactive strike during the orc forces assembly. He commanded a legion of 15,000. Decisively defeating the orc tribe's gathered forces of 50,000 at the foot of the Angkluo Mountains. Subsequently, he even led his troops deep into the territory of the Two-Headed Clan, pushing as far as the outskirts of their capital, Laknovich. Had it not been for a lack of follow-up supplies, the Two-Headed Clan might have vanished from history. However, Count Ans did not become a hero of the Lok Empire. His command of this campaign went unrecognized by the Empire, and some in the cabinet accused him of pursuing personal glory at the expense of the Empire's safety. At that time, to launch an offensive against the orc encampment at the foot of the Angkluo Mountains. Count Ans had diverted nearly 90% of Anka Fortress's forces. Thus, what could have been a resounding victory turned into a moment of accountability when the military sent envoys to question his decisions. However, these envoys were ultimately intercepted by the elderly Duke Borga, who dispatched them back to the imperial military. This incident struck Count Ans profoundly, sapping his ambition, transforming him into a commander devoid of spirit, executing orders with the precision of a textbook. Chapter 60. 11 years passed in the blink of an eye, transforming the once ambitious imperial general into a figure of mediocrity. During this time, aside from the silent sighs of Duke Borga, many others lurked in the shadows, reveling in Count Ans's misfortunes. For when someone accomplishes what others cannot, They often receive not praise, but jealousy. Everyone harbors jealousy, yet most conceal it. Jealousy can drive one to commit unexpected acts, even if deep down they recognize the immorality of such choices. Count Ans found himself ensnared in the envious gazes of military officials. Of course, had it been during wartime, Count Ans might have been hailed as a hero. However, in times of peace, heroes are often unnecessary. Since that war, the orc tribes have scarcely organized any large-scale military campaigns over the past 11 years, leading to a lack of vigilance within the empire regarding the impending orc invasion. Even Count Ans initially dismissed the orc army's assembly. After all, in previous years, as the snow at the foot of Ankluo melted, orcs would gather small forces to launch attacks on the defenses surrounding Anka Fortress, targeting human outposts near Black Mountain Pass. However, 5 days ago, his intelligence officer informed him that, based on troop movements among the orc tribes, this time the orc forces would exceed 100,000. With over 30,000 already assembled and numbers still rising. Upon hearing this news, Count Ans instinctively thought it a jest, but his intelligence officer, with a serious expression, insisted, "This is no laughing matter, my lord. You must take this intelligence seriously. Where would the orcs find such a vast army?" Count Ans inquired. "There are people united in arms." "My lord," replied the intelligence officer. "Furthermore, the northern tribes of the orcs have completed their unification. You should understand what that signifies." Although Count Ans expressed lingering doubts, he nonetheless ordered the fortifications surrounding the stronghold to be reinforced, while simultaneously contracting his forces and relinquishing control over certain insignificant territories. He dispatched scouts at 5 times their usual number to gather intelligence on the orc encampment at the foot of Ankler Mountain. When the scouts returned with report after report drenched in blood, the Count, now in his 50s, was thoroughly convinced that this time, the orcs were preparing for a decisive battle. Upon receiving the military intelligence, the Duke of Bog, residing in Kron City, immediately summoned his family knights and vassals to urgently reinforce Anka Fortress. In fact, the Duke even ignored an invitation from His Majesty the Emperor to attend to this pressing matter. On the afternoon of May 4th, the Duke, personally stationed at Anka Fortress, received a military report from the frontline scouts. The Orc Vanguard, comprising 2 legions of 30,000 troops, had already set off and was marching directly towards the fortress. Upon receiving this intelligence, the Duke swiftly convened the senior commanders within the fortress, for sometimes subordinates could offer valuable insights. Soon, the commanders of the fortress legions arrived under the leadership of Count Ans, while the Duke's vassals and noble knights lagged behind. In the conference hall of the fortress command, numerous generals took their seats under the Duke's watchful gaze. Although the room was filled, it lacked the anticipated clamor. After all, military meetings were devoid of the endless formalities characteristic of banquets, and even familiar commanders merely nodded at one another. "How many soldiers have we gathered thus far?" the Duke inquired, gently rubbing his wrinkled forehead to stave off drowsiness. "Fewer than 10,000, responded the Grand Lord Bondar of the Montella region. It is the farming season, and the serfs are doing everything they can to evade conscription. Moreover, our military supplies can only equip this many troops. Even the orcs can muster an army of 30,000 in such a short time. Are you suggesting that the Kron territory is inferior to those wretched creatures in the desert?" The Duke's tone was calm, yet his dissatisfaction was palpable. "My lord, the orc soldiers require but an axe to contend with our fully armored warriors," explained Viscount Casey Phil of the Shasta region. "Furthermore, the orcs have been stockpiling their military supplies." The Duke shot a cold glance at Viscount Casey Phil as a warning. He detested those who sought to justify their incompetence, and he loathed Casey Phil's attempts to display his knowledge before him. Count Bondar, who had fought alongside the Duke for many years, was well aware of his temperament. He was not intimidated by the Duke's apparent anger. The others sat upright. He spoke. "My lord, with an additional legion from the fortress, we possess 25,000 battle-hardened veterans. With Anka Fortress's defensive measures, these soldiers are fully capable of repelling the orc horde of 100,000. However, the Duke remained noncommittal. Scanning the assembly. "Let us adhere to protocol and first request aid from the imperial capital. I hope the 5 great legions of the empire have not been thoroughly devoured by those cursed vermin. We have sent no fewer than 10 requests for assistance to the imperial capital, yet none have elicited a reply," said the Duke's chief aide and magical advisor. Viscount Krelans. It is evident that the empire's focus is not on the orcs at present. They are preoccupied with internal strife, Count Bondar interjected coldly. "Yet our soldiers bleed and sacrifice themselves for that pack of wretched politicians. It is our duty, Count," the Duke sighed. "Our ancestors once swore an oath." "Of course, I have never forgotten," Count Bondar shrugged. I merely express my frustration. Let us seek aid from the Karen territory. If we can secure their heavy infantry, combined with our archers, and defend from Anka Fortress. Even if 200,000 orcs come, they shall find no way back. This was Count Ennis's proposal, which the Duke found quite agreeable. However, many commanders remained silent, as the relationship between the royal family and the Cliff family of Karen was currently fraught with tension. Would the royal family feel at ease with the finest troops of the two duchies assembled together? Krellins the Duke called for his chief aide. I am here, my lord. You shall go. The Duke fixed his gaze upon him. You will personally request reinforcements from the Karen territory. Although I may be overly cautious, I have an unsettling feeling that this orc assault is unlike any other. I shall depart immediately. Krellins promptly rose to his feet. The assembly was taken aback, watching him as he departed. The Duke, with eyes barely able to remain open, gazed after Krellins until the Viscount disappeared down the corridor outside the hall. That he then murmured, "Very well, even if reinforcements from Karen were to arrive, it would be a month hence. Let us first discuss how to confront the impending orc army." This was indeed the principal reason for the Duke's convocation of the commanders. As the commander of the fortress, Count Ans was the first to receive the Duke's directive. Chapter 61. Farewell. In the imperial capital of Suk City, while Anka Fortress was preparing for the impending war, Patey received an appointment from the military department, designating him as the deputy commander of the Colin Fortress Command, with strict orders to arrive there by May 15th, with a journey of several thousand miles ahead. Patey had a mere 10 days to prepare. The military department wished for him to set off immediately and to travel without rest. Although the time for preparation was exceedingly brief, these matters required no direct involvement from him. He even instructed Rain not to concern himself with such tasks. He told Rain, "Spend all the money you have saved over the years within a single day." After hearing this, Rain nodded and departed, and that day, Patey never saw him again. Time spent in bliss often passes swiftly, especially when one desires to savor it a little longer. The day after Patey received the military department's orders, on May 5th, the weather in the imperial capital was splendid, with clear skies, albeit somewhat warm. Everything had been prepared. Servants, under Duke Nick's direction, awakened Patey, who had only just fallen asleep late the previous night. Today marked his departure from the imperial capital, from the place where he had lived for 13 years. This was Patey's first venture into the world, and he was heading off to partake in a war with an uncertain outcome. To claim he was not nervous would be a lie. Though he had yet to reach the point of fear. In fact, within Patey's heart, there lingered a tinge of anticipation, for having been raised under the indoctrination of noble education, like many others, he longed to achieve military glory on the battlefield and earn renown for posterity. He had never witnessed real warfare, and was unaware of its true nature. He could only imagine. Most young men from noble families like Patey, war represented a shortcut to honor. However, for those from commoner backgrounds, it was often a reluctant choice. Of course, there were also commoners with dreams, who aspired to amass wealth in the chaos of war or to achieve military merit that would elevate them from their humble origins. As the son of the imperial prime minister and a direct descendant of the Reagan family of Clo territory, Patey's status was illustrious. In this world where bloodlines held sway, his position as deputy commander of the Colin Fortress Command was more than adequate. Yet, he was still quite inexperienced. Although he had been instructed on how to lead soldiers and conduct warfare during his 6 years of knightly training, practical application was an entirely different matter. Thus, Duke Nick personally selected a strategist for Patey, who had previously served as a tactical advisor in the Empire as First Legion, named Hades, a serious middle-aged man. His records indicated that this man had participated in the War of Ascension 13 years prior. Having fought against the barbarians at Colin Fortress for over 5 years as a member of the First Legion, this was the rationale behind Duke Nick's choice of Hades as Patey's advisor. And the Duke had assured Patey that Hades was trustworthy. Patey understood well what his father meant by trust, and he silently noted it in his mind. Accompanying Patey for his farewell were his 2 sisters, Duke Nick. Though he wished to be present, could not attend. The mornings in the imperial capital were always bustling, especially at the city gates during peak hours of ingress and egress. Patey's 2 sisters accompanied him to the outer city, where the guards assigned by Duke Nick surrounded them with an air of vigilance, preventing anyone from drawing near. This caused significant congestion at the city gates, although the city defense soldiers dared not rush Patey and his companions due to their status. Their dissatisfaction was evident on their faces. Patey gazed into the reluctant eyes of his 2 sisters, feeling a similar pang of sorrow within himself. Yet, the moment of parting was inevitable. Alas, Patey sighed inwardly, aware that it might be over a decade or even 20 years before he would see his sisters again, why then? Would their innocent sibling bond still remain? Perhaps Penny would have become an empress or even the queen of the empire, focusing all her attention on her children. With Patty merely a hazy figure in her memories that as for Phyllis, with her introverted and reclusive nature, she might have blossomed into an outstanding sorceress. Yet would she still remember her brother Patty? "My lord, it is time to embark. You have only 10 days to make the journey." Patty stood nearby, urging not only others but also himself, for his loved ones were among those bidding farewell. This scene was one the veteran had encountered countless times before, yet, rather than becoming accustomed to it, this familiar sight deepened his discomfort. Thus, he chose to evade the painful parting. "All right," Patty responded softly to Hades, instinctively reaching out to ruffle Felice's hair once more. "Keep striving. You will become an extraordinary magician." After speaking, he turned his gaze to Penny. "Please engage Felice in conversation. She needs to interact more with others." "I will," Penny nodded, grasping her sister's hand as they looked towards their departing brother. "Once I become a magician, I will definitely apply to assist you at Colin Fortress, Brother Patty," Felice suddenly declared loudly. Patty was taken aback, then smiled as he replied, "Is that so? I look forward to that day, sir." Hades continued to urge him. Patty turned his head, where Hades had already led his mount to the side. Patty gazed at him and the companions behind him. There was the Squire Ryan, the apprentice Squire Eden, and the recently accompanied magician Kale. Whether it was the young Eden or the seasoned Kale, both displayed a sense of confusion about the future in their eyes, particularly Eden, who seemed somewhat frightened, anxiously staring at the endless road beyond the city gates. Patty had already spotted his mother in the crowd, the woman named Marcia, but she showed no intention of approaching to bid farewell to her son. Sigh. Patty sighed again, looking at his two sisters. "I must depart." His tone was somewhat somber. He had intended to say something more, but upon uttering those 4 words, he felt unable to articulate anything further. Huff. He exhaled deeply and swiftly mounted his horse. "I'm leaving," Patty shouted back at Penny and Felice from atop his steed. "Giddy up." With that, he spurred his horse, dashing away. Hades and the others promptly mounted their steeds, following closely behind Patty. Amidst the swirling dust, the faint murmurs of passing citizens cursing could be heard, yet Patty did not glance back. By the time Felice regained her senses, her brother had already vanished at the end of the road. She wanted to chase after him, but found her arm firmly grasped by someone. Turning to see Penny shaking her head slowly. Chapter 62. As Patty departed the imperial capital, a majestic blood eagle soared through the azure sky towards the city, heading directly for the imperial military headquarters. Since the assassination of Baron Gordon Ael, the deputy minister, and the subsequent exile of the Grand Marshal, Marquis Eden, due to massive military embezzlement, various office heads and idle noble soldiers had become increasingly active. The title of Minister of Military Affairs was sufficient to abandon the so-called noble etiquette, as that was indeed a seat in the cabinet. While the various commanders busied themselves vying for cabinet positions, a blood eagle landed quietly at the military intelligence department. Upon seeing the intelligence, the on-duty officer intended to report it immediately to Lion Castle and the cabinet. However, the news soon reached the ears of the military's senior officers, and they all clamored to be the ones to deliver the report. For this was the best opportunity to get close to the emperor and the prime minister, and they had been trying every possible way to create such an opportunity in recent days. Now, it lay right before their eyes. Thus, the intelligence, which should have reached the prime minister's office and Lion Castle at the earliest possible moment, was delayed for several hours. Eventually, one of the on-duty officers at the intelligence department could no longer bear to watch the procrastination and covertly arranged for an outer scout to deliver the report to the cabinet in the name of the intelligence department director. Soon, the intelligence was transferred from the cabinet to the emperor, who had just awakened from his afternoon nap.by then. The military's various commanders were still embroiled in arguments over who should deliver the report. "I have a foreboding feeling," the emperor remarked to Bailey, the steward of Lion Castle, as he held the report regarding Sir Yale's death. "The Tuac territory has already assembled 10,000 elite cavalry. The situation is not yet dire. Even if Colin Fortress falls, I believe the Barrett family can effectively withstand the barbarian onslaught," Bailey replied. "I am concerned about the orc tribes on the western continent. It is said that these wretched orcs have mobilized all their warriors to confront us." Robert's brow furrowed slightly. Bailey was taken aback. "Are you worried about them flanking clan territory?" "It is a sound strategy, is it not?" Robot continued. "If the orcs indeed launch a full-scale assault on Anka Fortress, given clan territory strength, they must deploy forces from across their domain for defense. At that point, their rear could. The emperor did not finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Can our first legion still engage in battle?" "Of course." But Bailey hesitated. "But due to insufficient armaments?" Rabat continued. "Indeed." Bailey nodded. "You need not worry too much. We still possess an entire Holy Knight Legion and the Magician Corps from the Derrick Mage Tower. Come now." "Bailey, I am more aware of the current state of the Holy Knight Legion than you. The entire Legion's numbers have dwindled to less than 2,000, the Emperor sighed. As for the Magician Corps, they are so aged they can barely walk. They might manage to defend a city, but to be dispatched to Anka Fortress, I fear they would perish en route, even if there are only 2,000 Holy Knights. Their charge can shatter any army on the continent," Bailey asserted confidently. "Moreover, many magicians of the Empire, upon learning of the Orcs' impending large-scale assault on Anka Fortress, have volunteered to go there." "Oh." The Emperor raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Bailey as he asked, "Was it you who disseminated the news?" "How could it be? They have their own channels." Bailey humbly lowered his head. "Heh." The Emperor chuckled softly, then focused on the intelligence in his hands. "Has Sir Patey set off?" "According to the military's reports, they should have departed this morning. Perhaps they have already left the city," Bailey replied, having anticipated the Emperor's thoughts. "Draft 2 appointments for the military. First, appoint Sir Patey as the Supreme Commander of Colin Fortress. Second, appoint Sir Andy as the Deputy Commander of Colin Fortress." The Emperor set down the note in his hand. "Have Sir Andy accompany the military officials. Ensure he catches up with Sir Patey. Also, inform those at the church that this is an order." "Yes." Bailey bowed and exited. The Emperor gazed at Bailey's slowly retreating figure, observing the now empty hall, murmuring to himself, "Orcs, barbarians, the Six Dukes, this is quite troublesome." At Colin Fortress, 2 days prior, just 3 hours after Yell's death was discovered by Alfred and the others, the captain of the magicians, Raven, determined the cause of Sir Yell's demise. He had succumbed to exhaustion resulting in shock and perished from freezing due to lack of assistance. This revelation left the officers within the fortress exchanging glances in disbelief. Just as they were deliberating how to report this matter, scouts suddenly returned with intelligence. Barbarian forces from the Wild Mountains had already mobilized, and their vanguard would arrive at the fortress within a day at the latest. This was undoubtedly a dire piece of news, compounding their troubles. Everyone instinctively turned to Chief of Staff Ike, who was now the highest authority at the fortress. Although the commanders were skeptical about Ike's ability to lead them out of this predicament, since he had spent his time at Colin Fortress either warming himself in his small room or hunting in the northwestern woodlands with a retinue, many soldiers were unaware that such a chief of staff even existed at the command center. However, astute individuals recognized that this situation was not a result of Ike's incompetence. Rather, it stemmed from his wisdom. After all, the highest authority at Colin Fortress was Sir Yale, and as a chief of staff brought in from elsewhere, his position was quite awkward. Yet, the clever Ike had managed to navigate this awkwardness with his low-key style of operation. Ike was momentarily taken aback as he felt the gaze of the others upon him. Unable to respond right away in previous meetings, it was always Sir Yale who prompted him to speak, and he would mostly agree. He had never considered the possibility of making decisions himself. "Commander," Sir Alfred frowned at Ike's demeanor, prompting him to respond. Ike quickly lowered his head to think, concealing his earlier embarrassment. A few seconds later, he raised his head again, casually surveying the room's occupants. Ike was no fool. He had received a good education since childhood and never missed a day in his nightly studies. And he had served as chief of staff at Colin Fortress for nearly 6 years. Thus, he was well aware of how to engage in battle with the barbarians. How many troops does the barbarian vanguard consist of? And what is their current location? While everyone had been preoccupied discussing Sir Yale's funeral, Ike had not paid attention to the scouts' report. 5,000, currently positioned north of the fortress, near the icy lake at the foot of Hammock Snow Mountain. Sir Alfred gazed intently at Ike, hoping he would take the upcoming battle seriously, as it concerned the lives of an entire battalion of soldiers. Chapter 63 Ike. The primary objective of the barbarian vanguard is to eliminate several of our forward outposts to clear the way for their subsequent main forces, said Commander Budd of the 1st Battalion of the fortress. Therefore, I recommend we consolidate our defenses and abandon the forward outposts to minimize unnecessary casualties. Upon hearing this, Yak cast a serious glance at Bude, then nodded in apparent agreement. Subsequently, he strolled to the military map hanging on the wall at the front of the hall. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, they asked the chief of staff for the fortress. Yak was already intimately familiar with this map, and he quickly located the current position of the barbarian forces. He turned back to look at the others, and apart from Captain Raven, the mages instinctively bowed slightly. In the past, when Yak gazed at this map, he would merely propose some inconsequential tactical concepts after Sir Yale had devised the operational plan, mostly to align with Sir Yale's strategy. But now, everything was at his discretion. This sensation of control was exhilarating. This was the delight that power brought. Yet, alongside this authority came an invisible pressure, urging Yak to contemplate each issue with utmost caution. How many troops had the barbarians gathered this time? Yak gently tapped his forehead to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. When Sir Yale was still present, Yak had scarcely paid attention to intelligence in this regard. At least 30,000, if not more. Knight Alfred stepped forward to respond. Are there truly that many barbarians? Was it not said that the tribes in the wild mountains were on the verge of extinction? Yak's astonishment was genuine. People always crave good news, do they not? Captain Amond of the 5th Brigade candidly remarked, a hint of disdain evident on his face towards Yak's command. Commander, all of this is irrelevant now. We should swiftly inform the soldiers at the forward watchtower using the Blood Eagle, urging them to retreat to the fortress as quickly as possible to minimize unnecessary losses. Bude interjected once more. Retreat. Yak gazed at Bude. Did I ever mention retreat? My lord, I fear you may not fully grasp the situation. Bude endeavored to maintain his humility. Our forces at the watchtower number fewer than 1,000. Scattered across various locations, making it easy for the barbarians to pick us off one by one. Perhaps it is you who fails to comprehend the situation, Captain Bude. Yak interrupted. The barbarian vanguard consists of only 5,000 men, and they are hastily advancing through the frigid terrain. The main force is at least half a day's march behind them. This presents us with an opportunity. We have no need to retreat, and a proactive strike is our best course of action. This, Bude faltered, his eyes instinctively fixating on the military map beside him. Are you suggesting we ambush the barbarians at the inevitable passage? Captain Keller's eyes lit up. Indeed. It is an excellent strategy, but the military headquarters, Knight Alfred began but hesitated. You mean to say that the headquarters has ordered us to hold Colin Fortress and that we cannot engage without explicit orders? Yak smiled faintly. Oh, my dear knight, the headquarters is located thousands of miles away. What do you have to fear? My lord, do you not recall what happened with Count Anstey 11 years ago? Alfred whispered, his voice barely audible, yet resonating with the others in the room. Instinctively, they all lowered their heads into their high collars after Alfred's words fell. Yak was taken aback as he surveyed the crowd, mocking, look at you all, what thoughts occupy your minds upon hearing of the barbarian attack? Bude, Keller, Corfeud, Dogslit, Amond. He named each in turn, and the 5 brigade commanders straightened up involuntarily after being called out. Have you all forgotten the purpose of enlisting? Yak's voice grew louder. Look at you. Have you all lost the courage to face the barbarians head-on? As members of the Togata. Bude and the others' expressions darkened at Yak's words. Amond, ever forthright, immediately responded. My lord, our courage has never waned. The blood feud of our ancestors weighs heavily on our hearts. Please retract what you just said. Then who is it just now clamoring for a retreat? Yak smirked coldly. Our warriors are always ready to fight. Alfred's body shifted slightly, positioning himself between Yak and Amond. But there are some considerations we must take into account. The military's order is for us to hold Colin Fortress. Yak glared at Alfred, but how we defend it is our own matter. Besides, those officials at the headquarters are currently too occupied to concern themselves with our trivialities. They are engaged in far more pressing matters. Yak's face bore a sardonic expression. Then he turned serious as he addressed the crowd. Now, I am the commander of the fortress. Should the headquarters hold me accountable for this matter, I will bear the full responsibility. This, Knight Alfred was taken aback. In his decades of military service, he had never encountered a commander so willing to take responsibility upon himself. Very well, then let it be so. I shall prepare my men at once. The previously silent Captain Raven stepped forward to support Yak. Alfred immediately shifted his gaze to Raven, but the latter ignored him entirely, bowing to Yak before departing the hall. The 5 brigade commanders, being Togata, had joined Colin Fortress with the intent to combat the barbarians. Their earlier reactions were merely subconscious responses shaped by the years. If Yak could devise a better plan, they would naturally be willing to follow. Thus, after Raven departed, they all turned their gazes towards Yak, awaiting his orders. The 5 harbored a mix of anticipation and apprehension. They yearned for a direct confrontation with the barbarians, yet feared the risks entailed in a hasty assault. Everyone. Raven's stance elicited a surge of joy in Yak, prompting him to seize the moment, prepare your troops, and await my command. Yes. The 5 brigade commanders bowed their heads, exchanging glances before exiting the command hall in unison. Alfred intended to leave with them, but Yak called out as they turned, "Knight Alfred, stay behind." Alfred jolted, while the others stole a glance before quickening their pace. Soon, only Alfred and Yak remained in the room. "The funeral of Sir Yale shall be entrusted to you." Yak now bore a semblance of a commander, sketching notes on the map with a charcoal pencil. "But it must wait until after this operation." "Understood. I shall handle it." The deputy, having lost his superior, felt a distinct awkwardness. Alfred was acutely aware of the underlying significance, and he navigated the interaction with caution. "Where do you think we should ambush the barbarians most effectively?" Yak suddenly set down the charcoal pencil, straightened his posture, and regarded Alfred with a scrutinizing gaze. "At the Cania Pass." "The Cania Pass," Alfred instinctively repeated. "It is indeed a good location, but it is also the most challenging place to set an ambush. While the barbarians are savage, they are not foolish. They will undoubtedly send out numerous scouts to reconnoiter the flanking hills before traversing the Cania Pass. What if we had sufficient bait?" Yak smiled, moving to the fireplace to stoke the coals with an iron poker. Evidently, the low temperature within the room was beginning to discomfort him, and he sought a more vigorous flame. That is common knowledge in military operations. No one would lead a large force through a narrow pass without prior reconnaissance. Alfred shook his head. "It is currently 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and our marching speed. Even if we set out immediately, we would at most reach the vicinity of Lebec Forest before nightfall, and given the barbarians' speed, they would have already arrived at the Cania Pass by then. If I were their commander, I would certainly camp at the base of Cania Mountain. So, are you suggesting we set an ambush right beneath their noses at the Cania Pass?" "Why not?" The warmth from the fire began to flush Yak's cheeks. "I recall there is a watchtower near the Cania Pass." "Yes." His gaze flickered, and his voice lowered. "Use the Blood Eagle to notify all soldiers at the frontline watchtowers to assemble there, and then they will need a commander." At this point, Yak's gaze fell upon Alfred. "You go. Take your guards, and make haste. You should be able to reach the watchtower at Cania Pass within an hour." "What do you require of me?" Alfred inquired cautiously, recognizing this as an opportunity to prove himself to the new commander. "Using the watchtower as a framework, construct a small defensive fortress before the barbarians pass through the pass." Yak suddenly broke into a peculiar smile. "Let the barbarians understand our determination to guard the Cania Pass." Alfred's eyelids twitched violently. "My lord, the barbarians are not fools. We will likely engage in a melee at the Cania Pass, and you. That would be for the best." Yak replied, "All you need to do is hold them off, ideally extending the battle into the late night. Soon, I will be able to encircle the barbarians outside your combat zone." The knight's expression shifted. "You intend to use us as bait. An astute observation, is it not?" Yak fixed his gaze upon Alfred's eyes. "Indeed, a shrewd notion." Alfred mused internally, yet externally remained silent, as he had to weigh the feasibility and success rate of the plan. Yak showed no signs of urgency. Quietly awaiting by the fire, several minutes later, Alfred straightened and declared, "I shall set out immediately." With that, he turned towards the door. Halfway there, he looked back at Yak. "Commander, remember your promise." "I swear it by my family's name." Yak responded. Once Knight Alfred exited the fortress command post, he promptly led his 2 guards towards the watchtower at Cania Pass. The watchtower, once a modest checkpoint, served as a crucial stronghold on the front lines of the Cania fortress. In the event of a war with the barbarians, deploying 500 soldiers here would suffice to thwart tenfold the enemy forces lurking on the opposite side of the mountain pass. However, as the wars between the Empire and the barbarians consistently concluded in overwhelming victories for the Empire, this checkpoint became nearly superfluous to facilitate the extraction of the valuable purple gold mines located on the other side of the Cania Pass. The royal court ordered the dismantling of the checkpoint, yet the watchtower remained intact. When Alfred arrived at the Cania watchtower, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. The troops stationed nearby, having received orders in advance, had gathered here in numbers exceeding 800. Moreover, several additional units were en route and would arrive within half an hour at the latest. The temporary commander of the watchtower troops, Captain Peter, who also led the patrol team, informed Alfred that the vanguard of the barbarian forces had already appeared on the opposite side of the Cania Pass, and their scouts had even ventured close to the watchtower. "Are we retreating now, Commander?" Peter asked, gazing at the middle-aged man clad in knight's armor. The two had enlisted around the same time and had worked together in the same battalion for nearly 5 years. "Retreat? Absolutely not." Alfred shook his head resolutely. "We shall repel the barbarians right here." Peter was taken aback, convinced he must have misheard. "Commander, Did you just say we will repel the barbarians here? Is there a problem? We have only 1,000 men. Thus, we must re-establish a checkpoint. Peter furrowed his brow, observing the soldiers passing by, and lowered his voice to inquire, "Are you serious? Do I strike you as someone who jest?" Alfred retorted, "The main force of the barbarian vanguard will arrive within the hour at the latest. Do you truly believe we can construct a checkpoint capable of withstanding an assault from a barbarian legion in that time frame?" Peter's previously pale face flushed with frustration. "Is this yet another endeavor for your own advancement?" Upon hearing this, Alfred, as if provoked, grasped Peter's shoulder strap tightly and growled in a low voice, "This is an order from the command center. If you have any doubts, you may inquire after the battle." The biting cold wind whipped against the knight's face, exacerbating his already foul mood. He coldly stated, "It would be best for your men to commence action immediately. You just mentioned we have only 1 hour." He refrained from divulging specific battle plans. Such details were unnecessary. And for the average soldier, straightforward orders were far more effective than excessive explanations. "My apologies, Commander." Peter's voice was loud, his tone far from apologetic. "Organize a 100-man squad to search along both sides of the mountain within this hour. I do not wish to see any barbarian scouts within my sight." Alfred cast a glance at the 2 soldiers loyal to Peter who were drawing near, then released his grip and gently patted Peter's shoulder, whispering, "If you are unwilling to do this, I shall find another. I believe many would be eager for such an opportunity." Peter glared at Alfred. "You have become nearly unrecognizable. What is it? Now, for the sake of your knightly title, must you betray your own brothers?" "I have always been this way, Peter. I have not changed." Alfred fixed his gaze upon Peter's eyes. "Moreover, considering I am with you, do you truly believe I would betray you?" Peter laughed heartily. Then, as his men approached, he bowed slightly, saying, "You will soon have a checkpoint." With that, he swiftly turned and gestured to several soldiers entering, then departed in haste. Chapter 65. Myru in the northern wilderness mountains of the Elon continent. The sky darkened slightly faster than elsewhere. It was only 6 in the afternoon when the towering snow-capped peaks obscured the sun that had still been hanging high, casting warmth away from this land. At this hour, the Cania Pass was as dark as the depths of night. Yet, at this very moment, the countless bonfires lit by the soldiers of the Rock Empire illuminated the pass more brightly than during the day. As the torches carried by patrolling soldiers shone like moving street lamps, illuminating the dense forest on either side. Boom, boom, the long and continuous echoes reverberated through the pass, startling the snowbirds foraging in the cliffs and dense woods on both sides into flight. The highland snow wolves at the cliff's edge restlessly prowled about, baring their teeth and growling down at the Imperial soldiers' encampment. With each thunderous sound, one by one, the snow-laden fir trees, each large enough to be cradled in a person's arms, began to topple around the watchtower amidst the soldiers' exclamations, swiftly stripped of their branches and transported to the site of the former checkpoint's foundation. The commotion not only startled the local wildlife but also alarmed the vanguard forces of the barbarians on the opposite side of the pass, whose scouts relentlessly assaulted the patrol lines established by the Imperial soldiers along the perimeter of the pass. In the brief span of an hour, the barbarian scouts had clashed with the Imperial patrols nearly 10 times. The barbarians incurred around 20 casualties to successfully gather the intelligence they sought. Meanwhile, the main force of the barbarian vanguard had arrived in the vicinity of the Cania Pass, and the camps established by their forward troops were already ablaze with bonfires. From a high vantage point, 2 brightly lit camps could be seen from afar in the night. The entrance of the barbarian camp, as the main force arrived. The leader of the forward scouts reported the movements of the Imperial army at the Cania Pass to Commander Sandor. However, Sandor appeared decidedly unconcerned. "Commander Sandor, if the Southerners successfully construct a checkpoint at the Cania Pass, they will only require 500 men to withstand our forces." At that moment, a young barbarian clad in deer-hide clothing stepped through the thick snow, pushing aside Sandor's guards to approach the front of the group, his face etched with worry as he gazed at the distant Cania Pass. The young man's iron helmet was snug against a cap woven from the fur of snow mountain tigers, the white fur resembling the snow surrounding the camp, making him strikingly noticeable wherever he stood. "Prince Myru, you need not fret. The Southerners have already dismantled the checkpoint a decade ago to facilitate the mining of purple gold. My scouts witnessed merely a small watchtower there an hour and a half ago." Sandor responded confidently. "Yet, our scouts have also reported that the Southerners are in the process of constructing a checkpoint," Prince Myru cautioned. "Perhaps you should consult your Southern mentor about the time required to build a checkpoint." Sandor scrutinized Myru with an assessing gaze. while his entourage disdainfully spat at the feet of a middle-aged man dressed in a woolen coat, standing beside Myru. The middle-aged man remained unperturbed by their actions and respectfully remarked, "If resources and manpower are sufficient." Given the size of the Kania Pass, the fastest construction of a checkpoint would still take at least half a month. Sandor was displeased by the middle-aged man's weakness, letting out a dismissive snort. However, the man's respectful demeanor appeased him, and he ceased to press the issue. "So, Your Highness, the Southerners' encampment at the Kania Pass will soon be reduced to ruins." With that, he turned to a centurion beside him and commanded, "Emeka, take your men and dismantle the Southerners' watchtower at the Kania Pass within 2 hours." "Yes, my lord." Emeka grinned, the icicles clinging to his beard breaking apart as he smiled. Soon, the 5,000-strong vanguard was divided into 2 groups. The main force advanced toward the camp established by the forward troops, while a 1,000-strong contingent made directly for the Imperial soldiers' watchtower at the Kania Pass. Sandor did not spare a glance at the departing troops, as if in his eyes, they were sure to return with good news. He turned his gaze back to Myru. "So, Prince, now you can rest easy. Trust me, when you awaken, you will certainly hear good news." His words dripped with mockery, and the surrounding commanders erupted into unabashed laughter at his remarks. The social structure of the Baru kingdom resembled that of the Orc tribes, composed of numerous large and small clans. To ascend as their ruler, one must prove themselves. Although Myru bore the title of prince, the path to becoming the next king remained long and arduous. Thus, Sandor's current behavior was not entirely uncalled for. Myru's heart simmered with unexpressed anger, yet he did not reveal it, adopting a demeanor of humility befitting a younger man. He respectfully stated, "Commander, I believe we should take the battle at the Kania Pass seriously. Scouts have informed us that the Southerners have at least 1,000 soldiers stationed there." Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow of discontent crossed Sandor's face. As a veteran who had served in the army for over 20 years, he loathed being questioned, especially repeatedly, by a younger man. With growing impatience, he replied, "Trust me, Your Highness, once our 5,000 warriors arrive, the Southerners' 1,000-man unit will surely retreat, leaving behind nothing but a group of abandoned, unfortunate souls. The Southerners have always been this way. They never engage our forces head-on. Tactics can change at any moment." "Commander Sandor," Mylu spoke in a low voice, "perhaps this is a deliberate act by the Southerners, intended to make us complacent. Moreover, our forces will not be a match for the Imperial army in a decisive battle. Yet the Southerners have led us to mistakenly believe that our army is invincible. Our warriors are indeed invincible." Sando was deeply dissatisfied with Mylu's words. "Yes, but we must first conquer the armies of the Lok Empire." Mylu retorted, "Who told you that our forces are no match for the Southerners?" "Oh, I see, it was your so-called mentor, that despicable slave." Sando's eyes widened in fury as he reached out towards the throat of the middle-aged man beside Mylu. However, his hand was halted midway by a withered palm. "As dry as bone. You." Sando seethed with rage, but when he turned to face the person who had stopped him, he forcibly suppressed his anger, for it was his mentor, Copley, the chief of the totem warriors of the Baru kingdom. "Esteemed Prince Mylu, if you have any concerns, you may personally lead a 1,000-man squad to assist Emeka at the mountain pass," Copley said, releasing his grip on Sando's wrist and inquiring, "What do you think, Commander Sando?" Chapter 66. Copley's voice was soft, yet no one dared to interrupt him. In fact, many generals and soldiers instinctively muted their breathing. "I shall heed your counsel, Mentor," Sando said with a slight bow. For he could display his haughtiness to anyone, even to a king, but he could not afford to be disrespectful to his most esteemed mentor. "Prince Mylu?" Copley turned his gaze towards Mylu. Mylu looked at Copley in astonishment, not expecting this master to support him. He instinctively wanted to agree, as leading troops into battle had always been his dream. However, just as he was about to acquiesce to Copley's suggestion, he suddenly felt a gentle tap on the back of his armor. Turning to look, he found Sando's face, which bore a smile that was neither friendly nor hostile. His rising enthusiasm was immediately doused, and a chill ran up his spine. A cold wind swept through, causing Mylu to shiver involuntarily. He forcibly suppressed a twinge of anxiety and humbly replied, "Master, my father has said that I am not yet qualified to lead troops in battle." Copley's face, lined with wrinkles like the bark of a withered tree, twisted into a sinister smile that he first glanced at the middle-aged man beside Mylu, then softly remarked, "Captain Riley will assist you." Your Highness. He pointed with a dry finger at a brawny man donning a horned iron helmet who stood beside Sando. At that moment, Sando stepped forward, looking down at My Lu with a mocking smile. Take good care of our Prince My Lu, Captain Riley. His emphasis on take care was loud enough to elicit laughter from the nearby soldiers and officers. After saying this, he took another step, seemingly heading towards the camp, yet his shoulder collided with My Lu's. Bang. The sound of thick armor clashing reverberated. The momentum of the impact caused My Lu to stagger sideways. While Sando did not even glance at him, instead striding into the already prepared camp, flanked by his guards and officers. Hiss. The pain made My Lu inhale sharply, the cold air rushing into his lungs, sending a shiver through his entire being. Endure it, my prince, the middle-aged man beside My Lu whispered softly, grasping the prince's clenched wrist. I understand, Kobote. My Lu replied, his voice momentarily chilling. Your Highness, please forgive Sando's rudeness. Copley, who had been standing nearby, spoke after Sando and the other generals had entered the camp. Our Baru Kingdom's generals are all as arrogant as Sando. They even consider it a noble quality. To be honest, I am very concerned. I wish to teach them the humility and forbearance of the Southerners, but I have failed to do so. However, he glanced at Kobote. It seems that Kobote has achieved this. At least, I see a quality in your Highness that we, the Baru people, have never possessed. Master, you? My Lu's heart raced. I mean no offense, your Highness. You need not jump to conclusions, Copley replied with a slight bow. I shall take my leave now. With that, he limped away through the thick snow towards the camp. Soon, only My Lu and his southern mentor Kobote remained, along with Riley and his 1,000 soldiers. Your Highness, please follow my lead. Riley, a taciturn soldier, said as he trudged through the snow towards the Kania mountain pass. Time passed swiftly. An hour slipped by almost unnoticed. The Imperial soldiers at the watchtower of the Kania mountain pass, led by Peter, had established a reasonably adequate defense line around the watchtower and the nearby mountain pass. 1 hour to build a checkpoint. That was utterly unrealistic. Thus, Peter opted for a simpler defense line instead. Scouts reported 10 minutes ago that the main force of the barbarian vanguard had arrived, and a 1,000-man squad was charging directly towards them. Currently, the soldiers were resting under their commander's orders. This was a wise decision, for these soldiers had been toiling in the biting cold for an entire hour. The noisy camp momentarily fell silent. A few logistics troops busily transported supplies needed for battle through the various defensive zones, while the officers patrolled their assigned areas, occasionally stopping to encourage the soldiers who needed it. Dong, dong. Suddenly, a deep roll of war drums echoed through the ranks of the Imperial Army, reminding the soldiers that the barbarian forces were drawing near. Soon, the ground began to tremble slightly. Ooh-la-la-la. Alongside the earth's tremors came a peculiar, grating sound from within the dark mountain pass, as barbarian soldiers often like to emit such strange cries during battle. Whoosh. Suddenly, a sound like the slicing of air accompanied by the shrill cries of the barbarian warriors erupted, followed by a flash of fire and wisps of smoke rising in the dark, narrow mountain pass, only to plummet sharply moments later. Raise shields. The officers of the Imperial Army shouted, their voices rising in unison, their command flags waving with a PUPU sound. Almost simultaneously, as the Imperial Army prepared its defenses, a series of bright flames erupted in the dark, narrow Kania mountain pass, tracing beautiful arcs through the air, before cascading down upon the front line of the Imperial soldiers like a rain of arrows. These were the javelins hurled by the barbarians. However, despite their alarming appearance, these attacks posed little threat to the soldiers on the defense line, for most of these javelins were wooden. The barbarians had yet to indulge in such extravagance as to expend iron tips for probing attacks. Do not let your guard down. The officers shouted, their voices mingling with another round of projectiles being launched. Yet, the damage inflicted upon the Imperial soldiers remained minimal, with only a few unfortunate souls pierced in the knee. Nevertheless, this barrage effectively concealed the advance of the barbarian warriors. After 5 rounds of javelin throws, the barbarian soldiers had already surged to the forefront of the Imperial lines. At the watchtower at the rear of the Imperial lines, Alfred surveyed everything through his spyglass. Clearly observing the scene in the distance, he turned to Peter beside him and said, it appears the barbarians do not take us seriously at all. They have only sent a small portion of their troops, but their reinforcements will arrive in about 20 minutes. Peter reminded him, as you know, these barbarians can fight as soon as they pick up their weapons. Then let us conclude this battle before their reinforcements arrive. Alfred said sternly, moreover, in this narrow mountain pass, having more people does not necessarily confer an advantage. Chapter 67 Battle. What do you intend to do? A hint of concern flickered across Peter's brow. Let our troops advance as well. An equal number of charges will give our fully armed soldiers an advantage. Alfred's eyes remained cold. This is an opportunity. You do not wish to squander it. Do you? Peter hesitated. No commander wishes for his soldiers to engage in a deadly struggle with the enemy, yet often choices must be made. He met Alfred's indifferent gaze and swallowed the words of refusal. After exchanging glances with several of his subordinates, he said, As you wish, Commander, but I suggest placing the mages and archers on the flanks to cover the advancing troops. I have no objection. Alfred nodded. Gently rubbing his frostbitten lips with his thumb, Peter turned his head, scanning the darkness behind him where a group of figures stood, and shouted, Eli Gas. Commander! A robust middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. Have the first and second squads advance in unison to intercept the barbarian charge. Peter ordered with a serious expression, You will personally lead this charge. Yes. Commander! Eli Gas, a towering figure, responded to the command and swiftly grabbed a large shield reinforced with steel plates in one hand and a spear in the other before racing towards the front line. Orderlies! Exclamation point. Peter continued issuing commands. Have the mage squad and archers move to the flanks to cover the advance of the first and second squads, and also have the third squad push forward 50 meters to protect the mages and archers. Yes, Commander. The herald responded loudly, echoing Peter's commands. After the herald departed, Peter turned to the flag officer beside him and commanded, Inform the soldiers of their current duties. In less than a minute, the orders of Alfred and Peter were disseminated to the various defense zones of the watchtower. The soldiers in each sector, under the guidance of their respective officers, swiftly moved towards their new positions. The soldiers of the first and second squads were the first to breach the defensive line, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their temporary commander, Oligis. Before long, Oligis strode heavily to the forefront of the watchtower's defenses at that moment. The barbarian assault troops were less than 200 meters from the Imperial front line, and the soldiers at the forefront of both armies could even discern the expressions on each other's faces in the faint glow surrounding them. Raise your shields. Oligis lowered his visor, brandishing his shield and spear as he bellowed, Follow me. The troops began to advance slowly to the rhythmic beat of the drummer, while officers dashed along the flanks to ensure the orderly movement of the entire force. 100 meters, 50 meters, the distance between the two lines diminished rapidly. The impending clash of battle was palpable, and the officers of the Imperial formation ceased their erratic movements, standing firm on the front flanks with their massive shields raised, shouting, Steady, steady, their voices elongated intentionally, causing the soldiers to instinctively step in time with their calls. In contrast, the barbarian charge showed no such restraint. As they closed to 50 meters, they suddenly accelerated, hurling a cacophony of foul language. The foremost soldiers, mere 20 meters from the Imperial formation, swung their assorted weapons, their bloodthirsty expressions suggesting that the moment their arms fell, they would surely topple the Imperial ranks. At the forefront of the Imperial formation, Alogis's expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently turned to the two rows of soldiers behind him, shouting, It's the totem warriors, activate the magical formations on your shields. He then swiftly retreated back into the ranks. Without needing Alogis's reminder, the officers at the front had already taken notice. The orders were relayed immediately, and even the rear soldiers, who had been unable to see due to visibility restrictions, quickly received the information. Just then, a faint blue aura suddenly enveloped the charging barbarian warriors, quickly coalescing into a stunning display reminiscent of a rainbow after rain, illuminating the entire barbarian charge like the aurora borealis in the night sky. However, the Imperial soldiers had no time to appreciate such beauty. They were well aware of the devastating power of the barbarian totem warriors when they unleashed their full force. The previously 20-meter distance evaporated in the blink of an eye. The fierce assault descended upon the advancing Imperial soldiers with a whoosh. Clang, clang. The prolonged, crisp sounds rang out in rapid succession. The barbarian attacks seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, causing them to be forcefully repelled. The magical shields on the Imperial soldiers' shields activated just in time, a spell first researched by the Rock Empire, which had become commonplace on the shields of ordinary soldiers after centuries of evolution, effectively helping them withstand the barbarian onslaught. Of course, a few unfortunate souls, caught off guard and unable to defend in time, lost their lives in the barbarian charge, but their comrades swiftly avenged them, slaying the few barbarians who had breached their ranks on the spot. The soldiers of Colin Fortress were predominantly seasoned veterans, particularly adept in combat, due to their daily skirmishes with barbarian warriors in the frigid wilderness. The repelled barbarian warriors quickly regrouped, but their potent totemic power was nearly exhausted, and the remaining energy was reserved to fortify their bodies for the ensuing battle. Raise your shields, level your spears. Yet the imperial formation, as unyielding as an iron wall, proved hard to shatter. The imperial soldiers formed a moving shield wall of iron, shielded by their massive shields, with the rear soldiers holding their long spears aloft. The glinting tips far superior to the barbarians' wooden weapons. This dual-purpose formation had been employed by the Rock Empire for over 3 centuries, conceived by the empire's first prime minister, Duke Patwade. 300 years ago, the Rock Empire had swept through one primitive civilization after another with this formation, solidifying its status as the hegemon of the Aeolian continent. However, the barbarian warriors were undeterred. For they worshipped the war god Kamiya, believing that dying bravely on the battlefield was the highest honor. Indeed, it was their courage and tenacity that had allowed them to stand against the Rock Empire for nearly 2 centuries. And although their civilization had come perilously close to extinction during this time, none could ignore their formidable strength. "Advance!" Ali Yi shouted, toppling a charging barbarian warrior with his shield, his spear swiftly piercing the life of another foe. As he raised his weapon, issuing commands to his soldiers, in the face of the barbarian's fierce charge, the spear wall formation of the imperial soldiers did not falter but pressed forward. This was the correct decision. In a head-on confrontation between equal numbers, the barbarians stood no chance against the empire. Despite their training under orc instructors, once engaged in true combat, their formations quickly disintegrated. For these single-minded barbarian warriors, cooperation with their comrades was foreign, as they preferred to fight as lone wolves, a mindset likely rooted in their faith in the war god Kamiya, symbolizing a severe case of individual heroism. They firmly believed that dying gloriously would see their souls ascend to the temple of Kamiya, to dwell with their deity. Thus, they regarded battlefield death as the ultimate pursuit. In other words, the barbarian soldiers feared not death. They were, by nature, a band of death-seekers. However, the chasm of civilization could not be bridged by a group of warriors unafraid of death. Consequently, the battlefield bore witness to a one-sided affair. Many barbarian warriors fell before they could even reach the imperial soldiers' formation. Skewered by the long iron spears, those fortunate enough to approach the imperial lines found themselves met with a barrage of sharp short swords. The few who managed to breach the imperial ranks were swiftly dispatched, lacking the support of their comrades and falling victim to a flurry of blades. From a distance, the iron shield wall formed by the 2 columns of imperial soldiers resembled a meat grinder, steadily advancing while slaughtering all enemies in their path. Crimson blood tainted the ground where the imperial soldiers tread, and the bodies littered the ground, reduced to a bloody pulp. Of course, the imperial soldiers also suffered losses amidst the barbarian onslaught. Roughly every 5 barbarian lives claimed the life of an imperial soldier. If the barbarian commanders failed to adapt, victory in this battle was all but assured for the imperial forces. Battle-hardened Emika quickly sensed that something was amiss. He found himself regretting not having sent scouts to thoroughly investigate the southern forces' positions. In his haste to fulfill Commander Sandor's orders, the unfavorable situation led Emika to contemplate retreat. However, this notion was swiftly crushed in its infancy. The 2 forces had reached a stalemate, and retreating now would be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, there had never been a commander in barbarian history who abandoned their troops to flee. Emika would not be the first, nor did he wish to be. Yet, Emika was no fool. Having achieved the rank of captain, he understood that this was not the time for bravado. After all, losing face was minor compared to jeopardizing the operational plan. Losing even a single head would not suffice to atone for such a blunder. He had no desire to meet his end on the execution grounds, a fate deemed the most disgraceful in the Baru kingdom, forever scorned by his descendants. The intelligence from the watchtower must be reported to Commander Sandor immediately. This instinctive thought soon propelled him into action. Reinforcements arrived more swiftly than anticipated, and Emika was taken aback to find that the nominal leader was none other than Prince Myru, prompting a silent curse to rise within him. "Emika, what is happening?" Riley inquired first. "The Southerners have positioned at least 1,000 troops here. I require support, perhaps due to the failure to capture the watchtower." Emika felt somewhat embarrassed in front of Riley, who was also a captain, and thus explained hastily. "You allowed your soldiers to engage in a frontal clash with the Southerners' armed warriors." Prince Myru's face flushed with anger. "You are sending them to their deaths. That is their honor. Your Highness, you cannot belittle a warrior, even if you are a prince." Emika retorted coldly. "Moreover, in such a narrow mountain pass, Do you have any better alternatives, esteemed prince? Such places can only be fought in a brutal war of attrition, Keyboard expressed openly before Emika, but we cannot afford such losses. This is how we Baru people conduct warfare. Southerner, do you find any fault in it? Emika interrupted Keyboard icily. Thus, you have always been failures. Keyboard, appointed by the king of Baru as a court advisor, may have hesitated before commanders like Sandor, but he felt no need to show courtesy to a captain like Emika. Clang. Emika raised his gleaming axe, a dangerous glint flashing. You were courting death. Emika, Riley's broad palm seized Emika's wrist. And he growled, what do you intend to do? It seems you are courting death. Immediately afterward, he leaned closer to Emika's ear and whispered, do you wish to kill His Majesty's advisor? Upon hearing this, Emika's expression shifted dramatically. He glanced at Kibo, whose eyes were chillingly indifferent at that moment. Suddenly, Emika felt a shadow loom over him as Prince Melu stepped in front, his face etched with frost as he spoke. Captain Emika, what are your intentions? Humph. Emika scoffed coldly. I merely wish for Mr. Kibo to see whether my axe is sharp. Very sharp. Kibo's voice echoed from behind Prince Melu. A good weapon should be utilized in the right circumstances. Perhaps the next charge should be led by you personally, for the warriors require some encouragement at this juncture. Kibo was adept at persuasion. He knew Emika would acquiesce in such a situation. Indeed, before Kibo could finish his statement, Emika interjected, if I must, I will go. Do you think our Baru leaders are like your southern officers, merely hiding behind their soldiers? His voice grew louder with each word, resonating so that even the patrolling warriors in the distance could hear. Kibo feigned ignorance of Emika's cleverness, replying, then let your actions speak for themselves. You shall see, Emika retorted, casting a glance at Riley before hastily departing with his men. Riley watched Emika leave, casting a malevolent glance at Kibo but saying nothing as he turned his gaze away, quickly leading his own group off to strategize for the forthcoming assault. At the temporary encampment of the Baru Kingdom forces at the Kania Pass, Melu and Kibo appeared somewhat out of place. As a prince of the Baru Kingdom, Melu found himself alongside Kibo, who was one of the royal court's appointed advisors, with the two armies poised for battle. They could only sit silently beside a small campfire, their presence largely ignored by passing soldiers. Although Riley's 1,000-man unit was entrusted to Melu by Sando himself, the matter was scarcely mentioned when it came to actual combat. Melu and Kibo hunched over the fire for warmth, attended by two personal aides that in stark contrast to the distant sounds of battle. Their surroundings were eerily quiet. Melu lowered his head, his fury as a prince simmering without an outlet. Overshadowed by a profound sense of helplessness, Kibo observed Melu's demeanor, an enigmatic smile flickering across his face. Stretching his back as if just awakened, he stepped closer to Prince Melu and whispered in a tone only they could hear. The Mountain Lake Goat tribe, to which Sando belongs, does not support you, and from our recent interactions, it seems they have no intention of changing their stance. What are you trying to imply? Melu's mood soured, his patience waning, the roaring campfire mirroring his inner turmoil. Kibo smiled faintly, completely disregarding Melu's ire. The army of the Rock Empire has stationed over 1,000 troops at Kania Pass. While our vanguard could take this position, the cost would be catastrophic. And so, Melu paused, surprised, gazing quizzically at his mentor. Thus, we should advise Commander Sando against hastily attacking the Empire's defenses. Kibo hesitated momentarily, as if organizing his thoughts. The best course of action would be to petition Prince Nulafu for a batch of heavy crossbows procured from the orcs. But Commander Sando, even if we must press the attack, Kibo raised his voice to overshadow Melu's protests, and once he sensed Melu's resignation, he lowered his tone again, saying, if we are to launch an all-out assault, we should at least wait until dawn or construct several robust mobile arrow towers or armored carts before commencing. Are you suggesting that you will present this recommendation to Commander Sando? Melu furrowed his brow, taken aback. Of course, as a member of His Majesty's Advisory Council, I am entitled to voice my opinions in this campaign. Kibo replied with a smile. Melu regarded Kibo with astonishment, stating, if this is your recommendation, even if it is sound, Sando will not heed it. In fact, he may even. At this juncture, Melu's expression shifted, his tone growing heavier. What are you aiming for? You know full well that Sando will reject your counsel. And even if he had such intentions, your suggestion would prompt a contrary action. Are you aware of the consequences? He inhaled deeply, his voice grave. The vanguard will suffer greatly because of this. Kibo chuckled softly, surveying the soldiers bustling in the distance, murmuring, isn't that precisely what you desire? What do you mean? Prince Meilu's countenance grew cold. Kibo's gaze turned frigid as he delicately stirred the burning campfire with a stick. Even the Mountain Lake Goat tribe cannot afford the loss of 5,000 elite warriors. Once this force is obliterated, I believe that by dawn, the Mountain Lake Goat tribe shall descend from a mid-tier tribe to a mere minor tribe. At that point, their allegiance will matter little. Meilu's hands trembled slightly at the implication. Instinctively turning to Kibo, Kibo continued to poke at the coals, the flames rising higher with each motion. Meilu quickly averted his gaze, following Kibo's stick as it danced through the fire, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke, "But those warriors are innocent, and this will affect our subsequent battle plans. I fear no one is innocent, Your Highness. This world thrives on the survival of the fittest. If you wish to ascend to the throne, you must abandon such notions." Kibo's tone was devoid of warmth. This is the opportune moment to undermine the Mountain Lake Goat tribe. Moreover, do you genuinely believe we have a chance to penetrate the heart of the Rock Empire? Kibo set down the stick and turned to Meilu. Do you understand why His Majesty has not granted you command over the troops? What? Meilu was taken aback, locking eyes with Kibo, who had long pondered this question. Because we will not achieve victory, Kibo stated, observing the astonishment on Meilu's face. Even if we do prevail, it will only be a fleeting triumph. The Rock Empire is far more formidable than you perceive. Thus, even if you gain command of a unit, what you bring back will be disgrace rather than glory. With the orcs engaging the main forces of the Rock Empire, our sole objective is to reclaim our ancestral lands. Meilu was skeptical, perhaps even reluctant. It is precisely because of the orcs' involvement that we must not become entangled. Kibo shook his head gently. Meilu asserted, the king has mobilized 50,000 troops for this. That is merely a band of brigands summoned by the tribal leaders to seize the wealth within the empire's territories. Kibo declared, Your Highness, true armies do not operate in such a manner. Look at the armies of the Rock Empire, and then compare them to our Baru Kingdom's forces. Even if our warriors are fearless, the disparity in strength cannot be bridged by mere slogans. But what of this plan? Meilu's resolve wavered. Kibo shook his head. There is no plan. Have you not noticed the commonality among these 50,000 troops? Commonality? Meilu was taken aback. Who commands this unit? Kibo posed another question. Prince Nulafu. Meilu answered. The chieftain of the Seagull tribe. Prince Nulafu. Do you still not comprehend? Kibo smiled. Are you suggesting? Meilu's complexion paled suddenly, his composure slipping as his voice rose involuntarily, but he quickly recognized something and abruptly covered his mouth. His eyes, exposed to the world, brimmed with disbelief. Kibo sneered coldly, then crouched, leaning slightly forward to bring himself closer to the roaring flames. Our Baru Kingdom's war against the Rock Empire primarily aims to assist the orcs in restraining the Empire's eastern forces, allowing them to concentrate on combating the forces led by Clan at Anku Fortress. He exhaled deeply. Perhaps for a time before the war, our army may achieve resounding victories, gaining the orcs' promises of support. But Kibo trailed off, as if recalling something. But what? Meilu inquired immediately. Kibo seemed lost in thought, murmuring, but they are entirely unaware of the Rock Empire's might. In no time, perhaps 3 months, or even half a year. Not exceeding half a year. Once the Rock Empire endures this period, the power they unleash will shake the entire continent. Are the orcs not planning to split the Rock Empire? Prince Meilu questioned. Puzzled, perhaps, but fracturing the Rock Empire is no simple task. It requires time, not a single battle to resolve. Before that, neither the orcs nor the elves, who have remained dormant for 3 centuries, stand a chance against the Rock Empire. Clearly dissatisfied, Prince Meilu pressed, Is there truly no opportunity whatsoever? What kind of opportunity? Kibo retorted. The chance to defeat the Rock Empire. Kibo's eyes glimmered, his hands clenching unconsciously before loosening again. Opportunities will undoubtedly arise, but not now. When should we expect it? We have waited for over 200 years. Prince Meilu's agitation grew. Very soon. We have a plan, said Kibo in a hushed tone. 300 years ago, the Rock Empire was merely a small nomadic tribe. And at that time, they were even less powerful than we are now. I only wish to know how much longer we must wait. Malu, indifferent to the past, interjected. Soon, very soon there will be an opportunity. An opportunity that could elevate our Barilla Kingdom to greatness in an instant, Kibo replied, but not now, not in this war. How long specifically? Malu insisted on the matter. Hiki. Kibo chuckled lightly, before we delve deeper into this issue. Shouldn't we first inform Commander Sando of our proposal? Does this relate to our discussion? Of course, if you wish to participate in the ensuing game, you must first ascend to the throne, Otherwise, you shall remain a mere spectator to become a king. You must eliminate those who stand in your way. Keyboat smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. Malu's expression turned serious. Then let us proceed, as you suggest. After a pause, he added in a low voice, if I discover this is your scheme, you know I have 100 ways to make your life a living hell. Your Highness, I have long been in hell. Keyboat replied with a smile, and when have I ever disappointed you? Chapter 70. The battle at the Canyon Pass commenced around 8 o'clock on the evening of May 4th. With the two armies clashing head-on, culminating in the annihilation of the barbarian vanguard by 4 o'clock the following morning. Sir Ike, serving as the temporary commander of the Corin Fortress, achieved his first glorious victory in life, simultaneously earning the recognition of the fortress's soldiers. From the onset of the battle, the barbarians committed grave errors. Their arrogance, disproportionate to their strength, exacted a bloody toll. Yet, this price did not awaken the barbarians to reality. Perhaps they were too eager to prove their might to the Rock Empire. Under Keyboat's suggestion, Commander Sando disregarded the counsel of his subordinates and insisted on a full frontal assault against the defenses the Rock Empire had established at Canyon Pass. He commanded all his troops, we must capture the southern positions of Canyon Pass before dawn. To this end, Commander Sando committed all his forces. Commanding the Imperial troops stationed at Canyon Pass was Sir Alfred. He did not let the initial victory cloud his judgment. Fully aware of his responsibilities, thus, upon witnessing the barbarian vanguard's massive offensive, he decisively ordered the retreat of 200-man squads to the defenses, engaging the barbarian soldiers on relatively fortified ground. This was undoubtedly a wise decision, inflicting severe damage on the barbarians' initial assault, forcing them to engage in a bloody war of attrition outside the positions, while simultaneously providing Sir Ike's main forces ample time to prepare. The battle raged on until 2 o'clock in the depths of the night. Upon learning of the situation at Canyon Pass, Sir Ike was overjoyed. He even altered his plans, shifting from a three-pronged attack to a four-sided encirclement. He utilized the considerable time gained by Sir Alfred to have a large detachment of Imperial soldiers scale the left peak of Canyon Pass, launching a surprise attack on the rear of the barbarian vanguard, nearly exhausting the magical energy of the wizard cohort in the process. On the other side, during the later stages of the defense at Canyon Watchtower, the Imperial soldiers were forced to retreat under the relentless assaults of the barbarian vanguard. In the end, even Commander Alfred had to fight on the front lines, with over 1,200 troops. They suffered losses exceeding half during those few hours of combat, yet the barbarian vanguard incurred even greater losses, approximately 3 times that of the Imperial soldiers. The hours of fighting turned the battlefield into a hellish scene. With blood and severed limbs strewn about, the air filled with cries and the sounds of combat, such a conflict left both sides utterly exhausted, especially the Imperial soldiers, who scarcely had a moment's respite throughout those hours. As the battle drew to a close, the Imperial soldiers found themselves without weapons. Their spears had long since shattered in combat, the blood-stained short swords bore visible chips, and their shields had been splintered in the initial reckless charges of the barbarian totem warriors. The barbarians had long awaited this moment, having sacrificed over 1,500 of their own. When Sando heard this number, he was filled with anguish and seething with rage. He issued the order for a general assault, declaring to the bloodthirsty warriors, "Today, we take no prisoners. We do not seek the ransom of the Southerners. What we desire is revenge." However, just as Sando believed victory was within grasp, a thunderous roar from behind startled him. When scouts informed him that a 1,000-strong Imperial detachment was attacking his rear, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. His rear was mostly comprised of wounded and logistics personnel. Just as Sando prepared to redirect his forces to confront the attacking troops, a large detachment of Rock Empire soldiers surged forth from the dark mountainsides, flanking and encircling his vanguard's main strength. Simultaneously, several hundred weary Imperial soldiers, having been pushed back to the mud walls of the watchtower, surged forth under Sir Alfred's command. They wielded newly acquired spears and shields, donned fresh chainmail, and bore faces filled with vengeful intent, marching with resolute steps, ruthlessly slaughtering the encroaching barbarian soldiers at the front. Reports from various fronts drained the color from Sando's face. He understood he had fallen into a trap meticulously laid by the Rock Empire. The flickering torches around him blurred his vision, and the relentless cries of battle echoed in his ears, reminding him of the harsh reality. In the distance, the warriors of his tribe fell one by one in pools of blood, twisting the knife in his heart. Sando cried out to the heavens. His heart bled, for these warriors were 2/3 of his tribe's fighting force. At the very onset of this war, They had all perished under his command. How would he explain this to the chieftain? How would he justify it to their families? "Commander, we must break through," shouted the bloodied centurion Riley, who had sought out Sando the moment he sensed trouble. "The Southern army has not yet fully surrounded us. With your guard and your strength, we can certainly break free. What can I accomplish by escaping?" Sando replied solemnly. "You must go." Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Take Prince Malu with you. Though he is not our chosen leader, he is our prince now. And we cannot allow him to perish at the hands of the Southerners, nor within my army, as this would provide the king with an excuse. Where shall we find Prince Malu now? Our rear has already been overrun by the Southerners. If the prince is anywhere, he is likely." Riley's complexion darkened. He dared not envision the wrath of the king engulfing the mountain lake sheep tribe. Sando gazed desperately into the distance, where flickering torches undulated, then turned back to Riley. "Then let us all remain." In the later stages of the battle at Canyon Pass, Commander Sando led his elite guard through the ranks of the Imperial Army, inflicting heavy casualties. Ultimately, it was Sir Ike's timely arrival, wielding holy power to suppress Sando's totemic strength, that brought the conflict to a close. When the battle statistics were tallied, the Imperial forces had suffered fewer than 800 casualties, with 700 of those having perished in the initial skirmishes at the Watchtower in order to attract the main barbarian force, while the remainder mostly fell to Sando and his guards' final frenzied counterattack. This meant that in the subsequent siege, the Imperial Army's losses were negligible. The annihilated barbarian forces, including all officers and logistical units, totaled over 5,400. Sir Alfred also proved his mettle in this war, sacrificing an arm in the process, while nearly all the Watchtower officers, except for patrol leader Peter, perished by 8 o'clock in the morning as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the narrow crevice of Canyon Pass. The Imperial Army had completed their cleanup. The identities of the fallen soldiers were preserved in crystal within the logistics department's safe, while the bodies, both barbarian and imperial, were gathered for cremation. This was Sir Ike's first true experience of war. He gazed upon the mountain of corpses, the blood-soaked ground, and the air thick with the scent of slaughter and death. Everything felt both foreign and familiar. This was what he had longed for. His purpose in joining the Corin Fortress's army was to prove his strength to his family. Yet the bloody battlefield left him momentarily dazed. He prayed fervently to the goddess for solace of the spirit. It was only when Sir Alfred appeared that the knight ceased his prayers. "Commander, what shall we do next?" the knight inquired. "Return to the fortress and prepare for the wrath of the barbarian main forces." Chapter 71. Just 2 days after the battle at Canyon Pass, on May 7th, 1215 of the continental calendar, Anka Fortress was set to face its largest conflict in over a decade. At 9:15 in the morning, as the sun broke through the blockade of the Rodden Mountains, casting warm rays upon the land of the clan territory, the vanguard of the Orc army slowly emerged on the horizon before Anka Fortress. Soon, amidst the tremors of the earth, countless formations of the Orc army advanced steadily, the swirling dust nearly obscuring the entire sky above Black Mountain Pass, and various battle flags fluttered like a moving forest, seemingly endless. The aged Duke Jola, clad in leather armor and draped in a thick woolen cloak, patrolled the ramparts of the fortress. Before every battle, it had become his long-standing custom, honed over decades of military service, to visit the front lines and offer his regards to the soldiers poised to fight. The resonant sound of the horn echoed through the ranks of the Orc army, signaling the commencement of their first probing assault. A battalion of Orc soldiers, shielded by massive cowhide shields, advanced towards the fortress's outer defensive line. Supported by their spear throwers on the flanks, there was no room for idle chatter. Centuries of enmity erupted at that very moment. The sky was darkened by a deluge of javelins propelled by the Orcs' formidable strength, but all were repelled by the immense magical barrier conjured by the contingent of mages. Soon after, ominous clouds gathered overhead, and within mere moments, rows of fiery meteors broke through the shroud, crashing down upon the advancing Orc forces. The thunderous booms resounded repeatedly as the Orc soldiers at the forefront suffered catastrophic losses under the onslaught of spells. At this juncture, the Orc shamans began to cast healing spells, channeling the power of the earth to revive the fallen warriors. In no time, the majority of the Orc fighters regained their footing, regrouping into a dense formation under the furious shouts of their commanders, pushing forward towards the fortress's front line once more. However, their advance was soon thwarted again. As arrows glinting with frost pierced through the thighs of the Orc soldiers, any who dared to expose themselves beyond their shields faced certain death. These were the longbowmen of Clan. Renowned throughout the continent of Aelan for their archery prowess, the bows wielded by these longbowmen were crafted from the region's prized hemlock wood. known for its resilience and elasticity, allowing their arrows to soar even farther. Each longbowman began training at the tender age of 15, only joining the military at 25. "Where are our catapults? Destroy those accursed arrow towers," commanded the flag captain Kanjit of the northern clan. His frustration evident as he gazed towards the rear of his forces. Back at the command post, Chief Shurkin remarked, "Let our craftsmen expedite their work. The order has already been given. I suspect Kanjit is once again losing his temper," chuckled the commander Chester. Observing the irate Kanjit ahead, in the rear of the orc battalion, the bases of several catapults had been hastily erected. Upon receiving the command, Master Craftsman Lottie bellowed, "What are you rushing for? I told you to wait until we finished assembling the catapults before charging forward." It must be that Kanjit again, isn't it? Within the orc tribes, perhaps due to unique historical circumstances, craftsmen held a significantly high social status. Some master craftsmen even wielded authority over the tribal leaders in their fields of expertise, capable of vetoing the chief's commands. Thus, the herald dared not argue. Retreating in defeat, the craftsmen erupted in laughter at the sight of the fleeing herald, while Lottie shouted, "What are you laughing at? Get to work. If we don't complete the assembly in 3 minutes, we'll go hungry tonight." The craftsmen groaned in despair, yet their hands moved with newfound urgency. 3 minutes later, nearly 90% of the catapults were assembled. Click, click, the catapults sprang into action. "The craftsmanship of goblins is indeed the finest," Lottie exclaimed, admiring the heavy gears of the siege engines. "But they are just too costly." Thud, thud, soon, amidst the deep, resounding thumps, a barrage of boulders, howling through the air, rained down upon the outer defenses of Anku Fortress, targeting the towering arrow towers. Unfortunately, the accuracy was dismally LOWBY this time. The orc warriors had charged to the fortress's outer defenses, only to be met by the valiant paladins and their soldiers, who had long awaited their arrival, resolutely intercepting the orc advance. In an instant, a brutal melee unfolded along the several-kilometer-long front line. Clearly, the defenders of Anka Fortress held the advantage. Under the pressure of holy might, the orc warriors found it exceedingly difficult to make any headway. Back at the orc command post, Shurkin furrowed his brow. "It seems the humans are well prepared. These sprawling tunnels render our wolf cavalry ineffective." He gestured towards a distant battalion of wolf riders. "Duke Boge is indeed a worthy and formidable adversary," remarked Commander Chester. "Let our forces retreat for now. Continuing this engagement will only lead to unnecessary casualties." Shakan's gaze remained coldly fixed on the battlefield. "This probing has reached its conclusion." "Yes, Chief." The orc forces advanced swiftly, only to retreat just as quickly. This skirmish had lasted less than 2 hours. Upon the orc withdrawal, Duke Boge atop the fortress walls showed no signs of joy. His brow furrowed with a sense of dissatisfaction. Clearly, he felt a twinge of regret regarding the orc retreat, for this attrition favored him greatly. This was merely an initial probing attack by the orcs. "I suspect they will not launch a full-scale offensive until their main forces arrive," remarked Baron Ans. "What a pity." Duke Boge did not dwell on this matter, laughing heartily. "Is the commander of the orcs that Stone can, who unified the northern clans within the past 6 months? I hear he is yet to reach 30? As he spoke, he lifted his spyglass to search for Stone in the orc ranks. Indeed, a daunting opponent. Even the irritable orcs privately referred to him as Tyrant Stone. Baron Bondar replied. "Tyrant," Boge mused, glancing at the assembled commanders. "The Empire has vanquished countless tyrants." Laughter erupted among them at this remark. "My lord, the forces of radiant power have yet to arrive. Could it be?" Amidst the mirth, Ins' comment stood out awkwardly. "Humph, the forces of radiant power have long since fallen. The 13-year reign of chaos is ample proof." Before the Duke could respond, Baron Bondar interjected with a mocking tone. "However, the radiant power joined that conflict at our behest." Ans frowned, displeased with Bondar's assertion. "Ah," Duke Boge sighed, "this is my oversight. Moreover, there is no law within the Empire mandating that radiant power must join the fight against the orcs." "Indeed. They seem to have more pressing matters at hand." Bondar dismissed Ins' discontent with indifference. "They are currently preoccupied with the power struggles in the imperial capital." He remained bitter about the transformation of radiant power, having once been a part of it himself in his youth. It should be noted that nearly half of the officers in Anka Fortress had been members of Radiant Power over a decade ago. Chapter 72, Quintown, the northernmost settlement on the Suk Plain, serves as the northern bulwark of the entire Suk region. This town is a vital thoroughfare for the territories of Kalen, Clan, and Tevek en route to the imperial capital, were it not for the proximity of Hadestown to the north. Quintown might have risen to prominence as the largest trading hub in the Lock Empire. 200 years prior, Quintown was a military stronghold, housing the Empire's 3rd and 4th legions. However, its fate changed after the 6th emperor of the Daindiv family conducted an inspection of the fortress. Upon returning to the capital, this emperor promptly issued an imperial edict, a decree both reasonable and absurd, permitting the families of officers from the 3rd and 4th legions to settle near the fortress, bestowing upon them swathes of fertile land as rewards. At the time, the imperial ministers were oblivious to the true intent behind this proclamation, but 2 years later, another decree from the emperor brought clarity. He abolished the lifelong and hereditary service stipulations for professional soldiers, introducing a recruitment system instead. Thus, Quintown became the ideal destination for these veterans upon their discharge. Looking back, the decision made by Daindiv 2 centuries ago was undoubtedly astute. Consequently, Quin evolved into its current state, a unique blend of military and urban life. After departing from the imperial capital, Patey and his companions traveled swiftly, arriving at a small village south of Quintown just before dusk on May 7th. This village, named Iveco, was named after its first lord and lay adjacent to the trade route, thriving on the fertile Suk plain, its prosperity rivaling that of small towns on the Tevek plateau. Patey and his companions did not enter the village but instead set up camp at the merchant's designated area outside. The melancholy of parting had not faded with the passage of time. Rather, it intensified. In moments of rest, Patey often gazed longingly towards the direction of the imperial capital, where his family awaited him in this world. "Sir Patey, are you still reminiscing about the luxurious life in the imperial capital?" Kalier, accustomed to travel, remarked after taking a few swigs from his beer. "Is the vast expanse of the Suk plain not as appealing as that tiny patch of land in the capital?" His words carried a deeper meaning. "That is my homeland." Before Patey could respond, Hades interjected, having shed his initial wariness after 2 days of companionship. "In my heart, not even the entirety of the alien continent compares to half of my homeland." Kalier laughed heartily, tossing the leather pouch filled with beer to Hades, and said, "I wager that just 1 can of Tuax ale will change your mind." "You underestimate me." Hades grinned. "I need at least a barrel." With that, he tilted his head back and began to gulp down beer. "Along this road." Hick. Kalier sat down on the grass, pointing towards the distant trade route, letting out a drunken belch. "If we continue along this path for no more than 3 days, we shall reach Tuac, and then you will behold carts filled with Highland ale. I can already smell the aroma of the ale." Hades chuckled, gazing into the shadowy distance of the trade road. "Kalier, ignite a fire." Rain interrupted their banter, pointing to a pile of firewood and calling over Eden. "If my mentor discovers I am using magic for such trivial matters, he would surely be furious enough to lie in a coffin." A blazing fireball flickered in Kalier's hand and darted towards the woodpile, igniting it with a crisp whoosh. The warm campfire dispelled the surrounding darkness and alleviated the fatigue of their journey. After the fire roared to life, Rain and Eden hurriedly retrieved their dried fish and cured meats to roast, causing Kalier and Hades to unconsciously swallow in anticipation. However, Patey frowned slightly, glancing at the nearby mage before saying, "Kalier, go check if the caravans in the camp have any spices and white bread. If they do, buy some, and fruit would be a delightful bonus." "You truly know how to indulge, my lord," Kalier muttered, then ambled toward the nearby caravan with an exaggerated shuffling gait. After taking a few steps, a smile crept back onto his face as he began to fantasize about the feast to come. Clop, clop. Within a minute of Kalier's departure, the sound of hooves echoed abruptly from the nearby trade route. Patey, resting, instinctively turned towards the sound. Illuminated by a few moving torches, several riders clad in the Empire's low-ranking military uniforms appeared first in Patey's sight. However, Patey quickly diverted his gaze to the figure at the center, whose gleaming armor stood out strikingly in the firelight. "Is this man a fool, wearing such heavy armor while traveling?" Hades commented disdainfully. "Andy." Patey suddenly stood up, exclaiming in surprise at his outburst. The others nearby instinctively paused their actions. "Andy." Patey called out again, his excitement palpable at seeing his cousin after 2 days away from home. The young man in the distance heard Patey's voice and looked over. "Hey, Patey." Andy quickly halted his horse, and his 2 attendants swiftly reined in their mounts as well. Patey hurriedly approached, with Hades hastily drawing his sword to follow. Meanwhile, far away at the Colin fortress, orders were transmitted via Blood Eagle from the Imperial capital's military department. The Colin fortress had been engaged in combat with the main force of 50,000 led by the barbarian Prince Nulif for an entire day. This time, the barbarians had learned from the lessons of the battle at the Kanya Pass, under Nulif's personal supervision. The barbarian warriors began to resemble soldiers. However, the siege warfare had no special tactics, relying instead on the most primitive war of attrition, resulting in significant casualties for the barbarian forces. Yet, if this attrition continued, it was only a matter of time before the Empire lost the Colin fortress. Sir Ike, with a furrowed brow, was delighted to receive his military appointment, much to the confusion of those around him. "What can a 19-year-old boy do? Especially in wartime," exclaimed Bud, the captain of the 1st Battalion. "It has always been thus, has it not?" responded Dorsey, the captain of the 4th Battalion, who had just returned from the front lines, his cloak still stained with blood. The commanders of the Rock Empire's army were almost exclusively drawn from the nobility, particularly from prominent noble lineages like Patey's. They could ascend to high ranks without experiencing the lower echelons. Being appointed as commanders of battalions upon coming of age. In contrast, common soldiers had no chance of rising to such positions. If fortunate, they might be knighted before retiring and then endure in the army until 50. At which point, if the military officials were in a generous mood, they might be reported to the cabinet for a lordship. Sir Ike smiled faintly at the noisy crowd and said, "But Sir Patey can bring us reinforcements." "A powerful force indeed. I've heard of this Sir Patey. He is no ordinary young man. Not only does he possess the bloodline of the Reagan family, but he is also hailed by the church as the most powerful paladin," remarked Alfred. "I would sooner believe that the ice melts from the lake beneath the hammock snow mountain than trust the words of a priest." Bud laughed heartily. Chapter 73. Fractures of Friendship. Encountering Andy here brought Patey joy, and he immediately enveloped him in a warm embrace. However, he soon realized how foolish his action was. He patted Andy's rigid armor and said, "Dear cousin, you must never embrace anyone while clad in armor." Andy laughed heartily, spinning around with arms wide open. "What do you think? Does this armor not exude grandeur? Are you on a mission?" Patey instinctively inquired, a teasing expression on his face. "A task from the church, or perhaps to meet your fiancée? Would you wear such attire to meet your fiancée? Andy retorted fiercely. "Haha, but that is the most ancient of customs," Patey said, narrowing his eyes in jest. "Are you referring to the custom of battling with empty hands against beasts?" Andy mused, inspecting his own gear. That was a custom from 300 years ago during the nomadic era. Such practices are long obsolete. "Sir Andy, we have business to attend to." A nearby rider interrupted their conversation softly. "Oh, right," Andy exclaimed, as if recalling something, and retrieved a sealed wooden box from the saddlebag, handing it to Patey. "This is for you." "Mine," Patey said in surprise, accepting it with confusion. "Congratulations, dear cousin. You've been promoted," Andy said with a smile. "I wager your rate of advancement is among the top 10 in the military's records." "What do you mean?" "You have been appointed as the highest commander of the Colin Fortress Command." Andy raised an eyebrow, pointing at the wooden box. "This is your appointment document." "How can this be?" Patey felt no joy, but instead an ominous premonition. "What has happened?" Andy shrugged. "Sir Yelu has passed away." He seemed indifferent to the death of the knight. Patey gasped. "Something has happened at the Colin Fortress?" No. Andy waved his hands. "The Colin Fortress is intact. Sir Yelu died in his own quarters." He wore a peculiar smile. "Thanks to Sir Yelu, I have finally graduated from the Holy Radiance Church." With that, he began to demonstrate his holy power. "You should not speak of the deceased in such a manner." Patey frowned. "Moreover, flaunting holy power is not something a paladin should do. Do not speak to your brother in the tone of Bishop Jeffrey." "My dear cousin," Andy frowned, "I am not judging anyone, merely stating a fact. Furthermore, I have been appointed as the deputy commander of the Colin Fortress." "You?" Patey was taken aback, his pupils constricting slightly before returning to normal. He stared at Andy for a few seconds before saying, "Then congratulations. Will I henceforth have to call you commander?" Andy began to mockingly salute. "How did Sir Yelu die?" Patey was keenly interested in this matter. "I do not know. The messages from the Colin Fortress did not clarify the cause of his death." Andy had only received information from a few days prior. Patey was somewhat dissatisfied with this response. "So, Sir Andy, are you also heading to the Colin Fortress for your appointment?" Kalier's voice suddenly appeared. "Of course." Andy scrutinized Kalier, his gaze lingering on the magic staff at his waist for a moment before returning to his cousin. "The military has instructed me to catch up with you, so we may go to the Colin Fortress together. Then, I believe, esteemed Sir Andy, You must be quite hungry. We have just prepared some dinner. Kaelier had approached Patey's side. Patey shot a stern glance at Kaelier, but the latter ignored him, his eyes fixed on Andy, wearing the most humble smile. Of course, I could eat an entire sheep right now. Andy craned his neck toward the roasted meat at the back of Patey's camp. But I must first visit my father in Quinn Town, where he awaits me. That I believe you should accompany me. Uncle Gina. Patey was taken aback. What is he doing in Quinn Town? His Majesty the Emperor is convening a meeting of the 6 dukes. Andy looked at his cousin in surprise. Did Uncle not inform you? Oh, right, I almost forgot. Patey recollected, discreetly shooting Kaelier a warning glare before glancing at the jerky on the campfire frame and saying, But we should eat something first. Rain has already prepared it. Andy's eyes sparkled. Clearly tempted, yet he did not immediately express his agreement. If you require our company on your journey, it is evident that we must prepare extensively, so let us take this opportunity to have a bite to eat. Patey continued, unwilling to travel on an empty stomach. What are we waiting for? I'm so famished that I can hardly move. Andy, clad in heavy armor all day, was feeling the strain, even with the blessing of divine power. But he would never admit to such a loss of face. The primary reason for his hesitation stemmed from some words conveyed in his father's letter, topics he was reluctant to confront yet could not evade. Thus, he instinctively sought to decline Patey's invitation. However, in the end, he could not resist agreeing. Patey quietly partook of dinner. The weariness on his face becoming increasingly conspicuous, he cast a furtive glance at Andy, who happened to meet his gaze. Under normal circumstances, Andy would have exchanged a few light-hearted jests, but now, he quickly averted his eyes, focusing on chewing the cured meat. Patey had already sensed a change in his cousin from their earlier conversation. The probing and guarded undertones in Andy's words irked him, though he felt more resigned than anything else. At that moment, the joy of their reunion had vanished entirely. Patey understood that the source of this shift in his cousin's demeanor was undoubtedly his uncle, the guardian of the Tuak territory, Duke Gina of the Lok Empire, one of its 6 dukes. This ruler must have imparted something to his younger son, or perhaps the astute Andy had discerned something on his own. Lost in his own chaotic thoughts. After all, Patey's arrival at Colin Fortress was not solely about the war against the barbarians. The royal family and the Gina family were also poised to make a decision regarding the ownership of Colin Fortress during this period. As commander of Colin Fortress, Patey could directly influence the outcome of certain matters. Although the Reagan and Barrett families had been allies for generations, when it came to their fundamental interests, suspicion and wariness were inevitable. It was this very suspicion and wariness that had instinctively distanced Andy from Patey. Indeed, it was merely an instinctive reaction. Anyone would subconsciously distance themselves when learning that a friend might become an enemy. At just under 20 years old, Andy's behavior was already commendable. Faced with Andy's wariness and aloofness, Patey's innate pride compelled him to remain silent. He would not inquire further, nor would he offer explanations. He had never been one to press his warmth against another's coldness, even if that person was his cousin. Friendship, at times, is remarkably fragile. Chapter 74. Gina Barrett. By the time Patey and his companions reached Quinn Town, it was already 11 at night. Throughout the journey, Andy had displayed a lively demeanor, reminiscent of his time in the imperial capital, yet this forced display only strengthened Patey's earlier suspicions. Patey had never concealed his disdain for things he disliked. Thus, during the journey, he found himself unable to muster any interest in Andy's jokes, offering only a perfunctory smile. Fortunately, with Kaelier by his side, the atmosphere did not turn awkward. The imperial regulations mandated that all town gates must close by 9 in the evening. And Quinn Town was no exception. For ordinary travelers arriving at such an hour, there were only 2 options: either camp at a nearby adventurers' or merchants' encampment, or wait by the gate until dawn. However, Andy had prepared in advance. His attendant had already arranged for the gates to be opened. The inn named Deer right next to the gates had been entirely booked by Duke Gina, and at that moment, the area within a 50-meter radius of the inn was swarming with guards, primarily composed of local town defense soldiers. In the inn's lobby, Patey encountered his uncle. Duke Gina, like Andy, possessed a mane of golden hair and deep blue eyes reminiscent of a starry sea. Standing nearly the same height as Patey, exuding a robust and formidable aura, he was clad in a blue silk noble's robe, with a large golden-buckled leather belt adorned with the Barrett family crest. Now over 40 years of age, Duke Gina Barrett radiated brilliance akin to a movie star from Patey's past. At this moment, he was surrounded by his attendants like stars orbiting the moon. And under the flickering candlelight in the lobby, he appeared as radiant as a deity. Patey, my dear nephew. Duke Gina approached first, and before Patey could collect his thoughts, he enveloped him in a warm embrace. The faint scent of leather and the delicate fragrance of silk wafted into Patey's nostrils. The leather smell likely lingered from the Duke's recently shed leather armor, as the Tuac people often wore such gear. Similar to the Duke's attendants, the Duke's silken noble robe appeared new, as it bore no sign of the Barrett family crest having been embroidered upon it yet. After scrutinizing Patey carefully, Duke Gina turned his attention to the nearby Andy. "You fool! Wearing heavy armor on the road. You should learn from your cousin and inquire how the heavy-armored cavalry of the Clit territory engage in battle." It had been a long 9 years since Andy had last seen his father, and his face flushed with excitement as he faced his father's reprimand that he cast a glance at Patey, his eyes flashing with a mix of jealousy and dissatisfaction. "This is the first time I have ever been allowed to have my own armor, and I couldn't resist putting it on. You are truly foolish. If it weren't for the heavy armor you donned, we could have met at least 5 hours earlier." Duke Gina dismissed his son's explanation with a growl. "Go change this instant." As Andy witnessed his father's joy evaporate in an instant, he deliberately glanced at Patey while following the attendants out. Patey frowned at Duke Gina's behavior. The Duke's deliberate provocation irritated him, yet he could only remain silent. Duke Gina paid no mind to his departing son and invited Patey to sit at his table. Dismissing all his attendants, he adopted a serious demeanor as if discussing matters of importance. Thus, Patey cooperatively had Kaelier and the others step aside. "My request is quite simple. Colin Fortress must return to the Barrett family's hands." The Duke got straight to the point. "In return, I shall provide 10,000 elite cavalry archers to assist you in repelling the barbarian onslaught." Patey was utterly unprepared to discuss this topic and had not anticipated that his uncle would be so direct. He found himself at a loss for words. "Rest assured, I will not put you in a difficult position. That scoundrel Labatt has summoned us for a so-called Duke's meeting, the purpose of which we all know well. What I say to you, I shall also convey to our emperor." Duke Gina continued, "I am confident that our emperor will not refuse my request, as he requires my support." As Duke Gina spoke, he exuded an aura of immense authority, and Patey recognized this as a manifestation of the Duke's confidence. However, Patey felt a deep-seated aversion to the Duke's attitude, as his tone resembled that of a superior addressing a subordinate. Patey suppressed the impulse of defiance rising within him. "If I am not mistaken, you are attempting to exchange the Empire's interests. I would like to remind you that the Tuac territory is merely a part of the Locke Empire." "Haha," Duke Gina laughed, displaying a robust and hearty mirth characteristic of a man from the High Plains. "Young man, anyone can say such things, but you cannot, not forget that the blood of the Reagan family flows through your veins. Has Nick, that old fool, been in the Prime Minister's seat for too long that he has forgotten who he is? Or does he believe in Labatt's so-called friendship? Speaking of friendship, young man, have you gained new insights into this term today?" The Duke chuckled, a clear hint of sarcasm gracing his features. "Indeed, you have provided me with a profound lesson, one that I did not learn from my knight instructors or the Holy Radiance Church. That I should thank you," Patey replied, suppressing his frustration, forcing a smile that felt unnatural. "If your smile were a touch more sincere, I might consider accepting your gratitude," Duke Gina remarked, adjusting the sleeves of his silken robe, evidently still unaccustomed to such attire. "Well then, my dear nephew, let us cease this idle chatter. The Tuac people prefer straightforwardness. What I mean to say is, I wish to know your stance." "My stance," Patey repeated softly, recognizing that the Duke's inquiry indicated prior correspondence with his father. After a few moments of silence, he added, "So, in what capacity are you discussing this matter with me?" Duke Gina paused momentarily, then grinned, scraping his well-groomed cheek with the tip of his thumb, and retorted, "What are you implying?" Patey toyed with the ring on his thumb, the ruby gleaming as brilliantly as his eyes, a gift from Duke Nick a few days prior. "If you are conversing with me as the Duke of the Tuac territory, I am afraid I can only respond in my capacity as the commander of Colin Fortress. I believe it would be best for you not to hear this answer, lest it tarnish your current good spirits." "Then, what other identity could I adopt to converse with you?" Duke Gina inquired, a hint of curiosity evident on his face. "Certainly as my uncle." Patey raised an eyebrow. "If you are discussing this matter as my uncle, then we can negotiate anything." Chapter 75 Incho, how intriguing, haha. Duke Gina was momentarily taken aback by the words, but soon erupted into a boisterous laughter that resonated in Patey's ears like a deafening roar. Moments later, the Duke reined in his mirth and bellowed, "Yawing. My lord, A young man clad in the standard leather armor of the Tuak military jogged over. What are your commands? Bring forth the finest Highland ale to entertain my nephew, lest my beautiful sister Seviara learns of my neglect towards her son and curses my stinginess from the fort in Kuru City. Duke Janae appeared exceedingly pleased with his decision. Patty smiled gently. I am immensely grateful for your generosity. Uncle.my attendants were discussing the delightful flavor of the Highland ale from your domain just hours ago. Then what are we waiting for? Let us drink until dawn. Duke Janae waved his hand grandly, calling forth his retinue. Before long, several guards, led by Yang, entered the hall, carrying 3 barrels of ale. Without further ado, Duke Janae seized a barrel and hurled it towards Patty. His actions startled those around him. Thud! Thud! After 2 barely audible thumps, Patty embraced the barrel with both arms. Catching it securely, he laughed heartily, turning to his companions. Hades, Kaelier, the Highland ale you have longed for, quickly thanked Duke Janae for his generosity. Patty's agile prowess and formidable strength drew the attention of the crowd, prompting them to reassess the boy they had previously regarded as just a child. Duke Janae scrutinized Patty for a moment, but quickly feigned nonchalance as he snatched a tall wine glass from his attendant, popped open the barrel brought by the guards, and skillfully filled the glass to the brim. He then raised the glass high and boisterously declared, "Cheers." With that, he tilted his head back and gulped down the ale. Gulps, in a single breath. The Duke finished the ale in his glass. Bravo! The surrounding attendants erupted in applause. Clatter! The wine glass was carelessly tossed onto the table by Duke Janae, who then fixed his piercing gaze upon Patty. Patty grimaced slightly. His tolerance for alcohol was poured as he looked at the full glass of ale that Kaelier had smilingly offered. He took a deep breath. Drink it. Come on, lad from the Reagan family. Prove you are no longer a child by downing it all in one go. The Duke's attendants urged him on. Patty raised an eyebrow, defiantly scanning the crowd that had encircled him, and seized the glass, downing its contents amidst a chorus of boos and whistles. Bravo! The cheers rose once more. Clatter! Patty too flung the glass onto the table. To the friendship between the Barlett and Reagan families. Cheers! Duke Janae raised his glass again. Patty's expression shifted. Upon seeing the Duke tilt his head back, his stomach churned, but he quickly sighed in relief as this time Duke Janae only took a small sip. Let us drink heartily. Duke Janae pushed aside 2 barrels of ale beside him. Oh, the attendants, unable to contain their excitement, rushed towards the barrels, creating a scene of chaos. Those with lesser strength were even toppled to the ground, provoking laughter from the onlookers. The feast continued for quite some time. It was only when everyone had succumbed to inebriation, sprawled beneath the tables in slumber, that the revelry came to an end. By this time, it was already 3:15 in the morning. During this period, Duke Janae had not once broached the subject of the Corin Fortress region. However, both parties had obtained the answers they sought. This banquet served as the most convincing testament. After the feast concluded, the once drowsy Andy was awakened by several guards and, in a daze, was escorted to a relatively soundproof room at the inn. Is this your first time drinking so much? Duke Janae asked with a smile. Andy gently patted his cheeks. Yes, if I could receive a bit more money each month, my tolerance for alcohol would undoubtedly improve. To enjoy life during night training, one must learn to earn for oneself. The existence of the noble code is of undeniable necessity. Duke Janae reclined on a sofa, his eyes narrowing into slits. No true noble cares for the so-called noble code anymore, father. Andy, still under the influence of alcohol, began to speak his mind. Those people are nothing but a bunch of upstarts. My child. Duke Janae was not angered by his son's retort. Perhaps he did not wish to allow such trivial matters to mar their long-awaited reunion after 9 years. But in their eyes, we have become country folk. Andy held a different view. Duke Janae frowned slightly at his words, but soon relaxed. Are you suggesting that we are antiquated and old-fashioned? That is the truth. The truth is our family is growing ever stronger, while they, the so-called new nobility, are but a band of jesters. Duke Janae's voice dropped to a whisper. Including the emperor who supports them, the empire is being devoured by them. If they do not recognize their errors soon, they shall pay dearly for their past actions. What? Knock, knock. Andy wished to say more, but a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Who is it? Duke Janae barked. It is I, my lord, the tea you requested. The voice of Yang spoke quickly from outside. Come in. Duke Janae rose from the sofa. Moving to the door as it opened, just give it to me, he said, Snatching the tray from Yahung's hands, Duke Gna personally poured tea for Andy and then seated himself across from him. The aroma of the tea seemed to dispel the Duke's fatigue. Brightening his weary eyes considerably, he gestured for Andy to take a sip. It can help ease the effects of alcohol. Andy silently lifted the teacup. Gently blowing away the steam rising from the boiling liquid, he took a small sip, and an extraordinary fragrance exploded in his mouth, traveling down his throat and settling in his stomach. Duke Gna quietly observed his son. A few minutes later, he set down the teacup, the faint lines at the corners of his eyes slightly crinkled, clearly contemplating how to converse with his son after so long apart. I hear you are now Patty's attendant. Evidently, Duke Gna had little understanding of how to relate to his son. His first words after a long silence instinctively made Andy bristle with resistance. Attendant. Andy sprang from his seat, hot tea splashing onto the leather armor he had just donned. How did I become Cousin Patty's attendant, if you are not an attendant? Why do you spend all your time revolving around that boy? Duke Gna rose and firmly pressed his large hand on Andy's shoulder, forcing him back into his seat. And what is going on with your paladin training? Chapter 76 Father and Son. Andy wanted to stand again, but upon seeing his father's stern expression, he wisely abandoned the thought. He wished to explain, his face bearing an air of defiance, but Duke Gna interrupted him. Enough, no need for explanations. The Duke did not intend to play the role of a doting father in this matter. Remember, members of the Barlett family will never grovel before others. Never. I have not groveled before anyone. My bond with Patty is that of brotherhood. Andy appeared agitated, veins bulging on his neck. Do you think I am unaware of your plans to keep me in the imperial capital? I am merely a pawn, a bargaining chip for your loyalty to His Majesty the King. You have no idea how I spent my childhood, and you have no right to criticize my actions. Has your knight instructor not taught you basic etiquette? What of it? What of it? Andy trembled, his eyes burning with rage. In the imperial capital, who can I rely on? Only Uncle Nick and Cousin Patty, while you lie on the soft sofa of the Tuak family fortress. Mocking my inadequacy. You are behaving like a woman who has been violated. Look at yourself. Do you resemble a Tuak person at all? Duke Gna did not offer comfort to his son, but rather spoke coldly. What is this expression? Is this how a man should look? A vile visage of a sulking woman. What should I look like? Andy growled softly. My dear father, I was sent to the imperial capital at the age of 10 for the past 9 years. I have had no father, no mother, no siblings. Ha. After pouring out these words, Andy began to gasp for breath. Duke Gna was momentarily taken aback by his son's outburst and then walked over to his side, gently patting his cheek with his broad palm, a custom in their Tuak territory. Remember, never show such a pained expression again, for you are a member of the Barlett family. No one can cause you to suffer. Let this damned family go to hell. Andy longed to utter these words, but they caught in his throat, and he chose to remain silent instead. Duke Gna suddenly felt a lump in his heart. In truth, he yearned for a long conversation with his younger son. A meaningful dialogue, for if he missed this opportunity, their next meeting might not come for another 9 years. How many 9 years does one have in life? The two remained silent in succession. When Andy's emotions stabilized, Duke Gna retreated to the earlier sofa, intending to change the topic and soften his voice. So, after removing the heavy armor, do you feel much more comfortable? The Duke endeavored to view the situation from his son's perspective. When I donned heavy armor for the first time in my youth, I was utterly exhausted. Had it not been for your grandfather's reprimand, I would have been loath to remove it. Yet, once it was off, I found myself reluctant to don it again. Perhaps the Duke's words resonated with Andy. Or perhaps his attitude quelled the rebellion within Andy's heart that he ceased to toy with the teacup in his hands, slowly raising his gaze to meet his father's. This marked the first occasion since their reunion that Andy scrutinized his father with earnestness. The hazy recollections from his past began to converge gradually with the reality of his father, evoking a peculiar sensation within him. This feeling was a delicate balance of anticipation and the trepidation of the unknown. Andy gazed at his father and, with an unusually buoyant tone, remarked, "Indeed, after shedding the heavy armor, one feels remarkably unburdened. Now, whenever I see armor, I instinctively recall its weight, and that feeling is quite dreadful." Haha. The wrinkles at the corners of Duke Gna's eyes nearly crinkled together. A sign of his delight, he chuckled softly. You will often experience that dreadful feeling henceforth. I am well prepared for it. Andy cradled the teacup in his hands, his face alight with aspirations for the future. Duke Gna responded with a noncommittal smile. There is no need to regard slaying foes on the battlefield as an honor, my child. for there is nothing commendable about killing. If there is anything worthy of honor, you ought to reflect upon our family motto, family and responsibility. Andy blurted out. You will soon grasp the true essence of it. Duke Gna expressed satisfaction with his son's reply. After repelling the barbarians, you might consider an engagement with the eldest daughter of Count Shiza Devon of Turbuck Castle, Wendy. Wendy? Andy was taken aback. Indeed, that is your responsibility. Wendy is the sole daughter of Count Shiza, and I trust you comprehend my intent. The Duke wore a smile. Andy yearned to retort, what nonsense is this responsibility? Yet he understood that since this matter was conveyed by his father rather than his mother, it had been settled, leaving him without any choice. She must be a beauty. Andy could only utter, that is indeed true. She is as lovely as her mother. Shalone, should you marry her, every man in the Tevak Highlands will be envious. Duke Gna could not suppress a laugh. Let us hope so. His father's words ignited Andy's imagination. Haha. Duke Gna, fully aware of his son's thoughts, reminisced about his own youthful experiences. He patted Andy's shoulder firmly. Your father shall not deceive you. Is she as beautiful as Penny? Andy suddenly inquired. Penny? Duke Gna was momentarily taken aback. You refer to the eldest daughter of the Reagan family? The fiancée of Prince Cinda? Precisely. Andy's eyes sparkled with unexpected brightness. Duke Gna scrutinized his son for a moment and then remarked, I have not met Penny, but I believe Wendy will not be inferior to any lady of noble birth. But Penny is truly beautiful. You will meet her upon your arrival in the imperial capital, for she is your niece. Andy dismissed his father's words with skepticism. Wendy will become your wife, and that is an unalterable fact. Duke Gna's expression turned serious again. As for your cousin Penny, she is destined to become the Empress of the Empire, a fact that cannot be changed. Perhaps sensing the atmosphere reverting to its previous state, the Duke swiftly diverted the conversation. Now, let us discuss matters of significance, specifically, the challenges you are about to face. The war with the barbarians? Andy instinctively asked. Though it was evident he wished to continue the earlier topic, however, Duke Gna offered no opportunity for that. Within the territory, 10,000 elite cavalry archers have been assembled. I believe this should suffice to counter the barbarian incursion. I shall make the barbarians regret crossing the Kanya Pass. Duke Gna sipped his tea and chuckled softly. Even if the barbarians were to double their forces, they would achieve little. Thus, you must focus on more than just the war with the barbarians. Corlin Fortress? Andy instinctively uttered, indeed. Duke Gna's tone grew grave, imbued with an irresistible authority. The royal family is currently preoccupied and has little regard for Corlin Fortress. Their influence in that region is waning. Moreover, due to the frequent activities of the barbarians, the profits from the purple gold mines in the Corlin area are no longer sufficient to cover expenses that I suspect His Majesty, King Labbit, would prefer to exchange this territory for more significant leverage. What do you require of me? A flicker of excitement crossed Andy's face. Duke Gna leaned slightly forward, whispering, the 10,000 elite cavalry archers shall be placed under your command, but this must remain a secret. On the surface, they must obey the orders of the Corlin Fortress Command, which means following the commands of your cousin. Why? Andy was taken aback, a hint of defiance stirring within him. In the imperial capital, Patey, the son of the prime minister, was always the center of attention. While he, Andy, played the role of a mere accessory, the feeling of being an accessory was quite unpleasant. Duke Gna's earlier remark resonated. It felt akin to being a lackey. Andy had assumed that upon returning to his family's territory, he would assume the mantle of leadership, which was his fervent hope. He wished for Patey to experience the taste of being a subordinate. Such thoughts are common among people. Many harbor similar sentiments. Duke Gna was pleased with his son's reaction, as it at least indicated a competitive spirit. The Reagan and Barrett families have been allied for over 2 centuries. Furthermore, Patey has already consented to my request. He will provide us assistance when necessary. Do you trust such friendship? Andy inquired of his father, simultaneously questioning himself, for his bond with Patey was undergoing a trial. Andy was acutely aware that this stemmed from his own jealousy of Patey. On one hand, he scorned his jealousy. On the other, he yearned to surpass Patey, to prove himself no less worthy. Such is human nature, friendship. Duke Gna's face bore a hint of derision. Among nobles, friendship is the most abundant commodity, and equally, it is the most superficial. Andy was perplexed. Just remember, Corlin Fortress belongs solely to the Barrett family. Duke Gna declared. If Patey obstructs you in this matter, then the 10,000 cavalry archers shall compel him to reconsider. I understand. A glimmer ignited in Andy's eyes. Duke Gna observed his enthusiastic son, secretly sighing within himself. Although he had not seen Andy for quite some time, his informants in the imperial capital had relayed everything to him. He understood that while Andy possessed a certain cleverness, there was a vast chasm between cleverness and wisdom. Nonetheless, Duke Jin'e refrained from dampening his son's enthusiasm at this moment. He encouraged him. Thus, exert yourself diligently when Corlin Fortress returns to the rule of the Barrett family. All the people of Tevak will remember you, and the entire Tevak territory will bestow blessings upon your union with Wendy. Yalboen himself will travel to Turbuk Castle to welcome you, remaining to attend your engagement banquet with Wendy. And of course, your yet-to-be-seen sister will also be present. The young Andy was instantly captivated by the beautiful vision painted by his father. What about Mother? Will she come? Of course, she will appear alongside Yalboen and Meili, Duke Jin'e reassured his son. Upon hearing this, Andy immediately grasped his father's sleeve and implored, "Could you tell me about my brother and sister, and about Mother? I miss them dearly." "Certainly, my child." This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness for the Barrett father and son. Their reunion after 9 years, though initially fraught with conflict, ultimately led them to deliberately avoid contentious topics. Time flowed until the morning of May 8, when both father and son wished to continue their conversation but were guided by reason to seek rest. At that moment, the sky outside brightened considerably, just as the Barretts were about to rest. A distinguished and unusual guest arrived at the Prime Minister's residence in the imperial capital. A crimson-hued carriage came to a steady halt at the end of Patwade Street. As the carriage door swung open, four guards swiftly moved to encircle it, meticulously surveying the surroundings. A handsome middle-aged nobleman clad in a crimson noble tunic emerged from the carriage, gazing intently at the towering Prime Minister's residence. After a prolonged moment, he turned to his attendant and issued soft instructions. The young attendant quickly sprinted to the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence and addressed a guard on the left side of the door. "Please inform Duke Nick that Duke Eric of the Jean family has come to pay a visit." As he spoke, the young attendant presented a letter bearing the emblem of 2 majestic stags. The puzzled guard's expression shifted immediately upon hearing this. A guard in a captain's uniform carefully confirmed the emblem on the letter before whispering to the surrounding guards, and then stating, "Very well. Please proceed to the reception room and wait. I shall inform the Prime Minister at once." Duke Nick was neither surprised by Duke Eric's visit nor taken aback by the timing of the choice. For in his youth, during their service in the First Legion, he was often awakened at the break of dawn. In the parlor, 2 dukes sat facing each other on a sofa by the window. Duke Nick held a steaming cup of red tea, gazing at Eric, who had a similar cup before him, also exuding warmth. "This red tea was brewed by my eldest daughter, Penny. What do you think?" "Just the aroma alone must tempt you to take a sip," he remarked. "I apologize, but you well know that I prefer green tea," Eric replied nonchalantly. "However, how could I refuse tea brewed by the future Empress herself?" He lifted the cup to his lips and took a small taste. Not bad, but I still favor green tea." A knowing smile played on Duke Nick's face as he anticipated Eric's response. "Make do with it. I have no green tea here. It seems I must prepare my own tea for my next visit." Duke Eric shrugged indifferently, setting down his cup. "You are ever so self-assured." Duke Nick chuckled ruefully. "The lineage of your family is enviable. Your countenance drives the women of the imperial capital to madness." He too placed his cup down, reclining against the soft sofa, teasingly adding, "So, did you not visit any of your former lovers during this trip to the capital? To my knowledge, several remain unmarried. They are all far too old for me to recognize." Eric retorted coldly, "I am only interested in beauty." "How heartless of you." Nick raised an eyebrow. "I have always been thus," Eric conceded, leaning slightly forward, pushing aside his steaming cup, and fixing his gaze on Duke Nick's eyes. "Let us discuss matters of importance. Is it about Marquis Fit?" Duke Nick inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. "Indeed, we must put a stop to the foolish actions of the guard and the treasury officials. The people of Feld did not partake in Fit's nonsense." Eric, unusually vocal with his expletives, wore a serious expression. "Since you have such faith in them, you should have the guards investigate. Only then can His Majesty and the other ministers feel at ease," Duke Nick replied with a smile. "You should not be angry about this matter." Eric maintained a stern demeanor, his dark eyes glinting with coldness. "The root of this predicament lies not with Fit, but with you, and particularly your incompetence as Prime Minister." Duke Nick's smile faded, yet he remained unperturbed by Eric's words. "I am incompetent. Perhaps I should have been more assertive. If so, your caravan would have gone bankrupt 6 years ago. If that were the case, it would merely reflect the ineptitude of my people, Leaving me with no retort, Eric replied. Look at what the Empire has become. What have you been doing these 6 years? I now question my decisions from 13 years ago. Is this your ideal? I admit my faults, but His Majesty, Duke Nick sighed. I did not foresee Lord Robart's transformation into this state. Every individual who ascends the Golden Throne changes. Everyone. Eric interjected. You uttered these words when persuading me to overthrow the false Emperor Barrett. I now return them to you. Would you like me to complete the remainder of that statement? Duke Nick's expression shifted. When the one seated upon the Golden Throne becomes a madman, it is time for him to abdicate. We must have the courage to overthrow him. Eric whispered. Tell me, does the person currently occupying the Golden Throne still possess the heart of a king? My friend, although Robart leads a life of extravagance, he has not erred in his actions. Duke Nick raised his voice unintentionally. Yet his lavish lifestyle has drained the Empire. Eric's voice rose further. But he has recognized his mistakes, now. The entire Lion's Castle has reduced its expenses by nearly 5-fold, Duke Nick defended. Trust me, give me another 10 years, and everything will return to its former state. Even if you had 20 more years, you could not alter the fact that the Empire is in decline. Eric shook his head. Duke Nick frowned, rising to scan the parlor's entrance before sitting down again. What do you intend to do? I wish to do nothing but convey a few truths, realities you can perceive yet refuse to accept. Eric's voice softened. I will continue to support our Lord Robart. Unwaveringly. What exactly do you want? Duke Nick pressed again, his tone rising with inquiry. I only wish for you to cease those reckless investigations if your energy is indeed boundless. I suggest you persuade our Emperor to open his eyes and see the state of the Empire. Eric stood, fixing his gaze on Nick. Look at what his lavish lifestyle has wrought upon the Empire. Observe what those so-called new nobility have accomplished these years. My friend, Duke Nick began, but Eric swiftly overpowered him. Our Emperor has elevated merchants, mercenaries, and even brigands to nobility for the sake of his Golden Throne. They brazenly enter the Lion's Castle, audaciously bellowing in your Prime Minister's office, greedily devouring the Empire's foundation, while you, as the Prime Minister, have feigned ignorance all these years. I apologize. I did not intend to disappoint you so. Nick's eyes dimmed. Eric straightened, disbelief etched on his face. How have you grown so weak? Is it from the flattery of those nobles? Or the mountains of gold? If a firm stance could resolve issues, I would not hesitate to become the executioner myself. Nick forced a smile. The Emperor stands behind them. Do you think our Emperor truly spends his days in revelry? I know full well that those so-called new nobility are mere pawns for the Emperor to control the Empire, Eric murmured. That is precisely why I have come to see you. What do you wish to do? Nick asked for the third time. I have stated. I wish to do nothing, Eric replied once more. I will continue to support our Emperor and you. What do you truly want? Nick pressed a fourth time. Eric fell silent. He locked eyes with his friend. The Prime Minister of the Empire. They held their gaze. Click, click. The sound of the magical clock in the hall grew particularly pronounced at that moment. Soon, they both averted their gazes simultaneously. Duke Nick turned to the window. Observing the busy servants outside and the increasing throngs of pedestrians in the streets, while Duke Eric resumed his seat, staring at the red tea as its steam dissipated, they continued in silence. After nearly 5 minutes, Eric finally spoke. This time, regardless of any decision Lord Robart makes, I shall support him. However, as for what follows, that shall depend on the decision he makes now. I understand. Nick turned to face Eric once more. But you know the Emperor is quite stubborn. As obstinate as your father once was. Thus, I disposed of my father for the sake of the ideal empire you speak of. Yet, Eric said coldly, pausing before adding, it is the Prime Minister's duty to advise and correct the Emperor when he makes erroneous decisions. Now, you must fulfill your duty. Robart has no intention of engaging in lengthy discussions with me before the meeting of the 6 dukes. Nick frowned. I cannot see the Emperor. Are you jesting? The Prime Minister of the Empire cannot see the Emperor. Eric replied icily. You ought to make it known to those obstructing you what the consequences of hindering the Prime Minister would be. Indeed. I have demonstrated my authority. Over 3 guards have been whipped and exiled. Yet it has proven futile. I still cannot see the Emperor. He is avoiding me. Nick chuckled bitterly. Then, Eric rose. We have nothing more to discuss. With that, he strode toward the parlor's exit. You truly have no knowledge of Marquis Fitz's affairs? Nick questioned, rising to confront Eric's retreating figure. This inquiry should be directed at you, my dear Prime Minister. Are you not aware of Marquis Fitz matters? Eric turned his head. Responding coldly, Duke Nick was taken aback, but Eric paid him no mind. swiftly exiting the parlor. On May 10th, after a fortnight of scorching heat, the imperial capital was greeted by a torrential downpour. This storm marked the first rainfall of the summer season. And within mere hours, the water level of the Conifer River, which traverses the outskirts of the capital, surged nearly 10 centimeters. Upon discovering the situation, the church and various magical organizations and scholars promptly dispatched their finest members to the river's upstream to divert its flow. This sudden yet timely rain disrupted the travel plans of most citizens of the capital, as they wished to avoid falling ill from the rain. The cost of such an ailment was far too high. After all, as the doctors from the academy and the church were not free. However, the torrential downpour did not deter Emperor Robert from pursuing his original intentions. He had originally planned to host a celebratory ceremony today for the 5 rulers of the autonomous territories who had already arrived in the imperial capital. Early this morning, nearly 100 emissaries from the Lion Fortress, bearing the emperor's invitations, began to visit the most powerful nobles in the capital in succession to honor their arrival. Emperor Robert was resolute in ensuring that all the influential figures of the capital must be present. This was undoubtedly the finest way to display his authority, and of course, it also signified his personal regard for the forthcoming celebration. The 5 most important guests would be personally greeted by Baron Kemp, the captain of the Emperor's Guard and the highest commander of the Imperial Guards. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The rain had not ceased. In fact, it was even heavier than in the morning. Yet, not a single noble in the capital dared to be absent from this grand banquet. Inside the Lion Fortress, the atmosphere was more bustling than ever. Outside the grand gates of the fortress, Victory Square was filled with various carriages, while the drivers and numerous attendants sheltered under the distant eaves. Among these individuals, even those who were usually the most talkative had dutifully silenced themselves. Quietly watching the rows of royal honor guards standing in perfect formation outside the Lion Fortress, with one person prominently positioned at the center, the Imperial Chancellor, Duke Nick Reagan, stood there beneath the archway of the fortress, clearly awaiting someone. He had been waiting for nearly half an hour. Patter, patter, the relentless sound was the rainwater striking the steel armor of the honor guard members. Swoosh, swoosh, 2 gilded battle flags emblazoned with the emblem of the Daintive family flanked the entrance of the Lion Fortress. Howling with a shrill sound in the gusts of wind, at 3:15, 5 simple yet elegant carriages appeared almost simultaneously on the horizon along Patwade Street, connecting the Lion Fortress to Victory Square. Creak, creak, thud, thud. The sound of hooves and wheels grinding against the ground drowned out the noise of the rain. Duke Nick instinctively perked up, his eyes fixed intently on the approaching procession, while the numerous drivers and attendants beneath the eaves disregarded the falling rain. Bowing in respect, beside the 5 carriages, nearly a whole squadron of guards stood, clad in various military uniforms, all draped in black leather cloaks. These young men, drenched from the rain, still held their heads high. As the carriages drew nearer, Duke Nick could not help but step forward instinctively. Thud. Leading the way was the carriage of Duke Eric, which rolled directly to the grand archway of the Lion Fortress. Just as the carriage came to a halt, Duke Eric opened the door and stepped out, while an attendant rushed to drape a leather cloak over him. Soon after, the other 4 carriages also steadied, and almost simultaneously their occupants emerged. Following Duke Eric was the imposing Duke Shurinella, ruler of the Hoko Islands, protector of the southernmost islands and seas of the empire, clad in the uniform of the highest naval commander. He rejected the black leather cloak offered by his attendants. Duke Shurin appeared remarkably aged, his exposed skin reddened and darkened from the sun's rays and the sea breeze. Behind Duke Shurin was Duke Janae Barrett of the Tuac territory, who wore a black silk tunic adorned with an intricate silver design of a rearing warhorse. He had no attendants and wrapped himself in a waterproof leather cloak. Chester Cliff, Duke of the Kalan territory, stood tallest among the gathering. With arms so robust they could rival Duke Eric's calves, he donned simple, yet practical leather ring armor, with a vividly embroidered falcon soaring across his chest. Bringing up the rear was Count Ron Zora, son of the old Duke Zora, who wore the most common purple noble robe, though his cloak was striking, made from the fur of the northern snow mountain tigers, and lined with a waterproof magical array that repelled the rain. Count Ron was of the same generation as the other dukes, having served concurrently in the imperial army. However, his father, Duke Boge, lived so long that he had yet to inherit the title of Duke of Clan. Hey, Nick, how long has it been since you last saw Saviera? I somewhat regret marrying my sister to you. I should have opposed that union at the time, Duke Gna bellowed, his voice overpowering the sound of the downpour. Are you contradicting your father's decision? Duke Nick chuckled heartily. How long have you been in this position? Duke Gna laughed along, for the sake of your family. And those young men behind you, perhaps you should consider resigning. His words momentarily stunned the other four, causing their steps to falter, and drew the attention of the surrounding honor guard officers. Unfazed, Duke Gna pointed at Duke Eric. We should let this fellow try his hand at the position of chancellor. Upon hearing this, Duke Eric's brows twitched violently, and he spoke in a low voice. Duke Gna, this just is far from amusing. On behalf of my mother, your aunt, kindly keep your mouth shut. Haha. Duke Gna laughed heartily, stepping forward to embrace Nick, shrugging off his damp cloak. Long time no see, my brother. Long time no see, brother. Nick replied softly. Then came Duke Eric, Shuren, and Chester, each embracing Nick in turn. When it was Ron's turn, he could only bow in respect. Nick scrutinized him and inquired, I hear the orcs have begun their assault on Anka Fortress. You must bring us the latest news. Chapter 80. Dialogue before the gates of the Lion Fortress. The gathered nobles were evidently intrigued by Duke Nick's question. Yet, including Duke Nick himself, none displayed the slightest hint of concern. To these dukes, it seemed as though the defeat of the orcs was merely a matter of time. Indeed, the nobles throughout the Rock Empire shared this optimistic perspective regarding the orc invasion, treating it as a trivial concern. The information I have is from several days ago. Duke Nick, Count Ron responded cautiously. The orcs are not in a hurry to attack. They are slowly assembling their forces. This time, the orc army will not be less than 100,000. Oh, this should be considered the largest invasion organized by the orcs in decades, Duke Gna immediately replied. The barbarians from the Wild Snow Mountains are also gathering an army of 50,000 at the same time. Colin Fortress is now in a precarious situation. Duke Eric quickly interjected, are they attempting to encircle clan territory? After speaking, he turned to Duke Nick. The military received word long ago and has already made arrangements. There is no need to worry about the safety of Colin Fortress. Duke Nick cast a discreet glance at the raucous Duke Gna, his eyes carrying a hint of warning. I have not received any communication from the military regarding this invasion. Nick, what is going on? Duke and she looked at the Imperial Chancellor, as a Duke of the Empire. I believe it is imperative that I be informed of every detail concerning the orc invasion, and that you and I have an obligation to unconditionally assist clan territory in repelling the orc incursion. The military is currently too occupied to attend to the orcs. They have more pressing matters at hand. Duke Gna's voice boomed. Isn't that right? Duke Nick. Duke and she shook his head. That is not an excuse. This is your dereliction of duty, Nick. Of course, I do not mean to target you. I merely wish to state that the military has an obligation to inform me. I understand. Old friend, I indeed bear responsibility for everything happening in the military, Duke Nick murmured. You certainly should be accountable, Duke Gna bluntly affirmed. Gentlemen, Count Ron's voice unexpectedly rang out, regarding the scale of the orc forces gathering. What I just mentioned was merely a conservative estimate. To put it another way, the commander of Anka Fortress, Earl Anstey, has analyzed the logistical movements observed by scouts, and it appears that this time, the orc forces may even exceed 200,000. Is that possible? Duke Gna was taken aback, instinctively reaching into his pocket for a cigar, only to find nothing there. Duke Nick, however, raised an eyebrow, his smile fading, and with a hint of skepticism remarked, the funds and resources required to equip an army of 200,000 are no small matter. 200,000? That is simply impossible, Duke Gna continued, his face filled with disbelief. Even at their peak, the orc army was only 20,000. They are a nation of soldiers, Duke Gna, and moreover, the most powerful northern clans among the orcs have completed their unification. Count Ron spoke with his head slightly bowed. This means the orcs have ended their 300 years of civil war, and now they can devote all their energy to confronting us. I trust Earl Anstey's words. He is a wise commander, one who could have become a hero of the Rock Empire, Duke Chester stated. His declaration drew the attention of all present, yet none offered a rebuttal. Will clan territory be able to withstand this orc offensive? Duke Eric posed the question that concerned everyone. Of course, Ron brimmed with confidence, stating, the Anka Fortress has never fallen. He paused momentarily before adding, however, to be prudent, we have sought assistance from the Imperial military, but have yet to receive any substantial response. I have mentioned that the military has no time to deal with the orcs at present. Gna chuckled heartily. Duke Chester furrowed his brow and turned to Duke Nick, saying, you should resolve this issue promptly. Certainly, results will emerge soon. Duke Nick nodded in agreement, then continued, if we could validate the words of Count Aunts. I believe it is imperative that we take this orc invasion seriously. How shall we validate it? Ron inquired, gazing at Duke Nick. I surmise that by now the orcs have completely sealed off the Black Mountain Pass, rendering our scouts unable to glean any information regarding the orc tribe's troop movements. Goblins. Dukenshi scratched his short beard with his left hand. I believe the goblins must possess knowledge of the orc situation. They engage in all kinds of trade, provided you can meet their price, and they are quite trustworthy, so there is no need to worry about them deceiving us with false information. At this point, Dukenshi looked towards Duke Nick. I am not mistaken. Am I, Duke Nick? You should write to the mayor of Barren Town to find a way to extract specific intelligence about the orc invasion from the goblins. That is an excellent idea. I shall have someone attend to it immediately after the banquet. Duke Nick's eyes lit up. After a brief pause, he seemed to suddenly recall something and hastily said, "Now, let us proceed to meet His Majesty the Emperor." With that, he stepped ahead into the inner sanctum of the Lion Fortress. But Baron Ron clearly wished to continue speaking, yet Dukenshi beside him patted his shoulder and shook his head. In the Eunice Hall, where the Golden Throne resides, this hall, named after the wife of the first Daindiff, has witnessed the coronation of 16 emperors from the Daindiff family. At this moment, nearly 90% of the officials from the imperial capital gathered within this hall, each sitting upright, silently gazing at a solitary figure standing quietly at the entrance, the ruler of the Rock Empire. The 16th emperor of the Daindiff dynasty, Robot. He had been standing there for nearly half an hour. He greeted the six dukes with the highest imperial etiquette, a tradition that has persisted since the nomadic era of the Rock Empire. Originally employed for tribal leaders welcoming victorious warriors home, the corridor leading from the Lion Fortress gate to the Eunice Hall is a long and narrow passage, supported by countless arches that seem to stretch endlessly. The walls flanking the corridor are adorned with murals that silently narrate the glorious history of the Rock Empire. As each person traverses this corridor, gazing at the content of the murals, the historical heroes of your unconsciously come to life in their minds. At this moment, the young members of the Royal Ceremonial Guard stood straight along both sides of the corridor, grouped in sevens, each adorned in white robes with golden trim, embroidered with the crest of the royal family and the six great houses. The six dukes soon spotted the emperor at the end of the corridor. Their fearless steps momentarily faltered. After a brief exchange of glances, the six dukes averted their eyes, their eyelids drooping as they stared at their toes, adopting a posture of humility. Emperor Robot, however, scrutinized the six most powerful lords of the empire without reserve. Watching them approach the Eunice Hall step by step, Chapter 81. The Emperor and his ministers, Your Majesty. The six soon reached the entrance of the Eunice Hall, offering the highest form of reverence to the supreme ruler of the empire. Emperor Robot, under the gaze of numerous nobles, old friends, it has been far too long. I almost lost track of time, except for you, Nick, haha. Robot opened his arms to welcome his guests. His voice boomed, carrying a casual familiarity alongside imperial authority. As his words settled, the emperor stepped forward. He first approached the imperial chancellor, Duke Nick, whispering, "My brother, I have had so much on my plate these past few days. I must apologize for the actions of the guards a few days ago. You were right to teach them a lesson." The emperor casually recounted the recent conflict between Duke Nick and the guards outside his private palace, particularly mentioning how Nick dealt with a few guards. And while the emperor ostensibly supported Nick's actions, a subtle warning lingered beneath the surface. Just as Duke Nick was about to explain, Emperor Robot embraced him and then extended his left hand. Duke Nick, seeing this, quickly bowed to kiss the purple gold ring adorned with the crest of the Daindiff family on the emperor's middle finger. Emperor Robot relished the process of having the imperial chancellor bow before him, his expression of pride and arrogance revealing everything. Soon, when Duke Nick raised his head again, the emperor swiftly diverted his gaze, clearly wishing to avoid excessive conversation with his chancellor at that moment. However, as Emperor Robot took a step to his left, facing Duke Chester, he suddenly turned back, casting a sidelong glance at Duke Nick, asking, "What was it you wished to discuss with me a few days ago?" Duke Nick hesitated, glancing at Duke Chester, who was awkwardly bowing before the emperor, and replied, "The issue has been resolved, Your Majesty." "Oh, is that so? A good chancellor certainly makes things easier." The emperor narrowed his eyes, beginning to regard Duke Chester directly. "Old friend, it has been 13 years since we last met on the battlefield, has it not?" "Indeed, Your Majesty." Duke Chester bowed deeply, kissing the emperor's ring, recalling that 13 years ago, the Cliff family had been defeated while supporting the false Emperor Barrett. "The Cliff family stands ready to heed your call." Duke Chester displayed more humility than anyone else present. "Indeed, the Cliff family remains eternally loyal to the Emperor," Robot declared boisterously, laughing heartily afterward, for in the current Rock Empire, He, rowboat Daindiff, is the sole legitimate ruler. The emperor's laughter resonated, prompting other ministers and nobles in the hall to join in his unabashed mirth. Duke Nick observed the nobles in the hall laughing uproariously, a frown creasing his brow. He wished to halt the emperor's absurd antics, but as the words formed on his lips, he seemed to recall something, ultimately opting for silence. After a brief silence, the emperor ceased his laughter and turned to the gathered nobles, proclaiming loudly, "The Cliff family is 100 times more loyal than any of your families, Your Majesty." "I merely have not forgotten the oath of my ancestors," Duke Chester replied, his face betraying no hint of anger despite the emperor and nobles' ridicule, his tone grave and his words formal and stiff. Emperor Rowboat raised an eyebrow, straightened his posture, and finding no sign of anger from Chester, felt a twinge of boredom. With a light humph, he turned away, even disregarding Chester's oaths. Now, the emperor locked eyes with Duke Eric of the Fielda territory. And after taking a few steps back, he scrutinized Duke Eric with a discerning gaze for several seconds before saying, "Welcome, my brother. The Jean family shall forever stand by your side," Duke Eric replied coldly, simultaneously indicating his stance in front of all present. After speaking, he bowed and kissed the emperor's ring. The emperor smiled nonchalantly, his gaze shifting to Duke Gna. Duke Gna was quick to speak, "Esteemed Your Majesty, it has certainly been a while." His face bore a humble smile. "While I long to praise your greatness, I must first address a matter. Since 6 years ago, the military has yet to pay for the Tuac Plateau warhorses procured, and I have come bearing the bill." Gna's words carried a hint of jest. "Yet I have not seen a single horse," the emperor replied with a grin. "Perhaps you should send someone to Anku Fortress to reconcile the accounts with the exiled Eden Val. But you must hurry, for I have heard that the Orc army is already at Anku Fortress. I possess your personal seal on my bill, Your Majesty," Duke Gna stated after kissing the emperor's ring. "The family crest depicted is as vivid as that on your ring. You may have been deceived. Old friend, the cabinet and the guard recently solved a case, and agents discovered a multitude of Tuac warhorses on the plains southwest of Norma Fortress. Perhaps you should inquire with the head of the guard, Guziel, or Duke Nick, for more details." The emperor lied without so much as a blink. After finishing, Rowboat quickly stepped to the right, glancing at Dukenshi, who was clad in naval uniform, and with an incredulous tone remarked, "Dukenshi, oh, I hardly recognize you anymore. My goodness, how old are you?" "The sea breeze can age a person swiftly," Dukenshi replied nonchalantly with a smile, the wrinkles on his face instantly crinkling together. "I am the best proof of that. It seems that life upon the sea is not quite so idyllic," the emperor mused. "Of course. But it brings wealth, boundless wealth," Inshi declared, bowing to kiss the emperor's ring. "It seems your trade with the goblins and elves has been quite lucrative." A flicker of surprise crossed the emperor's face. Dukenshi elucidated, "Indeed, the orc ore possessed by the goblins is commendable, yet the majority of their ores are traded at the port of Barrentown. The fruits and herbs from the elven forest are the most favored by the nobility of Sook City and serve as a crucial source of income for our trading fleet." "Oh." Emperor Leoboat's gaze flickered with a hint of anticipation as he inquired, "Do you believe establishing a trade port at the Yekjul military port would yield positive results?" "Certainly, Your Majesty, but if I may speak candidly, this matter has been deliberated by the Empire for nearly a century without conclusion," Dukenshi replied, lowering his head, his peripheral vision darting towards Duke Nick on the far left. "The primary reason for the protracted delay in this matter was the Reagan family, for once a trade port at Yekjul was established, it would inevitably disrupt the business of Barrentown. Perhaps you should engage in a thorough discussion with Duke Nick," the emperor suggested, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Of course, should Duke Nick be amenable," Dukenshi remarked, casting a glance towards the imperial chancellor standing at the far left. Chapter 82. The Karen territory. At this moment, Duke Nick also turned his gaze towards Dukenshi, wearing a modest smile. "I have been at the chancellor's office these past few days, ever ready to welcome your visit. My friend, I would prefer to reminisce with you at the Chancellor's residence a bit later," Dukenshi replied with a nod of acknowledgement. "My finance minister, Count Stu Gallop, informed me that the Yekjul trade port could be developed and operated collaboratively. I find this idea rather appealing." Emperor Leoboat presented a condition. Upon hearing this, Dukenshi's eyes brightened momentarily, but soon, he appeared to lose interest as if a thought had crossed his mind that he casually complimented. "Indeed, it is a commendable notion. Haha." The emperor chuckled softly, perceiving the insincerity of Dukenshi's remarks, which were clearly intended for his benefit. However, the emperor was unperturbed, concluding his conversation with Dukenshi with a slight smile. He then turned his attention to Count Ron. "My brother, it is a pleasure to see you again. Where did we last meet? Was it in a tavern? What kind of tavern was it? Count Ron bowed and kissed the Emperor's ring before responding. It was at the Frost and Wind Tavern in a Luck Fortress. We were returning to the capital from the Mage Tower of Derek, and while resting at the Frost and Wind Tavern, I received orders from my father and the military, which compelled me to retire and return to the Karen territory. I had thought you returned to inherit the title of Duke. How is the old Duke faring? Leobold intended to follow Ron's lead, but abruptly shifted the topic halfway through. He is well, though the orcs from the western continent have invaded once more. We shall discuss the orc issue tomorrow, my brother, Leobold interjected. Trust me, I understand the orcs' intentions better than you. With that, the Emperor stepped back a couple of paces, casually surveying the crowd before declaring, today, our sole purpose is to indulge in merriment. Henceforth, the exquisite wines in the cellar of Lion Fortress are yours to enjoy. Are you certain, Your Imperial Majesty? Challenging the drinking prowess of the men from Tevik Highlands can be perilous, Duke Janae remarked, patting his ample belly. Fine wine is as essential to every sailor as perfume is to a noble woman, Duke, and she replied with a jovial demeanor. Of course, the Emperor never goes back on his word. Emperor Leobold laughed heartily. What are we waiting for? Meanwhile, as Emperor Leobold hosted a celebratory banquet for the 5 dukes and Count Ron's arrival in the capital, an important visitor was making his way to Karen City, the envoy of Duke Bauga. Viscount Krellin, the Karen territory, situated in the western lands of the Locke Empire, has been ruled by the Cliff family for generations. The northwestern part of this territory borders the dwarven fortress of Loden, while the southwestern region adjoins the northern lands of the Elven Kingdom of Nerone Forest. This expanse of land, nestled against the Loden mountain range, was initially charted by the ancestors of the orcs. Legend has it that 500 years ago, this land was inhabited by numerous intelligent races, such as goblins, centaurs, elves, werewolves, and even dwarves who preferred life on the surface. However, with the rise of the orcs, the other intelligent races were driven away. The centaurs integrated into the Elven Kingdom. Goblins and dwarves fought for control of the Loden mountain range within the confines of the fortress, ultimately leading to the goblins' defeat and their long migration. The fate of the werewolves was even more tragic. They migrated to the present-day Hoko archipelago with the elves' assistance, believing they could lead a peaceful and harmonious life, only to be expelled by the pioneering forces of the Locke Empire 2 centuries later. For nearly 200 years, they have not been seen on the continent of Aelan, leading many scholars to speculate that the werewolves have become extinct 300 years ago, following the 3 races war initiated by the human tribal alliance on the Sook Plains. The orcs were driven to the western continent. After the war, the vast lands of the Karen territory were awarded by Emperor Locke to one of his key generals, Chad Eli Cliff, who was also one of the leaders of the major human tribes at the time. The orc cavalry was vanquished by the heavily armored infantry commanded by Chad Eli, and the dwarves were able to forge an alliance with the Locke Empire, thanks to the friendship between Chad Eli and the dwarves. However, Emperor Locke did not merely bestow this land upon the Cliff family and his tribe, he also granted it to the dwarves. This was a clever maneuver by Emperor Locke. The reason the human tribal alliance was able to swiftly ally with the dwarves was not solely due to the friendship between the dwarves and Chad Eli, but also the Emperor's promise of the Karen territory to the dwarves. Yet, when Emperor Locke ultimately defeated the orcs and became the most powerful sovereign on the continent of Aelan, he regretted his decision. He was reluctant to share the promised Karen territory with the dwarves. After all, the fertile land of Karen could easily transform the dwarves into a second orc tribe, a formidable tribe that could threaten the mighty empire established by Emperor Locke. Such an occurrence could not be permitted. This was the Emperor's mindset at the time. Nevertheless, the Emperor was also hesitant to breach the treaty, as this could potentially lead to direct conflict with the irascible dwarves. Years of warfare had left Emperor Locke fatigued. He did not wish to resolve this issue through force. And a war with the dwarves would be futile, offering little in terms of benefit beyond loss of life and resources. Moreover, the war-weary populace and soldiers, having suffered through years of conflict, were averse to further hostilities. In pursuit of the fragile empire he had newly established and the hard-won peace, Emperor Locke sought the counsel of his most trusted minister, Chancellor Patvid Duke. Thus, under the wise advisement of this chancellor, the Karen territory became the domain of the Chad Eli Cliff family and their tribe. Duke Chad Eli was not taken aback by the Emperor's decision. He handled the matter with remarkable composure, as if he had anticipated it. First, he dispatched his forces to occupy several strategic locations within the Karen territory, and then, amidst the protests of his subordinates, he ventured alone to the Loden fortress to negotiate with the dwarven kingdom of Nawat. The particulars of the negotiations remain known only to Chad Ili and King Nawat. The terms signed thereafter were comprehensible only to a select few high-ranking officials from the dwarven fortress and Chad Ili and his tribe. However, from the vantage point of 300 years hence, one can surmise the nature of the agreement between Chad Ili and the dwarven king, as the Karen territory has nearly merged with the Loden fortress. In every village, town, and city of the Karen territory, one can observe throngs of dwarves. Some villages are predominantly inhabited by dwarves, and in the capital city of Karen, entire patrols of dwarves can be seen. Correspondingly, in the Loden fortress, humans are ubiquitous, and the goods of the Locke Empire reach even the most remote subterranean cities near the Death Swamp. Chapter 83. Karen City, the sole large city in the Karen territory, serves as the political, economic, and cultural epicenter of the western lands of the Locke Empire. It is constructed atop a small circular hill, leaning against the slopes of the Esbo mountain range that lies between the Suk Plains and the Karen territory. Surrounding the circular hill, the tranquil waters of the Nikdu River act as a natural barrier for the city. The Nikdu River is the lifeblood of the Karen territory, flowing down from the Loden mountain range. Traversing the Karen territory, passing through the underground rivers of the Esbo mountain range, meandering past Lake Temik near Noma Fortress at the southernmost tip of the Suk Plains, and finally coursing towards the sea after flowing through the Fept Mountains adjacent to the Paxi Fortress. Karen City is constructed like a formidable fortress, with massive walls encircling the majority of the buildings within the hill slope, their darkened surfaces adorned with moss attesting to the city's rich history. The city possesses but one main gate, located to the north, while a secret entrance remains known only to the locals. At the pinnacle of the circular hill, the central point of the city, a magnificent castle stands tall, visible from miles away, its summit crowned by a statue of a majestic eagle surveying the entirety of the Karen territory. This castle is known as the Chad Ili Castle. Presently, within the grand hall of this castle, crafted by the dwarves and the Cliff family, Brady Dudley Cliff, the primary heir of the Cliff family, along with his mother, Lady Elma, personally welcomed the envoy of Duke Bauga, Viscount Krellin. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lady Elma discerned the anxious expression on Lord Clarence's face. She dismissed the servants and, after exchanging a glance with her son and Sir Hilbert, the castle's steward, inquired, "My lord, it appears you are in distress. Would you be so kind as to enlighten us?" "Certainly, madam," Lord Clarence replied, suddenly invigorated. He cast a swift glance at Braddydelly before turning to Lady Elma and said, "I come on behalf of Duke Borga seeking assistance. The orcs are mounting an all-out assault on Fort Anku, and according to my most recent intelligence, the assembled forces of orcs may exceed 200,000. 200,000. Sir Hilbert was taken aback. "Can you confirm this?" After a pause, he added, "Of course, I have no doubt as to your word. I merely wish to ascertain the veracity of this information." Lord Clarence regarded the steward thoughtfully and replied, "This analysis comes from the Fort Anka staff. Based on the logistics and troop movements of the orc territories, I believe it to be accurate. Though the staff may seem idle at times, they are occasionally quite reliable," Braddydelly remarked with a tone of appraisal. My lord," Lady Elma interjected, interrupting her son, "extended travel can be quite exhausting. You are welcome to rest in the castle for the day. My steward, Sir Hilbert, will make the necessary arrangements." "Madam, by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. You shall receive the answers you seek," Lady Elma assured him, her tone gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. As her words lingered in the air, Sir Hilbert swiftly approached Lord Clarence. "Please, follow me." "My lord," he said, striding towards the hall's side entrance. "My lord, if you wish to avoid becoming lost, it would be wise to keep pace with our castle steward, for the dwarves have designed the internal layout of this castle to be exceedingly complex," Lady Elma remarked playfully. Observing Lord Clarence's unresponsive demeanor, perhaps her words had an effect, or perhaps Lord Clarence felt the resolute determination of his hostess. He could only rise and bow, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality." "Madam, we must heed his call. It is our duty, mother," Braddydelly murmured after Lord Clarence had vanished through the side corridor. "No noble can evade the obligation to combat the orc menace." "Indeed, provided the situation is genuine," Lady Elma nodded. "What do you mean?" Braddydelly inquired. Puzzled. "My child, your father is in the imperial capital. You ought to understand why the emperor seated upon the golden throne has summoned this so-called Duke's Council at such a time." A look of concern crossed Lady Elma's face. "Because our emperor is currently in financial straits, and we are the means by which he secures funds. Furthermore, My dear son, your beloved Farola will become a pivotal bargaining chip in negotiations between the emperor and your father. The emperor of the empire is akin to a bandit. How apt are the merchant's assessments? The young bratty Deli seethed with resentment. That is his prerogative, Lady Elma murmured, as people say. The entire empire belongs to the emperor. How much does our emperor require this time? It would be manageable if it were merely funds, Lady Elma sighed inwardly. Emperor Laubert is more miserly than you can imagine. Your union with Farola will not receive the blessing of her uncle. You must brace yourself, for our emperor may demand your father relinquish Farola. You, the Duchess gazed at her son, hesitating to speak. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not surrender Farola. Bratty Deli, understanding his mother's implication, resolutely declared, I have sworn an oath to protect her for life. She is my beloved, and I cannot betray my love or my vow. Thus, we must ascertain the truth of Duke Borga's plea for aid. Lady Elma gazed toward the side door through which Lord Clarence had departed. If our armies and your father are absent from the territories, what might that imply? You should comprehend this better than I. Bratty Deli faltered, then exclaimed in anger, the Cliff family has ruled the Kalan territory for over 3 centuries. No one can undermine our dominion, especially with the dwarves as our allies. Lady Elma's wise gaze flickered. No rule is eternal. When your enemies perceive your weakness, they will not hesitate to strike. Our friendship with the dwarves is not as idyllic as you might believe. They constantly seek to dominate our alliance. And now they possess the power, merely awaiting the opportunity. Hearing this, Bratty Deli gradually emerged from his previous fury and impatiently questioned, what should we do now, if Lord Clarence's claims hold true? Though I have faith in Fort Anku, I worry about Kalan facing 200,000 orc forces alone. This should be the concern of the Imperial 3rd and 4th Legions. Lady Elma spoke softly. Then, noting her son's expression, added, I understand we share the responsibility. Therefore, send our people to swiftly gather intelligence regarding Fort Anku. You shall undertake this task personally. Bratty Deli nodded immediately. Understood. He then bowed to his mother and departed hastily. Chapter 84 As the sun rises and sets. A mere day passes, insignificant in the grand continuum of time. The Emperor of the Lock Empire hosts a celebratory gathering for his guests at Lionfort, which lasts until 10 o'clock in the evening. Although the Emperor has informed everyone that they may indulge throughout the night, no one takes his words to heart. The Emperor's words are the least trustworthy. This sentiment is not merely rhetorical. At 6 o'clock on the morning of May 11, after a day and night of torrential rain, the downpour has finally ceased an hour ago. Ordinary citizens in the outer city have risen to busy themselves for the new day. While most of the noble lords within the inner city, save for the young who must undergo nightly training, remain ensconced in their soft beds, the streets are sparsely populated, with only low-ranking officials from various departments on night duty passing by. On the quiet Patford Street, several patrol soldiers of the city defense tossed their heavy weapons and shields aside and leaned against the street railing, chatting idly. Guards passing by would typically scold them, only to be met with quick retorts from the soldiers. However, the exchange remains confined to a war of words. Creak, creak, the sudden sound of a cart's wheels rolling breaks the tranquility of the street. The chatting patrol soldiers, upon hearing the noise, instantly lose all trace of drowsiness. Each of them adeptly and swiftly retrieves their weapons and stands tall, resuming their patrol with a semblance of formality. Inside the cart, Duke Nick, the Empire's Prime Minister, reclines lazily on a couch crafted from windwolf hide. He had not slept a wink the previous night, as after the banquet, Emperor Laubert summoned him, and they conversed until 2 in the morning. Upon returning to the Prime Minister's residence, Dukes and Count Ron had already awaited him in the reception room for 2 hours, and the 6 engaged in dialogue until 5 in the morning. During this time, Duke Chester had stormed off in anger for a while, but soon returned. Within Lionfort, in Emperor Laubert's private reception room, the early light of dawn streams through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the court ladies bustling about. At this moment, within this relatively small reception room, at least 20 court ladies are industriously engaged, though it appears somewhat crowded, under the direction of Court Steward Bailey. Everything unfolds with remarkable order. They have been laboring in this reception room for over an hour. In the center of the room, a large round conference table stands silently, surrounded by 7 deep red wooden chairs. Today, the Emperor of the Empire will convene with the 6 great dukes here. The court ladies, perhaps aware of the purpose for which they are arranging this hall, tread carefully, instinctively lowering their postures as they walk. Are we not ready yet? Barencamp, the commander of the Royal Guards, suddenly appears at the door, adorned in deep red armor emblazoned with the royal lion emblem. It will be completed shortly, rest assured. Bailey personally oversees the busy maids. Baron Camp frowned. His Majesty's guests have arrived at Victory Square. You have 2 minutes left. Steward Bailey surveyed the room and replied, I need but a minute. Bailey's words and actions are always meticulous. A few minutes later, when the 5 dukes and Count Ron entered the reception room, it had transformed into a most agreeable conference chamber. Crowds of court ladies had vanished, and Bailey and Baron Camp personally attended to the 6. Earl Stew presided over today's meeting. Once everyone was seated, Earl Stew held a cup of red tea and said, Gentlemen, let us now discuss matters of importance. Matters of importance? Duke Gna adjusted his silken sleeves. Nonsense. So, how much is required this time? Duke Eric spoke plainly. 3 million gold coins. Earl Stew replied, glancing at a ledger, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing his face. That amounts to 500,000 gold coins per person. The cold, indifferent voice of Duke Eric resonated, but you must repay within 5 years. That poses no issue. Count Stuber replied confidently, casting a glance at the others. We demand a 2-year exemption from all tariffs for our trade convoys to the imperial capital. Duke and she proposed. That is utterly impossible. Count Stuber instinctively objected. We can offer double the interest to the imperial bank. But tariffs cannot be waived. Curse your interest. Deliver 500,000 gold coins to my trading company, and within 5 years, we shall accrue at least 200,000 in profit. Now, let us engage in some tangible negotiations. Count Stuber. Duke Gna's deep voice echoed, his eyes fixed on Count Stuber with the predatory intensity of a beast stalking its prey. Tariffs are non-negotiable, and the 2% tax from each territory cannot be diminished, Duke Nick stated. Firmly embodying the position of the imperial prime minister, his words drew the gaze of all present towards him, as he delicately toyed with the ruby ring on his finger and spoke slowly. 500,000 gold coins. Paid in full, and the imperial cabinet will grant a 5-year free trade agreement. A free trade agreement? Duke Chester inquired, his face reflecting curiosity. Within 5 years, the cabinet will permit the 6 autonomous territories to engage in free trade, which includes the sale of all prohibited items, such as weaponry, military supplies, magical materials, and so forth, Duke Nick elucidated. Oh. Duke and she's eyes gleamed with interest. His dealings with the goblins primarily involved iron, ore, and weaponry. But due to the explicit regulations of imperial law, even possessing the mightiest trade fleet of the alien continent could not facilitate large-scale commerce. The other attendees nodded in tacit agreement upon hearing this proposal. I concur. Duke and she was the first to voice his approval. It merits consideration. Duke Gna followed suit. I too agree. My subjects will cheer for this free trade agreement. Duke Chester domain. Kalen was replete with workshops dedicated to weapon production. I require the cabinet to authorize my territory's independent trade with the elves. Duke Eric articulated his thoughts. This agreement holds no value for us in the clan territory. Baron Ron frowned. As the peculiar status of clan meant that the imperial trade restrictions did not apply, conversely, territories were obligated to provide unconditional assistance during the orc invasion of clan. Moreover, we are at war and cannot produce 500,000 gold coins. Then let us 5 contribute an additional 100,000 gold coins. Duke Chester, acutely aware of clan's circumstances, interjected immediately after Baron Ron spoke. By the way, what exactly is the situation with this orc invasion? What are the military and His Majesty's positions? Duke and she's gaze lingered momentarily on Count Stuber before shifting to Duke Nick. Duke Nick, with a faint, bitter smile, remarked, the imperial cabinet and His Majesty will not turn a blind eye, but currently, the imperial military and the 4 legions are facing a minor issue that requires some time. Spare us your grandiloquent excuses, my brother. Duke Gna's sardonic tone interrupted Duke Nick. We are not fools. If it were merely a trivial issue, would we have traveled such a distance to the imperial capital to hear your lamentations at such a critical juncture? This is indeed a matter of concern. Each of us present has the right to be informed about the warring clan. Duke and she lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Let me put it this way. Last night, my steward informed me that our fleet's goblin trading partners warned us of a significant orc invasion plan, and my goblin associate gravely cautioned us to take this orc incursion seriously. My father has formally submitted a plea for aid to each territory. Baron Ron gazed at Duke Chester. Perhaps my father's envoy has already reached Kalen. The Cliff family is willing to do whatever it takes to expel the orcs. Duke Chester immediately declared, I agree to contribute an additional 100,000 gold coins. And the grain and weaponry from the Feld territory will continuously flow to clan until this war concludes. Duke Eric also expressed his stance. The 500,000 for clan will be covered by the remaining 5 families. Duke Nick ultimately summarized. What say you? Count Stuber, I have no objections. And regarding the free trade agreement, Duke Nick inquired again. Count Stuber, appearing contemplative, glanced at Duke Nick, then subtly scanned the other attendees before stating, "Apologies, please hold for a moment." It was evident that he could not make a decision unilaterally. Yet he found the proposal plausible, thus requiring the Emperor's approval. Chapter 85 Clang. The door to the temporary meeting room swung open and shut, followed by the diminishing sound of Count Stuber's footsteps retreating down the corridor. Growing fainter until they vanished entirely, the five dukes and Baron Ron exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with unmistakable mirth. The free trade agreement and its accompanying conditions had been deliberated hours prior, with Baron Ron having secured verbal commitments from the other families. The five dukes had pledged unconditional support of substantial military supplies to Anka Fortress during Clan's conflict with the orcs. Their prior conversation had merely been for show. "Gentlemen, I believe we should be entitled to a private discussion." Duke and she called out to the two guards stationed by the door. Resembling sentinels, after a brief exchange of glances, Steward Bailey and Baron Camp nodded in unison, with Bailey slightly bowing and saying, "Of course." They swiftly exited the hall. The sound of the door closing caught Duke Janae's attention. And he turned to Duke Nick. "It seems the Emperor's most trusted individuals are not you," he remarked with evident derision. "The Emperor can trust anyone, and suspect anyone," Duke Nick replied with a mild smile, a greedy merchant. Duke Eric assessed Count Stuber. "He has no understanding of what nobility truly is." "Enough. Eric, noble blood has long since lost its worth. Nowadays, even the family of a mere village farmer can forge alliances with ancient noble houses." Duke Chester offered a decidedly objective perspective. Duke and she furrowed his brow. "This is not a favorable phenomenon, when the populace no longer fears us." "Then, do not indulge in alarmist rhetoric," Duke GNA interrupted. "If anyone doubts our sovereignty, let them try. I shall remind them of the respect and fear they ought to possess." Thud, thud. The ruby on Duke Nick's left hand lightly tapped against the wooden table. "Let us discuss something of substance." He shifted his gaze, meeting the eyes of each individual before finally resting on Duke Chester. "His Majesty is quite sensitive to certain matters. Presently, the 4 legions of the Empire have become nearly ornamental. I trust you understand my implication." He spoke in pauses, his voice diminishing in volume. "He fears for his throne," Duke GNA stated in a low tone this time, "for his throne was earned through war. And that massacre, that slaughter was a grave mistake." Duke Chester's voice was somber, his hands, resting on the table, revealed prominent veins, indicating his agitation. "You should have intervened at that time." He fixed his gaze intently on Duke Nick as he spoke. "You dare shift the blame onto us." Duke Nick's face, for once, displayed anger. "This is all you're doing. You were the ones who struck first, and now the capital is suffused with a repugnant atmosphere. Look at the heaps of dark ruins lining Panio Street in the inner city. My sister and my brother perished there, burned alive." Duke Nick's fury escalated as he spoke, the redness in his eyes revealing his struggle to contain his burgeoning rage. "We merely acted in accordance with imperial law." Duke Chester retorted coldly, "And you are the violators of imperial law." Bang. Duke Nick could no longer restrain his emotions. Slamming his hand on the table, rising to his feet, and bellowing, "The law permitted you to wield the blade against defenseless women and children. Damned. I truly wish to pierce your mouth with a spear right now. That depends on your capabilities, given your current state. Perhaps you should have your knight instructor rise from the grave to teach you how to wield a spear." Duke Chester replied with a mocking expression. Gentlemen, you ought to rein in your tempers." Duke Eric spoke coldly. "These matters were codified in the Armistice Agreement 13 years ago. Both of you signed it. And we were all witnesses." Duke GNA regarded Duke Nick with some surprise, as he recalled no prior instances of his brother-in-law displaying such anger. He stared blankly at his brother-in-law, his thoughts drifting back to the inferno of 13 years prior. Clang. Duke GNA stood from his seat, his movement successfully drawing the attention of all present. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Well then, my friends, the question we should now consider is, what other conditions will our Emperor present?" Pausing momentarily, he continued, "We do not possess the right to refuse. So, dear friends, ponder well." Duke Nick and Duke Chester each adjusted their thoughts. The others fell into contemplation due to the words of Duke GNA. All present were astute individuals. The Emperor summoned them to the imperial capital at this moment primarily out of fear of the power they wielded. Duke GNA spoke wisely. The throne of Emperor Lebot was indeed acquired through warfare. The Emperor was afraid that one day he too might be driven from Lion Fortress in the same manner. Thus he needed to devise strategies to avert such a fate. Bang. Bang. The six in silence were roused by the sound of knocking, and they simultaneously turned their gazes toward the door. At the instant the door swung open, Count Stuber's corpulent figure squeezed through. returning with such swiftness that it took the six by surprise. This indicated that the emperor had made a decision regarding their proposed conditions without much deliberation, refusal, or acceptance. The six pondered simultaneously. Count Stuber, braving the scrutiny of the six, approached his seat step by step and immediately proclaimed, "His Majesty agrees to your conditions. But the detailed terms of the contract require careful negotiation." Upon sitting, Count Stuber conveyed the emperor's message. "I shall have my people discuss the details with you, my lord," Duke Nick replied on behalf of the group. "No. I believe it is better for you to address certain issues personally." Count Stuber shook his head. "Now, let us commence our discussion." Now, GNA was taken aback. "Certainly, I believe the sooner we resolve this matter, the better." Count Stuber beamed at the assembly. "I trust you all share this sentiment?" "I have no objections," Duke Eric responded, glancing at Duke Nick. After a moment of contemplation, Duke Nick furrowed his brow and said, "Let it be so. I hope to resolve this matter before nightfall, for I wish to enjoy a good night's sleep. Trust me, this issue will be resolved swiftly." Count Stuber maintained a faint smile. "Now, let us first discuss the opening of trade for those contraband goods. Not just some, but all, and without quantity restrictions." Duke and she could not help but interject. "That is impossible." Count Stuber shook his head. "Believe me, if you do not wish for the Orc army to don heavy armor and engage us in battle, we must consider certain issues more carefully." This, Duke and she was momentarily stunned. "Indeed, this poses a significant problem," Baron Ron remarked solemnly. Observing the support he garnered, Count Stuber's smile grew more pronounced. Subsequently, he began to exhibit his merchant acumen. Discussing item by item the free trade agreement drafted by Duke Nick, the impromptu conference descended into endless bickering and deliberation, lasting until sunset. Chapter 86. Sharptown, May 11, 4:15 p.m. While the six great dukes of the imperial capital were embroiled in heated debate over the terms of the free trade agreement, Patey and his companions, after 6 days and nights of arduous travel, arrived at the northern market town of Tevik. Sharptown. Sharptown, a way station, is situated at the crossroads of several trade routes, and was established a century ago by the Barlett family to expand their northern territories within Tevik. Lacking the scale of directly governed towns by the Central Empire, this was a true town. The only structure that might be deemed military was the wooden wall encircling the town. Furthermore, the soldiers patrolling the walls were equipped rather simply. Armed only with spears and wooden shields, due to their prolonged and intense journey, Patey decided against camping outside the town. They intended to find a tavern within the town to enjoy a good night's sleep and consume something that could genuinely be called food. As a direct descendant of the ruling Barlett family of Tevik, Andy initially planned to have his retinue inform the town mayor, but Patey declined, wishing not to waste energy and time on pleasantries. He merely desired a restful slumber in a long-absent bed. 2 copper coins per person. The town guards paid little heed to Patey and his group, as they blended seamlessly with the daily influx of merchants and mercenary guards. Outsiders entering the town were required to pay a head tax and register. 2 copper coins was the price for a night's stay. The local administrative structure was quite simple, consisting solely of the town government and a tax office, lacking any city defense forces. Their safety relied on locally recruited guards and 1 or 2 officers dispatched from the police department. Kalier smiled humbly, producing a silver coin from his pocket and offering it to the speaking guard. "Our horses also require entry into the town, you see." The guard raised an eyebrow at the mention, not outright refusing, but instead accepting the silver coin, wiping it clean before carefully confirming its authenticity and calling to a nearby colleague. "Let them through. These fellows are embezzling. I recall the entry tax for Tevik is only 1 copper coin." Andy muttered under his breath, "Those damned guards." "Sir Andy, if you wish to avoid unnecessary trouble, it would be best not to dwell on such trivial matters." The magician Kalier shrugged. "After all, the military has only 4 days left for us, believe me. This silver coin is well spent. Tomorrow, our horses will emerge as though freshly from your personal stables." Patey chuckled, patting Andy's shoulder, and remarked to Kalier, "He merely feels disgruntled at being overtly extorted on his family's territory. I wager he never intended to address the issue." "You truly understand me, Cousin Patey," Andy replied through gritted teeth. "Ha ha." Laughter erupted among the group. "Damn foreign mercenaries, cease your shrill cries like women." The town's entrance featured a rudimentary market, primarily established to supply passing merchant caravans. However, perhaps in a bid to collect more head taxes, the town government constructed the market within the town, resulting in poor business, with most stall owners napping on stone benches in front of their stands. The laughter of Patey and his companions stirred many stall owners from their slumber, and the ill temper of the Highlanders was promptly revealed. Waking the Tevic people from their slumber is not a wise choice. Outsiders, another stall owner shouted. You uncouth lambs, hurry back and let your mothers teach you some manners. Kalier retorted immediately. Do you wish to feel the weight of my hammer? A stall owner brandished a dark, hefty hammer, striking it against the stone counter before him with a thud. I would indeed like to try. Then come here. The stall owner was momentarily taken aback, evidently not anticipating a genuine confrontation. You ought to charge at them and teach them a lesson. Simon, instead of posturing there. Some stall owners began to cheer. Oh, Simon, you truly bring shame to the Tevic people. Why don't you go? Simon, the stall owner, flushed with embarrassment. Cowardly Simon, you should learn from your wife. She is braver than you. Haha. The situation unfolded unexpectedly, and Patey and his companions could not help but join in the laughter. Ding! A crisp sound rang out as Kalier toyed with several copper coins. Who among you will guide us to the nearest inn? This money will be yours. Although the magician's voice was soft and seemed drowned out by the surrounding jeers, a sudden silence enveloped the scene after he spoke. Clearly, most of the stall owners had not made any business in many days. I'll go. The stall owner named Simon reacted the quickest, already tossing aside his hammer as he smiled and approached Kalier. Oh damn! The surrounding stall owners instantly regretted their decision. Simon laughed heartily, akin to a victorious rooster, casting a glance at the nearby stall owners before removing his leather hat and bowing. There is an inn called Little Colt just up ahead. You must not miss their roasted meats and ale. He entirely forgot his previous scowl and intent to teach Kalier a lesson with the hammer. Simon's words instantly brightened the eyes of the ravenous Patey and his companions. Esteemed guests, please follow me. Simon gestured for them to proceed. Let us keep up. Patey shrugged. The Little Colt Inn was not far, as Patey and his companions exited the market. They could see the inn sign upon raising their heads. Esteemed guests, just ahead. Simon rubbed his hands, looking at Kalier. You are quite crafty, Kalier remarked as they had walked less than 50 meters. However, this is well-deserved. Without counting how many copper coins he held, he handed them all to Simon. You are most generous. May the goddess bless you and your friends. Simon accepted the copper coins with a bow. Let us hurry. Do not waste time. Andy, already famished, had not yet adjusted to the dry taste of rations, thus he always ate very little. I have never anticipated dinner as much as I do today. Patey smiled as he watched Simon depart. Kalier chuckled. My lord, if you wish to avoid being so thoroughly swindled as earlier, it would be best for me to procure some items. Oh. Patey suddenly recalled certain incidents from tourist areas in his previous world. But his feet unconsciously quickened. Wait, Sir Patey. Hades suddenly quickened his pace, calling out to Patey, then spoke in a hushed tone. There is a scent of blood, human blood. Patey and his cousin Andy suddenly halted. And in the next moment, the ethereal holy power surrounding Patey began to radiate outward. It emanated from that very inn. The sorcerer Kalier frowned and pointed towards the nearby Little Colt Inn, saying, It appears our barbecue plans are dashed. Chapter 87. Combat. At this moment, the street beside the gates of Sharptown was sparsely populated, with only a handful of lazy men sprawled on the ground, napping. The townsfolk who occasionally passed by were largely occupied with pushing handcarts laden with goods to and fro. In truth, Patey had already detected a faint scent of blood in the air, but he attributed it merely to the town's sanitation issues. Although he had experienced several skirmishes, he was still a novice compared to the seasoned Hades and Kalier. Furthermore, amidst such tranquility, it was difficult to conceive of a murder occurring. Are you certain? Andy inquired, glancing at his two companions. I never jest about such matters. Hades responded while one of Andy's aides whispered in his ear. Patey deliberately adjusted his leather armor to appear nonchalant, hoping to allay the concerns of the townsfolk who occasionally passed by. The holy power present in the vicinity indicates to me that there are still people within the inn, Patey stated. Moreover, there are many, at least a squad's worth just in the main hall. This does not strike me as the scene of a murder. After a brief pause, he turned to the sorcerer. Kalier, please summon that guide we encountered earlier. Understood. Mr. Simon, while I am grateful for your guidance, it seems this inn is currently closed. Patey waved his hand dismissively. Are there any other inns available? Simon appeared somewhat apprehensive in front of Patey and the others. Closed? Simon expressed surprise. Little Colt Inn has never closed its doors. Oh, right. A group arrived in town this morning, and they are currently staying at the inn. Perhaps those mercenaries have booked the entire establishment. What kind of mercenaries? Patey questioned. How many are there? Andy inquired. Well, Simon chuckled awkwardly. My lord, there are simply too many. My arithmetic is not the best. Andy was taken aback, then regarded Simon with an odd expression. Surely, basic counting was a skill everyone possessed. What is their equipment like? Hades shifted the topic. Almost every one of them carries an axe, while a few are armed with short swords and leather armor. Simon pondered for a moment, glancing at the silver coin in Kaelir's hand. He gritted his teeth and said, these mercenaries must have some connection with the town's guards. Otherwise, based on the town's regulations, such an armed force would not be permitted entry. Oh, Patey nodded thoughtfully. Clink. Kaelir tossed the silver coin to Simon at Patey's gesture. As you can see, Mr. Simon, we require rest. If you can persuade the innkeeper to change his mind, I can offer another silver coin. Patey inclined his head politely. Simon, excitedly grasping the coin, vigorously rubbed it against his greasy sleeve, then bit it to verify its authenticity. Once satisfied, he hastily declared, of course, I am at your service. With that, Simon hurried towards the inn's entrance, turning his back to Patey and the others as he concealed the coin within his clothing. Bang, bang. As Patey anticipated, the door was firmly locked. Simon pounded on it, yelling, Comely eye. Hey, Comely eye. We have business. Big business. Hey, you damned fool. We have business. The inn is booked by us today. No other business will be conducted. A coarse voice responded from within. If you dare knock again, I swear I will sever your hands. No one can book our Sharptown Inn. You damned outsider. Open the door. Perhaps spurred by the prospect of a silver coin, Simon did not relent, knowing it could represent an entire month's wages for him. Clatter. A loud crash echoed, reminiscent of furniture being overturned. Evidently, someone inside the inn had been provoked. Creak. The door was opened from within. Thud. A dagger swiftly plunged into Simon's throat the moment the door swung open, a spray of blood gushing from the back of his neck. You. Poor Simon had no time to react. He never imagined he would meet such a fate. Everything transpired with shocking suddenness. Yet Patey and his companions quickly regained their composure. Andy, go inform the town mayor of our presence and assert your identity. Patey swiftly dismounted, grabbing the cloth-covered silver warhammer from his saddle. Hades, I'll lead the charge. The rear is yours. Understood. Andy and Hades responded in unison, each springing into action. Whoosh, boom, a golden flash accompanied by the sound of slicing air surged towards the assailant of Simon, with a resounding crash sending the attacker sprawling. Simultaneously, the palpable holy power encircled Simon's neck. Don't hesitate. Hades, already accustomed to the paladin's tactical charge, shouted. Eden, cover Kaelir on the right flank. I and Rain will take the left and rear. What the hell? Who is it? A group of mercenaries drinking within the inn trembled at the sudden noise, instinctively grasping their weapons and turning towards the sound. Cough, cough. 2 violent coughs erupted from the throat of the man who had been thrown aside. And then he fell silent. Patey glanced at Simon's still form, lying in a pool of blood. His wound had closed, but whether he would survive remained uncertain. Whoosh! A small throwing knife glinted coldly as it flew towards Patey's throat. Umph! Patey snorted, neither dodging nor flinching, as the tangible holy power around him expanded, forming a protective barrier akin to a sorcerer's shield. This was the paladin's fundamental skill, Holy Shield. Clang! The throwing knife embedded itself into the holy shield, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Phew! Patey exhaled, stepping forward and sweeping his warhammer, striking a middle-aged man armed with a short axe who attempted to approach, sending him crashing to the ground with a sharp crack as his body crumpled in half. Ah! The wailing, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit, was abruptly silenced. The surrounding mercenaries, who had been preparing to close in, instinctively recoiled from Patey's strike, to overwhelm the enemy with sheer force. This was the phrase Patey's knight instructor had drilled into him the most during battle. After establishing dominance over his foes, Patey finally had the opportunity to survey the inn's main hall. There, he saw a man's corpse sprawled across the bar, his bloodied face displaying the bitterness of his last moments. Outside the bar, 2 naked female corpses lay, their bodies marred by bruises, but most striking were the countless bloody footprints scattered across the damp, hard earthen floor. Damn it, it's a paladin, crossbowman. Where are our crossbowmen? A man wielding a 2-handed sword shouted from the loft. Wearing a helmet adorned with pristine white goose feathers, Patey coldly regarded the man in the loft. You should be aware that it would take me less than 20 seconds to deal with these individuals. You have no time to ponder. Patey began to stride towards the loft, and the numerous mercenaries around him dared not impede his path. Clatter! The man in the loft immediately tossed his two-handed sword down the stairs and shouted, "Everyone, lower your weapons." He then turned to Patey. "I am one of the 6 vice captains of the Iron Tooth Mercenary Group. You best ensure my safety." Iron Tooth Mercenary Group? Patey muttered, recognizing it as the group that had ambushed his aide at the ancestral graveyard. Chapter 88. Assassination. The man in the loft then removed his helmet, revealing a scarred visage, his expression calm as he regarded Patey, showing no signs of anxiety despite being discovered for his misdeeds. "You are quite confident in yourself." Patey coldly assessed him. "I have surrendered. I trust a noble paladin would not engage in wanton slaughter." The man gazed at Patey. "I wish for no conflict between us. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. You killed my guide." Patey interrupted. Though he was merely a temporary hire, he was slain while serving a distinguished noble. "I can compensate." "Compensate?" Patey scoffed derisively. "Do you believe a noble's reputation can be measured in gold?" This was, after all, the territory of Torque, and he needed to rationalize his current actions. "We have already paid with 2 lives for this, my lord. If you—" Tap, tap. The sound of approaching footsteps abruptly interrupted their conversation. Hades appeared at the entrance, quickly discerning that Patey had gained control of the situation. He approached Patey and whispered, "The guards are arriving." Just as he spoke, a squad of guards streamed into the inn's main hall, led by a man clad in iron chainmail who cast a cold gaze over the scene. His eyes lingered on Patey for a moment before shifting to the man in the loft. "Corey, you need to explain this all." "A small misunderstanding, Captain Dina," Corey replied, unfazed by the arrival of the guards, instead smiling. "You can inquire with this paladin, sir." Captain Dana, upon hearing Corey's words, shifted his gaze towards Beatty. He scrutinized Beatty from head to toe before stepping forward, stating, "5 lives were lost, my lord, 2 of whom perished under the sanctified power. I believe it is imperative for someone to provide a clear explanation. Therefore, you, your companions, and these mercenaries must accompany me." As Dana spoke, he bowed slightly to Beatty in a gesture of respect, though his tone was decidedly aggressive. "I have no objections," Corey chuckled, descending from the loft. Beatty cast a serious glance at Dana before gently swinging his double-headed warhammer, allowing the holy power to gradually coalesce around it before dissipating. Finally, he propped the hammer on his shoulder and addressed the captain. "You have no authority to interrogate me, let alone arrest me. But you must come with me, my lord. Surely, even as a paladin, you would not wish to stand against the entirety of the Tevark territory?" Captain Dana instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword at his waist. "You." A sharp sound suddenly rang out as a weapon was drawn, interrupting Beatty just as he was about to speak. A chilling sensation coursed through him, causing the hair on his neck to bristle. By the time he reacted, he noticed the glint of cold steel at the corner of his eye. "My lord, be careful," Hades exclaimed in alarm. It was then that Corey, the mercenary vice captain, had stealthily approached Beatty's side under the pretense of being taken away by the guards. He unsheathed a dagger, striking towards Beatty's throat with lightning speed. In truth, Beatty had always been wary of him, yet he had underestimated this mercenary. It was evident that Corey excelled in close-quarter assassinations, and in the blink of an eye, his dagger shot forth like a bolt of lightning. As the dagger sliced through the air, the metallic scent of iron invaded Beatty's nostrils, accompanied by a sharp pain in his neck. However, it was merely a fleeting sting, for just as Corey's dagger lunged forward, Beatty had already utilized his holy power to create some distance between them. Drip! A few drops of blood splattered onto the ground where Beatty had retreated. Corey gazed at the wound on Beatty's neck, silently lamenting, for his dagger had not been coated with deadly poison in time. Clang! The assault did not cease. Just as Beatty's feet touched the ground, another ferocious attack surged towards his throat. This time, it was Captain Dana who struck, his inferior iron sword releasing wisps of vapor with the force of his blow, a searing heat rushing towards Beatty's face. Beatty slightly tilted his head to evade the lethal strike, suppressing the pain on his face as he leaped sideways to dodge Corey's follow-up attack. Almost simultaneously, the remaining mercenaries and guards brandished their weapons, intent on surrounding Beatty, only to be met with Hades, who swiftly dispatched half of them. Hades' method of killing was straightforward and direct, embodying the essence of a battlefield confrontation, and with his honed warrior strength and speed, he instilled fear in all those attempting to flee or interfere with the trio. Whoosh! Whoosh! Delayed arrows began to dart through the Crampton Hall, each arrowhead glowing with a faint green light, all aimed at Beatty's vital spots. A pungent scent of poison began to permeate the air. "The arrows are poisoned." Hades' expression shifted dramatically. Yet at that moment, Beatty had already gathered his holy power anew. Clang, clang. A series of crisp sounds rang out as all the arrows were deflected by the Holy Shield spell. Not good. Retreat. Captain Dana's breath hitched at that moment, his body pausing instinctively in an attempt to withdraw. Meanwhile, Corey readied himself to leap to the side. However, it was all too late. Humph. Beatty let out a cold smirk, and with a sudden sweeping motion of his unwieldy silver-white warhammer. Puff, puff, the air erupted with explosive sounds. Bang, bang. Simultaneously, with two dull thuds, both Dana and Corey were unceremoniously sent crashing to the ground by Beatty's brutal assault. Wow. They both gasped, expelling bloody bubbles as they lay on the ground. Struggling to rise, Beatty had deliberately held back, for he required 2 live captives, not corpses. The power of a paladin is indeed beyond my capacity to challenge. Dana gritted his teeth through the pain, while Corey had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Oh, you can still speak. Beatty regarded the so-called captain with newfound seriousness. Almost immediately, a wall of holy energy enveloped Dana, pinning him firmly to the ground. Ah! A scream erupted as he finally lost consciousness. After dealing with the two, Beatty turned his attention to the onlookers, who were wielding weapons and eyeing him warily. Do not kill me. I surrender. The mercenaries who had once again grasped their weapons now discarded them. Perhaps due to their recent surrender. This time, they all raised their hands above their heads, exclaiming, I truly surrender. We are merely following orders. A soldier stepped forward, discarding his weapon as he explained to Beatty. Yet Beatty frowned, remaining silent as he glanced at the unconscious Dana on the ground. For a town's captain of the guard to take matters into his own hands, especially in front of an audience, indicated that the forces behind him were not to be trifled with. Even if they were unaware of Beatty's identity, should they succeed, the death of a paladin would not be something a mere captain could handle. The ultimate outcome would be a desperate fight for survival. With this thought, a cold murderous intent began to seep from Beatty's eyes, for it was highly likely that these individuals' initial target had been his party. Chapter 89. Although Beatty's murderous intent was not directed at anyone present, for those who had just laid down their weapons and surrendered, Beatty felt like a direct threat to them. Instinctive fear began to spread within their hearts, the will to survive causing their gazes to dart back to the very weapons they had just discarded. My lord. Hades quickly noticed the change in the demeanor of those around him. Although he understood that these individuals posed no threat to himself or Beatty, unnecessary bloodshed was certainly something to be avoided. Duke Patweed had once said, killing is the quickest method, but only a fool would engage in unnecessary slaughter. Beatty snapped back to reality, his murderous intent dissipating instantly. You, merely pondering some matters. Beatty realized that his attitude had been quite inappropriate. Huff. He exhaled deeply, placing his warhammer on the ground, scrutinizing the trembling individuals around him, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the group of guards. Are you truly the guards of Sharptown? This was the answer Beatty most yearned to uncover. Yet the guards did not respond immediately, their heads lowered, exchanging furtive glances to eye. In the end, no one stepped forward to answer. You do not have the right to remain silent if no one answers my question. According to imperial law, I possess the authority to impose any punishment upon you, including the death penalty. Beatty raised an eyebrow, for you have openly assaulted an imperial noble, so if you do not wish to implicate your families, it would be best to answer my question. Beatty's self-assured and seemingly persuasive words elicited a slight reaction from the guards. Upon the completion of Beatty's statement, not only did the guards respond, but even the remaining mercenaries breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, tension and fear lingered, but the terror had dissipated, for Beatty had revealed his identity, and in the eyes of the Empire's common folk. While nobles were indeed detestable, they were also individuals who valued their reputations. Thus, these people no longer feared that Beatty would resort to slaughtering his captives in such an open setting. Yes, we are indeed the guards of Sharptown. All the townsfolk can attest to this. We are merely following orders. We were unaware of your noble status. A slightly older man among the guards stepped forward, removing his leather hat and holding it in his hands as he bowed, attempting to shift the blame onto the fallen Dana. Oh, then how did you? My lord, let me handle the interrogation. Hades could not help but interrupt Beatty's clumsy line of questioning, casting a glance at the speaking guard. Of course. It would be even better if Coriel could join us. Beatty was momentarily taken aback by Hades' words. Observing Hades' expression and the demeanor of the surrounding captives, he realized that perhaps he was not suited for the task of interrogation, and he nodded in agreement, intending to summon Coriel and the others who were on guard outside. Beatty, Beatty. Andy's voice suddenly rang out, accompanied by the sound of galloping hooves. The cacophony of noise approached rapidly, and soon, a familiar figure appeared at the inn's entrance. The mayor of Sharp Town, named Weber, was a quintessential Tevark man, clad in simple leather armor, his unkempt hair showing no signs of grooming, and a long beard obscuring half of his face. Mayor Weber swiftly brought his men to control the nearby mercenaries and guards, yet Beatty did not allow them to take anyone away, as the town's officials were utterly helpless, according to imperial law. These individuals were temporarily Beatty's captives, and he had the right to deal with them as he saw fit. Thus, in the end, everyone found themselves confined within the narrow confines of the tavern cellar. Dana and Corey, however, were held separately. Prior to their imprisonment, Beatty had administered a brief healing using holy power to prevent the two from bleeding excessively and succumbing to death. Mayor Weber displayed the appropriate humility towards Beatty, though he refrained from excessive flattery. After a few perfunctory greetings, he swiftly delved into the core of the matter, inquiring about the recent events. Nevertheless, Beatty, being in a position of superiority, was not obliged to answer Weber's questions like a mere prisoner. Thus, he delegated all inquiries to me, Hades. Mayor Weber remained composed, perhaps unnaturally so, showing no reaction even when Hades accused the town's guards and Captain Dana of their misdeeds. This lack of response aroused Beatty's suspicion that the mayor might be colluding with the saber-toothed mercenaries. Though such doubts remained unvoiced and merely speculative in his mind, the two officers accompanying them, dispatched from the guardhouse, exhibited keen interest in the unfolding events, persistently questioning Hades about the murder and the ensuing brawl, even expressing a desire to take the unconscious Dana and Corey away. However, Beatty resolutely refused. Furthermore, under imperial law, nobles have the right to interrogate the assassins who attempt to slay them within the bounds of legality. Rendering the officers powerless against Beatty's unwillingness to cooperate. As for the guardhouse, Beatty did not outright refuse. He promised that as long as they could retrieve the answers he sought, the two individuals could be handed over to the guards. I sincerely apologize, Sir Beatty, for the unfortunate events you have encountered in Sharp Town. I assure you, the town government will provide you with a satisfactory response in the shortest time possible. I swear by my mother's name. As Mayor Weber spoke, his eyelids twitched in sync with his lips, creating an unsettling impression for onlookers, and his smile was rather grotesque. This may well be the fundamental reason for his perpetually stern demeanor. I have no intention of lingering in Sharp Town for long. You would do well to provide me with answers before dawn tomorrow, leaving you but a single night. Beatty was not one to mince words, his status allowing him to dispense with pleasantries. Moreover, my people will also join the investigation. You shall receive a satisfactory response by tomorrow morning, Weber promised, then cast his gaze upon the blood-stained hall, adding, for your safety and that of Sir Andy, I believe it would be prudent for you to take shelter in the tower within the town. No need for that. No one can slay a paladin within the bounds of the Empire. Beatty rejected the suggestion outright. Weber appeared somewhat troubled, glancing at Andy beside him. Andy, with a hint of impatience, interjected, Mayor, you need not concern yourself with our accommodations. What I require now is a meal, but the inn's cook has been killed, which should be your priority at this moment. Taken aback, Weber quickly regained his composure. Of course, my lord, within half an hour, you shall enjoy a sumptuous dinner. Chapter 90. Andy. Although Mayor Weber promised Andy a lavish dinner within half an hour, such a timeline was evidently unrealistic. Thus, it was not until over an hour later that Beatty and the others were finally served their belated meal. Yes, a bountiful feast. The main course consisted of barley porridge accompanied by fried beef, complemented by a generous platter of fruit. For this small town, such fare was undeniably opulent, particularly that fruit platter, for it should be noted that the Tuac Highlands produced no fruit whatsoever. Of course, this bounty was reserved solely for Beatty and his brother, Simon. Midway through the meal, a woman's heart-wrenching scream pierced the air outside the inn. Filled with sorrow and disbelief, upon hearing it, Beatty furrowed his brow, as if suddenly recalling something, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he set down his cutlery and seized a nearby goblet, drinking deeply. I shall see what is amiss, my lord. His attendant, Rain, rose from another table and placed a hand on Eden, who was about to stand. Beatty, gazing into the murky ale within his goblet, gave a barely perceptible nod. Go ahead. Poor woman, Collier murmured softly, wiping the grease from his mouth with his sleeve before following Rain outside. Only when the sound of their footsteps faded did Beatty lift his gaze. Watching the retreating figures, after they disappeared through the hall's door, he downed the contents of his goblet in one go. You are far too emotional, Beatty, Andy remarked abruptly. Every sentient being possesses their own emotions, Beatty replied, placing the goblet down with a hint of indifference. "Oh, is that so?" Andy shrugged, skewering a fire plum from the fruit platter with his fork and savoring its taste with closed eyes. Clearly uninterested in further discussion, outside the inn, the anticipated uproar had not materialized, perhaps thanks to the efforts of Rain and Collier, or perhaps the woman had received some unspoken hint. A few minutes later, as the others nearly forgot the sound of her voice, Collier and Rain returned to the hall. They brought with them a woman clad in a gray dress, behind whom hid a small boy of about 4 or 5 years old. "Rain, what is the meaning of this?" Andy spoke first, his brow furrowed with evident discontent towards Rain's actions, though he refrained from voicing too much criticism in Patty's presence. Patty too set down his goblet, regarding his attendant with confusion. Rain appeared somewhat nervous. Just as he was about to speak, another figure obstructed his line of sight. To Patty, "My lord, this is Mrs. Rye, the wife of Mr. Simon, our guide whom we hired over an hour ago. He was killed while in your service, meaning Mr. Simon died in service to you. According to imperial law, his wife and son have the right to request a commensurate action from you." The mage smiled humbly, explaining in a light tone, speaking rapidly as all eyes in the room instinctively turned towards him. Once he finished explaining, even Andy, who had been disinterested in the matter, wore a serious expression. "Of course. You also have the right to refuse, as you have already paid," Collio added with a shrug. "The Barlett family will compensate you, madam. The goddess may bear witness," Andy proclaimed, responding even before Patty, his tone exuding unshakable confidence. Patty cast a surprised glance at his cousin, then scrutinized Collier, ultimately focusing on the woman. "Mrs. Rye, Simon's lawful wife." "Indeed, that is how the neighbors refer to her. They can attest to it," Collier replied quickly. Then, "Madam, you may present your request, and I swear you shall receive the reward you deserve." Patty made a similar promise. At this juncture, Andy stood up, stepping in front of the woman, positioning himself between her and Patty's gaze. Speaking affirmatively, "You will receive a farm in Tuac, and your son may go to Tuac City for night training after he turns 12. This is the commitment made by the Barlett family." "Oh." The woman instinctively raised her head to look at Andy, somewhat astonished by such a reward, as she had expected the nobles to offer no more than a few gold coins. "You should thank Sir Andy for his generosity." "Madam," Collier remarked, his smile widening. Thank you, my lord." Mrs. Rye pressed her hand to her son's neck and bowed deeply to Andy. That moment, Patty came to his senses, offering a faint smile as he regarded Collier with newfound seriousness. Then once more scrutinized his cousin, observing the side of him that had remained hidden during his 9 years in the imperial capital. The dinner hour in Sharptown was quite lively, the townsfolk bustling about all day in anticipation of this moment of leisure and joy. However, after dinner, Sharptown fell into an eerie silence, as if the entire town had succumbed to slumber. Patty lay on the wooden bed in a private room of the inn, the musty smell of the straw mattress causing him to wrinkle his nose, yet it was far superior to sleeping outdoors, especially with the fresh linens sent by the town government. That a comfortable environment often invites relaxation. Yet Patty found himself unable to sleep. He raised his right hand, casting shadows against the flickering candlelight, his calm gaze fixed upon the shifting silhouette on the wall. "You seem remarkably at ease, Sir Patty." Suddenly, a stranger's voice echoed from the corner of the room. "Who goes there?" Patty exclaimed, startled, springing from the bed to the floor, his eyes searching for the source of the voice. "Fear not, Sir Patty. If an assassin sought to harm you, they would not reveal themselves so readily." A thin shadow emerged from the corner. "That you are a formidable paladin. It is evident that you lack experience. This continent is far more perilous than you imagine. Who are you, and what do you want?" Patty's expression darkened, holy power beginning to coalesce around him, the silver war hammer resting by the bed now firmly in his grasp. "You would do well to answer my questions while I still possess patience. Sir Patty, trust me, I am not your enemy. At least not at this moment." The shadow revealed its full form, clad in tight, black leather, and had already taken a seat on the only chair in the room as he spoke. Clang! He tossed a dagger into the corner of the room, then raised his hand to indicate that he bore no further weapons. However, Patty did not lower his guard. After appraising his adversary for a few seconds, he retreated to the edge of the bed and repeated, "State your purpose." "Stranger, my name is Keyboat." Keyboat removed his mask. "I am a member of the Royal Advisory Council of the Baru Kingdom." "Yes, the Baru Kingdom, which you refer to as the barbarian tribes in the Wild Mountains." Chapter 91 Incham. Patty was momentarily taken aback, as he could hardly fathom that a barbarian would appear before him at such a time and place. However, he quickly regained his composure, the words Keyboat had just uttered echoing in his mind. Baru Kingdom, the phrases regarding barbarian tribes reverberated within him. Clang. Instinctively, Patey stood up from the edge of the bed, his war hammer scraping against the ground, producing a jarring sound. Almost simultaneously, a palpable aura of holy power surged around him, fluctuating like waves in response to his changing emotions. Heh! Keyboat smiled faintly, his expression remaining largely unchanged, seemingly indifferent to the holy power that ebbed and flowed around him. If this brings you comfort, then by all means, do as you wish, my lord. You had better prepare your words, for I would not hesitate to cast you into the cellar. Patey retorted coldly, skeptical of Keyboat's claims, as he bore no semblance of a barbarian. Keyboat, observing Patey's doubt, smiled lightly. You need not question my identity, Sir Patey. You should know that no citizen of the Empire would willingly masquerade as a barbarian within its borders. Patey scrutinized Keyboat. You bear no resemblance to a barbarian, at least. You are nothing like the barbarians I have heard of. You resemble a noble from the felled territory of the Empire. Haha. Keyboat laughed heartily. Your perception is astute. Many years ago, I was indeed the lord of a village in the northern territories of Selleckburg. Felled, but now, I serve as an advisor on the royal council of the Baru Kingdom. Then, Patey's holy power intensified. State your purpose, traitor of the Empire. I have come seeking cooperation, Sir Patey. Cooperation? I see no grounds for cooperation between us. If memory serves, we should currently be in a state of war. Patey fixed his gaze firmly on Keyboat. If you truly wish to cooperate, then have your armies withdraw before we discuss further. Keyboat chuckled. You should allow me to finish my explanation. Moreover, I have already delivered a gift in the spirit of this cooperation. Oh, Patey regarded Keyboat with curiosity. Everything that transpired in the inn today, Keyboat elucidated, those mercenaries initially aimed for you. He deliberately paused, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he regarded Patey. Continue. Patey felt a sinking sensation in his heart, yet his expression remained impassive. It seems you have considered this as well. Keyboat smiled faintly. The mercenaries' original plan was to ambush you outside the town. But they received erroneous intelligence, believing you would not arrive at Sharptown until tomorrow. Did you orchestrate this? Patey inquired. Indeed, these mercenaries proved to be more foolish and arrogant than I had anticipated, Keyboat scoffed, likely alluding to the mercenaries' actions in the inn. What was their objective? Patey believed these individuals would not simply seek their own survival. It seems you possess something that certain prominent figures covet, Keyboat replied swiftly. The mercenaries are merely their visible force, from what I have gathered. They have clandestinely hired members of the Brotherhood to assassinate you. Clearly, they desire what they cannot obtain and do not wish to see it wielded by you. Patey's expression darkened further at Keyboat's words. If it were merely the mercenaries' ambush, he would not be overly concerned. However, the notion of assassination by the Brotherhood posed a significant threat. Of course, that was under normal circumstances. With this warning, Patey felt confident that no one could assassinate him while he remained vigilant. You seem quite knowledgeable about this. Patey dismissed the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. His gaze fixed intently on Keyboat. Because I am one of the orchestrators, and I possess a modicum of influence. Keyboat's gaze mirrored Patey's intensity. The Tower of Dawn? Patey inquired instinctively. Precisely. Keyboat nodded in affirmation. Oh, Patey's crimson eyes narrowed suddenly. You are remarkably audacious. Because I bring you a proposition that you cannot refuse. Yet I find the prospect of interrogating you far more enticing than collaborating. Patey retorted with a cold smile. Since I dare to come, I also possess a means of escape. Keyboat maintained his composure while gazing at Patey. Would you not like to hear what kind of cooperation I offer? Nothing could be more pressing than capturing a member of the Tower of Dawn alive. Patey's tone was frigid, signaling his intent to take action. You will soon change your mind. Keyboat waved his hands, almost as if performing a magic trick. In his right hand appeared a magical scroll, while a letter materialized in his left. He placed the letter on a small wooden cabinet beside him. Should you decide to reconsider, you can contact me through the information provided above. I shall await your message with great anticipation. You shall not escape. Patey narrowed his eyes. Keyboat laughed mischievously. The magical scroll in his right hand emanating a purple glow. Instantly, the space around him began to warp and distort, and he seamlessly merged with that very space. Patey let out a cold grunt. Feeling the holy power in Keyboat's vicinity compress the surrounding space, yet ultimately, he could not capture Keyboat's presence. Frowning, he muttered, what a peculiar spatial magic. He then shifted his gaze to the letter keyboat had left behind, contemplating before moving forward to grasp it with his holy power and open it. The contents were simple, a location and a strange symbol. This situation is becoming increasingly troublesome. Patey murmured softly, "My lord," before Patey could ponder further. The voice of the mage Kaelier echoed from outside, followed by a knock at the door. "I am here." Patey tucked away the letter. "Come in." With a creak, the door opened to reveal Hades, followed closely by Kaelier. "I sensed a powerful spatial force emanating from your room." "My lord," Kaelier exclaimed upon entering, his gaze scanning the surroundings. "Indeed, someone visited me." Patey shrugged. "An unexpected individual. You might consider sharing the details with us." "My lord," Hades suggested cautiously. Patey smiled nonchalantly. "Of course, I have no intention of concealing anything." He then relayed Keyboat's words to the two, as there was nothing to hide, and he required their counsel. "Regardless of whether his claims are true, we must remain vigilant moving forward," Hades remarked after listening intently. Kaelier chuckled lightly. "This might actually be a fortuitous development. I wager the internal strife within that so-called Baru kingdom is likely more severe than that of our empire. Our primary concern now is to prevent assassination attempts by the Brotherhood. While these rats have a notorious reputation, their assassination techniques are undeniably sophisticated." Hades expressed his concerns. "I shall take care of that issue," Kaelier replied with a smirk. Chapter 92 in the Imperial Capital. On the night of May 11th, the first day of the Six Dukes Conference was finally approaching its conclusion. Just 10 minutes prior, the main terms of the free trade agreement had been largely established in the presence of 5 dukes, Count Ron and Count Stuber, with Stuber now representing His Majesty in the final summary work. As everything settled, fatigue washed over the faces of those present, particularly Duke Nick, who appeared to age a decade in an instant, his complexion devoid of any color. "Hey, my brother, are you all right?" Duke Gna inquired, his expression genuine as he regarded Duke Nick during Stuber's summary. Gna's voice immediately drew the attention of everyone present, and all eyes followed his gaze. Upon witnessing Duke Nick's sickly countenance, they were momentarily taken aback. Even Stuber, who had been meticulously conducting the final summary, paused to look at Duke Nick. Noticing his pallid face, he instinctively checked his pocket watch. It was nearing midnight. "I think we should call it a night," Duke Eric remarked, frowning as his magical senses detected Duke Nick's current weakness. "Agreed." Stuber smiled as he closed the stack of documents in his hand, saying, "Tomorrow morning at 6, the meeting will continue." He then bowed slightly and was the first to leave the conference table. "Are you all right?" Duke and she also inquired of Duke Nick. "Do not worry, I am a paladin. Although I have not utilized my holy power in nearly a decade." Duke Nick shook his head. "I merely experienced a momentary fatigue. I shall recover swiftly. I think you should consult with a scholar from the academy regarding your health. My magical senses detected a brief moment of significant lethargy in your vitality." Duke Eric spoke in a tone only they could hear. "Is it serious?" Gna's eyelids twitched. "Rest assured, I am fine. Do not forget, I am a paladin. My holy power renders me immune to ailments." Duke Nick stood up as he spoke. "I merely need to return and rest for a night. By tomorrow morning, I shall be more invigorated than any of you." With that, he waved farewell to the others and departed from the meeting table. "It seems our Prime Minister is not faring any better," murmured Duke and she, gazing towards the door. "Indeed." Duke Chester nodded emphatically. "The Ascension War 13 years ago tore the entire empire asunder. The fact that it still retains such strength is largely due to Duke Nick's efforts." "To think you would advocate for Duke Nick. When did the Cliff and Reagan families become so amicable?" Duke Gna made an exaggerated expression. "I merely spoke the truth." Duke Chester shrugged off Gna's jest. "Yet the reality is that under Duke Nick's stewardship, the empire is slowly decaying. Perhaps due to Duke Chester's indifference." Duke Gna instinctively retorted, "For the sake of Nick and the empire, I believe we should consider appointing a new prime minister. This is hardly a matter of Duke Nick's doing. A change would only exacerbate the situation." Baron Ron replied with a faint smile, effectively dismissing the proposal. Duke and she cast a glance at the motionless Steward Bailey and Baron Kemp by the door, then remarked, "Though Duke Nick has indeed mishandled certain matters in recent years, it is undeniable that he is a competent prime minister." The consecutive objections from the two left Duke Gna momentarily stunned as he turned to the other two. "I have already made my stance clear." "Have I not?" Duke Chester interjected. "Humph." Duke Eric emitted a heavy snort from his nostrils. "The Empire's current state is a collective responsibility we all share. Furthermore, Duke Gna, there are certain things that anyone can say. But you are not one of them. With that, Duke Eric abruptly stood up, causing the chair behind him to crash to the ground with a dull thud, before he turned and strode out of the meeting room. Ignoring the others, Duke Gna was taken aback, wanting to say something in response to Duke Eric's departing figure, but he remained silent until the latter exited the hall. I merely voiced what you all wished to say, Duke Gna murmured softly. That is not what I intended to convey. Dukenshi rotated his stiff neck. Moreover, who do you believe is suitable for the position of Prime Minister at this moment? You must understand that the role of Prime Minister is far more complex than merely being the head of the cabinet. Baron Ron nodded. Currently, we are in conflict with the orcs. Changing the Prime Minister would only worsen matters. But I contend that in times like these, Duke Nick, as one of the 6 rulers of the Empire's autonomous regions, should not remain in the position of Prime Minister. Do you not sense the awkwardness he brings to us in this role? Duke Gna spoke candidly. Every situation has its duality. I would argue that at such times, the Prime Minister must be one of the 6 dukes. Duke Chester held a differing opinion. I concur with that sentiment, Baron Ron immediately added. Dukenshi opened his mouth, intending to agree. Oh, very well, very well. Duke Gna waved his hand to halt Dukenshi's words. Let us cease discussing this vexatious topic. Aha. Dukenshi approached and patted Duke Gna on the shoulder. We need not comprehend the ideals of Duke Nick and Duke Eric. Instead, we should learn to embrace reality. So, what do you say? Having endured the meeting, shall we revel through the night? Is this your version of reality? Duke Gna looked at Dukenshi with curiosity. Absolutely. Quite realistic. Would you not agree? Duke Gna was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Very well, then, tonight, we shall drink through the night, with 2 barrels of sunset red from the Feld territory, freshly extorted from the merchants yesterday. What are we waiting for? Dukenshi's eyes sparkled. Then he turned to Duke Chester and Baron Ron, asking, will you join us? Are you certain you wish to go to Duke Gna's place? The ambience there might very well induce you to regurgitate all the food from today. Duke Chester teased. What do you mean by that? Duke Gna bristled, noticing the grim expressions on Dukenshi and Baron Ron's faces. Just the literal meaning. Duke Chester shrugged. Knock, knock. Baron Ron tapped the table to draw the group's attention, interrupting the argument between Duke Gna and Duke Chester. When everyone turned to him, he proposed, why not come to my place instead? Excellent idea. Duke Chester's eyes lit up. Let it be so. Dukenshi laughed heartily, once more patting Duke Gna on the shoulder. Chapter 93. The Goblin Merchants offer in the quiet streets of Karen City on the night of the 11th. Several mercenaries pushed open the door of a tavern named the Little Bee, clearly eager to enjoy a few drinks before the curfew. As the door swung open, a wave of warm air greeted them, instantly dispelling their weariness. Inside the tavern, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the silence outside, resembling 2 entirely different worlds. Upon entering, they were first met with the pungent smell of alcohol and the stench of vomit from some patrons. Countless torches and candles illuminated the tavern hall, making it as bright as day. Almost half of the adventurers from the Western Empire and mercenaries from various regions had gathered here, their raucous revelry rivaling the bustling scenes of Karen City's busiest markets. In a dimly lit corner of the tavern hall, Sir Brady Deli, the first heir of the Karen territory, was engaged in a hushed conversation with a goblin merchant, compared to the rest of the tavern. Their corner was remarkably quiet, causing them to seem somewhat out of place amidst the boisterous atmosphere. However, even so, not a single foolhardy adventurer or mercenary dared to approach. In fact, those who inadvertently drew near would instinctively veer away. As 2 goblin guards clad in steel armor and a human knight wielding a 2-handed sword stood watch beside them. After all, those who could carry weapons into a tavern at such a time were not individuals to be trifled with. Clink, clink. The goblin merchant shook the coin pouch he had just received from Brady Deli, the sound of the coins ringing sharply. After downing 2 hefty gulps from a cup nearly the size of his head, he stated, the orcs are mobilizing their entire tribes for this war. If you wish to secure victory, I personally advise you to prepare urgently. I require specific intelligence. Brady Deli furrowed his brow. 1,000,000 gold coins. The goblin merchant raised his right index finger, belching after stating an astonishing price. Are you jesting? Brady Deli's expression darkened. You should be aware of the consequences of toying with an imperial noble within the empire. 1,000,000 gold coins, not a single coin less. The goblin merchant placed his cup down and spoke sternly. I am not joking. This is a very formal offer. Brady Deli was taken aback. Regarding the goblin's serious demeanor, His heart sinking, he understood the goblin's nature well. If this was not a jest, the 1,000,000 gold coins he had quoted indicated many troubling implications, at the very least. It meant the orcs had offered the goblin no less than 1,000,000 gold coins. What, then, was the nature of their dealings? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Brady Deli grasped the enormity of the matter. 1,000,000 gold coins, let alone the Karen territory, even the entire empire might struggle to amass such a sum. However, he still wished to probe further, so he inquired, if I had 1,000,000 gold coins, I could arm a formidable army of 500,000 within a month. By then, do you think I would still need detailed intelligence from the orc tribes? The goblin merchant merely chuckled and shook his head. Clearly intelligent enough not to say more. Brady Deli, observing the goblin's demeanor, felt a surge of anger. He even considered kidnapping the goblin for interrogation, but evidently that would be an exceedingly foolish course of action. Ultimately, the young noble had no choice but to rise and depart in resignation. Upon returning to the castle, Brady Deli's first order of business was to rouse the Viscount Claire Lenz, who had come seeking assistance. When the guards, in their misguided wisdom, cautioned the lord, "My lord, it is now 1 a.m. Are you certain you wish to awaken our guest at this hour?" The young noble coldly retorted, "Are you questioning my orders?" Perhaps it was due to Brady Deli's ire that the Viscount arrived with remarkable speed. He appeared in the castle's reception hall less than half an hour after the guards had left. "Sir, on behalf of my father, I agree to dispatch reinforcements." Brady Deli wasted no time with superfluous words. As soon as the Viscount entered the hall, he declared his decision before the young noble had even settled down. The young Viscount's impetuousness caused Sir Hilbert, the steward nearby, to furrow his brow, yet the old noble merely frowned without obstructing his young master's decision. "You shall earn the eternal friendship of the clan territory." "Sir." Viscount Krellance was filled with joy. "My lord, we must now inform the Duke in the imperial capital with utmost urgency," reminded Sir Hilbert, the castle steward, to the young master. Indeed, send the Blood Eagle at once." "No, have our mages prepare and activate the teleportation magic. I want my father to receive this message before dawn breaks today." Bradley paced beside his desk, displaying the youthful impatience and anxiety. "I will contact the mages in town immediately," Sir Hilbert stated calmly. Stepping back 2 paces to observe Viscount Krellance, then added, "Perhaps you should accompany me, my lord." He then humbly suggested to the young master, "My lord, I believe it is time for you to explain all this to your mother," as time flew by. It soon became 5 o'clock in the early morning of the 12th, within the inner city of the imperial capital, at Count Ron's villa. Count Ron, Duke Enshi, Duke Chester, and Duke Jay lay flat on the floor of the villa's hall, snoring loudly, while nearby maids and servants leaned against the walls, dozing off due to the absence of their master's commands. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered the silence of the villa, causing the middle-aged butler standing by the fireplace to startle. Instantly awakening from his semi-conscious state, his mind blank, he frowned at the disheveled hall. Bang, bang, bang. Another series of knocks resounded. "Oh, damn it. Anyone can do it. I just want that noise to stop." Duke and she mumbled loudly as he turned over. The middle-aged butler glanced at the 4 sprawled on the ground, cursing them silently in his heart, then hastily walked towards the door, not forgetting to wake the dozing maids and male servants along the way. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking persisted, accompanied by a youthful voice shouting. This time, the sleeping Duke Chester suddenly opened his eyes, rubbing his temples with his right hand as he stood up. The bright light in the hall made him squint, his gaze resting on a delicate sofa beside him, and without thinking, he walked over to sit down. "I am the attendant of Duke Chester, and this is His Excellency Professor Yabu, the mage from Karen City. We have urgent matters to report." Just as Duke Chester was about to inquire, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Chapter 94. As expected, the other 3, besides Duke Chester, were also awakened by the noisy conversation and knocking. Once they found their places to sit, the villa steward entered the hall, accompanied by a young man and a thin man dressed as a mage. "Light?" Duke Chester straightened up, pressing his thumb firmly against his forehead, tilting his head in confusion at his attendant. Then his gaze shifted to the mage behind him. "What has happened?" "News has come from Karen City, and I believe you should hear it now." Light bowed as he spoke. "Do we need to excuse ourselves?" Duke J asked after taking a hot towel from a maid to wipe his face. "This is not a secret," came the mage's weak voice. Having been informed of their identities on the way, he glanced at the 4 and said, "I believe you all should listen." "I am listening." Duke Chester gestured for the mage to begin his report. The mage, clearly fatigued, took a few deep breaths before sitting on the chair moved by the middle-aged butler, lowering his head to organize his somewhat chaotic thoughts. After about a minute, he finally spoke. "I bring some intelligence that Sir Bradley wishes me to convey." The mage began to narrate. The matter was not complex, and this mage named Yabu was quite adept at the art of language. In less than 3 minutes, he clarified the situation. After finishing, the mage began to enjoy the porridge served by the maid, while the other four wore expressions of shock and deep curiosity, sinking into a prolonged silence filled with these uncertainties, until the maid brought in a steaming hangover soup. Count Ron seemed to suddenly remember something, glancing at his butler. "Jean, have there been any messages from the clan region?" "As of last night at 11 o'clock, no messages have been received from the clan direction," Jean replied cautiously. "Go check it now." Count Ron placed down the hangover soup in his hand. "You go personally." After a moment of contemplation, Duke Chester looked at his attendant and said, "Send the Blood Eagle to inform Delhi. I agree to dispatch reinforcements to the clan region. The specifics are for him to decide, but he must not personally go to Anka Fortress." "Yes, my lord. On behalf of Anka Fortress and the clan region, I thank you, Duke Chester." Count Ron expressed his gratitude. Duke Chester merely nodded, observing the weary mage, and remarked, "You should thank His Excellency Yabu." Only then did Count Ron realize. And he quickly added, "Your Excellency Yabu, if you do not mind, you may rest in my villa. Of course, please arrange it for me now." Yabu did not hesitate. Even with assistance, such a long-distance teleportation was taxing on him. Count Ron immediately turned to a nearby maid. "Take His Excellency Yabu to rest." Pausing, he glanced at the other maids and servants and added, "Everyone else, please take your leave to rest. No one is to enter this hall without orders." Duke J straightened as the maids and male servants departed, then walked to the candelabrum, adjusting the wick with a small knife, murmuring, "Gentlemen, it seems we must confront this invasion of the orcs head-on." Count Ron lowered his head, stating, "The clan region has always taken the orc invasion seriously. Especially in recent decades that my grandfather once warned us that if we do not change, the orcs will soon surpass the empire. In fact, I have always been grateful that Earl Ns was able to timely repel the orcs 11 years ago. He bought us 11 years of time. And we should be thanking him rather than blaming him for supposedly disobeying military orders." Duke Chester nodded, looking at the other three. "Yet we did not cherish these precious 11 years." At this moment, Duke and she, who had been deep in thought, suddenly raised his head. "The intelligence from Karen City reminds me of something regarding the goblins." He paused for a moment, as if organizing his words, and just as the others were about to grow impatient, he continued, "I received news some time ago that the goblins suddenly recalled their large merchant vessels from various ports a month ago, simultaneously indiscriminately purchasing various small and medium-sized ships discarded by the Empire's Maritime Trade Guild." "What are you trying to say?" Duke Gna interrupted, unable to contain himself. "Maritime trade has long reached saturation," and she attempted to explain, but seeing the puzzled expressions on the other three's faces, he quickly rephrased. "All the races on the alien continent need to transport goods via sea routes. And the current cargo volume of the goblins, elves, and our Lock Empire is more than sufficient. Moreover, the merchant ships purchased by the goblins and their recalled ships have not been immediately deployed for transport. Rather, they have all been returned domestically. You must understand that maintaining such a large fleet merely sitting in the port incurs astronomical costs. Do you think, given the goblins' nature, they would engage in such a losing venture?" Duke and she sat up straight, taking out a half-smoked cigar from his pocket and placing it in his mouth. "What do you think the goblins intend to do with these merchant ships?" "To transport people." Duke Chester suddenly stood up. "They plan to assist the orcs in transporting soldiers." "That is entirely possible." Duke and she's face was filled with concern as he lit the cigar. "Previously, I believe the goblins were aiming to form a massive trading fleet to compete for resources with our human maritime guild, but the intelligence sent by His Excellency Yabu has changed my perspective. The orcs intend to launch a surprise attack on our rear cities." Count Ron also reacted at this moment. Duke Jin nodded. "Very likely. With the help of the goblins, they could even reach the Yektir military port, directly threatening our imperial capital, Suk City." "That is impossible." Duke and she shook his head. "Do not underestimate the Imperial Navy. The goblins cannot launch a direct attack on the Yektir military port along such a long coastline. If I were the orc commander, I would choose Balin's town as my target, where, due to the recent decades of trade development, nearly a third of the area is effectively controlled by the goblins. If they coordinate internally and externally, we must inform Duke Nick about this matter immediately." Duke Chester glanced at the clock on the wall. It was still half an hour until 6 o'clock. It seems we will be late for the meeting. Duke Jin forced a smile. This issue must be addressed with a definitive strategy during the meeting. Everyone involuntarily nodded, and after exchanging glances, they began to leave Count Ron's villa. They needed to prepare for the upcoming meeting. Chapter 95: The Emperor's Intentions. 1 hour later, in the temporary conference room of Lion Fortress. Today, Emperor Leobold personally presided over the meeting, yet his mood was evidently foul due to the tardiness of certain attendees. As Duke Chester, Duke Enshi, Duke Gina, and Count Ron entered the conference room, reeking faintly of alcohol, the Emperor's countenance darkened ominously. However, in such a formal setting, no matter how great his ire, he could only bury it deep within, forcing a smile as he embraced the assembled dignitaries. "The royal family shall remember your generosity," Leobold promised, alluding to the 3 million gold coins from the previous day, once everyone was seated. Now let us discuss another matter. Instead of taking a seat at the round table, Leobold occupied the emperor's throne elevated above the hall, gazing down upon the 6 individuals before him. Observing their humble demeanor somewhat alleviated his anger, and a faint smile graced his lips. "Today, we shall deliberate on the establishment of the Imperial Joint Legion." "The Joint Legion?" Duke Enshi queried, perplexed, as the emperor's announcement abruptly disrupted the plans he and the other 3 had concocted. "The Joint Legion." Duke Chester's expression shifted, his tone growing somber, momentarily disregarding the inquisitive glances from Count Ron and the others. "Indeed, the establishment of a joint legion," Leobold's smile broadened. "I recall that during my youth, the military had proposed this very idea." "I remember now," Count Ron interjected, exchanging glances with Duke Enshi and Duke Gina before continuing thoughtfully. "At that time, I was still serving in the First Legion. The military's proposal stemmed primarily from the escalating corruption within the 4 legions, and perhaps from a report submitted by my father." Count Ron began to reminisce. That was over 20 years ago, before the Orcish 2-headed clans had encountered the battlegrounds of 11 years prior. The orcs were quite active near Black Mountain Pass, and with the aid of the Ice Maple clan, Anka Fortress was at a significant disadvantage in its skirmishes with the orcs at this point. Count Ron cast a glance at Duke Chester, his brow furrowing slightly. The then Prime Minister of the Empire proposed the establishment of a joint legion in response to this situation, that I remember the military convened for an extensive 3-month meeting regarding it. The individual who proposed this idea should be quite familiar to Duke Chester. "Correct?" Emperor Leobold remarked, evidently pleased with Count Ron's exposition, before turning his gaze toward Duke Chester. "It was my father who put forth the suggestion," Duke Chester replied. As the Prime Minister at that time, he identified the issues plaguing the Imperial Army, as well as the fatigue of the 3rd and 4th Legions in supporting Anka Fortress, which is why he boldly advocated for the formation of a joint legion. Duke Chester too fell into reminiscence, adding after responding to the Emperor, however, this suggestion was met with considerable skepticism. The Joint Legion, a bold yet noble concept, faced monumental challenges in its realization, according to the vision of Duke Chester's father, the Duke of Welsk. This legion would not only maintain the standard complement of 15,000 troops, but would also incorporate a contingent of paladins, a heavy cavalry unit from the Kalu region, a mounted archer unit from the Devake region, a longbowman unit from the Clan region, 2 heavy infantry units from the Kalan region, a crossbowman unit from the Feared region, a mage unit, and, of course, the corresponding naval forces. Simultaneously, the establishment of the Joint Legion necessitated the formation of a command body akin to a general staff, which would ideally fall under military jurisdiction but, in practice, be directly accountable to the cabinet and the emperor. This was the vision of the Duke of Welsk. If realized, the Joint Legion would comprise nearly 50,000 combat personnel, along with logistics and various command centers, culminating in a total force structure requiring 60,000 personnel. It is worth noting that even the 4 legions of the Empire, when fully staffed, number only 60,000. Not only did this present a dilemma concerning the troop structure, but the myriad of conflicting interests involved was enough to induce a headache. Yet, this was not the most pressing issue. The critical problem lay in the Duke of Welsk's expectation that the formation of this legion would necessitate drawing nearly half of the elite forces from each autonomous territory into the Joint Legion. 2 heavy infantry regiments would be too burdensome for our Kalan territory. I am willing to provide the weaponry and equipment for 2 heavy infantry regiments. Duke Chester was the first to voice his opinion. Moreover, currently I require your soldiers, seasoned soldiers. Leobold interrupted with a smile, finally revealing his true intentions behind convening this so-called meeting of the six great dukes, following the embezzlement scandal within the military. Emperor Leopold had suddenly discovered the dire state of the imperial finances. Marquis Fitter had colluded with the military to lavish the emperor with his own funds, all the while providing a constant stream of resources to those hidden figures in the shadows. After 3 days and nights of auditing, the financial minister, Earl Stubb, and his officials found the empire teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, unable to repay the astronomical debts owed to the major merchant guilds. Leopold could never have anticipated the extent of corruption within the military. It was only then that he recalled the warnings from Prime Minister Duke Nick and his steward Bailey in recent years, which he had previously dismissed as mere jealousy towards Marquis Fitter. Even Duke Nick and Steward Bailey had not fathomed the extent of the military's corruption. After all, corruption within the imperial military was a common occurrence. And both the Duke and Leopold had once been members of the empire's legions, believing they could maintain control. However, the revelations that emerged were tenfold more severe than they had imagined. Undoubtedly, Leopold had contemplated thoroughly investigating the military's corruption issues for some time. But he had soon been drowned in the lavish lifestyle orchestrated by Marquis Fitter. This neglect had persisted for several years, nearly rotting the foundations of the empire. When the true extent of the problem finally presented itself before the emperor, he realized how daunting the situation had become. Leopold felt as though he had awakened from a dream, only to find that he had at his disposal fewer than 10,000 soldiers from the First Legion, comprising only 2 battalions. What use were 10,000 soldiers lacking essential combat supplies? A single remark from his steward Bailey plunged the emperor into despair. Bailey informed him that his forces would struggle to withstand even a single charge from any of the 6 great dukes' troops. This statement painted a vivid picture in Leopold's mind of himself being ousted from the Golden Throne, akin to the scene 13 years prior when he had deposed his brother. Ever since that day, he had been haunted by nightmares, where the individual who had once been dethroned had now become him. Such a fate could not be allowed to transpire. It was utterly intolerable. Upon regaining his composure, the emperor's first thought was that, thus, with the council of Steward Bailey, the establishment of the Joint Legion was placed on the agenda. Once formed, this legion could not only diminish the power of the local nobility, but also bolster the strength of the Central Empire, an opportunity to achieve 2 objectives with a single endeavor. Chapter 96. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense in an instant. Emperor Leopold sat regally upon his throne, casting a commanding gaze upon the 5 great dukes and Count Ron, his face radiating absolute confidence. He was certain that no one could refuse the proposal he had personally introduced. Duke Chester's eyelids twitched nervously as he met the emperor's gaze and spoke. The Kalan territory can provide experienced soldiers to assist in training more heavily armored troops for the Joint Legion. Your father voluntarily offered to deploy all the heavy infantry from the Kalan territory to the Joint Legion, Leopold replied with a smile that was both mocking and inscrutable. What? Do you imply that I am unworthy of the Cliff family's loyalty? The Cliff family is eternally loyal to the Empire, Duke Chester asserted, rising to emphasize his point. You need not doubt our fidelity. Indeed. Loyalty to the Empire, not to the Danedev family, nor to myself. Leopold's tone froze the air. Your Majesty. Duke Chester stepped forward, bowing in a gesture of submission while maintaining a resolute stance. The guardianship we 6 great dukes hold is protected by imperial law, and the regular army of the Kalan territory is a privilege bestowed upon the Cliff family by the great Emperor Locke. This is not a matter that can be altered by a mere cabinet order. I possess the right to refuse any unreasonable demands. You. Emperor Leopold's expression darkened further with Duke Chester's words, as he prepared to retort, but Duke Gina promptly interrupted him. Your Majesty, I wish to inquire as to who will command this army. According to the plan, this force will be stationed throughout the Empire, primarily mobilized by the military in peacetime, while in times of war, it will be coordinated by the cabinet and the Lion Fortress, with a general staff established by the military. Or we may form a dedicated command body. Leopold's eyes gleamed with determination. Duke Gina shrugged. If that is the case, what purpose does the establishment of the Joint Legion serve? Your Majesty, do you intend to declare war on the orcs or the elves? Before the emperor could elaborate, Duke Enshi abruptly posed a question, his voice quiet yet laden with significance, drawing the attention of all present. Such thoughts are not currently entertained, the emperor replied, astonished as he regarded Duke Enshi. Nodding, Duke Enshi continued, then, if that is the case, why must we establish such a vast legion? Forgive my candor, But without financial backing, this army may find itself in a far worse predicament than the 4 legions of the empire a decade hence. Emperor Leopold longed to declare that a decade hence, his empire would find no need for the existence of this legion. Yet, outwardly, he could only proclaim, the empire currently requires this army. Indeed, the empire does indeed need such a legion. Duke Enshi responded, his words momentarily stunning the emperor and drawing the attention of all present. He then continued, however, this army is not meant to serve as your ceremonial guard, nor will it become the servants of the nobility to protect their estates. The autonomy of our noble family's territories was a pact long established among the tribes at the empire's inception. The earliest lands of Feld, Kalen, and Kron were so arranged, as were the later territories of Klu, Tuak, and the Hoko Islands. The position of guardians in each region was collectively acknowledged and sworn to under the witness of the goddess. Therefore, your majesty, should you wish to wage war against a certain faction, such as the orcs, our armies will surely rally to your side without hesitation. However, if you seek to strip us of our command over these forces, I can only refuse. Duke Enshi rose as he spoke, adding, of course, your majesty may exercise your imperial authority to banish me, yet I believe that such an action would necessitate the expulsion of not merely myself but all members of the Aleph family, along with a declaration of war against the Hoko Islands. Only then might your ambitions be realized. The commander of the empire's mightiest fleet, the ruler of the Hoko Islands, spoke with an unsettling calmness, as if recounting a matter of little consequence. Throughout Duke Enshi's address, Emperor Leopold, seated in a position of high authority, attempted several times to interject, yet each time, he was skillfully overshadowed by the Duke's eloquent rebuttals. The resolve and determination in the Duke's declarations captured the attention of all present, and in that moment, every gaze in the conference room turned towards him. The veins on the back of the Emperor's hands bulged like twisted iron wires. It was the first time in nearly a decade that he had summoned the strength of a warrior. His reddened eyes glared at Duke Enshi like a beast fixating on its prey. You dare threaten me? Emperor Leopold erupted, springing from his seat, his half-closed eyes now wide with fury. You have the audacity to threaten the Emperor of the Empire. Do you wish? Your Majesty. Duke Eric shouted, his cold voice overpowering the Emperor's, successfully interrupting whatever the Emperor was about to say. Rising from his seat, he continued, no one can threaten you, the sovereign of the Empire. Duke Enshi is merely articulating his perspective on the establishment of the United Legion. You ought to remain composed, Your Majesty. You are the overlord of the entire continent. We are but humble vassals beneath your banner. Duke Gina displayed an unprecedented level of respect for the first time. Our request is quite simple. The United Legion may be formed, but it must be grounded in sufficient justification. You have not persuaded me. Thus we cannot acquiesce. Should you wish to invoke your imperial rights to punish us, we stand ready to face you here. Duke Gina's words successfully diverted the Emperor's gaze and absorbed a portion of his ire directed at Duke Enshi. At that moment, Duke Eric raised an eyebrow, his scrutinizing gaze flitting between Duke Enshi and Duke Gina, finally settling on Duke Chester, then shifting to Duke Nick. Just then, Duke Nick also glanced at Duke Eric, their brief exchange revealing a shared gravity and uncertainty. Your Majesty, Baron Ron also attempted to speak. In the name of the Emperor, I command you all to be silent. Emperor Leopold bellowed, with a resounding crash. He smashed his wine goblet onto the floor, the crimson liquid spilling forth as he shouted, everything you possess is granted by the crown. All that you have. I now order you to complete the formation of the United Legion within a month. You are mistaken. The Supreme Emperor, ruler of the Lok Empire, and lord of the Ballot family, Emperor Leopold Daindiv. Our territory was carved inch by our ancestors, and all we possess today is the result of our family's generations of toil. You, along with your so-called royal lineage, have contributed not a single copper coin, nor provided even a grain of sustenance, let alone shed a drop of sweat for it. Duke Gina's volatile temperament mirrored the fury of the Tevak Highlands, as he bellowed without fear. Chapter 97. Leopold Daindiv, are you challenging the authority of the Emperor? Leopold roared in a fit of rage. Without the strength of Lion Fortress, without Sook City, your so-called autonomous territories are but a farce, a pile of refuse. First, Duke Chester opposed, then the usually gentle Duke Enshi, followed by Duke Gina, and even Duke Eric expressed his doubts. Thus, the Emperor's wrath finally erupted in full force, yet in the next moment, he regretted his words, for some things should not be uttered, especially by an emperor. Nonetheless, the words had escaped his lips, and it was too late for remorse. Silence. This time, not a single soul dared to immediately refute the Emperor's insulting remarks. All present gazed at the Emperor, At the imperial rulers seated above, their faces etched with disbelief. Even Duke Nick, the empire's prime minister, wore an expression of astonishment, regarding the emperor as one might regard a stranger. If the emperor's previous statement could be tolerated by the rulers of the autonomous territories, his next proclamation was utterly unacceptable, for it denied the sacrifices made by the 6 great families since the empire's inception. He negated the sweat and blood shed by the Zola family, who had steadfastly defended Black Mountain Pass against the orcs for 3 centuries. He dismissed the costs paid by the Jean family 300 years prior to aid the empire against the Elven Kingdom. He also rejected the humiliations endured by the Cliff family in their efforts to expel the orcs. Similarly, he dismissed the efforts and hardships endured by the Reagan family, the Ballot family, and the Ayla family in the expansion of the empire's territories. In the emperor's furious roar, all the labors of the 6 great families were rendered a mere pile of filth. A repugnant excrement. Respectful emperor, if this is your belief, then I see no need for further discourse. After a brief silence, Duke Chester was the first to shatter the stillness, bowing his head to display unprecedented deference. Please allow me to take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. Halt. Emperor Leopold abruptly drew the sword at his side, the only blade present in the conference room. His muscles began to swell, straining against the fabric of his imperial robe with a resounding creak. Whoosh. The sound of steel vibrating echoed as the sword traced a glimmering arc in the air. Sizzle, sizzle. In the next instant, the blade's edge glimmered crimson, a metallic scent beginning to pervade the air. The steel sword sparked as it cut through the atmosphere with the emperor's full might. Clang! Crash! The sound of clashing weapons reverberated as the small wooden table beside the emperor was cleaved in 2. Just as the table was about to topple, the emperor delivered a powerful kick, sending the now splintered table flying. He raised the steaming sword and barked, "Duke Chester, do you truly wish to betray the empire?" The sudden surge of power from the emperor drew all eyes to him, causing the assembly to recall the formidable warrior who had matched the strength of a paladin 13 years prior. Crash. Duke Chester had yet to respond when the conference room door was violently kicked open. The royal guards, perhaps alerted by the commotion within, rushed in without knocking. "Your Majesty?" Baron Camp, the first to enter, gazed quizzically at the emperor wielding the sword. "Get out." The emperor's roar echoed within the chamber, but Baron Camp hesitated. "Get out." The emperor shouted once more, kicking a fallen fruit platter at Camp's feet, which sailed directly towards the baron's forehead. Camp instinctively attempted to dodge, yet ultimately halted in his tracks. Thud! The solid fruit platter collided with Baron Camp's forehead, a splash of blood staining the ground beneath him. "Apologies, Your Majesty." Baron Camp bowed his head, picked up the platter from the floor, and quickly exited the conference room. Huff! Suck! Perhaps the emperor had not exercised the powers of a warrior in quite some time, causing his body to struggle to adapt. But even as he gasped for breath, he stood tall, fixing his icy gaze upon Duke Chester, his eyes harboring an imperceptible glint of menace. "Do you, like your father, wish to betray the empire? The goddess can attest to my loyalty." Duke Chester's eyes remained locked on the emperor, unflinching in the face of the blade. He clenched his teeth and spat. "The Cliff family has never betrayed the empire. Refrain from your hypocritical fade. You have long since forsaken your faith, and the goddess will not protect you." Emperor Leopold roared in anger. "You arranged for the daughter of the false Emperor Ballot to be betrothed to your son, and engaged with the heir of Kalen. This is betrayal of me, betrayal of the empire. According to imperial law, Philora is innocent. She is entitled to all the rights of an imperial citizen, and her marriage to Bradadeli is protected by imperial law." Duke Chester straightened his back, locking his gaze onto the emperor without flinching at the sword that swayed in the emperor's hand. "Cancel the heirship of Bradadeli or expel Philora. It's one or the other." Emperor Robot stepped forward, brandishing his steel sword, and with that single stride, the hard stone steps beneath him fractured outward from his center. "Even if you are the emperor of the empire, you have no right to interfere with the domain of Kalen, nor to meddle in the choice of the Cliff family heir. If you wish to avoid universal opposition, it would be prudent to retract your earlier statement." Duke Chester retorted coldly. The semblance of humility long vanished from his countenance. "Your Majesty." Suddenly rising from his silence, the Imperial Prime Minister Duke Nick stood up. Having gauged the reactions of those present, he resolved to prevent the situation from escalating further. "Let us return to our previous discussion," he said, striding towards the Emperor, quickly positioning himself before His Majesty to obstruct the Emperor's engagement with others. Their eyes locking in a tense exchange, he then reached out, grasping the hilt of the sword in the Emperor's hand. And surprisingly, he effortlessly seized the blade. Clang! The sword was cast aside by Duke Nick into a corner, and turning his gaze toward the others, he commanded, "Return to your seats. The 6 autonomous territories in the Central Empire are inherently one. Let us put an end to this tiresome discourse. But our Emperor believes me to be a traitor." Duke Chester countered the Prime Minister's words. "Return to your seats." Duke Nick reiterated, his expression growing increasingly stern. "If you wish to continue this discussion, maintain your decorum. If you seek to brawl, the arena of Lion's Castle welcomes your challenge." Chapter 98. Duke Nick successfully commanded the attention of all present. While the steel sword he had cast away served as a symbol of the Emperor's concession. "It is my honor to challenge a warrior said to rival the paladins," Duke and she said with a serene smile. Stepping back to his seat, casting a glance at Duke Nick, "But you are correct. Not now, nor in this place. Our esteemed Prime Minister seems to be in a fit of rage," Duke Gna chuckled, his serious demeanor fading as he patted Duke Chester on the shoulder before returning to his seat, prompting Duke Chester to follow suit. Once everyone had resumed their seats, Duke Nick turned to meet the Emperor's gaze. "Your Majesty." The Imperial Prime Minister extended his right hand towards the Emperor's elevated throne, a humble invitation for the Emperor to take his seat once more, after a few moments of silence. Emperor Robot let out a heavy umph before resuming his position on the throne. With the atmosphere settling back into calmness, Duke Nick gradually walked toward his own seat, continuing, "Now, let us proceed with our earlier discussion." "Wait, Duke Nick." Baron Ron seized the opportunity to stand abruptly, first bowing to Duke Nick before directing his gaze to the Emperor, stating, "Your Majesty and esteemed guests, I believe we should temporarily set aside the matter of establishing a united legion. I have received intelligence that warrants your attention." Emperor Robot held a strong aversion to any interruption concerning the formation of a united legion. Yet perhaps wishing to avoid further unpleasantness, he brusquely inquired, "What kind of intelligence necessitates discussion in this meeting?" "Trust me, this information is of utmost importance," Baron Ron replied respectfully. "Initially, we intended to disclose this at the beginning of the meeting. But only now have I found the opportunity." Thus, Baron Ron hurriedly began to relay the intelligence he had acquired at his villa. Years of military discipline had rendered Baron Ron's communication succinct, within 2 minutes. He clearly articulated his concerns, yet his words plunged the meeting room into a profound silence. "I need to step out for a moment." It was Duke Nick who first shattered the silence. Abruptly rising from his seat and bowing to the Emperor before striding toward the meeting room door, intent on arranging for reconnaissance regarding the situation in Balong Town, Emperor Robot also emerged from his contemplation, decisively pulling the crimson cord beside his seat, which triggered the delicate chime of bells echoing from the corner near the door, swiftly radiating outward. Knock, knock. Moments later, the door to the meeting room was rapped upon, and with a click, it swung open. The castle steward, Bailey, sidled in, ignoring the presence of others in the room, and approached the steps beneath the Emperor's throne, humbly inquiring, "Your Majesty, what are your commands?" "Mobilize every resource at your disposal. Within 3 days, you must ascertain the role played by that band of greenskin goblins on Clarkley Island in this orc invasion." Emperor Robot issued his orders before the assembly. "At once, Your Majesty." Bailey bowed and, upon the Emperor's gesture, exited the meeting room. "Your Majesty," Baron Ron spoke again. "Before coming here, I received urgent intelligence from Anku Fortress. The orcs have amassed an army of at least 250,000 near Black Mountain Pass." "Impossible," Duke Eric instinctively protested, rising from his seat. 10 days ago, I received reliable information indicating that the orc forces at Black Mountain Pass number only around 60 to 70,000. Their forces are increasing by the day." "Duke Eric," Baron Ron replied swiftly. "My father's handwritten letter instructed me to relay to you all that if the orcs opt for a full-scale assault, Anku Fortress, with its current strength, cannot withstand it. Perhaps, after 3 centuries of standing firm, Anku Fortress may fall into our hands." "When did the orcs acquire such formidable military strength?" Emperor Robot's eyelids twitched as he gestured for Baron Ron to hand him his father's letter. Anku Fortress being breached, such was the unspoken thought among all present, save for Baron Ron. The orcs' might has been growing year by year, and moreover, the most powerful northern clans have now unified. Our infiltrated agents within the orc ranks have been eradicated overnight. And even our goblin allies have gone silent, Baron Ron explained as he walked. "The northern clans have unified?" King Robot was taken aback. "Why have I not received such information?" The Emperor's words left everyone in attendance momentarily stunned. their faces reflecting disbelief and a hint of disappointment. Your Majesty, if you were to peruse the documents submitted by the cabinet 6 months ago, you would discover the relevant reports contained within. Duke Nick's voice echoed from the doorway. Oh, the Emperor glanced at Duke Nick, using the process of reviewing the letters to mask his embarrassment. To equip an army of 250,000, the necessary supplies and provisions would be staggering. Even we could not muster them in a short time. Where would the orcs procure such vast resources? Duke Eric furrowed his brow, asking, Orc warriors need only an axe to engage in conventional combat with our fully armed soldiers, and their elite fighters can even contend with our paladins for several rounds. Baron Ron elucidated. Moreover, the orc tribes are nearly all conscripted. Should they choose to engage in a serious battle, the forces at Black Mountain Pass could swell to 400,000 within a month. Of course, the likelihood of that is low. But we must not underestimate the determination displayed by the orcs this time. Over the past century, they have hoarded considerable resources from the rich mineral deposits of the Western continent, and with their current reserves, they are entirely capable of waging a protracted total war against us. Total war, Emperor Robot murmured. I wish to avoid any comprehensive conflict with the orcs. Is there no swift resolution to this? He certainly did not desire the Empire to become ensnared in the quagmire of war. There is. We must confront the orcs at Black Mountain Pass and decisively defeat their main forces, Baron Ron replied. Duke Gna chuckled noncommittally. If the orcs truly gather an army exceeding 250,000 at Black Mountain Pass. There are no ifs, Duke Gna. Though my father is elderly, he would not deceive us with false intelligence. I swear by the honor of the Zola family. Baron Ron interjected, unable to contain himself. This piece of intelligence had come to him after Duke Gna and the others departed the villa, so he had not had the chance to confer with them. I harbor no intention of doubting Duke Gna's intelligence, Baron Ron. Very well. Now there are 250,000 orcs outside Black Mountain Pass. What forces do we have at our disposal? Duke Gna reclined in his chair, gazing at the exquisitely adorned ceiling. Let us think of something more realistic. Chapter 99. Duke Gna fixed his gaze on the ceiling and spoke softly. Gentlemen, let us address matters with a bit more realism. With such a large-scale movement by the orcs, has the military department received no word? Duke Eric frowned. And what of the intelligence division at Anka Fortress? We invest at least 100,000 gold coins there annually. Have they gone to waste? 6 months ago, during the unification war of the northern orc clans, our spies, whom we had bribed and placed within the orc tribes, were all eradicated in a single night. It appears the orcs had long been prepared for this invasion. Baron Ron elaborated on the issues he had previously mentioned. Moreover, many of the smaller and even medium-sized clans we had been secretly manipulating were nearly annihilated during the subsequent purges. Bang! Duke Eric slammed his fist onto the conference table, exclaiming, You must take responsibility for this. The forces we embedded within the orc ranks took us a century to establish, yet you have allowed them to be obliterated in a mere 6 months. Indeed, Count Ron replied, abruptly tearing off his upper garment. He turned, and under the flickering candlelight of the hall, the multitude of grotesque scars on his broad back sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. I accepted the punishment on behalf of my father. I should have perished, but the goddess granted me life anew. Thus, I shall dedicate my existence to rectify the wrongs committed by the county of Clan. No one blames you, Count Ron. The Zola family has guarded the Black Mountain Pass since the establishment of the Empire. We are fully aware of the sacrifices you have made. Duke Nick cast a glance at Duke Eric. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. At that moment, the Prime Minister turned to Emperor Robot, saying, Regarding the United Legion, I have a suggestion. Is now the appropriate time to discuss this matter? Duke and she interjected, interrupting the Prime Minister. Then allow me to rephrase. Duke Nick showed no sign of displeasure at the interruption. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, gathering his thoughts before addressing Count Ron. Surely, the county of Clan cannot withstand the orc offensive on its own at this juncture. Indeed, Count Ron nodded. Curiously, however, the orcs seem in no rush to attack. They appear to be waiting for something. They are biding their time until they can strike us down with overwhelming force, Duke Gina added promptly. It is a basic tenet of military strategy. They are amassing sufficient troops, just as they did 11 years ago. Yet this time, there is no one like Count Ansi to strike them down before they establish a foothold. For who wishes to bear the burden of an unfounded accusation while still drawing breath? I apologize for the matter concerning Count Ansi. Duke Nick addressed the issue candidly. He had nodded in acknowledgement of the situation 11 years prior. His original intention had been to issue a verbal warning to Count Ansi and then commend his bravery in the name of the cabinet. However, events unfolded in a manner he had not anticipated. Yet, it cannot be denied that Duke Nick's bureaucratic approach transformed Count Ansi's merit into a liability. Nonetheless, one cannot definitively assign blame, as it is likely that had Duke Boge not rudely dismissed the officials dispatched by the military, the situation might have taken a different course at the very least. After the military's verbal warning, Count Ansi would have received commendation from the cabinet. This was the hidden agenda of Duke Nick. For the warning was merely to silence certain factions within the military. For Duke Nick, Duke Boge, and the officials of the military, the misunderstandings that had transpired were not worth elaborating upon. As for the nobility, who prioritized interests first, face second, such an explanation would yield neither profit nor prestige. The issue concerning Count Ansi flitted fleetingly through Duke Nick's mind as he continued to address the assembly. Now, returning to our earlier discussion, Count Ron was quite clear. To swiftly conclude the Orc invasion, we must decisively defeat their main forces on the battlefield. Surely you do not genuinely wish to engage the Orcs in a decisive battle at the Black Mountain Pass? Duke Gina gasped. I believe we should first mobilize our available forces to prioritize the defense of Fort Anku before contemplating a confrontation with the Orcs. Naturally, that is an inevitable consideration. However, I have resolved that we shall engage the Orcs in a true battle, not the skirmishes of yore, Duke Nick asserted. If we are to fight, let it be a grand conflict, one that leaves the Orcs unable to advance eastward. Therefore, I propose we mobilize the entire Imperial Army to confront the Orcs in a large-scale engagement at the Black Mountain Pass. This will require time, at least 2 months to half a year. Nick, that I must remind you that Fort Anku cannot wait. The Emperor interjected, unwillingly. While selfish and narrow-minded, he was not a fool, nor was he inept. 2 armored legions from Kalen will arrive at Fort Anku within 2 weeks, Duke Chester proclaimed. Rising to his feet, I am confident that 10,000 heavily armored warriors, supported by Kalen's longbowmen, will be able to hold the fort's robust defenses for several months without issue. Duke Nick's eyes brightened at this news. That is splendid. My intention was also to temporarily dispatch the troops of the Twack County or Kalen County to support Fort Anku. Then, the Prime Minister interjected, shifting the topic. We can now discuss troop mobilization, the conscription of new soldiers, and of course, logistical supplies and wartime funding. Duke Nick, if I may be frank, the Imperial Treasury can hardly sustain a massive campaign. Although Emperor Rabat had already surmised Duke Nick's intention to form a united legion in response to the current Orc invasion, it was entirely different from what he had envisioned. He had never considered waging war. Furthermore, the Imperial Treasury was in no condition to support a conflict, even if they were to forcefully engage. Victory would leave them unable to bear the costs of the United Legion in the aftermath, resulting in little betterment of their situation. Military expenses will be jointly borne by the 6 autonomous territories and the Central Empire. Duke Nick was well aware of Emperor Robat's calculations. We will need detailed calculations from the finance department. If your majesty is unable to shoulder the expenses of this war, the cabinet can impose additional taxes on imperial merchants in accordance with the laws of the empire. Moreover, we must summon the paladins from various regions to form a formidable paladin legion and notify the Derrick Mage Tower to send their council president to the capital for a meeting. Duke Nick added, Gentlemen, I believe we should relocate to another venue for our discussions, as the forthcoming meeting will require the participation of more individuals. Emperor Rabat remained unmoved. He had no desire to initiate a war devoid of benefit. He believed that Fort Anku would not fall and acknowledged that while the Orcs were growing stronger, they had yet to reach a level capable of challenging the Empire's might. Yet the Emperor was astute. He refrained from stating his thoughts outright. In response to Duke Nick's remarks, he smoothly replied, You may discuss this with the military and finance departments. My opinion is that if we can temporarily avoid a full-scale war with the Orcs, we should do so. He wished to delay the matter, not believing these 6 individuals had the luxury of remaining in the capital indefinitely. Duke Nick was not at all surprised by the Emperor's reaction. As soon as the Emperor's words fell, he seized the moment, stating, Very well, gentlemen. Let us reconvene in the Prime Minister's office 2 hours hence. I will notify the other cabinet members as well as the officials of the military and finance departments to participate. With that, he rose, bowing to the Emperor before hastily departing. Following suit, Duke Eric abruptly stood and pursued Duke Nick towards the exit, leaving the remaining 4 to exchange glances before bowing to the Emperor, who had closed his eyes in repose. and departing as well. Chapter 100. Soon, the temporary conference room was left with only the emperor, who sat alone in the vast hall, gazing vacantly at the flickering candlelight dancing in the center of the table. After a considerable time, it seemed he had come to some realization, gently pulling the red cord beside his chair. "Your Majesty," Bailey's abrupt voice emerged, seemingly having appeared at the doorway without any sound of entry. Emperor Robot glared at his intelligence officer. "What is the current situation at Fort Anku?" Bailey stepped down to the lower level, pondering for a moment before replying, "I only possess intelligence from 10 days ago. But I believe Duke Boge would not jest about such matters. Furthermore, based on the intelligence gathered prior to the orcs sealing the Black Mountain Pass, it appears they may indeed intend to commit their entire clan to a battle against us." "So you support Duke Nick's notion?" Emperor Robot inquired. Without a frown. "I do not oppose it," Bailey answered cautiously. He had overheard every word exchanged in the adjacent room. "If the cabinet expands the meeting and believes we can engage in battle, we might as well take the plunge. Are you suggesting we allow them to reach a consensus?" Emperor Robot hesitated. "While this could temporarily establish a united legion, it would deplete our already scant resources. Your Majesty, do you still not comprehend Duke Nick's intentions?" Bailey reminded him. "The most critical issue facing the Empire is the discord among various factions. The conflict between the newly emerging nobles and the ancient aristocracy has become increasingly acute, with small-scale skirmishes erupting between territories, and the sole method to resolve such discord is through a large-scale war." At the same time, he mused to himself, not to mention the rifts between the royal family and the various dukes. "Are you suggesting that Duke Nick aims to utilize this war to temporarily divert attention from internal conflicts within the Empire?" Emperor Robot's eyes brightened. With Bailey's reminder, the Emperor had similarly arrived at this conclusion. "Your Majesty is wise." Bailey nodded with a smile. Yet soon, the Emperor frowned, stating, "However, I have already mentioned that the Central Empire cannot sustain this war. Duke Nick has already reminded you that during a time of full-scale war, we can impose additional taxes on merchants in accordance with the laws of the Empire." Bailey replied with a sly smile. "How much could we possibly collect from them?" The Emperor shook his head. "The merchants of the Empire possess wealth beyond your imagination. They hold nearly half of the Empire's riches." Bailey elucidated. "Have you not heard? The ancient noble bloodlines have lost their value, and the status of merchants is on the rise. So, Duke Nick intends to take advantage of this opportunity to target those merchants, in the name of the Empire, perhaps influenced by Count II." Emperor Robot was reluctant to suppress the merchants. Bailey, well aware of the Emperor's sentiments, remained silent for a few moments before stating, "Your Majesty, consider how you went bankrupt. Merchants are more perilous than you might think. Even more so than the armies of the 6 great dukes." "Oh." The Emperor's expression shifted, and he scrutinized Bailey intently. Bailey returned the gaze. "Moreover, Your Majesty, you could personally command this force." "You mean?" The Emperor's pupils dilated, causing him to rise involuntarily, only to sit back down immediately. He then lapsed into a long silence. Bailey waited patiently for over half an hour. When the Emperor finally reopened his eyes, they glimmered with an inscrutable coldness. "In that case, let our Prime Minister handle this matter with full authority. You may assist as necessary." "Understood," Bailey replied softly, exiting the hall as the Emperor waved his hand. 2 hours swiftly passed, and as the clock in Lion Fortress struck the hour, ministers and other cabinet members, summoned by the Prime Minister's office, began to arrive at the vast conference room. The final moment, Lord Siren, the chairman of the Derrick Mage Tower, arrived punctually from 1,000 miles away. At 11:15, Duke Nick, along with 4 other dukes and Count Ron, also entered the meeting room, marking the official commencement of the conference. Initiating a full-scale war involving the entirety of the Lock Empire could not be resolved by merely Duke Nick's word. Not even by the Emperor himself. Of course, routine defensive operations and minor skirmishes did not require such complexity. The Prime Minister could directly issue orders to the military, stipulating the objectives to be achieved within a set time frame. True warfare is no trivial matter, especially one that dictates the fate of the entire empire. Preparations for such a conflict often demand months or even years. The meeting began with Count Ron briefly outlining the current situation faced by Anka Fortress. Numerous inquiries arose during this time, particularly from officials within the military intelligence department, prompting Count Ron to patiently clarify. Following Count Ron's report, Duke Nick forcibly suppressed all questions and proceeded with Duke Enshi and Duke Chester presenting intelligence regarding the reports from Colin and the Goblin merchant ships. Finally, Duke Nick proposed a decisive battle against the orcs at Black Mountain Pass or the initiation of a prolonged total war against them. Naturally, this suggestion was met with immediate opposition from the officials of the finance department. Led by Count Stu, while receiving wholehearted support from the military, which craved a war to validate its existence, the arguments put forth by the finance department were quite forceful. After all, the Empire currently lacked the capacity to wage a comprehensive war against the orcs. Under Count Stu's leadership, the officials presented an unyielding front, necessitating a half-hour interruption even before the meeting could properly commence. Thus, a prolonged debate ensued, with the entire day consumed in such discussions in the grand conference room of the Prime Minister's office. Two distinctly opposing factions of officials sat on either side, their discourse growing increasingly heated. The five dukes, Count Ron, Lord Siren from the Derrick Mage Tower, and other cabinet members maintained their silence, having only exchanged a few inconsequential remarks before the meeting began. Count Stu, the issue is not whether we should fight, but that we must fight. 250,000 orc troops cannot possibly be withstood by Colin's forces, asserted Viscount Nat, the military's chief strategist, his voice rising above the cacophony. I never suggested we should not engage. I merely oppose a total war, retorted Count Stu, causing others to instinctively fall silent as he spoke. For this invasion by the orcs, I propose that the cabinet issue orders for the conventional legions of Tevark and Colin to support Anka Fortress. That I believe that with the backing of these two legions and the fortified defenses of Anka Fortress, the orcs will find it challenging to breach our stronghold. If we can simply stall them, their poor logistics will force them to retreat without our intervention. What use is that, within a year, another massive orc army will gather at Anku Fortress, interjected Duke Chester. Count Stu, the Empire's 3rd and 4th legions should have been the ones to support Anku Fortress. It is your obligation. In the war against the orcs, you share that obligation as well, Count Stu replied, fixing his gaze on Duke Chester. I am merely reminding you of your responsibilities, Count Stu. Do not evade your duties. Does the Central Empire intend to stand idly by in the face of an orc army of 250,000? Duke Chester remarked coldly. That is why I say you will forever remain a merchant and never ascend to nobility, even with the title of Earl. You fail to comprehend the honor of being a noble. I am solely aware that I must be accountable for the entire empire. War does not solve everything, Count Stu stated, the chill in his eyes unmistakable. If my title of Earl could convince the orcs to withdraw, you could take it from me at any time. Gentlemen, Duke Nick suddenly interrupted the squabble, standing to approach a small window in the conference room, gazing at the last rays of the evening glow. He spoke softly. Are you all hungry? The assembly fell silent, taken aback by Duke Nick's unexpected inquiry. Let us conclude today's meeting, Duke Nick declared abruptly. Duke, Count Stu instinctively stood. That will suffice. I am already aware of your opinions, Duke Nick remarked. Turning towards the door. As he reached for the doorknob, he paused, scanning the room as if recalling something significant. Oh, by the way, at 9:30 this evening, I will host a small banquet at the Prime Minister's residence. My assistant will deliver invitations to each of you shortly. With that, Duke Nick opened the door and departed. Count Ron frowned as he watched the Prime Minister leave, dissatisfied with the day's conference, knowing that Anka Fortress could not withstand such delays. Time is of the essence is not merely a saying, sometimes. A mere 10-minute delay can determine the outcome of a battle, let alone prolonged inaction. However, as the party seeking assistance, Count Ron could only outline the current situation of Anku Fortress, for the decision to mobilize forces was not his to make. While he felt disheartened, Dukenshi gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, Do not worry, our Prime Minister understands the value of time better than you think. I hope so. Count Ron could only nod resignedly. Casting a glance at Duke Eric, who had reached the entrance to tea that moment, the military officials, finally realizing the time, hastened to follow Duke Eric's lead, while the finance department officials began organizing their documents. Other cabinet members, including Court Mage Boya and Chancellor Boat, exited through the back door without a word, while Bailey, who had been quietly meditating in the corner of the conference room, finally stirred, approaching Count Stu and casually pulling out a chair to sit beside him. Is there something you wish to discuss? Count Stu inquired, not looking up as he sorted through the stack of documents on the table. At that moment, the nearby finance department officials hastily gathered their papers and departed. Shall we talk? Bailey suggested after a few moments of silence. Very well, let us go to my office. I cannot endure the atmosphere here, Count Stu replied. Rising to his feet. You decide, Bailey responded with a smile. In the imperial capital, a banquet hosted by the Prime Minister's residence is undoubtedly a significant affair among the upper echelons of nobility. Moreover, following the temporary adjournment, rumors concerning Prime Minister Duke Nick's intentions to mobilize the entire empire for a total war against the orcs began to circulate among the elite. Consequently, many sought to use this banquet as an opportunity to glean insights. As the hours passed, the clock soon approached 9:30 in the evening. At this moment, as if on cue, a flurry of carriages appeared along Patford Street, swiftly filling the Prime Minister's residence with noblemen and wealthy patrons. In less than 10 minutes, the hall was brimming with lords, ladies, in their finery, mink coats, silk draperies, gemstone necklaces, and golden jewelry glimmered, presenting a scene of opulent prosperity, though the banquet was not grand in scale. The abundance of food and fine wine contrasted sharply with its simplicity, resembling that of a minor noble's gathering. Duke Nick, the host, was scarcely seen amidst the festivities. Nevertheless, this did not dampen the spirits of the numerous nobles and officials present. For the Prime Minister represented an unattainable figure to most, and they were more eager to leverage this gathering to elevate their standing within social circles. Most delightful for the guests was the appearance of Prince Shinda and Penny. Hand in hand, for the future Emperor and Empress, all present displayed the requisite humility and flattery, their praises echoing throughout the hall without restraint. As the band struck up the first melody of the evening and Prince Shinda and Penny showcased their graceful dance before the audience, the entire banquet reached its zenith. Just as the festivities at the Prime Minister's residence reached a climax, the private conversation between Duke Chester and Count Ron had only just concluded as the two emerged from Count Ron's villa in the Frank district. The enchanted clock had already chimed 10 past 10. "I hope Duke Nick is not a miser," Count Ron remarked half-jokingly, gazing out at the dimly lit street. "That remains to be seen," Duke Chester shrugged as he stepped into the waiting carriage. "Let us hasten," Count Ron called out to the coachman and his retinue of guards. "The carriage is indeed comfortable. At least more so than a hard saddle." Duke Chester leaned back against the soft seat inside the carriage. "Though perhaps a tad too comfortable." Count Ron shook his head. "Huh." Duke Chester chuckled noncommittally. Steering the conversation elsewhere, "Do you truly believe we need to wage an all-out war against the orcs?" Count Ron pondered for a few moments before replying, "From the perspective of the entire empire. This battle is imperative, for the strength the orcs have exhibited in recent decades poses a genuine threat to the empire. We must weaken them as much as possible before they become truly formidable." "Indeed. That is the fundamental reason for my support of military action." But Duke Chester's expression darkened. "It seems our esteemed Prime Minister's motives for initiating this war extend beyond merely the orcs. I have no interest in such matters, as long as we can repel the orcs." "I will lend my support," Count Ron stated indifferently, his gaze fixed on the night outside. "You are quite something." Duke Chester had intended to tease him, but an unsettling intuition suddenly gripped him, sending a wave of goosebumps across his skin. Before either could utter another word, a faint sound reached their ears, and in the next moment, the carriage seemed to go out of control, racing wildly. "Someone has shot the coachman." Duke Chester crouched slightly to maintain his balance, drawing on his experience to deduce the situation. Chapter 102. The Battle in the Night. Count, Duke. The voices of their guards outside grew fainter, likely left behind as the carriage sped uncontrollably. Boom! Just as the two men prepared to leap from the carriage, it lurched violently, flipping over, undoubtedly due to the horses breaking free, causing the fast-moving vehicle to crash into a nearby building. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, several piercing sounds sliced through the air, and bright arrows with deadly intent hurtled toward the two men inside the carriage. Count Ron and Duke Chester exchanged a glance, and in unison, they hefted their luxurious seats and hurled them toward the carriage window. Almost simultaneously, they used the cover of the seats to leap from the carriage, scattering to either side. Thud, thud. The sound of arrows penetrating echoed as they pierced the seats, glowing with a faint azure light, firmly embedding themselves in the spots where the two had just occupied. "Magic arrows!" Duke Chester shouted, his muscles tensing as he leaped onto the roof of a nearby building, sprinting towards the flank of the archers, while Count Ron summoned the holy power from the space around him, leaping directly toward the archer's front. Clang! In midair, Count Ron drew his sword, gripping it with both hands. Empowered by the holy force, he descended like a massive meteor, the blade shimmering with sparks as it cleaved toward the archer's face. Ding! To Count Ron's surprise, his strike was deflected by a formidable magical shield. As the holy light dimmed, he caught sight of their assailant, a woman cloaked in black, her forearms adorned with bracers that shimmered with a cerulean, magical aura. Her cold, emotionless eyes locked onto Count Ron, and her longbow, inscribed with magical runes, was drawn taut, the glimmering arrowhead aimed at his throat. Count Ron felt a surge of alarm. He had no doubt about her ability to pierce through his holy defenses. In a split second, he brought his sword, imbued with holy power, to guard his throat. Clang! The sound resonated like a chime, and Count Ron felt a jolt of numbness in his arm as he was propelled backward. Landing on the ground, he swiftly dodged the arrows that followed in quick succession. Beep! Beep! A guard blew a magical whistle. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and amidst the flickering flames, Count Ron caught a glimpse of his guards rushing to their aid. Magicians. Prepare shields. Count Ron called out to Duke Chester, who was engaged with another assassin, a holy knight. In this brief interlude, Count Ron had evaded the archer's attacks 3 times in a row. 2 seconds later. A shield of light enveloped Count Ron, and just as it materialized, he flipped backward, disregarding the magic arrows that sought to restrain him, and with the aid of the holy force, leaped toward the rear of Duke Chester's adversary. Clang! Clang! In midair, 2 magical arrows struck his shield, causing it to tremble ominously, threatening to dissipate. However, just as the shield began to fade, Count Ron's blade descended. Clang! The holy knight was forced to turn and block. At that moment, Duke Chester, locked in combat with him, focused intently, and with a swift flex of his muscles, his right arm swelled with power, his fist growing to the size of an adult human head, striking toward the knight's chest with a whoosh. Yet, the anticipated impact never reached Duke Chester's hand. Instead, he felt an icy chill in the air around him. Before he could react, a thick ice wall materialized out of thin air around the holy knight, intercepting Duke Chester's full-force blow while sharp ice spikes erupted from the surface, aiming directly at him. Fall back! Count Ron shouted as he swung his sword, shattering a corner of the ice wall, retreating with the assistance of the holy power. Duke Chester had already seized the opportunity to distance himself, leaping back to his guard shield wall. Magicians suppress, crossbowmen provide support, an officer among the guards commanded calmly. Soon, Count Ron joined Duke Chester behind the shield wall. Turning to him, "It is wise to exercise caution. This is not a battlefield. Should anything happen to us here, the consequences for the Empire would be unimaginable, especially for you." "I understand," Duke Chester panted. Evidently fatigued from his recent encounter with the Holy Knight. As they spoke, a magical flare launched by the magician among the guards illuminated the surroundings, dispelling the darkness. 3 shadowy figures emerged atop the roof. Gathering together, seemingly unperturbed by the chaos, Count Ron scanned the darkened buildings around them. "It is rather peculiar. The villas in the Frank district are highly sought after. How could there be no residents in this area?" "It only indicates they were exceptionally well prepared," Duke Chester observed, his gaze fixed on the trio atop the roof. That moment, the guard's magician had completed his incantation, and several blazing fireballs, each exceeding 20 centimeters in diameter, hurtled toward the trio like boulders from a catapult, trailing thick smoke. Yet, the 3 figures atop the roof displayed no sign of concern for the impending attack, nor did they attempt to flee. In that critical moment, the magician among them produced a magical scroll from his robes. Unfurling it in mid-air. As the scroll opened, countless magical sigils flickered around the trio, and in the blink of an eye, a vacuum force field enveloped their bodies, deflecting the incoming fireballs entirely. "Composite magic," the guard's magician exclaimed in shock. The opposing magician, having activated the scroll, continued with his movements, his cold gaze flashing with a bloodthirsty intent. "We must retreat. They have set up magical formations nearby," the magician urged urgently, glancing at Count Ron and Duke Chester. Before either could issue a command, a magical array appeared on the ground within a 50-meter radius of the carriage, glowing with a deep yellow light, and a thick, earthy scent began to permeate the air. "Retreat!" Duke Chester shouted in alarm, his muscles swelling once more as he leaped toward a nearby rooftop, while Count Ron simultaneously jumped in a different direction. Almost as soon as they landed, they were hit with a strong scent of damp earth. Ah! Ah! In an instant, the sound of screams erupted, accompanied by flashes of light and fire, the metallic tang of blood jolting both men to turn back, their faces paling at the sight before them. Chapter 103. The disturbance of magical elements and the cries of guards. Count Ron and Duke Chester turned abruptly to face the unfolding chaos. Amidst the flickering light and shadows, the area surrounding the horse-drawn carriage was enveloped in a sinister darkness. punctuated by a menacing array of spikes that seemed to extend almost entirely into the unseen void. The ordinary guards had long succumbed to the deadly magic at play, their corpses grotesquely mutilated. With scarcely a body left intact, the protruding spikes resembled a dense forest of stone, with the fallen guards' bodies impaled upon them at the northern edge of this grim tableau. Two dull yellow lights shone conspicuously in the darkness, revealing two wizards straining against a battered magical shield, while the Duke of Chester's retainer fortuitously found himself alongside them. Having narrowly escaped death at that moment, a faint yet ominous buzz reverberated through the air, a sound barely perceptible to ordinary ears. Yet for the Duke of Chester and Count Ron, it resonated like a thunderclap. A gleaming dagger appeared as if summoned from thin air behind the Duke, followed by the silhouette of its wielder. Cloaked in black garb and wearing a dark hat, beneath a pitch-black mask, a pair of eyes glimmered with a blood-red hue, radiating a chilling intent to kill. Count Ron attempted to call out a warning to the Duke, his mouth agape, while the Duke, instinctively aware of the assassin's presence, felt the muscles in his back tense in preparation to evade, his heart pounding erratically in response to the imminent danger. Yet, it was all in vain. The warning never escaped Ron's lips, and the Duke was unable to evade the lethal strike. The fetid dagger pierced the Duke's iron-like flesh, driving into his heart. Wah! The Duke coughed up a spray of blood, the tension in his body dissipating as his once taut muscles and sinews slackened. In an instant, he collapsed, his limbs rendered powerless. Damn it! Count Ron, fueled by fury and urgency, felt his holy energy surge dramatically, his body rising with his roar, as he thrust his steel sword downward with fierce resolve. The gust generated by his strike sent debris swirling about him. Before the attack could land, the pressure from the sword's true air blast caused droplets of blood to seep from the assassin's scalp. Unexpectedly, the assassin's body slackened, collapsing to the ground almost in synchrony with the Duke's fall, the once bright red eyes now fading into a ghostly pallor in the encroaching darkness. This was not a result of Count Ron's assault. The sudden turn of events caused his eyelids to flicker, and through his holy senses, he perceived that the assassin's life force had already waned. Witnessing the assassin's chest deflate like a punctured balloon, Ron instinctively gasped. He had exhausted himself to death. To ensure success, the assassin had risked everything, drawing upon his vitality, only to succumb to the depletion of his own life force. Count Ron's fierce attack ceased abruptly as he glanced at the now lifeless assassin. Swiftly aiding the Duke's fallen form to a more stable position, he leaped aside, evading two magical arrows from the opposing archers, while holy energy flowed around the Duke. Cough, cough, the Duke managed to sputter, expelling a thick, acrid black blood. Elemental poison. Count Ron's expression shifted dramatically. Quick, over here. At that moment, flickering torches appeared in the distance, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps and distant shouts from a group of individuals. The three remaining assassins exchanged hushed words that Ron could not decipher, decisively abandoning their assault as they vanished into the surrounding darkness. Ron, however, remained vigilant, darting behind the chimney of the fireplace to observe the now unconscious Duke, whose life force was rapidly dwindling. Without hesitation, he positioned the Duke upright, swiftly extracted the dagger, and channeled holy energy fervently into the wound. Once the bleeding subsided, he shouted to the two remaining wizards and the retainer, "I will head to the chapel. You must go to the academy and summon the finest healer. Be swift." With that, Count Ron's holy energy erupted once more as he leaped towards the direction of the chapel. Meanwhile, at the Prime Minister's residence, the banquet was drawing to a close. Prior to this, Bailey had engaged in a private discussion lasting an hour and a half with the Chancellor and the Minister of Finance, Stuber. This meeting had yielded groundbreaking progress, with Stuber no longer opposing the war against the orcs, though certain details remained unresolved, such as imposing additional taxes on merchants, the scale of the war, and the recruitment of new soldiers. After their conversation, the important guests were ushered into the Prime Minister's study. Perhaps influenced by the festive atmosphere, the attendees initially eschewed discussing serious matters, instead indulging in trivial chatter about women, fine wine, and their various collections. As the ambience reached a convivial peak, the steward of Lion Fortress, Bailey, jovially remarked, "Since the conclusion of today's meeting, the entire empire has been abuzz with talk of your war, Duke Nick." "This is not my war. It is the war of the entire empire," Duke Nick replied, dismissively waving away the cigar offered by Duke and he approached the desk, retrieving his pipe and igniting it with a match, adding, "This is a war for all of us." Duke Eric turned to Stuber. "If the Central Empire cannot furnish the funds to address this conflict, the Jean family can provide a loan." Stuber chuckled lightly, No need for such complications. If you have the funds, simply deposit them at the Imperial Bank. Even if I were to throw my money into the sea, I would not deposit it in the Imperial Bank. Duke and she retorted loudly. However, should you resolve certain internal issues within the bank, I might reconsider. Duke Janae smiled enigmatically, raising a glass of red wine. The merchants of the empire, with their wealth, can be taxed additionally by the cabinet as soon as a declaration of total war is made. Do you truly intend to provoke the major merchant guilds of the empire? Stuber frowned. What do you think? Duke Nick countered. For years, they have enjoyed privileges akin to those of the nobility, but have never shouldered the responsibilities that accompany such status. Stuber, the nobility of the empire is not esteemed for their bloodline alone, but for the responsibilities they have borne since the nomadic era of humanity. Discussing responsibility with him is quite the farce. Duke Eric shook his head. In the eyes of merchants, only profit matters. This is the fundamental distinction between nobility and commerce. Although we, too, value profit, we shall not forget our duties. Duke and she took a deep drag from his cigar, stating, Duke Nick, I would remind you not to overlook the goblins. They may indeed plan to assist the orcs in transporting troops. If the elite forces of the orcs appear behind the empire, it would spell disaster. Gentlemen, Duke Gna interjected suddenly, it seems the Duke of Chester and Count Ron have yet to arrive. Chapter 104 Gentlemen. Duke J abruptly stated, it appears the Duke of Chester and Count Ron have not yet arrived. Should we not wait for them before discussing these matters? Duke Eric and Stuber exchanged glances, subsequently abandoning their contentious debate, while the others were drawn into Gna's words, instinctively searching the room for the two men. Could they be in the hall? Duke Nick reclined casually on the sofa, shifting to a more comfortable position as he spoke. I had not noticed. Duke J replied perfunctorily, clearly indifferent to their presence. He exhaled a plume of wine-scented breath and half-jokingly remarked, I have not seen either of them all evening. Perhaps they are indulging in some activity unknown to us. Duke and she gently tapped the ash from his cigar and shook his head. I would sooner believe that tomorrow all the courtesans of the capital will reform than that those two would seek leisure somewhere. They have been nothing if not austere and meticulous since their youth, particularly the Duke of Chester, who harbors an almost fanatical obsession with the ancient regulations of nobility. Oh, Duke Gna straightened, smiling at Duke and she. You seem quite familiar with them, even to the extent of knowing their personal habits. Ha ha. Duke and she laughed heartily. Our Ayla family's maritime trade relies heavily on the supplies from the Karen territory, in a sense. The Duke of Chester is my trade partner, so it is only natural that I understand him well. And who provides you with information about your trade partner? Duke Gna chuckled along. Is it some guard or maid from the Duke's castle? Oh, dear Duke J, how could you think such a thing? Duke and she exhaled a ring of smoke, raising an eyebrow. It seems I must have my intelligence officer investigate the personnel in my castle upon my return. Hey, old friend. Duke Nick suddenly rose and filled his wine glass to the brim. He glanced at the Duke of Chester, speaking in a teasing tone. Should I write to Omar to have him check the castle's inhabitants as well? The room erupted with laughter, and what seemed a mere jest sparked a flicker of intrigue among the assembled guests. Perhaps it would be prudent to send someone to seek out the Duke of Chester and the Earl of Ron, remarked Duke Eric, his words standing in stark contrast to the laughter that filled the room. Upon hearing this, Duke Nick also set aside his jesting demeanor. He reached for the bell on his desk. Dong dong. However, a sudden knock resounded at the study door. Duke Nick's hand instinctively halted, and he called out, Come in. The door swung open, revealing his assistant, Kelman, who stepped in with a bow before addressing Duke Nick. My lord. Sir Guzzle, the head of the guard, requests an audience. At this hour, Duke Nick retracted his outstretched hand and straightened in his chair. He claims there has been an incident that requires your immediate presence, Kelman explained. The eyes of everyone in the room instinctively turned towards Kelman, the head of the guard seeking an audience with the Prime Minister at such a moment, in such a place, was indeed significant. Sir Guzzle is no fool. If he seeks you now, it must be of utmost importance. You ought to attend to it, urged Chief Bailey, sensing Duke Nick's hesitation, aware that recent events had fostered some dissatisfaction within Duke Nick towards Guzzle. After a brief moment of contemplation, Duke Nick rose from his seat, gazing at Duke Gna. Duke Gna, I entrust the matters concerning the Earl of Ron and the Duke of Chester to you. He then offered an apologetic nod to the others. I shall return shortly. I shall accompany you, declared Duke Eric, who had been seated in the corner, suddenly rising. Sir Guzzle did not enter the villa but remained in the garden before the Prime Minister's residence, his uniform as head of the guard starkly visible in the dim light. He had waited no longer than 5 minutes when the villa's door swung open once more, and as a beam of bright light spilled forth, Duke Nick appeared at the threshold. Sir Guzzle promptly approached him. "My apologies for interrupting your important gathering, Duke Nick, but I believe this matter supersedes your festivities." Sir Guzzle's demeanor was respectful yet firm, and after the pleasantries, he swiftly delved into the matter at hand. The Duke of Chester has been assassinated. He is currently at the Cathedral of the Holy Radiance and is in imminent danger. Excuse me. Duke Nick found himself questioning his own hearing. The Duke of Chester has been attacked in the noble villa district of Frank Street, Sir Guzzle reiterated. A cold glimmer flickered in Duke Eric's eyes as he murmured, "Take us to the scene at once." Indeed, Duke Nick nodded emphatically, his heart racing with anxiety. He had never felt such tension since the war that had crowned him 13 years prior. "Lead me to the scene," he echoed Duke Eric's words before suddenly recalling something. He commanded his assistant, mobilize 2 companies of soldiers from the city defense camp and seal off the entire inner district. As Sir Guzzle led the way, he cautioned, based on the clues left at the scene. "We have located the assailants in a villa not far from the incident, but they are all dead, each killed with a single blow. It is evident that someone had already planned to silence them." Hearing this, Duke Nick's crimson pupils narrowed, and he issued another command to Kelman. "In the name of the cabinet, summon 5 companies of city defense soldiers. I require a lockdown of the entire inner district." He then turned to Sir Guzzle, who promptly understood. "The guard has already dispatched nearly half of our forces to patrol Patford Street to ensure the safety of the other dukes. At the Cathedral of the Holy Radiance, within a room suffused with holy energy, the Duke of Chester lay upon a bed, surrounded by 3 bishops who were performing a desperate rescue using divine power. In an adjacent chamber, 5 scholarly physicians and 2 magical professors were concocting an antidote for the elemental poison coursing through the Duke's veins. Outside the room, the bloodied Earl of Ron sat in a wooden chair, hunched over and mumbling to himself, his once bright eyes now dulled as he contemplated the dire consequences and possible remedies should the Duke of Chester succumb to his injuries. Tap, tap. Suddenly, a hurried footfall disrupted the Earl's thoughts. He looked up just in time to see the cold visage of Duke Nick before him. Chapter 105. What is the condition of the Duke of Chester? Duke Nick inquired. The Earl of Ron, instinctively rising to his feet, shook his head. It remains unclear for the moment. Several bishops and scholars are working to save him. I need a comprehensive account of the events that transpired, Duke Nick stated gravely. As an agent from the guard who had accompanied Sir Guzzle produced a sheepskin parchment and quill to take notes, the Earl nodded in agreement and began recounting the recent events. Within 5 minutes, he had finished his narration, concluding, "The opposing paladins and mages were exceptionally powerful and decisive. My instincts tell me this is a formidable organization with its own beliefs. A massive magical formation, coupled with the complete evacuation of the local residents. The inhabitants of Frank Street are not easily intimidated, and such a grand maneuver could not be executed by an ordinary individual or organization. This case is far more complex than it appears," Sir Guzzle remarked, his brow furrowing. "My lord, you have 2 days. Only 2 days to uncover the full details of this case," Duke Nick asserted sternly. "I will ensure that officials from the Prime Minister's office assist you throughout." The Prime Minister's words caused Sir Guzzle to furrow his brow. Yet after a moment's contemplation, he refrained from arguing and readily agreed. Suddenly, a soft creak of a door breaking the silence indicated the arrival of a bishop clad in a pristine white robe, who emerged from the rescue room, wiping sweat from his brow as he looked at Duke Nick and the others. "Bishop Andrew, what is the condition of the Duke of Chester?" Duke Nick inquired urgently, hastening towards him. "The prognosis is grim. We have done our utmost, but our divine power is—" Bishop Andrew's face was marked by palpable shame as he gazed at the Prime Minister, contemplating before saying, "Had Sir Petey been here, there might have been a chance to save the Duke of Chester. After all, his understanding of divine power surpasses that of anyone else." "Petey?" Duke Nick was taken aback. "My son Petey?" "Indeed," Bishop Andrew affirmed with a nod. "His presence could enhance the chances of success by 30%. Where is he?" Duke Eric inquired, directing the question at Duke Nick. "En route to Colonel Fortress. The latest military appointment designates him as the commander of the fortress, a direct order from the Emperor," Duke Nick replied with a wry smile, surprised at the extent of his son's growth. "When did he depart?" Duke Eric asked. "How long can the Duke of Chester hold on?" "On the 5th. At most an hour." Duke Nick and Bishop Andrew responded almost in unison. "I will arrange for a mage to prepare a teleportation spell." Duke Eric nodded. Then, noticing Duke Nick's desire to speak, interjected, "You have much to do now, and foremost is to prepare for contingencies. At this point, he cast a glance at the Earl of Ron, then leaned closer to Duke Nick, whispering, "The territory of Karen has already mobilized 2 battalions of heavily armored infantry. Their original purpose was to support Anka Fortress, but should the Duke of Chester face an incident in the imperial capital, do you think it likely that this force might redirect its course?" With that, Duke Eric stole a glance at the rescue room of the Duke of Chester, swiftly departing under Duke Nick's astonished gaze. Duke Nick quickly gathered his thoughts, glancing at the rescue room before turning to the Earl of Ron, asking, "Do you know who else was involved in the assassination of the Duke of Chester? What of his attendants?" The Earl hesitated, surveying the empty corridor. His retinue and a magical attendant are still here. They were just present moments ago. Upon hearing this, Duke Nick's eyes flickered with intensity, fixing a steely gaze on Guzzle. "Ensure your personnel contain this information. If news of the Duke of Chester's assassination spreads by tomorrow morning, your position as head of the guard will be untenable." After a pause, the Prime Minister scrutinized the discontent in Guzzle's eyes, adding coldly, "Do not doubt my resolve." At 2 in the morning, within the Lion's Keep, Emperor Robart's chamber, after over an hour of turmoil, with the assistance of Chief Bailey, Duke Nick finally managed to rouse the Emperor from his slumber. The furious Emperor Robart, upon hearing the Prime Minister's report, found his anger and drowsiness dissipating in an instant. After roughly shoving aside 2 women reclining on the bed, he hastily donned 2 garments and demanded, "When did this occur? Has the news been contained?" "An hour and a half ago. I have instructed Sir Guzzle to suppress the information. If the matter is still being discussed by tomorrow morning, it will only indicate that the head of guard you favor lacks the necessary competence," Duke Nick replied. Upon hearing this, Emperor Robart glanced at his Prime Minister before reclining on a combination sofa on the opposite side of the chamber, staring up at the ominously dark ceiling, his mind in turmoil. "I should never have contended for this throne 13 years ago." Roberto suddenly uttered an intriguing remark. "In just 6 years, I never imagined my extravagance would lead the empire to its current state." He appeared somewhat despondent, adding, "Had I withdrawn from the struggle for the throne from the very beginning, perhaps there would have been fewer conflicts, and maybe the Civil War 13 years ago would never have erupted. We would now likely be living simple and leisurely lives in our respective domains, alongside our wives, children, and even grandchildren. I warned you from the outset. Being an emperor is not merely about sitting on a golden throne. That position is far more troublesome than you can imagine," Duke Nick stated as he took a seat opposite the emperor. Casting a glance around the empty chamber, Roberto offered a wry smile. "Perhaps I am truly unfit to be emperor. Perhaps my cousin Barrett is more suited for this position. Your Majesty, that is not a sentiment you should express." "Now, let us return to the matter at hand," Duke Nick interjected, his brow furrowed as he took a deep breath, then fixed a serious gaze on the contemplative emperor, inquiring, "What I wish to ascertain is whether you are truly unaware of this situation." "What do you mean?" Emperor Roberto suddenly raised his head, his eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded Duke Nick. After exhaling a breath laced with the scent of alcohol, he growled, "Are you suggesting that I was the one who dispatched someone to eliminate Duke Chester? Oh, by the gods, do you take me for a fool? Would I dare to eliminate him in the imperial capital? If I had intended to do so, I would not have waited until now. I had a clear opportunity 13 years ago." Pausing momentarily, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Roberto's eyes as he continued, "While I would relish the chance to deal with him personally, I am acutely aware of what the right course of action is." Chapter 106. The Prime Minister and the Emperor Duke Nick paid no heed to the Emperor's ire. His bright eyes remained fixed on Roberto as he spoke earnestly. "While I may doubt you, what of the lords of the Kalen territory? What of Sir Bradley? What will Duke Chester's allies among the dwarves think? And how will the other dukes perceive this?" The Emperor was momentarily taken aback, suddenly grasping the crux of the matter, and remarked, "Are you suggesting that someone might point the finger at me as the assassin of Duke Chester? I can hardly conceive of any motive substantial enough for someone to orchestrate this murder. Such a grand action, even if they manage to cover their tracks, will surely leave us with evidence that will greatly harm those rats," Duke Nick stated, his fingers gesturing slightly. He paused for a moment before adding, "Of course, it could also be a personal vendetta against Duke Chester, but even if that were the case, the blame would inevitably fall upon your shoulders." The Emperor's expression darkened ominously, but he quickly regained his composure and turned to Duke Nick, asking, "How is Duke Chester faring now? Is he salvageable?" "He could succumb at any moment," Duke Nick replied gravely. "We had best pray that the goddess grants him her protection if Duke Chester were to meet with an untimely demise. The army from Kalen, considering their own interests, could very well abandon their support for Anka Fortress, or even, I pray that the demons of hell show him mercy, Emperor Roberto said coldly. He was meant to die. Both he and his father deserve their fates. But he should not die in the imperial capital. Why the gods? Why must the Cliff family always be such a nuisance? Resentment and hatred will only cloud your judgment, your majesty, Duke Nick urged, should Duke Chester's treatment prove ineffective. We cannot rule out the possibility of Sir Bradley convincing his lords to support Ferrara as empress, thus marching into the Central Empire. To be frank, they currently possess the capability to do so. That girl should have been eliminated back then. Emperor Roberto slammed his fist onto the coffee table. I should never have heeded your advice. You are far too merciful. That is not mercy. Your Majesty. Duke Nick shook his head. If we were to resolve everything through bloodshed, I believe many would be willing to pay handsomely for members of the Brotherhood to assassinate both of us. Executing a former royal family member who is innocent in the eyes of imperial law, how would that be perceived by the nobility? The ultimate outcome would only encourage them to follow suit. And that would be the true disaster. Yet that would be far preferable to the current troubles. Emperor Roberto dismissed. Duke Nick chuckled softly, Your Majesty, should Ferrara truly dare to rise against the Central Empire, we could suppress her according to imperial law, at which point all the nobility of the empire would rally to your side. But now, Your Majesty, the matters concerning Kalin are but trifles in light of recent events. Trifles? If, Your Majesty, reflect upon all that has transpired recently. Duke Nick's thoughts were clear. The topic of their discussion had always revolved around him. Currently, outside Anka Fortress, a horde of 250,000 beastmen is poised to strike. That is the issue we must prioritize. If Duke Chester... Oh, Anku Fortress, the Emperor interjected dismissively, raising his voice considerably. For 300 years, Anku Fortress has never fallen, and it shall not fall now. My esteemed Emperor. Duke Nick raised his voice even higher, reiterating, consider all that has happened lately. Think of the 4 legions at your disposal. If Duke Chester were to be murdered in the imperial capital, would the 2 regiments of heavy infantry from Kalin still proceed to reinforce Anka Fortress? Who? Duke Nick exhaled deeply, his resonant voice echoing through the chamber. Perhaps due to his excitement or the oppressive heat, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead as he paused to catch his breath. Stating, without the support of Kalin's forces, how long do you suppose Anka Fortress could withstand the relentless assault of the beastmen given its current strength? The Empire does not rely solely on Kalin, Emperor Roberto murmured. Ha ha. Duke Nick laughed. Rising to his feet amidst the Emperor's discontented expression and striding towards the northern wall of the chamber, abruptly pulling aside the purple drapes that adorned the wall. Instantly, a massive military map of the alien continent was unveiled. And the Duke ignited the nearby magical lamp. Unfortunately, the lamp's magical energy was somewhat depleted, casting only a dim light. You should have the court sorcerers attend to their duties, such as maintaining these magical lamps on a regular basis, the Prime Minister remarked with dissatisfaction. Emperor Roberto paid no heed to Duke Nick's jest, his gaze following the movement of the Duke's whip as it ultimately settled on a location on the map, Kalin Fortress, a crucial military stronghold of the Locke Empire in the northern part of the continent. At that moment, Duke Nick spoke. The barbarian army of 50,000 is encamped at Tuak territory. According to military intelligence, they have already established themselves outside Kalin Fortress, that I suspect they have already endured several fierce battles. While the Central Empire is currently unable to spare a single soldier to support Kalin Fortress. Therefore, the outcome of the battle for Kalin Fortress hinges on the army of Tuak, meaning that Duke Jenne's forces are nearly half occupied. As he concluded that thought, Duke Nick pondered for a few seconds before his whip began to move again, finally pointing to Balong Town. Balong Town, Your Majesty, surely you recall the intelligence presented by Duke Enshi during the meeting earlier today. I believe it no longer requires verification. I have a premonition that the goblins will undoubtedly assist the beastmen in transporting soldiers, and their landing point will be Balong Town. This, Emperor Roberto instinctively rose to examine the map, his eyes darting incessantly between Anka Fortress, Kalin Fortress, Kalin, Clue, and various other locations. As time passed, the Emperor's heart began to race uncontrollably. Duke Nick exhaled again, observing the Emperor's expression and discerning that he had grasped the gravity of the situation. The Duke spoke bitterly, My dear Emperor, look around. The 4 great legions of the Empire are now in decay, and the only local forces we might rely upon have been largely restrained for various reasons. Emperor Roberto, being a perceptive individual, quickly discerned the implications of Duke Nick's words. He focused intently on the map. All of this relates to the Beastmen's assault on Anku Fortress, which implies that there are elements within the Empire colluding with the Beastmen. Chapter 107. The prelude to total war that is patently evident. Duke Nick replied gravely. Who is it? The Emperor instinctively asked. Duke Nick replied coldly. Had I known who dared to betray the Empire and conspire with the Beastmen, his head would already be displayed on the city gate of Sook. But then he wore an expression of helplessness. Yet it is clear that I currently do not know who is orchestrating all of this. Nor do I have the time to investigate. Emperor Roberto recognized that he had posed a foolish question. After a few moments of contemplation, he remarked, Isn't Duke Chester still being treated? Perhaps he will survive. Even if Duke Chester survives. The 2 regiments of heavy infantry from Kalen will not provide any further support to Anka Fortress. Duke Nick shook his head. Even if everyone in Kalen realizes that this might be a scheme by the Beastmen, none would dare risk deploying their most elite troops away from their territory. After all, you have never been particularly friendly towards Kalen. The Emperor, upon hearing this, managed a wry smile, saying, By the gods, my brother. Do you expect to maintain a smile towards your enemies forever? If necessary, I shall do so, replied the Emperor Rowboat, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. However, I am not you, nor are you me. So we must address the mess caused by your unwillingness to smile. This just is far from amusing, my brother, he added, clearly reluctant to linger on the topic. He swiftly shifted the conversation, stating, I believe we should suppress all information regarding Duke Chester. Regardless of the outcome of his treatment, we must immediately detain Duke Chester and his entourage. That is not feasible. Duke Nick immediately shook his head. The other dukes will not consent, unless you intend to oppose all of them. Oh. The Emperor's gaze sharpened as he fixed it on Duke Nick. And what is your stance? My stance depends on you. Your Majesty, Duke Nick replied, locking his gaze with the Emperor. We are interdependent. Interdependent, Rowboat murmured softly. In my youth, my father often spoke of those 4 words, yet I have never fully grasped their meaning until now. Duke Nick pointed with his riding crop at Fort Anku on the map. Let us return to the matter at hand. Your Majesty, you should promptly issue a decree in the name of the Emperor to re-establish the Order of Paladins, and likewise, the Mage Court. We must urgently inform the Derrick Mage Tower to fulfill their oath. Of course, all this will take time, and our immediate concern is how to defend Fort Anku in the absence of support from the Kalen territory. It seems that, apart from the armies of the Feld territory and the navy of the Hoko Islands, the Empire has no existing military forces available for mobilization, Emperor Rowboat remarked involuntarily, only to be startled by his own words. Indeed, Duke Nick appeared considerably calmer. The legions of the Clue territory can also be mobilized. The Emperor Rowboat paused in shock. The Clue territory. What if an Orc expeditionary force lands at Ballantown? Without troops to defend the Clue territory, the Orc forces could advance unimpeded straight to Kamai Fortress, posing a direct threat to the Sook Plain. I have no intention of abandoning the Clue territory, Duke Nick asserted. In the Clue territory, we need not engage the Orcs on the front lines. Oh, the Emperor gazed at Duke Nick in astonishment for a few seconds. What do you propose? Duke Nick stared at Ballantown on the map for a moment before speaking. Even if we combine all the merchant ships and fleets of the entire Aelan continent, the total number of soldiers we could transport would not exceed 100,000. I believe that, considering the strength of the goblins and the ships acquired over the past month, they could assist the Orcs in transporting at most 50,000 soldiers. Furthermore, as the Orcs are an expeditionary force, their supply lines must be extremely fragile, even with goblin assistance. Therefore, what we need to do now is order the relocation of all supplies and personnel from the Ballantown area, the Bien Fortress area, and the Kaywine Fortress area. Emperor Rowboat nodded in agreement with Duke Nick's reasoning. A commendable idea. However, he furrowed his brow. But this will be a vast and time-consuming undertaking, my brother. I must remind you that your time is severely limited. I am aware. A flash of holy power coursed through Duke Nick. Thus, any supplies or personnel that cannot be evacuated must be destroyed rather than fall into the hands of the Orcs. You intend to. The Emperor's expression shifted. The lords of the Clue territory will not agree to your decision. It would tarnish the honor of the Reagan family. In the Clue territory, no one can oppose the Reagan family's decision. Duke Nick replied with a faint smile. Honor. As long as we can defeat the Orcs, those who sing our praises will far outnumber those who curse us. Conversely, if the Clue territory falls to the Orc onslaught, that would be the true loss of honor. At that time, the nobility will not merely blame us. They will openly oppose our rule. This principle should require no further elaboration, Your Majesty. The Emperor Rowboat was taken aback by these words, then gave a self-deprecating smile. After observing Duke Nick for a few moments, he inquired, "Are you confident?" "Absolute confidence is unattainable." Duke Nick pointed at Harlan's fortress in the Clyd territory on the map. "The decisive battleground lies here. Given Harlan's fortress's geographical position, a small force should be able to hold for 2 months. During this time, we must deal with the orcs at Fort Anku, even if Harlan's fortress were to fall. I believe that the Empire 2 months hence will demonstrate our strength to the entirety of the continent once more. My order of paladins and mage corps will sweep across the various factions of the land." Duke Nick's words ignited a spark of hope in Emperor Rowboat's eyes, as he surveyed the cities and fortresses across the northern territories of the continent. Ultimately, he turned his gaze toward Fort Anku. Suddenly, there was a knock at the bedroom door, causing the candlelight within to flicker irregularly. From outside came the voice of Chief Bailey. "Your Majesty, news has arrived from the guard station. Come in and speak." The Emperor's voice held a hint of tension, and Duke Nick felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his back at the sound of Bailey's voice. The door opened, and in the dim light, Bailey's familiar face drew closer. "It is bad news, Your Majesty. Duke Chester has passed away half an hour ago, and his entourage has teleported away from the imperial capital. If nothing goes awry, Kalen territory will receive this news before dawn." Bailey's voice was low and tinged with a barely perceptible tension. After he finished speaking, he involuntarily took a step back. Duke Nick and Emperor Rowboat exchanged a glance before falling into silence. "Order the First Legion to assemble urgently and summon all magical organizations and paladin orders within the imperial capital. They must gather at the military camp outside the city by noon tomorrow, unifying their command under Count Devon, the leader of the First Legion." Duke Nick broke the silence after nearly 2 minutes, and Chief Bailey hastened to the bedroom desk to grab parchment and quill to serve as his temporary scribe. Additionally, Duke Nick turned to the Emperor. "Instruct Count Stu to negotiate with the major merchant guilds in the imperial capital to requisition their carriages for the logistical transport of the First Legion. Make it clear that we need to gather supplies sufficient for an army of 20,000 for 3 months of combat. Let him understand that this is an order, not a negotiation." Emperor Rowboat nodded immediately and pointed at Chief Bailey. "Record this. Tonight, let the scholars draft agreements for joint military action across various regions overnight. Tomorrow morning, have several dukes sign them, and in the afternoon, allow them to return to their territories." Duke Nick appeared extremely fatigued as he sank into a nearby chair, vigorously rubbing his forehead. "Proceed with the arrangements now." Rowboat glanced at Duke Nick before giving instructions to Bailey. "Are you all right?" Rowboat asked, observing Duke Nick's pallor. "Just an old injury, as you know." Duke Nick shrugged nonchalantly. "Prepare yourself. The day after tomorrow, on the afternoon of the 14th, you will need to deliver a speech in Victory Square before the citizens of the imperial capital, at which point we shall declare war on the orcs. Also, do not sleep tonight. You must personally write a letter to the president of the Elven High Council, as I will be heading to the Elven Kingdom in the Nalan Forest tomorrow morning." "You are going to the Nalan Forest?" The Emperor was taken aback. "Indeed. If the elves also join this war, the Empire will be in grave danger," Duke Nick stated solemnly. Chapter 108, Year 1215 of the Continent, Year 335 of the Empire, afternoon of May 13th. Fort Anku has faced a daily assault from the orc forces since the first attack on the 4th of this month, with the orcs sending a certain number of soldiers to attack the outer defenses at the same time each day. However, their attacks have not been particularly fierce. Once repelled, they retreat entirely. Overall, the Imperial military has held the advantage in these recent skirmishes, as many paladins, who have been honing their will here, do not require pay and bring their own rations, along with well-equipped and experienced retainers. Furthermore, as it is a defensive battle, this is the ideal battlefield for the paladins. Consequently, the casualty ratio between the orcs and the Imperial forces has remained at approximately 5 to 1. Nevertheless, in contrast to the orc army of 250,000. Fort Anku has fewer than 30,000 defenders. If this attrition continues, Fort Anku will find itself in a precarious position. Moreover, the orcs improve every day after so many days of battle. Most of their forces have gradually become accustomed to fighting against the paladins. In the most recent 2 days of combat, the Imperial paladins have found it increasingly difficult to gain the upper hand, and the casualty ratio is slowly narrowing. Duke Boge is well aware that when this ratio diminishes to a certain threshold, such as 3 to 1, it will mark the beginning of a large-scale assault by the orcs. Thus, since the war commenced, the old Duke has not enjoyed a single good night's sleep, especially when the orc forces swelled to 250,000. He could scarcely eat. Fortunately, word has arrived from the Kalan territory that their reinforcements will reach us around the 25th of this month. This is the best news the old Duke has received in recent days. Duke Boj is confident that, with Fort Anka's solid defenses, combined with his 30,000 defenders and a steady influx of volunteer mages, even in the face of a fierce orc assault, holding out until the 25th should pose no problem. The Duke of heartfelt resignation laid down his burdens and devoured a substantial portion of beefsteak, subsequently indulging in an extended afternoon slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered that the Orcish onslaught had just concluded. However, his jovial demeanor quickly dissipated upon receiving the casualty report handed to him by Count Ansi. For today, the ratio of casualties between the two factions had dwindled to an alarming 4-1. As was his custom after each battle, the elderly Duke ascended to the highest vantage point of Anka Fortress to gaze upon the nearby defensive line. His eyes traversed the vast battlefield, stretching over 4 to 5 miles, where smoke billowed ominously, and the ground was stained with dried, darkened blood, now mingled with fresh crimson. The acrid smoke from the cremation of fallen warriors filled the air above the standoff between the two armies. At this moment, soldiers from both sides, under the guidance of their officers, scoured the battlefield for any salvageable supplies, such as arrows, shields, steel swords, and iron implements, at 5:15 in the afternoon, 10 miles south of Black Mountain Pass. Within the Orcish main encampment, in a newly erected barack adjacent to the central tent, several Orcish priests diligently sketched intricate magical formations, with various precious spellcasting materials arranged at pivotal locations. Once all preparations were complete, 6 priests exchanged glances and simultaneously infused elemental power into the formation. Gradually, a blinding white light began to flow along the patterns of the array like mercury. After several seconds, as all the formation's lines activated and the spell materials dissolved into the array like sugar cubes in water, the brilliant light intensified. When this radiance reached a critical peak, it suddenly flashed, akin to a silent thunderclap, and in the next moment, a figure resembling a wizard materialized at the center of the formation. It was a human mage, cloaked in gray. His robe shimmered with a faint purple magical aura from top to bottom. Upon his arrival, the mage first surveyed his surroundings, then casually lowered his hood, revealing a youthful yet pallid visage, with eyes dimmed, perhaps from prolonged confinement in a certain laboratory. That he then smiled, an expression of humility gracing his features. As the mage's smile faded, so too did the magical aura surrounding him. The great chieftain has awaited your arrival for quite some time. Human mage, coldly interrupted Blue Shield, the captain of the chieftain's elite guard, as he disrupted the mage's observation of his surroundings. I encountered a minor inconvenience, but fortunately, it has been resolved, the human mage replied with a modest smile. Speaking fluently in Orcish, I have no interest in your troubles, Blue Shield retorted. If you're able to walk, please keep pace with me. If not, I shall have my warriors carry you. I believe I may require assistance. For such a long-distance teleportation would be taxing even for Duke Paft. The human mage wrinkled his nose, repulsed by the foul stench emanating from the orcs, and wished to avoid close contact with them unless absolutely necessary. Within the tent of Chieftain Shurkan, the arrival of the human mage interrupted the ongoing war council among the orc leaders. As all eyes turned with ill intent towards the departing mage, he cautiously stepped to the center of the tent and bowed, saying, Esteemed Chieftain Shurkan, we have fulfilled our agreed-upon plan. The Loke Empire will be unable to reinforce Anka Fortress in the near future. Now is the time for you and your forces to act. A flicker of joy briefly illuminated Shakan's eyes. Rest assured, I shall proceed according to the plan. The Anka Fortress must fall to our Orcish tribe. I wish to remind you that, distinguished guest, Shurkan interrupted the mage. After such a long-distance teleportation, you must be weary. I have arranged for delectable food and a place to rest. As for other matters, those are not your concern. Understood. Understood. The human mage smiled broadly and bowed as he exited the tent. Shurkan, gazing after the departing mage, lowered his head in contemplation. After a moment, he turned to the dark corner behind him and spoke. You of the Misha Kingdom have been in hiding for over 2 centuries. Now, the time for vengeance against the Empire has arrived. This time, you shall not remain indifferent, will you? As Shakan's words echoed, a tall figure clad in animal hide emerged from the shadows of the tent's corner. It was an elf, yet unlike those of the Nayland Forest. This elf bore an aged appearance, contradicting the elven traits of eternal youth and immortality. Our chief executive, Lord Walter, has signed the orders for the deployment to the Hoko Islands. I surmise that the vanguard may have already landed on some unknown isle in the western part of the Hoko Islands. The elf's voice was low and hoarse, devoid of any grace or beauty typically associated with elves, instead exuding a sense of morbid silence. Chapter 109. The Misha Kingdom. The Misha Kingdom was established by werewolves and a group of self-exiled elves, the werewolf tribe, prior to the Three Races War. When neither the orcs nor humans had risen to power, primarily inhabited the southwestern territories of present-day Kalen, maintaining amicable relations with the elves and the centaur tribes at that time. The werewolf tribe even managed to establish its own city. Following the rise of the orcs, the werewolves migrated southward to evade the wars ignited by the dwarves and orcs vying for Kalen, ultimately reaching the Hoko Islands with the assistance of their elven allies. Over 200 years ago, a noble from the Loke Empire's pioneering expedition, who later became the founder of the Era family, Count Siko Era, discovered the Hoko Islands, the vast lands, rich deposits of purple gold, and the secret silver hidden in the adjacent sea. Thrilled Count Siko claimed dominion over this territory. Count Siko liquidated his family's assets and assembled a mercenary army, embarking on a bloody campaign. Without any formal declaration of war or communication, Count Siko and his mercenaries slaughtered the werewolves on the islands as if they were mere prey. The werewolf tribe, having enjoyed a prolonged period of peace, possessed little in the way of military might. Their only defenders were hunters wielding short bows. By the time the werewolves' elven allies arrived, it was already too late. The werewolf settlements had been razed, and fewer than 6,000 managed to escape. Faced with the might of the elves, Count Siko showed no signs of compromise, instead using the gold acquired from hastily mined purple gold to bribe many officials in the imperial capital, even collaborating with several influential figures in the imperial cabinet to exploit the island's resources, with a considerable amount of wealth paving the way. The empire ultimately dispatched envoys to the elven capital to proclaim imperial sovereignty over the islands, simultaneously ordering the troops of Fel to gather at Bandala Fortress. At that time, the Loke Empire was in its prime, with the Paladin legions sweeping across the entire island continent. Consequently, the highest elven council, considering various factors, swiftly issued a withdrawal order and, at the Empire's behest, surrendered the werewolves hiding in the Nalan Forest. Moreover, they agreed to cede a portion of territory along the southern coastline of the Nalan Forest to the Imperial military as a forward base for the development of the Hoko Islands. Subsequently, the military constructed a massive naval port at the seaside location, naming it Fidunis Naval Port. 50 years later, this port was sold to the Era family for 2 million gold coins. As for the werewolves, the original inhabitants of the Hoko Islands, they became the slaves of Count Siko, relegated to the status of the lowest laborers for the island's development. However, this group of werewolves was soon rescued by a band of elves. Count Siko, in turn, paid a heavy price for his ambition. The elves who attacked them killed his brother and youngest son. Enraged, Count Siko vowed to make the elves pay 100-fold, yet the highest elven council refused to acknowledge the incident, claiming that the attacking elves were fallen ones recently expelled from the elven kingdom after a failed coup. This time, Count Siko's outcry met with no response, for the nobles had already gained the utmost benefit. Prolonging conflict with the elves would yield costs exceeding any potential gains. Furthermore, the highest elven council was not lying. Those elves were indeed fallen ones cast out from the Nalan Forest. Ultimately, Count Siko had no choice but to dispatch a fleet to search for the fleeing werewolves and elves in the western seas. But his fleet was blocked by the Brotherhood's ships in the southern waters of the Death Marshes. From that moment onward, no one ever saw those werewolves and elves again, though rumors later circulated that on an island in the southwestern seas of Island, a nation established by werewolves and elves called the Misha Kingdom existed. On the night of May 14, 1215 of the continental calendar and 335 of the imperial calendar, a massive warship slowly docked at the harbor of a small island in the southwestern part of the Hoko Islands. Under the dim light of the moon, minutes later, rows of elven ranger soldiers clad in dark leather armor slid down from the ship's deck, commencing their landing on the isle. Meanwhile, in the depths of the harbor, amidst the stillness of the night, shadows moved stealthily, harvesting the lives of the sleeping dock workers. Beneath the vivid petals of blood-red flowers, these assassins silently conveyed the fragility of life, once the harbor was officially occupied. A flicker of fire ignited in the lounge. A werewolf clad in standard leather armor wiped the blood from his steel knife with his pant leg, coldly gazing at the lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood beside him. Ian, time is of the essence. We must seize all the smaller islands near Sevis Island by tonight. The speaker was a female elf, her dark skin gleaming in the firelight, clad in a form-fitting leather armor that accentuated her alluring figure, though a fierce scar marring her face somewhat diminished her charm. The orders have been conveyed. Ian, a werewolf, traced a circle on a map with his sharp claws. By dawn, there shall not remain a single human in this area. I can hardly contain my thirst for vengeance for my kin. The elven woman furrowed her brows as she regarded Ian. You would do well to temper your emotions. As the commander of the vanguard, you must not allow hatred to cloud your judgment. I am perfectly calm at this moment, Inspector Oren, Ian replied coldly. Oren silently pushed open the window, gazing at the troops advancing through the darkness outside. I merely wish to remind you that we have prepared for this for 2 centuries. The Locke Empire remains formidable. If you do not wish to wait another 200 years, every action must be executed with utmost caution. As Oren spoke, the temperature in the vicinity of her presence plummeted. Ian felt goosebumps rising on his skin, and as he prepared to retort, the words caught in his throat. Umph, he exhaled, stroking his beard. I apologize. I may have been overly zealous. No matter, Oren replied, shaking her head. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. By the latest, before dawn, the humans will receive word, and our task is to swiftly occupy the Sevis Strait before their navy can react, sealing off both exits to the sea. And then, with overwhelming force, we shall capture Voltaport. There lies a vast stockpile of supplies, crucial to the success of our forthcoming operations. Understood. Ian nodded. I shall personally oversee the front lines to ensure the plan proceeds smoothly. Chapter 110. Hoko Archipelago on the morning of May 15th. As dawn broke, a swift steed galloped through the streets of Harvey City, its rider in a hurry. Half an hour later, Viscount Ock Eler awoke amidst a cacophony of noise, reluctantly opening his eyes. The first visage he beheld was that of the castle's chancellor, Countess Ellie Demar. Although Ock harbored no particular disdain for his aunt, he could not claim to hold any fondness for her either. However, her impolite presence at such an hour stirred a flicker of irritation within him as he glanced at the magical clock on the wall, barely 5:15 in the morning. You had best explain yourself. My dear Aunt Ellie, Ock's tone was laced with frost. In the Hoko Archipelago, due to Duke Inshi's prolonged absences at sea for trade, the affairs of the territory had been managed by his eldest son. Viscount Ock, for the past 5 years, the Viscount's word held more weight than that of Duke Inshi himself. My dear nephew, should you feel anger, I implore you to first peruse this intelligence. Countess Ellie extended a tightly rolled parchment. Upon hearing her words, Ock quelled his rising ire as the contents of the scroll unfurled before him. His anger dissipated, leaving only disbelief. Is this true? He inquired. It appears so. Are the Navy personnel completely incompetent? Ock's fury surged once more. They do not even recognize their enemies. Have our intelligence officer provide me with a precise answer within 3 hours, or let him face the goddess herself. I have already commanded Earl to assemble our fleet, but the order to set sail must come from you personally. And as for the intelligence office, you must draft the written command yourself. Countess Ellie handed him a pre-written order, though it remained unsigned. I shall personally head to the naval base. Without so much as a glance, Ock discarded the order upon the ground. A competent ruler, he would not be swayed by mere words from his chancellor to authorize the deployment of his territory's strongest military forces. Countess Ellie furrowed her brow slightly at his actions before stepping back as Ock waved her away. While the high command of the Hoko Archipelago deliberated over the intelligence, the offensive and defensive battle for Voltaport had commenced half an hour prior. Under the overwhelming might of the Misha Kingdom, the port's garrison of less than 1,000 troops retreated under relentless assault, on the verge of losing the entire port, while reinforcements from Sevis City remained utterly silent. An hour later, Voltaport fell. It was only then that the navy of the Hoko Archipelago had fully assembled. However, it was all too late. The fleet of the Misha Kingdom had already thoroughly occupied the Sevis Strait. And with the substantial stockpiles of heavy siege crossbows and equipment acquired from Voltaport, even though the Hoko Archipelago's navy held numerical superiority in the narrow confines of the Sevis Strait, such an advantage became a liability. On board the flagship Harvey, Viscount Ock struggled to contain his anger and the faint twinge of anxiety within him as Navy second-in-command Earl, if cautiously reported the aftermath of the battle, which, as expected, was filled with grim tidings. Ock, The fall of Voltaport is now a foregone conclusion, and next, Countess Ellie felt it necessary to caution her nephew. Next, the entirety of Sevis Island will also succumb, and we lack the strength to prevent it. Ox spat through clenched teeth that on Sevis Island, there were scarcely enough troops for a single battalion, equipped only with conventional weaponry, utterly devoid of the supplies necessary for prolonged warfare. According to frontline intelligence, the enemy's assault force alone numbered 10,000. Earl if lowered his head, responding, "I fear that is the case, although the enemy's fleet does not match our size in combat within the Sevis Strait. Numerical superiority is not as pronounced, and our ship's heavy crossbow bolts and arrows suffice for a single volley. The mage units have yet to assemble, and the enemy. I have eyes." Ock coldly interrupted Earlif's futile explanations. "Should you continue to prattle, I would not hesitate to demote you back to a sailor." The abrupt interruption left Earlif momentarily speechless, the insinuation in Ock's words igniting discontent within the seasoned sailor. He glanced at Ock's youthful visage, instinctively wanting to retort. Earlif, Countess Ellie immediately discerned the brewing tension and stepped forward, positioning herself between Earlif and Ock. "As a naval commander, do you have any prudent suggestions given the current predicament?" Caught off guard by the sudden interjection, Earlif nearly bit his tongue. He regarded Countess Ellie, and upon witnessing the warning glint in her eyes, swallowed his words, discreetly retreating a couple of steps before stating, "I recommend we immediately withdraw our ships to preserve our surviving forces, while simultaneously dispatching a fleet to the flank of Sevis Island to assist in the evacuation of the island's inhabitants and vital supplies. What say you?" Countess Ellie turned to her nephew. "Indeed," Ock nodded, lightly tapping the Sevis Strait on the map. "What I wish to ascertain is when the naval forces can launch another offensive. I refer to a sizable naval engagement." Ock was no fool. He understood that continuing to entangle with the enemy navy outside the Sevis Strait would yield no victory and would instead lead to gradual annihilation. The thought of retreat had already taken root in his mind, yet as a ruler, such sentiments could not be voiced by him. If resources are sufficient and the mage units can assemble in time, it would be a maximum of 3 days, Earlif gritted out. Ock raised an eyebrow at this, regarding Earlif earnestly. "I shall grant you 5 days. After 5 days, I expect a fleet capable of genuine combat. During these 5 days, all supplies in the territory will be prioritized for the navy." Before Earlif could respond, the Viscount turned to Countess Ellie. "Have the lords gather their soldiers, and inform them that war has come." "Understood." The two responded almost in unison. Satisfied, Ock nodded, scanning the cabin. "Where is our intelligence officer?" As Countess Ellie began to answer, Ock interjected, "Never mind. Let him resign himself. Dane." He called out loudly for his attendant. Moments later, a sharp young man stepped forward and bowed to Ock. "From this moment forth, you are my head of intelligence. By this time tomorrow, I need to know who our enemies are." Ock announced this appointment to the astonished onlookers, then turned to them. "What are you still doing? Order a withdrawal. Our soldiers are sacrificing themselves needlessly at the front." Chapter 111. Declaration of War. Next city, the largest city in the Hoko archipelago, is situated on the northern plains of Harvey Island. To the north of Next City, atop the slopes of Comer Mountain, stands a magnificent castle, Comer Fortress, the foundation of the Ealer family's rule over the Hoko archipelago. On the afternoon of May 15th, before the report from the newly appointed head of intelligence, Dane, could arrive, Viscount Ock welcomed the emissaries from the forces attacking Sevis Island at Comer Fortress. An aged werewolf, he spoke fluent common tongue as he appeared at the port of Clot on the main island. Wielding a staff while aboard a sailing vessel, the station navy promptly detained him and swiftly reported to Viscount Ack in Comer Fortress. Confronted by the enemy envoy, Viscount Ack exhibited the demeanor befitting a ruler. He dispatched his own honor guard to welcome the werewolf into Nick City. When his ministers and noble lords objected to such a grand reception for the werewolf, Ack calmly remarked, "A being capable of seizing half of Sevis Island's territory within 24 hours. Leaving our navy powerless is deserving of our respect. If you oppose this, then by all means, gather your forces and reclaim what we have lost." The noble lords fell silent at his words, within the resplendent assembly hall of Comer Fortress. Viscount Ack, his ministers, and several lords who had just arrived beheld the elder werewolf envoy, clad in a pristine white silk robe, adorned with a golden belt at his waist, and wearing smooth knee-high leather boots that creaked with each step. The werewolf, were it not for his conspicuous lupin head, could easily be mistaken for a human noble by his attire and manner of walking. Halt! Suddenly, as the elder werewolf reached the center of the hall, Count Ellie stepped forward with authority. The werewolf offered a faint smile to Count Ellie. Halting his advance, he surveyed the assembly before finally directing his gaze to Viscount Ack, seated upon the dais, and bowed slightly in a formal gesture of human nobility. Esteemed Viscount Ack, I am Walter, the chief executive of the Mizhan Kingdom, here to extend my greetings. The werewolf continued. Over 2 centuries ago, to be precise, 205 years and 33 days, on a fateful afternoon, my ancestor welcomed distant guests, a human named Siko Era and his entourage. My ancestor believed he was receiving friends, offering them the finest provisions of our tribe. Little did he know, he was welcoming demons from the depths of hell, a horde that ought to have been condemned to perdition. Werewolf, state your purpose. Count Ellie interrupted Walter's somewhat uncontrolled tirade. If your aim is merely to reminisce about the past, you may turn back and await the arrival of our forces. Werewolf, mind your words, and savor this time, for in half a month, the armies of the Hoko Islands will teach you the true meaning of hell, a tall, noble lord interjected. Another self-proclaimed kingdom. Countless kingdoms have been annihilated by the Empire over these past 3 centuries, another noble clad in a naval officer's uniform coldly remarked. The might of the Empire has bred your arrogance for far too long. I can comprehend that. Walter remained unperturbed, gracefully nodding to the 3 who had spoken, maintaining a congenial smile. You have adopted our human knowledge, werewolf, Viscount Ack stated, but this is not a place for your displays of erudition. Walter smiled faintly, though I am loath to admit it. The Empire's civilization is indeed the most formidable and resplendent on this continent, distinctly diverging from the elves' millennia-old development. Let us discuss matters of substance, shall we, Lord Walter, such as the war we are currently engaged in. Viscount Ack impatiently interrupted. Walter maintained his smile, once more surveying the hall, then fixed his gaze upon Viscount Ack, stating, Since my early days, my father regaled me with tales of the animosity between werewolves and the Empire. I was trained from childhood to become a true killing machine, yet regrettably, I have not had the opportunity to engage in battle even as I approach my twilight years. That I was raised in hatred. No. It should be said that our entire tribe has been instilled with a doctrine of enmity toward humanity from birth. I have not witnessed your malevolence firsthand, perhaps due to the werewolf's innate harmony, which for a long time obscured my understanding of such hatred. However, my father spoke of this hatred almost daily, and gradually, it took root deep within my heart, spreading uncontrollably throughout my being until it seeped into my very marrow. And I, in adherence to tribal law, have instilled this same hatred in my son, Ian, who has now claimed the lives of nearly 100 humans. I cannot discern whether this constitutes revenge at this juncture. The elder werewolf's countenance bore a look of regret, casting the human nobles, including Viscount Ack himself, into contemplation. Soon, the werewolf continued. Personally, I hold human civilization in high regard, harboring a sincere hope that our 2 races could coexist peacefully, a possibility that could have been realized, had it not been for your ancestor, Siko Era, who mercilessly extinguished that chance. With a sigh, the elder werewolf gazed at the silent Viscount Ack and the assembly, his expression suddenly turning grave. 2 centuries ago, it was you who brought us calamity and slaughter. Now, at this very moment, 200 years hence, we, the Mizhan Kingdom, shall bring you war, an unending war. From this day forth, you shall no longer act with impunity in our homeland. We will strive with all our might to reclaim what is rightfully ours. That we vow never to retreat a single step. If you wish to end this war, then so be it. Either you shall annihilate us, or we shall vanquish you. The elder werewolf's words were charged with palpable emotion, his facial fur quivering as his aura intensified. Now, I, Walter, as chief executive of the Mizhan Kingdom and leader of the werewolf tribe, hereby declare war on the Locke Empire. We shall never consider when this war may cease, even if it leads to the world's end. We shall not falter, even if we face the 9 circles of hell. We shall march forward without hesitation. Ha ha. Upon concluding his declaration, the elder werewolf gasped for breath, a look of relief dawning in his eyes as he awaited Viscount Ack's response, or perhaps he awaited death. Thud. Suddenly, a dull sound jolted all the nobles from their reverie. They beheld Viscount Ack springing to his feet, his eyes icy and demeanor solemn, as he drove his great sword, along with its sheath, forcefully into the ground. Mere inches from his feet, he gently caressed the hilt with his right hand. The Empire does not fear war, nor does the Era family. If you seek war, then the Era family shall oblige. Our forces will cleanse you from the Hoko Islands, and then we shall obliterate your kingdom." Viscount Act's resonant proclamation reverberated throughout the hall. "I await the arrival of that day." The elder werewolf responded with a bow before turning to depart. "AK," Count Ellie inquired of the departing elder werewolf, seeking guidance on how to proceed. "Let him go." Viscount Act waved his hand dismissively. The Era family is not inclined to assert its authority through the execution of envoys. Chapter 112. On the evening of May 12th. Duke Chester was assassinated while en route to a banquet at the Prime Minister's residence. An hour later, he succumbed to his injuries at the Cathedral of Holy Radiance. This news swiftly reached other dukes through Count Ron, prompting a planned meeting at the Prime Minister's residence to be relocated to Lion Fortress. Within 3 hours, the upper echelons of the Empire were largely informed of the incident. By the following morning, the news spread uncontrollably throughout the capital, igniting discussions among all strata of society, from noble lords and cabinet ministers to farmers and tenants. Naturally, a plethora of rumors ensued. Some claimed that Duke Chester had been targeted by a political rival who employed members of the Brotherhood to carry out the assassination, while others suggested that one of the 6 dukes, disgruntled by Chester's remarks at the 6 Dukes Conference, had orchestrated the murder. However, many nobles speculated on the Emperor's intentions behind convening the Duke meeting, with numerous individuals covertly conjecturing that it might well be Emperor Robert's machination. Prime Minister Duke Nick promptly summoned Sir Gus Sell, the head of the guard, to hold him accountable. Yet, Sir Gus Sell explained that the news disseminated by the assailants was simply beyond control. Duke Nick, resigned to the reality, ordered the guard to solve the case within 3 days. Under the dual directives from the cabinet and Lion Fortress, Sir Gus Sell deployed 200 elite guards, with the Special Cases Investigation Team, led by Malek, overseeing the entire case. On the afternoon of May 13, the guards were apprehending suspects throughout the day. The next morning, on May 14, Sir Gus Sell announced that the assailants belonged to a minor order of paladins, yet the guard declined to disclose the organization's name or specifics. In the afternoon, as the entire empire buzzed with chatter about Duke Chester's case, Emperor Robert personally arrived at Victory Square in the outer city of the capital, declaring a state of total war for the empire, with the Orc tribes as the declared enemy. Upon returning to Lion Fortress that evening, the Emperor's first order of business was to sign the appointment document for the Minister of Military Affairs. This appointment surprised everyone. Duke Eric of Feld's territory was appointed to this position, leaving many nobles who had aspired to the role begrudging yet silent. Upon assuming the role of Minister of Military Affairs, Duke Eric's first decree was the formation of a united legion. The Imperial Treasury swiftly followed suit, with the Finance Minister, Count Stubb, personally engaging with the upper echelons of several major merchant guilds to secure funding for the impending conflict. Just as events seemed to be unfolding according to plan, reports from the Hoko Islands reached Emperor Raubot through the magical teleportation array. As he perused the dispatch, Emperor Raubot became utterly convinced of Duke Nick's analytical conclusions. Gazing at the military map within his chamber, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, for deep within, he harbored a profound dread. A massive encirclement had enveloped his entire empire. The newly appointed Minister of Military Affairs, Duke Eric, was summoned to Lion Fortress by the Emperor. Upon their meeting, the first words from the Emperor's lips were, "My brother, the troops from the Feld territory should not be dispatched to Quintown just yet. Are you concerned about the elves?" Duke Eric discerned the crux of the matter. "We should place our trust in Duke Nick. He will handle the elven issue. Moreover, from my understanding of the High Council of Elves, they will not partake in this war. We cannot afford to be complacent. The goddess will not grant us a second chance," the Emperor admonished, wary of jesting on such a grave matter. "Your Majesty," Duke Eric replied, "the leadership of the High Council of Elves comprises the oldest of their kind, who revere nature and tranquility. Can you find a historical instance on this continent of a war instigated by the elves? Yet, we must remain vigilant. The current empire cannot withstand any upheaval," the Emperor insisted. "Half of the Feld territory's troops shall remain stationed, and I grant the Feld territory the authority to form another legion." Duke Eric paused, contemplating for a few moments before meeting the Emperor's resolute gaze. "Agreed, but we must not provoke the elves unduly. The garrison at Bandala Fortress will remain unchanged, while the newly formed legion will assemble on the eastern plains of Tillman Fortress." "Very well," Emperor Raubot nodded, then continued. "Now, let us discuss the situation regarding the Hoko Islands. Your Majesty, concerning this matter, Duke Inchi has received news and sent a letter indicating that the Hoko Islands can resolve their territorial issues independently. Duke Eric stated. Producing a letter for the Emperor it was a missive penned by Duke and Shi. However, Emperor Rehoboth's primary concern did not lie with the Hoko Islands. Rather, he feared that their elite navy might become enmeshed in conflict. Intelligence indicated that the goblins had indeed allied with the orcs and were covertly amassing their naval fleet. With the absence of the Hoko Islands' formidable navy, it was highly probable that the goblin fleet could break through the blockade of the southwestern seas. Heading straight for Yekjir naval port, as the Emperor voiced his concerns, Duke Eric shook his head. Your Majesty, you are overthinking. Although the navy stationed at Yekjir naval port is demoralized due to issues of corruption, the overall structure of the fleet remains intact. We simply need to appoint a capable commander and replenish the fleet's supplies, and the Empire's navy will once again sail the seas. Thus, at Duke Eric's suggestion, Rear Admiral Yalvis of the Imperial Navy was summoned as the first general after Emperor Raubot declared the Empire's entry into total war. At 2 p.m. on May 15th, Patey, along with his cousin and attendants, arrived at the southern forest of Turbuk Fortress, accompanied by 2 squadrons of cavalry. These cavalrymen were dispatched by Count Yalboin, Andy's elder brother, in response to the assassination attempt on Patey and his companions in Sharp Town. At that moment, their contingent was resupplying in a village. Seizing the opportunity, Patey approached his aide-de-camp, Hades, and inquired, "Tell me, how much longer until we reach Colin Fortress?" "At least another day," Hades replied, stepping onto the muddy ground caused by melting snow. Patey furrowed his brow. "So we are delayed." "No one will mind, my lord," Hades assured him. Nearby, the mage Kaelier tightened his cotton cloak. "I had heard tales of the cold weather and poor road conditions in the southern regions of Tevark. But now I finally witness it myself. At Colin Fortress, the snow hardly melts throughout the year," Hades added. "I despise this weather." Kaelier exhaled a long plume of white mist. "Hey, Patey," Andy suddenly approached with his attendants. "The scouts have returned with news, and I believe we should depart immediately." "What news?" Patey inquired. "Sir, the reinforcements from Tevark for Colin Fortress are gathered by the river less than 20 miles ahead," a scout accompanying Andy promptly responded. Chapter 113. Following the defense and offense at Cania Pass on May 4th, Prince Nulif, having lost an entire vanguard army corps, was filled with fury and led an assault of 50,000 troops against Colin Fortress that very night. As the acting commander of the fortress, Sir Yak decisively ordered the abandonment of all outer defenses, concentrating forces to hold the fortress and calling for aid from the nearby Turbuk Fortress. The barbarian onslaught proved to be more ferocious than anticipated, and with the substantial aid of siege weaponry provided by the orcs, the initial stages of the siege left the Imperial defenders in dire straits. Fortunately, the fortress was well stocked with munitions, and Sir Yak's command was adept. Since May 5th, during the 10 days of the siege, the barbarians had yet to breach the fortress walls. Clang, with a cheerful chime, the day's barbarian assault came to an end. Inside the fortress, Sir Yak, who had been intently monitoring the battlefield, felt his taut nerves finally relaxed. He struggled to pry open his numbed fingers, casually dropping his bloody paladin's war hammer onto the ground. His chest heaved violently, the frigid air stinging his lungs, a reminder of his continued existence. After a few moments, coming to his senses amidst the bloodshed, Sir Yak began to heal nearby injured soldiers using holy power. "My lord, at this rate, the fortress will inevitably fall to those cursed barbarians," remarked Knight Alfred, who approached in a hushed tone while Sir Yak was tending to a soldier with a gash in his abdomen. The former deputy commander of the fortress had lost an arm during the recent defense at Cania Pass and could only serve in a logistical capacity during this conflict. "Indeed," Sir Yak nodded, refraining from discussing such matters in front of the soldiers. Half an hour later, after tending to all the injured soldiers he could with holy power, Sir Yak returned to the command center and inquired, "What are today's casualty figures?" 203 killed. 92 severely injured, and light injuries remain uncounted, Knight Alfred reported, placing down a bloodstained parchment. After steadying himself, he continued, "The fortress now has fewer than 2,000 soldiers remaining. The casualties have been escalating over the past 2 days, and the remaining forces are woefully inadequate for the fortress's extended defenses. It could fall at any moment." "Sir Patey will bring reinforcements from Tevark," Sir Yak replied, accepting a basin of warm water from his attendant to wash his face, while his attendant assisted him in removing his blood-soaked armor. "Sir Patey was supposed to arrive today, yet the sun is still setting," Knight Alfred remarked with a hint of pessimism. "Moreover, the reinforcements Tevark can provide are quite limited." And we are facing an army of 50,000 barbarians. Just a rabble. Suryak reclined on a well-polished deerskin sofa, eyes closed. Have the reserves replace the soldiers on the walls. They need rest. You should also take a moment to rest. Tomorrow's battle will be even more arduous. Knight Alfred frowned at Suryak's nonchalant tone, wishing to continue persuading him, but was interrupted when the commander of the 1st Brigade, Bud, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, guiding him out of the room. At this very moment, 20 miles southeast of Colin Fortress, near a river, a small-scale skirmish was underway, with the blood-stained waters recounting the brutality of the conflict. A young knight, enveloped in holy power, led 2 squads of well-trained cavalry through a throng of barbarian soldiers, wreaking havoc. Every swing of his warhammer sent several barbarians flying, and he laughed boisterously, his mirth resonating through the air, causing the snow atop nearby treetops to tremble and fall. Perhaps due to the fervor and bloodlust of the combatants, the snow surrounding the battlefield rapidly melted. In the night, flickering flames illuminated the scene, vibrant splashes of blood glimmering in the cold light. Further out, more Imperial soldiers silently observed this miniature battlefield, encircling the area to ensure no escape routes remained. Have Andy conclude the battle within 10 minutes. If not, we shall replace him. Patey, from a distance, surveyed the clash with a hint of dissatisfaction. Turning to a middle-aged nobleman draped in a bear fur cloak beside him, he inquired, Baron Pikeview, do we have any recent intelligence from the scouts? Pikeview Ibois, the younger brother of the Duke of Gna, Baker Ibois, and the commander of the reinforcements promised to Patey, sported the characteristic bushy beard of Tevark and possessed piercing blue eyes that glimmered in the night. All we have are worthless tidbits. Baron Pikeview, while issuing orders to the messenger beside him to swiftly conclude the battle, remarked, the Corin fortress has been besieged since the onset of the war. The only certainty we have at present is that the fortress has not yet fallen. Patey nodded, gazing upward at the inky night sky for a few moments before stating, I have been pondering a question since the very beginning. What question? Given the current reactions of the barbarians, it seems they are unaware of our arrival. You think you are considering a surprise attack on the barbarian main camp tonight? Baron Pikeview interjected. I too contemplated this notion initially, but its success appears nearly impossible. Oh, why is that? My lord, Hades began, considering the barbarians' customary practices, their forces must have already spread throughout the vicinity of the Corin fortress, even if I do not possess such a vast marching contingent. Should a mere squad of cavalry enter their alert perimeter, within half an hour, the entire barbarian army would be aware. As your strategist has articulated, unless I can eliminate their outposts without their notice, a surprise attack is utterly unfeasible, and achieving such a feat is equally unlikely. Baron Pikeview exhaled a breath of frustration. Patey furrowed his brow, rubbing his slightly chilled hands together against the frigid weather. Observing Patey's demeanor, Baron Pikeview chuckled heartily, withdrew a flask of ale from his belt, took a swig, and then tossed the entire flask to Patey, saying simultaneously, indeed, unless the goddess lends her assistance. The chances are nearly non-existent. Gratefully, Patey smiled and took generous gulps from the flask. Why should we eliminate those outposts? The mage Kaelier gazed enviously at the flask in Patey's hand. These barbarian soldiers pose no threat to us. We merely need to strike before the main barbarian force can react. Baron Pikeview seemed to grasp something, yet appeared somewhat perplexed. Kaelier pondered for a moment before continuing. Our troops need only advance faster than the speed at which the barbarians can transmit information. This way, even if they discover us, they will be unable to relay that information to their central camp in time. Kaelier's explanation sparked a glimmer of understanding in the eyes of Patey, Pikeview, and Hades, while the surrounding commanders exchanged glances, recognizing the feasibility of this strategy in each other's eyes. Chapter 114 Duel, Battle. Kaelier's proposal illuminated their eyes as they contemplated its viability. It is feasible, but we must first ascertain the exact location of the barbarian main camp and the distribution of their forces. As he spoke, Pikeview tugged at his well-groomed mustache, his cerulean eyes growing brighter with each word. We need to assemble a formidable vanguard. A mere detachment will suffice. A companion of Pikeview added that this. Patey turned his gaze towards the speaker, who was Pikeview's aide named Weibo, a paladin. During an introduction an hour prior, Baron Pikeview's words had conveyed his trust in this subordinate. This vanguard should ideally be led by several powerful paladins. To expedite our march, we can discard all unnecessary supplies and heavy equipment aside from essential combat gear. However, The region surrounding the Corin fortress is snowbound, which is not conducive to cavalry operations. Someone expressed their concerns. It is now summer. Even the snow in the barbaric mountains is gradually melting. Given the current depth of snow, our Highland warhorses can easily adapt, and moreover, the Tuac Highland steeds were bred for such conditions. The surrounding commanders began to voice their opinions, clearly demonstrating their expertise in long-distance cavalry operations, which aligned well with the tactics of the Tuac Highland Light Cavalry and archers. "I am willing to lead the vanguard to scout ahead," Sir Weibo declared, riding forth. Patey tossed the flask to Kaelier and addressed Baron Pikafu, saying, "Allow me to undertake this task. It is my duty." "You." Baron Pikafu paused, instinctively inclined to refuse. "Forgive me, Baron Patey, I do not doubt your capabilities," Sir Weibo instinctively interjected, but when Baron Pikafu's gaze fell upon him, his tone faltered, and after a moment's thought, he added, "Oh, what I mean to say is, you are now the commander of the entire army. Your presence is crucial here." Patey smiled faintly. "Sir Weibo, I am not merely a young lord who hides in a castle and trifles with maids. If you are concerned that your soldiers might perish under the leadership of a fool, then you may as well test my abilities." With that, a palpable aura of holy power erupted from Patey. In an instant, all the snow within a 5-meter radius of him melted at a visible rate, and his pale red eyes transformed into a dazzling golden hue as he locked his gaze onto Sir Weibo. To witness a duel between two paladins before the war commences is indeed an honor. "Sir Weibo, what are you waiting for? Did you forget your warhammer today?" The nearby officers began to jest. "It would be my honor to spar with you, Sir Patey," Weibo replied after glancing at Baron Pikafu. Patey smiled graciously. The duel commenced amidst the excitement of the assembled officers, yet it concluded swiftly. The entire clash lasted no more than 5 seconds, as the onlookers felt an overwhelming force emanate from Patey. And in the blink of an eye, Sir Weibo was struck down to the ground by the warhammer. Patey triumphed over Sir Weibo with overwhelming strength. This was not a display of arrogance on Patey's part. Rather, he held his opponent in high regard. After all, Weibo had years of experience in the military, far surpassing Patey's own in combat expertise. Therefore, to ensure victory, Patey had no choice but to exert his full strength from the outset, defeating Weibo in a single round. Ultimately, once healed, Sir Weibo shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "I have never encountered such a powerful force before." At that moment, Andy returned from battle, and upon hearing of the duel, he exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "You dared to duel with the most powerful paladin of the Holy Radiance Church in 300 years. By the goddess, are you seeking death?" Beneath the pitch-black night sky, a detachment of light cavalry galloped across the snow-white expanse, leaving behind a seemingly endless trail of hoofprints. This was made possible by the arrival of summer, which had melted a layer of snow in the Corin fortress region. Otherwise, this cavalry detachment would have found it impossible to charge as they were now. "A squadron of cavalry has encountered a small barbarian contingent ahead, my lord," reported a middle-aged officer clad in the standard armor of Tuac archers, his heavy black cloak billowing. "Are you frightened by the battle, Sir Payne?" a young man teased instinctively. The knight named Payne exuded the calmness characteristic of maturity and paid no heed to the young knight's jest, instead patiently awaiting Patey's command. "The other squadron shall continue advancing. The paladin squad, prepare for swift engagement. We need to resolve this quickly," Patey commanded, pulling the reins of his steed as he looked to Sir Payne. "Lead the way." Patey then gestured as if to guide the assembled knights towards the site of the incident. The knights accompanying him were all paladins, and their presence was dedicated to addressing such emergencies. Receiving Patey's order, Sir Payne wasted no time and spurred his horse ahead. The battle site was not far, less than 2 miles from the small hillock where Patey stood. Approximately half a squadron of barbarian soldiers was entangled with a squadron of cavalry, the barbarian soldiers utilizing the defensive advantages of their pre-constructed camp, sheltered behind wooden palisades while shouting defiantly. Should anyone attempt to assault them, they would retreat into the camp. If left ignored, they would launch a surprise attack on the flanks of the marching forces. Eventually, Sir Weibo, who was in command of the entire contingent, found himself with no choice but to order one squadron of cavalry to hold them off while notifying Patey. "Flank them." Patey lowered his helmet and signaled the troops. Against around 50 ordinary soldiers, a squadron of paladins required no intricate tactics. They could simply crush them with overwhelming strength. Suddenly, under the dark night sky, brilliant golden lights erupted, transforming in an instant into a lightning strike that pierced the barbarians' defensive line from the side. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as the entire wooden barricade on the barbarian's flank was uprooted. Amidst the flying splinters, several barbarian soldiers were hurled backward with anguished cries, colliding with their comrades, resulting in a cacophony of broken bones. "It's the paladins! Quick! Set up stakes! Set up stakes!" The barbarian captain, bewildered by the turn of events, anxiously paced in place, shouting in barbarian tongue. Patey and the others, in their charge, paid no heed to the various arrangements made by the barbarian soldiers. They disregarded the arrows and spears that rained down upon them and executed a sweeping charge through the barbarian camp. Once the momentum of their charge began to wane, Patey dismounted, bellowing, "Dismount." As his voice echoed, he propelled himself forward with the aid of holy power, charging directly towards a nearby group of barbarian soldiers. His silver-white warhammer descending upon them like a divine fist. Chapter 115-inch bang. A barbarian soldier was instantly reduced to a pulp, the solid earthen ground yielding to form a crater 1 meter in diameter. The trembling ground and the splattering blood instinctively caused the nearby barbarian soldiers to take a step back. Yet soon, a flicker of excitement appeared on their faces, a peculiar eagerness for battle. "Die!" one of the barbarian soldiers shouted with fervor, as if such a cry could dispel the fear swelling within him. His bloodshot eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty red glow under the cover of night. In the next moment, all the barbarians surrounding Patey swung their long axes, aiming for his vital points. However, Patey was swifter. The seemingly cumbersome warhammer in his hands, imbued with divine power, became as light as a feather. With a swift motion, the blood-stained hammer flipped, and a thunderous sound of bursting air erupted, accompanied by the acrid scent of scorched iron. Following a few muffled thuds, the bodies of the barbarian soldiers were crushed as if they were mere wooden stumps, their upper bodies mangled and bloody. As they were hurled aside, they expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground like puddles of mush, their final moments filled with a hollow gaze that spoke of their terror. In the brief span of 2 breaths, 7 barbarian soldiers lost their lives at Patey's hands, their blood quietly pooling at his feet, a faint warmth revealing their lingering unwillingness to perish. Patey exhaled a breath of warmth, shaking the blood and flesh from his hammer before resting the entire weapon upon his shoulder. Yet, in that moment of respite, a gleaming curved blade appeared seemingly out of nowhere, just 2 meters behind him, thrusting towards the vital area at the back of his neck. The imminent danger sent a shiver down Patey's spine, and a wave of searing pain followed. Reacting instantly, his divine power surged explosively, compressing the surrounding space with a resounding crack. The curved blade sliced through the holy shield surrounding Patey, producing a clanging sound reminiscent of a blacksmith's hammer striking metal, accompanied by sparks. Then, taking a deep breath, Patey stepped sideways, turning his body as he swept the war hammer behind him. This horizontal sweep was even more ferocious than his previous strike. Driven by an instinctual surge of power in the face of danger, it was a forceful blow, so powerful that it distorted the very air around it. The blood caked on the hammer was swept away, as if it were mere dust in the wind. The assailant, confronted with this swift and brutal counterattack, did not dare to meet it head-on. Instead, he managed to evade just in time, his body flipping through the air as if repelled by the surrounding space. Landing half a meter away, yet in an instant, the attacker sprang back up, retreating several steps, his body seemingly unscathed. At that moment, his eyes shone with a feral brightness as he fixed his gaze on Patey, uttering in the common tongue of the Empire, the ability to alter the very rules of the surrounding space with mere strength. I have only heard of such power, never witnessed it. Seizing the opportunity presented by the man's words, Patey observed him closely. First, his attention was drawn to the dazzling curved blade, which stood out starkly against the dark backdrop. Next, he noticed the man's eyes, glowing like blood-red night pearls, brimming with a wild ferocity. "Totem warrior," Patey remarked softly, as if conversing with the man or perhaps speaking to himself. "Humph." The barbarian warrior's aura surged sharply, his frenzied killing intent amplifying the stench of blood in the air at least twofold. Yet in the next moment, his murderous intent was reined in, and his entire presence vanished simultaneously, retreating swiftly into the darkness behind him. It was an astute decision, for a totem warrior, formidable against ordinary folk, was still no match for a paladin. Patey was momentarily taken aback. He was fleeing. This instinctive thought crossed Patey's mind. Reacting quickly, he propelled himself forward, his body enveloped in divine power, darting after the retreating barbarian warrior like an arrow released from its bow. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, not launching an immediate attack, but rather surveying the battlefield, The fight was nearing its conclusion. Several paladins were vigilantly guarding the area, while others were clearing the battlefield. A few paladins had also noticed Patey's situation and were rushing over to assist. Once the situation on the battlefield was assessed, Patey leaped into action, increasing his speed. Raising his war hammer above his head, the fleeing barbarian immediately sensed a tingling aura radiating from Patey's back, prompting him to instinctively leap to the left. Boom! As the barbarian evaded, Patey's hammer struck the ground where the warrior had just been, creating a massive crater. The sound of the weapon's impact reverberated as one paladin wielding a colossal knight's lance thrust it toward the barbarian's chest just as he regained his balance. Roar! The barbarian's enraged cry echoed like a beast's howl. And in response, a wall of earth, towering over a person, seemed to erupt from the ground, blocking the knight's lance as it struck like lightning. A futile struggle. A voice emerged beside Patey, as two more paladins joined the fray against the barbarian. For this was no time for chivalry. It was a battlefield, not a dueling ground. Yet Patey had no intention of striking again. He had already sheathed his weapon. The speaker was the young man who had earlier mocked Knight Payne, his bright eyes shining like pearls in the darkness, fixed on the struggling barbarian warrior encircled by the paladins. His words rang true. The barbarian was indeed in a desperate struggle, yet he fared better than many others, as many of his comrades had not even the chance to fight back before their demise. It seems the barbarians are also filled with fear of death. I thought they were all a bunch of madmen unafraid of dying. The young knight's eyes sparkled with a strange light. The faith of the war god is not as you imagine. Kaebi, Knight Weibo interjected, having approached unnoticed, gazing at the barbarian warrior. Only true warriors can have their souls returned to the war god's realm after death. So do you consider that barbarian a true warrior? The young Kaebi instinctively inquired. Heh, Weibo chuckled. Such matters are not for me to decide. It is for the gods to determine. Do gods truly exist? Of course. They are omnipresent, and your doubts may have already reached their ears. Be careful lest you find yourself in hell after death. Another paladin chimed in, teasingly. Kaebi immediately retorted, I am utterly devout to the goddess. Huh. His words elicited a wave of laughter. Patey listened silently to their discourse, observing the blood still flowing from the corpses around him. Here, half a squad of barbarian soldiers had been slaughtered by Patey and the other paladins. He turned his gaze to the one remaining barbarian warrior, struggling in his final moments, and quietly instructed those nearby, "End this swiftly. Grant him a merciful release." Having said that, he moved to a relatively open area, using the faint moonlight to survey the advancing cavalry. Chapter 116. The southern border camp of the barbarians. This location serves as a crucial pass into the northern regions of Colin Fortress and is one of the most significant defensive zones in the southern part of the barbarian main camp. Prince Nilif's establishment of a camp here is clearly strategic. Controlling this area can sever the connection between Colin Fortress and the Tuak territory, while also guarding against surprise attacks from Tuak reinforcements. Furthermore, once the main army captures Colin Fortress, this camp can serve as the front line for an offensive against Tuak. The southern camp houses the most elite battalion of the Pamli tribe, along with 20 formidable totem warriors. This damned weather. I loathe it here, grumbled two barbarian soldiers huddled around a bonfire at the forward watchtower of the camp, the biting cold wind swirling around them. According to regulations, one soldier should be stationed atop the watchtower. But given that most of the area south of the camp was already filled with their gathering, neither of them wished to endure the cold in the tower. The weather here is far better than in the mountains, another soldier countered, taking a hearty swig of the warm milk wine he had retrieved from the fire. Seeing this, the first soldier immediately snatched the wine away, retorting, "But at this time in the mountains, I'd be cuddling my wife in bed. Not here gazing at the dark night sky with you. It is the war god who has guided us here. Quide, are you complaining to him?" "I am complaining about my wife. We've been married for 3 years, and not once did her belly stir before I left. Heaven knows how long this war will last." The soldier named Quide sighed. "You know, my uncle was also conscripted into the army at my age. He wasn't married at the time. But when he returned, he was nearly 50. That I do not wish to end up like my uncle. Have no fear. This war will not drag on for long. You know my cousin, right?" "I know. The totem warrior, the chief's personal guard." Kuwait took a sip of the milk wine, warming his body, and the envy in his eyes was unmistakable. "Indeed, my cousin informed me that the Koran fortress will soon fall," he said. As he spoke, the barbarian soldier glanced around, contemplating for a few moments before continuing in a hushed tone. "In just a few days, Certainly no later than the 18th age, the Koran fortress will be breached. And that will be our moment to return. I only hope that the war god will have mercy on me, granting me the power of the totem. KD cast a sidelong glance at his companion, who was far more optimistic, yet he did not wish to shatter that hopeful vision. My cousin told me that the Imperial soldiers are already on the brink of collapse. Tomorrow, I will apply to join the siege forces to seize this opportunity to capture the fortress. This is a prime chance. Perhaps the next time you see me, you shall address me as Centurion. Oh, is that so? Kuei-D replied nonchalantly, stretching his arm as his vacant gaze fixated on the flickering flames. His fingers trembled involuntarily as he instinctively turned his attention to the pitch-black night ahead, asking, "Do you sense something moving out there?" "Is there?" His companion, taken aback, followed Kuei-D's gaze, his own fingers beginning to shake unconsciously. "It is not something moving. The ground is trembling. It's cavalry," Kuei-D shouted, springing to his feet. Yet, in that very moment, he perceived a golden light approaching like a flash of lightning from afar, seemingly poised to strike above his head. Thud. Before Kuei-D could react, the sound of breaking bones and tearing flesh echoed in his ears, an all-too-familiar sound. The noise resonated like the horrific clash of bodies on the battlefield. This familiar sound, at this moment, felt like a call from the demon of hell, sending a chill deep into his marrow. In the next instant, he felt warmth wash over his face, a thick metallic scent filling his nostrils. His instincts told him it was the smell of blood. More critically, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. Realizing that his companion lay lifeless beside him, a mere puddle of gore. At that moment, a knight clad in dark armor, wielding a silver warhammer, seemed to materialize before Kuei-D amidst the flash of golden light. Heralding the death of his companion, fear and unprecedented terror overwhelmed Kuei-D, as though the entirety of the savage mountains were pressing down upon him. It was a profound sense of helplessness that threatened to shatter him completely. Suddenly, he felt a gaze upon him, as tangible as substance itself. It was the knight's stare. Though the knight wore a dark visor, Kuei-D could distinctly sense that gaze, a deathly scrutiny, making him acutely aware that, in that moment, he was regarded as nothing but a corpse. He could not perish in this manner. That was the sole thought racing through Kuei-D's mind. Yet, at this juncture, the massive silver warhammer was already raised, and in that instant, Kuei-D envisioned his own demise, akin to that of his fallen companion, with that raised hammer serving as the harbinger of death. "The war god is with me," Kuei-D bellowed, striving to dispel the fear coursing through his veins with that shout. "I in the face of death." The tenacity of an old soldier and the faith in the war god manifested in Kuei-D. His muscles surged. His eyes, suffused with a crimson aura, glowed fiercely, and the hot breath he exhaled created a shockwave that disturbed the surrounding air. His hand swung the axe toward the knight's abdomen, and in that moment, Kuei-D felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. He understood that it was the power of the totem, and in that final moment, the war god answered his plea. At that instant, thoughts of his wife, his parents, and finally, his uncle flooded his mind, but in the next heartbeat, all thoughts ceased, dissolving into a void, for he was already dead. "Attack!" Patey roared after dispatching 2 sentry soldiers. And immediately, the cavalry behind him shed their disguises, breaking free from the shroud of darkness to assault the outer defenses of the camp. The chilling wind generated by the cavalry's charge made Patey feel even colder. He lifted his visor and fixed his gaze on a barbarian warrior. Then let his fingers glide over his abdomen, where the last blow from that barbarian had landed. The distinct scratch under his touch confirmed the reality of the warrior's final strike. Knight Weibo, riding beside Patey, whispered, "This was a totem warrior in training. He awakened the barbarian totem power in his last moments." "Is that a pity?" Patey retorted. "Only he knows the answer to that question." Weibo shrugged. "This is war. He was merely an insignificant life in this battle." He gestured toward the 2 opposing forces clashing within the camp. "There are countless such lives there. Are you trying to console me?" Patey replied with a faint smile. "No." Weibo shook his head. "Your attitude toward holy power reflects your beliefs. Although I do not know what you seek to attain, I recognize that your conviction is as potent as your holy power. What I just stated is merely a fact." Patey laughed heartily. "Let us discuss something more pragmatic. We must conclude this battle swiftly. If all goes as expected, barbarian reinforcements will arrive within half an hour, while our own reinforcements will not arrive for at least an hour. Therefore, we must push our forces forward to gain more time for the ensuing conflict." Chapter 117. lifting the siege at the command center of Corin Fortress. The slumbering Sir Yak was roused by the knight Alfred. The weary Sir Yak expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "My dear aide, you must understand that there is a battle awaiting me tomorrow. Thus, you had better have a compelling reason." "Reinforcements from the Tuac territory," Alfred replied. Brimming with excitement, "The soldiers on the lookout tower report a large-scale battle 20 miles to the south. I believe it must be the reinforcements from Tuac." "Oh." Sir Yak's demeanor shifted, his drowsiness evaporating. He hastily donned his military boots and, draping a thick bear fur cloak over his shoulders, declared, "Send out scouts. I require detailed intelligence." At that moment, an intense battle was unfolding in the southern encampment of the barbarians. A battalion of cavalry led by Patey had successfully mounted a surprise attack, seizing the primary positions within half an hour. By the time the barbarian reinforcements arrived, the barbarian soldiers within the camp had already been eradicated. Now, faced with the entrenched imperial forces, the barbarians had no choice but to launch a frontal assault to reclaim the territory. Prince Nulif, upon learning that only 1,000-strong battalion had captured his southern encampment, decisively ordered the reinforcements to mount a vigorous assault. He instructed his messenger to convey to the frontline commander, "Spare no effort in reclaiming control of the encampment." Simultaneously, His Highness commanded 10,000 infantry from the central camp to advance under the cover of darkness toward the Corin fortress and establish a garrison on the outer defenses to prevent the imperial soldiers within the fortress from coordinating with the cavalry outside to encircle the barbarian soldiers who were launching a fierce assault on the southern encampment. Half an hour had elapsed since Patey dispatched the 2 sentry soldiers, and during this time, the area surrounding the Corin fortress had awakened like a slumbering beast, with sparks igniting across the region, and shouts and curses echoing throughout the night. At this moment, before a 500-meter-long artificial slope defense structure located to the north of the southern encampment, waves of barbarian soldiers, aided by their totem warriors, were relentlessly charging against the temporary defensive line established by the Imperial cavalry, while Patey personally commanded from this position. "Quick, burn the pitch along with the corpses," Patey shouted, fighting at the forefront with a squad of soldiers, and his forces carved a breach through the ranks of the charging barbarian soldiers. After repelling the last barbarian soldier attempting to breach the line, he hurled the pitch he carried with him and swiftly retreated with his troops to the safety of their own line. "Throw the torches," Patey bellowed, his voice piercing the air as a flurry of sparks whirled overhead, cascading down towards the pitch-covered ground. "It's pitch. Retreat." The seasoned barbarian soldiers immediately recognized the scent and desperately sought to withdraw. But it was too late, as the soldiers charging behind them left them no escape. Suddenly, the flames erupted like demons clawing their way out from the depths of the earth, surging to a height of 2 meters, engulfing the trapped barbarian soldiers in a fiery inferno, and even 1 or 2 Imperial soldiers who were slow to retreat were caught in the conflagration. Instantly, heart-wrenching screams filled the night sky, the sound enough to make one's gums ache. Patey felt the scorching heat, the nauseating scent of charred flesh, and the frail lives consumed by the flames, all serving as grim reminders that this was war, a battle for survival, where only one side would emerge victorious. "What are the other defenses?" Patey inquired of Knight Weibo, who was also taking the opportunity to recover his strength. "Just moments ago, during your battle, a squad of barbarian soldiers appeared on the high ground to the west of the camp. Fortunately, they were discovered in time and repelled by Sir Parn's command," Knight Weibo reported earnestly, his expression grave. The high ground to the west. Patey pondered the terrain in his mind, lifting his dark visor as he spoke. "Have the mage squad seal that area off. Instruct them not to worry about expending their mental energy. They will be of no use in the forthcoming battle." As Patey spoke, Knight Weibo quietly instructed the messenger, and as Patey finished, the messenger hastily departed at Weibo's gesture. After a moment of contemplation, Weibo added, "A detachment stationed at the southern watchtower has reported that soldiers from the barbarian encampment south of Colin Fortress are gathering. If we do not take action, they will soon assemble at least 1 large battalion. What is your suggestion?" Patey did not rush to issue orders this time. Weibo immediately replied, "Have the scouts report to the main forces in the rear. A single charge from them could annihilate this barbarian contingent." "Then let it be done," Patey declared, taking 2 steps forward and mimicking a charge, for the flames had begun to dwindle under the barbarians' interference, and a new wave of assault was imminent. Observing the situation, Knight Weibo swiftly returned to his own position. Moments later, the brief calm was shattered as the battle resumed, the frenzied clamor of combat echoing once more. 10 minutes later, Prince Nulife personally arrived at the front lines of the southern camp to oversee the battle, instantly boosting the morale of the barbarian soldiers, who pressed forward 100 meters. Patey led 2 squadrons of soldiers to retreat inside the camp point. 20 minutes later, the main Imperial cavalry forces arrived. A single charge sent the barbarian soldiers at the forefront of the southern camp into disarray, futilely resisting the blades raised by the Imperial soldiers. Another 20 minutes passed, and the battlefield fell silent once more, with the main barbarian forces failing to organize another assault on the southern camp. After an hour of standoff, the barbarian army retreated like a tide under Prince Nulife's orders, while the Imperial cavalry only sent a symbolic squad of scouts and did not pursue. Thus, after a day and night of effort, Tuwake led his 10,000 light cavalry on a swift march of nearly 100 miles, launching a surprise attack on the barbarian southern encampment. After nearly 2 hours of combat, they broke the barbarian siege on the Colin Fortress region. At dawn, the repaired 10,000 cavalry from Tuwake advanced northward toward Colin Fortress, ultimately stationing themselves at the former Colin Fortress stables, facing the barbarian army 20 miles away. Meanwhile, Patey and his cousin entered Colin Fortress with their respective attendants, assuming the positions of the fortress commander and deputy commander. On the afternoon of May 16th, after a brief swearing-in ceremony, Baron Pikeview, accompanied by his adjutant, arrived at the fortress command post. The newly appointed supreme commander of the fortress, Patey, received him along with the fortress officials. Half an hour later, the group convened in the command meeting room to discuss strategies for repelling the barbarian army 20 miles away. 2 hours later, with the assistance of the Blood Eagle, 2 pieces of news reached the fortress. Everyone absorbed the shock of the revelations. Baron Pikeview's aide rushed in, bearing a sealed letter. After Pikeview read it, he fell silent for a few seconds before looking at Patey and saying, "I have received a message from the Duke. My 10,000 cavalry may be requisitioned at any moment to support Anka Fortress." Sir Yak, the fortress chief of staff, inquired. Pikeview nodded. "Indeed, there are 250,000 orcs there, and the entire northern territory of the Empire is under threat." "That is the correct decision." Patey expressed little surprise, however. "Intelligence indicates that the barbarians have certainly reached some sort of agreement with the orcs. If we neglect the barbarians, it would be even more perilous. Thus, we must swiftly resolve the situation with the barbarians here." Baron Pikeview fixed his gaze on Patey. "How much longer can you stay?" Sir Yak asked. "No more than 5 days. Anka Fortress is in a precarious state, and Kalen has explicitly stated they will not send any support. 5 days is far too short. We can achieve nothing." Sir Yak frowned. "Currently, the barbarians outside the fortress have suffered minimal losses, and even if we combine your 10,000 cavalry with our forces, we cannot confront the barbarians head-on. Even if we had sufficient troops, it would be futile the moment the barbarians sense danger. They will retreat into the wild mountains." Knight Alfred's voice rang out from the end of the conference table. "If we could truly eliminate the barbarians, then Colin Fortress would no longer be necessary." "Indeed." Patey gazed at Knight Alfred for a second before averting his eyes. Gently tapping the table with his left hand, the ruby ring on his thumb glimmered in the light, and he turned to Sir Yak. "Hasten the reinforcement of fortress soldiers." As he spoke, Patey glanced at his cousin, then continued, "According to Imperial law, and the authority granted to us by the military, Colin Fortress has the right to recruit soldiers from various regions. While that may be true, we lack sufficient equipment to arm new recruits." Knight Alfred interjected once more. "Duke Gina would likely be willing to assist." Patey turned to Andy. "Write to your brother in Tuwake City and ask him to help assemble a regular troop." "This." Andy hesitated, looking quizzically at his cousin. "Your father promised me. Have you forgotten? A regular troop requires only a few thousand gold coins." Patey replied with a faint smile. "I understand now," Andy responded, coming to grips with the situation. Their conversation caused a change in expression for Sir Yak, who quickly regained his composure, while Knight Alfred did the same. "Baron Pikeview," Patey shifted the topic, "I believe Duke Gina has more messages to convey." "Yes," the Baron glanced around at all present, his expression troubled. But, Chapter 118, the ever-changing battlefield. On the afternoon of May 16th, an order from Tuwake City prompted the soldiers stationed at Bylan Town, Wuluan Fortress, and Luck Fortress to hastily march toward Turbuk Fortress, while the remaining 10,000 light cavalry from Tuwake City also moved toward Turbuk Fortress. On the evening of the 18th, the initial 10,000 cavalry that had arrived at Turbuk Fortress received orders to rapidly reinforce Colin Fortress and swiftly conclude the conflict with the barbarians there. On the morning of the 19th, the subsequent 3 regiments of regular troops that reached Turbuk Fortress formed the 6th Regular Army of the imperial capital under the command of the newly appointed Lord of Turbuk Fortress, Count Shiza Devon, to aid Colin Fortress. This clever maneuver by Duke Gina, suggested by his staff, aimed to exploit the time difference and utilize the strongest available forces to defeat the barbarian army outside Colin Fortress as swiftly as possible, leaving the barbarians with no strength to advance further into Tuwake territory. Of course, Duke Gina's actions were conditional. A military observation post was to be established at the flank of the Kanya Mountain Pass, garrisoned by a regiment. Ostensibly, this observation post was to assist Colin Fortress in defending against barbarian assaults, but in reality, it signified the Barlett family's reassertion of control over the Colin Fortress region. When Baron Pikeview presented this condition before the various military officials at Colin Fortress, Patey readily agreed and formalized this decision in a written report for submission to the military. Whether it would be approved by the military was no longer his concern. At the Colin Fortress command post, Patey sat alone by the fireplace, perhaps due to his recent arrival in the north and his inability to acclimatize to the weather whenever there was nothing pressing. He remained there. "What are you thinking about?" Andy entered through the outer door, shaking off the cold, then plopped down into a chair beside the fireplace, cradling a bowl of hot tea in his hands, but not drinking it. Patey glanced at his cousin, stretched his arms to relieve the stiffness from prolonged sitting, and after sipping some hot tea, said, "I was contemplating how to thoroughly resolve the barbarian issue across from us." Andy paused, then burst into laughter. "No one can completely eradicate the barbarians. Throughout imperial history, there have been many wiser individuals than you, yet the barbarians still exist." Patey shrugged. "I am not so arrogant as to believe I can entirely eliminate the barbarians from the Wild Mountains. What I mean is to render them incapable of gathering large numbers of troops to threaten Colin Fortress in the short term." "Do you wish to eliminate the barbarian forces outside the fortress?" Andy pondered. "That is quite a challenge. I studied reports of past imperial engagements against the barbarians on the way here, and they are quite clever, utilizing the Wild Mountains as their shield. The moment they sense danger, they will undoubtedly retreat into the deep mountains." Upon hearing this, Patey regarded his cousin with newfound seriousness. "What is that expression for?" Andy playfully punched Patey's chest. "Are you doubting my intelligence?" "No. I was just about to commend you." Patey chuckled. Andy took a sip of hot tea. "Stop teasing me. This is merely basic military knowledge, but the issue is that we currently cannot sever the barbarians' escape route." As he spoke, he approached the military map hanging on the wall and traced a line with his finger. "In such a narrow passage, unless you have 100,000 troops." "Indeed, I have been troubled by that very issue," Patey sighed. "My knight instructor once advised me that in situations like this, we can trust our subordinates." Patey promptly remarked, "Oh, is that so? Then your knight instructor must be a man with a heart as vast as the prairie." "Indeed, he is such a person, and I hold him in great esteem." "Then, let my chief of staff and aides come forth." "As you wish, sir." Andy rose, setting down his teacup, and executed an exaggerated military salute. Half an hour later, the first military conference of Patey's appointment as the commander of Colin Fortress commenced. However, the atmosphere of the meeting was rather bleak. For the first half hour, it was primarily the Patey brothers and Hades engaged in conversation, while the others, including Sir Eck, the chief of staff, remained silent. Patey understood the reason behind this. These individuals did not trust him. Thus, he stated, "The reinforcements from Duke Gna will arrive shortly, but as you are aware, their stay will not exceed 3 days. We must decisively eliminate the barbarians outside the fortress within this time frame. A squadron of sorcerers, 20,000 Tevik light cavalry, and a legion of regular troops stand ready, while the opposing barbarians, though claiming to possess an army of 50,000, will have no more than 20,000 truly capable of engaging on the battlefield. Therefore, we will possess an absolute advantage. Note, this time, we do not merely aim to rout or repel the barbarians, but to utterly annihilate them, extinguishing any thoughts of invading our empire. Yet, I am aware this poses certain challenges. Hence, I require your insights. Shall we seal off the Kenya Pass?" Hades immediately suggested, "Utilize the sorcerer's power to blockade the entire Kenya Pass. Unless you have an entire corps of sorcerers." Captain Raven promptly shook his head. "Indeed," Kaelier interjected before Patey could cast a questioning glance. "Even if we were to blockade the Kenya Pass, the barbarians have numerous paths to retreat into the mountains." Captain Bud, who had recently sustained an injury to his neck in battle, spoke with a voice that still bore an odd quality. as if he had not drunk water in ages. Surek, as my chief of staff, do you have any viable strategies? Patey began to call upon individuals, gazing earnestly at Surek. If you possess any opinions, it is best to voice them now. You know that both Andy and I have just arrived at the fortress and are unfamiliar with everything here. As an officer, you should comprehend the significance of the correctness of a command on the battlefield. Thus, I require your counsel, as your opinions will shape my orders. Sir, my apologies, I was merely pondering certain matters. Sir Ek offered an apologetic smile, looking at Patey for a couple of seconds before continuing. Though the barbarians may have other means to retreat into the mountains, the Kanya Pass is their primary route, so we merely need to clang. The door to the conference room was suddenly flung open, interrupting Sir Ek's words that a figure appeared in the doorway. Rain, accompanied by a fortress scout. The barbarian army is retreating towards Lake Hammock, the scout announced loudly, sharing the intelligence he had gathered. Lake Hammock. Patey was not very familiar with it. It lies at the foot of Mount Hammock, which serves as the stronghold of Prince Nulef. Knight Alfred explained. It seems there is now no need to deliberate on how to cut off their retreat. Andy shrugged. Moreover, there is no longer any necessity for the reinforcements to hurry. Could it be that the barbarians are aware of our impending reinforcements? Lieutenant Colonel Keller remarked. This news has spread rather swiftly, hasn't it? Impossible. Patey shook his head. This is Duke Jinne's temporary strategy, a plan even many of the Tevik lords are unaware of. How could the barbarians know? It appears that the barbarians and the orcs have indeed conspired to invade the Empire together. Sir Ek waved for the scout to withdraw, focusing intently on the military maps spread across the table. If I were Prince Nulef, I would also retreat. Clearly, the recent events within our empire have reached his ears. He is well aware that our reinforcements will soon depart. So what shall we do now? Andy set aside his jesting demeanor. There is no course of action. Sir Ek offered a bitter smile. The only thing we can do is bolster the fortress's defenses in preparation for the impending battle. Andy, Patey turned to his cousin. Inform your brother that I require one of my regular legions assembled within 5 days at the latest, and I expect to see them upon the walls of Colin Fortress within 10 days. Tell him that if he desires what he seeks, he must demonstrate sincerity. On the night of May 17th, at a stronghold on the left flank of the forward defense line of Anka Fortress, at 10 o'clock, the soldiers guarding the outpost had just completed their shift and were counting their remaining supplies. When suddenly, a group of knights emerged from the darkness of the night, each wielding a paladin's warhammer, slowly approaching with their respective retinues. Upon sighting this band of paladins, the faces of the outpost soldiers instantly brightened with rare smiles. These days, occasional small squads of paladins had been arriving from various regions to join the front lines, and the ordinary soldiers were eager for the presence of more paladins along their defenses, as it provided an added layer of assurance for their lives in this war. However, the soldiers' smiles were short-lived, for these paladins, human paladins, were not there to assist them. They launched an assault on the defensive outpost, swiftly eliminating all the guards within 5 minutes, and then forcefully tore a breach in the fortress's left flank defense. The frontline commander, Count Binda A. Bear, reacted quickly, but the orc forces, already concealed nearby, were swifter. Faced with this situation, Count Binda decisively issued a retreat order to preserve the fortress's fighting strength. Meanwhile, the gates of the left flank's wall were silently opened, allowing a small contingent of orc raiders, who had successfully breached the left flank, to seize the walls. At the same time, more orc troops surged forth from the shadows. Within 10 minutes, the 10-kilometer stretch of the front line was filled with the silhouettes of orc armies, like beasts erupting from the mists of night, fiercely assaulting the already shattered defenses of Anka Fortress. This time, the orcs were not merely testing the waters. This time, Chief Shurkin had mobilized nearly 100,000 troops, intent on capturing Anka Fortress in one fell swoop. Chapter 119. Borgazola. Although the orc offensive was as ferocious as a mountain crashing down, the defenders of Anka Fortress were indeed the Empire's most elite forces. They withstood the initial wave of attacks despite being at a clear disadvantage. Of course, half the credit was due to Count Binda, whose initial decision to abandon the narrow outer defenses was the correct one. In the fortress command post, the elderly Duke Borga was abruptly awakened by the sudden eruption of battle cries. Inquiring about the commotion outside, his retinue informed him that the orcs were attacking the fortress's defenses. When he sought further details, his retinue indicated that no intelligence had yet arrived. Upon hearing this, the old duke erupted in fury, shouting at his retinue, I can clearly hear the orcs issuing their military commands. You dare tell me that no intelligence has come in? I am terribly sorry. My lord. The retainer bowed his head. The Duke seized a two-handed greatsword from the weapon rack beside him and strode towards the command post's exit, while noble commanders arriving in response hastily cleared a path for him. As the old Duke reached the observation platform of the command post, the sight that greeted him nearly caused him to falter. Before him, beneath the inky night sky, countless torches surged, battering against the fortress walls. And towering siege towers loomed in the darkness like massive beasts gnawing at the battlements. The cacophony of battle raged, with smoke rising everywhere and cries in two languages intertwining. The old Duke abruptly turned to the commanders behind him. Commanding, gather your soldiers and charge forward. Most of the commanders who had rushed to the old Duke's side were also just awakened by the battle cries. They were not merely deep sleepers, but had been fighting throughout the day. Some even more exhausted than the soldiers. These commanders were equally astonished, shocked that the orc soldiers had already breached the fortress, especially since the outer defenses had remained as solid as a barrel during the day. Fetch Count Binda. The Duke ordered the messenger beside him. But just as the messenger was about to depart to relay the command, the Duke halted him, for he had decided to personally head to the frontline command post. At the frontline command post, Duke Borga, clad in armor and wielding his sword, stood less than 100 meters from the nearest combat area. I lost my outer defenses within half an hour. Duke Borga's anger surged. Who can tell me the current state of the battle? No one answered him. Beside him stood only his retinue and a small squad of personal guards. However, someone capable of answering Duke Borga soon appeared. Count Binda, the frontline commander, returned after inspecting the entire battle line. Where are my paladins and sorcerers? The greatsword in the Duke's hand struck the hard stone floor of the command post with a resounding thud. The sorcerer unit was ambushed in their encampment. Within 10 minutes, they suffered heavy casualties if it weren't for several sorcerers pushing themselves to invoke forbidden magic. Our sorcerer unit might have been completely annihilated. I have since ordered them to retreat and rest in the rear. Count Bondar elucidated. As for the paladin forces, the Count hesitated, his words trailing off. What of the paladin forces? Duke Boj bellowed, cough, cough, cough. The elderly Duke, overcome with emotion, coughed violently, his face flushed to a frightening crimson. Count Bondar sought to assist the old Duke, but was rebuffed. Gazing into the Duke's bloodshot eyes, he gritted his teeth and declared, a squadron of paladins has defected. They attacked and seized the forward paladin outpost and simultaneously assaulted the left flank of the frontline defenses. Reaching the fortress's left barrier gates, they pfft. Before Count Bondar could finish, the old Duke spewed forth a mouthful of blood. My lord. Count Bondar's expression shifted dramatically. Duke Boj's hand clutched the soft armor of Count Bondar tightly. Tell me, how much longer can we hold out? Count Bondar averted his gaze from the old Duke, pondering for a few moments before responding. No more than a day. Although the situation appears stabilized for now, the orc forces are simply overwhelming that if we continue to expend resources at this rate, our defenses will inevitably collapse. Moreover, half of the left flank is already in the orcs' grasp, and without the support of paladins or mages, facing the orcs head-on is tantamount to sacrificing lives. A day? Murmured the old Duke, his voice soft as a prayer. You must leave. The Duke suddenly shoved Count Bondar aside. Withdraw with the remaining forces and retreat to Kron City. Pausing, he added, summon Count Ansi. He must not perish here. My ancestors pledged that this would be my finest resting place. Count Bondar shook his head. I shall remain to uphold my ancestors' vow. The old Duke stated solemnly. Now is not the time for honor. Have you considered the consequences if these 250,000 orcs breach the Anku fortress defenses? If you have not thought about it, do so now. Envision our lands ravaged by the orcs, our subjects enslaved beneath their whips, and the flames consuming your homeland. Therefore, you and your men cannot die. You must be accountable for what lies ahead. Return to your territory, regroup the army, and fight the orcs to the last. But, Count Bondar hesitated. There is no but. This is an order. The old Duke's aura surged, his towering figure exuding palpable divine energy. Leave behind a rear guard for me. It need not be many. Rest assured, I will secure ample time for you. Ultimately, Count Bondar led the young noble commanders in a retreat from Anku Fortress. The old Duke assumed Count Bondar's position, personally commanding the frontline battle. 2 hours later, the left flank of the fortress fell completely, and Count Ansi, tasked with commanding the left flank troops, was compelled to retreat to the command center. Half an hour later, Count Ansi led 1,000 remnants out of the defense of Ankou fortress, retreating toward Kron City. On the morning of May 18, after a night of combat, the siege of Ankou fortress was drawing to a close. Aside from the fortification command center situated along the central defense line, this most robust bastion, other areas had succumbed. 2 hours later, the fortress's final defensive barrier fell, and ultimately, Duke Boj was slain in a duel with an orc commander due to exhaustion. His corpse returned to Kron City the following day by human slaves captured by the orcs. However, the escort tasked with transporting the Duke's body had transformed upon reaching the Khmer River, with knights replacing the slaves who had originally been summoned on the morning of the 19th at 8 o'clock. The newly assembled 10,000 soldiers of the Kron nobility encountered a southern advance party of 20,000 orcs at the Khmer River. After 6 hours of battle, no victor emerged, and both sides retreated 10 miles to camp. On the afternoon of the 19th, in the imperial capital, Emperor Leopold received news of the fall of Ankou fortress in his private chamber, summoning Military Minister Duke Eric and Financial Minister Earl Stubb urgently. "Where is the money and equipment I requested?" the emperor inquired of his financial minister, still in the process of gathering. Earl Stubb replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Upon hearing this, Emperor Leopold erupted in a furious tirade that reverberated throughout the Lion Fortress, leading to Earl Stubb exiting the emperor's chamber, blood streaming from his forehead. An hour later, when Earl Stubb returned to the emperor's chamber, bandaged and holding a procurement list, it detailed 20,000 iron swords, 20,000 shields, 50,000 suits of armor, 50,000 spears, 50,000 bundles of leather, 5,000 bows, 200 heavy crossbows, and numerous arrows and javelins. When Emperor Leopold inquired where these supplies were located, Earl Stubb hastily replied, "They are stockpiled in various warehouses throughout the imperial capital." "Is there more?" the emperor asked again. "Indeed." Earl Stubb nodded vigorously. "In 2 months, you will receive 5 times this amount of supplies." Emperor Leopold laughed heartily, addressing Military Minister Duke Eric beside him. "Equip the newly conscripted 10,000 soldiers. Tomorrow, I shall lead them into battle myself." "Your Majesty, if I am not mistaken, you intend to personally confront the orcs?" Duke Eric asked earnestly, gazing at the emperor seated upon the high platform. "Without a doubt, it is my duty," the emperor affirmed. Then inquired, "Will the Kalen lords merely watch? Ankou fortress has already fallen. Tell them that if they do not act, they shall not blame us for our ruthlessness when the orcs breach their ancestral graves." We have sent no less than 10 messages, yet received no direct response. Duke Eric shook his head. "Oh." The emperor raised an eyebrow, then questioned, "Where is our prime minister, and what is his current location?" Duke Eric pondered before responding. "According to the itinerary, he should be in the southern part of Norma Fortress, expected to arrive at Bandala Fortress in 3 days. I have instructed my son to inform the elves that when Duke Nick arrives at the fortress, he may enter the Narain Forest directly." "When can the forces from various regions be fully assembled?" "At least half a month. Then I shall await your reinforcements in Quen Town." On the morning of May 20th, Emperor Leopold led the newly assembled 10,000 recruits, hastily armed, toward Quen Town. On this day, the common folk of the imperial capital abandoned their labors, gathering along the central avenue to warmly congratulate their emperor on his anticipated triumphant return. As the procession passed the ancestral burial grounds, a contingent of paladins joined Emperor Leopold's army under the leadership of Bishop Jeff Reed. Upon reaching Hadestown, lords from various regions, accompanied by their family knights and private soldiers numbering 5,000, joined the emperor's forces. As the army departed Hadestown once more, opportunistic mercenaries and discontented commoners alike took up arms, kneeling before the emperor to request enlistment in his army. Emperor Leopold graciously consented. And thus, when his forces reached Quen Town, their numbers had exceeded 30,000. Chapter 120. On the afternoon of May 19, news of the fall of Ankou Fortress reached Kalin Fortress. That night, 2,000 Tevik light cavalry set out under the cover of night to urgently reinforce Kron City. The following day, a newly arrived regular army infantry brigade received orders to depart, and on the third day, another regular infantry brigade left. By the 21 SD, the last remaining mixed brigade of 2,000 archers was commanded to assist Kron City. Consequently, nearly 40,000 Tevik troops gathered in the Kalin Fortress area had almost entirely withdrawn. Fortunately, Patey requested a newly recruited infantry brigade from Tevik, which had just arrived. Although they were merely newly trained recruits, essentially armed farmers, they were more than capable of dealing with the third-rate barbarian army. Thus, combined with this brigade and the 3,000 remaining Tevik infantry, Patey now commanded an army exceeding 10,000 men, of which 2,000 were the elite garrison of the fortress. While these forces could not absolutely overpower the barbarians' 50,000 troops, they were still capable of engaging in direct combat on the 22 ND, in the northern region of Kholin Fortress. Along the left passage of the Kania Mountains, a makeshift military citadel rose against the rocky walls. Completed in just 6 days under the suggestion of Sir Ike, who oversaw its construction on Patey's orders. At 10 in the morning, Patey, leading 6,000 soldiers, took his position there. The remaining 4,000 were split into two groups, one under the command of Hades, stationed 20 miles west of the citadel at the foot of Mount Prot, and the other led by Chief of Staff Sir Ike, stationed 10 miles east of the Kania Mountain Pass at the edge of the Brett Forest. In Kholin Fortress, Patey retained only 500 guards to ensure the fortress's normal operations. This deployment plan, proposed by Sir Ike and subsequently approved in a formal military meeting, aimed to seal off the routes into the Kholin Fortress area, forcing the barbarian army to engage in a decisive battle on the snowy plains outside the Kania Mountain Pass. On the 23 RD, scouts dispatched by Patey discovered that a barbarian vanguard of 5,000 was advancing towards the Kania Mountain Pass. In the afternoon, Patey personally led 1,000 elite troops from the Kania Mountain Pass to launch a counterattack against the oncoming barbarian forces. After a fierce 2-hour battle, as the day began to dim, both sides retreated. The barbarian vanguard suffered losses exceeding 1,000 men, while Patey's contingent incurred fewer than 200 casualties. That evening, barbarian scouts swarmed the vicinity of the Kania Mountains like a plague of locusts. Within a single night, the Imperial Patrol forces engaged in skirmishes with the barbarian scouts 20 times. The following day, May 24th, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the main barbarian forces arrived at the northern entrance of Kania Mountain. This time, they chose not to proceed directly through the pass but rather to encamp by Lake Hammock, confronting the Imperial army across the Kania Mountains. That night, in the central camp of the barbarians, commanders of various ranks gathered at the behest of Prince Nulafu to discuss how to address the 10,000 Imperial troops stationed south of Kania Pass. However, it was evident that Prince Nulafu held an inflated view of his subordinates. The discussion lasted a full 2 hours without yielding a viable plan. Though much meat and fine wine were consumed, exhausted, Prince Nulafu cast his gaze towards Kibote at the end of the table. Knowing that this southerner possessed a wise mind, he hoped that Kibote might offer some useful insights. But alas, the latter did not provide even a single suggestion as Nulafu had hoped. Perhaps Nulafu's prolonged gaze upon Kibote prompted a reaction, as a humble yet unflattering smile appeared in Kibote's eyes. Observing this, Nulafu immediately raised his goblet filled with fine wine and turned his head away, only to be disappointed by the sight of a group of drunken commanders bellowing in anger. Alas, he sighed softly at that moment. The prince of the kingdom of Balu, who stood just below one in rank, longed to inquire of the southerner, yet he could not muster the courage to speak in front of such commanders and could only drink in silence. An hour later, the military meeting concluded, and the commanders, sated with food and drink, returned to their tents. Kibote followed the inebriated Prince Myru to a large leather tent situated at the flank of the central camp, adjacent to Prince Nulafu's private tent. Upon entering the tent, Prince Myru collapsed onto his favorite tiger skin blanket, grabbing a cool, damp cloth from a nearby rack to wipe his face haphazardly, then exhaled heavily, the scent of alcohol wafting from him as he remarked, "Every so-called military meeting is an unforgettable experience." It seemed he was both reminiscing and mocking himself. Kibote chuckled softly, pouring himself a full cup from the teapot on the fire rack, savoring a sip before stating, "The faith in the god of war renders our soldiers fearless, yet it also breeds unwarranted complacency and arrogance." Huh. Prince Myru sighed, exhaling a puff of white mist, sitting up abruptly. His once murky eyes now gleamed with clarity, fixating intently on Kibote. "Why did you assist Prince Nulafu a few days ago? What matter do you refer to?" Kibote replied with a subtle smile, setting down his teacup. "Were it not for your suggestion, Nulafu would not have withdrawn his forces." Prince Myru's voice dropped to a whisper, glancing uneasily at the tent's entrance. Had he not retreated, perhaps by now his 50,000 troops would have already been routed. "It seems you have already made up your mind." Kibote's smile broadened. "Huh." Prince Myru forced a grim smile, contemplating before lying back down, this time for a longer duration, his closed eyes appearing as if he had fallen asleep. Kibote, however, paid him little mind, simply continuing to sip his tea. Time passed, and suddenly, the seemingly asleep Prince Myru opened his eyes, remaining motionless, his unusually bright gaze fixated on the tent ceiling, as if something there piqued his interest. After a span of more than 10 minutes, the prince murmured to himself, "I only wish to transform the kingdom of Balu. To make it stronger, you will assist me, will you not?" The prince sat up, his eyes locked onto his southern mentor. Upon hearing this, Kibote set down his teacup, his expression solemn as he affirmed, "Of course. I swear it." "Then why did you aid Prince Nilifu? You are aware that he is my greatest rival." The prince's cheeks flushed with agitation. Kibote, upon hearing this, straightened his posture, meeting the prince's gaze as he replied, "You are aware of the intelligence gathered by scouts a few days ago. So tell me, how likely do you think it is for the Imperial Army to annihilate Prince Nilifu's 50,000 troops?" "Annihilate? No one can completely destroy our army. The god of war protects us. And we have the mountains on our side." The prince retorted immediately. "Then how many do you think will remain of Nilifu's forces under the circumstances at that time?" "At least half can be preserved," the prince answered candidly. "But if I can weaken him by half, I will have confidence in defeating him when vying for the throne. I abhor uncertainty." Kibote shook his head. "Thus, in my plan, the complete annihilation of Nilifu's 50,000 troops is imperative, rendering all his supporters into mere lambs." "Annihilate?" The prince shuddered. "Is that even possible? Those are 50,000 troops, nearly half of our kingdom of Balu's forces." "Haha." Kibote immediately scoffed. "A mere rabble. They would falter even against a mere 10,000 fresh recruits of the empire." Upon hearing this, Prince Myru's eyes flickered rapidly. After a long pause, it seemed he had made a firm resolution as he inquired, "What is your plan?" Kibote replied, "The first step has already succeeded." "The first step?" "To gain Prince Nilifu's trust. Through the recent withdrawal plan, our prince has discovered that his subordinates are nothing but incompetents." Kibote chuckled. "Soon, his personal guards will summon me to his tent, for he will require my counsel." "Oh." Prince Myru's brows furrowed slightly, "But even so, he will not truly trust you. I know him to be a suspicious man. Therefore, this necessitates my second plan." The prince instinctively asked, "What plan?" "To have the Imperial Army cooperate with us in staging a few performances. They would rather tear you apart." Prince Myru looked at his elder as if he were mad. "Unless the commander of the Imperial Army is a fool. How could this be?" "Haha." Kibote laughed heartily. "I recently returned from an excursion. You should be aware of this. Would you like to know what I was doing? I met with Sir Patey, the commander at the current Colin Fortress. Did his guards not dispose of you?" Although Prince Myru jested, his expression remained serious. Kibote replied, "I saved him. Though he did not appreciate it, I have established a means of contact with him. Should he wish to resolve his current troubles, he will surely reach out to me. Patey Reagan, I have intelligence on him. It is said he is a formidable paladin. Is he truly that powerful?" The prince expressed keen interest in Patey, who was of a similar age. Kibote pondered for a moment before stating, "If you find yourself with merely 20 guards and see him 200 meters away, do not hesitate. Turn and flee immediately. For even a moment's delay could cost you your life." Such strength, the prince was astounded. "More powerful than you can imagine. His divine might is beyond my comprehension." Kibote lamented, after a brief silence. Prince Myru remarked, "Then he must be a wise individual. Such a person would not easily compromise. Will your plan succeed? Bear in mind that the Colin Fortress currently houses 10,000 defenders, and their forces have not only increased but doubled in size during this period, while Prince Nilifu's army has suffered a fifth of its strength. Now, Sir Patey merely needs to hold the Kania mountain pass and engage in attrition with Prince Nilifu. You know, Nilifu has no way to compete with the Imperial Army in terms of attrition." However, unlike Kibote's optimism, Prince Myru remained skeptical. "Soon, Sir Patey will change his mind," Kibote declared, rising to his feet while gesturing for silence towards Prince Myru. Upon noticing this, Prince Myru's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly lay back down, closing his eyes to feign sleep. Moments later, a voice echoed from outside the tent. "Lord Kibote, Prince Nilifu requests your presence." Before the words had fully departed the speaker's lips, the individual had already entered. Chapter 121. Barentown is a significant trade port in the northern region of the Clue territory, serving as the sole point of exchange between the Empire and the Goblins. The annual trade volume here with the Goblins is equivalent to 1/4 of the total trade conducted throughout the Empire. Here lies the most comprehensive trading market on the continent of Aelan, brimming with an array of goods: exquisite furs from the Orc tribes, premium Highland beef, aromatic spices, unrefined ores, the empire's finest silk, a variety of fruits, wheat, an assortment of alcoholic beverages, meticulously crafted furniture by goblins, superior salt, sake, and more. In summary, regardless of the product, be it luxurious or economical, anything that holds a name on the continent of Aelan can be procured in Balong Town, should an item be unavailable. One need only provide a description of the desired product, and within a week, it shall be delivered in abundance. In other words, Balong Town serves as a vital nexus between the eastern and western continent's commodities. The Comichal military port, situated 20 miles to the east of Balong Town, hosts a fleet established by the Reagan family, known as the Empire's Fifth Mixed Fleet, founded 50 years prior. Its primary mission is to combat the rampant piracy plaguing the northeastern seas of the Empire. Pirates, the unfortunate byproduct of thriving trade, attract countless dreamers seeking overnight wealth, with the allure of the sea presenting the most obvious and expedient path. The fleet's inception was prompted by a harrowing kidnapping incident. A band of ruthless pirates raided a village 50 miles east of Balong Town, abducting every inhabitant. Soon after, 2 villagers managed to escape, and the locals described their return as resembling a hellish escape. One had a bloodied left eye, his empty socket infested with grotesque maggots feasting on his wounds, while one retained a portion of his tongue, and it was through the words of the latter that the villagers learned of the unspeakable horrors they had endured, according to official records from Balong Town. The kidnapped women were caged like livestock for the pirates' amusement, while the elderly and children were used as props in gruesome slaughter contests. Young men, much like the 2 who escaped, were subjected to the loss of their left eyes and tongues, sold to orc tribes to toil as laborers in the mines. The tragic fate of that village soon spread like wildfire through taverns across the land, eventually reaching the ears of the then ruler of the Clue territory. Duke Fernald.it was against this backdrop that the fleet was established. However, the fleet's early accomplishments were far from commendable, often finding itself at a disadvantage in confrontations with pirates, with little capacity to proactively seek out and obliterate pirate strongholds. Initially, the fleet's duties were limited to standard escort missions. This situation persisted until 13 years ago, when Duke Nick and Emperor Leobo were pursued in Yejia Town, ultimately escaping to Sakat Town with the aid of Jesser. At that time, a mercenary band, known for thriving on bounty hunting pirates, was performing escort duties, and now its leader, Colonel Fred, commands the fleet. It was Colonel Fred who transformed the naval forces of Balong Town, revolutionizing the fleet. During his decade-long tenure, this fleet decimated all pirates in the waters off Balong Town, ensuring the safety of maritime routes between Balong and Sakat Town. Nowadays, the mere mention of Balong Town's navy along the coastal villages of the Clue territory elicits approving nods. Youngsters from nearby fishing villages take pride in aspiring to join the navy of Balong Town. On May 16, Colonel Fred received orders to blockade the waters surrounding Balong Town. Consequently, he divided the mixed fleet stationed at Comichal military port into 3 groups, patrolling the outer seas of Balong Town day and night, prohibiting any unofficial vessels from passage. In the afternoon, Baron Winter, the town's mayor, received an urgent message from Duke Nick, and half an hour later, a squadron of city defense soldiers was discreetly deployed to the Western District to monitor the goblins there. The Western District of Balong Town had been constructed over the past few decades by foreign merchants at their own expense, predominantly inhabited by outsiders, especially goblins and dwarves, with the occasional adventurous young elf on the 17th. Perhaps fearing that Baron Winter might not take the matter seriously, Duke Nick sent his own envoy, who arrived via magical transportation bearing a personal letter. That same afternoon, 10 mages were dispatched from Clue City to conduct an inspection of the entire town. By evening, reports from the Hoko Islands reached Baron Winter through special channels, and 3 hours later, 1,000 city defense soldiers gathered under the cover of night to occupy Balong City, with 5 companies stationed in the Western District. On the morning of the 18th, Baron Winter personally arrived in the Western District, announcing a state of martial law, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. That evening, the martial law order faced collective protests from merchants, but it was swiftly quashed. On the 21st, news of the fall of Anku Fortress arrived. And in the afternoon, Baron Winter, upon receiving orders from Clue City's Koval Fortress, began to drive out the goblins from the Western District, mandating their immediate evacuation from Balong Town. And on the afternoon of the 22nd, the Locke Empire officially severed diplomatic ties with the goblin-controlled Clarkley Trade Kingdom, leading to the expulsion of goblins across the empire. On the morning of the 23rd at 10 o'clock, A swift vessel dispatched by the 5th Mixed Fleet from Comachel Military Port detected the presence of the Goblin Vanguard fleet, prompting Colonel Fred to relay this information to Covell Fortress. Upon receiving the news, Lady Sevilla, stationed at Covell Fortress, did not waste time inquiring about her son, who was on an expedition, or her husband, who was on a diplomatic mission to the Elven Kingdom. Instead, she directly ordered Colonel Fred with a simple command to defend Balong Town by any means necessary. At 4:30 in the early morning of the 24th, the fleet of Balong Town set sail to confront the Goblin Vanguard fleet. 10 hours later, the two fleets clashed near the Deep Islands, and after 3 hours of fierce battle, Colonel Fred, who had initially seemed victorious, found himself betrayed. The betrayal came from his first mate, Lieutenant Quincy, along with the 5 massive sail warships and 20 single-mast vessels he commanded. This lieutenant, who had previously served as Fred's second-in-command during their mercenary days, left Fred to roar across the icy waters. Why? The sea breeze scattered the colonel's question, unheard by Quincy, yet he understood the essence of the inquiry, murmuring to himself, "For my own sake, I yearn for more. And you cannot provide it, nor can those bigwigs in Covell Fortress. Therefore, I must take it myself." Soon, Colonel Fred found himself surrounded, with the Goblin Vanguard fleet ahead, and former subordinates behind and to the flanks. Just as despair began to engulf him, a pirate fleet came to his rescue, led by none other than the Buck pirate crew, whom he had sought to eradicate. The arrival of the pirate fleet turned a siege into a chaotic melee, which raged until the following morning. Ultimately, the two fleets retreated, the Deep Islands marking the boundary. Once safety was assured, Colonel Fred posed the same question to the pirate leader, "Buck, I wish to live like a man. My brothers and I have always desired to return to the Empire, but we have never been afforded the opportunity, for we were born as pirates and thus require a chance." Colonel Fred was far from satisfied with this answer, yet after a brief silence, he nodded and replied, "You have obtained that opportunity." On the morning of the 25th, Colonel Fred returned to Comachel Military Port with his remaining forces and the Buck pirate crew, only to be met with a series of distressing news. Baron Winter had been assassinated, and the city defense forces were withdrawing from Balong Town. Subsequently, Covell Fortress ordered the evacuation of Balong Town, mandating that all townsfolk migrate to the Fedalun Prairie west of Halen's fortress at specified times to await relocation. Soon after, Colonel Fred received orders for his fleet to proceed to Sakat Town for repairs. "They intend to abandon Balong Town," he murmured upon receiving the command. Buck, upon hearing this, chuckled, "It is a wise decision. Balong Town cannot be held. And according to my information, the Empire's focus is not presently on the Clo territory, but there are at least 200,000 civilians in the surrounding areas of Balong Town." Colonel Fred lamented, "You are more aristocratic than the nobles." Buck commented, "Are you mocking me?" "No. I sincerely commend you," Buck replied. "So, what is your decision?" After a moment of silence, Fred said, "You go first. Take the main forces of the fleet to Sakat Town. My people will follow, and I've already informed of your arrival. Someone should be waiting to see you in Sakat Town. You'd best curb some of your bad habits. Those people are not as accommodating as I am." "I will keep that in mind," Buck responded humbly with a smile. On the 28th, the 2-day migration in the northern territories of Clu came to a halt. On the 29th, a massive goblin fleet arrived at Balong Town, while the Orc expeditionary forces landed in the Clu territory, effortlessly seizing Balong Town, the second largest city in the region, with hardly a shot fired. In the afternoon, the elite Orc forces, numbering 2,000, continued their march southward. 2 hours later, as this southern contingent prepared to plunder a small village in the eastern part of Barren Town, they encountered resistance from a troop formed by Colonel Fred. Defying orders, he had remained behind and, as the Orcs launched their massive invasion of Barren Town, opened the military arsenal at the naval port, arming several robust civilians and leading them to retreat towards Sakar Town via land. However, the pace of his unit was lamentably slow, ultimately leading to their discovery by the Orc patrols descending southward. Following a brief skirmish, Fred's militia suffered a crushing defeat, and he himself was gravely injured. Ultimately rescued by a few villagers who helped him escape into the nearby primordial jungle. On June 2, Petty received word of the Orc invasion of his family's territory. Simultaneously, he was met with an absurd command from the military. The order, issued directly by the Duke of Eric, the Minister of Military Affairs, instructed him to swiftly conclude the war in the Corin Fortress region against the barbarians and to lead his forces to support the Kron territory. Chapter 122. The State of War. On May 26, the fully assembled Orc army, led by the Northern Clan's General Kesai, commenced their march southward with 50,000 Orc infantry. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The battle for the Chimera River officially commenced. This confrontation lacked tactics and conspiracies. General Kesai launched a direct assault with overwhelming force against the defenses established by Kron territory south of the Chimera River. After a day of fierce combat, the Imperial defense, hastily rallied with over 20,000 soldiers, suffered one-third casualties before retreating. As the sun began to set, the Orcs secured complete control over the northern segment of the Chimera River. Thus, the gates to the entire Kron territory swung wide open, leaving the northern territories of the Empire exposed to the Orc onslaught on the morning of May 28, just after the conclusion of the Chimera River battle. General Kesai's forces, having rested through the night, advanced eastward towards the most crucial town in the eastern Kron territory, Bansantown. Located over 300 miles east of Bansantown was the Koran fortress. Should Bansantown fall, the Orc troops could then coordinate with the barbarian forces to besiege the Koran fortress from both flanks, subsequently allowing this immense army to march southward, launching a surprise attack on the western plains of Tevik territory, and then directly threatening the heart of the empire, the town of Quen, located beyond the Suk plain. At that point, the empire would inevitably be compelled to split its forces, dispatching a significant contingent to encircle and intercept this combined Orc and barbarian army. It was a blatant scheme. The Orc commander had astutely identified the Empire's vulnerable flank within the fortified walls of Claysburg, under the banner of Kron City. Ron, who had just returned to assume the title of Duke, faced a critical decision. Should he dispatch a strong force to defend Bansantown, or should he maintain the status quo? After all, apart from the 50,000 troops under General Kesai, the Orcs boasted an additional 200,000 warriors, while Duke Ron commanded merely 30,000, the majority of whom were fresh recruits. If he sent a substantial force to defend Bansantown, Kron City would inevitably be left vulnerable, and reinforcements from other regions of the Empire would not arrive for at least 5 days. In that time, the Orcs could sweep across the northern Kron territory and organize a massive siege. We must support Bansantown. If it falls, the Orcs can not only invade Quintown from the south but also maneuver into the eastern and southern regions of Kron territory, leaving Kron City isolated. Count Bondar Hebert's neck flushed crimson, a remnant of the burns he had sustained during the retreat from the Anka defense. No one opposes supporting Bansantown, my lord, but the question remains, what resources do we have to provide that support? If we divert troops from Kron City, we will only hasten our defeat, remarked the chief aide, Viscount Krellins, who appeared distracted. No, it should be said that he had been this way since returning from Kalen territory, particularly after the death of Duke Bog, which had left him in a profoundly despondent state, as he believed his mismanagement in Kalen had precipitated these dire circumstances. Are we to remain idle? Is that your solution? Bandarakount's voice rose sharply, his temper worsening by the day, the death of the old Duke weighing heavily on everyone's mind. Lost in thought, Duke Ron lifted his gaze to Bandara. You must learn to temper your emotions. Count, I am on the verge of madness. How can I control it? Bandarakount retorted immediately. Duke Ron shouted, then get out. We have no need for madmen here. With a swift motion, Bandarakount stood abruptly and strode toward the meeting room door. Turning back at the threshold to declare, the ashes of the late Duke still linger in Kron City, and yet you all have become cowardly lambs. Has the fall of Anka Fortress stripped you of your honor and courage? Without waiting for a response, he slammed the door behind him. My lord, Count Bandara was merely, someone attempted to explain. Merely what? Do you mean to imply he is simply in a bad mood? Another seized the opportunity to add, that's the best joke I've heard. Bang, bang. Duke Ron's fist pounded forcefully on the conference table. Silence. Duke Ron, Baron A&S suddenly interjected, I have heard that Kron City has gathered a number of capable volunteers who are eager to engage the Orcs in battle. I suggest we allow them to defend Bansantown. Those individuals are nothing more than a disorganized rabble. Baron Kesafiel, Lord of Shastar Fortress, shook his head. While I concede their individual prowess, warfare is not a duel. Yet they could still buy us precious time, Baron Ines continued. Moreover, our reinforcements will arrive shortly. I have heard that the light cavalry from Tevik territory is already en route to Kron territory. And given their pace, they could reach Kron City within 2 days, provided we issue some orders. What kind of orders? Duke Ron inquired, glancing at his chief aide, Viscount Krellins. Upon witnessing the inquiry, Krellins hastily explained, there are certain agreements among the 6 dukes, after all. No one desires another's army gallivanting across their territory. Let those damned agreements go to hell. Kron territory requires no such niceties at this moment. What I need is to see 20,000 light cavalry from Tevik territory within 2 days, Duke Ron asserted resolutely. Understood. I shall see to it at once. Viscount Krellins promptly exited through a side door. At this juncture, Baron A&S rose from his seat. Duke Ron, I request permission to proceed to Bansontown. You. Duke Ron was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. How many men do you require? Just those volunteers from the town. He had not forgotten those volunteers. Those people number only around 1,000, and they may very well harbor orc sympathizers. Let us not forget the lesson of Anchor Fortress. We cannot afford further losses. Baron Kesafiel regarded Baron A&S as one might an imbecile. Baron A&S shrugged, smiling nonchalantly. I never intended to rely on them to repel the orcs. I merely wish to delay for a time. I can hold out for a maximum of 7 days, and if no reinforcements arrive by then, I shall be powerless. Are you certain that you can withstand the orcs' 50,000 with just those so-called volunteers for 7 days? Duke Ron's expression turned serious. Of course. I do not doubt your capabilities, my lord, but this concerns the entire war effort. I trust you grasp my meaning. Baron A&S nodded in understanding. There are over 100,000 civilians near Bansontown. They will assist me. You wish to have civilians man the walls? That is preposterous. A noble voiced his opposition. No, the greatest utility of the civilians is to hinder the orcs' advance. Baron A&S replied sternly. Naturally, if necessary, I will also enlist them to hold the walls. This, the nobles, intelligent as they were, quickly grasped Baron A&S' intentions. A brief silence ensued, but it was fleeting. After a moment, the entire assembly erupted into a buzzing discussion, countless gazes falling upon Baron A&S. Although these stares bore a distinct sense of rejection. Remarkably, no one voiced opposition to his plan. Perhaps this notion had been considered long before, but merely left unspoken. Duke Ron, like the other nobles, now regarded Baron A&S, observing the resolute determination etched upon his face. A sudden feeling of I am not his equal stirred within him. This sentiment left Duke Ron profoundly unsettled, as both were descendants of the Zola family. 7 days. Duke Ron declared, rising to his feet. The reinforcements will arrive on schedule in 7 days. Then I shall prepare immediately. Wait. Duke Ron halted Baron A&S, taking a deep breath as he surveyed the room filled with lords and noble generals, then proclaimed loudly, all actions undertaken by Baron A&S in the vicinity of Bansontown are sanctioned by Claysburg. Shortly, this decree will be posted in all the towns and villages within Kron territory. In that moment, every lord and noble commander present instinctively fell silent, their gazes darting between Baron A&S and Duke Ron. Seated at the forefront, Baron Kesafiel gazed at the empty chair opposite him, now vacated by Count Bondar's departure. A slight furrow appeared on his brow as he contemplated interjecting to prevent this unfolding event. After all, in certain respects, it was his responsibility and duty to avert his lord's potential misjudgments. However, just as he straightened his posture to speak, his left arm was seized with force, turning his head. He found his cousin gently shaking his head in dissuasion. This momentary delay sealed the fate of the situation. The standing Count Ansberg visibly trembled, then solemnly bowed to his cousin before departing in silence. On May 30th, the intelligence regarding the orcs' movements in the territory of Clan and Duke Ron's deployment reached Quintown without delay. At that moment, Quintown had truly transformed into a military stronghold, with troops from various regions having assembled, totaling over 100,000, yet still devoid of overcrowding. The stationed forces included a conventional infantry legion from the Crew territory, 2 mixed archer corps, and 2 heavy cavalry divisions, amounting to a formidable 35,000 soldiers. Additionally, Feld territory contributed 2 mixed light crossbow corps of 30,000, alongside the remnants of the Imperial 1st Legion and an additional 30,000 troops recently gathered. Simultaneously, Duke Eric relocated the entire Imperial military headquarters to Quintown to adapt to the changing tides of war. Upon receiving the orcs' marching intelligence, Duke Eric promptly requested Emperor Laubert to dispatch half of his forces to support Clan City. He stated, Duke Boj has fallen in battle, and Duke Ron and Clan is counting on your reinforcements. They even believe help is already en route, while in truth, 100,000 troops stand idly by, watching Clan succumb to the orc invasion. I have my considerations, the Emperor replied, unmoved. What are you considering? Are you afraid of a surprise attack from the Kalan territory? If Kalan dares to strike our rear at this time, I swear, Feld territory will fight to the last drop of blood against the Cliff family. Emperor Laubert shook his head at these words, and, after a moment of silence, remarked, "Have you ever thought that Clan City may not be defensible at all?" And so, Duke Eric was not surprised by the Emperor's question. "Do you intend to abandon Clan?" You should not have agreed to Duke Ron's plea from the outset, nor dispatch the troops from Tevark territory to their demise. They will buy us enough time for our subsequent decisive battle, which is precisely what we lack at this moment. Even if we ultimately win the war, you will lose the trust of Clan and Tevark. I only need to win the war. Chapter 123. Mother and Empress. Duke Eric exhibited far less patience than Duke Nick, and he detested disputes. Thus, after the Emperor's declaration, he coldly stated, "There are numerous ways to secure victory in war. If you insist on your method, even if you win, you will lose a significant portion of the empire. For the subjects will no longer trust their emperor. The emperor requires no one's trust." Laubert shot back icily. Upon hearing this, Duke Eric regarded the emperor intently for over 3 seconds before turning to leave. After departing from the emperor's command post, Duke Eric sought out the commander of the Crew territory, the prime minister's eldest son, Earl Omar Reagan, and informed him, "The emperor must see our sincerity." An hour later, Earl Omar met with the emperor and engaged in a brief discussion within the conference room of Quintown's command post. 10 minutes later, Earl Omar exited the meeting room in the following 2 hours. The emperor summoned over 30 high-ranking military officials. 8 p.m. on May 30th. His Majesty Emperor Laubert convened an urgent military meeting at the command post in Quintown to deliberate on reinforcements for Clan City. The meeting lasted until 3 o'clock the following morning. On June 1 st, the 2 conventional legions in Quintown, totaling 30,000, were restructured into the Imperial 7th Joint Legion. Concurrently, Earl Omar was appointed as a major general in the Imperial Army and assumed command of the 7th Joint Legion. At 10 in the morning, the newly formed 7th Joint Legion, lacking even basic supplies, hastily departed from the military camp in Quintown towards Clan City. On the afternoon of June 2 ND, the 7th Joint Legion arrived at the junction of the borders of Clan territory, the Central Empire, and Kalan territory. The Brutal Forest. A forward outpost of Kalan territory in the western part of the Brutal Forest, Earl Omar met with the Great Lord of the Zakora Fortress region, Kalan territory, Lord Korich Dana. 3 hours later, the two signed a drafted agreement at 11 o'clock that night. Emperor Laubert received the agreement in Quintown, and at 1 in the morning, a handwritten edict from the emperor was magically transmitted to the capital, Lion Fortress. The edict was directed to Prince Shinda, instructing him to represent the emperor in Kalan territory. Upon hearing this news, Empress Steeple shattered her favorite tea set in anger and coldly inquired, "Which fool suggested this to His Majesty the Emperor?" "It was Duke Eric," a knowledgeable courtier instinctively replied. The Empress's expression shifted slightly at this revelation, and she glared fiercely at the informant, ultimately resigning to sit down. She did not wish for her beloved son to venture into danger, but as she sought reasons or allies to dissuade her son from this task, she abruptly realized there were no valid excuses, nor anyone to assist her. The Empress gazed at her own golden-haired reflection in the mirror, feeling an intense loathing arise within her. She despised her own incompetence, resented the humiliation that her golden hair represented. Indeed, the Empress harbored a profound aversion to her golden locks, for they were not the hallmark of the Jean family. All direct descendants of the Jean family bore silver hair, and only she, due to her mother, had inherited golden tresses. The Empress had long been convinced that it was her golden hair that had led her to marry Laubert, rather than her sister or elder sibling. The slightly aged visage reflected in the mirror served as a stark reminder of the passage of time. She let out a bitter laugh. Approaching 40, she had gained nothing over the years, save for the solace offered by her son. Thus, she felt anxious, fearful of losing her soul, flesh, and blood. Yet now, she found herself powerless. The Emperor mandated departure on June 5. The time was limited, and preparations were overwhelming, such as the formation of the prince's escort, the selection of officials, and discussions regarding the negotiations upon arrival in Kalan territory. However, none of these matters concerned Prince Shinda. He merely needed to await the appointed date for his mission in silence. On the morning of June 3 RD, the weather in the capital was exceptionally pleasant for the season, neither stifling nor cold, with gentle breezes refreshing the in Lion Fortress. The garden's gravel paths were meticulously cleaned. While inside the first-floor tea room of the Novice Hall, Prince Shinda, Empress Steeple, and Penny enjoyed fine black tea, accompanied by 2 plates of freshly baked pastries. "The time is a bit tight. You must exercise caution. I have heard that the Cliff family has gathered over 50,000 troops at Zakora Fortress." Empress Steeple expressed her concerns. I truly do not wish for you to venture into Kalen territory and face danger. Prince Shindao immediately replied, there is no danger in Kalen. Mother, the soldiers they have assembled are meant to confront the orcs that I believe the Cliff family is not foolish enough to turn their weapons against their own kin at this time. The prince's temperament was markedly different from that of his father. He tended to view matters through an optimistic lens. In an ordinary family, such a disposition might be considered a virtue, but in the Darnid family, it could be perceived as either magnanimity or, more harshly, cowardice. You are too optimistic, Your Highness. This attitude is perilous. Penny interjected at the Empress's prompting. Even if Kalen harbors no ill intentions. Have you considered other parties? This journey to Kalen is no trivial matter, and once you set foot in Kalen, your safety will no longer concern just yourself. You must understand that you represent the Emperor and the entire empire. What do you mean? Although the prince disliked being lectured by his fiancée, he could sense the merit in her words, prompting him to instinctively inquire, how did Duke Chester meet his demise? Penny fixed her gaze on the prince's eyes. Eh? The prince quickly grasped her implication. You mean the assassins who killed Duke Chester? My child. They are the true terrors. Empress Deepal set her teacup down. Consider Duke Chester. He was assassinated in the inner city of the capital during the convening of the 6th Great Dukes Conference. Just imagining such an occurrence is chilling. Do not worry about me. Mother, the knights in the escort will protect me, Prince Shindao reassured his mother. If they cannot ensure my safety, we would not be secure within Lion Fortress either. The Empress frowned. Your purpose in Kalen is to extend an apology. So your entourage will not be numerous, and your escort will not exceed 30 individuals. But there are several thousand troops escorting us along the way. Mother, I am the heir of the Darnid family. This is a journey I am destined to undertake. What you need to do now is to bless me as the Empress of the Empire, rather than chattering like a peasant mother. The prince revealed a typical child's impatience. My dearest son, your words are exceedingly sorrowful. I am but a mother, and only secondarily a queen. The queen could not help but sit beside her son. You ought to prioritize your identity as the queen. Prince Shindao forcefully withdrew his mother's hand from his arm. Abruptly standing and striding towards the door of the tea room. Halfway there, he turned back to gaze at his mother and declared, furthermore, do not refer to me as dear in the future. I have come of age. The exchange between mother and son left Penny with a profound sense of helplessness. She could clearly sense that the prince did not regard the mission to the Kalen territory with the seriousness it warranted, viewing it merely as a test imposed by his father. Yet, the truth was that this meeting held the fate of the entire empire in its balance. If successful, the Kalen territory would immediately join the war against the Beast Men. If not, or should the prince encounter danger there, Penny could scarcely bear to contemplate the consequences. The queen, however, was solely concerned with her son's personal safety. Alas, the queen sighed, then turned to Penny with a wry smile. Observing Penny's dignified demeanor and appropriate smile, her spirits lifted somewhat. The queen was very pleased with her son's fiancée, though she harbored a certain disdain, an indescribable aversion that was not directed at Penny herself, but rather at the circumstances surrounding her. Whenever the queen thought of her son marrying and subsequently leaving her, an uncontrollable resentment towards Penny would arise. Naturally, Penny remained oblivious to the queen's thoughts. She glanced in the direction the prince had departed and, after a moment's reflection, said, His Highness merely wishes to prove himself. There is no need for you to worry excessively. Although his escort can only consist of 30 men, all 3 captains are paladins appointed by the church, along with several experienced mages. But the Kalen territory, perhaps it was due to the queen's lineage from the Jean family that she had always held a negative view of the Kalen territory. Penny smiled. If you are concerned about His Highness's safety in the Kalen territory, there is no need, for they may be even more anxious about his well-being than we are. No one cares for him more than I do, the queen interjected, unable to restrain herself. Of course, I was merely speaking figuratively, Penny replied, her right hand instinctively moving. I only meant to say that his protection in the Kalen territory will be more stringent. Let us hope so. The queen murmured, then cursed under her breath. It is all the fault of those beast men and this damned war. At her words, Penny nodded in agreement and suddenly found herself missing her own family, her father and 2 brothers, who were all toiling for the sake of this war. Meanwhile, far to the north, Patey was also reminiscing about his loved ones, longing for his 2 sisters, father, and the mother and brother he had not seen in many years. Here, all that surrounded him was a vast expanse of snow, devoid of any place for leisure. Such a bleak environment easily led to loneliness, and loneliness inevitably stirred thoughts of home and family. Duke Eric's personal order had arrived a day prior, and the military report from the Kron territory had long since reached him. With the order and report laid side by side, Patey instantly comprehended Duke Eric's intentions. The command was not mandatory. Yet Patey could sense the Duke's expectations of him. War. Patey had previously held a shallow understanding of this term. For him, it had merely been a word. However, the reality of war was inscribed in blood and tears. In the initial skirmishes, Patey had witnessed the casualties of hundreds, yet the reports from Anka Fortress frequently numbered in the hundreds or thousands. Just days ago, he had experienced the awe-inspiring might of tens of thousands of troops marching. And he could hardly fathom the sight of such a vast army clashing, nor the scene of so many perishing on the battlefield. What on earth does such a scene look like? Patey had asked himself more than once. What did you say, my lord? Rain followed closely behind Patey at this moment. Patey was patrolling the newly constructed fortress, where the distant sounds of training echoed from the barracks. The newly formed troops were engaged in drills. Patey cast a sidelong glance at Rain, tightening his cloak against the cold northern air, and disregarded his attendant's question. After completing his inspection of the wooden walls, he returned to the command post. Go to the Brett Forest camp and summon Sir Ike. Tell him there is an important military meeting. Patey instructed Rain that he had resolved to take the risk of meeting the barbarian known as Keyboat. Chapter 124. The Secret Meeting on the Eastern Peaks of the Cania Mountains. Patey, Ike, and Collar slowly ascended towards the summit, trudging through the thick snow. This damned weather. Did we really have to come at night? Collar grumbled, holding a torch in his left hand while his right hand waved to disperse the heavy snowflakes. Breathing heavily, he continued. It's June. Why is it still snowing here? The Cania Mountains are perpetually snow-covered, Sir Ike explained. If we persevere a little longer, we should arrive soon. That wretched barbarian sure knows how to pick a spot, Collar complained. The location is an abandoned mine. Sir Ike recalled the address Patey had given him. In fact, there is still a substantial amount of raw ore in that mine. Then why was it abandoned? Collar's eyes sparkled. The mage's pursuit of amethyst was unmatched. Perhaps it was due to the difficulty in transporting it. Consider how arduous our ascent has been, Sir Ike shrugged. Collar paused. That does pose a problem. Be cautious. There is movement. Patey suddenly warned from the front. Collar shivered, quickly drawing his wand from his belt, and glanced around, saying, could it be wolves? Those damned creatures. When I have time, I'll ensure that the snow wolves on this mountain are exterminated, and their pelts will adorn my entire room. Sir Ike chuckled and stepped closer to the mage. You might want to prepare several rooms. The snow wolves on the Cania Mountains may outnumber the barbarians across the way. Are there really that many? The mage gasped. Becoming acutely aware of his surroundings, Patey paid no heed to his subordinate's jest. He shook off the snow that had accumulated on his cloak, rubbed his gauntlet right hand against it, and gripped his silver warhammer tightly. Illuminate the area 100 meters ahead of us, Patey commanded as his holy power surged forth. Collar nodded silently as he waved his wand. A fist-sized orb of white light appeared before him, emanating an intensity far exceeding its size, causing the armor worn by Patey and Ike to gleam brilliantly. Stop showing off your magic and hurry, Patey admonished impatiently. Collar grinned widely, and with a flick of his wand, the orb ascended rapidly, tracing a beautiful arc in the air before landing 100 meters ahead of Patey and detonating at the moment the orb exploded. It illuminated a 50-meter radius, as if it were daytime. Within the illuminated area lay a sizable encampment, albeit one that appeared to be abandoned. Despite being blanketed in a thick layer of snow, the contours of the encampment hinted at its previous habitation. This must have been the transfer station for the mine, Ike remarked. If we pass through this station, we should reach our destination in less than half an hour. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed from the darkness, followed by the sound of rustling vegetation as the snow was swept up by a gust of wind. Obscuring much of the visibility for the three men, a faint sound of footsteps approached, and as the illumination began to fade, a shadow leaped from the camp, landing securely in what appeared to be the lookout tower of the former encampment, glaring down at Patey and his companions. It's a Snow Mountain saber-toothed tiger. Ike's expression turned grave, and his holy power flared to life. As soon as he spoke, the light vanished, plunging them back into darkness, as if everything had disappeared. However, the low growls reminded them that the creature had not vanished. Patey was familiar with the Snow Mountain saber-toothed tiger. He had read about it in a play. It was said that an adult saber-toothed tiger could reach 2 meters in length, stand 1 meter tall, and weigh up to 500 pounds, possessing immense strength. Some had even witnessed it shatter rocks with its claws. Roar! Another roar resonated through the air, causing Patey's hair to stand on end, a primal instinct reacting to the imminent danger. Rustle! The creature was closing in. This was Patey's immediate reaction, and in the next moment, his holy power began to coalesce around him. Caller's illumination spell reignited at that moment, filling Patey with a sense of safety, while the beast crouched less than 20 meters away, its massive frame resembling a small tent as it prepared to charge. Seeking death, Patey shouted, his crimson eyes widening, and he surged forward like a streak of golden light, hurtling directly towards the Snow Mountain saber-toothed tiger. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger lunged at Patey simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, man and beast collided. Bang! The sound echoed like a blunt instrument striking thick leather, followed by a sharp hiss. Immediately, a piercing sound akin to the grinding of a blacksmith's whetstone echoed through the air. Patey and the saber-toothed tiger clashed with ferocity, Patey's warhammer striking first at the joint where the tiger's neck met its foreleg. In the next moment, the tiger's vicious claws scraped against Patey's protective holy shield with a noise reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. After a brief exchange, Patey's body was sent hurtling backward like a colossal boulder, crashing against a snow-laden rock with a resounding thud, compressing the surrounding snow into a distorted form. My lord. Sir Yak and Kalir's expressions shifted dramatically. I am unharmed. Patey gathered the dispersed holy energy around him once more. Gore. Though the saber-toothed tiger held a distinct advantage in strength, it writhed in pain on the ground from the substantial blow delivered by Patey, emitting sounds reminiscent of a wretched apparition's wail. This beast possesses immense power. It nearly shattered my bones. Patey brushed off the snow clinging to his armor and cloak, but refrained from rushing into another attack. But battles are not merely about strength. Observing that Patey was unscathed, Kalir relaxed slightly, glancing at the writhing saber-toothed tiger in the snow with a grin. My lord, I've heard that this creature's hide is remarkably warm. You could use it for bedding, and its skull could serve as a decorative piece. Please spare its life. From the inky darkness of the night, a figure seemed to materialize. It was Keyboat, who, despite his altered appearance since his time in Sharp Town, Patey recognized instantly. I thought you would hide for much longer. Patey signaled for Kalir and Yak to remain vigilant as he approached Keyboat step by step. Is this saber-toothed tiger your pet? No. He is my friend, Keyboat replied, moving beside the tiger. Oh, is that so? Patey stood 3 meters away from Keyboat. If this were daylight, your friend would likely be dead by now. He emphasized the term friend. He simply dislikes intruders, Keyboat said, patting the tiger's neck, prompting it to emit several whines before limping back into the darkness. I was just falling asleep. After all, I have waited here for quite some time for you. You arrived later than I anticipated. The orc forces must be advancing slower than planned. You are aware of the orcs' plans? Patey inquired. I know a bit, Keyboat replied, glancing at the alert Kalir and Yak. This is not a suitable place for conversation, if you don't mind. You may follow me. Rest assured, I am alone, and my knowledge of assassination techniques is merely superficial. In a direct confrontation, I am no match for you. You exude an air of conspiracy, entirely uncharacteristic of a barbarian. Sir Yak scrutinized Keyboat. Heh, Keyboat chuckled. Do you know why I chose to meet you here? He gestured toward a distant camp obscured by darkness. This was once my home. I am the descendant of a miner. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident, my future may have been as a miner. As he spoke, he gazed into the endless abyss. I would rather have been a miner. So, you were once an imperial citizen? Sir Yak began to examine Keyboat with renewed seriousness. I suppose so, Keyboat shrugged, gesturing for Patey to follow him. Half an hour later, Keyboat led Patey and his companions to a small stone hut at the entrance of an abandoned mine, an abode that, though modest, was impeccably tidy and furnished. I need to know your intentions, Patey declared, taking a seat on a stool beside the fire in the hut and pushing aside the tea Keyboat offered him. After all, you should be considered as working for the barbarians now, and judging by your appearance, you do not seem likely to return to the Empire. Keyboat was not surprised by Patey's remarks. He set aside the tea and replied, the internal struggles within the tribes are as intense as those within the Empire. Our conflicts are even more brutal. For you have the constraints of imperial law, whereas the kingdom of Berilu does not. Each succession of the throne is accompanied by primal slaughter, and Prince Nulafu's 50,000 troops are merely the beginning of that bloodshed. Sir Yak exchanged a glance with Patey, noticing his silence, and took over the conversation. If that is the case, then retaining Prince Nulafu's 50,000 troops may be more advantageous for us. Of course, under normal circumstances, but you do not have the luxury of time to wait for our infighting, Kibo remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance at Suryak. Thus, collaboration is our best option. I need to see your sincerity, Patey insisted. I too require evidence of your sincerity. Kibo fixed his gaze on Patey. Prince Nulafu does not completely trust me. To gain his confidence, your forces must cooperate with me. Cooperate for your glory? Suryak shook his head. First, demonstrate your sincerity, Patey reiterated. After a moment of contemplation, Kibo responded, 20 miles north of Hammock Lake lies a camp, a supply depot for Prince Nulafu. With fewer than 3,000 troops stationed there, your scouts should have already surveyed the area. They simply lack the opportunity to seize it. Tomorrow night, between midnight and 1 o'clock, you can discreetly dispatch a 1,000-man unit through the Kenya Pass. Rest assured, I will provide cover for your troops. I believe a 1,000-man force should suffice to resolve the conflict within an hour. Yes? A single battalion? Patey murmured, his gaze lingering on Kibo's face for a full 3 seconds before turning towards Yak for confirmation of Kibo's intelligence. After Yak nodded, Patey raised an eyebrow, feigning contemplation before declaring, very well, a 1,000-man unit I can afford to lose. Kibo wore an expression that suggested he had anticipated Patey's agreement. Trust me, this is an exceptionally profitable venture. Without adequate logistical support, Prince Nulafu will become increasingly anxious. He will be eager to confront you, for he has a plan with the orcs. What sort of plan? Patey inquired. Kibo chuckled softly. That is of little importance, as long as we neutralize Prince Nulafu's 50,000 troops. Their plan will falter. Patey was not satisfied with this response, yet he understood that the other party had no intention of divulging further intelligence. After pondering for a moment, he followed Kibo's lead in conversation. You must have already devised a strategy. Correct? Of course. Kibo nodded. My plan unfolds in 3 stages. The first step is to earn Prince Nulafu's trust, and to do that, I must instill doubt in his most trusted subordinates. This presents an opportunity for me. The supply depot is merely the first step. I will subsequently provide you with more intelligence. All you need to do is pressure Prince Nulafu's forces, but do not strike too fiercely. For if his troops retreat into the mountains, all will be for naught. When Prince Nulafu's closest confidants experience defeat, I will offer my advice at the appropriate moment, and then your cooperation will be crucial for me to achieve a few minor victories. I believe that after such a stark contrast, even if Prince Nulafu grows wary of my identity, he will respect my counsel. At that point, we shall strike to annihilate Prince Nulafu's forces. My only request is that the prince and the tribal leaders by his side must perish. A meticulously crafted plan, Suryak assessed. Kibo paid no heed to Suryak's comment, his attention solely fixed on Patey. Patey rose from his seat. For the subsequent matters, my attendant Kaelier will act as my representative in discussions with you. Yes, I trust you comprehend my meaning. A fruitful collaboration. A fruitful collaboration, Kibo replied, also standing. Chapter 125, Prince Nulafu. On the morning of June 4th, upon returning to the city, Patey immediately issued orders to draw elite troops from 3 camps. Forming a 1,000-man battalion, led by Bud, the commander of the 1st Battalion stationed at the original Colin Fortress, as recommended by Suryak. At 11 o'clock that night, this unit set off under the pretext of training. Departing from a mountain path at the eastern entrance of Kenya Pass, an hour and a half later, they arrived near the northern front camp of the barbarians, successfully breaching what had been a heavily fortified blockade. Half an hour later, they reached the flank of Hammock Lake. During this time, a soldier inquired of Bud why they had not encountered any barbarian patrols. He chuckled and replied, because the goddess is watching over me tonight. The soldiers surprisingly took him at his word. At 3 in the morning, most soldiers in the rear camp of the barbarians were resting, and the patrolling soldiers were mostly chatting at their designated posts to pass the time. Everything seemed to be as it had always been. But suddenly, the dark sky was illuminated with fiery red, and the thunderous sounds of battle cries jolted the officers of the barbarian camps from their slumber. Yet, no one knew what was happening, not even Prince Nulafu himself. The cacophony of battle cries and the glowing horizon indicated that an assault was underway in a specific area of the camp, and a great fire was raging nearby, consuming the very supplies of the troops. Half an hour later, Prince Nulafu received the grim news. The recently delivered rations had been nearly incinerated by the fire, and the 3,000 defenders of the camp had been completely annihilated. By the time reinforcements arrived, it was already too late. The army that attacked the camp has long since vanished, the 3,000 defenders reduced to mere ash, and the supplies for the 50,000 troops. intended to last a fortnight, scattered into ephemeral wisps of smoke. The logistics officer, Onik, was summoned before Prince Nulafu for inquiry. He was the favored brother of the prince's beloved beauty. According to the laws of the Baru kingdom, men are permitted to openly possess multiple women. For the sake of your sister, I grant you an opportunity for explanation. Prince Nulafu suppressed the fury swelling within him, though his words were not solely motivated by Onik's sister, but also by the significance of Onik's tribe. Thus, as he spoke, his gaze drifted towards a general standing closely by. They numbered 1,000 and launched a surprise attack from the left flank of the camp, where a patrol of 100 should have been stationed. Onik, head bowed, was stripped of his former arrogance. You had 3,000 men, yet a mere 1,000 from the enemy managed to annihilate them within half an hour. A general beside Prince Nulafu remarked coldly, "You deserve execution." Father. Onik felt a chill surge up his spine. Silence. Here, you have no father. Only the chieftain of the Bayur tribe, Nairu. The general's tone was stern, a flicker of compassion briefly crossing his eyes, soon replaced by resolute determination. At these words, Onik's complexion changed. Fear overtook him as he raised his gaze to Prince Nulafu, who regarded him with a chilling stare, as if he were gazing upon a corpse. This sight made Onik's heart race uncontrollably, and instinctively, he glanced at the other generals, those who had once shared camaraderie with him, some even having grown up together. Yet now, some averted their eyes, while others met him with scornful smirks. Nulafu, wishing to avoid prolonged deliberation, knew that the burnt provisions must bear accountability. Even his usual trust in Onik could not shield him now. With this thought, Nulafu abruptly rose, seizing a massive wolf-tooth club nearly 6 feet long, advancing towards Onik. Your Highness. Onik looked on in horror as Prince Nulafu approached, the unrestrained intent to kill emanating from him, causing his fear to swell like a tide throughout his being. Instinctively driven by his will to survive, he sought to defend himself, but the terror rendered his mouth paralyzed, his aching gums stifling any words he might utter. Face this like a man, Nairu bellowed, unable to fathom that his son would respond thus in the face of death. Onik trembled at his father's roar, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, head bowed like a beaten dog. Prince Nulafu stepped closer, paying no heed to Onik's pitiful state, for his heart had hardened beyond that of iron. The wolf-tooth club whistled through the air, and amid the flickering flames, Onik's skull was shattered. Take him away, Nairu commanded, his gaze flickering momentarily before the 2 generals of the Bayur tribe. Immediately, 2 middle-aged generals clad in deerskin cloaks stepped forward, bowed to Prince Nulafu, and seized Onik by the arms, dragging him out of the tent. A stark trail of blood marked their passage, vividly illuminated by the surrounding flames. Prince Nulafu, expressionless, returned to his elevated seat and surveyed the gathered generals with a scrutinizing glance before inquiring, "Where is the army that attacked our empire?" "We engaged in a brief skirmish with the forces at our flank before they retreated into the southern mountains of Kenya," replied Pelov, the chieftain of the Bakalan tribe. "Then how did this contingent infiltrate our camp's rear?" The prince's gaze lingered briefly on Pelov before shifting to Campbell, the chieftain of the Hongji tribe, who stood opposite him. It was evident that the prince's inquiry was directed at him, as his troops were tasked with securing the main passage at the base of Kenya Mountain. Campbell tightened his heavy cloak, steeling himself to respond. "Your Highness, I shall investigate thoroughly." "No need," Prince Nulafu coldly interjected, placing the bloodied wolf-tooth club back in its place. "Cast tonight's patrol officer to the wolves in Kenya Mountain, and all responsible officers shall be drowned in Hammock Lake. We shall attend to it at once." Campbell's eldest son, Hakata, stepped forward, preempting his father's response. But Prince Nulafu ignored Hakata, fixing his icy gaze upon Campbell. Upon hearing the prince's command, Campbell's muscles tensed involuntarily, the stares of the surrounding tribal chiefs making him feel as if he were being scorched by flames. He wished to resist the order, for the patrol officers were the most promising young men of their tribe, many of whom were totem warriors. Yet he knew he could not refuse, and thus he hesitated. His son's heavy breathing served as a reminder against impulsiveness. They will not survive until noon. Campbell ultimately conceded. Indeed, the prince responded with a simple grunt. That moment, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the camp, accompanied by shouts of, "Military report! Military report!" The commotion caused Prince Nulafu's temples to throb involuntarily, and others turned their gazes toward the tent's entrance. "Your Highness, a military report," called the captain of the personal guard from outside. "Let them enter." As the tent flap opened, a cold breeze swept in, and a scout clad in sturdy leather armor rushed inside. Upon seeing Prince Nulafu, he exclaimed, "Your Highness, the camp near the Kanya Pass has been attacked. The outer defenses have fallen." A gasp rippled through the tent as the scout's words reached everyone's ears. Even Kobit in the corner visibly reacting, casting an inquiring glance at Prince Myru, who subtly shook his head. This was not part of the original plan. "How many attacked our defenses?" "Approximately 3,000, the scout reported truthfully. The generals within the tent sighed in relief, Kobit also exhaling deeply. "Those damned imperialists. This is a diversion for their forces to retreat into the Kanya Mountains." Prince Nulafu turned to Nairu. "Nairu, send your troops to provide support." Nairu immediately accepted the command and departed the tent alongside the scout. After Nairu's departure, Prince Nulafu appeared weary, closing his eyes to feign slumber, while the assembled generals stood cautiously in place. Such moments were not uncommon between Nulafu and his generals, his thoughts occupied, while his subordinates silently awaited his directives. While this seemed normal, there was an underlying tension. Minutes later, Prince Nulafu opened his eyes, fingers pressing firmly against his throbbing temple, and spoke in a low voice. "Gentlemen, what shall we do now? The rations in each camp can sustain us for a maximum of 1 day. Shall we retreat or continue the fight?" This time, as before, he refrained from expressing his own opinion, seeking counsel from his subordinates. "Of course, we must continue the battle. I believe we still have a chance, according to intelligence from the orcs. Anka Fortress has already fallen, and the Empire's main forces will not concern themselves with us. Therefore, as long as we defeat the 10,000 Imperial soldiers to the south of Kanya Mountain, the northern territories of Tuak will be ours." This was the opinion of Himai, the chieftain of the Terra tribe. "But what of our supplies? Are we to have our soldiers fight on empty stomachs?" Pelev, the chieftain of the Bakalan tribe, expressed his concerns. "Send more men back to requisition supplies." Himai replied resolutely. "Let us conserve the remaining rations for a day. They should last us 3 days. What we need to do is gather half a month's worth of supplies within these 3 days. Requisition more." Chieftain Pelev objected. "Currently, the women and elderly of our tribe can only eat 1 meal a day. If we continue to requisition, they will be reduced to 1 meal every 2 days. Our logistics rely on them. If they starve, we will be incapable of organizing a southern expeditionary force for the next 20 years. As long as we secure the northern territories of Tuak, there will be enough grain there to feed all our tribes for an entire year." Himai countered. "Why not seek assistance from His Majesty the King?" someone suggested, causing Prince Myru, who had remained silent, to suddenly brighten. "Are you an idiot? I would sooner surrender to the Empire. Then let us continue the fight. Exercise caution." The sentiments of the various tribes differed. Some were eager to fight, while others were reluctant. Yet, Prince Nulafu would not retreat under any circumstances, for he had made an agreement with the orcs. Thus, he not only could not withdraw, but also had to swiftly resolve the matter of the 10,000 Imperial soldiers opposite him. Otherwise, when the orc army arrived, he would possess no bargaining power. As he observed the heated debate among the crowd, Nulafu's frustration surged anew, and he instinctively sought out Kobit, who always provided him with fresh perspectives. Unbeknownst to him, Kobit had already departed, following Chieftain Campbell of the Honji tribe and his son Hakata. He needed to ascertain the situation at the Kanya Pass, as Pady had not adhered to the established plan. However, by the time he arrived, the Imperial forces had already retreated. Chapter 126, The Battle of Kanya Pass, Part 1. On the morning of June 5th, the Southern Expeditionary Force of the Baru Kingdom, comprising 20,000 allied troops from the Baya and Terra tribes, received the assembly order from Prince Nalif at precisely 8 o'clock. The tribe leader Naru of the Baya tribe was appointed as the overall commander of the allied forces by Prince Nalif. Amidst the envious gazes of Himai, half an hour later, the troops set forth, their objective being the newly constructed fortifications of the Empire outside Kanya Pass. An hour later, Prince Nalif personally led 10,000 elite soldiers to follow closely behind, reinforcing their ranks. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the battle commenced in earnest. Commander Nehru divided his forces into 3 groups. The central contingent of 12,000 would launch a fierce assault on the stronghold held by Pady, while the remaining 8,000 were split into 2 flanking units stationed on either side to thwart any attacks from the Empire's camps to the east and west. This conventional strategy, devoid of any remarkable flair or no significant weaknesses either, the conflict raged on until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After over 5 hours of intense combat, both armies were utterly exhausted. particularly the soldiers of the Baru kingdom, who found themselves at a disadvantage in the confined terrain where the attackers invariably bore the brunt of the struggle. The soldiers of the Baru kingdom fought valiantly under Commander Nehru's leadership, even resorting to deploying 200 totem warriors and a plethora of heavy crossbows. Yet, bolstered by their mages, the Empire's forces rendered the stronghold nearly impregnable. This skirmish marked the first true battle for Patey. The highest authority in the Kholin fortress region, he was moved by the tenacity and bravery of the barbarian soldiers, yet found their tactical coordination laughable. Thus, during the fray, he remarked to his staff, "It seems the opposing army lacks a competent commander and tactical instructor." Patey's observation was not unfounded. The Baru kingdom's command was indeed disorganized. Their frontline commanders seemed only capable of leading their troops into reckless charges, utterly oblivious to the necessary spacing between the vanguard and the rear. Consequently, the barbarian forces often clustered beneath the walls, leading to devastating losses when the enemy mages unleashed even the simplest fire spells, claiming many lives in a single strike. From a distance, both Nehru and Himai watched in frustration as their forces were repelled time and again, yearning to don their armor and join the fray themselves, yet thankfully, they were not foolish enough to act on that impulse. Additionally, the messenger from Prince Nulif arrived every hour, either inquiring about the battle outcomes or demanding accountability, which only served to irritate the two leaders further. Just as the magical clock struck 3, the prince's envoy returned. "Leaders, His Highness commands a retreat. We shall resume the battle tomorrow." This time, the envoy did not feign an inquiry into the battle's progress but directly announced the order. Upon hearing this, a taut nerve within Nehru suddenly relaxed, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. A sense of relief washed over him, a feeling he quickly chastised himself for. Feeling ashamed to be grateful for a retreat, he cast a furtive glance at Himai before bellowing the prince's command to mask his inner turmoil. The army advanced swiftly, and their retreat was equally rapid. The ever-vigilant Andy, witnessing the barbarian retreat from the front lines, sought out Patey and, in front of the assembled officers, exclaimed, "We should pursue them. Do you intend to charge into the open snowy expanse with our mere thousands against their tens of thousands?" Patey dismissed his cousin's request without hesitation, instead dispatching a company of soldiers to scavenge for usable arrows and equipment around the stronghold. An hour later, his aide, Sir Alfred, presented the casualty figures to Patey. 423 dead. So many lives lost? Andy gasped, not merely startled by the number, but by the mountain of corpses that lay before him. The sight of over 400 bodies piled together was something no mere statistic could encapsulate. The barbarians suffered even greater losses. Sir Alfred pointed to the higher pile of bodies outside the stronghold. "Identify and incinerate them immediately," Patey instructed, instinctively avoiding the sight of the stacked corpses, as many of the deceased had their eyes wide open, and the sensation of thousands of eyes seemingly staring at him sent chills down his spine. "I'll go inspect other areas." Andy, overwhelmed by the grim sight, lost interest in accompanying his cousin to inspect the camps. "First, check on the new recruits in the barracks. Their performance today was dismal. You represent me in encouraging them. Tomorrow's battle may be even more brutal than today." Patey assigned the tasks. "I will represent myself," Andy retorted, dismissing Patey without a backward glance. On the morning of June 6, the Baru Kingdom's Southern Expeditionary Force returned with renewed vigor. This time, Prince Nulif personally led 30,000 troops, again splitting them into 3 groups, but with a different strategic focus. For the main force led by Patey, Nulif only dispatched 5,000 as a feigned attack to hold them in check, while 3,000 were stationed on a high ground 10 miles west of Kania Pass to prevent the 2,000 Imperial troops at the Rupt Mountain camp from launching a left flank assault. The remaining 20,000 troops, under Prince Nulif's direct command, aimed to swiftly obliterate the 2,000 Imperial forces stationed at the camp in the Blet Forest. This plan showcased the prince's strategic acumen, certainly a marked improvement from the previous day's tactics. However, upon the arrival of Prince Nulif's 20,000 main forces at the Blet Forest camp, they found it deserted, with the 2,000 stationed troops having vanished without a trace, leaving only an empty expanse behind. Half an hour later, as Nulif dispatched all available scouts to ascertain the whereabouts of the Imperial troops, news arrived from the 5,000 troops stationed at Kania Pass. They were under assault from the Imperial forces within the stronghold. The unexpected onslaught had already begun to decimate the 5,000 soldiers in less than an hour. Receiving the report, Prince Nulif broke into a cold sweat, recognizing the vulnerability of the forces he had left at Kania Pass. his only escape route. He was acutely aware of the weaknesses in his strategy, having anticipated that the Empire might strike at the forces he left behind. Thus, he had previously notified Chief Pelov, stationed at the Hammock Lake camp, to provide immediate support should there be any disturbances at Kania Pass. Yet, the scouts returned without a word of reinforcements. Nulef understood that something had gone awry. A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He instructed his aides, consolidate the troops and hasten the reinforcement of Nehru's forces at Kania Pass. A wise decision. This was the assessment made by Sir Ike, who was concealed within the Blet forest upon hearing the scouts' reports. Indeed, it was a prudent choice. Had it not been for this decision, Nulef's forces would have been in dire peril by the time Prince Nulef's reinforcements reached Kania Pass. The battle was nearing its final stages, with the Imperial forces on the verge of encircling the remaining barbarian troops. Patey, stationed atop the watchtower, remarked to his officers upon sighting Nulef's banner, "What a pity! Had they arrived just 20 minutes later, we would have successfully severed their retreat, and the Battle of Colin Fortress would have concluded. Even a minute's delay would have rendered no difference. Such is the nature of the battlefield," responded the former commander of the 5th Squad stationed at Colin Fortress, Amond, now a member of Patey's staff. "If we had launched a vigorous assault from the beginning, we could have resolved this battle half an hour ago." Another officer voiced a differing opinion. Amond immediately countered, "Our forces are limited. A headlong charge would result in catastrophic losses. As long as we can cut off the barbarians' main forces' escape route, the losses become inconsequential. Victory is paramount. Even if only one soldier remains on the battlefield, it would be worth it," the opposing officer retorted. "A headlong charge will only hasten our defeat." Amon shot back coldly, "We must withdraw our troops now. Otherwise, we will face danger." Another officer proposed a more pragmatic approach. The Advisory Council continuously provided Patey with suggestions for consideration. This was a significant advantage stemming from the establishment of the Military Advisory Council by the Empire's first Prime Minister, Duke Patwade, who had advocated for its formation. Under his guidance, nearly all military units above the corps level within the Empire maintained an Advisory Council. "Let Sir Andy lead a squad to cover our retreat. The rest should gradually fall back into the stronghold," Patey directed. Observing his cousin, who was fiercely engaged in battle below, enveloped in divine energy, the commanding officer immediately took the signal flag and departed. However, Andy's covering force proved ineffective, as the barbarian commander had no intention of continuing the fight. Following Patey's troops' withdrawal to the stronghold, they too began to retreat. Prince Nulef gazed at the distant stronghold of the Imperial forces and remarked to one of his generals, "It seems the Imperial army was well aware of our attack plan today. Do you think they received intelligence in advance?" "That is impossible. The Barus would never betray their kin." Before the general could respond, Chief Himai interjected, "That southerner? Kibo-Te?" Someone suddenly realized, "He is in our camp?" "Of course. As His Majesty's envoy. Then what are we waiting for? Seize him and turn him into pulp. He is currently among the troops. Shall we fetch him for questioning?" Nehru approached on horseback and whispered in Prince Nulef's ear, "After all, he is an aide to His Majesty, and this time he represents the king alongside Prince Myru." Upon hearing this, Prince Nulef nodded and deliberately instructed those around him in a loud voice, "Bring Kibo-Te to me. As His Majesty's aide, I shall afford him the opportunity to explain himself." The tribal leaders fell silent at his command. Half an hour later, Kibo-Te, napping amidst a pile of leather on the flank of the troops, was located by Prince Nulef's herald. 10 minutes later, he was brought before the prince. "I wish to hear your thoughts on today's military defeat," Prince Nulef stated, sitting tall on his war horse and looking down at Kibo-Te while pointing his riding whip at him, as if to imply that any misstep in Kibo-Te's words would result in the whip descending upon him. A reasonable observation, though the details warrant reconsideration. Kibo-Te had already surmised Prince Nulef and his subordinates' intentions and felt no anxiety. "Oh." The prince's whip slowly lowered at this response. "What details?" "Everything. First, the operational plan today did not adequately analyze the positioning of the Empire's 3 main camps." Kibo-Te feigned deep thought for a few seconds. "Given the positions of the camps at Lopute Mountain and Belit Forest, it would be impossible for us to launch a surprise attack on either, because once our forces pass through the Kanaya Pass, within an hour, those camps will receive precise intelligence. I do not know how many scouts the Empire has deployed in this area, but I suspect that every move we make is under their surveillance. Even your current position is well known to the Empire's commanders. I suspect it was you who leaked this information, Himai remarked with disdain for Kibo-Te. Turning to Prince Nulif, just drag him away and feed him to the wolves. There's no need to waste words with him. Do you mean to issue orders on my behalf? Prince Nulif shot Himai a cold glance, warning him not to interrupt his conversation with Kibo-Te. The recent defeats had left him quite disillusioned with those around him. Someone needs to heed my words. Himai chuckled dismissively. Crack. The prince's whip suddenly struck Himai's face. I am not jesting. His voice was now even colder. I deeply apologize. Your Highness. The stinging pain on his face caused Himai to realize his misstep, and he immediately dismounted, kneeling on the ground as blood dripped from his wounds onto the snow. Prince Nulif, however, ignored Himai's apology and turned his attention back to Kibo-Te. Continue. Kibo-Te did not glance at Himai. The prince's blatant provocation was of little concern to him, as he understood that from the moment he chose this path, it was a life-or-death struggle with these individuals. Moreover, in Kibo-Te's plan, all of these people, including Prince Nulif, would meet their demise with a humble smile. Kibo-Te feigned contemplation for a few seconds before responding. Earlier, we spoke of the positions of the Empire's 3 camps. Let us take the camp outside Bulit Forest as an example. I believe you all understand that behind this camp lies an expansive primeval forest, which serves as an excellent natural barrier for the Empire's 2,000 troops, a place they can retreat to at any moment. Yet for our tens of thousands of soldiers, that forest would mean our doom. And the same reasoning applies to the camp outside Lopate Mountain. Thus, while it may appear that the Empire's forces have foolishly dispersed their limited manpower, in reality, their distances and placements are nearly impeccable. To utterly annihilate this Empire army, we must first seize the opposing stronghold. Indeed, Prince Nulif nodded involuntarily. That holds a semblance of logic. Chief Nehru suddenly interjected. But how shall we breach that stronghold? Though those cursed by the demon god are despicable, they are not without wit. They have chosen a strategically advantageous location for their fortress, narrow and defensible, rendering our numerical superiority ineffective. Chapter 127. The Defense and Offense at Kanaya Pass, Part 2, on June 7th. The defense and offense at Kanaya Pass continued. This time, Prince Nulif deployed the remaining 40,000 troops around the southern base of Kanaya Pass, encircling Patey's forces. Yet this was merely a siege. They did not rush to attack. In Kibo-Te's words, almost half of the Empire's army is stationed here, and given the scale of the garrison, it is impossible for them to stockpile substantial logistical supplies. Therefore, we need only to lay siege for a few days, and the Empire's garrison will inevitably emerge. Prince Nulif took this advice to heart, yet he intended not only to surround but to decisively eliminate the Empire's presence in the shortest time possible. Kibo-Te, fully aware of Prince Nulif's intentions, declared after the troops had surrounded Kanaya Pass, "Give me 3,000 men, and I guarantee that within a day, there will be no Empire troops visible outside Bulit Forest." Humph. Himai retorted coldly, "Save your jest for your women. This is no place for frivolity. Just yesterday, we returned empty-handed with 20,000 men." Kibo-Te immediately countered, "Chief Himai, do not presume that just because you failed, others are jesting. The beast god would mock your ignorance. Damn southerner, you are unworthy to invoke the beast god." Himai pointed an accusatory finger at Kibo-Te. "Nehru, grant him 3,000 men." Prince Nulif suddenly commanded, "My lord." Himai looked at Prince Nulif in astonishment. "Shall I repeat myself?" Nehru promptly bowed and responded, "Kibo-Te, sir will receive this contingent in half an hour." Half an hour later, just as Nehru had indicated, Kibo-Te was granted 3,000 soldiers. Prince Nulif appointed as captain of the guard. Take, as Kibo-Te's second dash command at T1 o'clock in the afternoon. The troops set off, aiming for the Bulit Forest, 20 miles to the east. The following morning, scouts reported that the Empire's stationed troops in Bulit Forest had retreated. Upon receiving the military report, Prince Nulif immediately summoned Kibo-Te. "You should know why I have called you back," he said. His concern not for Bulit Forest. "Understood. The eastern passage is now open, and you intend to march directly on Kalong Fortress to seize it while it is vulnerable." Kibo-Te replied calmly, "Do you think that feasible?" Prince Nulif inquired again. Kibo-Te pondered for a moment before responding. "You must understand that the troops in Bulit Forest were repelled, not annihilated. They are likely retreating to Kalong Fortress. Given the current garrison there, it would be unfeasible to capture it in the short term." Prince Nulif immediately replied, "But there is an opportunity, is there not? Kalong Fortress is now a hollow shell, even if there are sufficient defenders. They lack adequate supplies, thus their only means of defense will be to stand atop the walls and engage in attrition with us. If we assault directly, we shall incur heavy losses. Kibote mused for a while before stating, "Grant me 3,000 men. And in a day, the Empire's troops on Lopute Mountain will cease to exist." Oh, Prince Nulif was taken aback by this response. "However, I require Prince Myru to accompany me. He needs to earn some military merit." The prince let out a sound of inquiry, contemplating for several minutes before saying, "You shall have those 3,000 men." "Thank you, Your Highness," Kibote replied, wearing an exaggerated smile. Outside Kanaya Pass, at the command post of the Empire's station troops, Patey scrutinized the battle map prepared by the staff regarding the disposition of both forces. His expression tinged with concern. "The supply convoys arrived last night, did they not?" "They have arrived at the fortress, just as you anticipated. These barbarians are preparing to starve us out." Sir Alfred's comment was not flattery, but they would never suspect that we have already constructed storage facilities underground within the fortress. Yet if time drags on, it remains disadvantageous for us. Reports from the clan region indicate that an army of 50,000 orcs is advancing towards us. Eamon spoke cautiously, tracing his finger across the map between Cologne Fortress and Banda Town. Though the Empire's military command can be foolish at times, they are unlikely to make such blunders at this critical juncture, so the orc army cannot pass through Banda Town smoothly, at least for the time being. Sir Alfred needed to prove his worth before Patey, as he was now unable to contribute in battle due to his severed arm. Andy, clad in heavy armor, showed no interest in the discussions among the staff or the conversation between Patey and his aide. Instead, he focused on the glaring red markings on the map, pointing with his finger and saying, "My dear cousin, I presume you must have some plan, yes?" "Oh, why do you say that?" Patey replied with a smile. "If you had no plan, would you willingly place yourself here to be besieged by barbarians?" Andy is also laughing, he reassured. "Rest assured, I harbor no interest in your plans, yet I am curious as to when we shall depart from this place to engage in a true decisive battle against the barbarians." The officers of the surrounding staff instinctively took a step back during the dialogue between the two, their gazes occasionally drifting towards Patey, awaiting his response. In truth, these imperial elites had already surmised that Patey harbored alternative strategies. After all, everything that had transpired over the past few days had been exceedingly peculiar, as if their commander possessed foreknowledge of all the barbarian army's troop movements. "Your rightful place is on the front line, where the soldiers need to see their commander." Patey did not answer his cousin's inquiry. "Oh, my apologies, sir." Andy exaggeratedly saluted and then exited the command center. Patey watched Andy depart and turned to the officers of the staff beside him, stating, "Gentlemen, I require you to simulate how long we could hold our defenses against a strong assault from the enemy. And remember, I need a precise time frame. The relevant report will be on your desk in 2 hours." Aemond accepted the order, and with Sir Yak's absence, he temporarily managed the staff. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the weather was relatively clear, with the occasional moonlight spilling across the vast expanse of white land. This moment, within the Imperial garrison camp at Mount Ropt, a game of cat and mouse was unfolding. 3,000 soldiers from the Kingdom of Baru, under the cover of night, launched a two-pronged assault on the Imperial garrison camp. The Imperial guards appeared somewhat caught off guard by the sudden attack. After a brief resistance, they retreated to Mount Ropt under the leadership of Hades, with the 3 battalions of barbarians in hot pursuit, led by their respective centurions. Half an hour later, the two armies clashed in a rocky area of Mount Ropt, and after 10 minutes of fierce combat, a contingent of Imperial soldiers suddenly surged from behind the barbarian troops, encircling the entire barbarian force within a narrow gorge. After an hour of bloody battle, the 3 battalions of barbarian soldiers were annihilated. Following the conclusion of the combat, Hades instructed his adjutant to clear the battlefield while also searching for any survivors, and he himself, accompanied by his 2 most trusted attendants, moved to a shadowy rock face. "Ensure that not a single soul escapes," a deep voice echoed from the darkness. "Fear not. My men are already positioned around. Not even a mouse could flee." Upon hearing this, Hades halted his advance. "Have your men change into their attire, and remember to make it appear convincing." At this juncture, an object was thrown from the shadows, and Hades caught it steadily, only to discover it was a metal ring, albeit incomplete. Just then, a voice emerged from the darkness once more. "Tomorrow noon, bring this item. My people will await you beneath a massive iron fir tree, 1 mile from your encampment. Upon meeting them, hand over the item in your possession. They will arrange the subsequent matters. What about the specific time? Hades inquired urgently. However, no answer came, and after repeating his question and confirming the absence of a reply, he departed. On June 8th at 2 p.m., Prince Nulef received a letter from the Orc side, urging him to swiftly conclude the conflict in the Corin Fortress area and provide support to Bandizan as quickly as possible, alongside a myriad of promises regarding the capture of Bandizan. This correspondence incited a sense of urgency within Prince Nulef, causing him to pace restlessly within his tent. It was precisely at this moment that he received victorious intelligence relayed by a messenger dispatched from Ropt Mountain. Upon receiving this news, the usually composed prince could not suppress a low growl of triumph. This war, victory, is already ours. Half an hour later, the 3,000 troops attacking Mount Ropt returned victorious. Albeit only 2,000 made it back, and their condition was rather dire. According to the messenger's report, each soldier was nearly drenched in blood, resembling those who had emerged from a bloodbath. Prince Nulef paid little mind to what had transpired with these soldiers, in his eyes. As long as the imperial garrison at Mount Ropt could be eliminated, it mattered not if all 3,000 were lost. The prince did not even concern himself with the returning Kobold, as his focus was solely on one pressing matter: to swiftly conclude the conflict in the Corin Fortress area. Now, victory was within grasp. Thus, the reward bestowed upon the 2,000 returning soldiers was merely the command to rest in place, awaiting further orders. Meanwhile, Prince Nulef had already commenced preparations for the troops, and upon receiving the precise news, he promptly ordered the army to mobilize, targeting the Corin Fortress. Chapter 128. The Defense of the Kenya Mountain Pass, Part 3, at 5 p.m. on June 9th. Prince Nulef, leading an army of 30,000, arrived at the Corin Fortress by 3 o'clock the following morning. Instantly, the previously tranquil night was shattered, as countless torches illuminated the northern region of the Corin Fortress as brightly as day. In a fleeting moment, the sharp alarm of magical sentinels echoed above the fortress. Within a mere 5 minutes, the once dark walls of the Corin Fortress were adorned with a dense array of torches, and a well-equipped battalion of soldiers ascended the walls under the guidance of their respective commanders. Observing this, Prince Nulef remarked to those beside him, "It appears they were well prepared, but our preparations are even more thorough." Himai could not help but interject. The prince nodded. "Let each division ready themselves. We shall commence the siege at dawn." Moments later, a herald bearing Prince Nulef's banner navigated between the camps, and in an instant, the entire barbarian army began to bustle with activity, unloading supplies from the wagons and distributing them among the camps. Teams of craftsmen ventured into the nearby woods, quickly felling mature iron pines, transforming them into various siege engines. At 6 a.m. sharp, as the dawn broke, the prepared barbarian divisions received Prince Nulef's command: "Prepare for the siege." At 6:30, the assault officially commenced, beginning with massive boulders engulfed in smoke hurled by 6 freshly constructed catapults, soaring through the sky with a roaring sound, and ultimately crashing accurately against the walls of the Corin Fortress. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the resounding clamor, the walls, lacking magical protection, were immediately pounded into deep craters. Kill! The thunderous crash of the boulders served as a signal, and in an instant, the barbarian army of 30,000 split into 3 routes, one led by Prince Nulef himself, launching a frontal assault with 20,000 men, while the other 2 flanks were commanded by Chief Himai and Chief Nehru, who executed flanking maneuvers to distract the enemy. In that moment, the resounding war drums, the cries of soldiers, and the whistling of boulders, arrows, and javelins cutting through the air reverberated throughout the skies above the Corin Fortress, causing the very earth to tremble. Half an hour later, the barbarian forces breached the outer defenses of the imperial army's walls, with countless ladders raised over the moat. Soldiers, under the guidance of their trusted officers, began their assault on the fortress walls. After a fierce battle, small groups of barbarian soldiers ascended the walls, paving their way with the lives of countless comrades, and soon, more barbarian soldiers followed suit. In that moment, an array of spears, axes, and swords clashed together atop the walls, as the cacophony of battle cries and screams drowned out the thunderous war drums. This was the most primal form of slaughter, as the spilled blood poured down like rain around the walls, and within a mere 10 minutes, the once dry stains of blood upon the walls began to coagulate once more. It was at this moment that the barbarian soldiers realized that merely ascending the walls did not equate to conquering them. They had simply reached the walls. In the distance, Prince Nulef's expression grew grave as he observed his troops faltering in their assault on the walls. He immediately shouted to the herald, dispatch 200 totem warriors to support the battle at the northern gate within 2 hours. I demand that we capture that place. The herald silently received the command and departed, bearing the royal banner. Almost simultaneously, a piercing sound erupted from the northern gate of the fortress. A flicker of light resembling a spark flashed above the combatants' heads, leaving everyone bewildered. Yet in the next instant, a torrent of flames surged forth as if conjured from thin air, uncontrollably spreading toward both sides of the fortress walls. The barbarian soldiers who had just breached the walls, as well as those climbing the ladders below, were instantly engulfed in flames, their anguished cries resembling the tormented wails of demons from the depths of hell. Did they just set fire to their own gates? Chief Campbell, the frontline commander, found his face flushed from the flames, the horrific screams causing his facial muscles to twitch uncontrollably. His son, Hakata, quickly explained, "The gates of the Korin fortress are forged from fine steel. Constructed by a team of goblin engineers, this small fire poses no threat to the gates." Truly extravagant. Father, the pressing issue now is what to do next. Our tribe's warriors have already suffered a 50% loss. If we continue this relentless assault, we will surely meet our demise. Hakata urged. Fear not, Campbell murmured, glancing around. It is now time for the warriors of Prince Nulif's Seeger tribe to enter the fray. They have not lost a single soldier in the past fortnight. At this moment, Campbell felt the weight of his tribe's losses, and his voice grew softer. If a messenger from the prince arrives shortly, heed any command given, but proceed with caution. But Hakata furrowed his brow. Campbell cast a fleeting glance at his son and implored, "For the sake of the beast god, my dear child, let us not quarrel over this matter, shall we? Reflect upon the recent fate of the Mountain Lake Goat tribe. Their warriors were utterly annihilated at the Kania Pass. And now their chieftain must personally lead the few remaining fighters into the fray." Upon hearing his father's words, Hakata paused momentarily, and after a few seconds of contemplation, turned to leave point 10 minutes later. A messenger from Prince Nurif delivered the order. All soldiers of the Honji tribe were to advance from the left flank of the northern gate to support the elite 10,000 of the Seagull tribe in seizing the northern gate. After receiving the command flag, Campbell gazed towards the distant walls of the Korin fortress, where the flames were gradually extinguishing, yet the acrid stench of charred corpses lingered in the air. Dust particles replaced snowflakes drifting through the atmosphere. While countless burnt bodies were cast down from the walls by Imperial soldiers, those who narrowly escaped death ultimately did not evade their grim fate, falling victim to merciless finishing blows. Upon the walls, Sir Ike, wielding a war hammer, surveyed the reassembled barbarian forces below and remarked to a young knight beside him, "From this moment forth, the true battle commences. The Tuak people never fear combat." "Huh. Fear not. Do not be too tense." Sir Ike clapped the young man's shoulder. "Everything is proceeding as planned. Soon this place shall become the graveyard of the barbarian horde." At Kania Pass, having learned from recent days' lessons, Prince Nurif left 8,000 troops behind while advancing south to assault the Korin fortress, issuing strict orders that they must not engage the Imperial forces, regardless of provocation. Initially, Prince Nurif intended to feign an attack on Korin fortress, luring Patey's forces out of the stronghold to engage them in decisive battle upon the snowy plains. However, after Kobit dismantled the main camp at Lupit Mountain, the prince immediately altered his strategy, opting for a direct assault on Korin fortress. Naturally, the letter from the orcs also played a catalytic role. The primary task of these 8,000 troops was to secure the route preventing Patey from advancing south to support Korin fortress, while also serving as a retreat for Prince Nurif. Under normal circumstances, it would take Patey's forces at least 2 days to breach this 8,000-strong garrison, and they would incur substantial losses themselves. Yet, that was under ordinary conditions on the afternoon of the 9th. As the battle for Korin fortress raged fiercely, a sudden uproar erupted from the barbarian camp outside Kania Pass, accompanied by the jarring clang of military alarms ringing incessantly. When the Imperial soldiers atop the stronghold gazed towards the camp, they were left astounded. It was indeed the barbarian soldiers engaging in a fratricidal conflict within their own encampment, upon receiving reports from the lookout soldiers. Patey felt little excitement, merely exhaling a sigh of relief before summoning all captains and above within the stronghold to issue orders for battle preparations. Half an hour later, clad in armor and wielding his silver double-handed warhammer, Patey emerged before the assembled troops alongside numerous officers. "At last, we can fight with unrestrained fervor." Andy chuckled, but Patey remained grave, fixing a serious gaze upon him. "You shall lead the vanguard in a surprise strike. Remember, those with white sashes at their waists are our own." "Understood." Andy did not question how allies had infiltrated the ranks of the barbarians. However, the elite members of the Imperial General Staff were deeply concerned. Realizing that the 2,000 Imperial soldiers reported annihilated at Lupit Mountain had, in fact, integrated themselves into the barbarian camp, that was a full 2,000 men. 2,000 amidst a mere 8,000-strong force wreaked havoc beyond anyone's imagination, ultimately leading to chaos throughout the entire camp. The barbarian commander left at Cania Pass was Pelev, chief of the Baklan tribe, who remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding within his camp. Initially, he had dismissed the scuffle between two different tribal soldiers as trivial, for such occurrences were commonplace in the kingdom of Baru. However, as the brawl escalated into a full-fledged melee with fatalities, Pelev prepared to quell the disturbance when his camp was suddenly besieged by 200 warriors. In a mere 5 minutes, Pelev met his demise under a flurry of blades within his own tent. Mere minutes after his death, the chaos engulfed the entirety of the barbarian encampment. When Andy and the vanguard arrived, they were met with a scene of utter disarray, rendering it impossible to discern which individuals bore white sashes. Consequently, they hesitated to launch an immediate charge. Ultimately, Andy was forced to order his troops to flank the encampment, positioning themselves behind the camp to sever the barbarians' retreat, quietly awaiting the conclusion of their internal strife before entering the fray. Yet, the barbarian soldiers soon detected the movements of the Imperial troops. And at that moment, Patey had already arrived with 4,000 infantry, launching a vigorous assault from the front gate of the camp. Andy, realizing the urgency, swiftly led his forces to execute a rear attack as Patey pressed forward. The battle persisted for an hour, resulting in the annihilation of the 6,000 remaining barbarian troops, with nearly half falling to their own comrades' hands, while Patey's forces sustained merely 500 casualties. In the aftermath, Patey surveyed the blood-soaked earth beneath his feet, gazing at the multitude of corpses, murmuring, "The scales of victory have tipped in my favor. Next, it shall be Nurif's main forces, and that individual named Kobit." Upon recalling Kobit, Patey immediately summoned Kalir, commanding him to locate Kobit. Chapter 129. The Siege of Cania Pass, Part 4. As night descended, the siege of Koran Fortress not only persisted but intensified, under Prince Nurif's coercive orders. Nearly all troops were thrust into the fray. Despite the inevitable heavy losses incurred from such reckless assaults, they managed to scale the walls, and at times, the northern gate changed hands multiple times amidst the barbarian onslaught. Nearly yielding to their forces, from the fortress's exterior, the side of the walls illuminated by flames was almost entirely occupied by barbarian soldiers, prompting Prince Nurif to await news from the front lines with bated breath. Convinced that good tidings would soon arrive, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour passed, yet the cacophony of battle raged on, and the barbarian forces could not secure complete control of the fortress walls, which left Prince Nurif in a state of agitation. His royal banner was but a step away from being planted atop the command center of the fortress. Just one more step, and he could proclaim triumphantly to his king. No. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through, and the chill of the night rendered the perspiration from Prince Nurif's excited brow icy, causing him to shiver involuntarily, tempering his exhilaration and bringing a modicum of clarity to his mind. The battle atop the walls continued, the clamor of violence still deafening. Abruptly, a familiar figure materialized before Prince Nurif. It was the frontline commander, Campbell. At that moment, he was sprinting towards the prince's central encampment at full speed. Upon sighting this figure, Prince Nurif's heart raced uncontrollably, pounding as if it would leap from his chest. Nothing could compel Campbell to come report in person unless, "Your Highness." Campbell's voice resonated with palpable excitement. Prince Nurif felt a surge of elation, mirroring Campbell's fervor, his robust frame trembling beneath his armor as the sweat that had only just dried began anew to coat him. The Imperial forces have retreated from the walls and are making their last stand at the fortress command post. Campbell shouted triumphantly. Upon hearing this, Prince Nurif's expression momentarily faltered, and only when Campbell drew near did he regain his focus, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Have our totem warriors swiftly assess the magical traps within the fortress. Within half an hour. I demand complete control of this stronghold. Urgent military report." At that exhilarating moment, a voice pierced through the air, shrill and desperate, like a wailing specter, causing Prince Nurif's right eye to twitch involuntarily. He turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion. A bloodied barbarian warrior, clutching a tattered flag, was sprinting desperately towards the central encampment. "Your Highness, urgent military report. The Cania Pass encampment has been breached by the Imperial forces. 8,000 troops have been annihilated." And now the enemy commander is leading over 7,000 men directly towards us. The barbarian warrior was halted by Prince Nurif's guards 100 meters away, barely waiting for confirmation of his inquiry before shouting. Each word he uttered caused Prince Nurif's complexion to shift dramatically, leaving him momentarily stupefied, as if ensnared by a spell. The imperial garrison at Cania Pass comprises merely 6,000. How could there be 7,000? Campbell bellowed with fierce authority. You were clearly a spy dispatched by the imperial forces. Where did you acquire your flag and identification? Speak one falsehood, and I shall ensure you regret ever entering this world. During times of war, scouts and battlefield intelligence officers are generally not hindered, as long as they provide the correct password and present their identification tokens. They may proceed directly through the main gate to the Central Army camp. His presence here indicates he has uttered the correct password, and his identification token is indeed genuine. Nevertheless, suspicions remain. Thus, as Camper's words fell, 2 royal guards immediately pressed the messenger, a barbarian, to the ground. It is the 2,000 from the Bayur tribe who have rebelled and attacked the camp, the barbarian warrior shouted desperately while struggling. His head held firmly by the guards, the dirt swirling in his mouth as he spoke. The Bayur tribe? Nuliv was taken aback, and his expression shifted dramatically as he inquired. Are they the same 2,000 who conquered the Ropute mountain camp? His voice trembled slightly. When Prince Nuliv had chosen to assault the Khalin fortress, he had felt something was amiss, yet he could never pinpoint it until now, when it finally dawned on him. It was those 2,000 blood-soaked victors returning home. Yes, it is them. By the beast god, we've been fooled. Prince Nuliv, now devoid of excitement, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, his gaze fixed intently on the messenger as he demanded, where is the Imperial army currently positioned? No more than half an hour away. Damn it. Why did you notify us only now? They have blocked all routes. I came here by circumventing the Brit forest, so, no. Prince Nuliv suddenly stepped forward, quickly mobilized 3,000 warriors to the rear flank of the camp. The Imperial army has arrived and is merely waiting for the opportune moment. Now is the opportune moment, Camper shouted abruptly. Having realized the gravity of the situation, if to validate Camper's words, just as he finished speaking, countless torches illuminated the darkened rear of the hastily erected camp, revealing ranks of armored Imperial soldiers marching in perfect unison, breaking through the darkness toward the camp's vulnerable defenses. Witnessing this, both Prince Nuliv and Camper's faces turned grim. Your Highness, Camper instinctively began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by a tremendous explosion that resonated from within the Khalin fortress. A sound so loud it made the ears tingle. Boom, boom. Following that, a series of muffled roars seemed to emanate from the depths of hell itself. Indeed, these sounds were from the earth below. Furthermore, with each reverberation, the ground of the Khalin fortress area visibly trembled, causing the dense torches atop the fortress to sway back and forth as if the very walls were on the verge of collapse. Not good, Prince Nuliv exclaimed, quickly. Order our soldiers to retreat. His bloodshot eyes bore down on the messenger as if he would devour him whole. Hence, the messenger fled with great haste. Meanwhile, at the rear of Prince Nuliv's camp, the Imperial army was steadily closing in, and from the prince's vantage point, illuminated by the flickering torchlight, he could even see the bloodstains on their spears. Prepare defensive lines on the spot. Use whatever materials available. Prince Nuliv bellowed to all those gathered around him. Chapter 130. The collapsing Khalin fortress under Prince Nuliv's furious command. The remaining 3,000 barbarian soldiers in the central camp sprang into action amidst the chaos, as a resounding horn sounded, not as a signal for attack, but a call for retreat. Boom. Almost simultaneously with the horn's blast, a thunderous sound akin to mountains collapsing erupted, accompanied by the startled cries of numerous barbarian soldiers. The noise was so immense that everyone in the vicinity of the Khalin fortress instinctively turned toward the source, halting their activities, whether they were the barbarian soldiers constructing defenses or the advancing Imperial army. In that fleeting moment, countless eyes pierced the darkness, fixated on the flickering lights atop the Khalin fortress walls, where the left side of the northern gate's wall trembled violently before crashing down, the thunderous roar echoing the wall's collapse. Boom. Again, an enormous sound reverberated as another section of the wall fell. Boom, boom, almost instantaneously. The entire fortress wall crumbled. Soon, darkness engulfed the direction of the Khalin fortress, creating an impression that an enormous beast from the abyss had swallowed the entire stronghold in an instant. A primal fear surge within the hearts of all present. a dread stemming from the innate terror and helplessness of sentient beings confronted with overwhelming forces, making them instinctively feel as though they were trapped in a dream. Yet the trembling ground and the cacophony of anguished cries served as reminders that what had just transpired was all too real and not a mere figment of imagination. Prince Nilif coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly losing his balance. Most of his elite forces were atop the walls, the strength accumulated by his tribe over centuries, now lost in the blink of an eye. "Your Highness." Camper gasped, alarmed as he looked at Prince Nilif. Genuinely concerned. After all, this was a critical moment, and without Prince Nilif's presence, danger loomed large. Drawing a deep breath, Prince Nilif stepped forward, grasped Camper's leather armor, yanked him close, and whispered, "Find Nairu and Himai. Gather the remaining soldiers. We must devise a way to break through." With that, he shoved Camper away, glaring fiercely. "Move quickly." Camper was knocked to the ground. The chill of the earth snapping him back to reality, he scrambled to his feet and, in a flurry, summoned his trusted aides before heading toward the Kholin fortress. At that moment, Patey's forces had already crossed the frontline defenses behind the barbarian camp, though termed a frontline. It was merely a makeshift barricade constructed from rotting wood, scarcely manned by any soldiers. Along the way, Patey's troops faced minimal resistance, limited to a few watchtowers guarded by fewer than 30 soldiers. When the walls of the Kholin fortress crumbled, the advancing forces momentarily halted. However, once Patey's messenger relayed the order to continue advancing, the troops quickly resumed their advance under the officer's fierce reprimands. Soon, Andy returned from the front lines, fixing his gaze on his cousin. "Is this part of your plan?" "What do you mean?" Patey scanned the members of his advisory group, ultimately resting his gaze on his younger cousin. "What else could it be?" "The collapse of the Kholin fortress. Don't tell me you were unaware." Andy's tone carried a hint of accusation. Patey shrugged, diverting his gaze from his cousin and staring toward the direction of the Kholin fortress, which now lay shrouded in darkness, yet in his eyes, it seemed he could discern everything unfolding in the distance. "Tell me." Andy's voice rose. "It seems you need to relearn how to communicate with your superiors," Patey retorted, his patience wearing thin, even if it was his cousin speaking with such unfriendly tones. "Then please enlighten me, Commander," Andy reiterated, his voice louder this time, tinged with discontent, for after discussing with his father, he had already regarded the Kholin fortress and its surrounding territories as the private property of the Ballot family. Patey, without his consent, had destroyed it, the source of his displeasure at that moment. Patey turned his gaze back to his cousin and stated, "We have demonstrated with facts that the Kholin fortress serves little purpose here. Its sole function is as a transfer station for the purple gold mine." "So you blew it up?" Andy's displeasure was unmistakable. "I believe the military will agree with my proposal." Patey surveyed everyone around him once more, regarding the demolition of the Kholin fortress. The direct participants were indeed the mage squad dispatched by the Tuak territory. "Are you implying my father?" Andy instinctively blurted out, but quickly realized the inappropriateness of his words, adding, "I mean, was it my father's men?" "No. It was your brother. However, I believe Duke Jian'e will likely concur." Patey fixed his gaze on his cousin. "The battle is about to commence. Your immediate task is to crush the barbarian central camp and behead Nilif." Upon hearing this, Andy stared intently at Patey for several seconds, then took a deep breath and declared, "Today, I shall surely drink deeply of the barbarian's blood." With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. Patey watched his cousin's retreating figure with a smile, then turned to Rain and inquired, "Has Kalier sent any news?" "Not yet," Rain replied. Patey sighed softly, tightening his warm cloak as he gazed at the advancing troops, then asked, "Where do you think the barbarians will choose to break through?" This time, he directed his question to the members of the advisory group, to the left flank. Eamon was the first to respond. "Because there exists a pristine forest there." This time, it was Sir Alfred who eagerly interjected, subsequently elaborating, "If I were the commander of the enemy forces, I would opt for a sudden strike from the left flank, and the number of troops needed for the breakout would not have to be substantial, merely 2 squadrons would suffice, preferably comprising totem warriors." Indeed, Patey nodded in apparent agreement, then inquired, "Do you know why this operation has proceeded so smoothly?" This question was rather abrupt, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. "It is the internal factions among the barbarians that have aided us," Patey replied to himself. "I had contemplated such a notion, yet dared not voice it." Eamon suddenly remarked, "After all, there has been no precedent for such a thing. Barbarians do not assist the Empire, and moreover, any barbarian capable of achieving this must hold a certain status within their ranks." A barbarian who defected from the Empire. Are you suggesting? No, 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 Patey interrupted, perceiving Aemon's conjecture in his expression, shaking his head emphatically. He is not one of us. You must understand, the barbarian factions are not entirely monolithic. There are those who do not wish for Nulif and his influence to persist. Are you suggesting we release him? Aemon's countenance shifted. Upon hearing this, Patey studied Aemon intently, and in the next moment, all members of the advisory council began to connect the dots. It is worth considering. After all, nearly all the soldiers Nulif can deploy have been annihilated by us. Allowing him to return could serve to vex those barbarians. One advisor concurred. You seem to disagree. Patey looked back at Aemon. Of course, this is simply Rain. Patey abruptly withdrew his gaze, calling for his attendant. My lord. Rain responded immediately. Which units are responsible for the offensive on the left flank? Patey cast his eyes toward his adjutant. The 5th Brigade and the mixed 7th Brigade. Sir Alfred promptly replied. Rain, you will oversee the offensive on the left flank, with Mr. Aemon assisting you. Patey's gaze remained fixed on Aemon as he spoke. Understood, Commander. Rain paused momentarily, then composed himself, suppressing his excitement as he accepted the command. I look forward to your performance. Patey watched the advancing troops, waving his hand to send the two off. Half an hour later, the Vanguard Assault Brigade led by Andy first engaged the barbarian soldiers at a defensive line constructed on a slope. 10 minutes later, the flanking units encountered resistance from barbarian forces along their respective fronts. Just at that moment, the remnants of the Imperial forces at Colin Fortress also clashed with the barbarian troops left behind. Yet the barbarians, disinterested in battle, retreated almost immediately after engaging, losing the ferocity they had displayed an hour prior during the siege. An hour later, at the defensive line established by Prince Nulif, the casualties among his troops had exceeded 50%. It was merely a matter of time before the position fell. Nulif himself had even participated in the combat alongside his personal guard, while reports from various fronts nearly drove the prince to despair. At this critical juncture, the departing Kempel reappeared, accompanied by 4,000 barbarian remnants and Chief Neru, while Chief Himai was nowhere to be seen. Without further ado, Prince Nulif immediately integrated the 4,000 remnants into his defensive line, and then summoned the two chiefs to deliberate on the breakout strategy. Soon, 100 barbarian warriors were selected, along with 50 totem warriors. These constituted the capital for Prince Nulif's escape plan. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the remaining 3,000 barbarian soldiers received the charge order personally issued by Prince Nulif. This command instantly made it clear to the soldiers what fate awaited them. They felt powerless to resist such a destiny, and their long-formed habits left them devoid of any thoughts of rebellion. At such a moment, their only recourse was to pray, praying that their souls would indeed find their way into the realm of the war god, hoping to reunite with their families there. Boom. Boom. The long-awaited sound of war drums resonated. This signaled the charge. Kill. Amidst the rising battle cries, the barbarian soldiers abandoned their defensive positions and launched a countercharge against the Imperial forces. In the distance, Patey, who had been attentively monitoring the battlefield, immediately perked up and hastily inquired, Has there been any word from Sir Ike? Scouts have already returned with news. Sir Alfred pondered briefly before responding. Patey's eyes brightened. Send him orders to gather with his Holy Knight squad on the left flank of the troops. I will rendezvous with them in half an hour. Chapter 131. The Hunt, Part 1. At 1:30 in the morning. Under the cover of the barbarian soldiers' countercharge, Prince Nulif led nearly 200 elite troops to assault the left flank of the Imperial army, attempting to break free from the encirclement. Newly appointed Rain and his aide Aemon promptly directed their forces to pursue and intercept Prince Nulif's breakout troops. After half an hour of fierce combat, nearly all of Prince Nulif's 200 men were lost, yet Nulif himself and several key attendants managed to successfully break through, fleeing into the nearby pristine forest. In the distance, Patey, who had been observing the battle, felt a flicker of golden light in his pale red eyes, and then spoke to Sir Ike beside him. The prey is prepared. It is time for our hunt to commence. A particularly thrilling hunt. Indeed, Sir Ike replied, his excitement palpable as he relished the prospect of the chase. Patey offered a non-committal smile, turning to the captain of the mages, Raven, and said, The tracking task is entrusted to you. Remember, you and your team are merely to track. No matter what occurs, do not act without orders. Rest assured, Commander, my men will heed your commands better than professional soldiers, because they are timid. The mage Raven, perhaps buoyed by this rare victory, allowed a hint of a smile to break through his typically stern demeanor. even managing a jest. Then I shall await your good news. Fear not. Raven immediately assumed a serious expression again, signaling to his companion, and the two swiftly departed. Patey watched their retreating figures and mused. Do you think that barbarian named Keyboat will fall for our trap? He naturally directed his inquiry to Sir Ike. After a few moments of contemplation, Sir Ike responded, he likely will. Do we have any updates on him? Half an hour ago, Kaelier sent word that Keyboat has agreed to meet. A direct invitation? Sir Ike appeared taken aback. Patey shrugged. Do you have any alternative? At the very least, this confirms that he is still here. What task did you assign to Kaelier? Sir Ike inquired instinctively. Merely to ascertain that Keyboat is indeed in this region, of course. If the opportunity arises to eliminate him, that would be splendid. Patey smiled lightly, but I suspect Kaelier will not have that chance. Sir Ike furrowed his brow. Keyboat gives me a rather dangerous impression. Upon hearing this, Patey chuckled softly, aware that Ike was criticizing him for jesting with the lives of his subordinates. Unfazed by such reproach, he responded with a faint smile. We should place our trust in Kaelier. Commander, you need not overly concern yourself with such matters, Sir Ike suggested thoughtfully. Individuals like Keyboat tend to be confident and obsessive, yet ultimately, he is but one man. At this point, Sir Ike lowered his voice. Even if Keyboat were to escape, it matters little. It would merely render the next conflict with the barbarians a tad more challenging, that a nation cannot be altered by the whims of a single individual over a few decades. Unless he is a genius like Duke Patwheat. Patey listened quietly, then nodded slightly, appearing to concur with the sentiments of his chief of staff. However, perhaps due to memories from another world, he harbored a unique trepidation regarding particularly gifted individuals. Thus, a premonition lingered within him. If Keyboat were not dealt with at this juncture, the barbarians would become especially troublesome in the future, although by then, the affairs here might already be beyond his influence. While Patey set his trap, anticipating Keyboat's approach, Keyboat himself had already met with Kaelier in a secluded area within the right flank of the Cania Mountains. It seems our collaboration has come to an end. Is there any necessity for us to meet again? Keyboat stood on a steep slope, gripping a vine with his right hand. In the darkness of night, he resembled a climbing vine clinging to the cliffside. Have you not reappeared? Kaelier chuckled. Yet Keyboat coldly retorted, that is because your markers are littered all over the mountain. I have merely come to warn you that if you wish to continue living for a while longer, it would be prudent to cease your foolish actions. It seems these markers might reveal your identity. Kaelier's eyes sparkled with intrigue. At times, being overly clever is not a virtue. Keyboat's tone grew colder. You seek me out at this moment. I presume it is to eliminate me? As he uttered the words, eliminate me, his eyes gleamed with a peculiar light, an icy glint. But his chilling gaze was not directed at Kaelier. Rather, it was fixed intently on the dark snowdrifts behind him. The unreserved intent to kill emanating from Keyboat sent shivers down Kaelier's spine, causing his eyelids to twitch violently in response to the other's words. As he gazed into the darkness, where a shadow appeared to shift, he silently cursed the damned mission. Nevertheless, he took a step forward, anxiously exclaiming, They are merely my guards. After all, a mage cannot face the snow wolves of these deep mountains alone. He recalled Patey's admonition that one should only strike when the opportunity arose. And if there was no certainty, it was better to retreat. However, he had never intended to confront Keyboat. Had it not been for the presence of others, he would have merely intended to take a stroll before returning. Is that so? Then what brings you here this time? Keyboat's free hand gripped the dagger at his waist. It's Nulith who has fled. Sir Patey sent me to inform you and to extend his apologies. Kaelier spoke while holding the torch. If it were daytime, I would not hesitate to bow an apology. Keyboat paused at this, then chuckled darkly. It appears your commander has little faith in you. Kaelier was taken aback, his fingers tracing a magical sigil on his garment as he remained vigilant. Perhaps, given that a person of such noble standing would not easily bestow their trust. Keyboat fixed his gaze on Kaelier and declared, Your magic holds no sway over me. Thus, if you wish to avoid death, cease this foolishness. Rest assured, I have no interest in needless slaughter. You may return to Sir Patey and inform him I shall arrive punctually. I hope your welcoming ceremony does not disappoint. With that, he abruptly yanked the vine in his grasp, his form vanishing into the shadows. Rustle, rustle. Just as Keyboat disappeared, footsteps echoed behind Kaelier. Within moments, two tall men clad in heavy armor appeared at his flanks. They were two battle-hardened warriors, formerly low-ranking officers in the garrison of Colin Fortress, later chosen by Sir Yak to serve as Patey's personal guards. You let him escape. Do not forget Sir Patey's orders, the warrior on the right admonished. It was a matter of survival for us. Kaelier wiped the cold sweat from his brow and crouched to clear the snow at his feet. A magic circle. The other warrior gasped, his expression shifting, while the first warrior bent slightly, muscles tensed. Fully alert, Kaelier exhaled deeply, glancing around as he said, "Indeed, which is why I assert he spared us." Outside Colin Fortress, at 2:30 in the morning, the battle had long since drawn to a close, with the Imperial forces now engaged in the final cleanup, eliminating those who had slipped through the cracks. This time, no prisoners were to be taken. Such had been Patey's directive since the onset of hostilities, for after the war concluded here, he needed to lead the main force to support the Kron territory. And captives would only add unnecessary complications. Within the makeshift command post outside the fortress, Patey listened intently to his aide's report, his face betraying evident impatience. Nearby, Andy lay stiffly, on the verge of slumber. It is now confirmed that the main forces of the barbarians are nearly exterminated. And according to messages relayed from within the fortress, Sir Alfred diligently read aloud the compiled statistics to Patey. "Enough, my aide." Patey waved his hand. "Leave those documents here. I shall review them at a later time. What concerns me most now is whether there has been news from Raven." "There should be. Sir Yak has been waiting outside for a while." "Are you implying that you left Sir Yak waiting outside while I endure your recitation of this drivel?" Patey's expression darkened slightly, though he quickly suppressed it. "My sincerest apologies, Commander." Sir Alfred immediately bowed his head, a glimmer of helplessness flickering in his eyes, before ushering Sir Yak into the tent. "Does Lord Raven have any information to share?" Patey inquired as soon as Sir Yak entered. "Indeed. It seems our paladin squad is ready to depart," Sir Yak replied with a smile. Patey nodded. "Prepare yourself, for I intend to go personally." "You?" Sir Yak was taken aback. "Yes, it is a matter I must resolve with my own hands. Commander, if I may be so bold, Kibote is merely a barbarian who has temporarily risen to power. There is truly no need for you to intervene personally. In fact, I believe the traps we have set are excessive." Sir Yak's perspective clearly diverged from Patey's. And not only his. Many within the staff could not comprehend Patey's reasoning for such actions, their thoughts at odds with his. "I stand by my decision." Patey dismissed Sir Yak's opinion, indifferent to the thoughts of others. "Is there anything else?" Sir Yak hesitated, and after a few moments of silence, replied, "The Paladin squad awaits your command at any moment."